My name is Ye Ming. Originally just a poor overworked laborer, I woke up one day to find myself transmigrated into this world of professional cultivators. Upon reaching adulthood, people can awaken their professions through the job transfer ceremony, which are categorized into combat, support, and life skills. Among these, combat professions are the most sought after. For national security, all adult citizens who undergo job transfer must fulfill military service duties to fight against the powerful demon tribes emerging from spatial rifts. At Tian'an City No. 1 High School's job transfer hall, over 300 senior year students stood silently before the awakening stone. The teacher responsible for recording the job transfer results, Yu, began calling out names. Principal Wang Pengfei delivered a speech, wishing everyone success in awakening their desired professions, then declared the ceremony commenced. Ye Ming was called by name and nervously placed his hand on the awakening stone. However, 3 seconds later, the awakening stone showed no reaction, and the surrounding noise grew noticeably quieter. This should mean the profession change had failed. The probability of job transfer failure is 1 in 10,000. This guy is so unlucky that he can't become a professional. The students couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances. Yet, Ye Ming was utterly shocked, because words appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on awakening the only hidden profession, Jade Emperor. He checks the information, name, Ye Ming occupation, Jade Emperor, tier 0, probationary, quality. Unknown exclusive profession trait, new trait unlocked at LV10 ruler of 3 realms, % profession skill, heavenly secrets. Can assess others' potential and suitable careers. Professional skill, bestowment consumes spirit points to confer titles upon professionals, with recipients gaining new occupations. Occupational passive. Belief in you grants all passive/skills of the infeft, sharing all attributes and obtained experience, stackable. Spiritual power, 100 points, initial, Ye Ming was instantly ecstatic. Though base attributes were low, he could gain experience and attributes by infecting others. He now has 100 initial spiritual power points, allowing him to appoint SSS class professions. All individuals after job transfer must enter the primordial secret realm to hunt monsters and level up. Only by conquering the secret realm can one become a true professional. Ye Ming knows he must quickly find suitable candidates for godhood as teammates. Activating his destiny sight skill to scan his surroundings, he discovers most nearby individuals possess only B-class or C-class potential. There aren't even a few with A-grade potential, wasting his SSS grade ceiling opportunity. At this moment, teacher Yu called out a name. Next, Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing, the academically top-ranked student in school belle recognized by Tian'an No. 1 High School, stepped forward. When she placed her hand on the awakening stone, it emitted a green glow. Yu sighed and announced, Su Zhiqing, C-class life profession, chef. All you can do is cook at home? How could a top student awaken as a chef? The heavens envy talent. The crowd erupted in heated discussion, and the principal lamented the whims of fate. Tears rolled down Su Zhiqing's cheeks as she lowered her head. Ye Ming immediately used the heavenly insight on her. Name, Su Zhiqing occupation, chef, tier 0, apprentice, quality. C-rank may seal godhood. SSS tier occupation, Star Light Emissary, 100 spiritual power, /SS tier occupation archmage, 60 spiritual power. Wow. Golden legend. Ye Ming was ecstatic in his heart. The job transfer ceremony was nearing its end, with only 77 combat professions remaining. Combat and support profession students formed teams to search for companions, while students with life professions silently departed. Only Su Zhiqing remained standing in place, her eyes filled with resentment. Just as Ye Ming was about to step forward, Su Zhiqing's arch-rival, Lu Ruyan, who had awakened as a B-grade support class piano tuner, approached them. Schadenfreude surfaced as she mocked, White Lotus, just to obediently get married and become a housewife after switching to a chef profession. Ye Ming immediately lashed out at Lu Ruyan, leaving her breathless with anger, her face flushing red. Lu Ruyan stormed off in anger, shouting, Fine, fine. One with a mundane profession, and one who failed to change jobs. A perfect match indeed. If you dare to enter the secret realm, I'll make you pay, %. Su Zhiqing grabbed Ye Ming gratefully and said, Thank you. But don't offend others on my account, or you might face retaliation later. Ye Ming stared at her. I want to invite you to join my team, would you be willing? Su Zhiqing was surprised but had no choice but to answer, I will. Ye Ming immediately activated the divine consecration and decisively chose the SSS-rank Star Light Emissary, 100 spiritual power. An ancient scroll materialized, and golden light burst forth from Su Zhiqing's body. Ethereal words appeared before her eyes. Congratulations. You have been consecrated by the Jade Emperor. Your original profession has been upgraded to the SSS-rank combat profession, Star Light Emissary. Su Zhiqing was astonished. The Star Light Emissary possesses devastating offensive power against demons, along with formidable defense and healing abilities. All around outstanding. At the same time, information appeared before Ye Ming's eyes. Name, Su Zhiqing occupation. Purple Star Light Envoy, tier 0, novice, quality, SSS level, 0 physique, 57 spirit, 73 professional skills, radiant / light prism, starlight shift, purifying rain %. Professional passive. Power of light. Ye Ming gasped in amazement. The initial attributes of an SSS grade profession were already 10 times that of a C grade, with 4 professional skills. A message popped up before his eyes once more. Obtained the target's current attributes. Physique plus 57, Spirit plus 73. Obtained the target's passive/active skills. Power of light, Prism of radiance, stellar reversal, purifying rain. Ye Ming was ecstatic. Not only did he obtain SSS class profession attributes and skills, but he also gained a school beauty as a teammate. He joked, "Don't admire me, bro, I'm just a legend. Let's go." Off to the secret realm. Chapter 3, He's Stronger Than You. Buzz. The stone pillar engraved with the teleportation array emitted a white glow. An invisible energy field radiated outward from the pillar's core. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the pillar. The light coalesced into a translucent gateway. The secret realm portal officially opened. The students, who had been waiting impatiently, took deep breaths with expressions of excitement, nervousness, or anticipation, and stepped through this gateway to the unknown. Seeing this, Ye Ming led Su Zhiqing toward the portal. The sight of the two immediately sparked murmurs from those around them. They're going in too? One failed class change, the other a cook. Are they looking for trouble? Probably just failed their class change and went crazy from the shock. The mockery rang clearly in their ears. They ignored it. Once inside the secret realm, these people wouldn't be laughing anymore. Just as they were about to step through the portal, Lu Ruyan's voice echoed from behind them, "You little brat, I never thought you'd actually dare to enter the secret realm." This time, a muscular young man stood beside her. Lu Ruyan nestled into his embrace. "Brother Wang. He bullied me. You have to take my side." Wang Wenjie and a rank combat class, boiling blood warrior. Wang Wenjie roared with laughter upon hearing this, "Just a failed job change loser. Can't teach him a lesson on campus now, but once we're in the secret realm, I'll make sure he pays." School strictly forbids student brawls. Combatants must unite against the demonic forces. Violators face severe punishment. Wang Wenjie's gaze slid over Lu Ruyan, but his eyes lingered on Su Zhiqing. "School beauty Su, why not join my team? I'll protect you. Besides me, we have one other A rank member, the rest are all B ranks. My team is absolutely the strongest in this year's class." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan grew anxious, fearing Su Zhiqing would steal her spotlight. She urgently interjected. "Brother Wang, what use is a cook? They'll only slow us down." "Shut up." Wang Wenjie snapped at her, then turned to Su Zhiqing with a smile. "What do you say?" He shot a sidelong glance at Ye Ming. "What good is this useless guy to protect you?" Wang Wenjie had long coveted Su Zhiqing. But she was an academic star and the school beauty, while he was just a good-for-nothing slacker. But now he was an A-class professional, while she was merely a C-class support class. Their positions had reversed. He was certain Su Zhiqing would agree. Su Zhiqing shook her head. "I don't need it. Ye Ming is enough for me." The smile froze on Wang Wenjie's face. His hand, which had been caressing Lu Ruyan, tightened violently, pinching her painfully. "Su Zhiqing, you're being ungrateful." Wang Wenjie's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of everyone around them. "Who in all of Tianan First High doesn't know that my team, Wang Wenjie's squad, is here to take first place?" Pointing his finger at Ye Ming, Wang Wenjie continued. "Yet you insist on teaming up with this failed job change loser. Forget about winning rewards. Surviving the secret realm is already a question." Su Zhiqing stepped forward, shielding Ye Ming behind her. "I don't think he's a failure. I think he's stronger than you." Su Zhiqing deliberately emphasized the word strong. "Stronger than me? Ha ha ha." Wang Wenjie burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, his rage turning to mockery. The surrounding students also began to snicker. Wang Wenjie's laughter faded as he closed in on Su Zhiqing, his voice low and menacing. "Once you're inside the secret realm, there'll be plenty of places to teach you a lesson. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Miss Su." With that, he shot Ye Ming a vicious glare. Then, with Lu Ruyan in his arms, he led his team through the secret realm's portal. Watching Wang Wenjie depart, Su Zhiqing felt a flicker of panic. After all, his team was undeniably formidable. A warm hand rested on her shoulder. "Have you forgotten your current profession? He should be the one afraid." Ye Ming's words snapped her back to reality. She was now an SSS-ranked Z-Way Lightbringer. Ye Ming then took her arm and led her through the portal. Ye Ming opened his eyes once more, finding himself in a mist-shrouded forest of towering boulders. Jagged rocks stood everywhere, wind whistling through the crevices. "You have entered the primordial secret realm. Quest issued. Mission 1, slay more monsters. Killing monsters earns points. Teams are ranked based on total points, with rewards distributed according to rank. Additionally, the top 5 teams by points receive extra rewards. Task 2, locate the secret realm's exit. Special mission, defeat the boss Dangerous. Time remaining, 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds. Ye Ming frowned at the mission details. Time is running out. Just as the two were processing the task details, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the depths of the mist. The mist churned, and a dark figure gradually emerged. As the shadow emerged from the mist, a stone golem, half a person's height and composed entirely of rock, came into view. This was a type of monster called a stone golem. Though not particularly powerful, they often traveled in groups. Spotting one meant many more lurked nearby. Sure enough, in the next instant, more stone golems poured out of the mist, swarming in dense numbers. Su Zhiqing roughly counted the stone golems at least 100. A monster horde of this scale was far beyond what a single team could handle, even with an A-rank professional. But just because A-rank professionals couldn't handle it didn't mean she couldn't. Su Zhiqing's eyes narrowed sharply as an indescribable divine pressure erupted around her. Without a moment's hesitation, she clenched her jade-like hand. A massive blade of pure, blazing holy light instantly materialized. The moment it appeared, it forcibly dispersed and purified the thick fog within dozens of meters, piercing the darkness like dawn. Light slash! The girl's cold, clear command carried an authority that brooked no argument. In the next instant, the blade as if piercing heaven and earth slashed down with a might that seemed to annihilate all things. Holy! Whose skill is this? The effects are so dazzling? It's like a pillar piercing the heavens. Almost blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Whoa! That's terrifying energy fluctuation. This power is way beyond B rank, maybe even A rank. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the struck stone golem didn't even have time to scream before shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the sky. Su Zhiqing's strike obliterated half the stone golems in one blow. Ye Ming whistled in awe. So this is the power of an SSS-rank profession. Simultaneously, Ye Ming's ears were flooded with a continuous stream of system notifications, sounding like heavenly music. Bearer Su Zhiqing has slain a stone golem. You have gained 1 EXP through the Faith class skill. Chosen 1 Su Zhiqing has slain a stone golem. You have gained 1 EXP through the Faith class skill. Chosen 1 Su Zhiqing has slain a stone golem. You have gained 1 EXP through the Faith class skill. Boom! Another strike of the light slash, and the remaining stone golems were also slain by Su Zhiqing. The anointed 1 Su Zhiqing slays the stone golem. You gain 1 EXP through the Faith class skill. The anointed 1 Su Zhiqing slays the stone golem. You gain 1 EXP through the Faith class skill. The anointed 1 Su Zhiqing has slain the stone golem. You have gained 1 experience point through the Faith profession skill. This isn't just monster hunting, it's an XP spewing machine. Ye Ming watched his experience bar fill rapidly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. His experience bar was now full, but he hadn't yet cleared the primordial secret realm. Still stuck at the apprentice level, he couldn't level up yet. He could only save up the experience points, waiting to level up after clearing the realm. This meant he wouldn't even need to lift a finger in the secret realm. Su Zhiqing alone could secure first place. Not only would he receive the rewards for clearing the realm. Once Su Zhiqing secured first place, he could also gain new spiritual power through his skill Faith. Excellent! I knew you had it in you. With that settled, let's claim first place. Ye Ming laughed heartily. Hearing Ye Ming's praise, Su Zhiqing smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then, under Su Zhiqing's relentless lightsaber, all manner of monsters melted away into experience points for them. Ye Ming had intended to join the fight himself, but seeing Su Zhiqing so eager, he decided to let her solo it. Listening to the notifications ringing in his ears, he couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Bliss. Pure bliss. While others fight tooth and nail in the secret realm, I'm sipping tea and watching the show. However, Su Zhiqing's rapid kill ray triggered a special rule within the secret realm. Instantly, the number of monsters in Ye Ming's area surged dramatically. Little did he know, this would spell trouble for other teams like Wang Wenjie and Lu Ruyan's squad. Please vote for gold tickets. Chapter 4, The True Lightning 5-Strike Whip. Boom! A minotaur crashed to the ground, its body covered in vicious knife wounds. Before it stood a figure radiating faint blood energy, blade in hand. Wang Wenjie. His teammates were locked in fierce combat with other monsters nearby. Give it everything you've got, guys! Wang Wenjie bellowed. This time, first place in the primordial secret realm is ours for the taking. With that, he swung his greatsword and charged toward a 3-meter-long lightning python nearby. Though a low-level monster, the lightning python could unleash paralyzing electric arcs and possessed extremely high defense. Once it locked onto its target, it clung like a stubborn plaster, making it extremely difficult to shake off. Swish! Wang Wenjie's blade sliced into the lightning python's body, leaving only a shallow wound. ZZZZT. Almost simultaneously, a blue electric arc shot up the blade and into his palm. A powerful wave of numbness instantly swept through his entire body, causing Wang Wenjie to shudder involuntarily. Fortunately, as an A-class boiling blood warrior with exceptional offensive and defensive attributes, the paralysis effect, which normally lasted 1 second, only lasted 0.3 seconds on him. Boiling blood. Wang Wenjie roared, activating his skill. The ethereal blood energy surrounding him abruptly solidified, a torrent of savage power surging through his veins. Die! He raised his greatsword once more. A cold gleam flashed as the lightning serpent snapped clean in two. Before Wang Wenjie could catch his breath, however, Lu Ruyan beside him suddenly screamed. Look over there. Everyone turned to look in the direction she pointed. In the distance, a churning blue wave surged toward them at breakneck speed. As the wave drew nearer, everyone finally recognized it for what it was: a torrent composed of countless lightning serpents. Among them, a massive serpent over 10 meters long, its body crackling with sparks, stood out prominently as it slithered toward them at breakneck speed. What the hell? Wang Wenjie paled. How could monsters be this dense in the primordial secret realm? Did we trigger a hidden mechanism? A hidden mechanism refers to a dungeon undergoing certain changes due to specific conditions. The primordial secret realm's hidden mechanism was this: killing over 300 monsters within a short time frame would cause the monster count to double and mutated variants to appear. Wang Wenjie's quick scan revealed at least 200 lightning serpents. An assault of this scale could instantly overwhelm their small team, even with 2 A-rank professionals among them. It couldn't be us, analyzed Lu Qing, the other A-rank professional. Our kill count since entering the secret realm is nowhere near 300. Wang Wenjie frowned. Could another team have triggered it? He found it hard to believe. Besides their team, the strongest in this session, who else could have done it? Forget it for now. Escape is our priority. Lu Ruyan's face had already drained of color, her voice trembling. Before she could finish speaking, she had already abandoned her teammates and sprinted far ahead. Damn it! That woman runs so fast. Wang Wenjie cursed angrily, then glanced at the surging python horde approaching them. He sighed helplessly. What rotten luck! Retreat! At his command, the squad immediately turned and sprinted away. But the lightning pythons were astonishingly fast. How could they possibly shake them off? Sure enough, Lu Ruyan, who had been leading the pack, soon fell to the rear and was caught by the lightning pythons. Hiss! A lightning python opened its gaping maw and lunged viciously at her calf. Ah! Help! Lu Ruyan screamed, her pearls tumbling from her neck. At the critical moment, a long blade swung down, cleaving the lightning python in two. Run! Wang Wenjie shouted, brandishing his blade as he arrived just in time. He couldn't risk losing team members, it would cost them points. But that brief delay was enough. The mutated lightning python was already upon them. There was nowhere left to retreat. Wang Wenjie roared with fury, his blood surging as he swung his blade at the colossal serpent. Clang! The blade that had once effortlessly severed ordinary pythons now struck the mutated serpent as if hitting solid metal, utterly ineffective. The mutated serpent hissed, its thick tail whipping through the air with a piercing whistle. Thud! Wang Wenjie was flung violently backward like a. Lu Qing tried to rush to his aid but found himself entangled by a dense swarm of ordinary lightning pythons, unable to move. At that moment, the entire squad was completely surrounded by the python horde. Countless lightning pythons hissed, lunging at the group from all directions in relentless waves, overwhelming their defenses. At this critical moment, a dazzling blade of light sliced through the air, slamming into the mutated lightning serpent. Put! The ferocious mutated giant serpent was instantly cleaved in two by the light blade. Immediately after, several more identical light blades whistled through the air, slicing into the swarm of serpents. Boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions erupted as over 200 lightning serpents crashed to the ground, reduced to ash. What the hell? Wang Wenjie, who had just scrambled to his feet, gasped in horror at the sight. The others were equally stunned. Could this be the lightning slash of an S-rank flash swordsman? Wang Wenjie's heart trembled violently. The shape of that light blade closely resembled the descriptions he'd seen in the profession skill compendium, but its power and range far exceeded anything recorded. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, who had sprinted ahead, saw two figures slowly approaching her. Recognizing them, Lu Ruyan gasped in surprise. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to them. To their astonishment, it was Ye Ming and campus beauty Su Zhiqing. Impossible! Lu Ruyan screamed, utterly unable to believe that the devastating attack moments ago had come from these two. A C-rank cook and a failed job change failure? Yet, the dazzling light sword coalescing in Su Zhiqing's hand silently revealed a certain truth. Could it be that Su Zhiqing didn't become a chef, but a flashblade warrior? Wang Wenjie stared in utter disbelief. Sword in hand, Su Zhiqing advanced step by step toward Lu Ruyan. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, Su Zhiqing now resembled a majestic goddess of light, each step feeling like a stomp on her heart. Terrified, Lu Ruyan stumbled backward repeatedly until her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Buzz! A beam of light sliced through the air. Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes filled with nothing but despair. No! She screamed, clamping her eyes shut. Though the primordial secret realm possessed a protective mechanism allowing one resurrection upon death, the pain inflicted by attacks was all too real. However, the light blade merely swept past her head, precisely severing a lightning serpent that had attempted to ambush her from behind. Su Zhiqing walked coldly to the limp figure of Lu Ruyan, towering over her with a condescending gaze. Didn't you boast that once you entered the secret realm, you'd show us what you're made of? Su Zhiqing's voice was icy. Insulting me is one thing, but you must apologize to brother Ye Ming. Not long ago, Su Zhiqing had formally recognized Ye Ming as her elder brother. At that moment, Wang Wenjie gathered his team around Lu Ruyan. Oomph. Don't think defeating a python swarm makes you invincible, Wang Wenjie said gravely. We have 2A rankers here, we're not afraid of you. He had already classified Su Zhiqing as an S-rank professional, though he remained unaware of how she had achieved such a dramatic leap from C rank. In that case, apologies are unnecessary. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively, addressing Su Zhiqing indifferently, give each of them a 5-strike combo to teach them a lesson. With that, Ye Ming casually picked up an item dropped by the lightning python, a lightning whip coiled with electric light, and tossed it to Su Zhiqing. In the secret realm, monsters had a chance to drop items after being slain. Without hesitation, Su Zhiqing caught the lightning whip and swung it at Lu Ruyan lying on the ground. Crack! 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 The real lightning 5-strike whip. The intense electric arcs crackling along the whip sent Lu Ruyan convulsing in agony, her screams piercing the air. She struggled to crawl up and flee. Su Zhiqing flickered her wrist, landing a precise lash on her leg, followed immediately by another strike aimed at her mouth. Stop it! Wang Wenjie roared in fury. Su Zhiqing whipping her teammate right in front of him was tantamount to slapping him in the face. He instinctively lunged to attack Su Zhiqing. Chapter 5, Boss Kai Ji Wang. But just as Wang Wenjie raised his long sword, crack! A whip lashed like lightning across his wrist, sending the blade clattering to the ground. Gah! Wang Wenjie clutched his wrist, his eyes blazing with shock and fury as he glared at Ye Ming. In Ye Ming's hand, a lightning whip crackled with electric light. Thinking of ambushing me? Then taste the fury of my lightning 5-strike whip. Ye Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the whip in Ye Ming's hand whipped through the air with a piercing whistle, striking Wang Wenjie with brutal force. The intense paralysis effect rendered Wang Wenjie unable to dodge, leaving him frozen in place to endure the lashes. After 5 lashes, Ye Ming roared with laughter, congratulations on winning. Bonus, an extra 10-strike combo. Moments later, Lu Ruyan and Wang Wenjie both collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably from the lingering paralysis. After completing this, Ye Ming and his companion didn't spare them another glance, walking straight away. Lu Qing and the others nearby had long been frozen in shock, standing motionless throughout the entire ordeal. They watched helplessly as the two carried out their actions, not daring to interfere in the slightest. In theft, Su Zhiqing slays the lightning python. You gain 2 EXP through your faith profession skill. Chosen 1, Su Zhiqing slays the lightning python. You gain 2 EXP through the faith profession skill. Chosen 1, Su Zhiqing slays the lightning python. You gain 2 EXP through the faith profession skill. The anointed Su Zhiqing has slain a mutated lightning python. You have gained 10 EXP through the faith profession skill. Secret Realm Quest, slay 483 monsters to earn 974 points. Killing regular monsters yields 2 points each, mutated monsters yield 10 points each. Time remaining, 1 hour 35 minutes 41 seconds. Ye Ming walked along, listening to the prompts in his ear. Having an SSS tier professional is pure bliss. I haven't even lifted a finger, and I'm already guaranteed first place in the team. His earlier intervention to eliminate the lightning python swarm was primarily for the points, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. With nearly 500 points, their team held a commanding lead. Other squads hadn't even broken 100 yet. Way ahead. But that wasn't enough to satisfy Ye Ming. His goal wasn't just to top the squad leaderboard, he aimed to achieve a high score and break records in clearing the secret realm. Upon clearing the secret realm, achieving a high score or breaking the completion record would grant additional rewards. Legend has it that someone once obtained orange gear this way. Equipment quality ranks from lowest to highest: white, blue, purple, orange, red, gold, and rainbow. Higher quality meant lower drop rates, but also terrifyingly powerful bonuses. Most crucially, Ye Ming desperately needed to earn spirit power through dungeon honors. His current spirit power points had already hit 0, and he urgently needed to replenish them. Meanwhile, inside the job change hall of Tianan City First High School, Principal Wang Pengfei and the school leadership were intently watching the massive holographic projection screen at the center, displaying the real-time ranking of points earned by each team in the Primordial Secret Realm. Primordial Secret Realm Points Leaderboard. Number 1 Ye Ming team member, Su Zhiqing, 974 points, clearance rating, not yet available. Number 2 Wang Wenjie team members, Lu Qing, Lu Ruyan, etc., 89 points, clearance rating, not yet available. Number 3 Dingjin teammate Shuebao, etc., 57 points, clearance rating, not available. 974 points. That monster clearing speed, absolutely terrifying. Wang Pengfei stared at the top-ranked number, utterly stunned. Teachers around him murmured in hushed tones. 2 people? Nearly 1,000 points? How is that possible? Is it Su Zhiqing? Isn't she a chef? How did she manage that? And who is this Ye Ming? He's actually the team leader? Just as Wang Pengfei and the others were filled with questions, a figure rose and walked over from nearby. Principal Wang, your school's having quite the lucky streak this year. The newcomer pushed his glasses up his nose and smiled. Such astonishing monster clearing speed. This top-ranked team must have at least one S-rank combat specialist, right? You didn't mention this when I arrived? This man was none other than Li Gaoyuan, the talent recruitment special envoy for the Jiangnan district. The entire nation was divided into 5 major regions: Jiangnan, Southwest, North China, East Sea, and Jinghua. Wang Pengfei turned with a wry smile. Special Envoy Li, to be perfectly honest, I never anticipated this outcome either. Their previous performance reports were nothing like this. Oh? I'd be interested to hear the details. Li Gaoyuan sounded intrigued. Wang Pengfei proceeded to detail the circumstances surrounding Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing's previous job transfers. After listening, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Gaoyuan's eyes before quickly fading. In that case, once they emerge from the secret realm, see to it that I meet them. Within the secret realm, Su Zhiqing wielded a dazzling light sword, fiercely clearing monsters along the path ahead. Ye Ming, however, trailed leisurely behind her, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. If any male students witnessed this scene, their glares alone would likely tear Ye Ming to shreds. The school's most popular beauty, treated as his personal path-clearing enforcer. What was even more infuriating was that the school beauty herself seemed perfectly content with it. Fighting. So satisfying. Su Zhiqing exhaled deeply, raising her hand to wipe the fine sweat from her fair cheeks. Way to go, Ye Ming, he applauded. Awesome. I knew my judgment was spot on. Cross that river up ahead, and we'll reach the boss's lair, Ye Ming pointed forward. The clearing efficiency of a single SSS tier professional far surpassed that of a dozen A tier professionals combined. All he had to do was tag along and coast to victory, gaining just as much experience. Thanks to her extensive knowledge of monsters, Su Zhiqing could pinpoint weaknesses in every encounter and dispatch them efficiently. Looking at the wide river ahead, Su Zhiqing turned back and suggested, "This river is too wide. How about I carry you across?" In her mind, Ye Ming was more like a special support class with low stats. It's not proper for a woman to carry a man. Ye Ming refused with righteous indignation. If he really let Su Zhiqing carry him across the river, what would become of his divine dignity? Let me carry you across instead. After all, you're the main damage dealer, you need to conserve your strength for the boss. Before Su Zhiqing could respond, Ye Ming swept her into his arms, planted his feet firmly, and leaped. Bolstered by his formidable 55 points in physique, Ye Ming effortlessly cleared the nearly 5-meter-wide river in a single bound. After landing, Ye Ming gently set Su Zhiqing down. Su Zhiqing was inwardly stunned. How could his physique stat feel higher than mine? As she pondered this, Ye Ming had already started walking ahead, his hands unconsciously rubbing his thighs as if savoring something. Across the river lay a clearing dotted with massive circular boulders, their surfaces scarred by deep claw marks. In the center of the clearing, a colossal creature lay with its eyes closed, the Rainbow Chicken King. Standing at a full 5 meters tall, its tail feathers trailed in dazzling colors. The feathers atop its head formed a peculiar center part, while its massive claws gleamed with an intimidating cold light, sharp beyond compare. The Rainbow Chicken King. Its traits are singing, dancing, and playing with these circular boulders. Su Zhiqing quickly summarized the boss's key information. As if sensing the intruder's presence, the once sleeping colorful Chicken King abruptly opened its piercing eyes. Its gaze shot like lightning toward the approaching pair. Chapter 6, Speedrun. The Astonished Envoy? Information about the colorful Chicken King and its weaknesses flashed through Su Zhiqing's mind. The intruder's presence enraged the colorful Chicken King. Roar! With a deafening roar, the colorful Chicken King charged madly toward them. Facing the charging beast, Su Zhiqing gave a cold snort. With a flick of her lightsaber, she darted forward like lightning. "Boss, I'm on it." Ye Ming, however, casually plopped down on a boulder to watch the show. He had no worries about Su Zhiqing's strength. The highest level boss in the primordial secret realm was capped at level 10. Even though Su Zhiqing hadn't yet shed her trainee status, her base stats were in no way inferior to the Rainbow Chicken King's. Moreover, she never slacked off in her sword training and simulated combat drills. Light slash! Su Zhiqing cried out. A dazzling blade of light sliced through the air, striking directly at the Rainbow Chicken King. Spotting the attack, the Rainbow Chicken King lunged toward a massive circular boulder and kicked it violently toward the blade of light. Boom! The boulder shattered like paper before the blade, exploding instantly. The colorful Chicken King could only repeatedly use boulders to block the light blade's assault. The shattered boulder scattered into a sky of debris, kicking up a rolling cloud of dust that instantly obscured its massive form. Su Zhiqing frowned slightly, her vision obscured by the dust, making it difficult to lock onto her target. Just then, a cold gleam burst forth from the smoke. Suddenly, a fierce, icy glint tore through the dust as the Rainbow Chicken King leapt high into the air. Its sharp, massive claws sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, slashing viciously toward Su Zhiqing. Light Prism. A hexagonal prism composed of pure light instantly materialized before Su Zhiqing, steadfastly blocking the deadly strike. Its attack blocked, the Rainbow Chicken King immediately reared its head, emitting a shrill, piercing screech. Countless musical notes materialized from the air, sweeping toward Su Zhiqing from all directions. Is this the Rainbow Chicken King's ultimate move? You're too beautiful? Su Zhiqing knew that anyone struck by this move would fall into a state of confusion, their body dancing uncontrollably before ending in a brief period of paralysis. Such a bizarre attack would surely defeat anyone else. But Su Zhiqing remained uncommonly calm. A sacred golden rain cloud abruptly unfolded above her head as she murmured incantations, showering golden droplets radiating purifying power. As the golden rain touched Su Zhiqing, the notes of the Rainbow Chicken King's "You're Too Beautiful" melted away like ice and snow, instantly purified into nothingness. Purifying rain dispels negative effects within friendly domain. With his ultimate move shattered, a fleeting, almost human look of astonishment flashed in the Rainbow Chicken King's pupils. "Is that all you've got?" Su Zhiqing's gaze sharpened. "Now, it's my turn." "Stellar shift," she commanded, her aura surging as her form abruptly became ethereal. In the next instant, she materialized at another vantage point, closing the distance to the Rainbow Chicken King in a flash. In mere flickers of breath, Su Zhiqing closed in before the Rainbow Chicken King. Sword light blazed like a rainbow. The colorful Chicken King's defenses were already weak. After a few exchanges, its massive body bore several deep sword gashes that exposed bone. Seizing the opening, Su Zhiqing leapt high into the air, her light sword erupting with blinding brilliance. Caught off guard by the blinding light, the Rainbow Chicken King instinctively closed its eyes. In that split second, a cold gleam flashed, slicing precisely across the Rainbow Chicken King's neck. Boom! Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The colorful Chicken King's massive body swayed violently. Staggering a few steps, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Seeing the Rainbow Chicken King defeated, Su Zhiqing exhaled a long breath of relief. Casting multiple powerful skills in succession had nearly drained her magic and stamina. Meanwhile, a notification panel popped up before Ye Ming, who was leisurely reclining on a boulder. Defeated Primal Secret Realm Boss Colorful Chicken King. Your party has earned 500 points. Completed the boss slaying quest. Automatically exiting the secret realm. You have cleared the primordial secret realm. Trainee status revoked. Accumulated experience unlocked. Your level has risen to 8. Honoree Su Zhiqing leveled up to 8. Shared attributes, Constitution plus 86, Spirit plus 78. Honored member Su Zhiqing has achieved the fastest clear time honor in the primordial secret realm. You receive the Faith Reward, Spiritual Power plus 60. Your party achieved an SSS tier clearance rating in the primordial dungeon. You received the Faith Reward, Spirit plus 60. Your party secured first place in this realm, earning ranking rewards, Purple Grade Equipment Selection Gift Box 4. Seeing the endless stream of reward notifications before him, Ye Ming nearly jumped for joy. He barely lifted a finger in this dungeon run, just tagging along with Su Zhiqing the whole time, yet he'd reaped all these benefits. This is awesome. Being a lazy slacker who coasted to victory isn't so bad after all, Ye Ming thought to himself, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Inside the job change hall, Principal Wang Pengfei, Li Gaoyuan, and a crowd of school administrators stared wide-eyed at the prominent top-ranking information on the large screen. Number 1 Ye Ming team member, Su Zhiqing, 1474 points, clearance rating, SSS. SSS rating. Wang Pengfei gasped, his voice cracking. An SSS grade clearance rating. Achieving this was incredibly difficult. It required lightning-fast speed, high monster kills, and most crucially, defeating the boss without taking a single hit. For over a century, Tianan City First High hadn't seen a team achieve an SSS rating. One of them must be an S-rank professional or even higher. Li Gaoyuan declared with absolute certainty. No one could have imagined that the two who seemed least likely to succeed would deliver such an astonishing result. Buzz. The portal's light flickered, and Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing materialized in the job change hall. Wang Pengfei immediately rushed forward with a group of excited teachers to greet them. Only then did Wang Pengfei notice the profound transformation in Su Zhiqing. She now resembled a goddess of light descended to earth. Every inch of her, even her hair, seemed to radiate intense luminous energy. Her entire aura was unrecognizable compared to before. Li Gaoyuan's sharp gaze swept over Su Zhiqing. He could distinctly sense the surging power within her. This was absolutely not the aura of a C-rank professional. Something profoundly extraordinary had undoubtedly occurred to her. His gaze shifted to Ye Ming beside her, and his heart gave a slight jolt. From this seemingly carefree youth, he sensed a faint yet undeniable aura of authority, the kind that comes from long-held power. Principal Wang, Li Gaoyuan said solemnly, I'd like to speak privately with these two students. In the principal's office, only Ye Ming, Su Zhiqing, and Li Gaoyuan remained. Not even Principal Wang Pengfei was permitted to remain. Li Gaoyuan had keenly sensed that the changes in Su Zhiqing were extraordinary. In his understanding, throughout the centuries since Blue Star entered the supernatural era, he had never heard of a C-rank practitioner transforming into at least an S-rank practitioner. This was utterly unheard of. Allow me to introduce myself, Li Gaoyuan said, trying to soften his tone. My name is Li Gaoyuan. I am a government envoy specifically tasked with recruiting exceptional talent for the Jiangnan region. Then, with unmistakable curiosity and gravity, he voiced his most pressing question. Miss Su, what exactly is your current professional rank? Chapter 7, You're not qualified.
Send the head of recruitment. Upon hearing Li Gaoyuan's inquiry, Su Zhiqing didn't respond immediately.
Instead, she instinctively turned her head to look at Ye Ming.
Li Gaoyuan caught this subtle gesture and his heart skipped a beat. He had assumed the SSS rating was entirely Su Zhiqing's achievement, but now it seemed this girl followed Ye Ming's lead in everything? Ye Ming, meanwhile, was rapidly calculating, should he reveal his trump card to Li Gaoyuan? Or rather, should he let more people know about his abilities?
With his professional skills, he was destined to stand at the pinnacle in the future. Becoming a top-tier powerhouse was practically a foregone conclusion. But that also meant he would become the focal point of countless eyes. In this world where alien races and demon clans lurk with hungry eyes, standing out too much is no good. But on the flip side, hiding it all the time is exhausting. With abilities this god-defying, how could I possibly hide them? Besides, I'm the Jade Emperor, why should I live in such stifling restraint? It's time to flaunt it with pride. Yet Ye Ming understood well that no matter how powerful one might be, strength ultimately has its limits. With China facing threats on all fronts, it desperately needs powerful practitioners to hold the fort. If he could join forces with the nation, wouldn't that be a win-win? The government would gain desperately needed talent, while he himself would receive corresponding honors and resource support. Ye Ming quickly made up his mind. He gave Su Zhiqing an almost imperceptible nod. Li Gaoyuan's gaze immediately locked onto Su Zhiqing with eager anticipation. She stated clearly, I am now an SSS class professional, the purple Star Light Bringer. Those few words exploded like thunder in Li Gaoyuan's mind. He had clearly heard Wang Pengfei say that Su Zhiqing had awakened as a C-rank chef. How could she suddenly become an SSS-rank purple Star Light Bringer? Changing professions after completing a class change? He'd never even heard of such a thing. You? How did you do it? Li Gaoyuan's voice trembled with excitement as he lunged forward. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. If China could master this method, how many elite warriors could be cultivated? The odds of defeating the alien races and demon clans would skyrocket. Yet Su Zhiqing merely shook her head gently, her gaze drifting toward Ye Ming beside her. Li Gaoyuan instantly understood. The source of Su Zhiqing's earth-shattering transformation must lie with Ye Ming. He whipped his head toward Ye Ming, his intense gaze practically piercing through him. But Ye Ming shook his head as well, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. You're not qualified for this matter. Have the person truly responsible come see me. He knew full well that his abilities were too extraordinary. While gaining official backing was advantageous, it would also invite deadly threats. Should the alien races, demon clans, or even other human nations with designs on dominance learn of his existence, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Therefore, he was resolved, this secret could only be shared with the highest-ranking core officials of the Huaxia government. Very well. I'll contact the highest-ranking leader in the district immediately. Li Gaoyuan didn't get angry at being refused, he understood. Li Gaoyuan understood perfectly well no one would dare casually disclose such a matter. Without further hesitation, he pulled out an encrypted phone and swiftly dialed a number. Beep beep beep. After only 3 rings, the call was answered. Hello? Young Li. A voice carrying authority yet retaining warmth came through the receiver. What's so urgent that it requires the encrypted line? Old Wei. It's serious. I must report this to you immediately. Li Gaoyuan's tone was urgent, his breathing heavy. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if weighing the gravity of Li Gaoyuan's words, you say. Meanwhile, at the Zhengnan Regional Command Center, Wei Wu slowly set down the encrypted phone. The compact device felt almost uncomfortably warm in his hand. Decades of battlefield experience had forged his composure, unshaken even by collapsing mountains. Yet now, his hand gripping the receiver trembled slightly, beyond his control. Sea level upgraded to SSS level, he murmured, each word feeling like a sledgehammer striking his chest. Even with his iron resolve, the news struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through his mind. This concerned the nation's destiny. It was no trivial matter. Wei Wu abruptly rose to his feet, bypassing the customary call for his secretary to prepare the car. In a flash, he was outside. The next instant, a blinding rainbow light tore through the sky like a falling meteor, streaking toward Tianan First High School at astonishing speed. Inside the principal's office, the atmosphere was entirely different. Ye Ming reclined leisurely in his wide principal's chair, his toes lightly tapping the floor. Su Zhiqing stood quietly at his side, like a dutiful sentinel. Only Li Gaoyuan paced the room like a caged animal, his dress shoes echoing with dull thuds on the floor. His mind was in turmoil. If Su Zhiqing's case could be replicated. If C-level students could truly be transformed into SSS-level students en masse, what would that signify? China was now surrounded by powerful enemies on all sides, with alien races lurking menacingly behind them. The nation desperately needed top-tier combat power. Every second counts, there's no time to waste. Bang! The principal's office door burst open, the loud slam echoing through the room. Barely a minute had passed since Li Gaoyuan set down the encrypted phone when Wei Wu burst in like a whirlwind. Li? Where are they? Wei Wu's voice was low and urgent as his eyes darted around the room. Li Gaoduan immediately pointed at Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing. Master Wei, it's these two students. Wei Wu's sharp gaze first landed on Su Zhiqing. No need for investigation, the surging, pure, and powerful light energy radiating from her was almost tangible.
Light elemental SSS-rank combat class.
A hint of astonishment flashed in Wei Wu's eyes.
Remarkable. Her potential is truly boundless.
Consider this, as one of the top combatants in the Jiangnan district, he himself was only a level 79 S-rank combat profession at Demon Magic Spearmaster. There were 6 tiers for combat classes, 10, 25, 50, 80, and 100 were the required levels for class advancement. Breaking through the 100 level barrier allowed one to ascend to the 6th tier divine rank, a realm transcending mortals. Each major tier leap grants a powerful, class-exclusive skill. But advancement is no easy feat. Not only must one meet the level requirements, but they must also clear specific dungeons or complete extremely difficult job change quests. Particularly notorious is the level 80 job change dungeon leading to the 4th tier. Its difficulty borders on hellish, with a staggering 90% death rate. Globally, those who've conquered it can be counted on one hand. And he, Wei Wu, a level 79, 3rd tier peak powerhouse already ranked among Blue Star's elite. Wei Wu's gaze immediately shifted to the youth still seated calmly in the principal's chair, Ye Ming. He understood that the true catalyst for altering Su Zhiqing's fate and forging the SSS tier miracle was the seemingly ordinary young man before him.
Ye Ming, is that correct?
Wei Wu's voice softened slightly, carrying a tone of scrutiny yet solemnity.
I am Wei Wu, currently serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan District.
He omitted lengthy titles, yet the weight of Commander-in-Chief alone carried sufficient authority. He paused, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Ye Ming. A faint, almost imperceptible smile, tinged with self-mockery, flickered at the corner of his mouth.
Is this old man qualified enough to have a talk with you? Chapter 8, Another Golden Legend.
Ye Ming truly hadn't expected such a high-ranking figure as the Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan region to make a personal visit. It seemed China's thirst for top-tier talent had reached a critical point. Under Wei Wu's gaze, so intense it seemed to burn, Ye Ming spoke slowly. My ability is to help others change to a new profession. He paused, deliberately building suspense before adding, and you get to choose. Those few words struck Wei Wu like a thunderbolt. His body jerked violently, his fingers unconsciously digging into his palms. You get to choose? Despite his years in high office, he nearly couldn't contain the overwhelming excitement surging through him, his voice tightening slightly. After finally calming his racing heart, Wei Wu took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Mr. Ye Ming, your abilities are truly astonishing. Do you have any way to prove this? After all, as the regional commander, a man of immense power and influence, he couldn't possibly stake such a colossal wager based on a single account.
Ye Ming understood his hesitation and nodded. I can currently help one more person change their profession.
However, this person must possess high potential. My ability isn't unlimited, and this opportunity is precious, it mustn't be wasted.
Truly?
Wei Wu's eyes lit up with an intensity that was almost frightening, as if he'd discovered a priceless treasure.
Absolutely true. Ye Ming replied with unwavering certainty.
Driven by Ye Ming's unreserved honesty and the overwhelming confidence radiating from his words, Wei Wu believed him 7 or 8 parts over, even without witnessing it firsthand. Without further hesitation, he barked orders at Li Gaoduan beside him, his voice carrying an air of absolute authority. Li, immediately issue the highest priority command in my name to headquarters and the surrounding key high schools. Have them immediately select the most outstanding prospects and deliver them to Tianan No. 1 High School at top speed.
The Commander-in-Chief's orders were executed with astonishing efficiency.
In just over an hour, 15 meticulously selected young prodigies gathered in the principal's office at Tianan No. 1 High School. Even Tao Guangliang, principal of Tianan No. 2 High School, had personally accompanied them.
Old Wei. Greetings. Tao Guangliang burst in, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he approached.
Upon receiving your order, I personally vetted the candidates and brought our school's 3 finest talents.
Look.
His smile stretched so wide his teeth were barely visible. Wei Wu merely gave a faint nod in response to this blatant flattery, not even lifting an eyelid, which sufficed as acknowledgement. Even so, Tao Guangliang's fawning grin didn't waver in the slightest, and he dared not harbor the slightest hint of resentment.
Are you kidding me?
This is Wei Wu, the man whose stomp could send tremors through the entire Jiangnan region.
A top-tier global professional.
If not for this mission, a mere school principal like him might never have had the chance to speak a single word to old Master Wei in his entire life.
Ye Ming, take a look. Wei Wu completely ignored Tao Guangliang.
Turning to Ye Ming, his tone softened immediately.
Is there anyone here you think would be suitable?
This stark contrast in attitude, Wei Wu's obvious respect for Ye Ming, even the hint of consultation in his tone was all witnessed by Tao Guangliang and the 15 students.
Tao Guangliang's eyes nearly popped out of his head as his heart pounded wildly. What the hell is this kid's background? Judging by this scene, did old Master Wei summon us all here just so he could pick people? His gaze toward Ye Ming brimmed with shock and inexpressible curiosity. Wei Wu could easily see through Tao Guangliang's petty thoughts. Before he could offer another word of flattery, Wei Wu dismissed him with a curt wave. That's enough, Principal Tao. You can wait outside too. The office fell silent.
Ye Ming's gaze swept calmly over the 15 straight-backed prodigies standing before him. Instantly, each one's detailed information, especially their potential ratings, became crystal clear in his vision. True to Wei Wu's reputation for recruiting elite students, the group's potential ratings were uniformly at the A-tier level, with 3 even reaching the S-tier. Yet, a faint sigh escaped Ye Ming's heart. Even though this group would be fiercely contested by any school outside, they still fell short of his standards. In his eyes, the value of several S-tier potentials paled in comparison to a single SSS-tier talent.
This batch. Ye Ming murmured softly. Not suitable?
Wei Wu instantly read the verdict in Ye Ming's expression and tone, responding with seamless ease, showing no trace of embarrassment at the rejection.
No problem. I'll have them withdraw immediately and send over the next batch. He was about to wave the students away. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside the principal's office door. Principal Tao. Please. My sister's tuition is just a little short. I can get it together soon. Give me a few more days. Just a few days.
A teenager's urgent, pleading voice rang out, sounding extremely anxious. This was immediately followed by Tao Guanliang's extremely impatient rebuke, accompanied by the sound of shoving.
Go! 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 I don't have time for this nonsense now. Even the most urgent matters can wait. Get out of my sight. He clearly wanted to shoo the boy away quickly, afraid of disturbing Wei Wu inside. The commotion inside naturally caught Ye Ming's attention. He followed the sound toward the doorway, his gaze piercing through the gap in the door that hadn't been fully shut. Beyond the irritated Tao Guangliang, he saw the youth being shoved outside. What caught Ye Ming's attention was an extremely unique mark on the youth's forehead. Its winding, bizarre pattern strikingly resembled a tightly closed eye. Ye Ming instinctively activated his skill, Heavenly Mechanism, on the youth. Name, Yang Xiao. Class, Spearman LV.2. Quality, B. Level, 23. Physical, 18. Spirit, 19. Class skill, Chain Thrust. Deliver a series of forward thrusts with the spear. Professional skill, Rising Dragon Thrust. Lifts the target into the air with the spear, temporarily suspending them. Divine Ascension Paths, SSS-rank Profession Divine Manifestation True Lord 100 Spiritual Power SS-rank Profession Stellar Wanderer 60 Spiritual Power. Ye Ming's eyes flashed with sharp insight. Another golden legend tier potential. The mark on this youth's forehead was definitely no ordinary thing. Just as Yang Xiao was about to be forcibly shoved away by Tao Guangliang, a resolute voice abruptly rang out. Hold on. Ye Ming shouted, pointing toward the doorway. Bring him in. Tao Guangliang froze, instinctively glancing at Wei Wu for guidance. Without hesitation, Wei Wu gave a slight nod, the meaning unmistakable, follow Ye Ming's lead. Hope instantly flared in Yang Xiao's previously despairing eyes. He wriggled free from Tao Guanliang's grip and practically darted into the principal's office, as if afraid the chance would slip away if he hesitated a moment longer. Wei Wu took in Yang Xiao's reaction and caught Ye Ming's unmistakable interest. The realization dawned on him. This boy was likely the one Ye Ming had been searching for. A gentle smile characteristic of elders spread across his face as he asked in an approachable tone, "Young man, you seemed quite anxious just now. Have you encountered some difficulty? Tell me about it." Outside the door, Yang Xiao had already noticed Tao Guanliang's deferential attitude toward this elderly man. Now, experiencing Wei Wu's commanding yet caring presence up close, he was even more certain of the man's extraordinary status. Taking a deep breath, as if clutching at a lifeline, he spoke excitedly. Chapter 9, The Third Eye. Open. Yang Xiao spoke rapidly and urgently. My father died fighting the demonic tribes on the battlefield. My mother passed away from illness 3 years ago. Now it's just me and my younger sister relying on each other for survival. His eyes reddened, his voice breaking. My sister is still in high school. We're only a few hundred yuan short of her tuition. I could earn it soon. But Principal Tao refuses to give us even a few extra days. He insists on expelling my sister. Wei Wu's gaze instantly turned as cold as a blade, fixing on Tao Guangliang. His voice boomed like thunder, making ears ring. Principal Tao. Is this true? Before Tao Guangliang could defend himself, Wei Wu's fury intensified, spittle nearly flying onto his face. I remember that kid, Yang Xiao. To support his sister, he took on daily grinding jobs at the dungeon entrance. He'd risk his life charging forward every time he went into a dungeon. Everyone called him Fearless Third Brother. Such a responsible kid, and his father was a martyr who sacrificed his life fighting demons for the nation. Is this how your school treats the children of martyrs? Wei Wu's chest heaved violently as his anger boiled over. Every warrior who spilled blood for China is a hero. The backbone of our nation. Their families deserve to be cherished and protected. If the soldiers on the front lines knew their own flesh and blood were being harassed and bullied like this back home, how could they fight enemies with peace of mind? It breaks my heart. Tao Guangliang nearly collapsed under the terrifying pressure, scrambling to shout at the top of his lungs. Please calm down, Elder Wei. I was foolish. I'll waive all of Yang Yun's tuition fees, not a single penny. Just then, Ye Ming discreetly signaled to Wei Wu. Wei Wu, ever the shrewd strategist, instantly caught the signal. He froze for a moment, then his eyes blazed with disbelieving elation. Could it be? He looked at Yang Xiao excitedly. This child is the one you've been searching for? Without another word, Wei Wu flicked Hao Guangliang away like a fly once more, then raised his hand to cast an energy barrier sealing off the interior from the outside. Ye Ming walked up to the bewildered Yang Xiao and asked bluntly, "Do you crave power? Do you yearn to become strong?" Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned by the abrupt question. He instinctively glanced at the imposing old man beside him, then at the youth with golden hair, a figure even the most powerful seemed to obey. Though he didn't fully grasp the situation yet, he keenly sensed this might be a chance to change his destiny. "Yes." Without hesitation, Yang Xiao answered decisively, his voice carrying the resolve of someone who had burned his bridges. "I dream of becoming stronger." Ever since his parents passed away, his younger sister, Yang Yun, had been his only family, the sole reason he kept living. To support her, he spent every day squatting outside dungeon entrances. He took on any dirty or grueling job, scraping together meager living expenses by acting as a leveling proxy for others. This so-called leveling service meant that professional players paid people like him to rush into dungeons and weaken monsters until they were barely alive. The clients would then finish them off themselves. Only the employer who personally killed the monster could gain the precious experience points needed to level up. He sold his life to buy his sister a chance at survival. Ye Ming's lips curved upward as he unleashed his skill without hesitation. Divine Seal. The ancient scroll, radiating an aura of timelessness, materialized once more from thin air. Where once only Su Zhiqing had been inscribed, a second name now flashed into clear view: Yang Xiao. This mysterious and awe-inspiring scene was witnessed in its entirety by Wei Wu, standing nearby. Though his rational mind had already accepted Ye Ming's words, witnessing this godlike ability firsthand delivered an impact of an entirely different magnitude. If all this is real. Wei Wu's heart pounded like a drum, his nerves more frayed than during the fiercest battles he'd ever fought. Then the future of Huaxia. At that very moment. Buzz. A blindingly brilliant light suddenly erupted from Yang Xiao's body. This light resembled a beacon illuminating the future of China. Yang Xiao, standing at the very center of the light, was utterly transfixed. In disbelief, he felt the earth-shattering changes within his body. A powerful, warm force surged and raged through his veins. Ye Ming's vision displayed Yang Xiao's profile. Name, Yang Xiao. Class, Manifested True Lord Tier 0. Quality, SSS. Level, 0. Physical Constitution, 83. Spirit, 55. Exclusive class trait unlocks new trait at LV.1089 Mystic Arts. Class skill, Mountain Splitting, Mountain Shaking. First charge, swing the three-pronged double-edged blade forward, dealing physical damage and knocking back enemies along the path. Colliding with terrain refreshes the skill's cooldown. Second stage, Earthshatter. Slam the ground, cleaving a fan-shaped area to deal area damage and slow enemies. If it hits a knocked-back target, it also applies a stun effect. Class skill, Heavenly Hound. Hunt. Summon the Heavenly Hound to lock onto an enemy hero and charge, dealing physical damage and slowing. Class skill, Celestial Nectar. Touch the ground with the trident to activate water veins, releasing healing waves in a fan-shaped area to restore health to allies. Passive skill, Divine Eye. Perceives the void. Erlangshan's third eye constantly scans the battlefield, increasing critical strike chance. His base physique is a staggering 83 points. Ye Ming stared in astonishment at Yang Xiao's base stats. His physique points even surpassed Su Zhiqing's. Such formidable physique makes him perfect for frontal combat, a standard tank who can both deal damage and withstand blows. Acquired opponent's current attributes, Constitution plus 83, Spirit plus 55. Acquired enemy passive skills, Divine Eye. Piercing the void, Mountain Splitting, Earth Shaking, Heaven Shouting, Divine Hunt, Pure Source Suitu. The second Enlightened One successfully ascended. The terrifying potential held within Ye Ming's Jade Emperor profession had only just begun to reveal itself. Consider this, Ye Ming is merely level 8 at present. Yet he already possesses the attributes and skills of two SSS tier professionals. His physical attributes have skyrocketed to 161 points, while his spiritual attributes soar to 149 points. Truly terrifying. Wei Wu, who witnessed the entire scene. Only now did he truly, profoundly grasp just how immeasurably valuable Ye Ming truly was. This wasn't just talent, he was a national treasure. The cornerstone of the future. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his encrypted phone. His fingers trembled with barely perceptible excitement as he issued the highest-level directive. As Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan District, I order, effective immediately, elevate Ye Ming's file classification to top secret. Only after issuing the command did Wei Wu breathe a slight sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to Yang Xiao, who was still adjusting to his newfound power. Yang Xiao finally snapped out of the immense shock. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as his gaze locked onto the youth who had altered his destiny. In the past, he had been nothing more than a Class B combat specialist. Each dungeon run felt like dancing on the edge of death, risking his life just to scrape together a pittance. Forget avenging his fallen father, even supporting his sister was an immense struggle. The battlefield? Utterly out of reach for him. But now, he possessed the power of an SSS class profession. He finally had the right to step onto the battlefield, face the demon race head-on, and avenge his father. 1,000 words choked in his throat. Overwhelming gratitude and excitement left him nearly speechless. In the end, all his emotions boiled down to 2 heavy words: thank you. Ye Ming watched Yang Zhao's trembling form, fully understanding his feelings. He said nothing more, merely stepping forward to place a gentle hand on Yang Zhao's shoulder. Just then, Ye Ming suddenly felt an odd tingling sensation on his forehead. He instinctively reached up to touch his forehead. The sensation his fingertips encountered felt slightly off. He picked up a small mirror from the nearby table and held it up to himself. In the mirror, a peculiar pattern slowly emerged on his forehead. Its shape was unmistakably that of an eye opening. A third eye? Ye Ming's heart skipped a beat as an inexplicable sensation surged through him. What's the use of this thing? Almost instinctively, he instinctively snapped, open. Chapter 10, Heavenly Eye. The Power of Time? As Ye Ming's instinctive open burst from his lips. Swish! The eye-like pattern on his forehead abruptly opened. A condensed silver beam shot forth from it. It struck the mirror he hadn't yet lowered. Then, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The mirror struck by the silver light seemed to have its time fast-forwarded. Its pristine surface darkened, turned gray, and became covered in spiderweb-like black spots almost instantly. Even the metal frame was visibly covered in rust at a speed visible to the naked eye, its edges beginning to flake away. Wu Shiming gasped in shock at the sudden change, his hand trembling. The mirror flew from his grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering into several pieces. This bizarre scene left Wei Wu, Su Zhiqing, and Yang Xiao beside him utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, faces frozen in disbelief. Wei Wu sprang forward, glancing at the pile of shards on the ground, his brow furrowing. Was that mirror instantly corroded and aged by that silver light? He snapped his head up, staring at the eye on Ye Ming's forehead as it slowly closed. Could that silver light have contained the power of time? His voice trembled with disbelief. Ye Ming himself was stunned. He immediately summoned his profession panel. His eyes darted across the interface, instantly locking onto the skill bar. The original skill, Heavenly Mechanics, had vanished, replaced by a brand new name, Heavenly Eye. He eagerly examined the details. Professional skill, Heavenly Eye, active, light of void breaking releases a beam imbued with the power of time, manipulating the flow of time within the target area. Note, the greater the target's impact on world rules, the weaker the effect. Passive, insight into all things automatically scans detailed information on all targets within a 100-meter radius including potential assessment, past history, and suitable professions while granting permanent immunity to illusion-type effect interference. Ha! This passive is awesome. Ye Ming felt a surge of excitement. Automatically scan potential candidates? This saves so much hassle, no more individual appraisals. Plus, I can see through others' backgrounds and past experiences. He instantly grasped the immense value of this passive ability. It was practically a divine tool for preventing betrayal. He vividly recalled how a divine sovereign had once been betrayed by someone close to him. Ye Ming looked at Wei Wu, who was still in shock, and nodded. Old Wei guessed correctly. That silver light was indeed the power of time. He offered a brief explanation, confirming Wei Wu's conjecture while deliberately omitting the passive ability to probe others' information. That single confirmation alone was enough to send shockwaves through Wei Wu's mind. Every practitioner's power contained a specific elemental essence. Su Zhiqing's light power was pure light-based, while Yang Xiao and Wei Wu's Fist Gale Battle Saint power was sharp, gold-based. Among all known elemental powers, space and time undoubtedly stood at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. A figure instantly flashed through Wei Wu's mind, another peerless powerhouse from Huaxia who shared his peak level 79 status. In terms of level and combat experience, the two were nearly equal. Yet in every sparring session, Wei Wu was almost always steadily suppressed by his opponent. The reason was simple, the opponent's class attribute was spatial. After all, Wei Wu was a ruthless fighter who had carved his path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His battle record was extraordinary. He had even personally slain a demon sovereign whose power rivaled that of a human 4th tier level 80 class change powerhouse. Yet even so, when facing that spatial type powerhouse, he still felt hamstrung, unable to unleash his full strength. This experience drove home the profound truth of an ancient saying circulating among the elite. When time doesn't intervene, space reigns supreme. If spatial type abilities were already this terrifying, what kind of concept would the time type abilities, which surpass them, represent? Just the thought of it sent a wave of suffocating awe through Wei Wu. Phew, today was exhausting. I need to rest up. Ye Ming stretched dramatically, kneading his shoulders as if he'd spent the entire day hacking and slashing through dungeons with Su Zhiqing. Seeing his state, Wei Wu asked helplessly, Ye Ming, your status has changed now. For safety's sake, should I assign a few top-tier experts to provide close protection? At the suggestion, Ye Ming shook his head vigorously like a rattle. No. I appreciate your kindness, old Wei. He waved his hands hastily, then pointed at Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao. These two are more than enough. A light nova and a future war god, isn't that a luxurious bodyguard lineup? He knew full well that this so-called protection was likely half-genuine concern.
The other half carried a hint of keep an eye on him, and he certainly didn't want constant surveillance.
Seeing his firm stance, Wei Wu didn't press the issue.
Instead, he pulled 2 exceptionally high-quality cards from his robe and handed them over.
Fine, I'll leave the security arrangements to you. But you have to take these. He pointed to the first card and explained, this is the access card for the Xuanwu Lake Villa district.
That place was built specifically for core personnel in our Jiangnan division. The security standards are on par with those for high-ranking officials, absolutely secure. He then gestured toward the second card, a sleek black and gold piece.
This is a little reward for you. The credit limit should be sufficient for your needs.
Ye Ming took them and recognized the name Xuanwu Lake Villa District immediately, a symbol of power. Then he glanced at the black gold card.
Holy crap, was this the legendary unlimited limit black card? A number flashed through his mind. Could this thing actually cover a small goal? He instinctively wanted to decline, but then thought, what cadre could resist such a temptation?
Besides, he was about to become the strategic core responsible for mass-producing SSS tier talent for China.
Accepting this startup capital and safe house was perfectly justified.
So he slipped both cards into his pocket with remarkable ease, his movements utterly natural. Only when Ye Ming accepted the cards did Wei Wu's face finally relax into a genuine smile of relief. He'd feared Ye Ming might be stubbornly unyielding.
Accepting them meant he was willing to accept the government's goodwill and establish contact.
Finally, Ye Ming addressed Yang Xiao, who was still somewhat immersed in the power transformation. Yang Xiao, come with me tomorrow to grind dungeons and level up. You've just switched to a new identity, so your levels reset to 0, perfect timing to start fresh.
He patted Yang Xiao's shoulder with unwavering confidence. Don't worry. With your background and determination, catching up in levels with an SSS tier class title? Piece of cake. Being the leader meant you couldn't hold back when it came to motivating your crew. With matters temporarily settled, everyone bid each other farewell.
Ye Ming beckoned to Su Zhiqing. Come on, Zhiqing.
Let me show you our new home. The Xuanwu Lake Villa district. I hear the scenery is lovely.
He strode out first, with Su Zhiqing following close behind.
Chapter 11, The Campus Beauty Insists on Living with Me? Xuanwu Lake Villa District.
As dusk fell, this discreetly luxurious cluster of villas sat quietly nestled deep within a vast expanse of golden ginkgo trees. A dozen or so exquisitely crafted villas, predominantly gray-white in color and featuring a new Chinese-style design, were arranged in a pleasingly staggered pattern around a lake.
A discreet blue sedan pulled up near the entrance.
Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing opened the doors and stepped out. To fulfill her promise of close protection,
Su Zhiqing decided to live with Ye Ming.
Before them stood an imposing archway. Inside the nearby guardhouse, 2 uniformed security guards stood at attention. Ye Ming merely glanced at them casually, yet a chill instantly ran down his spine. Judging by the faint energy fluctuations emanating from these two, they were actually over level 40 professionals. In the human faction, reaching level 40 meant they were solidly mid-tier elites. In military terms, they were commanders capable of leading entire battalions. And their direct superior, Old Master Wei, commanded the 5 major legions of the entire Jiangnan district. Below the legions were brigades, and beneath the brigades, the battalion level commanded the frontline combat units. Using a level 40+ powerhouse as a gatekeeper? The security standards at this Xuanwu Lake Villa district were indeed commander level. The two boarded a dedicated shuttle and soon arrived at the villa Wei Wu had gifted to Ye Ming. The heavy entrance door was made of top-grade bulletproof titanium alloy, requiring both facial recognition and password verification to open. Stepping inside, they were greeted by spacious, bright rooms, exquisite decor, and smart home technology. Compared to the cramped, dilapidated rental flat Ye Ming had previously lived in, it was like night and day. His predecessor had been an orphan, raised solely through government assistance. Yet Ye Ming merely gave this extravagant new home a cursory glance. In his mind, wealth and mansions were fleeting illusions. Only by continuously honing his own abilities could he achieve true substance. As night fell, soft lights illuminated the villa. "Boss, have you signed up for the professional martial arts exam in a few days?" Su Zhiqing's voice drifted from the bathroom. Ye Ming, who had been curled up on the sofa watching TV, looked up at the sound. Su Zhiqing walked over, drying her dripping wet hair with a towel. She was wrapped only in a pristine white bathrobe. Though loose-fitting, the sheer, breathable fabric faintly outlined the graceful curves beneath the robe in the light. This vividly sensual scene was utterly striking. Ye Ming felt a rush of heat in his nose and nearly made a fool of himself on the spot. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then replied with a touch of awkwardness. "Ahem. Participate? Of course I'll participate. Why wouldn't I?" The so-called professional martial arts exam in this world was equivalent to the college entrance exam in his previous life, except the test content had shifted from written papers to actual combat. Practitioners had to pass a series of combat assessments, with their scores determining admission to corresponding level higher education institutions for practitioners. Given Ye Ming's current status, he could have entered the academy without taking the exams. Yet he chose not to. The final stage of the exam was a dungeon trial, a unique challenge where successful completion granted permanent attribute bonuses and rewards.
Professionals could only gain attributes through leveling up or completing special missions. Equipment-based stat boosts were only temporary. Thus, this dungeon was not to be missed after all. Who would ever complain about having too many attribute points? Ye Ming then opened his exclusive professional system backpack. With a thought, the purple grade equipment selection gift box, obtained from clearing the primordial secret realm, appeared in his hand. A soft click echoed. The gift box opened, revealing a virtual panel glowing with soft purple light. It displayed the available equipment options. Guardian battle armor, Guardian helmet, Guardian bracers, Guardian boots, Guardian longsword, Guardian belt, Guardian broadsword. Ye Ming's gaze swept over the options, and without hesitation, he made his selection: longsword, battle armor, bracers, war boots. He casually handed the ancient-looking, razor-sharp longsword to Su Zhiqing beside him. Here, Zhiqing, this is for you. As for the remaining battle armor, bracers, and boots, he naturally equipped them himself. The armor could take a beating, while the bracers and boots significantly boosted strength and speed, all practical, reliable gear. The next day, as dawn broke, after Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing finished a bowl of sweet tofu pudding, they arrived at the agreed-upon meeting point near a dungeon entrance. From afar, they spotted Yang Xiao already waiting there early. The primary objective this time was to help Yang Xiao, whose level had been reset to 0, quickly level up. The secondary goal was for Ye Ming himself to reach level 10. He was eagerly anticipating his first-class advancement upon reaching level 10. Unlocking the Jade Emperor class's exclusive trait, Ruler of the Three Realms. Just imagining that title made Ye Ming's heart race. He couldn't wait to discover just how powerful this ability would be. As the trio stepped through the instance portal. You have entered the normal dungeon, Goblin Forest. Accompanied by the notification sound, Ye Ming and his companions were transported into a dense forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sunlight, casting an eerie gloom over the forest. This is just a normal instance. The highest level monsters here are only around level 20, Yang Xiao remarked, clearly familiar with the dungeon from his experience as a power leveling proxy. This time they entered the dungeon to grind levels, so the more monsters the better. To that end, Ye Ming purchased a monster gathering item before entering the dungeon, a taunt horn. Blowing it would draw the monsters aggro and gather them together. Ye Ming blew the taunt horn directly. The horn's sound quickly echoed throughout the entire forest. Before long, the trio heard rustling sounds coming from the nearby grass. Roar! A short, green-skinned monster leapt out of the grass. Goblin. Low-level monster. Typically levels 5 to 10. Su Zhiqing quickly relayed the goblin's information. Boss. I'll go first. Eager to prove his worth, Yang Xiao charged ahead, wielding a blue-quality spear as he lunged toward the goblin. Thud. Yang Xiao's spear shot out like lightning, piercing a level 7 goblin clean through with a single strike. Before the green blood could even splash, the hideous form dissolved into specks of light. A notification instantly rang in Ye Ming's ears. Bearer Yang Xiao has slain a goblin. You have gained 3 EXP through the faith skill. Good. A flicker of excitement at his first taste of power flickered across Yang Xiao's face. At that very moment, from the depths of the once silent, pitch-black forest, countless pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, more goblins poured out from all directions like a surging tide. If someone were to look down from above, they would see the entire forest seem to come alive. A dense swarm of goblins intertwined and writhed, completely surrounding Ye Ming and his two companions. A rough estimate placed their number at no fewer than 500. Goblins possessed little individual combat prowess, yet they compensated with ghostly speed and seemingly endless numbers. Yet this very spectacle enough to crush the morale of any ordinary adventurer party. Yet upon Ye Ming and his companions, not a trace of fear appeared. Instead, their eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha. Ye Ming burst out laughing, as if he could already see golden experience points beckoning him from the ground. Guys, this is experience delivered right to our doorstep. Charge. Chapter 12, Advanced Quest. Alien Origin? In an instant, the two sides collided. Su Zhiqing plunged straight into the goblin throng with her stellar shift. The power of light surged through the long sword in her grasp. With a single flick of her wrist, several razor-sharp beams of light shot forth. PSSSH. The light blade sliced through, instantly severing the bodies of over a dozen goblins, reducing them to specks of light. Yang Xiao wasn't about to be outdone. Split Mountain, Shake Peak. Drawing on the combat experience honed through his days as a gold farmer, he thrust his spear forward with blinding speed. His speed created multiple afterimages, each strike claiming the life of a goblin. Then came a sweeping thrust, mowing down several more goblins. Instantly, Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao carved a path through the goblin horde like sharp arrows. Ye Ming, meanwhile, followed leisurely behind them. Yang Xiao initially worried about Ye Ming's safety. But seeing Ye Ming obliterate a goblin with a single punch, he dismissed that thought. Facing the charging goblins, Ye Ming unleashed a simple, unadorned straight punch. Thud. Crack. His fist slammed squarely into the goblin's ugly skull, shattering the hard bone like a fragile watermelon. Bare-handed. One punch. Instant kill.
Empowered by his dual SSS tier class attributes, Ye Ming could effortlessly dispatch these low-level goblins even without casting skills or wielding weapons. Yang Zhao's mouth fell open, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy? The boss just smashed that goblin with his bare hands? This completely shattered his understanding of combat. This was the first time he'd witnessed Ye Ming in action, and the visual impact was more staggering than hearing about it 100 times. Though Su Zhiqing beside him had braced herself mentally, witnessing Ye Ming's power firsthand still sent shockwaves through her. With Ye Ming's safety assured, Su Zhiqing's last lingering hesitation vanished instantly. With that thought, Su Zhiqing let out a low shout. Pure radiance erupted from her body. The sacred light coalesced in her hands, forming a massive sword of light. Light slash! Su Zhiqing's eyes flashed with fierce resolve as she swung the colossal sword of light down toward the goblin horde before her. Boom! The sword struck down like a blazing sun crashing to earth. In an instant, hundreds of goblins were obliterated by the power of light before they could even utter a scream. Even more terrifying, the scattered light energy ignited like wildfire, instantly engulfing the surrounding goblins. Roar! Wah! The ignited goblins became balls of fire, rolling on the ground, yet the flames of light could not be extinguished. Within moments, these goblins were reduced to flickering points of light amidst their agonized wails. On the other side, Yang Xiao had also gotten serious. Heaven shouting God hunt! He roared, and energy rippled around him. Suddenly, a jet-black figure shot out from beside him. It was a lean, slender hound not large in stature, yet its coat was jet-black and glossy, its paws touching the ground without a sound. Whoosh! The black hound transformed into a streak of dark lightning, lunging toward a goblin flanking Yang Xiao. The goblin didn't even see the attacker coming before a chill touched its throat, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. One strike, one kill. The black dog landed lightly, its gaze already fixed on its next prey. Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao relentlessly reap the goblin's lives, converting them into experience. Bearer Yang Xiao slays a goblin. You gain 3 EXP through your faith profession skill. Anointed 1 Su Zhiqing slays a goblin. You gain 3 EXP through the faith profession skill. The incessant ding-dong experience notifications rang in Ye Ming's ears, sounding like a cheerful little level-up tune. Before long, the dense swarm of over 500 goblins was cleared away by the trio as easily as slicing through watermelon. A flash of gold appeared as Ye Ming glanced at his status, level 9. He was just one step away from the crucial level 10 advancement. Mobs just don't give enough XP, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Let's skip straight to the boss. Grinding mobs was too inefficient. Ye Ming couldn't wait. With their goal clear, the trio headed straight for the final boss's lair in the goblin dungeon. The boss's lair was a gloomy cavern hidden deep within the dense forest. The entrance was pitch black, and waves of cold, foul-smelling wind blew out from within, making one feel uneasy. Playing it safe, Ye Ming decided against venturing inside. He pulled out his taunt horn. Woo woo woo! The horn's sound echoed at the entrance, its waves surging into the depths of the cave like tangible matter. Thump! 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 The moment the horn sounded, a rumbling vibration echoed through the cavern. Heavy footsteps accompanied by a furious roar burst forth from within. Roar! A colossal creature burst through the cave entrance. This beast was 3 times the size of an ordinary goblin, its body covered in gruesome scars. It brandished a greatsword caked in unknown grime, its body haphazardly clad in crude armor woven from coarse vines, radiating a savage aura. The moment they met, the goblin captain's gaze instantly locked onto the 3 figures at the cave entrance, especially Ye Ming, who held the horn. It roared, swinging its blade down with a mighty chop, aiming squarely at Ye Ming and his companions. I'll handle this. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed with resolve, fearless as he lunged forward in a single stride. His spear shot forth like a dragon. Yang Zhao's spear slashed upward with precision, forcibly parrying the heavy, powerful blow of the greatsword. Clang! A shrill clang of steel erupted. Yang Xiao blocked the greatsword with a firm hold. At that moment, Su Zhiqing moved. She instantly flashed to the goblin captain's flank. Glowing light surged forth as several beams of light sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, targeting the areas of the goblin captain not covered by his vine armor. PSSSH. The light blades sliced viciously into the gaps of the goblin captain's vine armor, piercing straight through flesh and bone. The searing agony of the holy flames made him scream in terror. The excruciating pain made him stiffen suddenly, exposing a vulnerability. Perfect opportunity. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed with determination as he executed a deft upward thrust with his spear. The goblin captain's greatsword was knocked from his grasp. Split mountain, shake peak. The spear shot forth like a dragon. Multiple solid spear shadows instantly pierced through the goblin captain's body. Put. 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 Wound holes the size of bowls suddenly bloomed across its chest and abdomen, spewing dark green blood in a torrent. Simultaneously, Su Zhiqing leapt into the air. Her lightsaber swung down with brutal force toward the goblin captain. The blade sliced clean through the goblin captain's abdomen, cleaving him in 2. Su Zhiqing landed lightly, letting out a long sigh of relief. However, the expected kill notification sound failed to ring out. Oh no! At that very moment, The upper half of the goblin captain's severed body stirred. With its last ounce of strength, it hurled the greatsword lying nearby toward Ye Ming.
Boss! Watch out! Su Zhiqing shouted urgently.
Yet Ye Ming, who had been observing the battle since luring the goblin captain out with his taunt horn, had already noticed. The blade whistled through the air. Yet Ye Ming's gaze remained as calm as still water. He raised his right arm, clenched his fingers into a fist, and smashed it against the incoming blade.
Bang! The broadsword, at least blue quality, snapped clean in two from Ye Ming's single punch.
Then, with a casual flick of his toes, he kicked up a nearby stone and sent it hurtling toward the goblin captain.
Put! The next second, the goblin captain's head exploded like a watermelon. Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao were utterly petrified. The boss they couldn't even kill together was taken down by Ye Ming with a mere stone. At that moment, a notification popped up before Ye Ming. Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss goblin captain. Reward obtained, Goblin Rallying Horn 1. Congratulations on reaching level 10.
Please complete the Tier 1 class advancement quest.
Ye Ming's heart surged with excitement. He could finally advance. He immediately opened the advancement quest requirements. Advancement quest, obtain a piece of alien origin. Chapter 13, Searching for the Burrowing Sandworm. Alien origin?
Ye Ming stared at the quest prompt, puzzled by this unfamiliar term. Su Zhiqing, standing beside him, immediately explained, the core of an alien race's origin is essentially the power source of an alien life form. It's like the energy source for us practitioners, containing the unique abilities and vitality of that alien race. She paused before adding, come to think of it, the emergence of this thing is actually connected to the demon race's invasion of Blue Star hundreds of years ago. When the demonic race tore open spatial rifts to descend, they accidentally connected to other alien races' worlds. These alien races also poured through the rifts onto Blue Star, steadily encroaching on human living space.
However,
her tone shifted, tinged with sarcasm.
The demons showed no discrimination.
Whether human or alien, any living creature was slaughtered without mercy. In a way, the emergence of these alien races actually alleviated some of the pressure from the demonic race, granting humanity a moment to catch its breath. Ye Ming nodded thoughtfully before asking directly, so where can we find these alien races now?
I know. Yang Xiao immediately interjected.
Boss, there's a stable spatial rift in the western suburbs outside Tianan City, connecting to an insectoid world.
Insects frequently emerge from that rift. And the individual strength of the insectoids isn't particularly formidable. It's perfect for you to complete your advancement quest. Ye Ming nodded. In that case, let's depart immediately. Western outskirts of Tianan City, Desert Edge.
As far as the eye could see, the so-called western outskirts had long been swallowed by a desolate, scorched yellow desert, devoid of any trace of green life. Endless undulating dunes rolled like waves, and between them, the sand surface occasionally arched upward eerily, as if something was darting swiftly beneath the surface. That's the core zone of the western suburbs desert up ahead, Yang Xiao pointed toward the expanse, his tone laced with caution.
The sand conceals countless burrowing sandworms.
They're impossible to guard against.
Let's go. Stay alert.
Ye Ming nodded and stepped into the sea of sand first.
With each step, the sand instantly engulfed their calves, soft and slippery, requiring considerable effort to pull their feet free. The trio's pace slowed dramatically. They had barely entered the desert's heartland when... Rustle! A faint yet distinct scraping sound suddenly erupted behind Ye Ming. Ye Ming reacted with lightning speed, spinning around at the sound. Less than 2 meters behind him, the sand erupted violently. A burrowing sandworm, as thick as an adult's arm, covered in dark yellow armor, and sporting a menacing mouth, lunged toward his face with its jaws full of razor-sharp teeth. Already prepared, Ye Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Unflustered, he unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Thud! His fist struck the sandworm's hardest point, its head armor. The seemingly impenetrable shell shattered instantly. Green viscous fluid and fragments of shell splattered everywhere. The sandworm fell back onto the sand, twitched a few times, then lay still. Ye Ming walked over, nudged the worm's mangled corpse with his toe, and frowned. No primordial core? Boss, alien essence isn't exactly commonplace, Su Zhiqing stepped forward to explain. Only elite aliens with sufficient power or special bloodlines can potentially condense an essence core within their bodies. Just then, Yang Xiao joined them. Boss, I know of a burrowing sandworm nest nearby. It likely harbors a low-level mother worm. He added, every insectoid species has a queen. She's the foundation of their clan, every single insect is born from her. But queen worms come in tiers. Typically, only the weakest, low-grade queens would risk leaving their own world to come to this rift to build nests and reproduce. The trio traversed dune after dune, fending off occasional ambushes by burrowing sandworms with ease. Boss, we're here. Yang Xiao pointed ahead at a colossal sand dune. Surrounding the colossal dune, numerous smaller dunes were scattered in a dense formation, like sentinels guarding the central giant. Boss, Yang Xiao suggested, surveying the colossal dune, I'll send Xiao Tianquan ahead to scout the path. Ye Ming nodded in agreement. Good idea. Though he was confident the mother worm couldn't harm him, caution never hurt. Yang Zhao's mind flickered and he barked, "Xiaotian divine hunt." A black shadow flickered, and the heavenly hound instantly materialized beside him. The moment it materialized, it charged straight toward the largest dune. Its steps were light and swift. The desert terrain that proved difficult for Ye Ming and his companions to traverse seemed as smooth as flat ground beneath its paws. In just a few bounds, the heavenly hound landed steadily atop the dune. At the summit, it lowered its head, its nose twitching rapidly as it tracked the queen's scent. Within 2 or 3 breaths, it pinpointed the mother insect's location. Then, it abruptly raised its head and barked at Yang Xiao. Woof! Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. Found it! The 3 immediately leaped toward the sand dune. But the instant their feet touched the sand dune, whoosh! The sand beneath their feet began to collapse in a massive area, forming a huge quicksand vortex. Boom! The sand erupted violently. A colossal creature burst forth from the shifting sands. Its terrifying maw, large enough to swallow a small car, snapped upward toward the 3 of them. At the last possible moment, the trio reacted swiftly. Harnessing the explosive power of their formidable physiques, they planted their feet and leapt like arrows released from a bow, soaring into the distance and evading the monstrous maw. Roar! The roar shook the surrounding sand particles into trembling vibrations. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, a shadow 4 or 5 times larger than an ordinary sandworm slowly rose. It was a terrifying monster covered in dark golden armor, resembling a train car, the earth-digging motherworm. The mother insect slowly lowered its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Ye Ming and his 2 companions. Hey! Don't interfere this time. Ye Ming wanted to test his true strength. I'll take on this mother bug alone. With that, Ye Ming thrust his legs forward, leaping upward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the burrowing mother bug. Seeing Ye Ming not flee but charge toward it, the burrowing mother bug's heart instantly filled with rage. A mere insect, several times smaller than itself, dared to fight back. Roar! It opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite the charging Ye Ming. In an instant, Ye Ming was swallowed whole. Ah! Witnessing this, Su Zhiqing gasped in shock. Yang Xiao also shouted anxiously, "Boss! You vermin, release my boss!" Su Zhiqing's eyebrows shot up in fury. The long sword clenched in her hand erupted with dazzling holy light. Then, she brought it down fiercely upon the colossal body of the sandworm queen. Simultaneously, Yang Xiao roared with fury, unleashing astonishing power from his legs as his entire body shot skyward like a cannonball. Mid-air, his spear transformed into countless sharp spear shadows, overwhelming the sandworm queen like a torrential downpour. Chapter 14, Advancement. New abilities. A torrent of light blades and spear shadows slammed into the colossal form of the mother sandworm. The mother sandworm's carapace offered formidable defense. The light blades and spear shadows could only leave shallow gashes upon its surface. They failed to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao grew frantic with worry. But just then, the once menacing burrowing mother suddenly let out an agonized roar. Its massive body rolled violently in the sand, sending a cloud of dust skyward. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and a figure burst forth from within the mother earthworm's body. You dare swallow me! Ye Ming leapt into the air, his right hand raised high. A colossal force of light slowly materialized, then coalesced into a luminous sword within Ye Ming's palm. How does the boss know my skill? Su Zhiqing looked up at Ye Ming in the air. Before she could process it, Ye Ming swung the blade with brutal force, striking the mother earthworm. The piercing blade of light struck the burrowing mother bug's dark golden carapace with a thunderous crash. Crack! The carapace that Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao couldn't break through together was shattered by Ye Ming's single strike. Roar! The mother earthworm roared in agony. Ye Ming showed no mercy. His eyes cold, each swing of his light blade tore through the air, unleashing dazzling streaks of light. Finally, the colossal burrowing mother bug crashed to the ground, dead. Ye Ming approached the corpse, dismembering it with several swift strikes. Finally, when the light blade cleaved through the skull of its monstrous head, a crystal core radiating strange energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. This was precisely Ye Ming's objective, the alien race's primordial essence. Thank goodness. Boss, you're okay? Su Zhiqing jogged over to Ye Ming's side. When Ye Ming had been swallowed by the burrowing mother bug, she had feared she would never see him again. Ye Ming shook his head, signaling he was fine. Only after confirming Ye Ming was truly unharmed did Su Zhiqing's heart finally settle. Her eyes lit up when she noticed the strangely glowing crystal in Ye Ming's hand. She urged, "Boss! Quickly absorb this alien origin. Absorbing it won't just complete your advancement quest, it might even boost your attributes." Yang Xiao chimed in from the side. The alien race's essence can serve as extra energy reserves for practitioners, replenishing depleted resources in critical moments. Moreover, absorbing the essence of certain specific alien races can directly enhance our base attributes. Ye Ming listened to their explanations, murmuring in astonishment. I never imagined this alien essence had so many uses. With a flick of his thoughts, Ye Ming slowly absorbed the alien essence into his body. As the essence finished integrating, a panel popped up before Ye Ming. Congratulations on completing the advancement quest.
Your profession level has risen from Tier 0 to Tier 1. All future subjects you bestow titles upon will start with an initial profession level of Tier 1. Advancing to Tier 1 successfully unlocks the ruler of the three realms trait. In that instant, Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao, standing beside Ye Ming, stiffened abruptly. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure as if emanating from the very core of life itself suddenly radiated from Ye Ming without warning. It felt as though a supreme being who ruled over all realms and held the power of life and death had suddenly descended beside them. An invisible weight pressed heavily upon their shoulders, stirring an involuntary urge to bow low, even to prostrate themselves in worship. Exclusive class trait, Sovereign of the Three Realms, active, project the image of the 33 heavens, summoning the anointed to court regardless of space or distance. After the audience, the summon receives a 30% boost to all attributes for 3 hours. Passive, automatically radiates the Heavenly Emperor's majesty, imposing divine pressure within a 100-meter radius. Allies gain a 10% permanent boost to all attributes, and spirit enemies suffer a 10% permanent reduction to all negative effects. Ye Ming examined his new ability, concluding that the Sovereign of the Three Realms functioned more like a group buff. Yet its impact was immense. With him present, allies and foes alike would be separated by a 20% gap. And when the active effect was used, it could even grant Su Zhiqing and the others a 30% boost to all attributes. This effect seemed usable once per dungeon run to enhance the attributes of the Sealed One. Having successfully completed the advancement quest, Ye Ming and his two companions didn't linger in the perilous wilderness. They immediately set off back to the relatively safer city of Tianan. The wilderness outside the city held too many variables. Returning sooner was always better. Back in the city, Ye Ming glanced at Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao beside him, thinking to himself, they'd risk their lives fighting monsters and leveling up for him, but he couldn't just make them work, he needed to reward them properly. With a sweeping gesture, he smiled at them and declared, "Come on. The boss is treating tonight, let's go unwind." Evening. Ye Ming led Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao through the bustling streets for a while before stopping at a shopfront. A faded red sign hung above the entrance, where charcoal blazed fiercely in a makeshift grill fashioned from a metal drum. A soot-blackened exhaust fan hummed loudly, while white smoke from oil sizzling on the coals mingled with the aroma of cumin, wafting out onto the street. Plastic baskets overflowed with worn bamboo skewers, while a pyramid of empty snowflake pure draft beer crates leaned crookedly in the corner. He waved his large hand toward the sign, grinning widely. "This one smells delicious. Let's try something new tonight." This place was a bustling barbecue stall, brimming with the warmth of everyday life. A few low tables stood outside the entrance, where several groups of customers were enjoying their meals. At one table sat a group of young men around Ye Ming's age. The most eye-catching was a kid with flashy red hair, red-faced and neck-strained as he played drinking games with his buddies, shouting and clamoring. Watching their playful antics, Ye Ming couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. The scene vaguely reminded him of his own days of aimlessly hanging out with his best buddies. Ye Ming and his two companions found an empty table, ordered some skewers and beer, and chatted idly while they waited. Suddenly, one of Redhead's sharp-eyed underlings spotted Su Zhiqing at Ye Ming's table. His eyes lit up. He quickly leaned close to Redhead's ear, whispered excitedly, and gave a subtle nod toward their table. Redhair heard this, slammed his beer glass down, and followed the direction the guy pointed. His gaze swept over Su Zhiqing twice before his lips stretched into what he considered a handsome grin. He staggered over, half bottle of beer in hand, and stopped directly in front of Su Zhiqing. He slammed his phone down on the table in front of Su Zhiqing and grinned cheekily. "Hey, beautiful. So boring being alone, huh? Let's exchange contacts? Get to know each other, make friends." He completely ignored Ye Ming and Yang Zhao's presence. Su Zhiqing looked up at his words. At such close range, Zheng Jia could clearly see Su Zhiqing's features. He inwardly sighed, "I've never encountered such a beautiful woman in Jinnan Pass." Zheng Jia quickly straightened his clothes and flashed an approachable smile. He waited expectantly for Su Zhiqing to leave her contact details on his phone. Chapter 15, Provoked? A new SSS-rank potential. Li Zha's self-satisfied smirk still hung on his face when he was met with Su Zhiqing's icy expression. "Not interested. Not adding you." Li Zha's smile froze instantly. His looks, while not quite celebrity level, were definitely handsome enough to turn heads among ordinary people, right? At school or on the street, countless girls had asked for his contact info, and he'd never bothered to give it. Today, he'd finally made the first move only to be rejected so bluntly? Without even a glance? It left him momentarily stunned and feeling rather humiliated. Yang Xiao, who had been on high alert beside him, quietly placed a hand on the weapon at his waist, his gaze locked firmly on Li Zha. He feared this arrogant-looking guy might fly into a rage after being publicly humiliated and flip the table. But what happened next left Yang Xiao stunned. Li Zha, who had been acting so frivolously moments ago, faced Su Zhiqing's icy rejection without immediately exploding in anger or continuing his persistent harassment. He simply retrieved the phone he'd shoved in front of the girl and silently walked back to his own table. Then he turned and walked back to his own table. But just as Li Zha turned to leave, a wave of mocking laughter erupted behind him. Well,
If it isn't Mr. Lee himself, a coarse voice boomed with mockery. Got your hot face pressed against a cold butt? Got rejected? Li Zhao whipped his head around. Recognizing the speaker, his brow instantly furrowed. It was his old acquaintance, Shirley. Shirley was tall and burly, his muscles straining against his clothes, followed by a few thuggish hangers-on. He sauntered over to where Li Zhao had been standing, deliberately bumping into his shoulder with a sneer. Learn a thing or two, loser. Watch how this young master gets your contact info. With that, he stood boldly before Su Zhiqing. To show off, he deliberately rolled his sleeves up to his shoulders and flexed his arms. His already exaggerated muscles instantly bulged another notch. Haha, beautiful lady, Shirley grinned, revealing a row of white teeth and a lecherous smile. Do me a favor, make friends? Exchange contact info? Before he could finish, his fan-like hand reached out in an extremely rude manner toward Su Zhiqing's fair cheek. Oomph. Su Zhiqing flicked her hand in disgust. With a sharp smack, she violently slapped Shirley's lecherous hand away. Shirley wasn't the type to care about saving face like Li Zhao. Rejected in public, the fleshy muscles on his face twitched and he instantly flew into a rage. Damn it! You! Think you're too good for me? He roared, his massive fist hurtling straight toward Su Zhiqing's face. Without mercy. Yang Xiao, who had been watching Shirley intently, reacted with lightning speed. You dare, he bellowed, his right fist already charged with power. Without any flourish, it slammed straight into Shirley's heavy punch. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion erupted. A ripple of shockwave rippled through the air, stirring dust into a light haze. Thud! 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 One figure stumbled backward, unable to control the force, retreating several steps. Li Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The one knocked back was none other than Shirley. As an old acquaintance, Li Zhao knew all too well the strength of that bastard Shirley. Shirley, level 27, S-rank combat class rock demon general. This guy possessed overwhelming brute strength, and during combat, his entire body was covered in a layer of scalding, flowing lava armor, granting him defense that bordered on the absurd. Yet Yang Xiao had managed to blast him back with a single punch? Even though Ye Ming and the others could handle the situation, Li Zhao still took a swift step forward to stand before Shirley. He knew full well that Shirley's provocation was entirely because of him. Though he was merely an A-class combatant, facing an S-class like Shirley was like an egg colliding with a stone. But Li Zhao gritted his teeth, straightened his spine, and stood his ground. Some things must be done, even when you know they're impossible. Ha 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 ha. What? You worthless piece of trash wanna play hero too? Shirley roared with laughter, glaring at Li Zhao blocking his path. Trying to follow in your father's footsteps? Back then, he had the nerve to fight my mother over the ownership of a secret realm. What happened? My mother beat him to a pulp. Now you want a taste of that too? Shirley. Shut your mouth. Li Zhao's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. Years ago, Li Zhao's father, Li Jing, clashed with Shirley's mother, Shi over the ownership of the Black Wind secret realm. In the end, Li Jing lost by a hair's breadth to Shi. These so-called secret realms were natural resource nodes formed by the heavens, containing rare materials, equipment, and other valuable resources. The owner of the domain's rights could claim 10% of its output, essentially a goldmine. It was a battleground for professionals, outsiders, and even demonic tribes, cementing the mortal enmity between Li Zhao's father and Shirley's mother. Shirley took another step forward, towering over Li Zhao as he sneered, I hear you're returning to Tianan City this year to take the professional martial arts exam? Don't let me catch you there. With that, Shirley yanked Li Zhao aside and continued toward Yang Xiao. With each stride, a layer of molten lava armor surfaced across his body. Kid, trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Too bad I won't let you have your way. Shirley had dismissed their earlier clash as mere unpreparedness on his part. This time, his fist was encased in a layer of hardened armor. With a savage grin, Shirley raised his massive fist, which whistled through the air as it slammed toward Yang Xiao. Stop! Li Zhao roared urgently. Knowing he stood no chance, he still gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to swing a punch at Shirley. Sensing the commotion behind him, Shirley sneered coldly, looking for death. Shirley twisted his body and swung his fist in one fluid motion. Boom! Crack! Ah! Li Zhao let out a pained groan as Shirley's blow sent him flying backward. He slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but his right arm hung limply, clearly fractured. Useless! Shirley watched Li Zhao fly through the air, letting out a cold laugh. His gaze immediately locked onto Yang Xiao again, a savage grin spreading across his face as he swung his heavy fist once more. Yang Xiao's eyes flashed with intensity as he prepared to counter the blow, but a long, powerful hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. I'll handle this. A calm voice rang out as Ye Ming stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yang Xiao. Golden light flared from Ye Ming's eyes. With a low growl, he made no unnecessary movements, simply clenching his fist and unleashing a devastating punch. Boom! The collision of their fists instantly unleashed a torrent of shockwaves that violently swept outward, overturning tables, chairs, and benches.
Li Jia gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the collision.
The next second, his pupils contracted to their absolute limit.
Shirley's pride and joy, his rock-hard armor, shattered under Ye Ming's single punch. Then, Shirley's massive, burly frame didn't merely stagger back a few steps, it was sent flying backward like a kite, hurled away by the force of the blow. Ye Ming withdrew his fist and stood, watching coldly. His attack stemmed partly from Shirley disrupting his plans, but more crucially, he had detected a new SSS tier potential talent.
Chapter 16, Neza?
Ye Ming's gaze fell upon the gravely wounded Li Jia lying on the ground. But just as Ye Ming prepared to speak, a fierce fist shot toward him like a bullet.
You little brat! Die! Shirley roared.
His fist surged with searing lava, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. The sheer force of this punch far surpassed any previous attack. Even with Ye Ming's formidable physique, being struck by this molten fist would likely leave him gravely injured.
At the critical moment,
Li Jia, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly flew forward and blocked the attack in front of Ye Ming.
Thud!
The fist, radiating scorching lava, slammed squarely into Li Jia's chest.
An instantly charred fist-shaped indentation caved into his chest.
Blood gushed from Li Jia's mouth as he crashed heavily back to the ground. His breath grew faint, and he nearly lost consciousness. The friends who had come with Li Jia were also blocked by Shirley's henchmen.
Overestimating your abilities. Shirley's eyes blazed with savagery as he saw his attack blocked.
He took a step forward with a savage grin, planting his foot heavily on Li Jia's mangled chest. Since you're so eager to stick your neck out, I'll start by beating you into a dead dog. With that, Shirley prepared to swing another punch at Li Jia, who lay motionless on the ground.
Just then, a flat voice rang out. Enough! Ye Ming's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unusual weight of authority. In an instant,
Shirley's attack abruptly halted, as if unable to defy that command. Even the surrounding crowd felt an overwhelming aura, as if a massive boulder pressed against their chests, leaving them breathless.
Ye Ming walked toward Shirley with an expressionless face.
With each step he took, Shirley felt the weight on his chest grow heavier.
After just a few strides, Shirley's legs involuntarily began to retreat backward.
Ye Ming approached Li Jia, ignoring Shirley entirely.
He addressed the fallen Li Jia on the ground. Do you seek vengeance? Do you crave power?
Still clinging to some consciousness, Li Jia was bewildered by Ye Ming's question.
Yet the agony in his chest compelled an instinctive reply, yes.
In truth, the moment Ye Ming arrived, he had already sensed Li Jia's potential.
Name, Li Jia. Class, Flamethrower Soldier LV.1. Quality, A. Level, 24. Physical, 27. Mental, 23.
Class skill, Blazing Thrust, charge 8 meters toward the target, thrusting the spear forward to deal damage plus a flame shockwave 3m width, knocking back enemies along the path. Class skill, Flaming Dragon Strike, after a 1-second charge, unleashes a dragon-shaped flame, dealing massive damage and slowing enemies along a 12-meter straight line, lasts 10 seconds. Biography, son of Li Jing, commander of Jinnan Pass. Instilled from childhood with the creed, the pass stands as long as the spear remains, the pass endures even if the man falls. Began training with a spear at age 5. At 10, accompanied his father on patrols and witnessed the gruesome sight of border soldiers forming human walls with their flesh. Vowed to exterminate the demonic tribes, yet only awakened an A-rank profession. Divine Ascension options, SSS-rank profession 8 armed Neza 100 spirit power, SS-rank profession Blazing War God 60 spirit power. The third SSS tier potential talent. Ye Ming hadn't forgotten his agreement with Wei Wu to help the authorities uncover promising talents to combat alien races and demon clans. Yesterday, Wei Wu had even called to urge Ye Ming. Today, he happened to encounter an SSS tier potential talent, and one descended from a military family at that. Ye Ming observed Li Jia's character. He didn't turn hostile after being rejected by Su Zhiqing due to his status, and he dared to take responsibility. Since acquiring the new skill, Heavenly Eye, Ye Ming could now see others' life histories. This ability allowed Ye Ming to better select talent. With this in mind, Ye Ming activated his skill, Deification. An ancient scroll floated above Li Jia, slowly revealing the characters Li Jia upon its surface. Suddenly, a golden beam shot forth from the scroll, bathing Li Jia in its radiance. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the injuries on Li Jia's body began to miraculously heal under the golden light. Li Jia, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Then, with a sudden leap, he sprang to his feet. My profession has changed. Li Jia murmured to himself. Name, Li Jia. Occupation, 8 armed Neza tier 1. Quality, SSS. Level, 10. Physical, 81. Spirit, 57. Exclusive class trait unlocks new trait at LV.10 3 heads, 8 arms. Class skill, Flaming Spear, summon a flaming spear that pierces enemies with armor-piercing effects. Class skill, Windfire Wheels, increases movement speed, leaving a trail of scorching winds in your wake, inflicts area burn damage per second. Class skill, Lotus Root Golden Body, releases a protective golden aura, generating a 3-second invulnerability shield. Passive skill, Threefold True Fire, enchants any weapon, dealing dual physical and spiritual damage.
Doubles damage against wood element classes. Li Jia clenched his fist with force. With a whoosh, flames instantly engulfed his fist. At the same moment, Shirley across from him snapped back to his senses. Playing tricks. Seeing Li Jia's injuries suddenly vanish, Shirley refused to believe in such nonsense and sought to test what had changed in Li Jia. He growled low, and a layer of molten rock armor swiftly covered Shirley's entire body, his aura abruptly rising to a new level. Even Ye Ming's Heavenly Emperor's dignity effect seemed slightly diminished against him. Ha! Shirley's fist, pulsing with molten lava, slammed fiercely toward Li Jia. Li Jia's eyes narrowed as he roared in response, his flame-wrapped fist meeting the attack head-on. Boom! Shirley had expected to send Li Jia flying effortlessly once more. But the instant their fists collided, Shirley's expression abruptly changed. He felt an unimaginably immense force surge from Li Jia's fist. Then, the thick lava-hard armor plating on Shirley's knuckles shattered instantly. The force of the impact forced him to stumble back several steps. But what was even more deadly was the flame on Li Jia's fist, spreading like bone-eating maggots up his arm. Ah! The flames appeared harmless, yet their temperature was terrifyingly extreme. In the blink of an eye, Shirley's arm turned bright red, like a red-hot branding iron. Remember, Shirley was an S-rank rock demon general whose greatest strength was his defense, and he possessed innate resistance to fire. Yet even so, Li Jia's flames had effortlessly wounded him. What the hell kind of fire is this? Shirley screamed in terror, frantically slapping at the flames on his arm, trying to extinguish them. But it was utterly useless. Li Jia himself froze in shock. His single punch had actually knocked Shirley back? Back in the day, whenever he encountered Shirley, he'd have to circle around him, never daring to go toe-to-toe. On the rare occasions they couldn't avoid a fight, Shirley always beat him senseless. The rage pent up inside him for years finally found its outlet. Now, he could finally hit back. Shirley! Li Jia roared, his fist slamming forward again. Each punch carried the terrifying three-flame true fire, flames that burned like the rage pent up inside him all these years. Chapter 17, Insectide. A call to headquarters? Thud. 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 Li Jia's fists rained down relentlessly, pounding into Shirley's face. Each punch landed with a dull thud. Shirley couldn't even scream, only managing muffled whimpers. In less than 10 seconds, several teeth were knocked loose from his mouth. Blood and saliva spurted from his split lips, his face swollen beyond recognition, resembling a pig's head. This kick is early interest collected for my father. Li Jia's eyes burned with vengeful fury. He leapt forward, his right foot striking like a thunderous axe, slamming into Shirley's unrecognizable face. Boom! Shirley flew backward like a discarded punching bag, sent tumbling over a dozen meters through the air. With a thud, he crashed through an empty barbecue table, rolled several times amidst the scattered cups and plates, and finally fell into a deep, unconscious stupor. Li Jia exhaled deeply. After beating Shirley, he felt incredibly refreshed. Just then, Ye Ming's voice came from behind him, not bad. Only then did Li Jia realize that the power he now possessed seemed to have been granted by Ye Ming. He immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you. For such immense kindness, what reward would you desire? Ye Ming had elevated his A-class profession to SSS class. It was nothing short of a gift of rebirth. Yet Ye Ming merely waved his hand dismissively, smiling. I require no reward. Acquired opponent's current attributes, Constitution plus 101, Spirit plus 79. Acquired passive skills, 3 Flame True Fire, Fire Tip Spear, Wind Fire Wheels, Lotus Root Golden Body. Could there possibly be a better reward than the attributes of an SSS-rank profession? No reward? Li Jia was stunned upon hearing this. Such an immense favor, and Ye Ming wanted nothing in return? Did he think Li Jia couldn't offer anything worthwhile? Benefactor. My name is Li Jia, son of General Li Jing who commands Jinnan Pass. I do have some means at my disposal. Li Jia hastily declared his lineage, fearing Ye Ming might not believe him. Beside him, Yang Zhao's expression darkened instantly at the mention of Jinnan Pass. His father had fallen in battle there years ago. Yang Zhao knew a thing or two about his father. Li Jing, a level 67 S-rank combat class demon subduing Heavenly King. He led an entire legion to hold back the invading phantom forest apes and demonic tribes from the south, defending the southern gateway of China. After hearing this, Ye Ming still smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I don't want any reward. Just one request, enlist in the army and serve the nation. Li Jia's heart trembled at these words. Born into a military family, he was destined for the battlefield anyway. Ye Ming's request felt like no request at all to him. Benefactor, rest assured. I come from a military family. Even without your prompting, I'll enlist immediately after the professional martial arts exam to serve my country. Li Jia pounded his chest, his tone unwavering. Ye Ming nodded. All right. And stop calling me benefactor, it sounds awkward. Yes, sir. Li Jia nodded vigorously. Woo woo woo. At that moment, a sharp, piercing alarm suddenly blared, instantly filling the night sky over Qianan City. What's going on? Ye Ming frowned, listening to the piercing siren. Li Jia immediately explained, Boss, it's an alien enemy attack alert.
I've heard it too many times at Jinan Pass. At the same moment, inside the mayor's office of Tianan City, Mayor Li Ziyuan paced back and forth like a caged animal, his anxiety palpable. Mayor! We've confirmed it. It's a swarm of burrowing sandworms from the desert in the western suburbs outside the city. A secretary rushed in frantically to report. Burrowing sandworms? Li Ziyuan froze. Those creatures in the western suburbs? After the initial disturbance when we first arrived and drove them back, haven't we coexisted peacefully all these years? Why are they suddenly back? Though baffled, the approaching swarm demanded immediate action. Li Ziyuan immediately ordered, dispatch orders immediately. Deploy the first combat group to the city walls. Hold back the swarm. Every city maintained a battalion-level garrison under the mayor's direct command, while regimental-level units and above fell under higher military headquarters. Outside the city walls, the dense swarm of insects surged like a raging black tide, overwhelmingly engulfing Tianan City. The swarm violently slammed into the defensive line formed by energy shields and professional combat units. Explosions, screeches, and battle cries filled the air, deafening in their intensity. Battalion Commander Ren Feiyu commanded his men to resist fiercely. His brow furrowed. The swarm is too vast. At this rate, the defenses will be breached sooner or later. At that moment, Ye Ming and the others arrived on the battlefield. Li Jia watched the fierce battle before him, his blood boiling with excitement. He had witnessed foreign tribes attacking at Jinan Pass, but now he finally had the chance to join the fray. Even though he had witnessed multiple alien attacks at Jinan Pass, he still felt incredibly excited at this moment. Back at Jinan Pass, they'd faced the formidable Phantom Forest A-clan, whose individual members were incredibly powerful. His father rarely let him join the main combat, fearing for his safety, and only allowed him to pick up stragglers from the rear. But now it was different. He possessed an SSS tier class. These insects were weak individually, the perfect opportunity for him to show his true strength. And his father couldn't control him now. Li Jia couldn't contain himself and was about to charge out beyond the city walls. Ren Feiyu, stationed on the ramparts, spotted Ye Ming and his group. He leapt directly from the ramparts, landing before them, his voice sharp. The insect tide is coming. This is no place for spectators. Non-essential personnel, evacuate immediately. Li Jia stepped forward, his voice unwavering. I want to join the fight. Ren Feiyu stared at Li Jia's youthful face and refused harshly. Nonsense. The battlefield is no playground. What rank are you? What profession? If you want to fight, wait until after the martial exams to enlist. The martial profession examination not only granted admission to the professional academy but also offered direct enlistment to defend the homeland. Hearing this, Li Jia immediately declared his identity. I am the son of General Li Jing, commander of Jinan Pass. I have the strength. Before Li Jia could finish, Ren Feiyu cut him off. I hold General Li in the highest regard. But this is the battlefield, rules are rules. Disturb military discipline again, and you'll face court-martial. Li Jia was instantly rendered speechless. Seeing this, Ye Ming calmly stepped forward, signaling Li Jia to leave the matter to him. Ren Feiyu watched Ye Ming with interest, unconvinced that Ye Ming could have significant backing. Even the identity of General Li's son couldn't sway his judgment unless the commander-in-chief himself arrived. Ye Ming immediately pulled out the encrypted communicator given to him by Wei Wu and dialed Wei Wu. Old Wei, have you heard about the insect swarm in Tianan City? The insect swarm? My subordinates just briefed me. How do you plan to contribute? It's not me. Remember I promised to find you a promising talent? I've found one now. Ye Ming then briefly explained Li Jia's situation to Wei Wu, including his desire to join the front lines. I see. Then hand the communicator to that battalion commander. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming handed the communicator to Ren Feiyu, gesturing for him to answer. Oh, I'll see what big shot you've managed to shake down. Ren Feiyu wore a look of utter disdain. Chapter 18, Li Jia's Might. Endless insect tide. As soon as Ren Feiyu answered the communicator, his tone carried a hint of impatience. Hello? Who is this? This is Wei Wu. A deep, commanding voice boomed through the communicator. Ye Ming is my special advisor. Whatever he says is my order. You must cooperate fully. Do you understand? The voice thundered like a bolt of lightning in Ren Feiyu's ears. His entire body instantly stiffened. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. I guarantee mission completion. Ren Feiyu practically shouted, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. He wouldn't dare doubt the authenticity of that voice. He had seen Commander Wei from afar at several major battle mobilization assemblies. That voice, that presence, he remembered it clearly. Ren Feiyu quickly handed the communicator back to Ye Ming. So, can my friend take the field now? Ye Ming asked with a smile. He can, yes. Ren Feiyu nodded, but his tone shifted. However, I'm responsible for their safety. I need to see what this kid is made of first. Ye Ming looked at Li Jia, signaling him to show his skills. Li Jia understood instantly. Ha! Li Jia roared, and blazing flames instantly surged up around him. Standing nearby, Ren Feiyu felt a wave of heat wash over him, his skin stinging painfully. His expression changed and he stumbled backwards several steps.
Are you kidding me?
Even his level 45 physique couldn't withstand the intensity of those flames.
Enough, enough. Renfeiyu quickly called out, put it away. That's sufficient. He pointed toward the distant battle line. You'll be temporarily assigned to Squad 5.
Then he turned and bellowed toward that direction, Chen Wenbin.
Over here. A bespectacled figure immediately jogged over, snapped to attention, and saluted, Commander. This kid is temporarily assigned to your 5th squad, Renfeiyu said to Chen Wenbin, pointing at Li Jia.
Li Jia and Chen Wenbin sized each other up. Li Jia thought to himself, this guy looks skinny and weak, wearing glasses like a bookworm. How could he be a squad leader?
Chen Wenbin, however, looked utterly astonished. He's not a soldier? How can he go to war?
Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air.
The insect swarm is intensifying its attack. Quick! 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 Plug the gap!
Instantly, the air filled with clamor and shouts.
Quick! Dispatch reinforcements immediately!
Seeing the battle growing increasingly desperate, Renfeiyu had no time to think twice. He immediately sprinted back to the command post. Li Jia, accompanied by Chen Wenbin, also sprinted toward the battlefield. Inside the city gate, the 5th squad had already assembled.
Fully armed and with grim expressions, the members stood in orderly formation awaiting orders.
Li Jia stood within their ranks, gripping tightly the standard-issue longsword Chen Wenbin had just thrust into his hands. His palms were slightly sweaty, his heart pounding wildly. This was his first time truly facing the relentless onslaught of the alien horde. Creak! The heavy city gates slowly rose.
Squad 5. Move out! Chen Wenbin barked the order.
The soldiers shot out like arrows from a bowstring, bursting through the city gates and crashing into the surging tide of insects. The moment they burst through the gates, a deafening cacophony erupted, the roar of battle cries, the shrill screech of insects, and the thunderous explosions coalescing into a terrifying wall of sound that slammed against Li Jia's eardrums, momentarily blanking his mind. In that split second of distraction, several ferocious sandworms lunged toward him. True to his warrior lineage, the blood boiling in his veins surged instantly. Kill! Li Jia snapped back to his senses, his roar exploding like thunder. The 3 flame true fire instantly enveloped the entire blade, transforming it into a blazing crimson gold streak. Sizzle! Blade to target. The closest burrowing sandworm didn't even have time to scream before being cleaved in two, instantly reduced to charcoal. Is this the power of SSS rank? Slaying these alien creatures was so effortless. Li Jia's heart surged with wild joy. He swiftly raised the blazing blade horizontally before his chest, the searing flames swirling like a vortex as they violently converged upon the blade's edge. The blade hummed, as if straining under the terrifying energy. The next instant, Li Jia summoned every ounce of strength, sweeping the blade now charged with terrifying flames outward with all his might. Boom! A torrent of crimson gold flames roared forth from the blade's edge. Forming a fan-shaped wall of fire several meters wide, it surged toward the dense swarm of insects. Sizzle! 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 Wherever the flames swept, low-level burrowing sandworms didn't even have a chance to struggle, instantly reduced to ash. Those of higher rank, with thicker carapaces, emitted piercing screams within the inferno as their hard shells charred black, cracked, and exploded. With a single strike, Li Jia instantly carved a vast vacuum zone through the swarm. Holy crap! What kind of fire is that? Unbelievable! Cleared the entire area in one move. Nearby warriors watched in stunned silence, their morale instantly ignited. Not far away, Chen Wenbin stared in disbelief, a mere youth displaying such ferocious power. Renfeiyu, watching from the city walls, sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. What do you think? My friend's pretty good, huh? How about it? My friend's pretty good, huh? A relaxed voice sounded beside him. Renfeiyu turned his head to find Ye Ming, accompanied by Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao, who had appeared beside him at some point. Renfeiyu nodded. He certainly is impressive. Talents like this will appear again in the future, Ye Ming murmured with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the figure shrouded in flames amidst the battlefield. He knew his ability to forge legends was already quietly manifesting. Yet, the battlefield shifted in an instant. Before Li Jia could savor the triumph of this initial victory, a darker, denser tide surged toward them from the horizon. Endless burrowing sandworms screeched, surging madly toward the newly cleared patch of open ground. The newly opened breach was about to be instantly swallowed and filled by this even more overwhelming tide of insects. Li Jia roared with fury and plunged his blade once more into the surging tide of insects. On the city walls, Renfeiyu watched the battlefield intently, his brow furrowed. Li Jia's burst of fury was indeed astonishing, but the swarm before him seemed endless. Worse news kept pouring in. Captain! Squad 6 can't hold out. Over half casualties. Squad 3 is down to 5 men. Requesting backup. The swarm was controlled by the Queen. Only by locating and eliminating her could this onslaught be ended. However, the Queen was extremely cautious, constantly shifting its position within the swarm, making its location elusive. Renfeiyu was overcome with urgency. He shouted to Li Jia, "We must find the Queen. The swarm won't retreat until it's dead." Hearing Renfei's cry, Li Jia detected the location of a queen. He attempted to charge forward, but the swarm pressed on relentlessly, blocking his path with fearless determination. Powerful guard insects appeared, making it nearly impossible to get close. Renfei watched this unfold, his heart pounding with frustration. Beside him, Ye Ming had been observing the battlefield. His gaze pierced through the dark swarm, locking onto a queen. In that instant, the queen seemed to sense Ye Ming's gaze and met his eyes. From the queen's blood-red eyes, Ye Ming instantly realized it might be because he had previously slain the particular queen. Consequently, the other queens had united to launch this swarm attack. If this swarm wasn't dealt with swiftly, Jianan City would suffer catastrophic losses. With this in mind, Ye Ming decided to reveal himself and lure the queen out. Taking a step forward, he spoke calmly, "I'll be the bait. I'll lure the queen out." Without waiting for a response, Ye Ming stepped outside the city walls and entered the battlefield. Chapter 19, Repelled. The martial arts exam approaches. Ye Ming flickered and appeared above the swarm. This action immediately caught the attention of the hidden mother insect. Deep within the swarm, a peculiar sandworm fixed its gaze on Ye Ming in the sky. The next instant, it let out a piercing, shrill screech. The shriek instantly reverberated throughout the entire swarm. In an instant, the swarm erupted into chaos, countless shrieks merging into a deafening cacophony. Boom! A massive burrowing mother bug, encased in thick, dark gold armor, burst forth from the ground. It then opened its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp fangs, lunging toward Ye Ming in the air. Ye Ming watched the gaping maw descend upon him and let out a cold laugh. Stellar shift. His figure vanished instantly, leaving only a phantom trail behind. Boom! The mother insect slammed back onto the ground, its attack missing its mark. It looked up to find Ye Ming standing not far away, gazing at it coldly. Ye Ming could have slain the queen with a single strike, but doing so would prevent him from luring out the others. He had received intelligence that this swarm was a coordinated attack by 3 queen insects. Therefore, Ye Ming planned to lure all the queen insects out before eliminating them all at once. The queen seemed to sense something too. Its crimson eyes flashed with light as it roared and lunged forward once more. However, Ye Ming's reflexes were lightning fast and he dodged once more. Having missed repeatedly, the queen failed to even graze Ye Ming's clothing. Enraged beyond measure, it reared its head and roared furiously. At that moment, the second mother insect burst forth from the swarm. Both colossal insects lunged to bite Ye Ming simultaneously. Ye Ming once again utilized the stellar shift dodge to evade, avoiding the attack with ease. Finally, the last mother insect could hold back no longer. A massive queen, covered in dark purple armor, burst from the swarm and lunged toward Ye Ming. This queen appeared to be of a higher rank, accompanied by several winged guard insects. The winged guards flapped their wings and charged toward Ye Ming. Seeing all the queen insects now exposed, Ye Ming held nothing back. A burst of light erupted from his hands, coalescing into a light sword. With a few swift swings, he sliced through the attacking guards. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the 3 mother insects, but it was quickly overshadowed by their primal instincts. After all, alien species at this level possessed little intelligence. Roar! 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 The mother insects roared, lunging at Ye Ming from different directions. They believed Ye Ming, no matter how powerful, could not possibly defend against attacks from multiple directions simultaneously. Their massive jaws, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, loomed larger in Ye Ming's vision. If he were caught in their grip, those fangs would pierce right through his body. But Ye Ming showed no sign of panic. Buzz! A blinding golden light erupted from his body. A solid golden shield instantly materialized, enveloping Ye Ming. The mother insect's sharp fangs sank into the shield, but only produced a shrill clang of metal against metal. Snap! Snap! The sound of shattering echoed as the queen's fangs capable of crushing alloy were forcibly snapped off. At that moment, Ye Ming shouted, "Li Jia, now!" Li Jia, who had been intently watching the battlefield, was already poised and ready. He roared with fury, "Die!" Amidst the roar, a pair of fiery wheels blazing with intense flames suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Propelling him like a crimson meteor, they shot straight toward the queen. Mid-air, Li Jia clasped his hands together. The intense 3-flame true fire gathered wildly, instantly coalescing into a spear that swallowed and expelled blazing flames. Fire-tipped spear. Break! The fire-tipped spear erupted with crimson gold light, piercing through a mother insect's body with meteor-like speed. Its hard, dark gold carapace offered no defense. Put! The spear's edge pierced clean through. The massive mother insect's body stiffened abruptly. Then, with a thunderous boom, the 3-flame true fire erupted from within its body. Before it could even scream, the queen insect was reduced to ashes in the flames, vanishing completely. With the queen dead, a portion of the swarm instantly lost its command and descended into chaos. The swarm's offensive weakened considerably. Li Jia made no pause, thrusting his fire-tipped spear toward another queen. In an instant, this queen was also reduced to ashes by the 3-flame true fire. The purple-black-shelled queen finally reacted, lashing out with its tail toward Li Jia.
Li Jia couldn't block in time and was sent flying by the blow. Then, astonishingly, the mother insect abandoned its attack on Ye Ming and turned to flee. Simultaneously, a peculiar hissing sound erupted from its mouth. Several more guard insects instantly darted out from the swarm, swooping toward Ye Ming. Seeing this, Ye Ming decided to intervene personally. He raised his right hand high, clenching it slightly. Boom! A towering ball of flame materialized in his hand. Suddenly contracting, it coalesced into a flaming spear. Ye Ming's gaze fixed on the fleeing mother insect. The queen insect seemed to sense the murderous intent in Ye Ming's gaze. It glanced back once before plunging into the swarm, summoning other burrowing sandworms to conceal its form. Ye Ming watched the queen insect disappear into the swarm, a cold smile curling his lips. Where do you think you're escaping to? The next instant, Ye Ming hurled his flaming spear forward. Whoosh! The spear shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, trailing a fiery tail as it streaked straight toward the mother insect's hiding spot. Several guard insects attempted to block the flaming spear, but to no avail. Pop! 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 The flaming spear sliced through, instantly reducing the guard insects to ashes. The spear continued its relentless charge, plunging deep into the heart of the dense swarm. Boom! The moment the flaming spear pierced the swarm, it erupted into a towering inferno, instantly engulfing the entire mass of insects. The terrifying blast wave hurled countless sandworms skyward. For a moment, the sky seemed to rain burning insects, and the air carried the faint scent of roasting meat. SSSH. Yah! The purple-gold mother bug let out a heart-wrenching, agonized howl. It rolled frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames clinging to its body. But the three-flame true fire was not so easily extinguished. The three-flame true fire consumes all. Within mere breaths, the massive mother insect grew still, reduced to charcoal within the flames. Dead as a doornail. With the last queen dead, the dark swarm of insects lost its command and descended into chaos, scattering wildly in all directions. Huff! Ye Ming exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Glancing down at the chaotic swarm below, he paid it no further mind. Without the queen's command, the swarm was no longer a threat. The rest could be left to the others. And so it proved. Without the queen's mental suppression and coordination, the remaining burrowing sandworms' combat effectiveness plummeted, retreating steadily under the counterattack of the first combat group's professionals. When Yang Xiao and Su Zhiqing joined the fray, the swarm collapsed like waves of wheat being harvested. The remnants of the swarm finally collapsed completely, retreating like a receding tide of black sewage, fleeing in disarray deep into the western desert. We've finally repelled the swarm. Ren Feiyu wiped the blood from his face, breathing heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He glanced at Li Jia, Su Zhiqing, and Yang Xiao, inwardly astonished. These three youngsters don't look high level, yet their strength is astonishingly formidable? Ren Feiyu strode over to Li Jia and the others, slapping Li Jia's shoulder firmly. Well done. If not for your timely intervention, I doubt our defenses would have held. It was Li Jia's arrival that had stabilized the defense against the swarm's assault. Li Jia shook his head. Defending the city and killing enemies is what we're supposed to do. If anyone deserves thanks, it's my boss. Only then did Ren Feiyu suddenly recall that it was Ye Ming who had used himself as bait to lure out all the queen insects. He hurriedly led the others toward Ye Ming, who stood nearby. Brother Ye Ming. Ren Feiyu's face lit up with sincere gratitude. Thank you so much for this. Risking your life to lure out the queen insect, you've been a tremendous help. I will report your assistance in repelling the insect tide. Rest assured, I will accurately report the merits you've earned this time. Especially for the professional martial arts exam in 3 days, this real combat experience will be a major plus, greatly aiding your admission to top-tier academies. Ye Ming merely smiled indifferently at these words. Thank you for your concern, Captain Ren, but... His gaze swept over his companions, radiating absolute confidence. Even without this bonus, we'll still get into any academy we set our sights on. Chapter 20, The 9 Deaths 1 Life Dungeon. Dawn. Sunlight pierced through the curtains, rousing Ye Ming from his bed. I'm screwed. Ye Ming jolted upright, staring at the sun beating down outside. I promised to take Su Zhiqing to run dungeons today. With only 3 days left before the martial exam for professionals, Su Zhiqing planned to squeeze in a few dungeon runs to boost her strength one last time. Among their group, only Yang Xiao had no plans to take the exam. He intended to establish a power-leveling guild to make money from it. In this world, besides official forces, numerous guild organizations formed by professional adventurers existed. They gathered primarily to share resources and pursue greater profits. These guilds were diverse, some specialized in mastering dungeon runs and securing dungeon resources, others focused on hunting alien races or demonic tribes outside the city. Some top-tier guilds wielded immense power, their strength rivaling that of a small nation. Tianshan City also had its own local guild, the Jiashur Guild, which focused exclusively on dungeon raiding. Ye Ming hurriedly got out of bed and stepped out of his room. He found Su Zhiqing practicing swordsmanship in the living room. Zhiqing donned a smoky purple battle robe today, its cinched waist accentuating her sharp silhouette. The skirt's hem was adorned with scales that shimmered with a cold, faint glow. Why didn't you wake me? Ye Ming asked as he buttoned his shirt. Boss, you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. After Ye Ming finished his morning routine, the two arrived at the professional hall, where Li Jia had been waiting for quite some time. All dungeons in Tianan City could be accessed through the portals within the Hall of Professionals. With the college entrance exams approaching, the hall was packed with professionals. Ye Ming didn't join the crowd pushing through the throng. Instead, he headed straight for the dungeon bounty board. Here hung listings for ultra-high difficulty, high-risk dungeons that hadn't been cleared yet. One wrong move could cost you your life, so very few dared to take them on. However, these dungeons were still posted as bounties because once cleared for the first time, their difficulty would decrease and they would be categorized into different difficulty tiers. This allowed new adventurers to clear dungeons, gain experience, and acquire gear. If the first successful team submitted a dungeon strategy guide, they could even receive national compensation. Additionally, clearing certain special dungeons would randomly generate a secret realm within that region. Indeed, besides naturally occurring secret realms, certain special dungeons can also generate them. However, such instances are extremely rare, and most have already been conquered. Ye Ming scanned the dungeons listed on the bounty board. Bogwa Royal City Dungeon Difficulty, Hard, Requirement, Entrance must be level 25. Lava Volcano Dungeon Difficulty, Hell, Requirement, Entrance must be level 35. Mechanical Maze City Dungeon Difficulty, Hell, Requirement, Entrance must be level 30. Ye Ming scanned the list and noticed many dungeons required extremely high levels. None of the three met the minimum level requirements to enter any of them. Just as Ye Ming pondered what to do. Boss, look at that dungeon. Su Zhiqing exclaimed excitedly. Ye Ming followed Su Zhiqing's pointing finger and saw a dungeon listed in red text at the very bottom of the bounty board. Haunted Castle Dungeon Difficulty, Unknown, Requirements, No Level Requirement, Party Size, 3 or fewer. Special note, Extremely High Death Rate. Extremely High Death Rate. Seeing those words, Li Jia couldn't help but gasp aloud. Such a warning meant that out of every 10 people who entered this dungeon, at least 7 would die. Ye Ming also looked astonished, never expecting a dungeon with such a high mortality rate. Even hell difficulty dungeons rarely exceeded a 15% death rate, yet this one soared to a staggering 70%. Boss, should we enter this dungeon? Li Jia, however, grew excited. Ye Ming glanced at Su Zhiqing and saw the same fighting spirit ignite in her eyes. The higher the dungeon's difficulty, the more spiritual power Ye Ming gained through his faith skill. Ye Ming certainly wouldn't refuse. Since we're 3 people, let's go take a look. The trio approached the reception desk at the bounty office and informed the clerk they wished to enter the Ghost Castle dungeon. Hearing this, the receptionist looked up in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Ye Ming and his companions. Since its opening, nearly 300 adventurers had entered this dungeon, but fewer than 100 had emerged alive. It had been over a year since the last group had entered the dungeon. Are you 3 certain you wish to enter this instance? Its mortality rate is extremely high, the receptionist urged them kindly. Perhaps you should consider other instances instead. After all, every adventurer was a precious resource. Yet the more the receptionist dissuaded them, the more intrigued Ye Ming and his companions became. With 2 SSS tier adventurers and him possessing the abilities and attributes of 3 SSS tier classes, conquering a hell difficulty dungeon would be a breeze. Moreover, he possessed the Ruler of the 3 Realms ability, capable of comprehensively enhancing his teammates. With strength comes fearlessness. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the receptionist finally agreed to let Ye Ming and his 2 companions enter. The receptionist then led Ye Ming and his companions to the entrance of the Ghost Castle dungeon. Upon seeing this, surrounding adventurers turned their gaze toward them, their faces filled with astonishment as whispers spread. Another group is attempting the Ghost Castle. Are these 3 brave or just reckless? Even an SS tier adventurer once entered the Ghost Castle and never came out. Who's that beauty? What a shame. Wonder if they'll make it out alive. These 3 clearly just got their class changed, it's practically suicide. Finally, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ye Ming and his 2 companions stepped into the dungeon entrance. A flash of white light erupted. You have entered the special instance Ghost Castle. Ye Ming opened his eyes once more to find himself standing before an ancient castle. The castle stood solitary atop a desolate ridge, its outer walls overgrown with withered vines. The sky overhead was a murky gray, occasionally pierced by the flight of crows whose eerie cawing seemed to portend something ominous. Ye Ming turned to see a rust-stained gate behind him, securely locked with chains. This castle is so eerie. Su Zhiqing stared at the ancient structure before her, a wave of unease rising in her heart. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Li Jia declared confidently, pounding his chest. Su Zhiqing, however, pouted and walked over to Ye Ming. The boss can protect me. Put. Seeing this, Li Jia let out a disgruntled grunt before striding forward, leading the way toward the castle gates. Let me see what makes this castle so special. Ye Ming surveyed the gloomy castle before him, assessing the potential dangers. Li Jia possessed the 3 flame true fire, the ultimate in yang energy and unyielding strength. Su Zhiqing commanded the power of light, naturally countering dark forces. This was the perfect combination for tackling a ghost-themed dungeon.
Combined with Ye Ming's formidable personal power and the potent amplification of the ruler of the three realms, he felt utterly confident. With that thought, Ye Ming hesitated no longer and strode toward the castle, Su Zhiqing following closely behind.
Chapter 21, 3 Heads, 8 Arms. A strange array. The trio entered the ancient castle.
The interior was eerily dim, illuminated only by a few kerosene lamps.
As Ye Ming and his companions stepped inside, ghostly wails echoed from the darkness.
The next moment, several ghosts drifted toward them.
Ghosts, common monsters, level 15, Su Zhiqing immediately announced the monsters' details.
Monster tiers and dungeons, from lowest to highest, were common monsters, elite monsters, bosses, lord bosses, world bosses, and ultimate bosses. Raid bosses are generally considered minor bosses, while domain bosses are the major bosses within a dungeon. Beyond these tiers, rare monsters and special monsters also existed. Rare monsters had a certain chance of appearing, while special monsters were mutated creatures that usually possessed peculiar abilities. As the drifting specters approached, Li Jia struck first. A flaming spear materialized in his hand, thrusting toward the specters. Instantly, he slew the ghosts, converting them into experience points that were absorbed. The trio pressed forward through the castle's winding corridors, which branched off into numerous side passages.
Ghosts frequently drifted out from the walls along the way, attacking the trio. But these monsters were no threat to Ye Ming and his companions.
As they advanced, they arrived at a grand hall. In the center of the hall stood a monstrous creature, a colossal pumpkin head with blue flames flickering in its eyes.
Boss enemy pumpkin head, level 30. Boss, I'll handle this. Su Zhiqing charged ahead.
Though she'd felt uneasy upon entering the ancient castle after all, this was a dungeon with an extremely high mortality rate. But so far, they'd only encountered ordinary monsters without any real danger, so her guard had gradually lowered. With a fierce shout, Su Zhiqing swung her lightsaber, unleashing a massive beam of light that sliced toward the pumpkin knight.
The pumpkin monster leapt high, attempting to evade the strike, but Su Zhiqing wouldn't give it that chance.
She unleashed a flurry of light blades, sealing off the pumpkin monster's escape routes.
Boom!
The pumpkin monster was struck by a beam of light and knocked to the ground.
This dungeon isn't nearly as dangerous as they made it out to be.
Li Jia crossed his arms over his chest, observing the fallen pumpkin monster.
Ye Ming also harbored doubts.
Judging by the current situation, this dungeon didn't seem particularly hazardous. But with such a high death rate, there must be a reason.
Regardless, it's best to stay cautious, Ye Ming reminded the two.
Just then, the pumpkin monster, which had been lying motionless, suddenly erupted with blue flames.
The blue flames enveloped the pumpkin monster completely.
In the next instant, the pumpkin monster floated upward. Beneath it, the blue flames coalesced into a human torso, limbs, and even a warhorse formed entirely of blue flames.
Boom! A powerful aura erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. Boss Pumpkin Knight Phase 2, level 45. This boss has a second phase. Su Zhiqing exclaimed in astonishment.
Typically, only Lord tier bosses possessed a second phase. Before the group could react, the Pumpkin Knight charged toward them atop his flaming warhorse. A trident gripped in its hand, it lunged toward Su Zhiqing at the front. Drawing on her extensive combat experience, Su Zhiqing ducked slightly, parrying the trident with her lightsaber.
Then, unleashing a blinding burst of light energy, she delivered a powerful thrust, sending it reeling back.
Frustrated by the failed strike, the Pumpkin Knight let out a low growl. Instantly, dozens of pumpkin monsters materialized out of thin air, leaping toward the trio.
Let's finish this quickly, Ye Ming remarked from the sidelines.
He had remained vigilant all along, and now that the monsters had changed tactics, he wanted to finish this quickly and clear the stage. Without hesitation, he made the first move. He flashed in front of a pumpkin monster and unleashed a punch. Boom! The pumpkin monster exploded into pieces. Seeing their leader working so diligently, Li Jia and Su Zhiqing dared not slack off.
A golden glow suddenly emanated from Su Zhiqing's body, enveloping her form.
When the light faded, a golden suit of armor appeared on her body. It was her exclusive class trait Spirit Radiance armor. A potent light force erupts from the body, condensing into a suit of armor. All damage taken is reduced by 40%, and physical constitution is enhanced by 50%. After several battles, Su Zhiqing had already broken through to level 11. Her physical stats now exceeded 100, equivalent to those of a level 30 A-class profession.
Light slash!
She swung her light blade once more. This time, the blade was smaller in size than before, yet its momentum was several times greater, blindingly brighter. The blade charged straight toward the Pumpkin Knight.
The Pumpkin Knight thrust his trident, attempting to block, but it was futile.
The moment the trident collided with the light blade, it was shattered. Boom! The light blade slammed violently into the Pumpkin Knight's body. The body, formed from flames, instantly exploded, and the pumpkin head fell to the ground once more. This time, Su Zhiqing made no mistake. She unleashed several more beams of light at the pumpkin head, shattering it completely before stopping.
Congratulations on defeating the boss. Experience plus 500. Congratulations on dropping a purple quality item pumpkin helmet. Su Zhiqing hadn't expected the monster to drop purple quality gear this time.
She picked up the pumpkin head helmet, examined it briefly, then decided it was too ugly and tossed it to Li Jia. Meanwhile, Li Jia had also dealt with the minions summoned by the pumpkin knight. Ding! A notification sound rang out, and Li Jia was surprised to find he had leveled up to level 10. During the earlier battle against the insect swarm, he had slain a large number of monsters, allowing his level to rise extremely quickly. Li Jia looked at the exclusive class trait unlocked at level 10: 3 heads, 8 arms. Manifest 3 heads and 8 arms, increasing physical strength by 80%. Each subsequent arm that forms a weapon grants an additional 20% physical strength boost. At this moment, only one of his 8 arms held the fire-tipped spear. This is incredible. When all 8 arms are active, that means a 220% physical strength boost. Li Jia's heart swelled with excitement. After all, he intended to enlist in the army someday. The higher his physical strength, the greater his combat prowess. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Ye Ming's ear. Congratulations on acquiring 3 heads and 8 arms. Ye Ming glanced at the notification and couldn't help but marvel. This further enhanced his strength. At that moment, a message popped up before all 3 of them. Boss defeated. Exit? Continue? Exit? But there's no clear sign we've cleared the stage, Li Jia said, puzzled by the message. There must be other bosses. We probably need to defeat them all to clear the stage. Ye Ming analyzed, otherwise this dungeon would be far too simple. The other 2 agreed, but they were here for the first clear. There was no way they'd quit now. Without hesitation, the trio chose to continue. The trio traversed the ancient castle in search of the Lord Boss, for only by defeating it could they truly clear the dungeon. As they walked, they found themselves back in the main hall. Boss, how did we end up back here? Li Jia stared at the hall before them, the very starting point of their journey into the castle. Ye Ming was equally puzzled. Could it be that this dungeon doesn't have a boss? But that doesn't make sense either. If there isn't one, shouldn't we have cleared it? Why isn't there a completion notification? Just as the trio pondered this, a brilliant light suddenly blossomed beneath their feet. A hexagram magic array materialized on the floor. The trio scrambled backward, scrambling out of the array's range. As the array materialized, the ancient castle began to shake violently. The few kerosene lamps flickered precariously. Suddenly, bursts of black flames erupted from within the array. The pitch-black flames churned violently, gradually revealing a figure within the inferno. Chapter 22, The Hellhound. Demon's Ceiling Tower? Ye Ming stared intently at the figure. It was a monstrous creature with 3 heads, its 4 legs engulfed in pitch-black flames. Lord Boss Hellhound, level 60. Roar! All 3 heads roared simultaneously, the deafening sound reverberating through the air. Level 60. Li Jia gasped sharply. They were only level 11 themselves. Even with their class trait boosts, they could barely hold their own against a level 50 monster. No wonder the death rate for incoming teams is so high. Ye Ming finally understood why this dungeon had such a high mortality rate. The reason not everyone perished was that some players chose to log off after defeating the initial boss. But most chose to continue, which is why they all failed upon encountering the Hellhound. A level 60 boss was simply impossible for most parties to defeat. Even with their current lineup, victory remained uncertain. The Hellhound stood towering, easily 5 or 6 meters tall. The central head slowly lowered, its blood-red eyes fixed on Ye Ming and his 2 companions, as if surveying 3 prey moments away from death. What should we do, boss? Li Jia approached Ye Ming and whispered urgently. Seeing this, Ye Ming knew he had no choice but to try. Fortunately, his current strength wasn't weak, though lacking a benchmark, he didn't know his true power. The Hellhound was the perfect test subject. Don't be afraid. Believe in yourselves. We can do this. Ye Ming encouraged the other 2. Hearing this, Li Jia and Su Zhiqing nodded, as if a resolve had solidified within them. Boss, step back. Let us go first. Su Zhiqing shielded Ye Ming behind her. Li Jia stepped forward, his aura surging dramatically. Watch me. A crimson gold flame erupted from its body, forming 3 heads and 8 arms, one of which gripped a fire-tipped spear. Let's see if your black flames are stronger than my 3-fold true fire. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Jia's feet manifested fiery wheels. Gripping his flaming spear, he charged straight toward the Hellhound. As Li Jia charged toward it, a trace of contempt flickered in the Hellhound's eyes. The right head suddenly opened its massive jaws, spewing a jet of pitch-black flame toward Li Jia. Li Jia swung his fire-tipped spear, its tip erupting with the 3-flame true fire to meet the black flames. The 2 flames collided without a sound, silently consuming each other. In terms of quality, Li Jia's 3-flame true fire was superior, but in terms of raw energy intensity, the Hellhound's flames were stronger. For a moment, neither flame could gain the upper hand. Surprise flickered in the Hellhound's eyes. It never imagined anyone could withstand its fiery assault. In the past, a single breath of its fire would instantly consume its victims, reducing them to nothingness. Suddenly, the head on its left also spewed a flame from the air. Yet this flame was bone-white, devoid of any perceptible heat. The moment this flame appeared, Li Jia felt the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. Had he not possessed the 3 flame true fire, he might have frozen into an ice sculpture.
Zhiqing, go assist Li Jia. Witnessing this, Ye Ming urgently dispatched Su Zhiqing to help. Yes, boss.
Receiving the order, Su Zhiqing summoned her spirit radiance light armor and charged straight toward the bone-white flame. Light elemental flames surged from her light sword as she swung it down. It held back the bone-white flames.
Seeing both its attacks blocked, the Hellhound's rage flared.
The central head growled lowly, opening its maw as a terrifying aura coalesced within its jaws.
Ye Ming sensed a deathly aura within it, a scent of utter decay. Damn it! Ye Ming instantly flickered, attempting to block the attack, but it was too late.
The terrifying assault slammed into Li Jia at the front.
Boom! The death ray slammed into Li Jia's body. He didn't even have time to activate his golden body. Instantly, Li Jia let out a wail of agony. His clothes gradually turned to ash, and his flesh began to rot, wither, and dissipate. Su Zhiqing tried to save Li Jia, but she was tightly bound by the bone-white flames. Ye Ming was forced back by the Hellhound's sweeping tail strike.
Li Jia's body began to vanish, dissolving into specks of light.
At this rate, Li Jia was certain to die. No!
Su Zhiqing cried out in horror. She unleashed a purifying rain, attempting to heal Li Jia, but the vast disparity in energy made her efforts negligible.
Moreover, the Hellhound's relentless attacks kept interrupting her.
Though they hadn't known each other long, they were teammates after all. She couldn't bear to watch Li Jia die before her eyes.
Ye Ming was also frantic inside. Death in the dungeon was permanent.
The problem was, he had no ability to resurrect people. Once Li Jia died, there was nothing he could do.
The Hellhound's eyes gleamed with amusement, as if watching a weak ant struggle in its death throes. At that critical moment, a faint glow suddenly emanated from Li Jia's chest.
Ye Ming looked toward the light and saw it was a small tower pendant hanging around Li Jia's neck.
What kind of necklace is this? It actually survives the Hellhound's flames. Su Zhiqing also noticed the change, silently wondering.
Then, in a flash of light, Li Jia's figure vanished without a trace. The Hellhound's eyes filled with confusion, puzzled by Li Jia's sudden disappearance. Yet it swiftly concluded that Li Jia had been slain.
Its gaze shifted back to Ye Ming.
At the same time, within a peculiar space, Li Jia's eyes snapped open. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears.
Detected demonic aura. Automatically activating the first layer of the demon suppression tower. Have I already died?
The agony of being struck by the death ray still lingered in Li Jia's mind. He stretched out his hands and found them perfectly intact. His clothes hadn't vanished either. He pinched the flesh on his arm. Pain shot through him.
I'm not dead. The sensation confirmed his survival, and he began to ponder, then where am I now?
Li Jia looked up and found himself seemingly within a peculiar space.
This space resembled a tower, stacked layer upon layer, with staircase entrances beside it.
Just then, he felt a warmth in his chest. Reaching up, he discovered it was the small tower pendant his father had given him that was radiating heat. His father had given him this small tower pendant when he was born, and it had hung around his neck ever since. He had always thought it was an ordinary necklace, but now it seemed different.
Could it be that I'm inside the tower pendant now?
Li Jia examined his surroundings, growing increasingly certain he was inside a tower.
The demon's ceiling tower.
Recalling the prompt he'd heard moments ago, he confirmed he was indeed inside the small tower pendant.
Initiating the trial of the first level. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again, snapping Li Jia back to reality.
After confirming his situation, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him.
He just didn't know what kind of power this demon's ceiling tower possessed.
Li Jia looked up and saw the Hellhound suddenly appear before him.
Did the monster come in too?
But he quickly dismissed the thought the Hellhound before him was clearly just an illusion.
Demon Suppression Tower first floor trial clear condition, defeat the Hellhound. You have 3 attempts. Failure in all attempts will permanently seal the Demon Suppression Tower. You want me to take on the Hellhound alone? Earlier, the 3 of them couldn't defeat it. Now I'm supposed to take it on alone? But the next prompt eased his nerves. During the trial, all participants will be restricted to the same level. Same level? Then I've got nothing to fear. Li Jia laughed. Earlier, it was precisely because of the massive level gap that he couldn't stand up to the Hellhound. Now that both sides were leveled, he didn't believe he'd lose again. The fire-tipped spear materialized in his hand. Come on. Let me see how strong you are at the same level. With that, Li Jia charged toward the Hellhound with his spear raised. Chapter 23, Star Forging Technique. Heaven and Earth Ring. Windfire wheels materialized beneath Li Jia's feet. With the speed boost, Li Jia instantly closed the distance to the Hellhound. Take this. Li Jia raised his fire-tipped spear and thrust it fiercely toward the Hellhound. The 3 heads of the Hellhound lunged forward simultaneously, snapping their massive jaws toward Li Jia. Li Jia swiftly dodged between the 3 heads' attacks. He repeatedly thrust his fire-tipped spear into the Hellhound's body, leaving bull-sized wounds across its form. All 3 heads of the Hellhound moved in unison, unleashing different attacks: black fire, bone fire, and death rays. Seeing these 3 attacks that had previously posed immense danger to them, anger flared in Li Jia's eyes. He let out a low growl. The three-flame true fire ignited upon his spear, then he swung it with all his might. Boom! 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 This time, Li Jia's three-flame true fire directly blocked all of the Hellhound's attacks. Instantly, both sides clashed once more. Inside the ancient castle, Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing exchanged glances, both feeling utterly bewildered. Boss! Why did Li Jia suddenly vanish? Su Zhiqing asked anxiously. Ye Ming motioned for Su Zhiqing to calm down. He opened the interface to check Li Jia's status. Currently trapped within the Demon Sealing Tower trial space. Unable to exit. Demon Suppression Tower? Ye Ming studied the panel's message, analyzing the possibilities. Is it a hidden space within the instance? Or Li Jia's gimmick? Just like the web novels he devoured in his past life, the little green bottles for cultivation, the ring-wielding old men, the mystical jade pendants. But this was a blessing. The stronger his little brother became, the stronger he himself would be. After confirming Li Jia was safe, he lifted his gaze toward the Hellhound ahead. In that case, I'll test my true strength on you. With that, Ye Ming leapt forward like a cannonball, charging toward the Hellhound. Seeing Ye Ming dare to attack it, the Hellhound unleashed another death ray from its maw. Ye Ming immediately activated his golden shield, absorbing the death ray's attack as he continued charging forward. Simultaneously, he swung his light blade, striking the Hellhound's skull. However, the Hellhound's physical toughness was immense, and there was a significant level disparity between them. Ye Ming's slash only left a shallow wound on the Hellhound's body. Su Zhiqing wasn't idle either. Radiating with the power of light, she swung her lightsaber at the Hellhound. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Ye Ming's ear. Chosen 1 Li Jia slays the Hellhound. You gain 1000 EXP from the Faith skill. Chosen 1 Li Jia has cleared the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. You have received the Faith reward, Spiritual Power plus 30. Li Jia has obtained Trial reward, Skill reward. You share the skill reward, Heaven and Earth Hoop. Li Jia obtained Trial reward, Star Forging Body Technique. Currently undergoing body tempering. Star Forging Technique? Ye Ming stared at the notification, utterly astonished. He never imagined the Demon Suppression Tower would offer such a rare reward. Star Forging Technique harnesses the power of the celestial spheres, using starlight as a hammer and stellar energy as fire to repeatedly temper the physical body, laying the foundation for cultivating a special constitution. Special physique. Didn't that mean he could obtain a special physique in the future? Special physiques refer to innate constitutions endowed with formidable attributes and power, such as the primordial holy physique, the northern abyss ice soul, or the great sun yang mang. However, such physiques almost exclusively exist among alien races. For instance, the Phantom Forest Ape clan possesses a unique physique called Forest Sea Reincarnation, granting them the ability to communicate with plants and regenerate severed limbs. Another example is the insect race's unique special physique, the Fission Reproductive Body. This grants them rapid reproduction capabilities, explaining the insectoid race's immense numbers. Yet no human had ever possessed a special physique. And now, he had been granted the opportunity to possess one. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, Li Jia stared at the fallen Hellhound before him and exhaled deeply. Finally killed it. The Hellhound's flames could actually heal its own wounds, so it took Li Jia considerable effort to finally defeat it. Acquired new skill, Heaven and Earth Ring. With a thought, a crimson gold metal ring materialized in Li Jia's hand. Class skill, Heaven and Earth Ring, melee form, Pro the Heaven and Earth Ring, ignoring 50% of the target's armor and dealing 80% hybrid damage. Ranged form, Pros the Heaven and Earth Ring toward the target. It automatically tracks the nearest target, restraining it for 5 seconds. Upon expiration, it leaves behind the 3-flame realm, dealing continuous 5% burn damage to anyone who touches it for 10 seconds. Normally, one must reach tier 3 to unlock new skills. Li Jia never imagined the Demon Sealing Tower would grant him this ability early. This meant he could use a skill others only learned at tier 3 right now at tier 1. What a steal! Body tempering countdown initiated. Prepare. 3 attempts are allowed. Each challenge requires enduring 15 minutes under the forging of stellar power. Failure consumes 1 attempt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Body tempering commence. As the cold voice faded, a pillar of blue light descended upon Li Jia's head, enveloping him. Sparkling starlight began to flicker around his body. These sparks gradually drifted toward Li Jia, merging into his body. Arg! Li Jia let out a low growl. Every inch of his skin felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, the pain excruciating. I must hold on. Ye Ming, who had just repelled the Hellhound with a punch, suddenly sensed a surge of power within him. Just as he was startled, a figure appeared before him. Boss! I'm back! It was Li Jia, having completed his body tempering. Watch your back! Ye Ming shouted, his eyes fixed on Li Jia, who had materialized before him. The Hellhound was firing a deadly beam straight at them. Li Jia turned to face it. Boss! Watch this! With that, he summoned his 3 heads and 8 arms, then swung a fist, smashing into the incoming death ray. Starlight flared from the tip of his fist, enveloping it entirely. Boom! The moment his fist met the beam, a tremendous collision echoed. To the astonished gaze of the hellhound, Li Jia had shattered its death ray with a single punch. At this moment, Li Jia's physical prowess had reached 256 points, equivalent to a level 50A rank professional. After slaying the illusory hellhound within the demon suppression tower, his level had also reached 15. Kill! Seizing the momentum, Li Jia unleashed a flurry of punches, pounding the hellhound relentlessly. Simultaneously, he hurled his heaven and earth ring, binding the creature and preventing its escape. Each punch carried immense force, each imbued with starlight energy and the three-flame true fire. This prevented the hellhound from using flames to heal itself. The trials within the demon suppressing tower had given Li Jia deep insight into the hellhound's weaknesses. Before long, the hellhound, which had previously resisted swift defeat by all three of them, was driven back relentlessly by Li Jia alone. But Li Jia, caught up in the excitement of the fight, lost his focus. A single misstep allowed the middle head of the hellhound to sink its jaws into him. This time, Ye Ming reacted swiftly. He instantly flashed in front of the hellhound. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a devastating strike. Starlight flared from his fist as it slammed into the monstrous body of the hellhound. Boom! The hellhound felt a force akin to a meteorite crashing to Earth, and in the next instant, it exploded violently. Congratulations on clearing the Special Instance Ghost Castle for the first time. You have obtained the clearance reward. A randomly sized secret realm will form in the surrounding area. Congratulations on defeating the Lord Boss Hellhound. You have earned plus 2000 EXP. Titled players Su Zhiqing and Li Jia cleared the special instance. You gain plus 100 spirit power too. Su Zhiqing has successfully advanced. You share her tier 1 exclusive trait, Radiant Spirit Armor. Li Jia successfully advanced. You share his tier 1 exclusive trait, 3 heads, 8 arms. Your level has increased to level 20. Special dungeon reward, intermediate resource type secret realm. Respawns near Tianan City in 1 day. As a special dungeon conqueror, you receive priority access to 9% of the realm's resource yield. At this moment, due to various acquisitions, Ye Ming's spiritual power had reached 220 points. The trio then exited the instance. Meanwhile, the professional hall broadcast the announcement that the special dungeon Ghost Castle had been cleared. Instantly, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted throughout the professional hall. Amidst the roaring cheers, Ye Ming and his two companions slowly emerged. Chapter 24, Coexistence Society? Sword Base. News of their completion of the Ghost Castle dungeon spread instantly throughout Tianan City. Not only because Ye Ming and his two companions had conquered this dungeon with its extremely high mortality rate. More importantly, Tianan City was about to welcome a medium-sized secret realm. The benefits of a medium-sized secret realm were immense. For Tianan City's adventurers, it was like discovering a gold mine. Successfully conquering it would yield vast resources, equipment, skill manuals, and more to enhance their abilities. Meanwhile, Wei Wu, who had been monitoring Ye Ming's movements, arrived at the far end of the hall. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing, I never imagined they'd actually clear Ghost Castle. Wei Wu marveled inwardly, feeling Ye Ming always managed to surprise him. Just then, his encrypted communicator suddenly buzzed. He pulled it out to find it was Ye Ming calling. Hello? Old Wei, I have something to report to you. Xuanwu Lake Villa District, Building 003. Ye Ming, what's so urgent that it requires a face-to-face briefing? Wei Wu sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at Ye Ming. Master Wei, are you familiar with Ghost Castle? Instead of answering Wei Wu's question, Ye Ming countered with one of his own. Ha? What do you mean? Wei Wu's expression darkened upon hearing this. I only know that something seems to have changed in the Ghost Castle. Those who survived say the dungeon difficulty isn't particularly high. But for some reason, so many still fail their attempts. Seeing that Wei Wu was also unaware of the Ghost Castle's situation, Ye Ming proceeded to explain. Master Wei. Li Jia discovered traces of the demonic race within the Ghost Castle. Ye Ming stated slowly. What? Hearing Ye Ming's words, Wei Wu shot up from the sofa. Demon clan traces in the dungeon? Ye Ming then briefly recounted Li Jia's discovery. After the three of them exited the instance, Li Jia immediately informed Ye Ming about the demon suppression tower and also mentioned detecting the demonic tribe's aura. The demon race was the mortal enemy of all other races. While communication was possible with other alien races, the demon race knew only slaughter, utterly incapable of dialogue. The appearance of demonic traces within the instance was far from good news. Wei Wu's expression turned grave. Have the demons already invaded the dungeon? Though the demonic tribes had been encroaching on the territories of other races, those races had managed to keep them at bay, preventing the demons from invading their living areas. As for dungeons and secret realms, they function more like isolated microcosms. The demon clan typically invaded these dungeons and secret realms, plundered their resources, and then immediately destroyed them. Could they be responsible? Wei Wu murmured to himself. He felt the changes in Ghost Castle didn't match the demon's style, it resembled the work of another organization. Ye Ming keenly picked up on the implication in Wei Wu's words. Old Wei, who are they? Ye Ming asked immediately, curiosity piqued. After a brief pause, Wei Wu explained. The Coexistence Society. The Coexistence Society? Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing exchanged puzzled glances. They had never heard of this organization. Meanwhile, Li Jia, standing nearby, paled visibly upon hearing the name Coexistence Society, as if a memory had suddenly surfaced. Is that the evil organization? Li Jia exclaimed. That's right. It's the organization formed by traitors among humanity. Wei Wu declared passionately. He then proceeded to explain the group to everyone. The so-called Coexistence Society is an organization established by a faction of professionals. But their ideology is completely at odds with ours. Our creed is to repel the demon race and protect our homeland. Their ideology, however, is to coexist with the demon race. They even believe joining the demon race is humanity's future. To adhere to this ideology, some among them have undergone the baptism of demonic energy, transforming into beings neither fully human nor fully demonic. Yet this transformation granted them immense power, only deepening their conviction in their ideology. They do one thing: wreak havoc everywhere, causing trouble in human territories and even other races' lands, paving the way for the demon race's arrival. Wei Wu's words sent shockwaves through Ye Ming's heart. Some actually sought coexistence with the demon race? He hadn't been in this world long, but the demon savagery was already etched into his soul. The images from the news broadcasts, demonic tribes slaughtering entire cities overnight, corpses hanging from city walls. Even now, the memory sent a chill down his spine. I will immediately dispatch investigators to look into this matter, Wei Wu reminded everyone. At the same time, you must all remain vigilant about your own safety. Members of the Coexistence Society are likely hiding among us. Ye Ming and the others nodded in unison, acknowledging his words. By the way, the secret realm will refresh tomorrow. I'll organize a team to tackle it. The sword base will also send a special squad, along with the military's assault team. They wish to invite Su Zhiqing and Li Jia to join, so I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sword base. Ye Ming was somewhat familiar with it. The sword base was a department established by China specifically to cultivate Class A and above professionals, then form them into special combat squads. Currently, the sword base maintained 5 special task forces, dedicated to tackling the toughest challenges and resolving the most critical special missions and crises. This time, the sword base team was sent to seize control of the medium-sized secret realm, preventing hostile forces from claiming it. Despite the base's formidable reputation, they couldn't simply snatch personnel from under his nose. Ye Ming immediately refused. I won't agree. We intend to form our own squad as well. Wei Wu looked astonished. You want to form a squad too? He glanced at Ye Ming and his 2 companions. The highest level among them was only 20, which was rather low. After all, the secret realm had entry requirements. Players must be at least level 20 but not exceed level 50. The level cap was enforced because high-tier professionals possessed overwhelming power, which could destabilize the secret realm's space. But seeing the determination in Ye Ming's eyes, Wei Wu held his tongue. If you're certain, then I'll decline their offer. Still, you'd be better off adding one more person to your party, Wei Wu advised. Monsters in the secret realm tend to be quite powerful. An extra person will improve your odds. Rest assured, Elder Wei, Ye Ming affirmed. Seeing this, Wei Wu said no more. After a few more casual words, he departed. The moment Wei Wu returned to his office, his secretary immediately delivered a message. An envoy from the giant Scythe Beetle clan has arrived. Ha! Did they learn about the mid-tier secret realm spawning so quickly? Wei Wu looked astonished. Among the various races, most of the insect clans' passageways connected to territories within Huaxia. Thus, the 2 tribes frequently clashed over resources and interests. However, due to the demon clan's presence, they had signed a treaty of peaceful coexistence, pledging to avoid large-scale conflicts. Minor skirmishes, however, remained commonplace, such as battles over secret realms. Since secret realms were ownerless territories, whoever seized them claimed ownership. Whenever a new realm appeared, both tribes dispatched forces to conquer it. In that case, bring them in, Wei Wu said with resignation. Chapter 25, Legendary Talent? Xingxin Internet Cafe. Before long, a towering figure over 2 meters tall entered Wei Wu's office. It was a creature with slender fingers, side-like blades on its arms, and legs that bent backward at the joints. Greetings, Commander Wei. Hearing the commotion, Wei Wu lifted his head and looked at the visitor. No need for pleasantries. You're here today regarding the secret realm, correct? Commander Wei is indeed sharp, the insectoid envoy buzzed. If you wish to prevent us from competing for the secret realm, you may cede 2 cities of Huaxia to us. For the insectoid race to gain a foothold on Blue Star, the most direct approach was to seize human cities outright. 2 cities? Yes. What do you say? Strictly speaking, you're getting the better end of the deal. The resources yielded by a single medium-sized secret realm theoretically far exceeded those of 2 cities. But these cities were the homelands of their fellow citizens. How could they simply hand them over? Moreover, our insect race could assist you in fighting the demon race.
Among all races, the insectoid race stands as one that can fully withstand demonic invasions. Relying on their ability to reproduce through fission, the insectoid race can rapidly spawn new members, using sheer numbers to counter the demonic forces. They are also among the few races that have never been invaded by the demonic tribes. Wei Wu hadn't anticipated the insect clan's ambitions growing so large this time. Historically, the insectoid race had only coveted minor secret realms, yet now they dared to covet human territories. After the two races signed a peace treaty, initial friction was minimal. However, in recent years, the scale of conflicts has grown increasingly larger, carrying the risk of escalating into full-scale war. Humans, constrained by the threat of the demon race, had consistently endured the insect race's provocations to conserve their strength. Faced with such an outrageous demand, Wei Wu didn't grow angry. Instead, he chuckled, "That's a hefty price to ask. At the very least, the Dark Scythe General should come to negotiate in person, right?" The Shadow Scythe General was one of the insectoid race's 10 great generals, among their most formidable combatants. Over the years, Wei Wu had clashed with him multiple times, each battle ending in stalemate. The news of the medium-sized secret realm's spawn had been deduced by another great general of the insect clan, the Celestial Master. In the past, Wei Wu wouldn't have been overly confident about securing the secret realm's ownership rights. But after recently hearing that Ye Ming also intended to form a team, an inexplicable confidence had grown within him. Therefore, he immediately refused with firm resolve. "I will never agree to your demands." The insectoid envoy showed no anger at Wei Wu's refusal, instead continuing with a smile. "Oh? So you wish to compete with us then?" In truth, the insectoid envoy had another purpose for this visit, to gauge the strength of China. It was preparation for the insectoid race's invasion of China. Had Wei Wu agreed to their terms, they might have launched their war soon after. But he hadn't anticipated Wei Wu's resolute refusal. Was he so confident he could seize control of the secret realm? Wei Wu replied in a solemn tone, "If you want the secret realm, come and take it yourselves. I just wonder if you have the strength to do so." The insectoid envoy sneered coldly. "In that case, I shall return and report to General Yulan. I hope you won't go back on your word in the future." With that, the insectoid envoy turned and departed. The moment the insectoid envoy stepped out of the office, a pair of wings suddenly unfolded behind him. With a powerful flap, he soared skyward and vanished. Watching the insectoid envoy's departing figure, Wei Wu knew tomorrow's battle for the secret realm would be fiercely intense. Meanwhile, Ye Ming walked alone through the streets. With the secret realm opening tomorrow, he sought to find one more teammate to bolster their strength. Su Zhiqing and Li Jia, however, had both gone with Yang Sha to grind dungeons and level up. Ye Ming's heavenly eye remained constantly active, scanning the potential of those around him. However, he found no promising candidates. The highest potential he detected was merely S-rank. As he wandered, Ye Ming arrived at an internet cafe and peered inside. "Since I haven't found any promising candidates after searching for so long, I might as well relax at the internet cafe." With that, Ye Ming stepped inside the internet cafe named Xingxin. The moment he entered, the clatter of keyboards and the click of mice filled his ears. Ye Ming fired up a computer and sat down to play. However, just moments after booting up his game, he suddenly heard a burst of cheers. He took off his headphones and looked toward the source of the noise. A crowd had gathered around a computer, watching someone play a game. Just then, a notification tone sounded in his ears. "Legendary tier talent detected." Legendary? Ye Ming was utterly astonished. After searching high and low for so long without finding a suitable candidate, he stumbled upon a legendary potential talent just by relaxing at the internet cafe. This was his first encounter with a legendary tier talent, and he wondered what made them so special. Ye Ming walked toward the source of the alert. As he drew closer, he realized it was a girl. Name, Changhua. Class, Azure Commander LV.2. Quality, B. Level, 31. Physical, 29. Mental, 31. Class skill, tactical calculation through strategic analysis, determines the optimal combat approach. Professional skill, Azure Guardian imposes an Azure Shield upon allies, reducing damage taken by 30%. Upon shield destruction, restores 5% health. Biography, owner of Xingxin Internet Cafe, possessing exceptional gaming talent. After class advancement, became commander of the Joshua Guild, leading it to become Tianan City's top guild and conquering 3 minor secret realms. Later forced to relinquish control of these realms when Joshua hired an A-rank professional commander, who also attempted to forcibly purchase the cafe's property. Divine rankings, Legendary Class Emperor Gauchan 300 Spirit Power, SSS Class Celestial Brain Commander 100 Spirit Power. At that moment, Cheng Guo was engrossed in playing a game called Glory. With her sharp maneuvers, she defeated her opponent in just a few moves. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Yet amidst the cheers, a discordant voice cut through the noise. "Yo! Yo! Yo! What's up? Feeling pretty happy, huh?" A man barged into the internet cafe with several others. They pushed the onlookers aside, and the leader stepped up to Changhua. "Changhua, are you selling this internet cafe property to our Joshua Guild or not?" Cheng turned his head and recognized the man as Chen Yehue, the leader of the Jiashi Guild.
Chen Yehue. Cheng leapt to his feet, fury boiling over. You already have the secret realm. Now you're eyeing my internet cafe? Oomph. Chen Yehue gave a hollow smile.
Our Jiashi Guild needs to expand.
We need land to build our own guild headquarters, don't we?
He gestured around them, his tone matter of fact.
Your internet cafe's location is prime central and accessible.
Perfect for our headquarters.
Look, Chen Yehue stepped closer, his fake smile lingering. You've already helped our guild become #1 in Tianan City. Why not go the extra mile and just hand this property over to us too? Chengwa stared at Chen Yehue's repulsive face, itching to punch him right then and there. But Chen Yehue was an A-rank professional.
She was no match for him, and his family was incredibly powerful, with businesses spread throughout Tianan City.
Guo Cheng was torn.
If Chen Yehue forcibly took her internet cafe, she'd be powerless to stop him.
This internet cafe was the inheritance her parents had left her before passing away.
It was her only connection to them, holding special sentimental value she refused to lose.
Ye Ming, watching the commotion from the sidelines, witnessed the entire scene.
He despised such bullying behavior more than anything. He pushed through the crowd and stepped forward.
I'm buying this internet cafe. It's mine now.
His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone turn to look at him in unison.
You bought it? Who the hell are you? Chen Yehue glared at the suddenly appearing Ye Ming.
Just then, someone behind Chen Yehue pushed through the crowd and whispered into his ear, President.
This kid is Ye Ming. He's from my class.
A failed job change loser.
Ye Ming looked up and recognized him, one of the 3 A-class professionals from Tianan First High School, Lu Hao. Lu Hao was none other than the newly recruited commander of the Jiashi Guild. Oomph, so that's who it is. Chen Yehue's face twisted with contempt as he relaxed completely. Just a greenhorn. And I hear he's a failed job change loser? He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking audibly. Kid, know your place and mind your own business.
My fists don't take kindly to meddlers.
Chen Yehue, an A-rank storm warrior, boasting a staggering level 37. Lu Hao chimed in with a sarcastic tone from the side. Oh. Ye Ming, you really think you're something special now? Forgot how you got through the primordial secret realm? Didn't you just coast to victory thanks to Su Zhiqing carrying you to first place? With your attitude, you actually want to take the professional martial arts exam? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Everyone else is grinding dungeons to level up, but you? You're off at the internet cafe playing games? What? Have you just given up and accepted your fate as a loser? Chapter 26, The Great Emperor Gaochen.
Ye Ming ignored Lu Hao's barking. He turned to look at Chengwa, pulling a black gold card from his pocket.
Boss, I want to buy this internet cafe. But I won't interfere with its management, you'll remain the owner. Seeing that black gold card, Chen Yehue's pupils suddenly contracted. As a scion of a prominent family, he knew exactly how significant this card was. Even his father, the esteemed head of the Chen family, was unqualified to possess one. How could it possibly be in the hands of a student? He refused to believe it. Whoa! A black gold card?
Chen Yehue scoffed, his face brimming with disbelief.
My dad, with his massive fortune, couldn't get one. You, a student? Fake, right? Lu Hao quickly chimed in, exactly. There's a limit to how much you can show off.
Chen Yehue's eyes darted to Chengwa, his gaze intense.
I'll take this for Chengwa. Swipe it. Let's see if your crappy card can even pull out a single penny. Hearing Chen Yehue's words, the crowd burst into laughter. So, boss, sell me the internet cafe. And I'll give you a surprise.
Ye Ming handed the card to Chengwa, his voice calm. Guo Cheng stared at the card before her. She knew Ye Ming had produced it to help her out of a tight spot, but deep down, she found it hard to believe a student could actually possess a black gold card.
Hurry up, Chengwa. If you won't sell it to him, sell it to me. Chen Yehue pressed forward impatiently, urging her on.
Her gaze darted back and forth between Chen Yehue and Ye Ming, her mind torn. She looked at the aggressive Chen Yehue, then at the calm Ye Ming. Clenching her teeth, she suddenly snatched the black gold card. She dashed to the POS machine in a few strides.
Swipe it. I'm waiting for the show.
Chen Yehue crossed his arms and sneered coldly.
Gungwa took a deep breath, inserted the card, and swiped it.
Instantly, the surrounding chatter quieted as everyone watched with bated breath, wondering if the black gold card would go through.
Deep payment successful.
The crisp notification sounded. The mocking expression on Chen Yehue's face froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock.
The entire internet cafe fell silent for a second. Then, it erupted in an uproar. Holy! Is that really a black gold card? What's this kid's deal? A student with a black gold card? I'm still delivering takeout, and this student's casually using a black gold card to buy internet time? People are just too damn lucky.
The most stunned of all was Chengwa, her hand trembling as she held the card.
Alright, this internet cafe is mine now. Ye Ming's voice turned icy as his gaze sliced through Chen Yehue like a knife. You're not welcome here. Get out immediately. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Professional Regulatory Bureau right now. The so-called Professional Regulatory Bureau was the department that monitored every move of professionals, maintaining social order with immense authority. Otherwise, if these professionals were left unchecked, society would descend into chaos. Chen Yehui's face darkened instantly, turning as black as a pot bottom. Who the hell do you think you are? Who I am is none of your business. Get off my turf. Ye Ming took a step forward, unleashing an invisible aura of pressure. Instantly, Chen Yehui felt an inexplicable pang of dread, as if something had locked onto him, sending chills down his spine. Fine. You're ruthless. We'll see about that. Finally, Chen Yehui spat out a threat and slunk away with Lu Hao. Second floor of the internet cafe. This was Cheng Guo's usual living quarters. At that moment, Ye Ming and Cheng Guo sat facing each other. Rest assured, the terms we discussed earlier remain unchanged. You can continue running this internet cafe as its owner. I won't interfere. Thank you. Cheng Guo rose and bowed deeply to Ye Ming. Then she couldn't help but ask, why are you helping me? Cheng Guo couldn't believe someone so kind would help her for no reason. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ye Ming didn't seem like someone after money. Could it be something else? The thought made her instinctively tighten her collar. Seeing Cheng Guo's nervousness, Ye Ming instantly understood her thoughts and immediately explained. Don't overthink it. I just have too much money and nowhere to spend it. Hearing this, Cheng Guo looked utterly incredulous. Is that so? Oh, right, I mentioned there was another surprise for you. Ye Ming changed the subject. An opportunity to change your career. Are you willing to take it? A career-changing surprise? Change careers? Cheng Guo nearly jumped out of his skin. This was even crazier than pulling a black gold card. It was like someone was handing her 100 million yuan plus a drop-dead gorgeous guy for free. Could such a windfall truly exist? Seeing Cheng Guo's skeptical expression, Ye Ming smiled faintly. I know you don't believe me. But someone will be here shortly, and then you'll see for yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps echoed up the stairs. A figure ascended the stairs. See Commander-in-Chief. Seeing the figure ascending the stairs, Cheng Guo gasped, covering her mouth with wide eyes. The Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan district Guo Chang had seen him countless times on the news. That aura of a high-ranking professional, that authority honed by years at the top, it was undeniably genuine. Well, do you believe me now? Ye Ming lifted his head slightly, gesturing. This is my partner. Since this was the first time a legendary tier profession had awakened, Ye Ming didn't know what changes might occur. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had called Wei Wu over. After all, legendary tier professions had only appeared 27 times in the entire history of Blue Star, spanning hundreds of years. Currently, only 3 legendary tier professionals existed on Blue Star. Each time a legendary tier profession emerged, it became a target for demonic forces, alien races, and malevolent organizations. 3 legendary tier professionals had been assassinated before they could fully develop their abilities. Therefore, Ye Ming summoned Wei Wu as a precaution. Could it be that another new talent has emerged? Wei Wu scanned the area and smiled at Ye Ming. Wei Wu was curious, just how many SSS tier professions could Ye Ming possibly switch to? Was there a limit? What he didn't know was that this time, it wasn't SSS tier, it was legendary. Seeing Wei Wu, Cheng Guo instantly realized why Ye Ming, a mere student, possessed a black gold card. Without hesitation, she declared, I'm in. With the guarantee of the Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan district, she was determined to taste whatever lay ahead. Seeing this, Wei Wu extended his hand, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the 3. As Cheng Guo's name appeared on the ancient scroll. The next moment. Boom! Before Wei Wu's stunned gaze, a multicolored light that seemed capable of tearing through space erupted from Cheng Guo's body. It violently distorted the barrier Wei Wu had cast, striving to break free and shoot straight into the heavens. Seeing this, Wei Wu frantically flicked his fingers, weaving several more layers of barriers. That aura. Could it be legendary tier? Wei Wu had witnessed Yang Zhao's class change before, but the transformation back then had been nowhere near this dramatic. Moreover, he knew the signs that accompanied the emergence of a legendary tier class. Wei Wu's gaze locked onto Ye Ming. He's actually able to class change into a legendary tier profession. This ability is simply too godlike. A chill ran down Wei Wu's spine. If such a talent fell into the hands of alien races or enemy nations, he dared not even contemplate the consequences. Thank heavens! Ye Ming is Chinese. China has hope. Meanwhile, Cheng Guo, the center of the storm, was completely stunned. His fingers trembled as he tapped open his brand new interface. Name, Cheng Guo. Class, Emperor Gaochen Tier 1. Quality, Legendary. Level, 10. Physical Constitution, 161. Spirit, 157. Exclusive class trait, Celestial Thunder Punishment. As the Lord of Warfare, Gaochen the Great Emperor manifests an invisible domain of military deterrence within a certain radius around himself, imbuing his weapon with the power of celestial thunder.
Class skill, Celestial Edge decrease swing a golden whip forged from stellar energy, delivering 3 consecutive slashes 180% mixed damage per strike in a frontal fan-shaped area.
The final strike pulls enemies toward the caster.
Class skill, Stellar Trajectory generates an 8-meter diameter astrological compass within a designated area, lasting 8 seconds. Enemies within the compass have a 50% chance to be bound by stellar shackles for 1 second when casting spells or attacking.
Allies within the compass remove 1 debuff every 3 seconds. Properties, up to 2 compasses may coexist simultaneously, overlapping areas double the effect.
Class skill, Military Token deployment consumes all current Stellar God inscriptions to summon troops based on inscription tier. 1-3 stacks, summons 4 archers celestial soldiers ranged focused fire, 60% mixed damage per hit. For 6 stacks, adds 1 battle-breaking chariot charges path dealing 300% AoE damage.
Level 7-9, summons the 5 polarity war god phantom to assist in combat for 10 minutes.
Class skill, Gauchan's Wrath unleash the Gauchan battle spirit, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed divine form for 12 seconds. Basic attacks become 6-armed slashes 6 hits per attack, each dealing 90% mixed damage. During this period, gain invulnerability and convert 20% of damage taken into shields. Upon ending, detonate the shields, unleashing an area of effect explosion dealing 200% of the remaining shield value. Class skill, Constellation's Radiance deploys a 20-meter diameter constellation domain for 12 seconds. Allies gain a group shield equal to 15% of the damage absorbed shield value divided equally among allies. Enemies accumulate 1 layer of stellar eclipse per 2 seconds spent within the domain, reduces all attributes by 5%, up to 5 layers. Class passive, Divine Imprint. Each skill activation randomly imprints a star god 36 types total, including thunder generals, constellations, mountain gods, etc.
Legendary tier profession.
Even now, Chenghua still couldn't believe he had become a legendary tier class user.
The second legendary tier class in Huaxia. Tomorrow's secret realm battle looks promising.
Wei Wu exclaimed excitedly.
Chapter 27, The Secret Realm appears. The Giant Scythe General. Night. Xuanwu Lake Villa District.
Ye Ming lay in bed, still feeling fortunate that he had ultimately stepped into Xingxin Internet Cafe and discovered Chenghua, a talent with legendary potential. Originally, his spiritual energy points weren't sufficient to grant Chenghua godhood. Fortunately, Su Zhiqing and the others proved invaluable, clearing multiple hell difficulty dungeons to earn him additional spiritual energy.
Consecrated, Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia. Achievement, first clear of hell difficulty dungeon Bogu Kingdom. Reward, spiritual power plus 15-3. Consecrated, Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia, completed hell difficulty dungeon first clear of the Whirling Sands Gobi. Reward, spiritual power plus 15-3.
Yang Xiao successfully breaks through to tier 1, leveling up to 13. You have acquired the ability 8-9 Mystic Arts. You have shared in the level experience gained by the Infeft. Level increased 2024. Since obtaining the power of time, his faith skill now calculates daily at midnight based on the daily activities leveling, dungeons, achievements of the honored ones, granting Ye Ming spiritual power rewards.
The next day, the outskirts of Chang'an City were teeming with people. At that moment, a mysterious space appeared in an open field on the outskirts, emanating an ancient aura.
Vaguely visible were numerous massive yet collapsed stone structures, including a towering altar. This was the medium-sized secret realm that Ye Ming and his companions had unlocked after passing through the Ghost Castle. Simultaneously, a modeled stone staircase steadily solidified.
Once fully formed, the secret realm would officially open.
At that time, all teams would be able to enter the secret realm for conquest. Once conquered, the realm would continuously yield various resources and materials.
However, if the secret realm remains unconquered within 3 days, it would vanish completely. In no time, major factions and organizations converged here. To maintain order, Wei Wu had already deployed a battalion to enforce security.
At this moment, teams from over a dozen guilds were waiting here, including the top guild in Tianan City, the Jiashi Guild. Chen Yehui, accompanied by Lu Hao and another rank professional, was raring to go. Guild leader, look over there.
It's the official team from the Jiangnan district.
And another team, it's the special squad from Sword Base. Forget the special squad for now, the official team alone has 4A rank professionals. That special squad is called Devil, led by Fong Mo, an S rank professional. Seeing these two teams, Lu Hao's previously confident tone gradually faded.
What's there to fear? Our team isn't necessarily worse than theirs. This time, they'd deployed 3A rank professionals altogether who could rival them? Even if it meant facing the special squad, they were ready to give it their all. But Chen Yehui hadn't anticipated the fierce competition for the medium-sized secret realm.
In the past, he'd always reaped the rewards of expeditions led by others. Other guilds murmured among themselves.
Even the special squad is here.
Looks like they're worried about hostile factions or alien teams snatching control of the secret realm. Garlic bird, with special squads involved, how could we possibly compete against them?
Some guild teams, sensing trouble, quietly withdrew. At that moment, the demon squad stood beside Wei Wu.
Old Wei, you'd better keep your word. After clearing the secret realm, you owe us 3 red quality gear pieces. As a national-level special unit specializing in high-risk incidents and challenging secret realms, their standard practice was to return ultimate control of the realm to the district, taking only a symbolic token of appreciation. Typically, this amounted to 5 orange quality items, or at most 1 red quality piece. But this time was different. With the insectoid race lurking menacingly, Wei Wu had no choice but to grit his teeth and offer an astronomical sum to secure their full commitment. Yet since Ye Ming's legendary tier profession emerged yesterday, Wei Wu couldn't shake a lingering unease. Did this money feel like a waste? Yet as the esteemed regional commander, his word was his bond. Rest assured, my promises are as solid as iron. My word is my bond. With that assurance, Fong Mo grinned, clenching her fist. Your word is all I need. Just watch, this secret realm is ours for the taking. As the S-rank leader commanding 4 A-rank elite members, Fong Mo possessed absolute confidence. Against those guild ragtag troops and outsider pests, securing a medium-sized secret realm was a sure thing. As the stone steps solidified, Wei Wu scanned the surroundings, his gaze searching the crowd. Just then, a shrill, metallic screech pierced the sky. Heads snapped upward in unison. Instantly, a heavy, uneasy, even panicked atmosphere spread through the crowd. Several dark specks rapidly enlarged on the horizon, hovering above the group in the blink of an eye. The leading figure radiated a suffocating sense of oppression. Hexagonal, cold compound eyes. Wings so vast they obscured the sky. Sunlight glinted off its shimmering armor. The massive scythe blades on its arms gleamed with a chilling light, as if a single swing could cleave mountains in two. One of the 10 great generals of the insectoid clan, the Shadow Scythe General. Behind it stood 5 different types of insectoid warriors, each possessing extraordinary abilities. What's happening? How did the insectoid race arrive here? Could the insectoid invasion be beginning? Fong Mo's brow furrowed deeply. He barked a command to the demon squad members, prepare for battle. Though they might be stronger than others, before a Zerg general, they were merely slightly tougher ants. Amidst the chaos, Wei Wu let out a cold snort. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly to every ear. This secret realm was opened by us human professionals. For the Bug Clan to expect free entry? That shows a lack of respect for humanity. With that, Wei Wu's figure shot skyward. A colossal aura erupted from his body in an instant. Wei Wu, level 79 SSS tier professional fist, Saint of the Gung Fist. Boom! Wei Wu unleashed a fist strike that thundered like an explosion, forcing everyone to cover their ears. A fist wave compressed to its absolute limit shot forth from the tip of his fist, crashing toward the Shadow Scythe General. Facing a fist wave powerful enough to obliterate a hill, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe merely raised his hand and waved it lightly. The massive blade on his arm sliced through it cleanly. Ha! Wei Wu! Didn't I send an envoy to inform you beforehand that we'd be participating in the Secret Realm contest? But you refused, forcing me to come personally. Well, I'm here now. Still disagree? The giant general's voice was piercingly shrill, like nails scraping glass, causing discomfort. Wei Wu remained expressionless, ignoring the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. Seeing this, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe roared with laughter. Fine. I'll grant you 3 minor secret realms in Wuzhou as your entry ticket to this contest. Though small secret realms yielded only a fraction of the resources found in medium-sized ones, they still provided a significant amount of resource points. The larger the secret realm, the higher the probability of rare resources and high-quality equipment. Hearing this, Wei Wu's expression darkened further. The 3 minor secret realms in Wuzhou had originally been seized from the human race by the insect race. Now they were being handed back to the humans as admission tickets? It was practically freeloading. Observing Wei Wu's dark expression, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe waved his massive hand decisively. It's settled. Without waiting for Wei Wu's response, he descended to the ground with 5 insectoid warriors. The insectoid warriors accompanying the giant general of the Shadow Scythe were all from the most battle-hardened races within the insectoid species, each towering in stature. The insectoid warriors surveyed the diminutive humans around them, their eyes brimming with contempt. Demon wolf spiders, golden-winged beetles, and golden-winged mantis. These are insectoids comparable to S-rank professionals. Can we still secure the secret realm's ownership rights? For a moment, doubt crept into the minds of the human professionals. Chapter 28, Fast Through the Curves is True Speed. With the emergence of the insectoid squad, several more teams were scared off. A squad composed almost entirely of S-rank professionals, how could others possibly compete? Just then, another team arrived. It was Ye Ming and his group. Chen Yehui, not far away, immediately spotted Ye Ming and Changhua. Are these two here to fight for the secret realm too? Chen Yehui looked skeptical. He promptly led his group to confront Ye Ming and his companions. Well, Changhua, you dare attempt a medium-sized secret realm? After clearing a few minor dungeons with your crew, you've lost all sense of your own limitations? Chen Yehui sneered contemptuously. How utterly overconfident. See that? Even the elite squad's here. He nodded toward the demon squad standing beside Wei Wu. We might not even get first place.
And you want to compete?
Wei Wu seemed to sense something and turned his head. Recognizing Ye Ming, his previously sullen expression softened slightly. Then, he strode purposefully over. Seeing Wei Wu suddenly approach, Chen Yahue panicked, thinking his actions had offended him, and quickly slipped away.
Ye Ming, you finally made it.
Wei Wu stepped forward, a hint of a smile appearing on his face.
I thought you'd forgotten about this. Not at all, old Wei.
Ye Ming replied with a smile.
Just got held up with something on the way, so I'm a bit late.
In truth, they'd taken a detour on the way to quickly clear a few dungeons and level up.
After a morning of last-minute cramming, Ye Ming's level had now broken through to 25.
Su Zhiqing had charged to level 18. Yang Xiao and Li Jia had both reached level 16, and even the newly class-changed Chenghua had shot up to level 15.
Upon reaching level 25, Ye Ming received another advancement quest. Stage 2 advancement quest, deify 1 legendary tier talent, earn 1 server-wide honor. Quest progress, 1-2.
He had just recruited Chenghua, a legendary tier talent, but where could he find a server-wide honor? Honor essentially meant some kind of award, like topping the battle merit rankings or setting the fastest clear time for a dungeon. The only regional level honor Ye Ming could think of at the moment was the Professional Martial Arts Examination. The martial arts examination is no longer unified across all regions of China. Instead, each region conducts its own. That meant he'd have to wait 2 more days.
You're just in time.
You need to secure control of the secret realm. Wei Wu patted Ye Ming on the shoulder encouragingly. If you succeed, I'll give each of you a set of orange quality gear plus a red quality weapon. Su Zhiqing and the others' eyes lit up at Wei Wu's words. Currently, they only possessed the purple quality gear they had obtained earlier, with only Li Jia owning a pumpkin helmet as orange quality equipment.
Wei Wuya was offering them a full set of orange quality gear outright. A full set of orange quality gear was worth millions of Huaxia currency.
Rest assured, Elder Wei.
Leave it to me. Ye Ming smiled.
Suddenly, the surrounding crowd grew restless.
The secret realm has opened. Everyone looked over.
The stone steps had now solidified completely, forming a path that stretched from the secret realm's entrance right before their eyes. Charge! A shout rang out from somewhere, and instantly, everyone surged toward the stone steps.
Go! Fang Yamo barked the command, leading the demon squad members toward the entrance. My children! Go forth! Take the secret realm!
The sharp voice of the Shadow Scythe General rang out.
In an instant, 5 insectoid warriors lunged toward the stone steps.
Old Wei!
We're going!
Seeing this, Ye Ming and the others exchanged a quick farewell with Wei Wu before rushing into the secret realm themselves. A flash of white light enveloped them, transporting Ye Ming and his companions to a strange, otherworldly space. Before them stood a damaged altar, surrounded by broken stone pillars and toppled colossal statues bearing the marks of time's erosion. Thick vines clung to the stone sculptures, the only signs of life in this desolate realm. You have entered the medium-sized secret realm trial Lost Ruins. The trial consists of 3 stages. Current Stage 1, defeat all monsters that appear to clear this stage. Typically, the first stage was extremely straightforward, clearing all monsters posed little challenge. Looks like the secret realm trial isn't too tough after all, Li Jia remarked, running his fingers along a collapsed stone pillar. We're here to claim dominion over this secret realm, so we need to clear it swiftly. At that moment, Chenghua, skilled in gameplay and strategy, stepped forward. This was her first group activity, and such an important one at that. Ye Ming had bestowed upon her a legendary tier profession, and she was determined to repay him handsomely. After morning dungeon runs honed their coordination, the team's synergy wasn't flawless but had become second nature. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the shattered altar slowly shifted, revealing a pitch-black opening.
In an instant,
countless monsters surged forth from the pitch-black opening. They were stone golems formed from fragmented stones, each with an energy crystal pulsing in its chest.
As commander, Chenghua assessed the situation and immediately ordered Yang Xiao, draw the monsters aggro.
Li Jia, charge your 3 flame true fire.
Aim to wipe them out in one wave.
The Lost Ruins' vast space resembled a flat, open plain.
If the monsters scattered, it would severely hinder clearing efficiency.
Therefore, gathering them together and eliminating them with an AoE damage skill was the fastest approach. After breaking through to Tier 1, Yang Xiao unlocked the 8-9 Mystic Arts, which boosted his physique by 200% upon use, making him an exceptional tank. Simultaneously, Yang Xiao unleashed the Heaven Shouting Divine Hunt, where the Heaven Shouting dogs continuously drew stray monsters toward him. After drawing their aggro, countless stone golem puppets swarmed toward Yang Xiao, threatening to overwhelm him. Fortunately, these stone golems dealt low damage. Thanks to Pure Spring Nectar, Yang Xiao's health regeneration outpaced his damage intake. Before long, all the monsters were drawn to Yang Xiao's front. Any stone golems that strayed off course were swiftly dispatched by Su Zhiqing's sword. At that moment, Li Jia's fire-tipped spear was fully charged, a dense mass of 3 flame-true fire coalescing before his chest. Su Zhiqing, too, had summoned a massive light sword in her hand. Both were poised and ready. Now, Chenghua had already unleashed the fierce form of Gaochen, a menacing aura manifesting as a phantom behind her. Heaven's Edge command. The Goqing battle spirit behind Chenghua channeled stellar energy into a golden whip, which it then hurled violently toward the stone golem horde. Boom! Her attack carried the force of heavenly thunder. Purple arcs of lightning erupted among the stone golems, like divine punishment from the heavens. In an instant, every puppet was struck, convulsing violently as stone fragments rained down. With this single strike, the stone golems were nearly wiped out. Though Chenghua was only level 15, the skill unleashed by a legendary tier profession dealt more damage than a level 48 tier profession's abilities. 3 Flame True Fire. Lightning Slash. In the blink of an eye, arcs of lightning, bursts of flame, and purifying energy raged through the pile of puppets, eliminating the last remaining ones. The few stragglers were torn apart by the howling celestial hounds. Done. First stage cleared. Guo Cheng surveyed the scattered debris and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a massive light screen unfolded like a scroll, displaying the progress of each team's advancement through the stages with running figures. Many who hadn't entered the secret realm gathered around to watch the competition unfold. Look! The demon squad is clearing monsters so fast. Someone pointed at the figure representing the demon squad on the screen, racing toward the first gate marker. Damn! How are the insectoid squad moving so fast too? Even faster than the demon squad. Another person exclaimed anxiously, clenching their fists as they mentally cheered for the demon squad. Witnessing this scene, the sharp voice of the Shadow Scythe General rang out again. Ha! Wei Wu, this secret realm seems destined for our Zerg. Its hexagonal compound eyes glinted coldly. The miniature figure representing the insectoid squad was now mere inches from the first gate marker, poised to surge through. The little man representing the demon squad was constantly being outmatched by the insectoid forces. Wei Wu ignored the scythe giant's taunts, instead fixing his gaze on the miniature figure representing Ye Ming's squad. Could something have gone wrong? He frowned. The little figure was crawling like a turtle, barely moving from the starting point. But in the very next instant, under Wei Wu's astonished gaze, the miniature figure from Ye Ming's squad suddenly moved as if possessed by the flash. Swish! In an instant, they caught up to the progress of the demon squad and the insect squad. Another blink. The little figures charged straight past the first gate marker. Ha! The multi-eyed Shadow Scythe General instantly caught the scene, countless eyes widening in disbelief. The other onlookers all widened their eyes and gaped in astonishment. Holy crap! Bolt speed. That fast. Did he activate full screen instant kill? Which team is this? Did they plug in a cheat device? Exclamations erupted like a boiling pot among the crowd. This scene felt like a response to the Ghost Scythe General's boastful words, a resounding slap in the face. Oomph. This is only the first stage. There are still 2 more to go. The Shadow Scythe General forced a cold snort. What's so impressive about speed on a straight track? True speed is proven on the curves. Within the secret realm. After Ye Ming and the others cleared the first stage, the second stage activated immediately. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the pitch-black opening atop the altar, instantly engulfing everyone inside. Chapter 29, What is a Personal Battle? When Ye Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself in an arena, but the others were nowhere to be seen. Ha! Could this be a solo trial? Ye Ming surveyed his surroundings. It was an oval-shaped arena with tiered seating encircling it. And he was positioned right in the center of the arena. At that moment, a prompt sounded in his ears. Current stage 2, defeat the boss before you alone to clear the stage. Sure enough, the second stage is a solo battle. A solo battle, simply put, meant fighting alone. Outside the secret realm, people learned about the second stage's requirements. The second stage is actually a solo battle. This meant all 5 members had to defeat their respective bosses to advance. That gives the insectoid race a huge advantage. Each of them is comparable to an S-rank combat specialist. Not only are other teams significantly lower in level, but they also lack combat specialized roles. To balance team capabilities, squads typically included support class combatants. While these support roles are generally high level, starting at A rank, their combat prowess still falls short of B rank combat classes. We're done for. The demon squad has a healer, there's no way they'll pass the second stage. Amidst the crowd, some seem to foresee the outcome of this secret realm contest. Inside the secret realm. Boom! A deafening explosion tore a hole in the surrounding walls. The next instant, a monster resembling a bull, with spiraling horns rising from its head, burst through the hole. Boss encountered Giant Rock Ox, level 40. This boss boasts absurdly high defense, clad in thick rock armor, while its massive horns possess terrifying piercing power. A classic high attack, high defense type, the toughest nut to crack. Moo! The moment the Giant Rock Ox appeared, its bovine eyes locked onto Ye Ming. After all, he was the only one on the battlefield. Its hooves tapped the ground restlessly, then its right front hoof suddenly began scraping the earth back and forth, gathering power. The next second, it charged forward like a mountain collapsing. The tip of its massive horn flashed with a cold gleam. Getting stabbed by that would be no fun at all. Unlike the desperate crowd outside the secret realm, Ye Ming remained unflustered. After learning about the second gates challenge, he had actually smiled. The one thing his team never lacked was fighting prowess. Nothing but fighting prowess. Before Changwei joined the team, clearing dungeons was always a breeze, no tactics required. They crushed everything with sheer force. Watching the colossal rock bull charging toward him, Ye Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. The next instant, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Ye Ming neither dodged nor retreated, unleashing the 8-9 mystic arts, Gaochun's wrathful form, and 3 heads, 8 arms. With these enhancements stacked, Ye Ming could now kill an ox with a single punch. Boom! The giant rock ox was struck by Ye Ming's fist, its razor-sharp horn snapping instantly. The giant rock ox felt it was facing not a human, but a speeding locomotive. It staggered a few times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Congratulations on clearing the second stage. Please return to the altar to await further instructions. A white light swept out once more, enveloping Ye Ming's figure. Meanwhile, in another arena. Behind Changhua, the Gaochun battle spirit swung its golden whip, relentlessly striking the boss. The boss she faced was a rune skeleton warrior, highly mobile, possessing formidable attack power, and even capable of summoning skeleton minions. But unfortunately for it, it faced Changhua. Summoning command. With 5 charges now accumulated in her Pantheon seal, she summoned 4 crossbow celestial soldiers and a battle-breaking chariot. Each volley from the 4 heavenly archers felt like 1,000 arrows unleashed, forming a storm of arrows that rained down upon the skeleton minions summoned by the boss. The battle-breaker chariot fired its cannonballs. In an instant, all the skeleton minions were annihilated. Heaven's Edge command. Ignoring her mana reserves, she frantically unleashed skills, desperate to rush out and aid Ye Ming. After all, in her memory, Ye Ming shouldn't be this powerful. What profession could both grant others a second job advancement and be absurdly powerful themselves? It made no sense. Yet reality proved utterly unreasonable. The battle soul of Gaochun swung its golden whip, smashing into the rune skeleton's body and yanking it right before him. Countless illusory golden whips materialized, instantly shattering the rune skeleton into pieces. Congratulations on clearing the second stage. Please return to the altar to await further instructions. Finally done. Boss, I'm here to help. A flash of white light appeared. When Changhua returned to the altar, she immediately scanned the area for any other entrances to the arena. But what she saw astonished her. There lay Ye Ming, resting on a massive boulder. Boss, you didn't enter the arena? Changhua looked utterly bewildered. Of course I did. Then why are you here? After defeating the boss, didn't we get teleported back here? Ye Ming found her question odd. You can return, but I can't? Changhua was utterly stunned. The speed at which the boss was defeated by the leader was actually faster than hers, a legendary tier professional. Before she could dwell on it, the other team members began appearing one after another. Seeing everyone gathered, Ye Ming rose from the boulder. Let's go. On to the third stage. Ye Ming's team cleared the second stage in mere minutes, while other squads were still struggling fiercely. The slowest progress is stuck clearing minor enemies in the first stage. Even the Zerg and Demon squads had barely passed the halfway mark of the second stage. Finally, Ye Ming and his 4 companions reached a half-collapsed temple. Sunlight streamed through the shattered roof, casting mottled patterns on the weathered walls. Broken beams lay strewn among the rubble. At the temple's center stood a stone statue with only half a face. The moment Ye Ming and his companions stepped inside, a figure silently materialized from the shadows outside the temple. It was a figure cloaked head to toe in black robes. Finally inside. Came a hoarse whisper from beneath the cloak. He paused abruptly, his gaze sweeping the temple interior. How did this group get in so fast? In his experience, clearing a medium-sized secret realm was no easy feat. He was puzzled. The cloaked figure cautiously moved to a broken opening in the temple wall and peered inside. At that moment, Ye Ming and his companion stood facing the final lord boss of the secret realm, the faceless Buddha statue. Boom! The half-faced Buddha statue in the center slowly rose to its feet, causing dust to rain down from the temple ceiling. Ye Ming and his companions immediately launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of assaults upon the statue. 3 SSS tier? And 1 legendary tier? The pupils beneath the black cloak suddenly contracted. The attacks from Su Zhiqing and the others, along with the boss's posture, were all clearly visible to him. When did these people appear? Not a single hint. Could they be China's secretly cultivated trump cards? The cloaked figure pondered for a moment before making a decision. No matter how many high-potential practitioners appear, it won't matter. The future of humanity is destined to coexist with the demon race. With that, the cloaked figure extended a hand, revealing a black seed in its palm. He crouched down and buried the black seed into the earth. I hope you appreciate this gift of mine. The hooded figure watched the group battling the boss inside the temple, a wicked smile spreading across his face. At that very moment, Ye Ming seemed to sense something. He whipped his head around to look at the broken hole where the cloaked figure had been hiding. It was empty. A trick of the mind? Ye Ming frowned. Never mind. Let's take down the boss first.
Ye Ming withdrew his gaze and intensified his assault. Chapter 30, Turn the Tide. The Lord-level boss proved far more formidable. The group's attacks landed on the faceless Buddha statue's body, inflicting only painless, trivial damage. For instance, Li Jia's 3-flame true fire could only leave faint scorch marks on its surface. Su Zhiqing's light slash shattered the faceless Buddha statue into rubble, but in an instant, it used the surrounding debris to regenerate. Even Changguo's attacks, striking the statue's body, failed to defeat it outright. At this rate, though they might eventually defeat the faceless Buddha, their progress through the stage would be severely slowed. Meanwhile, other teams had already cleared the second stage. Outside the secret realm, the giant scythe general laughed heartily upon seeing the insectoid squad pass the second stage. It seems our insectoid race still has a chance to seize control of this secret realm. He then turned his gaze to the progress of the demon squad. At that moment, the demon squad was still struggling fiercely in the second stage. Wei Wu, your special squad isn't all that impressive. Oomph. What are you so pleased about? Haven't you noticed that one squad has already reached the third stage? Wei Wu replied indifferently. Ha? Could that squad be your secret weapon? Hearing this, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe turned his gaze to the progress of Ye Ming's squad. He was intensely curious who were these mysterious individuals who were clearing stages faster than his hand-picked insect warriors? The giant general of the Shadow Scythe thought to himself, if this squad claims the secret realm, I must find a way to eliminate them later. Inside the secret realm temple, Ye Ming and his team had shattered the faceless Buddha statue into rubble multiple times, yet it always instantly restored itself, seemingly capable of infinite resurrection. Boss! This isn't working! Changguo exclaimed anxiously. Based on her gaming experience, bosses with resurrection abilities were rare, and those that could resurrect indefinitely were practically non-existent. If they dragged this out any longer, other teams would catch up. She certainly didn't want her first group activity to end in defeat. Deng Cheng's gaze grew solemn as she watched the faceless Buddha statue shatter once more under Su Zhiqing's sword. Suddenly, she noticed a faintly glowing crystal core embedded in the chest of the faceless Buddha statue. Each time the crystal core flickered, it triggered the surrounding debris, gathering it together. Could this be the reason the faceless Buddha kept resurrecting? Guo Cheng's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered the method to defeat the faceless Buddha statue. Attack the crystal core within the statue's chest. Changguo shouted to the others. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Changguo made the first move. Behind her, the Gaochen battle spirit swung its golden whip, unleashing a thunderbolt strike toward the crystal core. Upon hearing Changguo's words, Su Zhiqing's gaze sharpened as she too spotted the crystal core within the statue's chest. She immediately cried out, "Light slash!" Li Jia and Yang Xiao also launched their attacks, striking toward the crystal core. Instantly, several dazzling beams of light streaked toward the chest of the faceless Buddha statue. Ye Ming, however, held back. After being alerted by Changguo, he too spotted the crystal core. Yet, he sensed a familiar power emanating from it. Finally, under the eager gazes of the others, their attacks successfully reached the faceless Buddha statue. Just as everyone thought they could shatter the crystal core and defeat the boss, a surprising scene unfolded. The crystal core suddenly began to rapidly flicker, erupting with a silver light that illuminated the incoming attacks. Exposed to the silver light, their attacks slowly shrank, their power gradually fading. As if an eternity had passed, their power completely faded. When they struck the statue, they caused no damage whatsoever. What the hell? Li Jia stared in astonishment at the scene. Their combined attack, if unleashed outside, might not shatter a mountain, but it could certainly blast a massive crater into the ground. Yet under that silver light, their skills crumbled like a giant boulder turning to sand, utterly fragile. Just as I thought, Ye Ming declared. Changguo turned to look at Ye Ming. Boss, did you know what was going on? Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Ye Ming. Zhiqing and Yang Xiao, doesn't the fluctuation emanating from that silver light remind you of something you've seen before? Ye Ming prompted the two. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing and Yang Xiao began to recall. In an instant, their eyes widened as if they had remembered something. They exclaimed in unison, "The mirror." Exactly. That silver light is the power of time. After assisting Yang Xiao with his class change, Ye Ming's skills had evolved, and an eye-like pattern had appeared on his forehead. The silver light emanating from it had directly accelerated the mirror's lifespan by several years, causing it to age. And the silver light released by the crystal core earlier was also the power of time. It turned out the faceless Buddha statue didn't possess infinite resurrection abilities. Instead, it was the crystal core within its chest that released the power of time, enabling it to continuously reboot, returning it to the moment before it was shattered. What? No wonder. I knew there had to be a reason this boss could resurrect endlessly. Seeing this, Ye Ming stepped forward. Bosses wielding the power of time are exceptionally difficult to deal with. But luckily, I have it too. As he spoke, a strange, mystical pattern slowly emerged on Ye Ming's forehead. The next instant, the pattern seemed to come alive, instantly transforming into an eye. In a moment, I'll use my power of time to neutralize the crystal core's temporal force, preventing it from reactivating. Seize the opportunity to defeat the boss.
Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, everyone nodded in agreement.
Open. Turn the tide of battle. With Ye Ming's low command, the eye on his forehead instantly opened.
A silver beam shot forth, striking the Buddha statue's chest.
As if sensing the impending danger, the crystal core began to flicker.
I'll see whose power is stronger, yours or mine. After all, this was Ye Ming's first true use of temporal power. The two forces of time collided instantly, without a sound.
Only a silent struggle ensued.
Judging by the crystal core's reaction, however, Ye Ming's power seemed to hold the upper hand.
The crystal core flashed wildly, but to no avail. Its power could no longer cover the Buddha statue's body. Now,
at Qingguo's command, the group unleashed their skills once more, bombarding the Buddha statue. This time, there were no surprises. The moment their attacks struck the statue, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris in all directions.
Boom!
The colossal statue crumbled into rubble and crashed to the ground.
This time, the Buddha's face did not revive. Success!
The victory notification chimed.
Congratulations! Your party has successfully defeated the secret realm boss, the faceless Buddha statue. Beginning reward distribution. For clearing the medium-sized secret realm Lost Ruins, all members receive plus 3000 EXP.
As the first team to clear this medium-sized secret realm, your party gains ownership rights. According to contribution distribution rules, as the team leader, you will receive 90% of the dungeon ownership. Each member of the clearing team receives 2.5% of the dungeon ownership. Upon acquiring domain ownership, all resources produced within the domain belong to the owner.
A medium-sized secret realm is no less valuable than a gold mine.
Simultaneously, the incense offerings for faith are being settled. Honorees Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia, Changguo achieved the first clear of a medium-sized secret realm. Rewards: spiritual power plus 54, red quality equipment chest 4. Clearing a medium-sized secret realm directly granted Ye Ming 200 spirit power.
After consecrating Changguo, Ye Ming's spiritual power had dwindled to just 10 points. But now it had rebounded to 210 points.
Additionally, he obtained 4 red quality equipment chests. Consider this, even Wei Wu, the Grand Commander of the region, possessed only 1 red quality piece of equipment.
His humble student now outshone the regional commander in gear alone.
However, the others only received experience rewards and no additional loot.
Therefore, Ye Ming decided to distribute all 4 equipment chests among the group.
After all, when his team members are strong, he is strong. Especially Su Zhiqing and Li Jia, they had their college entrance exams in 2 days. They couldn't afford to be without good gear.
Chapter 31, Unexpected Turn. Anton.
Ye Ming and his party had just cleared the secret realm. The other teams were instantly forced to teleport out of the secret realm.
Damn it! Did that insectoid squad snatch the secret realm's ownership after all? Fang Mo, who had been teleported out, looked utterly frustrated. On human territory, the secret realm had been snatched away by an alien race.
This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face to their special squad.
But immediately after, the insectoid squad was also flung out. As Fang Mo blared furiously at the insectoid squad, he noticed every one of them hanging their heads in defeat.
Not far away, the Shadow Scythe General's dense compound eyes flashed with a cold, vicious glint.
Not the Bug Clan's first clear? Fang Mo snapped his head up to stare at the light screen scroll in the air.
Only then did he realize the first team to clear the secret realm was an unknown squad.
Which squad is this? How could they be faster than us and the Bug Clan? Fang Mo was utterly stunned. If there's a squad this formidable, why bother calling them a special squad? Was it just to tell them, you're not special?
The members of the demon squad felt their faces burn with embarrassment. The other teams that had been teleported out erupted in chaos.
What kind of god-tier squad is this? How did they get so fast?
We're only on the second stage.
You're already on the second stage? We haven't even finished the first one yet. Holy crap! We barely made it through the first stage, and it's already over? Everyone was both astonished and curious. President.
First clear.
The first team to clear it is Qingguo's squad.
Lu Hao pointed at the scroll, his voice trembling.
Impossible. Would that be rank Azure Commander from Qingguo? Chen Yahui refused to believe it. The secret realm glitched. It's definitely a glitch. Their team hadn't even cleared the first stage before getting teleported out.
Their team had been kicked out before even clearing the first stage. Yet the words on the scroll were glaringly clear. Chen Yahui was already regretting it deep down. He should never have kicked Qingguo out.
On the other side, Wei Wu grinned, his face creased with laughter, turning to the Scythe General. Ha! Looks like your insectoid elites aren't so tough after all. What elite warriors? They were taken down by our human squad. Flames seemed to shoot from the giant general's compound eyes. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Its scythe-like arm pointed fiercely at the golden-winged hornet. Before we came, I even treated you to a honey feast. And this is the result you give me?
A cold gleam flashed as the scythe arm pointed at the golden-winged mantis. And you? I specially paired you with a mate yesterday to boost your stamina.
Is this how you lead?
The giant scythe general's twin blades scraped together with a sharp, grinding sound, sparks flying everywhere. Never had the insect race suffered such a humiliating defeat in a contest. Never had the insect race been so utterly humiliated in a secret realm contest. Victory was always a certainty. They'd even defeated the demon clans in battles. This time, they deliberately selected their elite forces to seize a medium-sized secret realm only to lose everything down to their underwear. Not only did they fail to secure the medium-sized secret realm, but they also paid 2 small secret realms as admission. Though these 2 small secret realms were originally seized as well, he had long considered them his own. This trip was a complete waste, and Wei Wu had witnessed the utter humiliation.
Seeing Wei Wu's glaring smile, the flames in the giant general's compound eyes shot up another 3 zhang. Wei Wu.
Don't get too excited just yet, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe roared in his shrill, piercing voice.
I'll remember this.
Wei Wu leisurely picked his ear. No need to shout so loudly.
Though I'm old, my hearing is still sharp. Fine. Fine. Fine.
The giant general of the Shadow Scythe gritted his teeth, uttering 3 emphatic goods in response to Wei Wu's gloating expression. Then, with a sudden flap of his wings that stirred the air, he turned and departed without a backward glance. The other insectoid warriors quickly spread their wings to follow. Watching the giant general of the Shadow Scythe depart in disarray, Wei Wu's smile grew even broader.
Ye Ming never ceases to surprise me. His gaze swept the surroundings, searching for Ye Ming's whereabouts. But after scanning the area, he couldn't find Ye Ming anywhere. Where is Ye Ming?
Logically, as the first team to clear the stage, they should have emerged long ago. And Ye Ming wasn't the type to slip away without a word.
What's going on? Could something have happened? Suddenly, Wei Wu's heart tightened.
Meanwhile, within the secret realm,
Ye Ming had already distributed the equipment chests among the group. Su Zhiqing obtained a sword named Michael's Blade. The others received Li Zhao's Yutak's Spear, Yang Zhao's Trinity Force Axe, and Chenggua's Thornmail. Thanks, boss, the group thanked Ye Ming in unison.
Each piece of red quality gear was worth 100 million huaxia coins. Such precious items, and Ye Ming just gave them away. Especially Chenghua, she had cleared several minor dungeons for the Jiashi Guild before, yet never even obtained a single blue quality item. Yet with Ye Ming, she'd obtained a red quality item on her very first run.
Alright, everyone, keep up the good work. More gear will be coming your way. Golden gear. Even multicolored gear isn't out of the question.
Ye Ming smiled at the group. After all, these were future prospects, best to dangle the carrot first. After distributing the rewards, the group waited for the secret realm to teleport them out. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, nothing changed. Li Zhao looked around, puzzled. What's going on? We cleared the stage, so why aren't we being teleported out?
Damn it! We're not stuck in a glitch, are we? Ye Ming looked equally perplexed. Just as he was about to speak,
the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to violently tremble. The slanted stone pillars around them toppled to the ground.
Holy crap! Earthquakes in the secret realm too? Li Zha exclaimed in shock. The next moment,
not far away, the already crumbling temple suddenly exploded.
A massive black shadow burst forth from the ruins.
The shadow instantly blocked out the sunlight, casting a vast shadow that enveloped everyone. It was a turtle-like creature bearing a miniature volcano on its back, its crater burning with black flames. Its massive body and thick limbs resembled pillars capable of supporting the heavens. Its surface was covered in thick, rugged rock armor, beneath which a mechanical gear slowly turned.
The demonic beast Anton. Roar! Anton opened its gaping maw and roared at Ye Ming and the others.
The resulting shockwave kicked up clouds of dust, forcing Ye Ming and the others to squint.
Didn't we clear the stage? Why is there still a boss? Chengguo exclaimed in panic. The others also wore grave expressions, each assuming a battle stance.
Just then, Li Zha suddenly felt a surge of heat in his chest. In the next instant, a flash of light erupted, and Li Zha vanished from sight.
Hey! Where's Li Zha?
Chengguo shouted upon his sudden disappearance. Yang Xiao was equally puzzled.
Could Li Zha have been teleported out?
Seeing this, Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing exchanged a glance.
Demons! Ye Ming whispered. Demons? There are no demons. At the mention of demons, anger surged through Yang Xiao.
Ye Ming raised his head and gestured.
That monster is demonic.
He briefly recounted his previous encounter at the Ghost Castle to Yang Xiao and Changhua.
Within the Demon Suppression Tower.
Li Zha opened his eyes to find himself back in the Demon Suppression Tower.
Detected demonic aura. Activating the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Second floor trial, defeat 2 demon beasts Anton.
Though Li Zha had long been aware of the Demon Suppression Tower's nature, his expression darkened upon seeing the second-tier trial requirement.
2? Wasn't it just 1 last time? If the first layer required defeating 1 demonic creature and the second layer required 2, wouldn't the requirements become increasingly difficult as he progressed? Moreover, Li Zha could distinctly sense it.
This time, the Antaeus simulated by the Demon Suppression Tower hadn't suppressed its power to match his own level.
Not only had the numbers increased, but the power had grown stronger too. They're treating me like a Japanese person. Li Jia cursed inwardly. But with matters having come to this, Li Jia had no choice but to advance. He drew the weapon he had just obtained, the attack spear. Kill! Li Jia roared furiously, charging forward with his spear raised. Chapter 32, Powerless. 9 Radiant Stars Body. Gazing upon the mountain-like, suffocating presence of Anton before them, Ye Ming and the others instantly tensed their nerves. Ye Ming and his companions immediately entered combat readiness. Demons! Die! Yang Zhao's eyes blazed crimson as he roared and charged forward first. His father had perished on the demonic battlefield as searing hatred ignited within him. Split the mountains, shake the peaks. He swung his newly acquired triple-bladed giant axe with all his might, aiming a devastating strike at Anton. Yet! Clang! The furious blow, powerful enough to cleave a hill, struck Anton and only sent a trail of blinding sparks flying. Not even a white mark was left on Anton's thick rock armor. Anton didn't even bother to glance at him, merely raising one massive foot casually and stamping it lightly on the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted instantly. Yang Xiao, axe and all, was hurled away like a broken sack. Seeing this, the others immediately sprang into action. Light slash! Su Zhiqing's command rang out as a dazzling light sword coalesced in midair, descending with purifying power. Heaven's Edge command. Another attack followed swiftly. A thick golden whip materialized above Anton's head, then smashed down with brutal force. Facing this pincer attack, Anton's massive head merely retracted slowly into its impenetrable rock-armored shell. Boom! Boom! The lightsaber and golden whip struck solidly against its back. Dust billowed everywhere. Yet when the dust settled, the giant shell remained utterly unscathed, not even flinching. Anton shook his neck, as if merely bothered by a couple of mosquito bites. Then, without warning, a monstrous tail covered in vicious bone spines whipped toward Su Zhiqing and her companion with a shrill screech, striking like a battering ram. Thud! Thud! Before they could react, they were struck like a speeding train, hurled backward like cannonballs, and slammed hard into a distant rock wall. Ye Ming and Li Min leapt forward, pulling Su Zhiqing and Changhua free from the rocks. Don't charge in recklessly. This monster's defense is too high. Our levels are too low, we can't deal enough damage. Ye Ming shouted. Changhua, calm down. Find its weak spot. At that moment, Anton slowly raised its head, opening its gaping maw. A colossal surge of energy gathered within its maw. Lava breath. Anton unleashed a torrent of scorching black flames from its maw, engulfing the group. Seeing this, the group immediately activated their skills to evade the attack. Someone has to draw its aggro, then the rest of us can attack its weak spots from a distance. Changhua shouted. Though Anton was nearly entirely covered in thick rock armor, some of its vulnerable areas remained unprotected. Hearing Chenghua's words, Yang Xiao stepped forward once more. I'll do it. With that, he charged toward Anton, leaping into the air with his massive axe raised. 8-9 Mystic Arts. Split mountains, shake peaks. In an instant, Yang Xiao's physique began to surge. Boom! This time, the massive axe struck Anton's back, finally leaving a shallow wound. Roar! The pain radiating from his back made Anton roar repeatedly. Its massive limbs stomped violently against the ground. In an instant, several pillars of molten lava erupted from the ground. Everyone scrambled to dodge. But Su Zhiqing failed to dodge in time. The fabric on her legs was scorched by the flames, revealing her thighs beneath. Her originally snow-white thigh was scorched red. Changhua shouted, Yang Xiao, make it turn its back to us. Changhua realized that if Anton faced only one target, it would only unleash a single target attack. If multiple targets were present, it would unleash an area of effect attack, which would hinder their assault on Anton. Receiving the order, Yang Xiao immediately sprinted toward the distance. Because Yang Xiao had wounded Anton, its gaze remained fixed on him. Anton slowly turned on its 4 limbs, presenting its rear to the group. Now's our chance. The group struck simultaneously, bombarding Anton's weak points. At the same time, inside the demon suppression tower, Li Jia knelt on one knee, leaning heavily on his spear as his chest heaved violently. Before him stood 2 Antons, one fallen, one standing. Finally killed one. Li Jia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. One more. His eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit. He had grown up on the frontier, witnessing countless compatriots slaughtered by the demon race. Even his father, Li Jing, had narrowly escaped death at their hands on multiple occasions. Therefore, Li Jia's hatred for the demon race was no less than Yang Zhao's. Even more so. Li Jia hurled the heaven and earth ring, pinning Anton to the spot. Then, wielding the Aatrox spear, he thrust it fiercely at Anton's weak point. Boom! Another dazzling light slash struck. This monster's health pool is ridiculously high. Su Zhiqing wiped the sweat from her forehead. Only through relentless, uninterrupted attacks did the group manage to reduce Anton's health to half. Roar! Every time Anton tried to turn away, Yang Xiao would land an axe blow, pulling its aggro back. Black flames roared from Anton's maw.
Yang Xiao activated the 8-9 mystic arts and the pure spring nectar, continuously fending it off. Even with multiple skills buffing him, Yang Xiao distinctly felt the scorching heat of the black flames. His skin was scorched crimson, steam rising from his body. His blue-quality armor began to show signs of melting. Just as everyone was desperately attacking Anton, a flash of white light erupted, and Li Jia's figure reappeared before the group. Li Jia is back. Seeing Li Jia return, Ye Ming knew he had passed the trials of the Demon Suppression Tower. Sure enough, a notification chimed in his ear. Chosen One Li Jia has cleared the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. You have received the Faith Reward, Spiritual Power plus 40. Li Jia has obtained the trial reward, Divine Power Body Sculpting. You share the trial reward, Divine Power Body Sculpting. Instantly, Ye Ming felt an inexplicable force surge into his body, nourishing his flesh like long-awaited rain after a drought. A radiant glow emanated from his body, as if emitting a divine aura. Ah, bliss. Ye Ming felt his body grow noticeably lighter, his control over his physique elevated to a new level, and his 5 senses greatly enhanced. Boss! I passed the second stage of the Demon Suppression Trial. Li Jia rushed back and excitedly shared the good news with Ye Ming. Special Constitution, Star Forging Technique Second Layer. Through Divine Power Sculpting, the requirements for fusing the Special Constitution 9 Radiant Star Body have been met. Upon receiving this notification, Ye Ming was overjoyed. He never imagined he'd soon possess a special physique straight out of online novels. I am the 9 Radiant Star Body. With a single gesture, I subdue all foes under heaven. However, Li Jia reminded him that he still needed to fulfill the conditions to activate the physique. Ye Ming opened his interface panel and saw the new entry. Special Constitution, 9 Radiant Stars Constitution unactivated. Ye Ming then patted Li Jia on the shoulder. Not bad. But you still need to work harder. Otherwise, if Li Jia didn't work hard, he wouldn't have obtained the 9 Radiant Stars physique. Yes, boss. Li Jia snapped to attention. Let's deal with the monsters before us first. Li Jia turned to face Anton. Leave it to me, boss. Li Jia charged forward with his spear raised, now fully aware of Anton's weaknesses. With Li Jia joining the fray, Anton, already whittled down to half health by the group, collapsed under their combined assault. After holding out for only a moment, Anton crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Phew! Finally took it down. Yang Xiao exhaled deeply, gazing at the colossal figure sprawled on the ground. This was his first time defeating a demonic being, but it certainly wouldn't be his last. After Anton's death, the group was finally teleported out of the secret realm. Chapter 33, Mercenaries? The demon realm emerges. The next day, at the Xuanwu Lake Villa, Ye Ming had just woken up and was preparing to wash up when he heard a knock on the door. Who could be knocking so early? At that moment, everyone else in the villa had already left to run dungeons and level up. Ye Ming opened the door and was startled to find Wei Wu standing outside. Master Wei, what brings you here so early in the morning? Ye Ming invited Wei Wu inside while brushing his teeth. Heh, what? Can't I just drop by to see you? Wei Wu smiled faintly. Wei Wu sat down on the sofa and looked at Ye Ming. But today, I did come to discuss something with you. He shifted gears. Oh? What is it? Ye Ming thought to himself, the regional commander-in-chief actually needs to consult a student like me? I want you to establish a base for training a special task force. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming paused mid-brush. Special task force base? Ye Ming had previously learned of the Sword Base, a facility dedicated to training special forces for China. Was Wei Wu now planning to establish his own special base? Truthfully, Ye Ming wasn't cut out for management. After all, in his previous life, he had always been an ordinary worker. He had never managed others. Moreover, establishing such a base would only entangle him further with the authorities, bringing endless complications. He detested the bureaucratic world above all else. Wei Wu continued, you possess the ability to cultivate high-tier professionals. What you lack least is potential talent. Therefore, you needn't worry about a shortage of talent. Additionally, the authorities will select qualified candidates nationwide for your consideration. What do you think? The terms Wei Wu offered were tempting. If Ye Ming agreed, he could rapidly enhance his own strength. But conversely, the troubles would multiply. After a moment's thought, Ye Ming voiced his own proposal. I think we could change the format, reposition it as something akin to a mercenary arrangement. That way, we can continue cooperating with the authorities without getting bogged down in their bureaucratic red tape. Ye Ming sought to follow orders without formal declarations. Upon hearing Ye Ming's response, Wei Wu pondered. He realized that the essence of their cooperative relationship wouldn't fundamentally change. Therefore, he concluded this approach was acceptable. Agreed. I was actually fretting over securing resources for building that special base. This way, we can reduce some expenses while concentrating our resources. Wei Wu nodded in agreement to Ye Ming's proposal. After witnessing Ye Ming and his team overwhelmingly defeat the insectoid warriors yesterday, he had conceived the idea of forming a special task force. Among the 5 major regions of Huaxia, the Jiangnan region faced the most intense defensive pressure. Besides the greatest threat, the demon clan, it also had to contend with the insect clan and other nations. For instance, the nations of Fusang and Han frequently provoked the Jiangnan region.
Were it not for the pressure from the demon clan and the insect clan,
Wei Wu would have long since marched his troops to annihilate these two clownish nations.
so then, you agree? Wei Wu asked for confirmation.
Ye Ming tilted his head slightly in affirmation. Once the organization was established, Ye Ming would gain more opportunities to select talent. This meant more chances to earn spiritual energy rewards. Simultaneously, he could emulate the sword base by dispatching his own special task force to assist other regions in competing for secret realms, thereby earning compensation. However, doing so might create an enemy the sword base. After all, it was essentially stealing their livelihood. But in this world, resources belong to those who can seize them. His special squad was formidable. He was confident in this regard. After all, his Jade Emperor profession was no joke.
Alright, it's settled then. Wei Wu stood up.
I'll make the necessary arrangements immediately upon returning.
If you need a venue, I can provide one as well.
Hearing Wei Wu's words, Ye Ming smiled faintly.
Then I'll take the Xuanwu Lake Villa district as my base.
Ye Ming had been staying at the Xuanwu Lake Villa for several days. Surrounded by mountains and water, the air was fresh and free from noise, making him feel very comfortable. Therefore, he also wanted to secure some benefits for his men. After all, they would need to handle various dangerous missions in the future, so basic support had to be in place.
Agreed.
I'll order the executives currently residing in the Xuanwu Lake Villas to vacate, making room for you. Meanwhile, in a world filled with towering trees, a towering figure sat upon a high seat, surrounded by a group of figures of diverse forms.
The atmosphere was extremely tense. No one below dared to make a move.
For the insectoid Grand General above them, the Shadow Scythe Commander, was seething with rage, with nowhere to vent it.
A bunch of useless trash.
The Shadow Scythe General raised his razor-sharp arm blade, unleashing a blinding slash of light that struck one of the figures below.
Splatter! In an instant,
a figure was decapitated, blood spurting from the severed neck like a fountain. Witnessing this, the other insectoid warriors trembled in fear, yet dared not move an inch. None of those who rose above tens of thousands of insectoids to become generals were pushovers. The Scythe General's hands were stained not only with the blood of other races, but with an equal amount of his own kind's blood.
Wei Wu! I won't let this go so easily.
The giant general of the Shadow Scythe commanded in a shrill voice, transmit my orders. Immediately dispatch men to the vicinity of the Jiangnan district to use demonic energy to summon the demonic race.
Simultaneously, select warriors skilled in disguise and assassination to eliminate certain targets in Tianan City.
He hadn't forgotten who had truly stripped him of all dignity during this secret realm expedition.
Wei Wu departed the Xuanwu Lake Villa and returned to his office in Tianan City.
His original office had been in Haizhou City, but he had relocated it to Tianan City for better protection of Ye Ming. Just as Wei Wu was preparing to arrange for the establishment of a special base, his secretary suddenly burst in.
Commander-in-Chief! A demonic realm has suddenly appeared outside the city. Hearing this, Wei Wu snapped his head up. Demon realms were domains formed by dense demonic energy, typically housing countless demonic soldiers. The formation of a demon realm required at least one demon lord. The demonic hierarchy, from lowest to highest, was demon soldiers, demon generals, demon lords, demon reverends, demon kings, and the demon emperors, equivalent to 6th-tier divine class professionals. A demon lord is equivalent to a human who has ascended to a 3rd-tier class at level 50. What's going on? How could a demon realm appear out of nowhere? Wei Wu's expression turned grave. This demonic domain couldn't have been formed by a demon lord, nor could it have emerged naturally. A demon lord level being could never have infiltrated the outskirts of Tianan City undetected. With the aid of scholar and inventor professionals, humans had developed tools capable of monitoring demonic energy fluctuations. Demon energy was profoundly malevolent, its fluctuations jarringly distinct from those of other races. Mobilize the army immediately to resist the demonic tide. Wei Wu ordered without delay. Chapter 34, The Demon General Appears. Crisis. Outside Tianan City. A pitch-black demonic domain, nearly 3 kilometers in diameter, descended upon the city like a rotting swamp. Within the domain, viscous, malevolent demonic energy churned and boiled, giving rise to demon soldiers with blood-red eyes that saw only slaughter. Roar! They roared, bursting forth from the realm and surging madly toward Tianan City. At that moment, troops were already deployed outside the city walls. Battle Group Commander Ren Feiyu once again led the first battle group to resist the demonic forces outside the city. Ren Feiyu stood atop the ramparts, his expression grave. This demonic tide proved far more ferocious than the previous insect swarm. The last insect swarm had been overwhelming in numbers, but each individual insect possessed limited destructive power. This demonic tide, however, was not only as vast as a flood, but each demon soldier radiated a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. The savage aura rushing toward them sent a chill down the spine. Ren Feiyu watched the demon tide steadily closing in. He roared, prepare for battle. All warriors wore solemn expressions, gripping their weapons tightly as they awaited the demonic tide. As the first demonic soldier arrived, earth-shattering roars and demonic howls instantly collided in a deafening cacophony. Kill! The professionals unleashed their skills with frenzied abandon fireballs, ice spikes, and arrows poured down like a torrential rain upon the demonic tide. The demon's skin bore a sickly purplish-blue hue, their muscles twisted and bulging. But what chilled the blood most was the malevolent aura of demonic energy coiling around them, exuding the stench of death and decay. The demon soldier's strength was formidable. Within moments of clashing, casualties began to mount among the adventurers. Splatter! A demon soldier extended its razor-sharp claws, effortlessly tearing through a professional's defensive shield. In the next instant, the claws pierced the warrior's chest, blood spurting forth. The warrior died with pain and despair in his eyes. However, some demon soldiers were also blown to pieces by the professional skills. A searing fireball slammed into the demon soldier, instantly sizzling. The demon soldier screamed, collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony. After a moment of struggle, it was ultimately consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. But overall, the casualties among the professionals were heavier. At this rate, the 1st Battalion couldn't hold out much longer. The demon soldiers would likely tear through their defensive lines. The defenses were teetering on collapse. Once breached, the demon soldiers would surge into the city and unleash slaughter. Years ago, the city of Chaozhou, not far from Tianan City, was annihilated by a demonic domain. By the time professionals from other cities arrived, the entire city had already lost all signs of life. Corpses littered the streets, mangled remains scattered everywhere. Skyscrapers lay in ruins, even the plants withered and turned yellow, transforming the city into a ghost town. Hold firm. Think about who's behind those walls. Your parents. Your wives and children. Ren Feiyu's eyes bulged as his thunderous roar echoed. He leapt from the city wall, his battle blade flashing coldly as it instantly cleaved through several demon soldiers. Amidst the demonic tide, a surge of even stronger demonic energy erupted. The ground shook. A colossal demon, clad in monstrous heavy armor and towering far above its kind, pushed through the throng. A demon general. Ren Feiyu's pupils contracted. The demon general's surging demonic energy fluctuations were no weaker than his own. Blood feud needed no words. Kill! Ren Feiyu roared, his blade striking directly at the demon general. Instantly, the two clashed, their explosive chi shattering the air. Just as the defensive line teetered on collapse, a roar of battle cry erupted from within the city walls. Brothers! Slay those demon spawn! Damned demons! Let's fight them to the death! Grab your weapons! Show them Tianan City isn't a piece of cake! Wave after wave of adventurer squads poured out through the city gates, most bearing deep, blood-soaked grudges against the demon race. Upon hearing the demon tide was approaching, they grabbed their weapons and charged out without a second thought. The reinforcements arrived, easing the pressure slightly. But these civilian squads lacked experience and coordination, barely managing to plug the gaps as the battle a grueling stalemate. From the depths of the demon realm, heavy footsteps thundered like muffled rolls of thunder. 1, 2, 3, a full 15 demon generals clad in heavy armor, radiating demonic energy, emerged slowly. Their crimson eyes locked coldly onto the human defenses. Despair instantly washed over every heart. Among the numerous adventurers, only 6 had reached level 40. With the demon generals joining the fray, the pressure on the adventurers' defenses surged dramatically. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, several already precarious defensive points collapsed instantly. The demon soldiers, like sharks sensing blood, tore madly through the breaches and surged toward the fragile city walls. At this critical moment, a colossal sword of holy light, piercing heaven and earth, descended with overwhelming force, striking a rampaging demon general with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! With a single strike, the formidable demon general who had left everyone helpless was severely wounded. 5 figures raced toward the scene, with Ye Ming leading the charge. Ye Ming sensed the demonic tide's disturbance and immediately recalled his dungeon running team. Ren Feiyu, locked in fierce combat with the demon general, spotted Ye Ming and Li Jia. A thought surged through his mind. Could they withstand the demonic tide this time? Ye Ming's gaze locked onto the gravely wounded demon general. Facing the demonic race for the first time, the pure, nauseating aura of corruption and murderous intent made him frown deeply. Zhiqing, kill him. Yes, boss. Su Zhiqing responded and sprang into action. Just as Su Zhiqing prepared to strike again. Roar! The demon general suddenly let out a howl of frustration, then abruptly turned and plunged back into the churning blackness of the demon realm. Ha! He escaped? Witnessing this, the crowd froze in shock. Yet within mere breaths, the black mist churned, and the demon general stepped out once more. His wounds had vanished without a trace. Demons could heal their wounds using the demonic energy within the demonic realm. Thus, with a demonic realm at their disposal, demons could regenerate their health endlessly, a terrifying prospect. Ye Ming's gaze remained icy, so what if they can recover? Just make sure there's nothing left of them. The demon realm only restores injuries, it does not grant infinite resurrection. Therefore, absolute force is sufficient to annihilate them. Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, and the others then charged into the demonic tide. By now, their power had surged dramatically. Su Zhiqing reached level 25 and completed her advancement. The other three all reached level 23. Only Ye Ming remained unchanged in level, as he had yet to complete his advancement quest and was still accumulating experience. He summoned the wrathful form of Gaochen, wielding his golden whip in a sweeping strike that channeled the power of heavenly thunder, instantly annihilating over a dozen demon soldiers. Su Zhiqing moved through the horde as if no one stood in her way. Her light power was like a deadly poison to the demonic forces. With each swing of her sword, a wave of demon soldiers met a piercing wail and obliteration. She locked onto the regenerated demon general once more. A wound torn open by the light slash still glowed with a faint, sacred light. The demonic energy could not purify this force. Slash. The holy light greatsword manifested once more, its might even greater than before. Boom. This time, Su Zhiqing channeled the power of light to its absolute limit, obliterating the enemy in a single strike. The entire crowd gasped in shock. Run Feiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. He had been locked in a fierce battle with a demon general of equal rank for half a day, neither gaining the upper hand yet this girl had defeated it in a single strike? The soldiers were utterly dumbfounded. That demon general, who had seemed like the Grim Reaper himself, had been so easily defeated. Even the demon soldiers, whose minds were consumed solely by slaughter, halted their charge and froze in place. Seeing this, the other demon generals roared, urging their troops to advance. They themselves closed in on Su Zhiqing. Among the remaining 8 demon generals, 2 vicious figures, enveloped in a foul wind, charged straight at Su Zhiqing. Facing the encirclement, Su Zhiqing swept her long sword lightly. The blade's glow bloomed like a lotus. Instead of retreating, she advanced boldly, confronting the 2 demon generals head-on. Fruit let out a fierce cry, her golden whip flashing with thunderous light as she intercepted another demon general. At the same time, Li Zhao was once again forced into the demon suppression tower to undergo trials and enhance his strength. Yet 5 demon generals remained unchecked. Their crimson eyes swept across the battlefield as they moved slowly. Ye Ming sighed softly, flexing his wrists. Looks like there's no slacking off this time. He stepped forward. With that single step, an invisible aura instantly locked onto the 5 terrifying demon generals poised for action. The demon generals felt as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon them. Their bloodshot eyes darted toward the source, only to find a mere, frail human. Roar! Roar! The demon generals roared in fury. Could it be that the 5 of them had nearly been intimidated by a mere human? A demon general wielding a massive axe charged forward first, striking toward Ye Ming. Watching the axe swing toward him, Ye Ming neither dodged nor retreated. A flash of golden light erupted around him, and a golden shield abruptly materialized. Clang! The massive axe struck the golden shield, failing to harm Ye Ming in the slightest. Ye Ming flickered and appeared before the demon general. No flashy techniques, just a fist enveloped in luminous power, as if it had condensed a miniature sun. Boom! The demon general exploded into a mist of blood the instant he was struck, his pitch-black demonic blood and shattered bones purified by the radiant light. Instant kill. Absolute annihilation. Before the other demon generals could react, Ye Ming materialized before another one. Clenched fist. Smash. Within mere breaths, all 5 terrifying demon generals were obliterated one by Ye Ming. Several kilometers away, a figure witnessed the entire scene. Its hexagonal compound eyes flashed with an unearthly light. Are you kidding me? One punch to kill a demon general? Chapter 35, Demon Slaying Tide. Promotion. It seems we must deal with them swiftly. Otherwise, once they grow stronger, they'll become a thorny problem for the insect race in the future. After eliminating all the demon generals, Ye Ming plunged alone into the demon realm. Only by destroying the demon realm itself could this demonic tide be truly ended. Within the space saturated with malevolent demonic energy, wave after wave of demonic soldiers prepared to descend. But in the next instant, a fist strike swept through, obliterating the descending demon soldiers. Ye Ming frowned as he scanned his surroundings, searching for the core of the demon realm. If the demon realm wasn't a formation conjured by the demon lord, its core would be a demon crystal nucleus. Yet within the vast expanse of the demon realm, locating a demon crystal nucleus the size of a fist proved no easy task. Just then, Ye Ming suddenly felt a surge of power within him. Arg! He collapsed to his knees, screaming in agony. Ye Ming felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered. Each breath felt like inhaling sparks, scorching his internal organs with unbearable agony. He glanced at his arms braced against the ground and was astonished to see stellar runes emerging on their surface, transforming his skin into a smooth, porcelain-like texture. Moments later, the excruciating pain began to subside, replaced by a surge of immense power coursing through his body. He stood up and gently waved his arms, stirring a gust of air. Is this the power of the 9 radiant star body? He felt his power now surging like a tidal wave, capable of shattering mountains with the slightest effort. Just moments ago, he had received news that Li Zhao had passed the 3rd trial of the demon suppressing tower. Li Zhao has obtained the trial reward, 9 radiant star body. You have shared the trial reward, 9 radiant star body. Ye Ming channeled the power of the stars, and instantly, countless points of light appeared around him. Each was a brilliant star, radiating dazzling light that even dispersed some of the surrounding demonic energy. Ha! Found it! Guided by the starlight, Ye Ming finally located the demon crystal core. He approached it, a conical hexagonal crystal stone continuously emitting pitch-black demonic energy. Ye Ming casually picked up a long sword and swung it at the demon crystal core. Clang! Ye Ming's pupils contracted slightly. Can't destroy it? In that case, let's test this newly acquired power. Seeing this, Ye Ming slowly raised his arm and clenched his fist. Stellar power shone brightly. Ye Ming slammed his fist into the magic crystal core. As expected, a crack appeared on the surface of the magic crystal core. In the next instant, more cracks spread across it. Crack! Finally, the magic crystal core exploded into countless shards. Ye Ming unleashed the power of light, purifying the fragments. With the demon crystal core gone and deprived of its demonic energy support, the demon realm began to shrink, eventually vanishing entirely. Without the demon realm, the demon soldier's strength weakened considerably. Su Zhiqing and her companions were like wolves among sheep. Each strike claimed a large swath of demon soldiers. The sun set in the west. The terrifying demonic tide finally came to an end. Ren Feiyu surveyed the field strewn with the corpses of demon soldiers and the mangled remains of over a dozen demon generals. He still couldn't believe he had won this battle against the demonic tide. Only amidst the soldiers' cheers that echoed across the sky could he truly accept it. Ren Feiyu's gaze fell upon Ye Ming and the others huddled together. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. Night, Xuanwu Lake Villa. Ye Ming lay on his bed, listening to the notification sound as the incense offerings were tallied. Consecrated, Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia, Changhua. Achievement, completed hard difficulty dungeon first clear of Chicken Run. Reward, spirit power plus 10-4. Honored members Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia. Achievement, first clear of hard difficulty dungeon brave the ant nest. Reward, spiritual power plus 10-4. Consecrated ones Li Jia cleared the third layer of the demon ceiling tower trial. You received the faith reward, spiritual power plus 50. Tier 2 advancement quest, deify 1 legendary tier potential talent completed, earn 1 server-wide honor completed. Congratulations on completing the advancement quest. Your profession level has risen from tier 1 to tier 2. All future appointees will start with a base profession level of tier 2. Upon completing advancement quests and accumulating experience, your level has risen to level 30. Successful advancement grants you a new skill, promotion. Divine Ascension skill gains new effect, bestow blessing. For assisting the battalion in resolving the demonic tide, Ye Ming received a regional commendation from Wei Wu, thereby completing the tier 2 advancement quest. He had assumed he'd have to wait until after the college entrance exams to receive it, but unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing. Not only did he gain a new skill, but his current spirit power points have now reached 380 points. Ye Ming first examined the newly acquired ability in deification. Blessing, cost, 30 spirit power per recipient. Bestows a life shield upon the blessed, granting immunity to 1 fatal blow for 3 days. Whoa! Reading this ability description, Ye Ming was reminded of a classic scene from the gaming world of his past life. Immunity to 1 fatal blow, perhaps it could create a miracle. Now I'm actually curious what promotion does. After all, this was a skill obtained only upon breaking through to the 2nd tier. Promotion elevates the rank of the designated individual, granting another special deification opportunity. Current promotion slots available, Earth Immortal 2. Ranked from lowest to highest, Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Lord, Heavenly Sovereign. Currently, Su Zhiqing and the others are all Human Immortals. Using promotion allows advancing a Human Immortal to Earth Immortal. Each time Ye Ming advances, a new promotion slot becomes available. Promotion. Ye Ming stared at the information before him, deep in thought. The opportunity to ascend again meant Su Zhiqing and the others could potentially ascend once more. At that moment, Ye Ming had his first candidate for promotion in mind. Su Zhiqing. After all, she was the first to be deified, and even after becoming an SSS tier professional, she remained humble, diligently grinding through dungeons every day to level up. Half the credit for Ye Ming's rapid leveling up now belonged to Su Zhiqing. With this thought, Ye Ming silently declared, "Promote Su Zhiqing." Suddenly, Su Zhiqing's character panel changed. Earth Immortal Su Zhiqing. Chance to ascend to immortalhood. 1. Class advancement, upgrade your SSS tier class to legendary tier. 300 spirit points. 2. Exclusive growth equipment, obtain the weapon Dawn's First Light 50 spirit points. 3. Promotion only, no deification. Choose one of 3 options. Ye Ming immediately rejected the third option. His former boss had fed him empty promises in his past life, but he wasn't falling for it this time. Looking at the other 2 options, Su Zhiqing had just obtained a red quality weapon not long ago, so upgrading his weapon wasn't urgent. That left only the first option. Fortunately, he had sufficient spiritual energy at his disposal. selecting the first option. Wait a minute.
Ye Ming suddenly recalled the extraordinary phenomenon that accompanied Qinggua's class change earlier. The phenomenon of awakening a legendary tier profession was simply too astonishing. But constantly bothering Wei Wu wasn't feasible either. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of an entire district with countless responsibilities. This is the perfect opportunity to use my exclusive ability, the Sovereign of the Three Realms audience. With a thought, a majestic phantom slowly materialized behind Ye Ming.
Simultaneously, Su Zhiqing and the others received a notification. The Jade Emperor, Sovereign of the Three Realms, summons you to court. Do you accept? As they all agreed. The next moment, they found themselves in a wondrous space. Beyond their immediate surroundings, the entire area remained shrouded in mist, obscured by ethereal energy. The group took their seats on either side. Ye Ming sat at the head of the assembly, his body adorned with golden robes, and atop his head, a crown adorned with 12 rows of pearls. Boss, what's the matter? Why summon us all here? Li Jia asked first. I summoned you all here to promote Zhiqing.
Ye Ming did this not only to conceal the unusual signs of her transition to a legendary tier profession but also to let others witness this moment. This was meant to inspire the others to work diligently and achieve promotions sooner. Then, a burst of multicolored light began to radiate from Su Zhiqing's body. Chapter 36, The Martial Arts Exam begins.
Shen Ti on you?
The dazzling rainbow light seemed poised to pierce the heavens.
Such an extraordinary phenomenon would inevitably be seized upon by alien races and hostile forces if it occurred outside.
Fortunately, Ye Ming had summoned everyone to the 33rd heaven in advance.
Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Zhiqing's aura surged dramatically, enveloping her in a blazing golden light.
Her white nightgown and flowing hair stirred without a breeze. Golden hues gradually climbed the ends of her strands until her once black hair transformed entirely into gold.
You have been promoted to Earth Immortal.
Your current profession has upgraded from Purple Star Lightbringer to Legendary Tier Purple Star Imperial Envoy.
You have acquired the Legendary Tier class skill Light Sword Domain. Su Zhiqing's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. My profession has actually ascended to legendary rank.
Not long ago, she had been merely a C-rank support profession cook. Just when she thought her future was destined for marriage and homemaking. Ye Ming had given her new hope, transforming her profession into an SSS tier class. And now Ye Ming had elevated her profession to legendary tier once more.
Su Zhiqing didn't know how to repay such kindness.
The only thing she could offer was her beauty. Her eyes burned as she gazed at Ye Ming, who stood high above. At that moment, the others were utterly astonished.
Holy! An SSS tier profession can actually be upgraded to legendary.
Li Jia's eyes widened in utter disbelief. But then he thought, this was the boss's doing, so it made sense. Ye Ming observed the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, a faint smile curling his lips.
Don't be jealous. Everyone has a chance to level up. I still have one promotion slot left.
When the time comes, I'll give it to whoever performs best. After promoting Su Zhiqing's class, Ye Ming's remaining spiritual power stood at 80 points. Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Li Jia was the first to respond.
Don't worry, boss. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to eat pork, I'll never touch beef. Ye Ming chuckled. Alright, everyone, keep up the good work. The rewards won't be lacking for you. Dismissed.
The assembly then withdrew from the 33 heavens.
As soon as they emerged, Su Zhiqing immediately went to Ye Ming's room. Thank you. Su Zhiqing bowed in gratitude. Today, Su Zhiqing wore a white nightgown with double spaghetti straps, its hem adorned with delicate floral patterns.
As she bowed, Ye Ming caught sight of the snow-white expanse behind her and the proud peaks. For a moment, Ye Ming couldn't tear his gaze away.
Boss? Seeing Ye Ming's dazed expression, Su Zhiqing called out softly. Ye Ming snapped back to reality. Ahem. No need to thank me. You earned it. Just give it your all in tomorrow's professional martial arts exam, and that'll be your way of repaying me. Su Zhiqing nodded firmly. Don't worry, boss. I'll take first place in the regional martial arts exam. The next day. As dawn broke, the streets of Qianan City were already bustling with activity.
Many had gathered on the streets to see off the children heading to the Jiangnan District martial arts exam.
Lianzi. If you can pass, go for it.
If not, eat plenty of those martial arts exam nutrition meals to build up your strength.
Li Hua.
If you don't make it, no worries, your dadly gang can pull some strings for you later. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing boarded the aircraft prepared for them by Wei Wu, heading toward the exam site in Yingtian City. Only the two of them were going this time. Not long ago, Li Jia had received word from his father that due to the urgent situation at Jinan Pass, he was to skip the martial arts exam and join the military for training instead. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao and Changhua had teamed up to establish a power-leveling guild. The aircraft resembled a giant flying saucer. At its center was a device capable of projecting a teleportation beam. Its interior was packed with intricate instruments, fully automated and controlled by AI throughout the flight.
Ye Ming surveyed the high-tech contraption before him, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Damn, this makes me want to find a skilled smith and build a Gundam just for kicks. Though it was unnecessary given his current strength, but it looked so cool. The aircraft moved at incredible speeds, covering a 5-hour bumpy drive in just 15 minutes. Ye Ming felt like he'd barely sat down, his seat still cool to the touch, when they'd already reached their destination. Yingtian First High School. The venue for the Jiangnan District Professional Martial Arts Examination. The exam consisted of 2 stages, with content that was straightforward and brutal. The first stage was the mirror image duel. Within a special trial space, a mirror image of each candidate is simulated. This mirror image possesses the same strength as the candidate, and the candidate must defeat it to pass. There are 10 layers in total. Final scores are determined by the number of layers cleared and the speed of progression. In the Jiangnan district, the highest tier ever cleared was the 8th. Clearing 5 tiers, or even just the 4th, was enough to claim first place that year. At this moment, the finest talents from across the entire Jiangnan region have gathered here. A girl pointed at a handsome man with silver hair parted down the middle. Wow! That's Kaiyoshing from One City. I heard he's an S-rank professional rhythmic dancer who can slay demons with his singing alone. Standing at a vantage point, Ye Ming noticed the commotion. Kaiyoshing? He's certainly handsome, but he still falls short compared to me. Director Yi, I heard you're looking for high potential talents this time. A secretary beside Ye Ming suddenly spoke up. What do you think of that one? To help Ye Ming better identify high potential candidates, Wei Wu had already secured Ye Ming's official credentials. The organization was named the Special Affairs Alliance for Friendship, Love, Kindness, Virtue, and Righteousness. Abbreviated as the Great Love Alliance. Ye Ming followed the secretary's pointing finger. It was a figure wearing a black mask and clad in black battle armor. Through his skill, Heavenly Eye, Ye Ming instantly obtained his information. Lan Ling, S-Class Profession Shadow Assassin. Selectable classes, SS-rank class Shadow Messenger 60 Spirit Power, S-rank class 1000 Blade Swordsman 40 Spirit Power. The highest potential for an SS-class profession might be considered exceptional for others, but it barely registered on Ye Ming's radar. Ye Ming shook his head slightly. The secretary then introduced several other individuals deemed high potential talents. None met Ye Ming's standards. Forget it. I'll scout while observing the exams. With that, Ye Ming leaped down and headed toward the exam entrance. Yet, the moment he reached the entrance, a loud shout came from behind him. Hey! You there, move out of the way. Let my big brother go first. A punk with dyed yellow hair shoved him aside with a sudden thrust. Ye Ming steadied himself and frowned, turning to look back. He muttered inwardly, this is weird, every time I get to the entrance, someone picks a fight. What are you staring at? The punk glared at Ye Ming with arrogance. My big brother is the most formidable professional in Xuanqing City this year. An S-rank righteous knight. The punk was about to brag some more when a voice cut him off. Shut up. A smiling man stepped forward. My apologies. My younger brother is a bit reckless. We mean no offense. The moment he appeared, people nearby recognized him. Wow. It's young Master Shen. I heard he rescued over a dozen children from a demon general just the other day. And that masked figure robbing the rich to aid the poor in Xuanqing City recently? Everyone's guessing it was young Master Shen, right? Of course. Who else but young Master Shen would have such a kind heart? Shen Tianyu, eldest son of the Shen family patriarch in Xianzhou City, had always been fond of helping others since childhood. After becoming a righteous knight, he saved hundreds of lives from the clutches of demonic and alien races. People widely agreed he lived up to his professional title, Righteous Knight. Shen Tianyu stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ye Ming with an apologetic expression. As he straightened, his gaze swept over the blonde-haired man. The yellow-haired man immediately shrank his neck and his body trembled imperceptibly. This subtle change was clearly seen by Ye Ming. Ye Ming's face remained expressionless as he gave a slight nod. He thought the matter was settled and turned to enter the portal to the mirror space. Suddenly, a shrill voice erupted. Hey! What kind of attitude is that? Young Master Shen apologized to you, yet you don't even utter a word. Why are you wearing that deadpan expression? What are you trying to pull? Chapter 37, Mirror Duel, Impossible to Pass? The shrill voice persisted, rising even higher. Hey! You! Are you deaf or dumb? Young Master Shen apologizing to you is giving you the biggest favor ever. Ye Ming turned to see a petite, square-faced fairy. Ye Ming frowned slightly. It wasn't my fault. Do you expect me to bow and thank him back? Exactly. If young Master Shen can do it, why can't you? The fairy continued. Exactly. What are you playing at, acting all high and mighty? Someone chimed in immediately from the side, their voice dripping with bitterness. Don't think just because young Master Shen is easygoing, you can push him around. Exactly. Do you think you can afford to delay young Master Shen from entering the exam hall? Young Master Shen could save several lives in the time it takes you to stand in his way. What are your intentions? Are you in league with the Demon Clan? Let me tell you, young Master Shen may be easygoing, but our Shen immortal society is not to be trifled with.
Shen Tianyu not only possessed extraordinary abilities but was also exceptionally handsome, with sharply defined brow bones and a nose as straight and prominent as a mountain peak. Consequently, many young women admired him, forming a fan club named the Shen Immortal Society. Ye Ming hadn't expected to find little fairies in this world.
Just as Ye Ming opened his mouth to retort, Shen Tianyu raised a hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. At his gesture, the little fairies instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Shen Tianyu's face.
Shen Tianyu spoke slowly, "Thank you all, but ultimately, I was at fault first.
I cannot blame others. Let's just put this matter to rest."
Hearing this, the members of the Shen Immortal Society glared at Ye Ming and declared,
"Oomph. Since young Master Shen has spoken, we'll let you off this time. Do this again, and you'll regret it." After bowing apologetically to Ye Ming once more, Shen Tianyu turned and entered the mirror trial space.
In any other setting, Ye Ming would have certainly intervened to teach these people a lesson. But this was the professional martial arts examination, where private duels were strictly forbidden, and the event was broadcast live nationwide. No matter how special his status, he couldn't break the rules. Filled with rage, Ye Ming then stepped into the entrance of the mirror trial space. Due to multiple entrances, Su Zhiqing was not assigned to the same one as Ye Ming. The mirror trial space seemed suspended in a void. Ye Ming surveyed his surroundings, noticing the space stretched infinitely in all directions without any sense of distance. The texture beneath his feet felt utterly peculiar. Just then, energy ripples suddenly flickered nearby. In the next instant, a strange silver liquid surged from the ground. The liquid churned and swirled, eventually coalescing into a figure nearly identical in form to Ye Ming. It possessed every facial expression Ye Ming currently wore, even the slight tension in his muscles mirrored his own. Except for those eyes. Those eyes were hollow and void, devoid of focus or emotion, merely reflecting Ye Ming's image. Is this my mirror image? Ye Ming stared silently at his mirror image standing not far away. Suddenly, without warning or any hint of killing intent, the mirror image moved. A blinding burst of luminous energy erupted, and a massive sword swung toward her with overwhelming force. Are you kidding me? It actually thought the same thing as me. Seeing this, Ye Ming's face twisted in shock. This strike was identical to the one he'd just envisioned in his mind. Only the mirror image acted faster. Stellar shift. Seeing this, Ye Ming sidestepped to avoid the attack. Yet another sword beam slashed toward his landing spot. Golden Lotus Body. A golden shield materialized before Ye Ming. With no other choice, Ye Ming braced himself to endure the blow. Boom! The collision sent shockwaves rippling across the ground beneath Ye Ming's feet like watery ripples. This was the first time Ye Ming had been struck by the light slash. So this is how powerful Zhiqing's light slash truly is. Even with his golden shield blocking the attack, the immense force still sent shockwaves coursing through him. Ye Ming looked up at the figure in the mirror, his gaze sharp. Then taste the power of the light slash yourself. Brilliant light energy coalesced in his hand, forming a massive sword that slashed toward the mirror image. Unexpectedly, the mirror image also chose to dodge using stellar shift. Ye Ming swung his light blade again, and the mirror image unleashed a golden shield to block it head-on. Exactly the same move Ye Ming had used earlier. Damn it, those are all my moves. Ye Ming cursed inwardly. The mirror image attacked once more. Ye Ming had no choice but to counterattack. Outside the trial space, a massive light screen projected the candidates' battles inside the trial space in crystal clear detail. What the hell is Kaiyoshing doing dancing and wrestling with a mirror image? The mirror image can mimic all the challengers' abilities. It'll be impossible to tell who's winning anytime soon. Some people get defeated by their mirror image the moment they step in. But some can overcome their mirror images. Look! Young Master Shen is truly formidable. He's actually suppressing his mirror image. Shen is the best. Shen is the strongest. Shen is the coolest. Wow! Young Master Shen is almost clearing the second stage. The young fairies of Shenxian society cheered upon seeing Shen Tianyu's battle unfold on the light screen. They then turned their gaze to Ye Ming's light screen. I told you! That guy's just jealous of young Master Shen. Look how his mirror image is beating him. Within the trial space. No matter what skill Ye Ming unleashed, the mirror image blocked every single one. This won't do. At this rate, I won't even clear the first layer, let alone the 10th. Ye Ming composed himself, searching for abilities the mirror clone couldn't replicate. All the skills he was using now were shared from Su Zhiqing and the others, and the mirror image could replicate them all. Could I use my own skills? But none of his own skills possessed any offensive capability. Wait, there was one skill that dealt damage. With that thought, he closed his eyes and focused his mind. The eye-like pattern reappeared on his forehead. Ye Ming abruptly opened his eyes, and the heavenly eye on his forehead instantly opened. A silver beam shot forth from the celestial eye, hurtling straight toward the mirror image. To prevent the mirror image from dodging, Ye Ming swiftly unleashed the Shenkuan ring, binding it in place and immobilizing it. The silver light pierced into the mirror image's body. However, after waiting several breaths, Ye Ming saw no change in the mirror image. Could this really be ineffective?
Ye Ming, who had been filled with anticipation, instantly grew grim. Then I'll have to force my way through. Seeing that even his last resort had failed, Ye Ming steeled himself and charged toward the mirror image once more. Starlight surged from his fists, striking the mirror image with thunderous force. Ye Ming intended to test whether sheer force alone could defeat the mirror image. The mirror image mimicked Ye Ming's move, countering with a punch of its own. Boom! The moment their fists collided, one figure was sent flying backward. Ye Ming's eyes widened. Holy! How did the mirror image get knocked back with one punch? He recalled the sensation of their fists colliding and realized the mirror image seemed slightly weaker than him. Could it be that mirror images can't replicate special physical constitutions? But when he had previously channeled the power of the 9 radiant stars physique, the mirror clone, while lacking that specific ability, had possessed nearly equal raw strength. Ye Ming's mind raced. Then there's only one possibility left. Chapter 38, Speedrun. National War Dungeon? The only difference from their previous clash was that the mirror clone had been exposed to the temporal power of the heavenly eye. To test his theory, Ye Ming clenched his fist and charged at the mirror image once more. Sure enough, the mirror image was once again struck by Ye Ming's fist. Truly the power of time. It turned out that after being exposed to the heavenly eye's temporal power, the mirror clone's strength had been reset to the point in time before Ye Ming had obtained the 9 radiant star body. Seeing this, a smile spread across Ye Ming's lips. Then I'd better start speed running this. Young Master Shin has cleared the 3rd layer. A massive light screen in midair displayed Shin Tianyu's progress. With every strike, Shin Tianyu sent his mirror image flying back several meters. Yet a faint flush now tinged his normally pale face, whether from overexertion or some other reason remained unclear. At that moment, everyone else, including Ye Ming, remained stuck on the 1st level. But in the very next instant, to everyone's astonished gaze, Ye Ming's clearing speed rapidly accelerated. Ye Ming, who had been stuck on the 1st level for a long time, had actually reached the 2nd level. Shortly thereafter, he cleared the 2nd layer and advanced to the 3rd. That jealous maniac actually made it to the 3rd level too. Being on the same level as my brother is an insult to him. Don't worry, young Master Shin will overtake him again soon. Shin Tianyu's supporters looked utterly disgusted. Yet the next instant, the light screen displayed Ye Ming's successful passage through the 3rd layer. Pfft, it's just luck for that guy. Young Master Shin will catch up to him in no time. But the scene that followed silenced them completely. Ye Ming swiftly advanced through the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers. His speed was like a rocket, swiftly clearing all 10 levels. Meanwhile, Shin Tianyu had only just cleared the 3rd layer and some contestants were still stuck on the 1st. Wow! Someone cleared the 10th floor. What? Someone actually cleared the 10th floor. The highest record in the Jiangnan district is only 8 floors. And that was set by Commander way back in the day. Who's this genius? Better than the Commander-in-Chief? The members of Shin Xianhui's group stared blankly at the scene, yet some still refused to accept the reality. How could anyone clear the 10th floor? They must have cheated. Right. He must have cheated. Investigate that kid thoroughly. Even the Commander-in-Chief only cleared 8 layers, how could this kid possibly clear 10? After defeating the 10th level mirror image, Ye Ming completed the mirror trial and exited the space. The moment his figure appeared in the square, every pair of eyes instantly turned toward him. They all wanted to see who this extraordinary being was who had passed the 10th layer of the mirror trial. Once Ye Ming discovered he could reset the mirror clone's time using the power of time, the mirror clone was no match for him. Each encounter required only a single burst of time power to roll back the mirror clone's strength, after which a single punch would obliterate it. Thus, Ye Ming completed the 10-layer trial with effortless ease. He became the sole candidate to pass all 10 layers. No. Not the only one, but the first. For not far away, a heated discussion had erupted. Su Zhiqing stood surrounded by the crowd, who watched her with curiosity. Indeed, Su Zhiqing was the 2nd person to successfully pass the 10th layer of the mirror trial. Over at Ye Ming's side, the moment he emerged, he heard the fairy's shrill voice again. Did you cheat? How could you possibly clear the 10th layer trial? Ye Ming's gaze turned icy. What proof do you have I cheated? I achieved this through my own strength. Bull. You definitely cheated. Even young Master Shin couldn't clear the 10th layer. What makes you think you could? Exactly. Young Master Shin is an S-rank righteous hero. If he can't do it, how could you possibly clear it? There's definitely something fishy. Where's the examiner? Check this kid out. The young ladies of Shinxian society chattered incessantly, as if Ye Ming's completion of the 10-tier trial were some kind of offense. Just then, the trial time ended, and Shin Tianyu emerged from the trial space. He looked at Ye Ming, his eyes filled with confusion. I used the blood-boiling potion and even resorted to that power at the end, yet I only passed 5 trials. How did that kid clear 10 layers? The so-called blood-boiling potion was a concoction crafted by the alchemist profession. Consuming it temporarily amplified the user's strength for a limited duration. It's important to note that the professional martial arts examination is a national level test with extremely strict security. He had to pull quite a few strings just to smuggle the blood-boiling potion into the exam hall. Upon seeing Shen Tianyu emerge, the Shen Xianui group rushed to console him. Young Master Shen, don't be discouraged. That kid must have cheated. Otherwise, there's no way he could have passed the 10th level. Shen Tianyu ignored them and walked straight up to Ye Ming. I never imagined my classmate possessed such formidable strength to actually clear the 10th level. Congratulations. Shen Tianyu smiled as he offered his congratulations. Facing Shen Tianyu's congratulations, Ye Ming merely smiled faintly and said dismissively, it's nothing. The trial was simple. Hearing Ye Ming's words, Shen Tianyu's expression stiffened. It felt like Ye Ming was implying that Shen Tianyu was too weak to get past the 5th level. But in an instant, the smile returned to his face. Shen Tianyu didn't retaliate against Ye Ming, but his supporters weren't having it. You only passed the 10th layer by cheating. What's there to be proud of? Where are the examiners? Investigate this kid. Forget everything else, you're just no match for young Master Shen. Faced with this rowdy crowd, Ye Ming felt utterly speechless inside. Just then, a figure suddenly approached, followed by a large crowd. It was Su Zhiqing. Boss. What's going on? Su Zhiqing had heard the commotion from afar. Upon spotting Ye Ming, she hurried over. Nothing much, just a bunch of troublemakers trying to harm the emperor. Ye Ming waved it off dismissively. Hearing his words, the little fairies instantly flew into a rage, lunging forward to tear at Ye Ming's clothes. But Su Zhiqing stepped in front of them. Who dares harm my boss? With that, she flicked her right hand, and a long sword materialized in her grasp. At this sight, the surrounding area fell instantly silent. They were astonished that Su Zhiqing called Ye Ming her boss, and even more shocked that she would defy the exam rules by drawing her sword to protect him. At that moment, someone spoke up. What cheating? If you suck, just practice more. He's not the only one who passed the 10th level, that beauty passed it too. The young women froze for a moment, but the next instant, the commotion erupted again. Then they both cheated. Examiner, both of them need to be thoroughly investigated. They couldn't stand seeing someone who was both beautiful and powerful. For today's exam, Su Zhiqing wore a golden battle armor that hugged her stunning figure. Paired with her dazzling golden hair, she resembled a radiant goddess of war descended upon the mortal realm. Compared to that, what were their square figures? Hearing someone disparage Su Zhiqing, the person following behind her instantly grew displeased. You're the one who cheats. Square-shaped body. Are you the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? Instantly, both sides erupted into a verbal brawl. Amidst the shouting, Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing slipped away quietly. Shen Tianyu watched their retreating figures, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. As the mirror trial concluded, news of Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing's successful completion of all 10 trials spread. Even the mayor of Yingxinxi took notice. After completing the first phase of the exam, they moved on to the second and final phase. The Nation War Dungeon Trial. Within the instance, players had to command armies in a simulated space to defeat other players. Final scores were determined by the extent of territory conquered under each player's command. Listening to the exam rules, Ye Ming felt the nation was selecting talent for the future. Within the dungeon, candidates must demonstrate not only exceptional command abilities but also formidable individual strength. Because every unclaimed territory in the dungeon has a boss that must be defeated before the territory can truly be claimed. The simulated armies lack powerful units, possessing strength comparable only to ordinary monsters. Therefore, players must defeat the bosses themselves to complete the mission. However, this time everyone was gathered in the same space. Each participant is assigned identical territories and identical troop strength. This means that besides needing to quickly seize territory, they must also contend with threats from other candidates. Chapter 39, Farming? Occupy. You have entered the Instance Civilization's Fractured Lands. Dungeon rules: defeat other players or factions to seize their territories. Countdown: 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. At that moment, a massive army stood before Ye Ming. Comprising infantry, archers, cavalry, and special units, this force numbered 30,000 strong. Now Ye Ming needed to rely on this 30,000 strong force to seize and occupy territory. From intelligence, he learned his territory contained a resource point, but it was occupied by a boss-level enemy. The dungeon contained various types of resource points, such as troop resource points and buff resource points. Capturing these points granted new troops and enhanced buffs. The entire dungeon contained 5 special resource points and 36 regular resource points. Therefore, Ye Ming's immediate priority is to gather resources and seize these points to bolster his strength. Ye Ming was fortunate a common resource point happened to be located within his territory. His first target is the resource point on his territory. Ye Ming opened the dungeon map, confirmed his direction, and ordered his army to follow. He himself charged ahead alone. Before long, he arrived before a molten lava volcano. Within the molten crater, a colossal beast basked contentedly in the lava. Boss-level enemy Lava Earth Dragon. Sensing an intruder, the Lava Earth Dragon abruptly opened its eyes. Without a word, it unleashed a torrent of molten breath directly at Ye Ming. The most crucial aspect of this dungeon was swiftly capturing resource points to boost one's strength, then moving on to seize others' territories.
Therefore, Ye Ming intended to make short work of this encounter.
Boom! Ye Ming thrust his legs forward with explosive force, charging toward the incoming lava breath like a cannonball. Lotus root golden body.
A golden shield materialized before him, directly confronting the molten breath.
The next instant,
Ye Ming's figure reflected in the massive eyes of the lava earth dragon. Server-wide announcement: player Ye Ming has defeated the lava volcano resource point's boss, the lava earth dragon, and gained ownership of this resource point.
Meanwhile, several territories away from Ye Ming,
Shen Tianyu was gathered with two others, discussing something.
This instance did not prohibit players from forming parties. Ha!
Someone claimed the resource point already, a burly man exclaimed. If Ye Ming were here, he would instantly recognize this man as Shirley.
I never expected it to be Ye Ming. Hearing Ye Ming's name, Shirley's eyes widened instantly. What? Brother Shir, do you have a beef with Ye Ming?
Shen Tianyu looked at Shirley with a smile. He hadn't expected that among the teammates he'd found, someone had a grudge against Ye Ming.
Nothing much. Just can't stand the sight of that kid.
But Shirley changed the subject, not revealing the truth. He certainly didn't want others to know about the beating Ye Ming had given him before. Still, this presented an opportunity to get back at Ye Ming. After all, they had 3 S-rank professionals on their team this time. There was him, the S-rank Rock Demon General, and the S-rank Shadow Assassin Lan Ling. Plus Shen Tianyu, the S-rank Righteous Knight. He couldn't believe Ye Ming could defeat all 3 of them at once. Unless Ye Ming was an SSS tier professional. With that, he proposed to the other 2, why don't we take care of Ye Ming first? I just happened to spot a special resource point on the way to his territory. Hearing this, the masked Lan Ling merely nodded slightly. After pondering for a moment, Shen Tianyu also agreed to Shirley's suggestion.
Alright. Let's march.
At that moment, a new group of soldiers appeared before Ye Ming, a squad of lava warriors, their bodies pulsing with molten magma. These were the special units produced by the lava volcano resource point, characterized by high defense and high damage.
Just then, a server-wide announcement suddenly appeared.
Server-wide announcement: player Su Zhiqing has defeated 2 players and now controls 3 territories.
Ranked number 1. Contrary to Ye Ming's strategy, some players chose to seize territories first before capturing resource points.
Thus, mere moments after entering the instance, someone had already seized 3 territories. Ye Ming paid no heed, however, continuing to secure resource points to bolster his forces. After all, the stronger his forces, the better he could wear down opponents during future battles.
Boom!
The Great Sword of Light's single strike obliterated over half of the entire 30,000-strong army.
Su Zhiqing, wielding her lightsaber, charged single-handedly into the enemy ranks. Unlike others, Su Zhiqing chose a more brutal approach. She intended to hack her way through single-handedly.
Each swing of her light sword claimed the lives of hundreds of soldiers. Her opponents were momentarily stunned by her brutal tactics. Before they could react, Su Zhiqing was already upon them, striking them down with a single blow. This instance has a protection mechanism. Death results in immediate teleportation out. Having eliminated one foe, Su Zhiqing felt no satisfaction. Instead, she locked onto a new target and charged forward.
At that moment, Ye Ming commanded his army in an assault on another player's territory. Thanks to the lava warrior's high defense stats holding the front line, Ye Ming's forces suffered minimal casualties.
In contrast, his opponent had initially clashed with others over territory, leaving him with only 20,000 troops against Ye Ming's full force of 30,000. Compounded by the inferior quality of his troops, Ye Ming's lava warriors were now slaughtering his forces with ease. With a thunderous slam of their fists into the ground, lava warriors could create a straight path of molten lava, dealing massive damage and inflicting continuous burn damage on enemy soldiers. Before long, this opponent's entire army was annihilated by Ye Ming's lava warriors. The commander himself was eliminated with a single punch from Ye Ming. It seems my choice was correct. Ye Ming observed his advancing army as it seized territory. This battle proved his strategy correct. Therefore, he decided to continue farming the wilderness and securing resource points. The dungeon map displayed all players' locations, revealing that after some time, half of them had already been eliminated. Nearly everyone had secured 2 or 3 territories. However, the map showed only 17 regular resource points occupied, while not a single special resource point had been claimed. Therefore, Ye Ming prepared to seize a special resource point. The closest one to him was a special resource point called Molten Heart. Capturing this resource point would allow him to upgrade all his soldiers to lava warriors, while existing lava warriors could be upgraded to lava generals. Lava generals possessed an innate area of effect burn aura. After confirming his target, Ye Ming led his army toward it. Meanwhile, not far from the Molten Heart resource point, 3 figures and 3 armies had already arrived silently. Finally, we've reached the special resource point. Shirley gazed at the volcano before him, its fiery magma spewing ceaselessly, a look of delight spreading across his face. Special resource points offered more than just troop enhancements. It could enhance the player's power. Each special resource point contained crystal cores with different effects. Obtaining and absorbing these cores could strengthen players' abilities. For instance, the crystal core from the lava heart boosts physical stats by 20% and grants a fire elemental skill damage increase.
Moreover, this buff persists permanently even after leaving the instance.
It's important to note that beyond leveling up and enhancing their core abilities,
other means like weapons and equipment only provide temporary strength boosts.
They do not permanently increase a professional's strength. This is precisely the advantage of the Gaokao dungeon mentioned earlier. Clearly, the lava heart is perfectly suited for Shirley, who possesses the rock giant general class. If Shirley could obtain the lava heart's crystal core and absorb it, all his skills would gain a burn effect and his skill damage would increase by 50%. This was actually the reason he chose this path in the first place. He had passed up all the resource points they captured earlier precisely for this moment. No wonder Brother Sure passed on those resource points earlier, it was all for this moment.
Shen Tianyu finally understood upon seeing the lava heart, smiling at Shirley. Ha, no hard feelings, gentlemen.
We can compensate you both afterward, Shirley laughed heartily, as he led his army toward the lava heart first. But at that moment, another army quietly materialized opposite them.
Chapter 40, A Punch from an Acquaintance.
Shirley froze, staring intently. He recognized a familiar figure.
Ye Ming. Recognizing the man, Shirley roared in anger.
Hearing the shout, Ye Ming turned to look and only then noticed Shirley and his two companions had gathered together, forming a team.
Well, if it isn't my defeated foes? What? Can't beat me one-on-one, so you gang up on me? How shameless. This is just bullying an honest guy like me.
Ye Ming grinned as he watched Shirley, seething with rage, and Shen Tianyu, wearing a smug smile.
Losers? Last time you just got lucky.
Shirley shouted back.
You won't be so lucky this time. Guys, let's team up and take this kid down.
Fearing Ye Ming might reveal more, Shirley hurriedly suggested the other two join forces to eliminate him.
Shen Tianyu was already thinking the same thing. He'd lost to Ye Ming not long ago, and he wasn't about to lose again. Lan Ling offered no reply, choosing instead to respond with action.
In a flash, Lan Ling vanished from sight.
Shirley let out a low growl at the sight. Boom! A thick layer of molten rock armor erupted across his body, his aura surging dramatically. Scorching lava enveloped his fist as he slammed it toward Ye Ming.
Meanwhile, Shen Tianyu drew a long sword from its scabbard at his waist and charged toward Ye Ming as well.
Brother Yi, don't blame us for ganging up on you.
Simultaneously, the armies under their command surged forward, charging toward Ye Ming. Facing the three men and their advancing army, Ye Ming remained expressionless.
A powerful aura erupted from his body.
It was vast, supreme, solemn, and unfathomably deep, as if all creation lay within its grasp. This aura instantly swept out in all directions.
Under its enveloping influence, Shen Tianyu and his two companions felt their own strength plummet by 10%, and even the momentum of their armies waned. In contrast, Ye Ming's forces saw their strength surge by 10% instantly, their morale soaring dramatically. Tens of thousands of soldiers now radiated the imposing presence of hundreds of thousands.
The majesty of the celestial emperor.
The next instant, Ye Ming's figure shot toward the three like a meteor.
Ye Ming was the first to face Shirley's incoming punch. Seeing this, Ye Ming wasted no words, countering with a punch of his own. Starlight shimmered along the edge of his fist. This would be the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired 9 radiant star body. Boom! The moment their fists collided, the rock armor covering Shirley's arm shattered violently. Boom! In the next instant, Shirley's figure was slammed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. What? Shen Tianyu's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. During the previous mirror trial, he had assumed Ye Ming's superior combat skills and some covert method of temporarily boosting his strength were at play. Therefore, he hadn't expected to be outmatched by Ye Ming in a real fight. But just now, Ye Ming and Shirley had collided head-on with no tricks involved, and a single punch had sent Shirley flying. He knew Shirley's capabilities well. His assessment of Shirley had been not the sharpest tool in the shed, but incredibly strong. Yet Ye Ming had sent him flying with a single punch. Before Shen Tianyu could process this, Ye Ming's fist, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, was already upon him. He hurriedly raised his sword to block. Swish! The long sword in his hand was instantly bent into an exaggerated arc. Next, his entire body flew backward like a cannonball. Thud! Shen Tianyu's feet plowed deep furrows into the ground as he slid several meters before coming to an awkward halt. He looked down at the sword in his hand. Holy crap, the blade was bent. Are you kidding me? This is an orange quality weapon. Shen Tianyu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. After repelling the two, Ye Ming paid them no further attention. Instead, he focused intently, sensing the changes around him. Because one figure still hadn't appeared. After observing for a moment, Ye Ming still detected no sign of Lan Ling. Ye Ming could only shift his attention back to Shen Tianyu and Shirley. Shirley scrambled out of the large pit, his clothes torn to shreds, with only a few ragged strips of fabric clinging to his back. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Ye Ming. You forced my hand. Shirley roared, violently pulling a small transparent glass vial from his chest.
Inside was a scarlet, viscous liquid, bubbling and churning violently like boiling water. The next instant, Shirley snapped the bottle's mouth clean off with his teeth. Then, tilting his head back, he violently downed the scalding crimson liquid. Gulp! The instant the liquid hit his stomach, Shirley's entire body hissed and sizzled, suddenly billowing with a thick cloud of scalding white mist. His face instantly swelled as red as a heated branding iron. His entire body crackled and popped, swelling several times over like an inflated balloon, as thick rock armor once again covered him completely. Roar! Shirley unleashed a deafening roar, now resembling a raging molten beast. Boom! Shirley's colossal form, radiating overwhelming pressure, charged toward Ye Ming. Witnessing this, Ye Ming remained utterly unflinching. Useless struggle. As he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted from within Ye Ming's body, and countless starlights began to shimmer around him. Die! He unleashed a punch, and the starlight around him coalesced into a surging river of stars, hurtling toward Shirley. The surging river of stars washed over Shirley's body, stripping away layer after layer of his thick rock armor. Shirley seemed like a drowning man, swept away by the torrent. Seeing this, Shen Tianyu immediately intervened. Sword Chi River. He drew another long sword and slashed through the air. A surging river of sword energy roared, crashing violently into Ye Ming's dazzling starry sky. Boom! The two forces collided violently. Though the Sword Chi River was slightly weaker, it still narrowly blocked the starry river, managing to pull the gravely injured Shirley to safety. Ye Ming watched the scene coldly, his form not moving an inch. In that very instant, a ghostly black shadow materialized behind him without warning. It was Lan Ling. Seizing the perfect moment when Ye Ming had defeated the two and his guard was slightly lowered, he struck suddenly. The sharp dagger in his hand darted like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Ye Ming's back. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Ye Ming showed no reaction whatsoever, as if utterly unconcerned. Seeing this, Lan Ling assumed Ye Ming hadn't detected his presence, a look of delight flashing in his eyes. The blade flashed coldly as it slashed toward Ye Ming's throat. Just as the blade pierced Ye Ming's throat, a beam of light struck, deflecting the blade. Lan Ling's expression changed abruptly. He looked toward the direction the light blade had come from, only to see a stunningly beautiful woman rushing toward them. It was Su Zhiqing. She advanced alone, sword in hand, sweeping everything aside in her path. The moment she arrived, she saw Lan Ling attempting to ambush Ye Ming. She would never let him succeed. Light slash! Su Zhiqing held nothing back, unleashing a full power strike at Lan Ling. But Lan Ling reacted with lightning speed, his form flickering once more before vanishing into thin air. Faced with this, Su Zhiqing raised her long sword high. A colossal, dazzling force of light coalesced at its tip. Countless strands of luminous energy converged, coalescing into a massive orb of light. The next instant, boom! The orb erupted with blinding radiance, illuminating the entire surroundings. Lan Ling's figure was revealed within that dazzling radiance, his whereabouts laid bare for all to see. What? Lan Ling gasped in shock. All his abilities were focused on assassination. If his movements were exposed to light, his effectiveness would be severely diminished. Seeing Lan Ling's position exposed, Su Zhiqing swung her sword several more times, blocking his escape route. Boom! Lan Ling's direct combat prowess was weak, and ultimately, Su Zhiqing struck him down with a single sword, eliminating him. After dealing with Lan Ling, Su Zhiqing approached Ye Ming. "Boss, are you okay?" she asked, her face filled with concern. "I'm fine," Ye Ming shook his head. His lack of reaction to Lan Ling's assassination attempt earlier stemmed from sensing Su Zhiqing's presence. Ever since Su Zhiqing had been sealed by Ye Ming, he had maintained a faint awareness of her location. His gaze then locked onto Shen Tianyu and the gravely wounded Shirley. Now it's 2 against 2. Fair enough, right? Chapter 41, Occupation. The Gourd Alliance? At that moment, Shen Tianyu's face darkened. He had assumed the three of them could swiftly eliminate Ye Ming and seize the lava heart. Yet Ye Ming's strength proved overwhelming. 2 punches had silenced them both. Even Shirley, after taking his drugs, was no match for him. A smile slowly returned to Shen Tianyu's face. Hee, I never expected Brother Yi to be so formidable. I'm truly impressed. With that, Shen Tianyu actually bowed his hands in a respectful salute toward Ye Ming. You win, you lose. No need for Brother Yi to lift a finger, I'll step aside myself. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Shen Tianyu struck first with a sword, eliminating the gravely wounded Shirley beside him. Then, with a smile on his face, he voluntarily exited the instance. Yet in the instant he exited, a flicker of madness flickered in Ye Ming's eyes. Ye Ming kept a wary eye on Shen Tianyu. With all enemies dealt with, Ye Ming turned and led Su Zhiqing to seize the lava heart. Moments later, a deafening roar erupted from the site. A torrent of molten lava spewed from the crater, engulfing Ye Ming's advancing forces. Enveloped by the lava, the army not only survived but burst into a brilliant glow. The molten rock instantly cooled and solidified. When the army reappeared, their bodies were now encased in a layer of lava armor. The original lava warriors had grown significantly larger, their forms now towering and imposing, constantly emitting a ring of fiery halos around their bodies. Simultaneously, two figures soared out from the volcano.
Ye Ming held a crimson crystal in his hand, radiating waves of heat.
Is this the crystal core of the lava heart?
Ye Ming examined the crystal core in his hand, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Then, with a sudden burst of force from his palm, he crushed the crystal core. An instant surge of crimson energy flooded into his body. Instantly, Ye Ming felt his body grow fiery hot. He could distinctly feel his physical stats increasing. Absorbing the crystal core boosted his fire-type skill damage and increased his physical strength by 20%. Ye Ming then glanced at his upgraded army, a smile curling his lips.
Zhiqing, let's go. I'll take you to seize resources and territory.
When Ye Ming learned that Su Zhiqing had abandoned her own army to reunite with him faster, he resolved to help her rebuild a massive force and secure special resource points.
Then the two of them would seize all the territory together. Elsewhere within the dungeon,
Su Zhiqing finished off the last enemy, panting heavily as he surveyed his surroundings.
Finally killed them all. Server-wide announcement, player Su Zhiqing has successfully captured the 27th territory. Ranked number 1. Countdown, 41 minutes and 27 seconds. Ever since entering the dungeon, Su Zhiqing had been frantically claiming territories.
His strategy was to eliminate opponents before they could fully develop, seizing as many territories as possible. That way, even if he wasn't the strongest in the end, he could still win by controlling the most territories. Consequently, he had barely claimed any ordinary resource points, let alone special ones.
I've claimed most of the territory.
While there's still time, I should go capture a special resource point.
He hadn't forgotten that the crystal cores found in special resource points could permanently enhance his strength.
Opening the instance map, he selected a special resource point named Emerald Forest.
He then sped off toward the direction of the Emerald Forest.
After over 2 hours of fierce combat, only a dozen or so players remained in the Nation War instance. Among them, 7 had formed the Gord Alliance, marching in force toward a special resource point. Upon their arrival, they discovered 2 others had already claimed the spot.
A member of the Gord Alliance stepped forward first and shouted, "Who are you?
This spot has been claimed by our Gord Alliance.
Hand it over immediately.
And hand over a few more for us."
Hearing the arrogant shouts, Ye Ming turned to look.
He saw 7 figures standing opposite him, each wearing a gourd of a different color on their head. One of them appeared visibly frightened.
"And who are you?" Ye Ming retorted.
Before he could finish, the man wearing the red gourd stepped forward.
"Since you've asked so sincerely, we'll graciously enlighten you. To prevent the invasion of China. To safeguard the peace of China. To uphold love and justice. We are."
The other 5 immediately joined in the chant, but the girl with the purple gourd remained silent, cowering in the back. Hongda saw this, strode over to the girl, and kicked her. "Damn it, shout.
Do you even want to save your brother or not?"
Staggered by the kick, the girl finally managed to choke out a few words in a tearful whisper.
"Gord Alliance." Hongda, hearing her pitifully faint voice, delivered another vicious kick. "You haven't eaten today, have you?"
After disciplining the girl, Hongda turned his attention away from her and fixed his gaze on Ye Ming.
"All right. Now you know who we are. Let me tell you, not long ago, even Shen Tianyu would quietly take a detour to avoid us."
Hongda stood with his hands on his hips, boasting loudly at Ye Ming. Hearing this, Ye Ming let out a light chuckle. Seeing Ye Ming not only unafraid but mocking them,
Hongda's temper flared instantly. "Damn it!
You little bastard, you dare laugh.
Guys! Get him!" With that, Hongda charged forward first.
His body shimmered, instantly swelling to enormous proportions over 10 meters tall. The blue-clad and green-clad figures thrust their hands forward, unleashing a pillar of fire and a pillar of water.
Another figure gradually became transparent before vanishing entirely.
Seeing this, Ye Ming's lips curved into a faint smile.
Threefold true fire.
He opened his mouth slightly, and a ball of searing flame erupted from within, meeting the fire and water columns head-on. The moment the two forces collided, the pillar of fire was absorbed, while the pillar of water evaporated into countless wisps of white mist. Then, Ye Ming let out a low shout, 8-9 mystic arts, heavenly phenomena and earthly manifestations. Ye Ming's body abruptly grew towering and majestic, standing like a mountain, head touching the sky, feet planted firmly on the earth. The colossal figure, originally over 10 meters tall, instantly shrank to the size of a mere dwarf before him. Ye Ming extended a giant hand, grabbed Hongda by the back of his neck, and lifted him up like a little chick. Next, he extended his other hand, forming a marble-like gesture, and placed it before Hongda's forehead.
"Do you know you're wrong?"
Hongda stared in terror at Ye Ming, whose head alone was larger than his own body. He trembled violently, his legs shaking uncontrollably.
I'm sorry. Good. To err is human, to forgive divine." Ye Ming nodded slightly. "It's good that you know you're wrong."
Seeing Ye Ming about to let him off, Hongda's heart leapt with joy.
But the very next moment, thud!
A thick, dark shadow slammed into his forehead, knocking him unconscious instantly. Watching Hongda bounce off the ground, Ye Ming tossed him into the air, then snapped his fingers.
Like a mosquito, he was eliminated. The other members of the Gord Alliance who witnessed this scene were horrified. Under their horrified gazes, a shadow as vast as the sky descended, threatening to crush them like insects. Chapter 42, The Special Envoy Denies His First? As the colossal hand descended to crush them, Huang San, wearing his yellow gourd headdress, roared, "Invincible Vajra!" His body instantly took on a dark gray hue, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. He thrust both hands forward, braced against the slowly descending giant hand. At that moment, Chen Er, wearing an orange gourd, yanked the girl in front of him. "You're so smart. What do we do now?" Chen Er gripped her collar fiercely, his anger boiling over. "Think of something." Seeing that the Gord Alliance hadn't been crushed, Ye Ming slowly raised his hand and looked at them again. Only then did he notice the girl had been pushed to the very front by the others. Ding! Detected SSS tier potential talent. Name, Zihui Lin. Occupation, Thinker LV.2. Quality, A. Class skill, Paradox Maze creates a dynamically shifting labyrinth. Enemies must complete various tasks or answer questions to escape, lasts 1 minute. Class skill, Mind Seal imposes an absolute immunity shield on all allies, nullifying fatal damage for 1 second. Background, her parents, explorers, vanished after entering an ancient ruin. Her younger brother later became trapped in another ruin while searching for them. Ziholin was lured into the Gord Alliance under the pretense of rescue, fueling her obsessive desire to explore ancient ruins. Divine Ascension Paths, SSS-rank Profession God of Literature 100 Spirit Power SS-rank Profession Prophet 60 Spirit Power. Ye Ming glanced at Zihuilin's profile. Huh? An intellectual? Ancient ruins. What are those? Though he discovered a new high-potential talent, Ye Ming currently lacked sufficient spirit points. Conferring an SSS-tier deity title on her felt like a bit of a loss. Therefore, he planned to ask Wei Wu about the ruins after the dungeon run before making a decision. With the instance time nearly up, Ye Ming resolved to eliminate the remaining members of the Gord Alliance in one fell swoop. With a flick of his thoughts, Ye Ming growled again, Heaven's Edge command. A golden whip instantly materialized in his hand and slammed violently toward his opponents. Boom! The golden whip, surging with the fury of heavenly thunder, slammed viciously into the members of the Gord Alliance. Huang San's vaunted invincible Vajra body proved utterly useless, his entire body convulsing violently from the electric shock. The heavenly thunder raged, instantly eliminating the remaining few. As for the one who had been invisible earlier, Su Zhiqing had already dealt with him using the same method she'd used against Lan Ling. With all opponents eliminated, Ye Ming finally turned his gaze toward the unique resource point before him. It was a pure white island suspended mid-air, with a sacred tree growing at its center. Its leaves swayed gently, scattering countless points of light. Holy light floating must defeat the seraphim to claim. A light attribute resource point? Zhiqing, this is practically tailor-made for you. Ye Ming said with a smile to Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing nodded and immediately sprang into action. The seraph before her proved utterly helpless, swiftly defeated as the special resource point was easily claimed. Immediately afterward, a flock of angels with pure white wings sprouting from their backs flew out from the floating island, joining Su Zhiqing's ranks. After absorbing the resource point's crystal core, Su Zhiqing's already formidable light slash surged in power. Alright, there are only a handful of players left in the instance now. Server-wide announcement, player Su Haoren has successfully captured the 31st territory. Ranked first. There aren't many players left in the dungeon now, Ye Ming assessed the situation. As long as we take out Su Haoren, first place is ours. After all, victory in this dungeon hinged on who controlled the largest territory. Even after defeating the Gord Alliance, Ye Ming had only captured 17 territories, far behind Su Haoren. Defeating opponents allows you to inherit all their territories. The Nation War Dungeon reached its final moments. Ye Ming, Su Zhiqing, and Su Haoren crossed paths on the narrow road leading to another special resource point. Ye Ming's Lava Army and Su Zhiqing's Angel Army faced Su Haoren's Emerald Army, forming an overwhelming advantage. Though Su Haoren had fortified his troops into high-defense Emerald warriors after seizing the Emerald Forest. After relentless battles, his forces dwindled to a mere 6,000. Meanwhile, Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing's combined forces numbered a full 40,000. 40,000 versus 6,000. Who held the advantage? Su Haoren's Jade Army, crushed under the sheer weight of overwhelming numbers, crumbled like paper in an instant. Su Haoren himself didn't even have time to mount an effective defense before Ye Ming casually punched him straight out of the instance. Server-wide announcement, player Su Zhiqing has successfully captured 48 territories. She has ascended to the top rank. Countdown, 0 hours 0 minutes 3 seconds. At the last moment, Ye Ming voluntarily relinquished his territory to Su Zhiqing. Ye Ming ultimately finished second, while Su Zhiqing claimed first place in the martial arts trial dungeon. As the crown champion, she earned spirit power points for her honor. Ye Ming's figure reappeared in the square. But instead of cheers, that guy cheated again. He formed an illegal team. Disqualify him. Where the hell is the proctor? Fu Pingyang, the representative of Shin Xianhui, stomped his feet and shouted. Ye Ming hadn't expected to run into this swarm of flies again the moment he stepped out.
Besides the current examinees like them, members of the public were also allowed to observe the martial arts exam.
Illegal teaming? Ye Ming retorted coldly. Then isn't Shin Tianyu also teaming up? Bull.
That's called heroes recognizing heroes.
Got it? Fu Pianjiang roared back instantly. The commotion finally drew the attention of the supervising envoy.
A stern-faced man approached.
What's all this commotion? This is completely unacceptable.
Shin Tianyu's eyes lit up the moment he saw the man.
Uncle Yu, he bowed respectfully.
Shin Haoyu paused, surprised to see Shin Tianyu. He belonged to a collateral branch of the Shin family, whereas Shin Tianyu was the legitimate heir to the family headship. Shin Haoyu himself was merely a Class B professional who had secured his position as an examination supervisor solely through connections to the Shin family.
Oh, it's Tianyu.
Shin Haoyu's stern face instantly broke into a broad smile.
What brings you here?
His expression vanished instantly as he turned to the others, his face hardening once more. Fu Pingyang immediately pointed at Ye Ming and accused, Your Excellency. This guy illegally formed a party in the instance. The rules of the national war instance neither explicitly prohibited nor permitted teaming up. Therefore, everything was ultimately at the discretion of the proctor.
Oh? Is that so? Shin Haoyu's gaze fixed on Ye Ming. Shin Haoyu's voice turned cold. In that case, your results are temporarily invalid. We'll determine the outcome after investigating the truth.
Ye Ming froze on the spot.
His hard-earned results, achieved through sheer determination, were being dismissed with a single sentence?
His brows knitted tightly as anger simmered beneath his voice.
The envoy draws conclusions without even investigating? He never imagined Shin Haoyu would dare invalidate his results based solely on Fu Pingyang's rambling.
How I conduct my affairs is none of your damn business. Shin Haoyu, roused by the challenge, snapped back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
Fine, Ye Ming took a deep breath, his gaze turning utterly cold.
Then read this before deciding whether to invalidate my results. Without another word, he produced the special The AI Alliance credentials Wei Wu had given him and slammed them into Shin Haoyu's hand.
What? Are you some big shot?
Shin Haoyu sneered, eyeing the card with disdain.
I'll see just who you think you are. Chapter 43, Help You Wake Up.
Shin Haoyu flipped open the credential. Immediately, a line of large characters caught his eye. Special Task Force for Friendship, Love, Kindness, Virtue, and Justice abbreviated as Great Love Alliance.
National Special Agency. Reading the text on the ID, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but chuckle.
Seeing this, Ye Ming furrowed his brow, unsure why Shin Haoyu was laughing.
National Special Department? Ha!
Shin Haoyu roared with laughter.
You're from a special department? Well, I'm the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district. Fu Pingyang, standing nearby, joined in with scornful mockery.
Not only did you cheat, but you're impersonating a government official too.
I knew you were no good.
She made a spitting motion as she spoke.
Whispers instantly filled the air. Who'd have thought someone would dare impersonate special department personnel? Ha! Does he think he's part of the special squad now? I hate people like this. Cheating on the martial arts exam. Impersonating special agents. Double the crime. Shin Haoyu pressed, then tell me, what exactly does this so-called special department do? To find talent for China. Ye Ming answered. Talent? You look like a fool to me. Shin Haoyu snorted coldly. He then flung the credentials back into Ye Ming's hands. Now I'm adding another charge against you, impersonating personnel from a national special department. Shin Haoyu declared coldly. Shin Haoyu waved his hand, signaling his men, take him down. Several henchmen immediately pounced on Ye Ming, attempting to pin him down and drag him away. Seeing this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Ye Ming's eyes. He was prepared to defy the prohibition on private combat and teach these men a lesson. But at that very moment, a thunderous shout erupted from the sky. Halt! A figure plummeted from the heavens like a meteor. Boom! The moment the figure hit the ground, a violent shockwave erupted, sending nearby people staggering backward. Wei Wu's roar thundered like rolling lightning. Who dares question the credentials I issued? The Great Love Alliance is a special department I personally established. Ye Ming is the special envoy I personally selected and recruited. And you dare to deny it? Wei Wu roared, his voice like an exploding thunderclap. Shin Haoyu was about to open his mouth to curse who in their right mind would dare disrupt official law enforcement. But the moment he recognized the man's face, it was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. The rage on his lips froze solid. The next second, his entire body began to shake violently beyond his control. In that instant, Shin Haoyu recognized Wei Wu's identity. Beside him, Shin Tianyu's face froze stiffly. He hurriedly took several steps back, disappearing into the crowd. The commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district, one of China's top-tier professionals who wouldn't recognize him? Yet, there was someone present who didn't recognize him. Fu Pingyang shouted indignantly, Hey! Old man, who are you? Don't try to pull rank here and obstruct the special envoy's enforcement. Hearing this, Wei Wu turned his head, his gaze sharpening. Fu Pingyang instantly felt the air choke him, as if a primordial beast had locked onto its prey. Yet she stubbornly defied. What's your problem? You old geezer, trying to bully a helpless woman?
Wei Wu looked at the square-faced Fu Pingyang and coldly ordered, "Get her out of here."
Kick me out? Special Envoy, arrest this old man. Upon hearing the order, Shin Haoyu immediately stepped forward to act. Seeing Shin Haoyu move, Fu Pingyang instantly grew smug. Oomph. Old geezer. However, Shin Haoyu walked straight up to her, twisted her arms behind her back, and restrained her before handing her over to his men. Hey! You've got the wrong person. Arrest that old man. Fu Pingyang yelled. Shut up.
Shin Haoyu roared furiously at Fu Pingyang's continued outburst.
Do you even know who stands before you?
The commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district.
China's top professional. Wei Wu, Commander Wei.
Cold sweat now beaded on Shin Haoyu's forehead. Fu Pingyang might be courting death, but he'd better not drag him down with him. His position as the so-called special exams supervisor might seem prestigious, but normally, he didn't even have the privilege to meet Wei Wu. The moment Shin Haoyu spoke, the buzzing murmurs of the onlookers abruptly fell silent. Fu Pingyang's eyes widened in terror, his face drained of color. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The men restraining her nearly couldn't hold her back.
Fu Pingyang might be foolish, but she knew full well the weight of Regional Commander Wei Wu.
He was the kind of man whose every move sent tremors through the entire Blue Star.
Commander Wei, what brings you here?
Seeing this, Ye Ming smiled and stepped forward to greet Wei Wu. Wei Wu, who had been seething with rage moments ago, instantly brightened at the sight of Ye Ming.
He chuckled. If I hadn't come, I feared you might have beaten these people senseless. Don't worry. Ye Ming grinned, his gaze sweeping over Shin Haoyu. I know my limits. At most, I'll just add a bit of color to each of their faces. Makes them look festive.
Shin Haoyu, caught in Ye Ming's gaze, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else.
Does the commander-in-chief still think I'm an imposter now?
Ye Ming stepped in front of Shin Haoyu, his eyes fixed intently on him as he asked cheerfully.
Not at all. Not at all.
Shin Haoyu shook his head frantically.
In that case, do me a favor. Let's forget about what happened between us. How about it?
Ye Ming's face remained cheerful, but to Shin Haoyu, it resembled the grin of a demon.
Special Envoy. What is it? After confirming Ye Ming's identity, Shin Haoyu now addressed him as Special Envoy. Go! Ye Ming commanded, pointing at Fu Pingyang. Give her a few slaps.
Shin Haoyu froze, then his eyes lit up instantly.
Yes, Special Envoy.
As if receiving an imperial decree, he darted to Fu Pingyang's side in a few strides, his heart filled with malice.
Don't blame me. Go hate that kid instead.
In Fu Pingyang's wide, terrified eyes, Shin Haoyu swung his arm back and delivered a vicious slap.
Smack!
A resounding slap left a clear five-fingered red mark instantly etched across Fu Pingyang's face.
Then, the slaps came one after another, each one exploding like a crack. Smack! Smack! Smack!
Only when Fu Pingyang's already plump face swelled another layer, resembling a leaven-steamed bun, did Shin Haoyu finally stop, panting heavily.
Ye Ming glanced at Fu Pingyang's purple-red, swollen pig's head before nodding in satisfaction. As for why he hadn't lifted a finger himself? For a petty bully like Fu Pingyang, Ye Ming wouldn't even bother touching her.
But Shin Haoyu was a different story. Shin Haoyu approached with his neck tucked in, his voice trembling slightly.
Commander-in-Chief. Special Envoy. Since everything's been resolved, then I'll take my leave? Leave?
Ye Ming's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Shin Haoyu.
Didn't you say you wanted to invalidate my results?
Shin Haoyu shuddered in fright, cold sweat instantly breaking out.
I wouldn't dare.
I just had a momentary lapse of reason and spoke out of turn.
Oh? Is that so?
Ye Ming strolled up to him, casually resting his left hand on Shin Haoyu's shoulder.
So it was just a lapse in judgment, was it?
As Ye Ming spoke, he slowly raised his right fist, tiny specks of starlight flickering on its surface. Alright, then I'll help you, clear your head. Clear it. Chapter 44, You don't want your brother to get hurt, do you? Ye Ming slammed his fist into Shin Haoyu's midsection.
Boom! A muffled explosion echoed.
Shin Haoyu instantly doubled over like a shrimp, his stomach churning violently. Ye Ming cupped Shin Haoyu's head, leaning close to whisper in his ear.
Take deep breaths. Feeling dizzy is normal. After glancing at Shin Tianyu hiding in the crowd, Ye Ming turned and walked away with Wei Wu without looking back. Only after Ye Ming departed did Shin Tianyu clearly see Shin Haoyu's state.
There he was, kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth.
Inside the mayor's office of Yingtian City,
Ye Ming and Wei Wu sat on the sofa, chatting casually. At that moment, Ye Ming recalled encountering Zihui Lin in the National War Dungeon. He asked Wei Wu, Old Wei, what are ancient ruins? Ancient ruins? Wei Wu paused in surprise before chuckling. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Ye Ming briefly recounted his encounter with Zihui Lin. I see. Upon hearing this, Wei Wu spoke slowly. Ancient ruins refer to the sites of civilizations from other worlds. They may contain the civilizational legacies of those realms. Each legacy represents the essence of a civilization.
Acquiring one could grant unimaginable power and resources.
These include the ruins of Blue Star's ancient civilization, battle sites of various races, and the inheritance grounds of primordial civilizations.
But everything has two sides. Some ruins might be forbidden zones left behind by ancient civilizations, filled with unimaginable dangers.
Once, a professional adventurer from the United States, roughly matching my strength, discovered such a ruin. After entering, he was never seen again. Within our Huaxia borders lies an ancient ruin that has shown frequent signs of disturbance lately.
Yet the secrets it holds remain indecipherable to us.
I have a feeling that if we could decipher the secrets of this ancient site, our nation's strength might just reach new heights. As Wei Wu spoke these words, his heart stirred with excitement. With powerful enemies encircling China today, as the regional commander-in-chief, he desperately hoped China's strength could grow even mightier.
After hearing Wei Wu's explanation, Ye Ming decided he could accept Ziholin.
She might prove invaluable when encountering future ruins.
However, his spiritual energy points were insufficient at the moment. He would need to wait until today's settlement before proceeding.
Then I'll trouble you, Commander Wei. Please send someone to have her come to my quarters tonight.
A dark curtain shrouded the sky.
Ye Ming heard the daily settlement notification.
Honored member Su Zhiqing achieved first place in the professional martial arts examination. Reward, spirit power plus 60.
Honored member Yang Xiao, achievement, successfully established the Xingxing Guild.
Reward, spirit power plus 20.
Honored members Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia, accomplishment, first clear of hell difficulty. Dungeon chickens are tough nuts to crack.
Reward, spiritual power plus 15-3.
After receiving today's spirit power replenishment, Ye Ming's current spirit power points reached 205 points.
Now I can deify Zihui Lin, Ye Ming murmured with a faint smile as he glanced at his interface. Speak of the devil.
Knock.
Knock. Knock. A knock sounded at Ye Ming's door. Come in. The door isn't locked. Click.
The door opened quietly, and a figure stepped inside. Zihui Lin felt her heart racing. After the martial arts exam ended, someone had suddenly approached her, asking her to come to this room that evening. She had been terrified out of her wits. She knew she was beautiful, with well-proportioned features and facial dimensions so perfect they seemed painted. Upon hearing the news, she immediately assumed some influential figure had taken a fancy to her looks. The messenger who delivered the notice was clearly an official. Her first instinct was to flee immediately, but then she thought this might be her only chance to climb the social ladder. If she could climb onto the high branch of a powerful figure, her brother might be saved.
Go? Or not go? These two thoughts clashed fiercely within her.
In the end, she came here. But when the door opened and she saw the figure stepping inside, Ziholin froze. The figure before her eyes bore no resemblance to what she had imagined. Instead, it was Ye Ming, the very person who had eliminated her from the dungeon today.
Seeing Ziholin frozen in place, Ye Ming waved his hand and called out, "What are you standing there for? Come sit down."
Somehow, seeing it was Ye Ming, Zihui Lin felt herself relax a little. She walked over and sat beside him, though her body remained tense. Seeing her like this, Ye Ming assumed he had frightened her when he eliminated her in the dungeon. I apologize for any offense caused during today's dungeon run, Ye Ming explained to Zihui Lin. Zihui Lin remained seated with her head bowed. Seeing this, Ye Ming steered the conversation toward his purpose.
Do you know why I called you here? Zihui Lin shook her head slightly. Didn't old Wei inform you?
Ye Ming felt puzzled inside, but he didn't dwell on such details.
It's nothing major, really. Just preparing to help you change your job again.
The moment Ye Ming finished speaking, Zihui Lin, who had kept her head bowed the entire time, abruptly looked up.
Reclassify me?
Her eyes widened with shock and disbelief. She had already braced herself for falling into his clutches, yet Ye Ming was offering to reclassify her? How could this not be a big deal? Everyone only gets one chance to change their class, and now Ye Ming was saying he could let her do it again. This was more shocking than if her parents and younger brother had suddenly appeared before her.
Really? Zihui Lin wouldn't let any chance slip away.
Even though Ye Ming's words sounded too good to be true, she was willing to believe him.
It's true. Ye Ming nodded slightly.
But Zihui Lin immediately thought of something else, and the light that had flickered in her eyes dimmed once more.
What do I have to give up?
Hearing her question, Ye Ming smiled faintly.
You don't need to pay anything. All you need to do is contribute to the national organization. After all, you don't want anything to happen to your brother, do you?
Hearing this, Zihui Lin felt even more stunned.
Help her change careers and even give her a position?
You should know my position by now.
I have no reason to deceive you. Zihui Lin nodded.
She had witnessed Wei Wu backing Ye Ming earlier that day.
So? Will you agree? Ye Ming asked. Zihui Lin nodded vigorously. A gift from heaven, how could she refuse? Seeing her consent, Ye Ming's thoughts raced. The ancient scroll now bore the 3 characters Zihui Lin in bold characters. Name, Ziholin. Occupation, Wenchang Emperor LV.2. Quality, SSS. Level, 25. Physical, 131. Spirit, 479. Exclusive class trait wisdom body, rapidly comprehends and masters any knowledge. Class skill, universal insight forcibly deciphers any encrypted text ancient inscriptions formation talismans, revealing their original meaning. Class skill, passing the torch select an ally to perform knowledge infusion, granting them instant mastery of one of your skills lasts 1 hour. Class skill, cosmic evolution burn talent points to predict the next 10 seconds of battle. Passive skill, genius gain genius points based on the deciphering level after decoding texts ancient inscriptions formation talismans. You have acquired the following anointed skills through sharing: carefree wisdom, 10,000 volumes of truth, passing the torch, evolution of all things, genius. Though Ziholin's SSS tier profession only possessed 3 active skills, Ye Ming couldn't care less. He believed this was far superior to deifying another combat talent. In terms of combat prowess, he was already formidable, but his intellect still fell short. Zi Huilin was the perfect complement. Finally, I'm an academic prodigy too. From now on, he could master anything quickly through the carefree wisdom body. Tomorrow, an exchange delegation of foreign students is arriving. I'll start learning a few foreign languages first. So you won't end up not understanding what they're saying and getting scolded without even knowing why. Chapter 45, Uninvited Guests. Xuanwu Lake Villa District. When Ye Ming woke up, he was alone in the villa once more. He glanced at the time. Damn! I'm going to be late. He scrambled out of bed and rushed to wash up. Today, he had a major task ahead. He was to represent Wei Wu in hosting the exchange delegation from the Jiangnan district. Ever since the various worlds had connected, the different races had been both competing and learning from each other. They studied the strengths of other races to compensate for their own weaknesses. For instance, the spiritually gifted elves sought guidance from physically robust races on body tempering techniques to overcome their inherent weakness in physical constitution. Thus, each race sends student exchange delegations to other realms or territories for learning and cultural exchange. Today, delegations from several races arrived in the Jiangnan district for friendly cultural exchanges before proceeding to Yunhe Academy for exchange studies in the coming days. Yunhe Academy stands as one of the 5 most prestigious institutions in Huaxia. For this occasion, Ye Ming had crammed several alien languages overnight. Empowered by the carefree wisdom body, he mastered languages that would normally take years to learn in just one night. Ye Ming glanced at his reflection in the mirror. I look so handsome. He then headed to the venue hosting the foreign exchange delegation. In a spacious hall, numerous students stood by as onlookers, while in the center stood many figures of varied forms. They formed separate circles, sizing each other up. Some stood over 3 meters tall, others barely reached a meter, while others carried enormous shells on their backs. Surprisingly, among them was a familiar sight: the Giant Scythe clan, the race from which the Shadow Scythe general hailed. Standing upright, the Giant Scythe clan members measured about 2 meters tall, with slender, muscular builds and bodies entirely covered in emerald green. Their forearms had evolved into a pair of massive, foldable scythe-like blades. Normally folded against their sides, these blades could spring open instantly during combat. Suddenly, a giant side blade stepped forward from the ranks, his voice thick with anger. The humans can't even send someone to greet us? We've been waiting this long without seeing a single soul. Is this how humans treat their guests? At that moment, another insectoid spoke slowly, its voice tinged with sarcasm. Karen, you shouldn't say things like that. Humans, after all, pride themselves on being the most civilized race. The speaker bore several luminous filamentous antennae atop its head and a pair of translucent, iridescent wings on its back, moving with an ethereal lightness. Fine, luminous powder constantly drifted from her body. The Phantom Butterfly Clan. Among the insect races, any clan that produced a great general could join the ranks of the 10 great clans. The illusionary Butterfly Clan happened to have one such general, the Dream Mistress. Karen immediately chimed in, is that so? Myling, then why hasn't anyone come to greet us? Myling chuckled softly, who knows? Maybe, the human clan just doesn't want us here? This exchange instantly stirred up some races that had little prior interaction with the human race. These alien races already looked down on the humans. Their presence here for exchange was solely motivated by the prospect of securing substantial resource subsidies from Huaxia. Otherwise, who would willingly come to this weak race? In the eyes of other races, humans were nothing but an inferior species. A hot-tempered fellow carrying a massive shell exploded on the spot. Damn it. Are the humans all dead? I trek all this way, and I can't even find a living soul to talk to? If no one shows up soon, you better believe I'll smash this damn hall to pieces. His voice boomed so loudly it made the air buzz. Displeasure immediately flashed across the faces of some non-human students. The human students watching gritted their teeth in fury. How dare these non-humans yell and scream on human territory, even threatening to wreck the place? You've only waited a minute or two and you're already this impatient? In such a hurry to be reincarnated? One student couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to retort angrily. Humph. The hothead whipped his head around, eyes blazing with fury. You talking to me? I'll give you one chance. Take this move, and I'll pretend I never heard a word.
Before the words had even finished echoing, a hothead named Jawa, disregarding all manners and etiquette, launched a furious punch straight at the student's face before the latter could react. The student's face drained of color. In his panic, he could only cross his arms to brace for the blow. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The student flew backward like a, knocked hard by the terrifying force of the punch. He crashed heavily to the ground far away, struggling to get up. Ha 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 ha! Is this the strength of the human race? Useless trash! Jawa, admiring his handiwork, roared with maniacal laughter. The surrounding students watched the scene, their eyes widening with fury. Bastard! Stop it! Another 5 or 6 students roared and charged forward, trying to intervene. But these students were no match for Jawa. One by one, they were knocked down by his fists. Weak! So weak! Ha 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 ha! Kagura laughed loudly as he surveyed the students sprawled painfully on the ground nearby. Suddenly, his laughter snapped to a halt. His eyes turned savage. Still no one stepping up to greet me, huh? Fine. I'll smash this godforsaken place to pieces myself. Kagura snapped the shells on his back together, transforming them into a massive, elliptical scallop shell. He spun rapidly in place, then leaped upward, aiming to smash a pillar in the hall. Just as he was about to strike the pillar, a figure flashed forward, catching the rapidly spinning shell mid-air. Boom! The shell was slammed onto the ground by the figure, pinned down by a foot, unable to move. What's all the fuss about? So I was a little late. The figure brushed a strand of golden hair from his forehead, smiling. The newcomer was none other than Ye Ming. Jawa struggled fiercely beneath Ye Ming's foot, yet couldn't pry open the shell. Ye Ming kicked Jawa away with a single blow, and only then did Jawa open the shell. My apologies. I'm the special envoy assigned to host you all today. I hope you'll forgive my earlier rudeness. Seeing the fury on Jawa's face, Ye Ming's expression softened into a smile. Just as the other alien races expected Jawa to attack Ye Ming, he merely snorted coldly and turned to leave. Witnessing this, the other alien races were astonished. Especially Karen and Myling. The fact that Jawa could be provoked so easily meant he was hot-tempered and not very bright. His earlier disregard for tribal etiquette and assault on several human students had already confirmed this impression. But this hot-tempered brute, after being humiliated by Ye Ming, didn't strike back? What they didn't know was that Jawa wasn't unwilling to strike, he simply dared not. The edges of the shell on his back were razor-sharp. When he spun at high speed, it became like a cutting machine, not something just anyone could block. Moreover, the Belle tribe was renowned for its strength. Yet when Ye Ming pinned him down with a single foot, he couldn't struggle at all. He was a brute, no doubt, but he knew who to provoke and who to avoid. Thus, he could only snore coldly and turn away, choosing not to pick a fight. But Karen had no intention of letting this matter rest. Before arriving, he'd received orders from the giant general of the Ghost Scythe to cause trouble for the human race. Karen's voice was icy. Oomph. What good is an apology alone? Show us some real action. Like giving each race a small secret realm or some red grade equipment. Myling chimed in, exactly. Or how about kowtowing to us a few times? Ha ha. Hearing this, Ye Ming's previously smiling face darkened, replaced by a chill. Chapter 46, One Man's Dominance. Korun and Mi Ling were spouting utter nonsense, insulting him. Ye Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. Swish. His figure vanished abruptly from his original spot. The next instant, he materialized before Karen. You won't get what you came for. But you'll get plenty of fists. Ye Ming's fist blazed with starlight, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as it slammed toward Karen. Karen reacted with lightning speed, his arms trembling violently. Clang! Clang! 2 menacing arm blades instantly sprang forth, crossing in front to block. Thud! Karen felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending his body hurtling backward uncontrollably. His feet plowed 2 deep gashes into the ground. What? Korun steadied himself, his eyes filled with horror. The strength of this human race is truly terrifying? But in the next instant, the shock in Karen's eyes instantly turned to fury. You're asking for death. He swung his arms, the sharp blades on them transforming into icy flashes as they slashed toward Ye Ming. Yet Ye Ming merely blew lightly, and a ring of golden flames materialized out of thin air, snapping precisely around Karen. Qian Kuan Ring. The ring abruptly contracted, binding Karen so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Before Karen could react, Ye Ming swung his blade again, unleashing another fierce beam of light. Light slash. Boom! The ground exploded into a massive crater, sending shards of rock flying like cannonballs. Karen! Seeing Karen in danger, Myling, standing nearby, immediately intervened. Mist fragrance. Her colorful wings fluttered slightly, instantly filling the entire hall with luminous powder that enveloped everyone. Some instinctively reached out, catching the luminous particles drifting down from the air. The moment the powder touched their skin, it seeped through and vanished inside. The next moment, their eyes suddenly glazed over, as if they had entered a dream. Wow! SpongeBob is shaking my hand. The person was clutching a prickly cactus. But why is this sponge so prickly? That potato chip is flipping me off.
I gotta eat the whole family to get revenge.
One person suddenly picked up a rock and shoved it into their mouth.
Why is this potato chip so hard? My money, don't run. Another person frantically clawed at the air. Why did the money in my wallet grow legs and start running away on its own?
In just a few breaths, everyone in the hall had fallen into an illusion, making all sorts of ridiculous scenes.
Oomph. No one can resist my mist perfume.
Ye Ming raised her head confidently, observing the crowd babbling nonsense and performing bizarre acts. Anyone who touched the glowing powder in her misty incense would fall into the illusion. Within the illusion, they lost basic logical reasoning and couldn't recognize the true appearance of objects. She scanned the chaotic crowd with smug satisfaction, searching for Ye Ming. She wanted to see what kind of ridiculous spectacle this special envoy would create within the illusion.
Yet, after scanning the area for a long while, she couldn't find Ye Ming anywhere. Ha! Where is he?
Suddenly, she sensed a faint yet palpable killing intent emanating from behind her.
The colorful wings behind Ye Ming trembled violently, and her form instantly darted sideways. Boom!
A fierce attack slammed into the spot where she had been hovering moments before. Through the dust, Ye Ming stood, sword in hand, gazing at her coldly.
How is this possible? How are you immune to my mist fragrance?
The mist incense was the signature ability of the Phantom Demon Butterfly clan. Once, the insect clan's general, Mist Shadow Dreamlord, had trapped countless demon soldiers within an illusion with a single flap of her wings. She herself had once used this very technique to trap a demon lord equivalent to a third-tier human powerhouse. Yet now, Ye Ming remained utterly unaffected by her illusions. What Mi Ling didn't know was that after Ye Ming ascended to godhood, his Yang Xiao, his skill, Heavenly Mechanics, had upgraded to Heavenly Eye, granting him permanent immunity to all illusion-based effects.
Ye Ming didn't even bother to answer Mi Ling.
Instead, his answer came in the form of an endless barrage of dazzling light blades.
Clang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. A figure stepped in front of Mi Ling, using two massive blades to block Ye Ming's attack for her. It was Karen.
Yet at this moment, Karen's arm blades, once razor-sharp and gleaming with metallic luster, were now utterly shattered. The blades were covered in terrifying gashes, their edges twisted and curled.
In this state, Karen's arm blades could withstand only a few more strikes before being utterly destroyed.
It must be remembered that the arm blades were the most powerful, sharpest, and most piercing weapons of the Giant Blade Scythe clan. The vast majority of their abilities stemmed from these very blades. Once their arm blades were damaged, their combat effectiveness would be drastically reduced. Karen's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed Ye Ming with a deathly stare. He could clearly sense that Ye Ming was holding back, not attacking with full force. Even so, blocking Ye Ming's casual strike demanded every ounce of his strength. He understood the gap between himself and Ye Ming. Why is someone from an inferior race so incredibly powerful? Karen's mind was filled with bewilderment. But continuing the fight now would only lead to their defeat. Worse, if they angered Ye Ming, he might even kill them. With this realization, Karen suppressed his rage and slowly declared, "Enough." His hoarse voice was barely audible, as if forced through gritted teeth. Only now did he finally understand why Jiao Wu had turned and left without a word earlier. It turned out he had long sensed Ye Ming's terrifying power. Hearing Karen's words, Ye Ming burst into laughter. "You think I'll just stop because you say so? That would make me look like a complete fool. Unless, of course, you can offer some compensation like a secret realm or red equipment." Ye Ming smiled warmly at Karen and Mi Ling, returning their earlier words to them verbatim. "Or, how about you kowtow to me a few times? You." Karen's suppressed rage flared up again. "Otherwise, you can pay with your lives." Before he finished speaking, Ye Ming raised his long sword, pointing it coldly at them. Karen instantly sensed a murderous intent, as if Ye Ming's sword would be at their throats in the next instant. Just as the tension reached its peak, a terrifying pressure swept through the air, instantly filling the entire hall and enveloping everyone. The luminous powder that had filled the hall vanished instantly, like spring snow melting under the sun, without the slightest resistance. The misty fragrance of the Mi Ling was shattered, and only then did everyone awaken from the illusion. "Ah! My hands are covered in cactus spines. Ugh! My teeth! The money in my wallet is actually gone." Only then did they realize they'd fallen victim to the illusion, glaring furiously at Mi Ling. They were itching to punch her right in the face. But now they dared not make a move. For a powerful figure had appeared. Wei Wu strode into the hall with an expressionless face, his overwhelming aura erupting from his body. Everyone froze in place. "Ye Ming, a little lesson should suffice." Hearing this, Ye Ming sheathed his lightsaber, but Karen still held his twin blades aloft. Wei Wu looked at Karen, who hadn't reacted yet, and coldly asked, "HM? Not putting away your weapon? Are you looking for a fight?" A terrifying aura descended upon Karen's body. Chapter 47, The Premier Academy. Several days later. Today, Yingtian City was bustling with activity, for it marked the opening day for new students at Yunha Academy. To cultivate new practitioners, Huaxia had established numerous academies across each major region, with some specializing in particular fields.
Even non-combatant life-oriented practitioners had academies to choose from.
After all, in this extraordinary era, even non-combat specialists could contribute to societal advancement.
Yunhe Academy was a comprehensive institution and one of China's 5 premier academies.
To establish these 5 elite institutions, Huaxia had even allocated several medium-sized secret realms to each academy. It must be understood that the resources yielded by a single medium-sized secret realm are immense, typically shared among practitioners from several cities. Yet students of the top academies could exclusively access several medium-sized secret realms, meaning they had access to abundant high-grade resources, equipment, and items at their disposal.
Ye Ming secured second place in the Jiangnan region's professional martial arts examination.
Though his scores qualified him for admission to any academy, he and Su Zhiqing jointly chose Yunhe Academy. The reason was simple: proximity to home. In his previous life, his family resided in the eastern coastal region, yet he attended university in the western inland areas. Every time he wanted to return home, it proved extremely troublesome. Therefore, he decisively chose Yunhe Academy, the closest to Tianan City. Every move made by these 5 top-tier academies was closely monitored by various factions. After all, they gathered the most outstanding cohort of new professional practitioners in all of Huaxia.
Among them, the next pillar of Huaxia's future might very well emerge. A blue-plated sedan bearing the Jiangnan district flag came to a smooth halt before Yunhe Academy's imposing gates. The doors opened, and 2 figures stepped out calmly from the back seat. Before them stood the academy's iconic, towering gate. Forged entirely from thick, grayish-white meteorite stone, the lintel bore intricate reliefs of ancient motifs: flowers, plants, fish, and insects coiled and intertwined. At the very center, 4 bold and powerful characters Yunhe Academy were deeply carved into the stone. They were personally carved by the first commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district. At this moment, the gates symbolizing the glory of China's premier academy stood solemnly open, silently welcoming elite students from all corners of the land. When those 2 figures finally appeared before the gates, they instantly captured the gaze of every new student. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in stifled gasps. "Look! It's Su Zhiqing, the martial arts exam champion of the Jiangnan district. Good heavens! It's the goddess of light herself. They say she's the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Seeing her in person, she's even more dazzling than the rumors." Ever since Su Zhiqing claimed the top spot in the Jiangnan district martial arts examination, the title Goddess of Light had spread throughout all of Huaxia alongside her breathtaking beauty and formidable prowess. Under Su Zhiqing's dazzling radiance, Ye Ming's presence paled in comparison. But Ye Ming didn't mind. In fact, he rather liked it this way. After all, he was a man who preferred to keep a low profile. All eyes followed Su Zhiqing's every move. Only then did the crowd notice Ye Ming standing beside Su Zhiqing. "Who's that guy next to the goddess?" "No idea, don't know him." Some boys glared at Ye Ming angrily. "What gives that guy the right to walk beside the goddess? Is he just some girl's sidekick?" Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into commotion once more. "Ha! Brother Yi is a genius. How could he be a sidekick?" A man of impeccable bearing slowly emerged from the crowd. The sight of him sent a wave of gasps rippling through the crowd even louder than before. Good heavens! Young Master Shen has entered Yunhe Academy too. Before the shrieks had faded, excited murmurs began to buzz. "Look! Young Master Shen and the Goddess of Light, don't you think they're a perfect match? Holy crap! They really do! Top-tier talent paired with peerless looks. This is straight out of a novel protagonist template. They're practically made for each other." Upon hearing the familiar battle cries around him, Ye Ming instantly recognized the identity of the arrivals. Bathed in the surrounding cheers and admiration, Shen Tianyu wore a radiant smile. "Brother Yi, it's good to see you again." Shen Tianyu's face was radiant with smiles, showing no trace of the frustration he had felt after being defeated twice by Ye Ming earlier. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Ye Ming gave a slight nod in response. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I won't compete with you for Miss Su." Shen Tianyu addressed Ye Ming after overhearing the murmurs. Only then did those around them realize Ye Ming's identity. What? Could this guy be the goddess's boyfriend? Oh no! My goddess! But it turned out that Shen Tianyu's explanation only served to draw countless hostile glances toward Ye Ming. And that was precisely Shen Tianyu's intention. With Su Zhiqing's beauty, she was bound to attract admirers after entering the academy. This would inevitably cause trouble for Ye Ming. Even a minor inconvenience would be worth it to Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu smiled as he extended his right hand. Just then, a graceful figure glided over, her delicate hand gently resting on Shen Tianyu's. The moment she appeared, someone recognized her. It's that enchantress from the Southwest District. The one who can change her face, and every expression is unbelievably beautiful? Shen Tianyu introduced her to Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing with a smile. "This is Lu Xiahe, the top scorer in this year's martial arts examination for the Southwest region." Hearing this, Ye Ming turned his gaze toward Lu Xiahe.
She wore a form-fitting black gown that traced breathtaking curves, her ample bosom accentuated, while waist-length black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her deep, enigmatic eyes held an inexplicably captivating allure whenever they met another's, always brimming with a gentle smile. Her full, red lips held a hint of a smile, radiating an indescribable allure. Before arriving, Wei Wu had given Ye Ming a list of prodigies, detailing outstanding candidates from each district's martial arts examination.
Several names demanded special attention, and Lu Xiahe was among them. Lu Xiahe, SSS tier profession thousand-faced succubus. She possessed 3 primordial faces, each breathtakingly beautiful. Among them, the dodgy face could captivate souls and drive men mad. Thus, she was known to all as the thousand-faced demoness. When the goddess of light, Su Zhiqing, and the thousand-faced demoness, Lu Xiahe, 2 peerless beauties, stood side by side, the crowd's excitement erupted instantly. Holy crap! Both goddesses in one frame. I think the enchantress is more alluring. Who could resist that gaze? No, the goddess of light is more soothing. That demoness smile gives me the creeps. Exactly. The goddess of light just radiates peace. In truth, Su Zhiqing remained aloof and expressionless throughout, while Lu Xiahe kept her charming smile. Yet Su Zhiqing radiated a pure, luminous aura that naturally carried a warm, inviting power. The surrounding murmurs naturally ignited Lu Xiahe's fierce competitive spirit. With a graceful sway of her steps, Lu Xiahe parted her crimson lips. Chapter 48, Lu Xiahe, the 7-star pearl? I feel you two make a far more perfect match. A smile touched Lu Xiahe's red lips as her gaze swept back and forth between Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing. Then, she turned her gaze to Ye Ming and walked toward him step by step. I heard you defeated young Master Shen in the martial arts exam. Young Master Shen even praised you to me after he returned. This has made me incredibly curious to see your true strength, but... Watching Lu Xiahe advance step by step, Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. Was Lu Xiahe here to avenge Shen Tianyu? Yet in the next instant, Lu Xiahe spun gracefully, stirring a fragrant breeze, and abruptly turned toward Su Zhiqing beside her. But, could Sister Zhiqing defeat you and take first place in the martial arts exam? Does that mean Sister Zhiqing is stronger? Finally, Lu Xiahe came to a stop before Su Zhiqing. Sister Zhiqing were both top scholars of the district. Meeting like this is fate. Why don't we have a friendly contest? Ye Ming hadn't expected Lu Xiahe's target to be not him, but Su Zhiqing standing beside him. A violent gust of wind instantly whipped up her skirt, making it flutter wildly. In that fleeting glimpse, her straight, slender legs, shrouded in mysterious black stockings, added an extra touch of fierce allure. Above her head, 3 faces faintly materialized, the face of Daji, the face of the sea demon, and the face of Prajna. Facing Lu Xiahe's provocation, Su Zhiqing wasted no words. A dazzling pillar of light erupted from her body, unleashing a surge of pure luminous energy. A golden sword, vast enough to pierce the heavens and reach the earth, materialized as a phantom behind her. Instantly, 2 astonishing auras collided, clashing violently. The overwhelming pressure forced the onlookers to stumble back several steps. Miss Lu, if you wish to spar, you may do so on the school's dueling platform. There's no need for this here. Ye Ming stepped forward, intending to stop the two. The area was filled with students watching, and even representatives from major organizations scouting for potential talents at the academy's entrance. Such a display was far too conspicuous, and he was not one to crave the spotlight. But at that moment, Shen Tianyu stepped forward to block Ye Ming. Ye Ming looked at him, noticing a flicker of dark light in Shen Tianyu's eyes. Ye Ming frowned slightly. What's this? Are you blocking me? He couldn't fathom why Shen Tianyu still had the courage to confront him. Was it because he had spared Shen Tianyu last time, or had someone else given him the boldness? Not at all, Shen Tianyu replied with a faint smile and an apologetic tone, though his feet remained firmly planted. I simply don't want you to disturb Xia He. Seeing this, a surge of anger flared within Ye Ming. Just as he prepared to act, the surrounding crowd suddenly parted, making way for several men wearing garments embroidered with mountain and river patterns. Students who recognized them quickly stepped back, as if witnessing something terrifying. These were members of Yunha Academy's law enforcement squad, typically composed of platinum and diamond students tasked with maintaining order within the academy. Within the academy, students were ranked as bronze, silver, platinum, diamond, and so on. The enforcement squad was led by a youth with fiery red hair. Stepping before the confronting group, he fixed his gaze on Ye Ming and declared coldly, "Today is the new student registration day. Your actions are undermining the academy's traditions and severely tarnishing its honor. I order you to cease immediately." With that, the red-haired man waved his hand, signaling the enforcement officers behind him to intervene and stop the fight. However, the officers only approached Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing, ignoring Lu Xiahe and Shen Tianyu. Seeing this, Ye Ming's anger flared even more. But just then, Lu Xiahe called out to the officers, "Never mind. I started this. It's not their fault." Lu Xiahe turned to the red-haired man. "Thank you for your help, cousin. I was in the wrong." It turned out the red-haired man was Lu Xiahe's cousin, Lu Yanchang, a diamond student at Yunha Academy. Really? Lu Yanchang's expression changed. Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. Lu Shaha nodded softly. It's true.
Seeing Lu Shaha admit she had initiated the conflict, Lu Yanchang had no choice but to halt the law enforcement officers.
In that case, we'll let it slide this time. You are now students of the academy. You must abide by its rules. Any future offenses will be punished severely according to academy law. Watching Lu Yanchan's actions, Ye Ming cursed inwardly. Another hypocrite. Earlier, when he thought they had initiated the fight, he was ready to arrest them immediately. But upon learning that Lu Shaha had struck first, he promptly dropped the matter. Lu Shaha turned to Su Zhiqing. Little Zhiqing, we'll meet again on the martial arts platform next time. With that, she glided away with graceful steps. Shin Tianyu gave Ye Ming a smile before following suit.
Watching them depart, Ye Ming prepared to leave with Su Zhiqing. But as they turned to go, Lu Yanchan called after him, "Kid, keep your head down once you're in Yunha Academy. The place is teeming with prodigies. S-rank professions, which you rarely see, are commonplace within the academy. There are even several SSS-rank students." Hearing this, Ye Ming paused in his steps. Without turning back, he coldly replied, "I've heard the academy has students known as the 7 Star Pearls. And you're one of them. But I suspect you won't remain one for long." With that, Ye Ming walked away without another glance at Lu Yanchang. The 7 Star Pearls were the title given to the 7 strongest students in Yunha Academy, each possessing strength comparable to a third-tier professional. Every year, all students could challenge these 7. Success granted the 7 Star Pearl title. Additionally, the victor gains the right to wield a red-grade weapon. And Lu Yanchang was one of the 7 Star Pearls, the star of the greedy wolf. Hearing Ye Ming's words, Lu Yanchang paused in surprise before a cold smile curled his lips. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing stepped into Yunha Academy. The moment they entered, 12 islands suspended mid-air came into view. Vaguely discernible atop each island stood a statue. The academy's buildings were constructed along the mountains and beside the water, featuring horse-head walls that rose above the rooftops. The walls were covered with small blue tiles, layered upon each other in a staggered pattern. Most walls were pure white, while the roofs bore blue-gray tiles. From afar, the scene unfolded like a watercolor painting. Ye Ming led Su Zhiqing up the stone steps toward a grand hall. This was the registration hall for new students at Yunha Academy. "Hello, I'm Ye Ming, a new student reporting for enrollment." Su Zhiqing. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing entered the hall and found the registration desk for new students. After verifying their identities, the staff handed them 2 jade tokens. "These are your credentials as students of Yunha Academy. Without them, you won't be able to move freely within the academy grounds. Simply bind them by infusing your spiritual energy into them." Ye Ming examined the jade token in his hand, its coolness against his skin. With a thought, he instantly bound his spirit energy to the jade tokens. "Thank you," Ye Ming said with a smile, preparing to leave. Just then, the attendant suddenly reminded him. "This also serves as your credential for tomorrow's mentor selection tournament. Do not lose it." Chapter 49, Mentor Selection Tournament. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing took a brief stroll around the academy grounds. They also learned about the details of the mentor selection tournament. As the name suggests, the mentor selection competition is a contest for choosing mentors. Within the academy, students must select a mentor they admire to study under. With a mentor's guidance, students can enhance their abilities more effectively. Therefore, selecting a good mentor was exceptionally important. Not only could it accelerate one's growth, but it also helped avoid many pitfalls. Mentors were ranked from lowest to highest as bronze, silver, and gold. Each mentor is at least a tier 3, level 50 powerhouse. Gold tier mentors, however, are high-level practitioners starting at level 70. Level 70 professionals are renowned powerhouses across the entire Blue Star, possessing their own private mini-realm. Thus, for any student fortunate enough to be accepted by a gold mentor, their future prospects are truly limitless. However, it is not the students who choose the gold medal mentor, it is the mentor who selects the student. The next day, as the sun rose, Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing arrived at the venue for the mentor selection tournament. It was a colossal hall shaped like a mountain peak, its summit resembling a sharp sword poised to pierce the clouds. Inside lay a vast circular plaza, surrounded by tiered spectator stands. This was Yunha Academy's gymnasium, the very venue for the mentor selection tournament. At that moment, the plaza was packed with people, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough estimate suggested at least 10,000 people were present. Among them were not only the freshmen about to participate in the competition, but also a number of upperclassmen who had come to watch. The plaza was divided into 9 distinct sections. Ye Ming learned from his identity jade token that he belonged to Section 3. Su Zhiqing's location was in Section 7, so the two temporarily parted ways. Ye Ming arrived at his designated spot, surveying his surroundings while keeping his heavenly eye skill constantly active. He didn't actually need to study at the academy. His primary reason for enrolling was to conceal his identity. The guise of an ordinary student would minimize attention to the greatest extent possible. His abilities were too extraordinary, and he was too vital to China.
Therefore, Wei Wu allowed Ye Ming to continue living as a student for his own safety. But that wasn't his primary objective. His main goal was to seek out high-potential talent. Yunha Academy happened to fit the bill perfectly, gathering geniuses from every major region of China. His power stemmed from Yang Xiao and his companions, so to enhance his own strength, he needed to help them grow stronger. Yet the spiritual energy points required to enhance their power were far beyond his current capacity. The more talents he gathered, the more colossal the demand for spirit energy points became. The only way to acquire these points was through his subordinates. Thus, accelerating the cycle of recruiting and cultivating talent became imperative for Ye Ming. Shortly after Ye Ming arrived at the designated location, a youth clad in a blue robe and carrying a long sword at his waist approached him. An icy aura that repelled strangers swirled around the youth. Without a word or unnecessary movement, he merely swept Ye Ming with a gaze devoid of warmth before standing still, eyes half closed, as if completely detached from his surroundings. Through this alone, his distant demeanor and unique posture, Ye Ming instantly recognized his identity. Dance/Autumn. SSS-rank profession Skyblade Master. Just as the list described, aloof and solitary. After a glance, Ye Ming turned away, no longer paying attention. With such talent and personality, even if Ye Ming could grant him a class change, he likely wouldn't accept it. Ye Ming then resumed waiting quietly for the master selection tournament to begin. As time passed, the square grew increasingly crowded, with more spectators gathering on the surrounding steps. Ye Ming spotted Lu Xiahe and Shen Tianyu among them, both seated in Section 5. Besides the academy students and instructors, several faction leaders had also arrived to observe the event. Once everyone had gathered, a resonant bell tolled, signaling the official commencement of the mentor selection tournament. A white-haired elder slowly stepped forward from the highest tier of the viewing stands, flanked by two figures. One of them was an old acquaintance of Ye Ming's. The leading white-haired elder wore a jet-black martial robe and sported a long white beard. "It's Dean Han Jinfeng of our Yunha Academy," one of the new students recognized the white-haired elder. Ye Ming looked up at the white-haired elder, who seemed to him like a towering mountain, imposing and immovable. It was said that Han Jinfeng was also a peak-level practitioner, boasting a staggering rank of 79. To Han Jinfeng's left stood a beautiful woman in a red qipao, her skin fair and her striking red hair flowing. This woman was none other than the supreme commander of the sword base, Qi Li Yue. To Han Jinfeng's right stood an old acquaintance of Ye Ming's, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district, Wei Wu. The moment the trio appeared, everyone within the vast hall turned toward them and applauded in unison. The trio nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd. Han Jinfeng stepped forward and waved his hand, signaling for quiet. "Good day, everyone. First, on behalf of Yunha Academy, I welcome you all." Han Jinfeng's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the vast hall, as if he were standing right beside each person. "Second, I know you all came to Yunha Academy to enhance your abilities, not to listen to some old man spouting grand principles. Therefore, I won't waste any more words. The master selection tournament will begin immediately. However, I must briefly explain the rules. You will soon enter a dungeon containing monsters of varying levels. Defeating these monsters may yield bronze or silver medals. Obtaining a bronze token grants you the right to choose a bronze tier mentor. The same applies to silver tokens. Additionally, quests will be issued. Completing these quests can also earn you bronze or silver medals. As for selecting a gold tier mentor, that requires outstanding performance during the competition. If a gold tier mentor takes notice of you, they will naturally offer you the opportunity to choose them." Upon hearing this, the students in the square erupted into heated discussion. Who wouldn't want a gold tier mentor? Though all admitted to Yunha Academy were geniuses from across the land. But there were still gaps between geniuses. Some believed they stood no chance of catching a gold medal mentor's eye. They felt deeply regretful, knowing each gold medal mentor was a high-tier professional at level 70. While others wore expressions of worry and tension, Ye Ming remained utterly relaxed. After all, he didn't believe any freshman could be stronger than him. Besides, if he truly wanted to study, he could simply approach Wei Wu, the Grand Commander of the region. He could even ask Wei Wu to assign him a gold medal mentor. But he was a low-key person. The proper procedures still needed to be followed. He didn't want to become someone despised for pulling strings. Once the freshmen had finished their discussions, Han Jinfeng spoke again. "All right. I hope everyone finds a mentor they admire. Now, I declare the mentor selection tournament officially open." With Han Jinfeng's command, the bell tolled once more, signaling the thrilling start of the mentor selection tournament. Chapter 50, Twin Priests, Infinite Revival? After the bell tolled, a massive magical formation suddenly materialized on the plaza floor, erupting with dazzling white light. The white radiance enveloped all participating students. In the next instant, the dense crowd vanished without a trace. "You have entered the instance the evil god tribe." When Ye Ming regained his vision, he found himself in the midst of a dense jungle. Ye Ming climbed a small hill and gazed into the distance, where towering trees stretched endlessly, shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun. A primordial aura swept over him. Occasional beastly roars echoed through the air, mingled with sounds resembling drumbeats.
Gazing into the distance, Ye Ming spotted a massive skeleton ahead, entwined with withered wood. He leapt down the slope and approached the skeleton. It was the ribcage of an unknown giant creature, covered in countless slash marks from blades. As he drew closer, he noticed a wooden plaque hanging from one of the ribs. This seems to be the totem of each tribe. After a brief inspection revealed nothing further, Ye Ming dismissed it. He casually chose a direction and dashed off. Along the way, he occasionally encountered other students, but neither party paused to exchange words, they simply went their separate ways. Ye Ming wielded his lightsaber, slicing through the dead wood, blocking his path ahead. Soon, he spotted his target, a grayish-white skeletal frame with black flames flickering within its eye sockets. Skeleton warrior, common monster. Noticing the intruder, the skeleton warrior's teeth chattered as it charged toward Ye Ming, bone sword raised. Ye Ming paid no heed to such low-level monsters. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a beam of light that instantly dispatched the skeleton warrior. He didn't believe a token would be found on a monster of this caliber. Ye Ming pressed onward. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Yunha Academy, giant light screens displayed the competition progress of the students within the dungeon. From the highest viewing platform, Han Jinfeng watched a figure on the screen and asked, "Old Wei, is this the kid you mentioned?" The figure on the screen was none other than Ye Ming. "That's right," Wei Wu replied. Just then, Wei Wu felt a wave of heat wash over him from behind. He turned to find Shi Liyue standing there. "Oh? So this is the little upstart trying to take my job?" Shi Liyue's sword base was a department dedicated to training special forces for China, while Ye Ming's Great Love Alliance served a similar function. "Haha, I wouldn't dare. I merely wish to cultivate a special task force unique to the Jiangnan district." Wei Wu gave an awkward chuckle at Shi Liyue's words. Oomph. Shi Liyue couldn't possibly believe every word Wei Wu said. "But, does this child truly possess such abilities as you claim?" Shi Liyue shifted her tone, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wei Wu. Hearing this, Han Jingfeng also turned his head, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he looked at Wei Wu. When he heard about Ye Ming's abilities, he too was utterly astonished. To help someone change jobs again? That was nothing short of a miracle. Under their expectant gazes, Wei Wu nodded solemnly in confirmation. "I can have him demonstrate it for you later, but it requires someone who meets his specific criteria." Receiving Wei Wu's confirmation, Han Jinfeng and Qi Liu slowly nodded. "I've never witnessed such an extraordinary ability before. I'm determined to see it for myself," Qi Liu smiled. Although Ye Ming's Great Love Alliance and her sword base were in a competitive relationship, both served the greater good of China, so she harbored no resentment. Inside the instance, Ye Ming's light slash struck down another monster. It was a skeletal shield guard wielding a totem-engraved shield. Upon slaying the skeletal shield guard, a bronze token dropped to the ground. Ye Ming bent down to pick it up, examining the token in his hand. "So this is the bronze token?" Engraved upon the bronze token were the characters Yunha in seal script. With this bronze token, Ye Ming could select a bronze tier mentor. But how could Ye Ming possibly be satisfied with just a bronze token? It seems the higher the monster's level, the greater the chance of dropping a higher tier token. The skeletal shield guard he just defeated was an elite level minor monster, yet it had dropped only a bronze token. A silver token would likely require defeating a boss level monster to have a chance of dropping. With this thought, Ye Ming continued searching for suitable monsters. Moments later, Ye Ming arrived at an open clearing where an altar stood. Several braziers blazed fiercely around the altar, upon which stood two figures. Boss-level enemy twin priests. One face was painted entirely in black, the other entirely in gold. Arm in arm, they spun and danced in circles, their bodies radiating black and golden light. The Dark Priest and the Light Priest. A silver token hung at the waist of the Light Priest. Just to be safe, Ye Ming decided to secure a silver badge as a backup before trying to win the gold badge mentor's favor. With that thought, golden light erupted from Ye Ming's hand, and the sword of light materialized in his palm. Ye Ming charged toward the two priests, the light sword in his grasp. Facing Ye Ming's assault, the Dark Priest began to chant incantations. Then, the Dark Priest swung his staff and pointed it at Ye Ming. A corrosive black mist materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Ye Ming. Corrosive black mist. Anyone touched by the mist suffered corrosion damage, taking continuous health loss and reduced movement speed. Watching the approaching mist, Ye Ming swung his light sword, easily slicing through it with a beam of light. Just as Ye Ming thought he had easily dealt with it, the severed half of the black mist suddenly exploded. It transformed into countless streams of black liquid, shooting toward Ye Ming. Stellar shift. Ye Ming immediately used his displacement skill to dodge the spray of black liquid. The liquid hit the ground, sizzling instantly and forming a small black swamp. Seeing this, Ye Ming suppressed his initial disdain. He hadn't expected such a minor boss-level enemy to possess such a diverse array of skills. Looks like I need to get serious. Ye Ming's eyes sharpened as the lightsaber in his hand vanished abruptly, replaced by a flaming spear. "Take this." Ye Ming thrust the spear toward the Dark Priest. The Dark Priest hastily unleashed 3 more swirls of black mist to block Ye Ming. Ye Ming flickered his spear, unleashing a wave of scorching heat.
A ball of flame shot from the spearhead, enveloping the three masses of black mist. With a series of sizzling sounds, it ground them to oblivion. The threefold true fire, consuming all. Seeing his attack repelled, the dark priest wailed in frustration. He thrust his staff into the ground, clasped his hands together, and began chanting an unknown incantation. As he chanted, streams of black mist rose from his body, drifting into the air to form a massive dark cloud. The cloud unleashed a torrent of black rain, descending upon Ye Ming. The cloud was immense. Starshift could not evade its reach in such a short time. Faced with this, Ye Ming had no choice but to endure the onslaught. Golden Lotus Body. Golden light flared as a shield materialized, enveloping Ye Ming within its protection. The black rain struck the shield, emitting a piercing, corrosive sound. Now let's see what else you've got. With that, Ye Ming thrust his flaming spear deep into the dark priest's body. The spear trembled, and the dark priest instantly dissolved into a cloud of black mist. Nothing special after all. Watching the dark priest dissolve into mist, Ye Ming's lips curved into a smile. Immediately, he swung the spear's tip and thrust it toward the light priest standing nearby. However, the light priest ignored Ye Ming's attack and instead began murmuring incantations under his breath. Ye Ming watched in puzzlement, yet thrust his spear into the light priest's body. Easy work. Ye Ming chuckled, observing the fallen light priest. Just as Ye Ming bent down to seize the token from the priest's waist, a shapeless mass of black mist slowly materialized behind him. Chapter 51, Gold Badge Acquisition Rules. The black mist churned and swirled, eventually coalescing once more into the dark priest. The moment the dark priest materialized, it swung its staff, unleashing a torrent of black mist that slammed toward Ye Ming. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Ye Ming swiftly sidestepped. He stared in disbelief as the dark priest had resurrected once more. Twin priests. When the dark priest died, the light priest could sacrifice his own life to resurrect the dark priest. After the dark priest remains resurrected for a period, the light priest can also be revived. Moreover, upon revival, the dark priest gains a 50% attack bonus, while the light priest receives a 50% defense bonus stackable. Darkness exists as long as light does, and when darkness dies, light transforms into darkness. Therefore, to defeat the twin priests, both must be slain simultaneously, leaving no chance for the light priest to resurrect the dark priest. Sure enough, after several exchanges between Ye Ming and the dark priest, the light priest reappeared once more. The moment the light priest revived, it immediately cast a protective shield upon itself. Immediately afterward, the light priest did a ball of light and hurled it into the air. It burst forth with blinding radiance, temporarily blinding Ye Ming. But it wasn't over. Taking advantage of Ye Ming's blinded state, which prevented him from moving freely, a golden chain extended from the void, coiling around Ye Ming while its other end connected to the dark priest. Divine Punishment Shackles. Ye Ming's damage to the dark priest was reduced by 50%, while the dark priest's damage to Ye Ming was increased by 50%. When the blindness lifted, Ye Ming finally saw the chains binding him. What the hell is this? Ye Ming thrust his spear at it, but the chain remained unbroken. Can't be severed? Seeing this, Ye Ming could only refocus his attention on the two priests. Ye Ming never imagined the boss-level enemy in this dungeon would prove so troublesome. After all, the strength of a typical newcomer was only marginally stronger than that of the twin priests. Yet the twin priests, having been resurrected once, already far surpassed the strength of most newcomers. And to defeat both simultaneously? Most newcomers would have fallen long ago. Ye Ming once again raised his flaming spear, thrusting it toward the dark priest. The spearhead erupted in roaring flames, transforming into a fiery dragon. Roar! The fire dragon roared as it charged toward the dark priest, while Ye Ming himself rushed straight at the light priest. He had to finish this quickly. Otherwise, even with his strength, the back-and-forth battle would wear him down. Heaven's Edge Command. The spear in his hand transformed into a golden whip, striking the light priest with the power of heavenly thunder. The light priest's protective shield shattered in an instant. The thunderous force erupted, stunning the light priest. The golden whip then swept out, defeating him. Meanwhile, the dark priest blocked the fire dragon's attack. Empowered by his blessings, the dark priest's damage against Ye Ming had reached a 100% bonus. Upon the light priest's death, the dark priest's ultimate ability was triggered. Eternal Night descends. A realm of darkness formed, summoning countless shadow orbs that fell relentlessly from the sky. Ye Ming summoned his golden shield and swung his golden whip to fend off the black spheres plummeting from the sky. Each black orb possessed immense power, sizzling upon impact with the golden shield and even corroding the celestial thunder energy coursing through the golden whip. We must eliminate the dark priest immediately, or the light priest will be resurrected again. He watched the gradually forming spectral image of the light priest in the distance and thought to himself. Without hesitation, Ye Ming charged toward the dark priest, braving the barrage of black orbs raining down from the sky. Even after just one resurrection, the dark priest's damage posed a genuine threat to Ye Ming. If this happened again, he might well meet his end in the most unexpected way. He had originally intended to conceal some of his strength, not appearing overly powerful, for his current power far surpassed what a newcomer could achieve. With that thought, Ye Ming chose to hold nothing back. 8-9 Mystic Arts. Windfire Wheel.
Empowered by these two skills, Ye Ming's figure instantly materialized before the Dark Priest. Before the Dark Priest could react, the power of light erupted. The Dark Priest was instantly slain. With the Dark Priest slain, the phantom form of the Light Priest that had nearly materialized vanished as well. Phew! Finally settled. Ye Ming gazed at the silver token lying on the ground, feeling a surge of emotion. Truly a test worthy of a top-tier academy. One slip up, and even he could have failed. If the silver medal was this difficult, how much harder must the gold medal be? With that, Ye Ming left the area and pressed onward. Meanwhile, inside the colossal hall. Upon seeing Ye Ming defeat the twin priests and claim the silver medal on the light screen, Han Jinfeng nodded with satisfaction. The twin priests are the most formidable boss-level enemies in the demon god instance. If you can't clear them quickly, as the number of revives increases, they become increasingly difficult to defeat. Ye Ming quickly grasped this principle, defeating the twin priests after only one resurrection. Han Jinfeng continued, now that the silver medal has been secured, it's time to issue the next mission. Inside the instance, a message popped up before Ye Ming's eyes. Gold medal acquisition, the silver medal holder must survive under siege by others. Successfully defending the silver medal upgrades the reward. Defense rules, successfully defend until 10 minutes before the dungeon ends to retain the silver medal, defend until the dungeon concludes to upgrade the silver medal to a gold medal. After reading the message, Ye Ming's face lit up with delight. He already possessed the silver medal. All he needed to do now was endure until the dungeon concluded to upgrade it to gold. So he could just find a place to hide and wait for the timer to run out, right? But the next message dashed his hopes. All silver medal holders will be marked. The next instant, a towering pillar of crimson light erupted above Ye Ming's head, bearing his name clearly visible even from miles away. Damn it! Doesn't this make me a sitting duck? Ye Ming looked up at the conspicuous red pillar of light, shooting straight into the clouds. Can this beam be destroyed? He swung a beam of light, slashing at the conspicuous pillar. Crack! The beam shattered instantly. Is it possible? Seeing the pillar destroyed, Ye Ming's heart leapt with joy. But in the blink of an eye, the shattered beam coalesced once more above his head, even more dazzling than before. Damn it! Clearly, the academy had anticipated someone attempting to destroy the beam. Originally, the pillar was only visible within a few miles, but now it could likely be seen from over 10 miles away. Students who saw such a conspicuous pillar of light would surely flock to the site. After all, with silver medals readily available, why would students waste time hunting monsters for them? Ye Ming never imagined the gold medal acquisition rules would be like this. If he'd known, he would have waited until the end to snatch someone else's silver medal. But wishing was one thing, reality was another. He had no choice but to face the situation. Sure enough, upon seeing the conspicuous red beam above Ye Ming's head, students within several miles immediately charged toward his location. It didn't take long before Ye Ming sensed the approaching students aiming to snatch his silver medal. Looks like I can't stay low-key this time. Ye Ming held his flaming spear at an angle toward the ground, ready to greet the approaching crowd. Chapter 52, One Punch, One Kid. Inside the instance. Students within several miles of Ye Ming received the gold medal acquisition notification. Their eyes immediately flashed with wild excitement. Defeating a single candidate earned a silver medal, and holding it until the dungeon concluded secured a gold medal. This was far easier than defeating a boss. Many recalled Ye Ming's background. After all, he ranked second in the martial arts exam for the Jiangnan region. Moreover, his altercation at the academy gates on the first day of school had made him known to some of the new students. Second place in the Jiangnan district martial arts exam? That's going to be tough, one freshman mused, recalling Ye Ming's background. Furrowing their brows, they realized they might not stand a chance against Ye Ming in a one-on-one fight. A group of freshmen gathered together, planning to team up and snatch Ye Ming's silver medal. Thus, several groups confirmed their direction and headed straight for the conspicuous pillar of light piercing the sky. Meanwhile, several miles away from Ye Ming, a figure saw the news and a faint smile touched the corner of their lips. Ye Ming, I'll gladly accept that token from you. Lu Shaha licked her red lips with her tongue. Her long legs striding forward, Lu Shaha swept toward Ye Ming's location. Ye Ming thrust his spear into the chest of a new recruit, the weapon trembling as it defeated him. Similar to the professional martial arts exam dungeon, it featured a death immunity mechanism. Ever since the gold medal acquisition quest was posted, freshmen kept coming to snatch his token. This was the 13th freshman Ye Ming had defeated who had come to seize his token. In this instance, he had killed more freshmen than monsters. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a sharp arrow whistled through the air with a piercing sound from afar. Ye Ming flicked his spear, deflecting the incoming arrow. His gaze followed the arrow's trajectory, spotting 4 figures slowly approaching. Why does everyone think I'm an easy target? Ye Ming shook his head and chuckled, observing the freshmen who had come in a group. The leader shouted at Ye Ming, hand over your token willingly. Otherwise, we'll defeat you and take it. You won't even get the bronze token. If freshmen failed to earn even a bronze token after completing the dungeon, they would face the predicament of having no mentor. Mentors could impart combat skills and experience, and even grant access to secret realm resources allocated to them. Thus, having a mentor versus not having one meant a world of difference.
Hearing their demands, Ye Ming remained silent.
Instead, he smiled and extended a single finger, beckoning them with a subtle gesture.
Seeing Ye Ming's provocative gesture, one of the opponents instantly boiled with rage. Brother Zhou, why waste words with him? Just take him down.
Before the words had even left his mouth, the man charged toward Ye Ming.
Hey! Hold on.
Seeing the man charge forward, Zhou Hao tried to stop him, but then remembered they had 4 people.
And Ye Ming was alone, what was there to fear? All together. Zhou Hao waved his hand, signaling the others to follow.
Zhou Hao ranked 21st in the Southwest District, and the other 3 were also among the top 50 in the martial arts exams. He believed that with 4 of them working together, taking down Ye Ming wasn't impossible. Ye Ming watched the 4 charging toward him. His right foot lightly kicked the spear's tail. After twirling it in a flourish, he suddenly hurled the long spear with all his might. The spear shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, heading straight for the man who charged first. Seeing this, the man hastily swung his broadsword to block.
Clang!
The spear's immense force sent him reeling back several steps. His hand gripping the blade trembled slightly, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Ye Ming's casual strike had actually wounded him. Seeing his teammates' attack blocked, Zhou Hao roared.
Sword-breaking style.
Zhou Hao wielded a broadsword adorned with a lion's head at its tip, striking toward Ye Ming with lightning speed. Ye Ming met the blow with a punch, sparks of starlight flickering around him.
Clang!
The collision of fist and blade produced a metallic clang.
Zhou Hao felt a terrifying force surge through his blade, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably.
He left several deep footprints in the ground before finally managing to halt his momentum.
What the hell?
Zhou Hao looked down at the broadsword in his hand, his pupils suddenly contracting. Where the blade had struck Ye Ming's fist, a gaping notch had appeared. This was an orange-quality weapon he'd obtained after grinding countless hell-tier dungeons. And now it had been shattered by a single punch from Ye Ming. While Zhou Hao was still reeling in shock, Ye Ming had already lunged forward to attack. Wielding a fist as large as a sandbag, Ye Ming slammed it down on one of his opponents.
Boom!
In an instant, the man flew like a cannonball into the distance, crashing into and snapping a thick, dead tree.
Without pause after landing the blow, Ye Ming flickered forward, reappearing before another target.
He unleashed another punch. The man raised his arms to block, but Ye Ming's blow still sent him flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. With just one encounter, Ye Ming had instantly disposed of 2 opponents. Witnessing this, Zhou Hao's eyes widened in utter shock.
One punch, one kid down.
Kill. The man who had charged first roared in fury and lunged at Ye Ming once more. He refused to believe Ye Ming could be that powerful.
Yet, Ye Ming's next punch made him believe it.
Ye Ming clenched his fist and slammed it into the man, who took the full force of the blow this time.
Snap.
The long sword the man wielded to block Ye Ming's punch snapped instantly. The fist slammed viciously into the man's chest. He felt as though he'd been gored by a rhinoceros and was sent flying backward.
Another eliminated.
In mere moments, the original 4-man squad was reduced to just Zhou Hao.
Is this the strength of the second-ranked martial arts exam candidate? Zhou Hao couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
He had thought that the 4 of them working together might stand a chance against Ye Ming. Instead, 3 of them were defeated in an instant. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Ye Ming held nothing back. Clenching his fist, he drove it straight toward Zhou Hao's face.
The massive fist rapidly filled Zhou Hao's vision.
Even before the blow landed, Zhou Hao's heart pounded wildly as he sensed the sheer force behind that massive fist.
Zhou Hao's face paled instantly.
But Ye Ming's strike was too fast. Zhou Hao had no time to dodge and could only brace for the impact. Zhou Hao roared in fury, raising his great sword to swing it down with all his might.
Boom!
This time, Zhou Hao's broadsword shattered instantly as the fist slammed straight into his face. Zhou Hao instantly felt a terrifying force, as if a fully loaded truck had run over his face. In an instant, his body flew backward like a kite. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Hao's body slammed into a boulder, embedding itself straight into it.
Zhou Hao, eliminated.
I can't just sit here and wait for death.
Ye Ming watched Zhou Hao's figure gradually fade away. Staying put only gives them the chance to defeat me.
That's too passive. His eyes hardened, as if he'd made a decision. A swarm of ants could still bring down an elephant, let alone a group of geniuses from all the major clans.
I'll take the offensive. Chapter 53, The First Clash. Deep within a dense forest. Boom! A towering tree crashed to the ground. Dozens of figures surrounded a solitary figure.
At the center, a figure stood proudly, a flaming spear in hand.
It was Ye Ming.
Since Ye Ming had taken the initiative to attack, over 30 others had been eliminated by him. Such a rapid elimination rate made the other newcomers realize Ye Ming's power and the danger he posed. Ultimately, a full 43 individuals joined forces to encircle and eliminate Ye Ming. To avoid being cornered, Ye Ming dashed into the dense forest, using the towering trees and terrain to block their advances. Ha, so many of you ganging up on me? I'm flattered. Ye Ming's gaze swept over the crowd watching him with fierce eyes as he laughed.
Ye Ming. You're heartless eliminating over 30 people like that. You're ruining their chances of finding mentors. You're ruining their futures. Those eliminated lose their eligibility to choose mentors and must study independently within the academy. Alternatively, they could spend academy points to hire mentors for instruction. Within Yunha Academy, all expenses are paid using academy points instead of Huaxia currency. Academy points can be used within the academy to purchase various skill books, equipment, items, and more, even items unavailable on the open market. In the mentor selection tournament, bronze medalists receive 50 academy points, silver medalists 150 academy points, and gold medalists 500 academy points. A red tier equipment piece worth 100 million Huaxia currency outside the academy is valued at merely 2,000 academy points within its walls. Academy points are earned by completing tasks assigned by the academy, though most tasks only reward around 10 academy points. Though powerful in purchasing power, academy points are difficult to obtain. Thus, the 500 academy points for a gold medal represent a substantial sum. This is precisely why so many students covet the gold medal. Then it's their own fault for lacking the strength. Ye Ming dismissed the crowd's condemnation with disdain. Fine. I never imagined you'd be such a cold-hearted person. One last question, will you hand over the token? If you hand it over voluntarily, we won't eliminate you. After all, we're not as cold-hearted as you. The token is right here. Come and take it yourself. Ye Ming tossed the silver token playfully in his hand. Seeing this, the freshmen who had come to surround Ye Ming charged toward him in unison. Brothers! Let's go together. No matter how strong he is, he can't eliminate all of us. Facing over 40 onlookers, Ye Ming remained utterly unflustered. He raised his spear and faced them head-on. Ye Ming thrust his spear forward, unleashing a roaring fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon loomed larger in the eyes of those charging at the forefront. Even from several meters away, they felt the scorching heat wave rolling toward them. In an instant, the fiery dragon engulfed the frontmost figures, eliminating them from the fray. This strike instantly stunned the charging crowd. But they charged forward once more. They were certain that such a devastating strike must be Ye Ming's ultimate move. Ye Ming certainly couldn't unleash such attacks continuously. Seeing the crowd charging toward him, Ye Ming resolved to end this quickly. Stellar shift. Instead of retreating, Ye Ming charged forward. Light slash. A dazzlingly bright, colossal light sword slashed fiercely toward the crowd. Ye Ming believed this strike alone would be enough to instantly eliminate them. The sword blade charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Some students unleashed their skills, attempting to block the light blade. But it was futile. Just as the blade was about to descend, Ye Ming watching with a smile. A sudden, sharp cry rang out. Hanya mask. A golden-hued phantom mask abruptly materialized in midair. The moment it materialized, it floated before the lightsaber, blocking it completely. Boom! The fierce collision sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing the towering trees around them to rustle violently. Ultimately, both the lightsaber and the golden phantom mask vanished, neither side claiming victory. Seeing this, Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. Someone had actually managed to block his attack? A figure emerged, chuckling lightly. Truly worthy of the master who defeated young Master Shin, you shattered my Prajna mask with a single strike. Black skirt, red lips, Lu Xiahe. I wondered who could block my attack, so it was Miss Lu. Ye Ming recognized the figure and finally understood. The top martial arts exam candidate in the Southwest District, no wonder she could withstand his attack. Ye Ming looked at Lu Xiahe, raising an eyebrow slightly. What? Are you also interested in my silver medal, Miss Lu? A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, his tone tinged with amusement. If Miss Lu desires the silver medal, wouldn't it be as easy as snatching it from a child? A simple flick of the finger, and someone would rush to deliver it. Even the gold medal could be delivered to Miss Lu's hands. Heh, I don't care for free things. Hearing Ye Ming's teasing, Lu Xiahe lifted her eyes and met his gaze directly. What I desire, I shall take myself. No need for others' help. Her crimson lips parted, each word clear and deliberate. Ye Ming felt a chill run through him at her words. Then I have wronged Miss Lu, Ye Ming said apologetically. It's fine. I'm used to it. Lu Xiahe waved her delicate hand dismissively and continued, I didn't come for the token. I simply wish to measure myself against you. Before her words had fully faded, Lu Xiahe vanished. When she reappeared, she was already standing before Ye Ming. Soaring high into the air, she unleashed a whipping kick that tore through the air with a sonic boom, aiming straight for Ye Ming's head. Ye Ming hurriedly raised his arm to block. Thud! Ye Ming's body nearly staggered backward. His expression changed. He could clearly feel the force coursing through his arm. It was the most powerful force he had ever encountered in all his battles against opponents. Lu Xiahe's legs looked incredibly slender, yet her strength was terrifying. Ye Ming felt that Lu Xiahe's strike could probably kick an elephant to death. Armed with the attributes of multiple SSS tier professionals, Ye Ming hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in ages. Previous opponents had rarely lasted even a single round against him. His contempt vanished instantly. Ye Ming growled lowly, his right fist surging forward to smash toward Lu Xiaoheng. Seeing the overwhelming force of the punch, Lu Xiaohe chose not to meet it head-on. She planted her toes, using the force of Ye Ming's punch to propel herself backward. Light as a swallow, she landed with perfect poise. At that moment, Lu Xiaoheng was also astonished. She was confident that blow could defeat most opponents. Even if it didn't finish them off, it would have left them gravely injured. Yet Ye Ming merely swayed slightly before launching an instant counterattack. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Ming, and her regard for him instantly deepened. I hadn't realized Brother Yi possessed such formidable strength, Lu Xiaohe murmured with a light laugh. Likewise. Ye Ming replied, scanning the surroundings. With you joining us, you might just snatch my token. The other new students' spirits lifted upon seeing Lu Xiaohe arrive. With the martial arts exam champion joining their ranks, their chances of snatching Ye Ming's token had significantly increased. Whether they could actually obtain the token themselves no longer mattered. What mattered was getting a chance to impress the beauty. I won't interfere as long as you agree to one condition of mine. Lu Xiaohe smiled cheerfully at the eager freshman. Oh? Ye Ming froze upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaoheng to refrain from ambushing him, even though she had presented a condition. What condition? Chapter 54, Three-Pronged Attack. Just let them defeat you. No elimination. Lu Xiaohe's red lips parted as she scanned the surroundings. Swish. The freshman's gazes turned to Lu Xiaoheng in unison. Admiration and delight nearly overflowed from their eyes. The goddess, is she protecting me? Oh my god. She's so kind she's feeling sorry for us. The token. I must get my hands on that token to present to the goddess. Ye Ming's eye twitched involuntarily. What a clever move playing the kind-hearted card. With a single, effortless remark, she became the compassionate goddess who cares for all, while he, Ye Ming, was cast as the cold-hearted villain. With just a few words, she made the entire crowd owe her an enormous favor. If Lu Xiaohe joined the fray too, facing so many opponents at once would be no small challenge. That would expose even more of his secrets, something he absolutely did not want to happen. Fine. Ye Ming cursed inwardly, forcing himself to swallow his irritation and nod reluctantly. Brothers, charge! Grab the tokens for our goddess. With a shout from some unknown freshman, dozens of people charged at Ye Ming with fierce momentum. To ensure he didn't slip up and instantly kill these freshmen, Ye Ming had no choice but to abandon weapon attacks. 9 radiant stars body. A rumbling sound erupted from within Ye Ming's body. A glow spread beneath his skin, and countless brilliant starlights appeared around him. Among them, one star shone exceptionally bright, a sign that the 9 radiant stars body had reached its first layer. With each level of advancement, another star would appear. When the 9 radiant star body reached its ultimate perfection, 9 dazzling stars would appear behind him. Boom! Ye Ming's legs suddenly thrust against the ground, leaving a shallow crater in his wake. His figure shot forward like a cannonball in an instant. But even without weapons, Ye Ming was no match for these ordinary newcomers. In an instant, Ye Ming's figure appeared before one of them. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and struck. The person flew backward instantly, unable to react at all. If someone were to look down from above at that moment, they would witness a remarkable scene. A figure darted swiftly through the air, each strike sending another person flying high into the distance. Moments later, the forest echoed with a continuous chorus of wails. Ye Ming clapped his hands, surveying the fresh recruits whimpering around him. This is a lesson for trying to ambush me and steal the token. If you persist in attacking me, don't blame me for being ruthless and cold-hearted. After all, the newcomers had only temporarily lost their ability to fight. Hearing this, the newcomers scrambled to their feet and left. Attacking Ye Ming again would guarantee their elimination, leaving them without a mentor. For a token that was unlikely to be seized, it simply wasn't worth the cost. In the blink of an eye, over 40 newcomers scattered and vanished. With the others gone, Ye Ming's gaze locked back onto Lu Xiaohe. There she sat atop a fallen, withered tree, swinging her long legs and smiling radiantly at him. She leapt down from the stump and clapped her delicate hands. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! The scene of Ye Ming swiftly defeating over 40 freshmen still echoed in Lu Xiaohe's mind. If she had faced that many new students, she could have used the dodgy mask to control them all and defeat them one by one. But her speed would certainly not match Ye Ming's. Now it's just the two of us. We can have a proper duel. Lu Xiaohe declared. As her words fell, her silky long hair instantly whipped behind her head. 3 enormous illusory masks slowly materialized above her head. The leftmost was the familiar Hanya mask, a bronze gold visage twisted into a hideous grimace. Horn-like protrusions resembling ox horns crowned its head, radiating an oppressive aura. The middle one was Lu Xiaohe's most renowned, dodgy mask, the face of a fox demon, a face of unparalleled beauty and bewitching allure. Like the finest white jade, it glowed with a hazy pinkish radiance. Its narrow, enchanting almond-shaped eyes were utterly mesmerizing. The far right was the sea demon mask, the visage of a deep blue sea beast, its surface patterned like fish scales. Within its eye sockets swirled dark blue ocean currents, while blue lightning arcs flared around its edges.
From the gaping maw, lined with teeth resembling shark fangs, came the constant roar of a storm. The three distinct phantom masks swirled above Lu Shaha's head.
Sea Demon Mask. With Lu Shaha's sharp cry,
the sea demon masks in the air instantly grew larger, and a deafening roar of crashing waves erupted from the terrifying maw. A violent wave surged forth from its maw, coalescing into a towering pillar of water that crashed toward Ye Ming. The pillar of water, like a towering column reaching to the heavens, bore down with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Heaven's Edge Command. Seeing the incoming column, Ye Ming roared and swung his golden whip with all his might, striking the surging water column. Boom! The golden whip sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, shattering the water column with brutal force. Water sprayed everywhere. Without pause, Ye Ming moved like lightning, charging straight at Lu Shaha with his golden whip. Facing Ye Ming's effortless shattering of the water column attack, Lu Shahan had anticipated this. Her hands swiftly formed seals as she chanted a string of incantations. Hum! The scattered droplets of water, mid-fall, suddenly froze in place. The next instant, defying all logic, every droplet reversed its course, coalescing into countless sharp arrows that rained down upon Ye Ming like a storm. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sounds filled the air like a downpour. Sensing the danger behind him, Ye Ming didn't pause to block the attack. Instead, he accelerated even further. He aimed to strike at the heart of the threat. The golden whip, crackling with the power of heavenly thunder, roared toward Lu Shahang's face. Lu Shaha's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't expected Ye Ming to disregard the danger behind him. But Lu Shahang was no one to sit idly by and await her doom. In the next instant, her toes slammed into the ground, propelling her body forward like a rocket. Her long hair and skirt flapped taut in the fierce wind. Ha! Lu Shaha leapt into the air, evading the incoming golden whip. Mid-air, her body tensed instantly like a drawn bow. Leaning back slightly to gather power, her arms spread like wings while her legs curled tightly against her chest, resembling a blade poised to strike. As she descended, her right leg shot out like a battle axe, the illusory golden glow of the Prajna mask blazing brightly beneath her foot. The air compressed to its limit, forming a visible, drill-like conical shockwave in front of her foot. Lu Shaha transformed into a golden meteor, tearing through the air with thunderous force as she slammed toward Ye Ming's head. Ye Ming looked up, watching Lu Shaha descend from the heavens, enveloped in terrifying momentum. He could clearly sense the power of that kick like an indestructible blade that could wound him in an instant if he let his guard down. He dared not relax even slightly. Fury of Gaochen. Ye Ming roared furiously, and behind him, the imposing, majestic shadow of Gaochen erupted into existence. The phantom gripped a golden whip in both hands, swinging it like a mountain-splitting club. With terrifying force, it swept toward the descending Lu Shaha. Chapter 55, Want to accept it? The golden whip collided violently with Lu Shahang as she plunged downward. A thunderous crash echoed. Boom! Lu Shaha, who had been falling like a sharp sword, was abruptly halted in her descent by Ye Ming's strike. The shockwave from their collision sent towering trees swaying violently, their leaves combed back as if by a gust of wind. Lu Shaha flew backward like a crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! 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 Each foot left a small crater in the ground. Only after retreating 7 full steps did she finally halt her momentum. Lu Shaha snapped her head up, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. In that strike, she had channeled the power of the Prajna mask, boosting her physical strength by 100%. Though not a strength-based class, she was confident that kick alone could have crushed a small mountain. Yet Ye Ming had sent her flying with sheer force. This proved Ye Ming's strength far surpassed hers. Your strength is truly formidable. Lu Shaha exclaimed in shock. Ye Ming offered no reply, merely gazing at her silently. Behind them, Gochen Nuxian continued to swing his golden whip, flaunting his own might. It seems I underestimated you after all. Lu Shaha began to take Ye Ming seriously. She had believed that among this year's freshmen, only Su Zhiqing could be her rival, dismissing all others. For she had been a competitive person since childhood. With her fox-like eyes full of emotion and her beauty, Lu Xiaohang received her first love letter at 7. By 12, her desk was piled high with gifts from strangers. At her 18th birthday promotion banquet, young men from prestigious families vied to win her smile, offering high-quality equipment as gifts. Yet this adoration felt like a golden cage. The more dazzling she became, the more firmly she was pinned to the label of a mere ornament. Look at her, she gets everything with a flick of her finger. Why bother cultivating? After her father's sudden death, her mother raised her alone. To provide her with a better life, her mother became a renowned courtesan in the Jiangnan social scene, spending her life dependent on others. As she lay dying from illness, clutching her hand, she gasped, "Don't walk my path." This forged her fierce determination. She vowed to prove she could succeed without relying on anyone. Her pride allowed only what she earned through her own efforts. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Prajna mask hovering above Lu Shaha's head solidified, while the other two gradually faded away. With a swish, the Prajna mask covered Lu Shaha's face. Instantly, her body radiated a brilliant golden light. A golden mask appeared over her delicate, alluring face, with black gold bone spikes protruding from her brow like horns. Behind her materialized the vast, wrathful shadow of a Vajrapani, wielding a Vajra scepter. Within a 10-inch radius centered on her position, the ground cracked and split incessantly. Vajra Wrath form. Lu Shaha fuses with the Prajna mask, temporarily boosting her physical stats by 300%. Boom! Lu Shaha stomped violently against the ground. Her form shot forward in an instant. Ha! She roared, her legs blazing with light. Her long legs, like a Vajra pestle, swept horizontally toward Ye Ming. Even before the kick reached him, Ye Ming felt the terrifying force and oppressive pressure. If he didn't take this strike seriously, he would likely suffer severe injury. Ye Ming dared not delay. He frantically activated the 9 radiant stars' body, gathering countless starlights onto his arms. A layer of starlight armor formed on his arms as he crossed them to block the attack. Boom! The shockwave from this collision was even more intense. Near the point of impact, all fallen leaves and dead branches were swept away, leaving the ground spotless. A figure stumbled back a step. Upon closer inspection, it was Ye Ming. At that moment, Ye Ming was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had ever been at a disadvantage. All his previous opponents had been utterly crushed by him, posing no threat whatsoever. But Ye Ming sensed a hint of danger from Lu Shaha, the danger of possible defeat. Of course, this possibility was extremely slim. Nevertheless, it was enough for Ye Ming to place Lu Xiahong among his strongest rivals. At the same time, Lu Xiahong was even more astonished. With the enhancement from the Prajna mask, her strength far surpassed these freshmen, who were all at least A-rank professionals in their 20s and 30s. Yet Ye Ming had only taken a single step back, unharmed. Just how powerful is he? Lu Xiahe wondered silently. Refusing to concede, she unleashed the wrathful golden Buddha phantom behind her. Clutching its golden Vajra, it smashed violently toward Ye Ming. Seeing this, Ye Ming summoned the furious form of Gaochen behind him, who swung a golden whip to meet the attack. Boom! The golden whip and the Vajra staff collided violently, producing a clanging metallic sound. Yet neither gained the upper hand. They locked in a stalemate. Just as Lu Xiahe frantically channeled her Vajra's power, determined to defeat Ye Ming. A dazzling blade of light struck from behind her. Light slash! Sensing the killing intent behind her, Lu Xiahe had no choice but to abandon her attack on Ye Ming. She spun violently, swinging the Vajra mace to smash the light blade. But a long sword followed immediately. Golden light flared from Lu Xiahe's palm, deflecting the sword before she retreated backward. After several leaps, she was far from her original position. Only after coming to a halt did Lu Xiahe focus her gaze to recognize the attacker. It was Su Zhiqing. So it's you, Sister Zhiqing. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing, Lu Xiahe instantly broke into a smile. Didn't you want to spar with me? Well, here I am. Su Zhiqing held the blade of Michael, pointing it directly at Lu Xiahe. In an instant, the one-on-one situation turned into a two-on-one. You're just in time. I've already sparred with Brother Yi. Now I want to see for myself the strength that defeated Brother Yi and claimed first place in the Jiangnan region martial arts exam. With that, Lu Xiahe's form transformed into a shooting star, hurtling straight toward Su Zhiqing. Boom! 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 The two collided at breakneck speed. Lu Xiahe's body, empowered by the Prajna mask, matched the hardness of any weapon blow for blow. Each clash of their weapons produced a metallic clang. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. Their frenzied power snapped several towering trees nearby. Boom! After another collision, their figures abruptly separated. Lu Xiahe's chest heaved violently. She had already fought Ye Ming several times, depleting much of her stamina. Following that, the fierce exchange of dozens of blows with Su Zhiqing had pushed her stamina to its absolute limit. As if sensing her condition, Ye Ming stepped forward. Lu Xiahe, leave now. Let's call it a draw, shall we? Besides, the instance time is almost up. End time, 13 minutes and 53 seconds. Lu Xiahe glanced at the massive countdown timer in the sky and fell silent. She was now completely drained of stamina. Continuing the fight would guarantee her defeat. Doing so would also cost her the chance to earn a gold medal, meaning she'd lose 500 academy points. That was a terrible deal. Within the academy, all cultivation resources required academy points. Academy points could be earned through academy-issued quests or exchanged for huaxia currency. But the exchange rate was brutal, 50,000 huaxia coins for a single academy point. Such a staggering sum was far beyond what she could afford, even with her years of savings. Therefore, though Lu Xiahe felt bitter and still yearned to fight Ye Ming and the others, she had no choice but to abandon the idea. Huff. Lu Xiahe took a deep breath to steady herself. Fine. Consider me defeated. No need to call it a draw, Lu Xiahe said calmly. Finally, Lu Xiahe gave the two a long, lingering look before turning and walking away. She's incredibly powerful. Ye Ming watched Lu Xiahe's departing figure and remarked with admiration. What? Boss, you want to recruit her? Hearing Ye Ming's praise, Su Zhiqing suddenly tilted her head slightly and looked at him. Chapter 56, The End. Choosing a mentor.
Yes. Ye Ming's gaze still followed Lu Xiaohong's figure as he nodded without hesitation.
Lu Xiaohong's potential and character are both top tier. He paused, seemingly noticing Su Zhiqing's gaze. Turning to look at her, a hint of a smile touched his lips. What? Does our goddess of light feel pressured? Su Zhiqing immediately turned her head back, staring blankly ahead, her voice icy.
No. The boss has his reasons for choosing anyone.
Yet the fingers clenched around her sleeve tightened slightly, almost unconsciously.
Ha! Seeing Su Zhiqing's reaction, Ye Ming chose not to pursue the topic further. Did you get the token? Ye Ming changed the subject. Su Zhiqing gave a slight nod, gesturing for Ye Ming to look above her head.
A striking red beam of light now shone above her head as well. After that, Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing defeated several more freshmen who came to try and snatch the token. Once word spread that Ye Ming had single-handedly defeated over 40 freshmen, no one dared to challenge him for his token anymore.
End time, midnight.
A melodious chime signaled the official conclusion of the Master Selection Tournament. As the time reached 0, the silver medals in Ye Ming and his companion's hands rapidly took on a golden hue, the gold steadily eroding the silver. Finally, the original silver medals transformed into gold medals. A flash of light later, Ye Ming found himself back in the grand hall. The hall erupted in enthusiastic cheers, congratulating the new students who had earned their tokens. On the highest platform, Han Jinfeng wore a broad smile. He was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this Master Selection Tournament, having spotted several promising students.
Han Jinfeng's resonant voice echoed throughout the vast hall. Suddenly, the enthusiastic cheers fell silent. First, congratulations to all students who secured tokens. You may now use these tokens to select your preferred mentor. Secondly, I must say, this year's freshmen are exceptionally talented. A total of 7 freshmen have earned gold medals. Whoosh! This time, it was the senior students who had come to watch the competition who were astonished. In past mentor selection tournaments, typically only 2 or 3 students earned gold medals, yet this time 7 had achieved it. The methods for earning gold medals may vary slightly each time, but their difficulty levels are largely comparable. This signaled that this year's freshman cohort possessed even greater strength. Now, please welcome the 7 gold medalists to the stage. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the Grand Hall Plaza. Accompanied by the sound, a circular stone platform slowly rose from the plaza. Swish! 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 Several figures instantly leapt onto the stone platform. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing exchanged a glance before moving together, leaping onto the platform. As 7 figures landed on the platform, countless eyes in the Grand Hall turned toward them, all seemingly eager to know who had claimed the gold medals. Ye Ming glanced at the others beside him. Besides himself and Su Zhiqing, the other 5 gold medal winning freshmen were Lu Xiaohe, Wu Zhanxiu, Tang Yiru, Wei Kai, and the familiar face of Shen Tianyu. Tang Yiru and Wei Kai were names Ye Ming had seen on Wei Wu's list. Both were among the top 10 freshmen in the martial arts exam. But when Ye Ming spotted Shen Tianyu, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Shen Tianyu was only an S-class professional. Excluding Ye Ming himself, the rest were all SSS class professionals. At this top institution in China, 1/3 of the students possessed S-class or higher professions. Even SSS class professions numbered nearly double digits. Shen Tianyu had actually won a gold medal with an S-class profession. As if sensing Ye Ming's gaze, Shen Tianyu turned his head toward him and flashed a smile. Caught staring, Ye Ming gave a nervous chuckle and quickly looked away. But he kept a mental note. Once everyone was present, Han Jinfeng continued. Now that all our gold medal students are present, please welcome the gold medal instructors. As Han Jinfeng's words fell, 5 figures radiating an aura of terror instantly materialized mid-air within the colossal hall. Ye Ming had only ever sensed such an aura emanating from Wei Wu before. While not quite as potent as Wei Wu's, it was remarkably close. The 5 formidable figures slowly materialized, revealing their true forms. 3 men and 2 women. Leading them was a man of extraordinary height and stature, towering like an iron pillar. His face bore a rugged, chiseled intensity, every feature sharply defined. He sported a wild, untamed crop of black hair, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons. A heavy, jet-black halberd was slung across his back. To his left stood a man of slender, upright build, slightly gaunt with a pale complexion. He wore a dark-colored robe, his aura subdued, his expression impassive. Another man stood nearby, his features as smooth as jade, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, his sleeves billowing, a jade flute hung diagonally at his waist. To the right of the burly man stood 2 female instructors. One was tall and graceful, her skin as white as snow. She wore a light blue gown, with faint ice crystals seemingly floating around her. The first 4 instructors could be clearly identified as such based on their appearance. But the last instructor? Judging solely by appearance, one could never guess her role. For this final instructor possessed a petite frame, with arched brows and eyes that crinkled into sweet dimples when she smiled. Her fiery red hair was adorned with several colorful feather ornaments. With such an appearance, who would have guessed she was a high-level professional with a staggering 70th level strength?
As all 5 gold medal instructors slowly approached the stone platform, Han Jinfeng's voice sounded once more.
Alright, all students and mentors are now present. Students may now select their mentors.
As the words fell, the gazes of Ye Ming and the other 6 turned simultaneously toward the 5 mentors before them. The choice made now would determine their mentor for the duration of their studies at Yunha Academy.
Barring unforeseen circumstances, this arrangement would remain unchanged. This relationship would persist until the students graduated.
Just as Ye Ming hesitated, Wei Kai made his choice first.
I choose mentor Li Yu.
Li Yu was the imposing man leading the group.
Ha! Excellent. Good choice.
Seeing the first person choose him, Li Yu roared with laughter, his voice booming like a great bell.
Hand over your student identity token.
Upon hearing this, Wei Kai handed the token to Li Yu. Upon receiving it, a streak of light suddenly burst forth from Li Yu's brow, then flowed into Wei Kai's identity.
There. From now on, you are my disciple. I've infused a strand of my spiritual energy into it. Should you encounter trouble, simply present this token.
Li Yu returned the token to Wei Kai, who hastily expressed his gratitude. Disciple Wei Kai pays respects to Master Li. With Wei Kai's choice made, the others swiftly followed suit. Shen Tianyu was the second to choose, selecting the instructor with a jade flute at her waist, Xiao Yunj.
Tang Yiro chose Dan Tai Jing, clad in a light blue gown.
Wu Zhanqiu selected Mo Yuan, whose complexion appeared slightly pale.
Lu Shaha chose Fenglinger, petite with fiery red hair.
Su Zhiqing scanned the room, hesitation evident on her face. She didn't know which mentor to choose.
Chapter 57, sought after by top-tier mentors. Seeing Su Zhiqing's indecision, mentors immediately stepped forward to invite her. Li Yu stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder as he declared, "Young lady, choose me.
Such pure light energy, you're a natural-born spear to pierce evil, a hammer to smash demons." Li Yu pumped his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, and the air currents stirred by his fist glowed faintly.
Young lady. See that? I understand the power of light too.
If you choose me as your mentor, I can teach you to infuse that light power into your very bones and blood.
Who knows? You might even forge an indestructible body of light.
Those blessed with the immortal light physique radiate light force capable of shattering all evil with every movement. A single punch could reduce 10,000 demons to ashes.
Li Yu's offer was undeniably tempting. But
Su Zhiqing's gaze swept over Li Yu's rock-hard, knotted muscles and his mountain-like, imposing frame, yet she still shook her head gently. She did yearn for that primal power to send foes flying with a single punch.
But the prospect of transforming herself into such steel-hard flesh? Impossible.
That crossed her aesthetic boundaries.
Seeing Li Yu rejected,
the other instructors spoke up. Xiao Yunj smiled and said, "I can teach you the way of melody. Not only will it not affect your appearance, but it will also enhance your elegance.
Moreover, every word and phrase you utter will carry the power of light and purification."
At that moment, Dan Tai Jing interrupted Xiao Yunj. "This young lady radiates a distinctly heroic spirit.
Learning your worthless music would only erode her heroic spirit. She should be dominating the battlefield,
slaying countless foes with her sword." As he spoke, Dan Tai Jing made a sweeping gesture with one hand while extending the other horizontally. An icy sword formed from crystalline ice instantly materialized in her grasp.
"Though I know nothing of the power of light, I am a master of swordsmanship.
If you choose me, I can make you a genius of the sword path." During the earlier mentor selection competition, several gold medal mentors had observed the performances of the new recruits. Dan Tai Jing had noticed Su Zhiqing's skill with the sword and tailored her invitation accordingly.
Upon hearing Dan Tai Jing's words, Su Zhiqing's eyes lit up.
A mentor skilled in swordsmanship was indeed the ideal candidate she had long desired.
"I choose."
Just as Su Zhiqing was about to speak her choice of Dan Tai Jing, a voice suddenly cut in.
"I'm also proficient in swordsmanship."
Su Zhiqing turned toward the source of the voice and was surprised to see Mo Yuan, his face looking slightly pale. Before Su Zhiqing could respond, Dan Tai Jing already looked displeased.
"Sickly weakling, you're trying to snatch my pick too."
Dan Tai Jing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure.
"Don't you already have Wu Zhanqiu?"
When Wu Zhanqiu had made his choice earlier, he had explicitly stated he wanted a mentor skilled in swordsmanship. Thus, both Mo Yuan and Dan Tai Jing had invited him, but Wu Zhanqiu ultimately chose Mo Yuan. This wasn't because Dan Tai Jing's swordsmanship was inferior to Mo Yuan's, but because Mo Yuan's temperament was a perfect match for Wu Zhanqiu. Both were expressionless and taciturn individuals.
Mo Yuan didn't respond to Dan Tai Jing, merely watching Su Zhiqing in silence. Witnessing multiple gold-tier mentors engage in a fierce battle for a single student filled the other freshmen with envy. Comparisons kill.
We struggle just to get bronze-tier mentors, yet they're being fought over by gold-tier mentors.
Good heavens! If I could be taken under Dan Tai Mentor's wing, I'd laugh in my sleep. She's the legendary female sword immortal of Huaxia.
5 years ago, she single-handedly felled several top-tier demon lords around level 75 with just her sword. Mentor Yunj is impressive too. His words are gentle, his smile radiant, like an elegant nobleman.
He once subdued 10,000 demons with a single song. Seeing invitations from two masters skilled in swordsmanship, Su Zhiqing found herself torn once more. She quickly sought advice from Ye Ming beside her. Boss, who should I choose? Hearing this, Ye Ming's gaze darted back and forth between Mo Yuan and Dan Tai Jing. Go with instructor Dan Tai. Dan Tai Jing's heart leapt with joy upon hearing the voice. With Ye Ming's guidance, Su Zhiqing instantly made up her mind. Though his advice wasn't necessarily correct, she chose to follow it. I choose mentor Dan Tai. Dan Tai Jing's face lit up with delight at Su Zhiqing's choice. Rest assured, I won't let you down. With Su Zhiqing's choice made, only Ye Ming remained unassigned to a mentor. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the vast hall turned to fix upon Ye Ming. The vivid memory of Ye Ming single-handedly defeating over 40 new students who had surrounded and attacked him still lingered in their minds. So much so that some of the defeated freshmen now felt a tinge of fear welling up inside them at the mere sight of Ye Ming. They, once considered prodigies in their hometowns, had been dispatched one by one with a single punch from Ye Ming. The sense of disparity was overwhelming. Yet others glared at Ye Ming on the stone platform with anger in their eyes. They had been eliminated by Ye Ming, unable to even choose a bronze-tier mentor. Each silently vowed to find an opportunity for revenge. As if sensing the collective gaze, Ye Ming turned to face the freshman whose eyes burned with anger, a smile playing on his lips. Yet to those freshmen, his smile looked like the grin of a demon. Ignoring the hate-filled stares, Ye Ming turned his attention to the 5 mentors before him. Su Zhiqing and Tang Yura chose Dan Tai Jing, while Wei Kai selected Li Yu. Shen Tianyu and Wu Zhanqiu each chose Xiao Tianga and Mo Yuan respectively. And Lu Shahe chose Fenglinger. As Ye Ming prepared to make his choice, all 5 gold medal mentors extended invitations to him. Especially Li Yu. At this moment, Li Yu was even more enthusiastic than when he had invited Su Zhiqing earlier. If his invitation to Su Zhiqing stemmed from her light power, his invitation to Ye Ming came from genuine admiration. He greatly admired Ye Ming's fighting style. Among the 40-odd new students, Ye Ming had dispatched each one with a single punch, wasting not a shred of energy. Each punch struck a vital point without causing injury, demonstrating an extremely precise grasp of his power. Such a visually pleasing display of violent aesthetics the student was practically tailor-made for him. Li Yu even yearned to take Ye Ming as his final disciple. Kid. What's there to think about? What's there to hesitate about? Of course he's choosing me. Li Yu strode forward, closing the distance to Ye Ming in a single stride. Then, with a sudden motion, he drew the heavy, jet-black halberd he'd been carrying on his back and slammed it down onto the stone platform. Boom! The heavy halberd slammed onto the stone platform, erupting in a thunderous, muffled roar. The entire platform shook violently, trembling as dust rained down in thick clouds. If you choose me, this heavy halberd is yours. At these words, the vast hall erupted in a frenzy of heated discussion. What? This heavy halberd has accompanied mentor Li Yu through years of battle. And now he's giving it to Ye Ming. And it's a red quality piece of gear, nearly ready to upgrade to gold quality. Once equipment reaches red quality, it gains scalability. By adding special materials or items, there's a chance to enhance its quality. Li Yu's conditions astonished not only the students but also the assembled instructors. Dan Tai Jing spoke first, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Li Yu, are you truly giving this heavy halberd to Ye Ming? Chapter 58, The Dean Steals Talent. Li Yu's heavy halberd bore the name Jailkeeper. It had been Li Yu's constant companion through years of battle, inseparable from him like an old friend. Once merely blue grade, it had been upgraded to its current red quality after once blocking a fatal attack for Li Yu. Li Yu expended countless precious resources to elevate it to its current red grade quality, bringing it dangerously close to golden grade. It held special significance for Li Yu. Yet now he was giving it to Ye Ming. Of course. How else could I demonstrate my sincerity? Li Yu declared with a booming laugh. Even Han Jinfeng on the high platform was astonished. Back then, just touching his heavy halberd made him cling to it like a mother bear protecting her cub, yelling, "Don't touch my baby!" Han Jinfeng pointed at Li Yu below, his eyes wide as saucers. And now? He's actually giving this treasure to Ye Ming? Red grade equipment was top tier even for powerhouses like them. Some powerful players still didn't possess any. Wei Wu chuckled beside him. Old Li has good judgment. He saw Ye Ming's potential right away. Beyond high-ranking figures like Wei Wu, no one knew Ye Ming's specific background. Not even the top-tier instructors of Yunha Academy. Suddenly, Han Jinfeng's eyes twinkled as he grinned. What do you think would happen if I took Ye Ming as my disciple? Wei Wu froze at the question. You're taking on another disciple? This time, Han Jinfeng didn't answer. His gaze remained fixed intently on Ye Ming. Many years ago, Han Jinfeng had a disciple named Zhuo Yu. Zhuo Yu had been Han Jinfeng's proudest disciple. Possessing the SSS tier profession known as the Destroyer, he had been taken under Han Jinfeng's wing after entering the Yunha Academy. Han Jinfeng taught Zhuo Yu almost daily, grooming him as his successor. He even prophesied that Zhuo Yu would one day break through level 80 and become a 4th tier professional. After graduation, Zhuo Yu, at level 63, single-handedly faced 9 demon lords. Battling for 3 days and nights, his armor drenched in blood, he slew them all. This battle galvanized human morale, yet also drew the attention of a demon sovereign. Later, Han Jinfeng issued a quest. When Zhuyu accepted it, he was ambushed by demonic forces and trapped in a place called Starfall Abyss. Surrounded by 17 demon lords, he managed to slay 6 before the demon sovereign suddenly appeared and personally executed him. When Han Jinfeng learned of this and rushed to Starfall Abyss, he found no trace of Zhuyu, only fragments of his weapons scattered across the ground. Seeking vengeance, Han Jinfeng confronted the demon sovereign. After days of fierce combat, he was severely wounded and forced to retreat. Thus, Zhuiyu's demise became a painful memory etched in Han Jinfeng's heart. Han Jinfeng, who had once been a top-tier mentor, resigned from that position after this incident and never took on another disciple. Today, Han Jinfeng sensed a familiar feeling emanating from Ye Ming. Thus, the thought of taking on a disciple once more began to take root in his mind. On the other side, Ye Ming stared at the jet-black heavy halberd before him. He strode forward, grasped the weapon with one hand, and slowly lifted it as Liu watched with excitement. When Liu saw Ye Ming lift his Jinyu with one hand, he was overcome with excitement. His prison-sealing spear weighed over 200 kilograms. Most practitioners couldn't even lift it with both hands, yet Ye Ming held it steady with one. Just as Liu thought Ye Ming had chosen him by lifting the prison-sealing spear, a voice suddenly rang out from the high platform. Ye Ming, I can also take you as my disciple. Han Jinfeng's voice rang out clearly throughout the entire colossal hall. In an instant, the once boiling hall fell silent as if an invisible hand had clamped down on its throat, plunging it into utter stillness. Yet this silence lasted but an instant. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, 10 times more frenzied than the earlier clamor, sweeping through the entire hall. Dean Han wants to take Ye Ming as his disciple? Heavens! Even the esteemed Dean favors Ye Ming? Didn't the Dean stop taking students over a decade ago? Even the 5 gold medal instructors turned their astonished gazes toward Han Jinfeng on the dais. Why is the Dean suddenly taking on a disciple? Dan Taijing looked utterly perplexed. Damn it! That old bastard is trying to steal my talent too. While everyone else was reeling from the shock of Han Jinfeng taking on a disciple, only Liu seethed with indignation. Han Jinfeng flickered and reappeared before Ye Ming. Ye Ming, I can take you as my disciple too. Han Jinfeng's gaze burned intensely as he looked at Ye Ming. What do you say? Ye Ming was also slightly stunned at that moment. He hadn't expected Han Jinfeng to suddenly want to take him on as well. Oh? Why would the Dean wish to take me as a disciple? What is the reason? Ye Ming didn't agree immediately, but countered with a question. Because you remind me of a disciple I once had. Ye Ming paused at this answer before replying. What? Was that person as handsome as me? Ye Ming's remark made Han Jinfeng's expression stiffen. Just kidding, Dean. But Instructor Li has shown genuine sincerity. What about you? Liu, standing nearby, hurried forward. Dean Han, can't you just focus on being the Dean? Why are you trying to steal my students? Seeing this, Han Jinfeng said, then I can give you something valuable. As he finished speaking, Han Jinfeng extended a hand, and a flash of light appeared. A stone-like object appeared in his palm. The moment Ye Ming laid eyes on it, the 9 radiant stars within his body erupted with an inexplicable pull. What is this? Han Jinfeng smiled faintly. A starfall crystal core. I found it in a certain place years ago. Back then, when Han Jinfeng rushed to the Starfall Abyss to save Zhuyu, he searched for hours without finding any trace of him. All he found was the starfall crystal core. When celestial remains plummeted to Earth, their cores fused with planetary energies under unique geological conditions, evolving over millions of years. Within the crystal core lay sealed, pure cosmic starlight energy and the primordial substance of the fallen star. Infusing it into equipment significantly enhances its quality and grants access to stellar power. It could also serve as a power source for various weapons and devices, continuously absorbing stellar energy throughout the night. Ye Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing Han Jinfeng's explanation. He hastily tossed the heavy halberd in his hand to Liu, then took the starfall crystal core from Han Jinfeng's grasp, sensing the energy within. His cultivation of the 9 radiant star body required pure stellar energy, but the nightly absorption process proved far too inefficient. The starfall crystal core perfectly addressed this shortcoming. This single crystal core, measuring 10 centimeters in diameter, was sufficient for him to cultivate an entire star. Well, satisfied? Han Jinfeng smiled, watching Ye Ming's eyes sparkle. The moment he sensed the stellar energy emanating from Ye Ming, he immediately thought of this starfall crystal core. Yes. I choose Elder Han as my mentor. Ye Ming agreed instantly. Never let a sure thing slip away. Han Jinfeng's face lit up upon hearing Ye Ming's answer. Just as he was about to lay out some grand promises for Ye Ming, a piercing dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Chapter 59, The Celestial Dragon Ruins. Emerge! Roar! A long, vast dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the heavens. This dragon's roar echoed like 1,000 golden bells ringing in unison, clear and piercing through the clouds, cleansing the entire universe. Instantly, the noise within the colossal hall grew several times louder. Holy crap! There really is a dragon. The Imperial Tutor wasn't lying. Could it be a divine dragon emerging from the world? Or did someone gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the divine dragon? The moment the dragon's roar echoed, Han Jinfeng, along with Wei Wu and Qi Liu on the elevated platform, vanished from sight. They soared into the sky, their gazes fixed on the source of the dragon's roar. The source of the dragon's roar is that ancient ruin. Wei Wu gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed. Where else could possibly trigger a dragon's roar? Han Jinfeng's expression was equally grave. Qi Liu stood atop a fiery lotus, her gaze intense. The ruins hold the lifeblood of Huaxia. This disturbance, who knows what fortune or calamity it may bring. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Wu declared decisively, if it's merely an anomaly, we'll dispatch more observers. But if the ruins have truly emerged, we must send an expedition immediately. Wei Wu turned to Qi Liu. Have your special task force stand by immediately? They must be ready to enter at a moment's notice. Qi Liu nodded slightly. If we can secure this relic, China's national strength may surge. Han Jinfeng's eyes flashed with determination. In that case, should the academy also issue an exploration mission? Let the students participate. Wei Wu raised an eyebrow. The ruins are extremely dangerous. Are you certain? Rest assured, platinum and diamond students possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. Besides, they're about to graduate. They need this experience. It'll broaden their horizons early on. Seeing this, Wei Wu said no more. Each ruin was vast in scale, harboring all manner of unexpected encounters and resources, yet equally fraught with mortal peril. A single lapse in attention could mean certain death. Once, an expedition team led by a level 70 professional entered a ruin, only for every single member to perish, not a single survivor. Level 70 professionals were already considered elite combatants in Huaxia, yet they still perished within the ruins. The sheer danger of these sights was beyond imagination. After discussing their plans, the three turned and returned to the colossal hall. Instantly, countless eyes within the hall focused on them. As Han Jinfeng's gaze swept across the room, the entire hall fell abruptly silent. The next moment, Han Jinfeng's commanding voice echoed throughout the entire hall. Everyone heard the dragon's roar just now, correct? You heard correctly, dragons truly exist in this world. The moment Han Jinfeng finished speaking, the once silent hall erupted once more. That commotion was caused by a disturbance in an ancient ruin. Upon its discovery, the authorities named it the Celestial Dragon Ruins. The vast hall erupted in an instant. The Celestial Dragon Ruins? A relic has truly emerged? Every student erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, roaring with excitement. Dragons! A legendary supreme being, capable of soaring through the heavens and diving into the deepest seas. At the same time, it is synonymous with power. Since the realms opened, any race bearing dragon blood has commanded awe across the land. In the East Sea, a race known as the Sea Dragons dwells. This race reigns supreme in the oceans, possessing innate sensitivity to water elements and formidable abilities to command the seas. On a volcanic island in the South Sea dwells the Lava Earth Dragon race. Their bodies resemble flowing molten rock, and they command the Earth's magma veins. Fortunately, though formidable, these dragonkin are scarce and pose little significant threat to Huaxia. Yet the dragon clans extend far beyond these. Both the Sea Dragons and the Lava Earth Dragons originate from the same realm. The Dragon Realm. A realm forged by myriad dragon lineages. Its supreme rulers are the Irolan dragons. China once made contact with this race, but these dragons were arrogant and haughty. In their eyes, all other races were inferior beings, including the ruthless demon clans. When the demon race invaded the myriad races, only a handful of species managed to drive them from their world. Besides the insect race, the dragon race was one of them. Under the leadership of the Irolan dragon clan, the dragon armies even launched a counteroffensive deep into the heart of the demon realm. As for why they ultimately withdrew, it was because they feared the foul demonic energy would defile their noble dragon bodies, forcing them to withdraw from the demonic realm. When the Irolan dragons learned that the Huaxia humans were descendants of the dragons, they issued a warning. They cautioned humanity not to tarnish the honor of the dragon race. Thus, a certain tension exists between the two races. Regarding the Celestial Dragon Ruins, some Chinese archaeologists believe they are remnants left behind by the Dragon Clan 10,000 years ago. Han Jinfeng observed the fervent atmosphere within the Grand Hall, a smile playing on his lips. The Huaxia people, who call themselves descendants of the dragon, harbored deep fascination and curiosity toward any dragon-related information. Even before the dawn of the extraordinary era, many in China claimed dragons existed in the world and that they had seen them. Upon entering the supernatural era, the failure to encounter dragons as imagined caused a period of disappointment among the people of Huaxia. It has been decided that if this truly is a relic emerging into the world, I will announce an expedition mission to explore the ruins. All eligible students may apply to participate. The atmosphere within the Grand Hall grew even more fervent and lively. Every student eagerly anticipated entering the celestial dragon ruins. Ye Ming included. Upon learning that dragons truly existed in this world, Ye Ming's heart surged with excitement. I absolutely must see the ruins for myself. Following the unusual activity detected at the celestial dragon ruins, authorities immediately dispatched investigators. Their findings confirmed the emergence of the celestial dragon ruins. Despite the Chinese government's strenuous efforts to suppress it, this news still reached other factions and nations. Insect realm. Within a colossal palace. The Shadow Scythe general sat enthroned, eyes closed as he listened to his subordinates report. The celestial dragon ruins have surfaced? The giant general's countless eyes snapped open in unison. The news of the celestial dragon ruins' emergence was beyond his belief. This relic was of immense scale. Even under normal circumstances, one could faintly sense the power emanating from it. For this reason, he had dispatched numerous insectoid spies to infiltrate China, seeking intelligence on the celestial dragon ruins. Yet ultimately, due to China's impenetrable barriers, they had gleaned little intelligence. All they knew was that the ruins contained immense power. The cold, piercing light flashed in the compound eyes of the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. We absolutely cannot let China obtain this ruin so easily. Should China seize control of this ruin, the gap in strength between our two factions will inevitably narrow drastically. The insectoid clans were as vast as the starry sea, their instinct to devour resources insatiable. Yet the insect realm could no longer satisfy their appetite. Thus, like the demonic tribes, they too began invading other worlds. And the Scythe General was the insectoid commander tasked with conquering Blue Star. If China's strength were to increase, the insectoid race's invasion plans would be delayed once more. Worse still, it would leave him utterly disgraced within the insectoid ranks. While his fellow generals conquered new territories and sent back triumphant reports, he alone was stuck in a stalemate on the Blue Star front. This time, I will personally lead the assault into the ruins. Chapter 60, Preparing to Depart. Meanwhile, various factions were stirring with restless ambition. In a dimly lit chamber, 4 figures cloaked in hooded black robes stood. 3 of them knelt on one knee. The sole figure standing kept his hands behind his back, emanating a faint, almost imperceptible aura of demonic energy. With his back to the others, he spoke in a cold, deep voice. The dragon's remnant has surfaced. If the Chinese authorities gain control of it, it will be extremely detrimental to our Tongsuan society. Therefore, you must do everything in your power to stop them. Yes. The kneeling trio responded in unison. However, only 2 of you need to take action this time. The standing figure extended a finger, pointing it at 2 of the kneeling men. One of them wore a jade flute at his waist. Then, the standing figure extended his palm, revealing 2 seeds radiating demonic energy. After consuming these demon seeds, you shall attain even greater power. One of them took the seeds and murmured softly. Ye Ming, this time I will defeat you. Yunha Academy. Ever since the dragon's remnant emerged, the atmosphere within the academy had grown somewhat heated. As Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing walked along the path, whispers about entering the dragon's remnant could be heard all around them. After the official confirmation of the dragon's remnant's emergence, Han Jinfeng announced an exploration mission within the academy. Each participating student would receive 100 academy points as a reward. Any treasures or resources brought back from the ruins could also be exchanged for academy points. Thus, Yunha Academy students and special task forces would be the first teams to enter the ruins. However, not all students could participate. The ruins are fraught with extreme danger. Those lacking sufficient strength would be courting death. Only a select group of platinum and diamond students meet the requirements. Originally, Ye Ming, being a freshman, was also ineligible. But by leveraging his connections, he secured an exception, allowing all 7 gold students from their cohort to participate. After all, allowing only him to participate would have been far too conspicuous. Who knew dragons truly existed in this world? Could there be a real little dragon maiden too? Ye Ming murmured to himself, his curiosity about the dragon relic running deep. Su Zhiqing, standing nearby, heard his words and smiled faintly. What? Boss, are you thinking of capturing an exotic woman? Ye Ming, lost in reverie about the ruins, was abruptly snapped back to reality by Su Zhiqing's words. Am I that kind of person? He feigned sternness, glaring at Su Zhiqing. Yes. He immediately pointed toward the distant ruins and analyzed with utmost seriousness. This is a dragon clan ruin. Inside, there might be precious dragon secrets, ancient dragon bones, or even, strategic resources like dragon eggs. That's the real point. Su Zhiqing's lips curved slightly, but she offered no reply. Ye Ming quickly changed the subject, chatting idly along the way. Before long, the 2 arrived at the gathering point for the ruins exploration mission. The spacious plaza was already teeming with people, the noise and commotion unrelenting. Besides the students participating in the ruins expedition, a portion had come merely to watch the spectacle. After all, who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse of the legendary dragon? The dense crowd was clearly divided into 2 distinct groups. Surrounding the outer perimeter were bronze students, silver students, and freshmen who were unable to participate in the mission and had come to watch.
Their eyes betrayed a hint of envy as they gazed toward the crowd in the center of the square. The central group comprised the platinum and diamond students undertaking the mission, along with the gold students from this year's freshman cohort. As Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing entered, they instantly drew the attention of many. Look! It's Su Zhiqing, the goddess of light. I heard she not only won gold in the mentor selection tournament, but the 5 top gold tier mentors fought over her on the spot. But there's someone even more formidable than the goddess of light. Oh? Who? Someone pointed a finger at Ye Ming standing beside Su Zhiqing. There, that guy right there. He also won gold, and the 5 top mentors fought over him too. But do you know who he ultimately chose as his mentor? Who? The Dean. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing slowly made their way to the center of the square, drawing the attention of the crowd. As they approached, the eyes of the platinum and diamond students turned toward them, curiosity evident in their gazes. This was the first time the academy had ever assigned such a dangerous mission exploring ancient ruins to freshmen. At that moment, the other 5 members had already gathered together. Brother Yi. Shen Tianyu greeted Ye Ming. Ye Ming walked toward the group while sizing out the upperclassmen. Why do these seniors' gazes carry such hostility? Ever since Ye Ming arrived here, he had noticed a hint of hostility and discontent in the way these seniors looked at them. Heh, Brother Yi, you're not aware. Although the academy assigns us freshmen to missions, they assign seniors to guide us. But taking us along significantly slows their exploration speed for safety reasons, reducing their chances of finding resources. How could they not feel resentful toward us? After Shen Tianyu explained with a chuckle, Ye Ming finally understood the reason. Just then, Ye Ming suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. All eyes turned in that direction. 2 figures slowly approached, surrounded by a crowd that fawned over them like stars surrounding the moon. It's Lu Yanchang and Su Haoan from the 7 Star Pearls. Besides Lu Yanchang, whom he had met before, the other man was tall and slender, with skin on his exposed arms appearing a bluish-green hue. With his arrival, Ye Ming sensed the water element in the air stir slightly. This mission holds profound significance. Even the 7 Star Pearl disciples have returned. Typically, the 7 Star Pearl members were either out on various missions or exploring secret realms. Their presence was rarely seen within the academy grounds. Ye Ming's gaze locked onto Lu Yanchang. On the first day of school, he had made a bold declaration: he would replace Lu Yanchang as the 7 Star Pearl. For Ye Ming, this was no difficult task. Lu Yanchang spotted the group and walked toward them. He walked straight up to Lu Shaha. Shaha, you'll be on my team for this mission. For this expedition into the dragon's remains, students were required to form teams of 7 and travel together. After all, the ruins were fraught with danger, and even the strength of a single platinum or diamond student was insufficient. Lu Yanchang smiled at Lu Shaha. Su Haohan and I are in the same group. We should be able to keep you safe within the ruins. Seeing an upperclassman volunteer to guide Lu Shaha, Tang Yiru, and Wei Kai couldn't help but feel envious. Earlier, they had also sought out seniors, hoping to find someone willing to guide them. But no one was willing. Therefore, they planned to form a team of 7 freshmen. Thank you for your kindness, cousin, but the 7 of us have decided to stick together. Lu Shaha looked at Lu Yanchang and took a slight step back, her tone carrying a hint of distance. Lu Yanchang's expression froze instantly. He hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. Are you sure? Exploring the ruins is far too dangerous for just the few of you. Lu Yanchang persisted, unwilling to give up. At that moment, Ye Ming stepped forward and spoke up. Thank you for your concern, Senior Lu. However, I believe we can handle any crises that may arise within the ruins. Though the square was noisy, the surrounding upperclassmen clearly heard Ye Ming's words. Chapter 61, Senior? Arrival at the ruins. In an instant, the seniors' gazes converged on Ye Ming. A freshman dared to speak like this to the 7 strongest students in the academy. And none other than Lu Yanchang, the captain of the academy's enforcement squad. Lu Yanchang's expression darkened instantly. Kid, are you questioning me? Lu Yanchang fixed his gaze on Ye Ming, gradually closing the distance between them. Facing Lu Yanchang's dark expression and advancing steps, Ye Ming showed no fear. How could I dare question you, senior? We've already formed our team, so there's no need for Senior Lu to worry about us, Ye Ming replied with a smile. The ruins are fraught with danger. How will you freshmen protect yourselves without senior guidance? If something happens, can you take responsibility for it? Ye Ming smiled faintly and said, who said no seniors are willing to guide us? As his words faded, a figure appeared before them. Another 7 Star Pearl. It's Elia, the star of martial arts among the 7 Star Pearls. All eyes followed the sound. Elia stood tall, radiating an aura of pent-up power. She wore an orange-red armor resembling dragon scales, with an openwork design at the waist revealing her slender figure. At strategic points, sharp dragon horn-like metal and flame crystal ornaments were embedded. At her back hung a broad, heavy greatsword nearly as tall as she was. As Elia moved, she radiated an aura of battle-hardened intensity. No one dared meet the gaze of her crimson eyes. Elia, SSS-rank profession, Dragon Blood Warrior. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Elia approached Ye Ming.
Ye Ming smiled faintly. Senior Elia. Elia offered no reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning her gaze toward Lu Yanchang. They don't need you. I'm enough. Elia's voice rang clearly through the crowd. What? Elia actually volunteered to mentor the new students? She usually keeps to herself, cold as ice. Did the sun rise in the west today? TSK. Forgot? Elia is the dean's registered disciple. Ye Ming is the dean's direct disciple. Oh, I see. Having connections really makes a difference. Han Jin Feng had specifically enlisted Elia to escort the freshmen on this relic expedition for their safety. Lu Yanchang, repeatedly snubbed, flashed a look of anger. Elia, observing the furious Lu Yanchang, stepped forward. Buzz. A colossal, icy battle intent erupted suddenly. What? You want to test your skills against me? Under the shadow of this fierce fighting spirit, the surrounding students felt as though they were facing a battle-hardened god of war. Their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Lu Yanchang's face was as still as water, his gaze fixed intently on Elia, whose fighting spirit pierced the heavens. His fingers clenched tightly into fists. Though both held 7 star pearls, a significant gap in strength remained between them. Elia ranked second in combat strength among the 7 star pearls, while he was 7th no match for her. Even with Su Haohan by his side, Su might not necessarily step in to confront Elia for his sake. After several shifts in expression, Lu Yanchang finally let out a cold snort and slunk away with Su Haohan. After Lu Yanchang and Su Haohan departed, the surging battle intent swirling around Elia finally receded like a retreating tide. My name is Elia. I'll be leading you on this expedition into the ruins. Elia introduced herself succinctly and laid down some ground rules for Ye Ming and the others. I have only one demand of you. Elia's crimson eyes swept slowly across the group, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. At critical moments, you must obey my orders without question. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The 7 newcomers nodded repeatedly, acknowledging his words. Originally, no senior was willing to guide them. Now that a powerful 7-star pearl was offering to lead them, how could they refuse? Seeing no objections, Elia led them to the teleportation gate. After entering the Age of Transcendence, humanity developed portal devices. By presetting teleportation coordinates, objects could be transported between locations through spatial transfer. The Celestial Dragon ruins lay in a remote region of Huaxia, a journey of considerable distance. Traveling there normally would take several days, and with such a large group, using the portal was far more convenient. Dozens of people stood before the massive portal. Due to the extreme danger of the ruins exploration mission, the participating students had undergone a screening process before the mission began. Those who did not meet the required strength standards were unable to participate in this mission. These students represented the future of Huaxia. The academy could not risk their lives being cut short. Ye Ming and his 6 companions were able to participate solely because of Han Jin Feng. The portal, resembling a deep-sea vortex, slowly opened. Amidst the envious gazes of the other students who couldn't join the mission, Ye Ming and his companions gradually vanished. After arriving at the designated location through the portal, the group boarded various modes of transportation and headed in batches toward the site of the dragon's remains. Ye Ming gazed out the window at the endless mountain ranges flashing by, accompanied by the faint, intermittent echoes of dragon cries. He now felt immense anticipation for the journey to the Celestial Dragon ruins. It seems my decision to accept Zihue Lin was absolutely the right choice. The ruins would contain all manner of mysterious scripts and runes. Deciphering them offered a chance to obtain the site's precious resources. With the skill, 10,000 scrolls of true insight, he held a significant advantage over others. Ye Ming had a premonition that this expedition would yield unexpected rewards. Half an hour later, Ye Ming finally arrived at the entrance to the Celestial Dragon ruins. The entrance to the Celestial Dragon ruins lay within a mountain range known as Kunlun. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered before the entrance, clearly divided into 2 distinct groups. One group wore uniform combat attire, radiating an aura of grim resolve. The other wore the signature white robes of Yunha Academy. The figures clad in combat uniforms were none other than the special squad from the Sword Base. This time, Sword Base had dispatched 2 special squads. One was the Demon Squad that Ye Ming had encountered before, and the other was the Eternal Night Squad. The Sword Base had only 10 special squads in total, dispersed across the entire nation to carry out missions. Dispatching 2 squads demonstrated the base's high regard for the Tianlong ruins. Though the 2 groups belonged to different factions, they ultimately served the official cause. Leading the Yunha Academy contingent was Elia. After all, she was the strongest member of the Yunha Academy contingent. Fan Yamo, captain of the Demon Squad, approached Elia. For this operation, our 2 special squads will serve as the vanguard. You from Yunha Academy can follow behind us. Compared to the students, these special squads were far more adept at executing dangerous missions. After finalizing the plan, the group prepared to enter the ruins. But just as they were about to step inside the ruins, a piercing, buzzing sound echoed from the distant sky. Chapter 62, Dragon King? Burial Ground?
The group looked toward the sound. Suddenly, a vast shadow appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun and moon. At its head was a green figure. In the blink of an eye, the shadow descended directly above them. Looking up, they realized the shadow was actually the insect clan. And at its head stood none other than the Shadow Scythe General. Instantly, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. They never imagined the insectoid race had already infiltrated the heartland of China. Boom! The colossal form of the Shadow Scythe General descended first, followed by dozens of insectoid warriors. The giant general's cold compound eyes flashed with murderous intent as they swept across the crowd. Instantly, the crowd paled with terror. Though they were all elite professionals, the strongest among them had only recently broken through to the 3rd tier. The insectoid generals, however, were all on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. With a mere flick of their wrists, they could annihilate everyone in an instant. Their arrival here could only mean one thing: they had come to seize the dragon's remnant. For the giant general to dispose of them would be nothing more than a trivial matter. Panic spread across the faces of the Yunhe Academy students. Even Su Zhiqing and Lu Xiaohong wore grave expressions, while only Ye Ming's face showed no change. The most battle-hardened members of the special squad and Alia reacted first. They instantly positioned themselves in front of the students, preparing for battle. The massive sword strapped to Alia's back was already halfway drawn. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing moved to join them, but Ye Ming suddenly reached out and pulled her back. "Don't panic. There's no need for you to intervene yet." Su Zhiqing looked puzzled, but quickly understood Ye Ming's meaning. Just as Alia was about to fully draw the greatsword, a beautiful woman in a red qipao appeared behind Alia. She reached out a hand and firmly halted Alia's movement. Alia turned to see Qi Lius standing behind her. "Don't be afraid, we're here." At that moment, 2 figures instantly materialized before the group, blocking the murderous gaze of the giant General Yorio. "Yo Lian, put away your twisted thoughts, we're still here." Wei Wu stood with hands behind his back, roaring. Simultaneously, Han Jinfeng beside Wei Wu spoke up. "Yo Lian, allowing you to come here is already pushing our limits to the absolute maximum. Do not repeatedly test our limits." Upon seeing Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng, the faint murderous intent in the giant general's eyes gradually faded. "Heh, rest assured. Since we've signed the agreement, I won't go back on my word." A trace of amusement tinged the giant general's grating voice. "Oomph. Good that you remember." Wei Wu turned to face the group and briefly explained the situation. Ever since the dragon's remnant emerged, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe had been scheming to claim his share. He threatened all-out war to coerce Wei Wu into granting access to the dragon's remnant. Ultimately, Wei Wu conceded, allowing the insect race to join the expedition into the dragon's remains. However, the 2 parties used the forbidden artifact, Soul Imprint Contract, to seal an agreement, restricting both sides' actions. The so-called forbidden artifact was an item possessing immense power of rules. These items lack distinct quality tiers, some may only be white quality, while others can be colored. The Soul Imprint Contract is one such item. It possesses the power of contractual rules. Once a contract is signed using it, neither party can violate its terms. Breach of the contract invites punishment from the power of the rules. Minor violations may result in severe injury, while major ones could cost one their life. Alright, prepare to enter the ruins. With Wei Wu's command, the group entered the ruins, followed closely by the insectoid creatures. Once everyone was inside, the area fell silent once more. Wei Wu's gaze fixed intently on the Shadow Scythe General. "Do you think you can win this time?" the giant general of the Shadow Scythe hummed. "Of course. This time we have our academy's most outstanding students in Special Task Force. How could we not win?" Wei Wu replied with unwavering certainty. "Ha! We'll see about that." A glint of cunning flashed in the giant general's eyes. Wei Wu keenly caught this flicker. He mentally reviewed their arrangements but found no gaps. He could only heighten his guard against the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. Within the ruins. The moment Ye Ming stepped into the ruins, a deafening dragon's roar erupted. The shock sent a sudden tremor through everyone's hearts. Truly befitting a dragon clan ruin, even just entering, one feels this faint yet palpable sense of oppression. Lu Shaha approached the wall, extending her hand to touch its surface. They were now in a passageway. However, the insectoid squad had not accompanied them. The 2 groups had been separated after entering. Unknown crystals grew on the walls, including the flame crystals found on Ilia's body. They emitted a faint glow, illuminating the dark passageway. Simultaneously, everyone sensed a peculiar aura of pressure, the might of a dragon. Upon entering the celestial dragon ruins, everyone felt their power suppressed, able to wield only 70% of their strength. Each step felt as heavy as carrying 100 pounds, causing everyone to frown deeply. Only 2 remained unaffected, their expressions unchanged as if they felt no dragon's might. One was Ilia, a dragon blood warrior whose dragonkin essence shielded her from the dragon's repulsion. The other was Ye Ming. Bearing multiple SSS tier professions and even a legendary tier profession attribute, such pressure was utterly insignificant to him. After advancing along the passage for a short while, the group discovered a stone stele standing upright.
8 characters they couldn't decipher were etched upon it.
Elia gazed at the stone tablet before her and spoke.
This should be dragon language. Our teacher mentioned it in the alien languages class. Hearing that Elia might recognize the inscriptions, Fong Mo hurriedly asked. Then can you decipher what it says? However, under Fong Mo's expectant gaze, Elia shook her head slightly. I can only make out one character, the dragon character. Out of the 8 characters, Elia could barely make out the word for dragon.
Just as everyone felt disappointed, thinking they'd never uncover the stone tablet's message, a voice suddenly rang out, identifying each character on the stele one by one. Ye Ming stepped forward to the stone tablet and slowly spoke. It reads, "The burial site of the Dragon Clan's king."
Instantly, all eyes turned to Ye Ming, filled with disbelief and a hint of skepticism. Ye Ming, you can decipher the writing? Alia's crimson eyes fixed on Ye Ming. She never imagined he would recognize dragon script.
Ye Ming himself certainly couldn't read dragon script, but he could share others' abilities. By tapping into Zihue Lin's skill, 10,000 Scrolls True Interpretation, Ye Ming had deciphered the 8 characters on the stone tablet.
But Ye Ming couldn't possibly say that. He had to come up with a plausible excuse.
Oh, Dean Han gave me the latest artifact for deciphering ancient scripts from Huaxia.
Upon hearing it was from Dean Han, the crowd finally accepted his explanation. Dragon King. It seems this ruin is the burial site of a Dragon King. Elia looked ahead and noticed a faint glow beginning to appear. Press on. Chapter 63, Dragon Bones and Dragon Crystals. The group pressed onward.
After walking along the passage for a while, they arrived at a vast chamber. The scene before them suddenly became crystal clear. But when they saw what lay before them, their pupils involuntarily contracted. As far as the eye could see lay the pallid, skeletal remains of dragons. Each bone was thick and massive. Some jutted diagonally from the ground, as if piercing the heavens, while others formed vast ribcage forests. Most, however, lay scattered haphazardly or piled upon one another. Everyone was struck speechless by the overwhelmingly impactful scene before them. Then Ye Ming noticed a peculiar phenomenon among these colossal dragon remains. Every dragon skull faced in the same direction, as if they had been worshipping some entity even in death.
Elia approached one skeleton, reaching out to touch it.
In that moment, the blood flow throughout her body accelerated slightly, and a faint trace of sorrow surfaced in her heart. Due to her profession, Elia felt an inexplicable resonance with these dragon skeletons. 5 distinct claw marks were visible on some of the skeletons. The wounds ran deep, clearly inflicted by something extremely sharp. Yet dragons possessed immense power, and the strength of their physical bodies was unmatched by any other race. What kind of being could possibly inflict such bone-deep wounds with a single strike? Ye Ming approached and examined the scars on the bones. These looked like dragon claw wounds. After a moment of observation, Ye Ming reached his conclusion. The wounds on the dragon skeleton formed parallel, deep grooves, a pattern only dragon claws could create. So, could it be that these dragons had fought amongst themselves, leading to their deaths here? Ye Ming scanned the surroundings. The space was vast, easily spanning several football fields in size. The ground was densely covered with dragon bones, a stark testament to the sheer number of dragons that had perished here. As Ye Ming was deep in thought, Su Zhiqing's startled cry snapped him back to reality. Come quick! I think I found a dragon crystal. Dragon crystals were extremely rare and precious artifacts. When embedded into equipment, they could boost the gear's attributes by at least 500%. However, most people did not embed dragon crystals into their equipment. Because dragon crystals can also be used by dragon bloodline classes to amplify their power, unleashing their dragon blood energy. Even without a dragon-blooded class, it permanently boosts class attributes by 1,000 points. Moreover, the energy contained within dragon crystals is exceptionally pure. A dragon crystal the size of an egg can sustain the daily energy consumption of a city housing millions. Such dragon crystals are virtually priceless, with the last one auctioned for over 50 billion Huaxia currency. However, the conditions for dragon crystal formation are extremely stringent, requiring dense dragon energy to nurture it and vast ages to crystallize. Upon hearing the news of the dragon crystal's discovery, the one who reacted most strongly was Elia. Her figure instantly materialized before the dragon crystal. It really is a dragon crystal. Elia's voice trembled with excitement. As a dragon blood warrior, she could purify her bloodline purity through dragon artifacts or energy sources. Upon reaching a certain threshold, she could trace her bloodline back to its source and transform into a true dragon. However, dragon artifacts and energy sources were exceedingly rare and prohibitively expensive beyond her means. That was why she had joined this expedition to explore the celestial dragon ruins. Elia gazed at the dragon crystal growing within the skull of a dragon skeleton. It was a crystal stone shaped like an irregular polyhedron, its surface adorned with dragon scale-like patterns. Within it, liquid energy flowed, shimmering with a radiant glow. But the most astonishing aspect lay elsewhere. Each time the light flickered, a miniature dragon silhouette would emerge, emitting a mournful yet majestic dragon's roar, as if narrating a tale. The dragon's cry everyone had heard earlier had also originated from this very shadow within the dragon crystal. Elia's hands trembled slightly as she carefully extracted the dragon crystal. As she held it, her heart pounded wildly, blood rushing through her veins at an incredible speed. Dragon crystals of different elements displayed distinct colors. Fire-attributed crystals glowed crimson, while ice-attributed ones shimmered icy blue. Elia stared at the dragon crystal in her hand, her body trembling slightly with excitement. The crystal in Elia's hand was crimson, a fire attribute dragon crystal. It perfectly matched her profession. For this mission, all discovered resources must be surrendered to the authorities, who will then grant rewards. However, the discoverer could keep a portion for themselves. But moments later, Elia exhaled deeply several times, forcing her excitement to subside. She turned around and handed the dragon crystal directly to Su Zhiqing. Though the dragon crystal held immense significance for her, it was Su Zhiqing who had discovered it. She could not claim it as her own. Su Zhiqing now understood the crystal's significance to Elia. Her gaze shifted to Ye Ming. You decide for yourself. Ye Ming instantly understood her meaning. Seeing Ye Ming offer no objection, Su Zhiqing smiled faintly. Senior, I'll give this dragon crystal to you. With that, she handed the dragon crystal back to Elia. Upon hearing this, Elia's pupils contracted slightly, her heart filled with shock. Since Su Zhiqing had discovered the dragon crystal, it meant she recognized its significance and understood its value. And now, this incredibly precious dragon crystal, Su Zhiqing had actually chosen to give it to her. Although she had suppressed her emotions earlier and handed the crystal to Su Zhiqing, if she had found it herself, she would never have given it to anyone else. After a moment of hesitation, Elia reached out again, intending to return the dragon crystal to Su Zhiqing. Thank you, Junior, but please keep the dragon crystal for yourself. She might not be the most magnanimous person, but she wasn't greedy either. Therefore, she couldn't possibly accept such a precious item from Su Zhiqing without reason. Seeing this, Ye Ming stepped forward and interceded. Senior, this dragon crystal isn't being given to you for free. It's just that its properties don't suit Zhiqing. It won't benefit her as much as it would you. If you find a light attribute dragon crystal later, you can give it to Zhiqing then. Besides, you're going to be taking on the responsibility of protecting us this time. So consider this a small token of Zhiqing's appreciation. After hearing Ye Ming's explanation, Elia finally accepted the dragon crystal. Thank you. I will definitely find a light attribute dragon crystal, Elia declared solemnly. After that, the group dispersed to search for dragon crystals within the dragon remains. Even if they didn't need the dragon crystals themselves, they could exchange them for academy points. Ye Ming walked among the dragon bones, which resembled small mountains. He was deeply puzzled. Why had these dragons perished here? And by whose hand? A rough estimate of this area revealed at least 100 dragon corpses buried here. The combined strength of 100 dragons could easily annihilate a weaker nation. While everyone else was focused on searching for dragon crystals, Shen Tianyu quietly slipped into a position unseen by others. He gazed at the colossal dragon skeleton before him. Since you have perished and your path is extinguished, then I shall borrow these withered bones and remains, squeezing out their last shred of value. With that, Shen Tianyu produced a seed brimming with demonic energy and planted it into the dragon's remains. Instantly, the once pale dragon skeleton was tinged with a dark, ominous hue. Chapter 64, The Terrifying Dragon Skeleton. That black hue spread like ink dropped into clear water. In an instant, it dyed the once pale dragon skeleton entirely black. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The once quiet, sprawling dragon skeleton suddenly stirred. A ball of black flame appeared in the hollow eye sockets. Roar! The colossal dragon head snapped upward, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar. Those searching for the dragon crystal all looked up in unison. A colossal creature nearly 100 meters long slowly materialized. Black flames seeped from the dragon skeleton's bones, forming its body. The dragon skeleton has been reborn. Witnessing this scene, someone cried out in shock. Fortunately, the group consisted entirely of elite professionals. After a moment of shock, they quickly regained their composure. Elia was the first to act. She abruptly drew the broad, heavy greatsword strapped to her back. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, she charged toward the dragon's remains. The heavy blade whistled through the air as Elia raised it high. She brought it down with a fierce swing. The dragon skeleton sensed the killing intent. Its massive bone claws tore through the air, slamming toward Elia. Boom! At the moment of contact, Elia's figure shot backward like a kite snapped from its string, crashing into another dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton, which had stood firm for years, collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless fragments of bone. With a single strike, Elia was driven back. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Among them, Elia was arguably the strongest. Moreover, she remained unaffected by the dragon's aura here, allowing her to unleash her full power. Yet even so, she was defeated by a single strike from the dragon's remains. The colossal dragon skeleton turned its head, its eye sockets pulsing with pitch-black flames that sent a chill down the spine. Demon energy. Only then did Ye Ming sense the demonic energy fluctuations emanating from the dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton's appearance was identical to the Anton he had encountered earlier in the medium-sized secret realm. However, before he could ponder why demonic energy would manifest within the ruins, another colossal dragon skeleton suddenly roared to life, emitting a dragon's cry. The hollow eyes of both dragon skeletons fixed intently on the group. The next moment, they moved. Their immense bodies did not hinder their speed, instead, they granted them immense power. A dragon claw attack tore through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward the group. In the critical moment, Fang Yamo had no choice but to step forward to block the attack. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar shook the heavens. A deep blue spectral tiger appeared behind Fang Yamo. S-class profession, Ice Crystal Saber-Tooth Tiger. Fang Yamo charged like a tiger, resolutely lunging toward the terrifying dragon claw that swept toward him. Boom! But as expected, Fang Yamo was instantly defeated by the dragon's claw attack. Fortunately, Fang Yamo also managed to block the dragon's attack. Before the others could relax, two dragon skeletons simultaneously swung their claws longer than a man, slashing through the air with a piercing screech. The captain of another special squad, knowing defeat was inevitable, charged forward anyway, blocking the attack of one dragon skeleton. The attack from the other dragon skeleton forced the remaining members to unite their efforts to withstand it. But the disparity in strength was immense. In an instant, over a dozen people were blasted away, crashing to the ground, injured. Panic instantly gripped the group, and they began wildly hurling skills at the dragon skeletons. At that moment, Elia, who had been knocked back earlier, crawled out from among the bone fragments. Her battle armor was now damaged, revealing her snow-white skin, and a trickle of blood hung from the corner of her mouth. "Stop resisting! Run to the passageway!" Elia bellowed. This chamber, besides the vast expanse of dragon bones, also connected to numerous passageways. But no one knew where these passages led. Heeding Elia's warning, the group scattered, each dashing into a different passageway. Two dragon skeletons wildly swung their claws, smashing apart the others. The entire chamber shook violently from their terrifying force. Suddenly, one skeleton turned its head and fixed its gaze on Ye Ming. Roar! Before Ye Ming could react, the dragon skeleton charged at him. Boom! The dragon claws struck like the Grim Reaper's massive bone scythe, casting a shadow that obscured the sky and engulfed everything. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. The muscles in his right arm bulged as he clenched his fist, meeting the dragon's claw head-on. Thud! Unlike the earlier clash between Elia and Fang Yamo, Ye Ming wasn't instantly blasted away by the impact. Yet his body still recoiled, leaving two gouges in the ground as his legs dug in. Whoosh! Ye Ming sucked in a sharp breath and shook his right hand. The force of the impact had left his right hand trembling slightly. The dragon claw's attack had been too swift for him to summon the power of the stars and activate the 9 radiant star body. Thus, upon contact with the dragon claw, he felt an utterly terrifying force surge through his arm. Though uninjured, his right arm was now numb with tingling sensations. I can't go toe-to-toe with this. Ye Ming instantly assessed the gap between himself and the dragon skeleton. Even if he unleashed his full power, it would only be enough to deal with one dragon skeleton. But now, they faced two dragon skeletons. Realizing this, Ye Ming quickly pulled Su Zhiqing up and dashed toward a passageway. As the two dragon skeletons moved, they periodically unleashed attacks, shattering other dragon skeletons along the way and sending countless bone fragments flying into the air. These bone fragments were hard and razor-sharp, each no less sturdy than purple-grade equipment. As the group sprinted toward the passageway, they had to dodge not only the dragon skeleton's attacks but also the bone fragments raining down from above. Ye Ming raised his fist and punched a massive bone fragment away. He glanced at the back of his hand and noticed a faint white mark. These dragon bones are incredibly tough. Even with my 9 radiant star body activated, they still left a shallow mark on my fist. Seeing this, Ye Ming had no choice but to accelerate. His and Su Zhiqing's figures flickered continuously. Using the starlight shift technique, they rapidly closed in on the passageway entrance. Just as they were about to enter the passageway. Whoosh! Boom! The air, compressed to its limit, exploded with a deafening roar. A dragon's claw, carrying the scent of death, suddenly tore through the air, slamming toward Su Zhiqing's back. Su Zhiqing only had time to turn her head. There was no chance to raise a defense. The dragon claw, darkening the sky, rapidly grew larger in Su Zhiqing's eyes. Even with her legendary tier physique, she would likely suffer severe injuries in an instant. Even Su Zhiqing, usually composed, now showed a flicker of panic in her eyes. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly blocked the dragon's claw. Ha! The figure roared, radiating countless brilliant starlights. Boom! The figure was instantly sent flying backward, dragging Su Zhiqing into the passageway with them. But immediately afterward, the entrance was struck by a dragon's claw, sending rocks tumbling down to completely seal the opening. Su Zhiqing's expression turned tense as she scrambled to her feet and rushed to the figure's side. Boss! At that critical moment, it was Ye Ming who had shielded her from the blow. Judging from the situation just now, even with the 9 radiant stars body activated, Ye Ming still couldn't block the dragon claw's attack. This meant the dragon claw's power was even greater than before.
Fortunately, Ye Ming seemed unharmed. He waved his hand, signaling he was fine. Su Zhiqing helped Ye Ming to his feet.
Ye Ming felt as though he'd been struck by a truck speeding at 120 miles per hour. His entire body ached as if his bones had been shattered. Fortunately, the 9 radiant star body was there. He channeled the star energy to circulate within his body, and the pain gradually subsided.
Boss, the cave entrance is blocked. Through the boulder, they could still hear the dragon skeleton roaring behind it. If that's the case, we'll ignore it. We can't handle the dragon skeleton right now.
Ye Ming had believed that activating the 9 radiant star body would allow him to stand against the dragon skeleton. Yet he hadn't expected to still be no match for it. Seeing this, Ye Ming turned around and had no choice but to join Su Zhiqing. They continued exploring along this passage, its destination unknown.
Chapter 65, Dragon Clan Chronicles, Ao Tsangming. Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing pressed onward through the passageway. As they advanced, Ye Ming realized he too was beginning to feel the influence of the dragon's aura. This signaled that the dragon's aura grew stronger ahead. Yet the surrounding sounds grew fainter, as if everyone feared disturbing some unseen presence. After walking a short while longer, the passage suddenly opened up. The sight before them left them utterly stunned, even more astonishing than the field of dragon bones they had encountered earlier. Before them lay a natural cavern, its vaulted ceiling soaring over 1,000 meters high, the rock walls scarred by gashes torn by dragon claws. At the cave's center lay the colossal skeleton of a dragon. The longest dragon skeleton Ye Ming had seen before barely exceeded 100 meters. Though the one before them lay curled up. Ye Ming estimated it stretched at least a kilometer long, resembling an endless mountain range. Each vertebra of this dragon skeleton emitted a faint glow, like black crystal stones. Moreover, the space surrounding the skeleton appeared fractured, as if unable to bear its immense weight. Before the dragon skeleton stood a throne formed entirely of dragon crystals. If a dragon crystal the size of an egg was worth billions, then Ye Ming couldn't even begin to estimate the value of this throne before him. As the two stepped forward, the colossal dragon skeleton suddenly rumbled. The next instant, boom! Ye Ming instantly felt a terrifying pressure, like a mountain crushing down, sweeping toward him. Instinctively, he activated the 9 radiant stars physique, causing starlight to shimmer around his body. Yet even this proved insufficient to withstand the terrifying pressure. Ye Ming roared repeatedly. 8-9 mystic arts. 3 heads, 8 arms. Spirit radiance armor. Ye Ming unleashed every skill capable of amplifying his physique in one breath. At this moment, his physical prowess had soared to at least several thousand points. A physique value of several thousand points was typically only achievable by third-tier professionals. Yet Ye Ming, bolstered by multiple advanced class skills, had already attained this level at just level 30. Even with such formidable physical enhancement, he could only barely withstand the terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing beside him had long since braced herself with one hand on her sword, half kneeling on the ground. Clearly, she could not endure such overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Ye Ming swiftly deployed his golden shield to shield her from the pressure, but Su Zhiqing still collapsed unconscious. Ye Ming struggled to stand upright, gazing at the dragon skeleton towering like a mountain range. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted. A dragon's silhouette emerged from the colossal skeleton. The dragon's head wore a crown crafted from dragon crystal coral. Its vertical pupiled dragon eyes flashed with golden light, gazing directly at Ye Ming. In that instant, Ye Ming felt as though he had been targeted by some terrifying, supreme being. A chill surged up his spine. At that moment, a panel appeared before Ye Ming's eyes. Dragon King Ao Tsangming remains. Life, one of the Dragon Clan's rulers, co-governing the clan alongside the ancient Dragon King. He wielded the authority to command the Dragon Clan and possessed the primordial power of Dragonkind's word magic. Later, the ancient Dragon King was deceived by a traitorous dragon and turned against him. The ancient Dragon King wielded the authority of battle, possessing unmatched combat prowess. The Dragon King fought valiantly but was overwhelmed, suffering severe wounds and retreating from Dragon Valley. Pursued relentlessly by the ancient Dragon King, he eventually led his remnants to flee to Blue Star through a stroke of fate. Ultimately succumbing to his wounds in a foreign land, the Dragon King perished. His bereaved followers, witnessing their king's demise, knelt before his fallen form and laid bare their necks to end their own lives. Their loyal bones lay with the king's remains, forever entwined within the celestial dragon ruins. The Dragon King, Ao Tsangming. When Ye Ming finished reading the message, he froze in shock. He had long known that the celestial dragon ruins were the burial site of the Dragon King. But witnessing it with his own eyes left him utterly stunned. After all, this was the Dragon King. His power rivaled that of the gods. Yet humanity currently didn't even possess a single fourth-tier professional. At that moment, Ao Tsangming suddenly spoke. His voice echoed as if from ancient times, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression. I never expected it to be a human. Yet there is a peculiar aura about you. An aura akin to that of an emperor. Ao Tsangming lowered his gaze toward Ye Ming, a flicker of confusion passing through his golden vertical pupils. Ye Ming had never imagined this dragon shadow could speak. He had assumed it was merely a phantom, much like the dragon image that had appeared within the dragon crystal earlier. Hearing Ao Sangming's words, Ye Ming's heart jolted in shock. Ao Sangming could actually sense his profession, the aura of the Jade Emperor. It was well known that even Wei Wu and Han Jin Feng, the strongest human class holders, had failed to discern Ye Ming's specific class. Back then, Ye Ming had only mentioned that his profession could help others change theirs, without revealing his specific class to Wei Wu. Yet an existence that had been fallen for who knows how long could discern a hint of it at a glance. Truly worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Terrifying indeed. Seeing Ye Ming's silence, Ao Sangming continued. Human, fear not. I mean you no harm. Otherwise, the instant you entered, my dragon's might would have crushed you to dust. Hearing this, Ye Ming finally realized that such terrifying pressure was merely the dragon majesty of the Dragon King. Ao Sangming continued speaking to himself. I never imagined that after my demise, the others would follow me into self-destruction and transform this place into ruins. A hint of sorrow tinged Ao Sangming's tone. But now that the ruins have resurfaced, it means their energy is steadily depleting, unable to sustain this place any longer. At that moment, Ao Sangming's shimmering form began to shift, eventually taking on a human shape. It was the visage of a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, with two thick purple gold dragon horns atop his head and the crown of the deep sea adorning his brow. Even as a mere apparition, Ye Ming could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure and the imposing aura of a superior being. Any other person would likely have fallen to their knees in submission. But who was Ye Ming? Possessing the Jade Emperor profession, how could he bow to another? In an instant, an aura of supreme dominion, overlooking all creation, erupted from his body. Even that terrifying dragon's might receded like the ebb of the tide. Humph. This sudden turn of events caused a flicker of disbelief to appear in Ao Sangming's dragon eyes. The pressure emanating from a mere human was stronger than his own, the Dragon King's. This was not a gap in strength, but a gap in essence. Could this be the one foretold in the prophecy? Ao Sangming murmured. He recalled a tale from the past. Among the Dragon clan existed a profession known as the Dragon Priest. The Dragon Priest had foretold two great upheavals for the dragon race. And the subsequent war between the twin dragons had fulfilled that prophecy. Yet only one such upheaval had occurred, the second remained unseen. The Dragon Priest had secretly told Ao Sangming that in the second upheaval, humans would appear. This was the reason Ao Sangming ultimately came to Blue Star. Ao Sangming's dragon eyes, deep as abysses, fixed intently on Ye Ming. Could it be he is the one foretold in the prophecy? Chapter 66, The Entrusted Dragon Egg? A New Constitution. Golden dragon eyes swept over Ye Ming. If he truly is the one foretold, then Nar is entrusted to him. As Ao Sangming reached this thought, the overwhelming dragon aura gradually retreated, finally withdrawing into his body. As Ao Sangming withdrew his dragon aura, Ye Ming also retracted his celestial might. Ao Sangming looked at Ye Ming and spoke slowly. You came here seeking destiny, did you not? Ye Ming could not deny it and nodded slightly. Wasn't that obvious? Who would come to such a dangerous place without any benefit? In that case, how about we make a deal? Ye Ming's gaze sharpened at the words. A powerful being suddenly wanted to make a deal with him. This wasn't necessarily a good thing, but it wasn't a bad thing either. Ye Ming didn't agree immediately. Instead, he countered. What kind of deal? Seeing Ye Ming hadn't outright refused, Ao Sangming slowly approached the throne formed from dragon crystals. He swept his hand forward, releasing a strange energy. The throne suddenly roared to life. Under Ye Ming's astonished gaze, a luminous orb materialized upon the throne, within which an object could be faintly discerned. Ao Sangming took the orb and walked toward Ye Ming. The light gradually faded, revealing the true form of the object within. It was an egg. No. More accurately, it was a dragon egg. The surface of this dragon egg was covered in flowing, crimson gold, branch-like energy patterns. It continuously emitted layer upon layer of crimson gold light rings. This is my daughter, Ao Na. After we fled, I sealed her away to protect her from harm. But now that the ruins have resurfaced, I can no longer protect her. Therefore, I entrust you to continue caring for her. Ao Sangming gazed at the dragon egg in his hands, a tender expression flickering in his otherwise majestic dragon eyes. The daughter of the Dragon King was still alive. This news delivered another massive shockwave of information to Ye Ming. Of course, I won't let you care for her for nothing. If you agree to this deal, all those dragon crystals will be yours. Ao Sangming pointed toward the dragon crystal throne. Ye Ming's heart surged with sudden joy. He estimated that the throne, converted into egg-sized dragon crystals, would be worth at least 30 to 40,000 such crystals. What did that mean? If those 300,000 or 400,000 dragon crystals were distributed among China's entire population of 1.4 billion people, it could sustain their energy consumption for 3 months. What if just one person used it? Ye Ming dared not even imagine it. Under such terms, only a fool would refuse. I accept. Ye Ming declared immediately. Ao Sangming smiled faintly upon hearing this, as if he had known all along that Ye Ming would agree. After all, the temptation of such a vast quantity of dragon crystals was something no one could resist. However, I have additional demands. At that moment, Ao Sangming changed the subject. What conditions? Ye Ming asked, puzzled. I want you to sign an equal contract with Nair. This contract will bind you to refrain from harming Nair. But when Nair's strength surpasses yours, it will automatically dissolve. Beyond that, it has no other effect whatsoever. Hearing this, Ye Ming thought to himself, it wouldn't be that simple, after all. How could the Dragon King casually entrust his daughter to a stranger? After pondering for a moment, Ye Ming still felt this deal was worth it. As long as he harbored no ill intent toward the dragon egg, the dragon crystal would be free for the taking. At most, he'd need to ensure the egg's safety. He could just have Wei Wu find a vault to store it in later. With that thought, Ye Ming replied decisively, alright, I agree. Seeing Ye Ming's consent, Ao Sangming's smile broadened. Then, Ao Sangming traced a spell in the air with his finger. Within a few breaths, a contract slowly materialized. Now, all that's needed is for you to infuse a drop of your essence blood into it. Ye Ming's gaze swept over the contract composed of Dragon Clan script. After confirming there were no issues, he pricked his finger, squeezed out a drop of vital blood, and injected it into the contract. As Ye Ming's essence blood flowed in, the contract glowed brightly before surging into the dragon egg. The dragon egg flickered several times, and Ye Ming felt an inexplicable connection form between himself and the egg before him. Contract, daughter of the Dragon King egg form. Acquired special constitution primordial celestial dragon body. Due to the primordial celestial dragon physique being too powerful and overbearing, it devoured the 9 radiant star physique, fusing into a new physique chaotic celestial dragon physique. Though the equal contract proposed by Ao Sangming posed no danger. But Ye Ming's profession was the Jade Emperor. How could he possibly sign an equal contract with another? Thus, the original equal contract was immediately transformed into a deification contract. Before Ao Na was even born, she had already become Ye Ming's subordinate. If Ao Sangming ever found out about this, Ye Ming would likely be beaten into a pulp. Meanwhile, Ye Ming heard the alert sound in his ear and was startled. Another special constitution. Each special constitution was immensely powerful and rare. No one else in all of humanity possessed one except him. And now Ye Ming had acquired a second one. But he never imagined the primordial celestial dragon constitution would be so overpowering. It had devoured the 9 radiant stars constitution, fusing them into a new constitution. It could only be called a dragon physique. Terrifying indeed. Seeing the contract completed, Ao Sangming nodded with satisfaction. To better protect Nair, I shall grant you another opportunity. As Ao Sangming finished speaking, the throne abruptly rose into the air, floating mid-heaven. As the throne moved aside, an opening appeared before Ye Ming's eyes. But in the very next instant, a tidal wave of vital energy surged toward him. Ye Ming approached the opening and peered down. Only then did he realize that beneath the opening lay a pool of blood. This is the 10,000 Dragons blood pool. It was formed from the essence blood of myself and my followers after our deaths, possessing incredibly pure energy. If you possess the ability, you may absorb it. It might strengthen your physique. Ao Sangming gazed at the pool below and explained to Ye Ming. At that moment, Ye Ming's breathing had grown slightly ragged, and the excitement in his eyes was about to overflow. He never imagined that immediately after obtaining the Chaos Celestial Dragon Body, he would encounter precisely what it required. Chaos Celestial Dragon Body initial stage attains a physique rivaling that of the Celestial Dragon Clan, enabling mastery of the Dragon Clan's word spirit power. Upon reaching a certain cultivation level, one may transform into a Celestial Dragon form and attain Celestial Dragon power. Requirements for advancement: absorb pure dragon blood or energy possessing pure dragon power. He had already witnessed the formidable power of the Dragon Clan through dragon bones. A dragon skeleton, fallen for who knows how long, had defeated the 9 radiant star body, a practitioner possessing 2 stars with a single strike. At that moment, Ye Ming had yearned for the formidable physique of the Dragon Clan. Yet he never imagined he would attain such formidable dragonkin physique so swiftly. And now, before him, the 10,000 dragons blood pool contained vast quantities of pure dragon blood. Such a vast quantity of pure dragon blood was sufficient to catapult his strength to a whole new level. Enough. Time waits for no one. Enter now. I shall expend my last ounce of strength to guard you. With that, Ao Sangming led the way, plunging the dragon egg into the 10,000 dragons blood pool. The moment the dragon egg entered the pool, it began to flash wildly, releasing a terrifying suction force that drew in the pure energy of the dragon blood. Even its originally crimson gold surface became tinged with a blood-red hue. Only then did Ye Ming realize. It turned out the 10,000 dragons blood pool had been prepared specifically for the dragon egg. Ao Sangming had invited him in merely as a courtesy. He assumed Ye Ming couldn't absorb much dragon blood energy, unaware that Ye Ming possessed the Chaos Celestial Dragon Body and required that very energy. A faint smile touched Ye Ming's lips. This time, I've got you. With that thought, Ye Ming leaped down into the blood pool. At the same moment, in another world, a pair of dragon eyes, as red as the sun, suddenly snapped open. This aura. Chapter 67, The Struggle. Absorption complete. As Ye Ming absorbed the dragon's blood, in another hidden cavern within the ruins, a faint glow flickered. Alia led the way, wielding her broad, heavy greatsword, with the four newcomers Lu Xiahe, Wei Kai, Wu Zhanqiu, and Tang Yiro closely following behind. Since the group had split up to evade the dragon's skeletal attack, only these few had managed to reunite. After a brief moment of progress, suddenly, a dazzling light refracted off the rock wall ahead, revealing a brilliant, dazzling dragon crystal before their eyes. Dragon crystal! Lu Xiahe exclaimed. Alia's eyes widened at the sight, his gaze intensifying. At a glance, there were at least 100 dragon crystals here. Consider that earlier in the Dragon Remains land, dozens of them had only found a dozen or so dragon crystals. Even if they couldn't keep all these crystals, turning them in would earn them a huge amount of academy points. Everyone, gather the dragon crystals quickly. Alia immediately ordered the group to begin harvesting the crystals. However, just as they were about to begin harvesting the crystals, a whistling wind blade shot toward Elia's back at breakneck speed. Sensing the murderous intent behind her, Alia rolled swiftly to the side to evade it. Boom! The wind blade slammed squarely into the dragon crystal. Elias looked at the dragon crystal with concern, only to find a faint white scratch on its surface. She hadn't expected the dragon crystal to be so resilient, and she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. These dragon crystals were the very treasures she relied on to enhance her power. But seeing the dragon crystal undamaged, Elia's eyes narrowed as she turned her gaze toward the attacker. It was someone from the insectoid race. After entering the ruins, the two tribes had been teleported to separate locations. They hadn't encountered the insectoid tribe before, yet here they were. At this moment, the leader of the insectoid tribe was a member of the Giant Blade Sickle clan. None other than Brother Karen, who had been soundly beaten by Ye Ming before. Kailei. Upon recognizing the arrivals as insectoids, the group immediately tensed. The Tianlong ruins were originally resources within the borders of Huaxia. Yet the insectoid tribe threatened Wei Wu with all-out war to force them into the ruins and seize the resources. Ha, you've all worked hard for finding us so many dragon crystals. Kailei strode toward the group, his laughter ringing out harshly. His tone was utterly brazen, as if he already considered the dragon crystals before him to belong to the insectoid race. What do you mean, found for you? Hearing Krell's words, Elia's eyes flashed with anger. Krell saw that Alia dared to question him. His eyes darkened instantly. He raised his right arm, revealing a massive scythe blade. Its razor-sharp edge glinted coldly. The next instant, Kailei swung the scythe blade violently, unleashing a fierce wind blade toward Alia. Whoosh! The razor-sharp wind blade raced toward her with a piercing, screeching roar. Even before it reached her, Alia sensed its terrifying destructive force. Seeing this, Alia swiftly raised her greatsword to block it. Clang! The wind blade slammed into the greatsword, leaving a shallow gash upon its surface. Elia's heart skipped a beat. This greatsword was an orange-quality piece of equipment. Yet Krell's casual wind blade strike had managed to leave a mark upon it. Before Alia could process this further, Krell's figure suddenly materialized before her. A cold gleam flashed before her eyes. Drawing on her extensive combat experience, Alia swiftly thrust her greatsword upward, parrying Krell's attack. She then swung the greatsword in a sweeping arc, delivering a horizontal strike toward Krell. Krell swiftly raised his scythe blade to parry. Clang! Alia's greatsword already weighed 1,000 pounds. Now, harnessing the momentum of the sweeping strike, its force felt like an avalanche. Though not as sharp as Krell's scythe blade, this colossal blade, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, still sent Krell staggering backward violently, leaving deep gashes several meters long in the ground beneath his feet. Krell, stung by the collision, flashed anger and fighting spirit in his eyes. Again! His form transformed into lightning as he shot forward, charging straight at Alia. Seeing this, Alia refused to be outdone. The dragon blood power within her body surged, fortifying her physical form. Boom! Like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, Alia raised her massive sword and swung it fiercely at Krell. The two clashed violently. Their strength was evenly matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. Meanwhile, part of the insectoid horde lunged at Lu Xiahe and her companions, while another group seized the opportunity to harvest the dragon crystals. This time, the insectoid faction had selected only their most formidable elite warriors. Though their strength fell short of Krell's, it was not by much. Thus, Lu Xiahe and her companions faced immense pressure battling the insectoid warriors. Lu Xiahe wore the Prajna mask, with the Daji mask and the Sea Demon mask atop her head. Relying on the illusions of the Daji mask and the water column attacks of the Sea Demon mask, she continuously harassed her opponents. Only thus could Lu Xiahe hold her own against a single insectoid warrior. Wei Kai, being a close combat specialist, clashed with a giant Scythe clan warrior equally skilled in melee. He was completely outmatched and could barely defend himself. Tang Yiro faced a similar predicament, forced to constantly dodge the insectoid warrior's strikes. Surprisingly, Wu Zhanqiu was holding his own against the insectoid warrior. Wielding his long sword, each of his strikes posed a genuine threat to the insectoid warrior. However, this was only a portion of the insectoid forces. Another group was still harvesting dragon crystals. Once this group finished harvesting the dragon crystals, they would join the fray. Then Lu Xiahe and the others would likely be unable to hold their ground. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Yinchang was discussing something with Shen Tianyu. Moments later, Shen Tianyu donned a hooded black cloak. Within the 10,000 blood dragon pool, Ye Ming and the dragon egg absorbed the pure energy from the dragon blood like two greedy sponges. Ao Sangming observed Ye Ming's absorption of the dragon blood's energy. His gaze suddenly sharpened. How can a human absorb dragon blood energy? And absorb so much? From Ao Sangming's perspective, Ye Ming and the dragon egg resembled two deep-sea whirlpools. The dragon egg's vortex was merely slightly larger. But one must understand that within the dragon egg lay her offspring, possessing pure celestial dragon bloodline. It was only natural for it to absorb dragon blood energy so swiftly. Yet Ye Ming, merely a human being, could absorb at a rate only slightly slower than his daughters. Ao Sangming was filled with doubt. He sought to probe the mystery surrounding Ye Ming. He mustered his last reserves of spiritual energy and probed toward Ye Ming. The moment contact was made, a sharp shock jolted his heart. Dragon bloodline aura? The aura of a celestial dragon bloodline? How is this possible? A look of bewilderment and astonishment flashed through Ao Sangming's vertical pupils. He hadn't noticed this issue with Ye Ming earlier. If Ye Ming had possessed the aura of the celestial dragon's bloodline all along, he would have sensed it immediately, not only now. Could it be because of the contract? Thoughts raced through Ao Sangming's mind, and this was the only explanation he could come up with. The only change that had occurred was Ye Ming signing a contract with the dragon egg. Yet he still couldn't understand. Why could Ye Ming obtain the celestial dragon bloodline? After all, many other dragon clans found it incredibly difficult to become celestial dragon bloodlines. As Ao Sangming remained puzzled, the dragon blood energy within the blood pool seemed to have been completely absorbed by the two. The once crimson pool gradually transformed into clear, pristine water. At that moment, Ye Ming's eyelids fluttered slightly. Chapter 68, The Silver-Haired Little Girl? Ye Ming's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. A dazzling golden light flashed through his eyes. It was as if molten gold had been poured into his eyes, intricate golden patterns emerging on his pupils. Cold vertical pupils replaced his original round ones, now shimmering with golden light. He could see the very trajectories of dust particles drifting through the air with crystal clarity. Within Ye Ming's body, a primal force surged through his body. Ye Ming rose to his feet. His spine cracked like the awakening spine of a dragon. Each heartbeat thundered like a war drum, stirring the dormant power of the celestial dragon within his blood. Is this the power of the chaos celestial dragon body? Ye Ming extended his palm and looked down. The 5 fingers that had once been human now faintly revealed the shadowy outline of a dragon's claw. He clenched his fist slightly and felt a terrifying power capable of shaking mountains and shattering the void. He sensed that his current power was sufficient to rival the dragon skeleton he had encountered earlier. However, before Ye Ming could continue sensing the power within his body, snap! A faint yet soul-piercing crack echoed. Ye Ming followed the sound. A crack had appeared on the dragon egg beside him. At that moment, Ao Sangming, who was watching the blood pool from above, also noticed the crack. Nair! Ao Sangming's voice trembled with urgency. Then, under the tense gaze of both men, crack! Crack, crack, crack! The dragon egg, radiating a golden halo and engraved with ancient dragon patterns, split open at its top with a winding crack. The crack rapidly spread, covering the entire surface of the dragon egg like a spider web. Suddenly, boom! The top of the dragon egg exploded in a blinding, nearly pure white burst of energy. Fragments scattered wildly, yet guided by an invisible force, they transformed into points of light that drifted away, dissipating into the air. As the light faded, revealing what lay within, before their eyes stood a petite girl. Her silver-white hair fell naturally to her waist, each strand seeming to hold starlight within it. Amidst her silver-white hair stood a pair of delicate yet undeniably prominent dragon horns. The tips shimmered with a jade-like milky white glow, faintly hinting at a golden radiance within. Her body was covered in delicate, translucent dragon scales, as if carved from divine jade, emitting a faint milky white aura. Her vertical pupils blazed with dazzling crimson gold. Golden light swirled within them, cold and commanding. Even Ye Ming, who possessed the bloodline of the celestial dragon, felt a faint sense of oppression. Little dragon girl? Ye Ming gazed curiously at the silver-haired little girl before him. Ao Na blinked in confusion. The majestic aura in her dragon eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a hint of curiosity. Daddy! Ao Na suddenly called out to Ye Ming. Ye Ming froze at the sound of her voice. Why is she calling me daddy? The next moment, Ao Na suddenly lunged toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming instinctively reached out and caught the diving Ao Na. By now, the dragon scales covering Ao Na's body had transformed into clothing. Daddy!
Aona called out again in a babyish voice, her tiny body rubbing against Ye Ming's chest. The fabric formed from her cool, smooth dragon scales felt strangely peculiar.
Ye Ming froze completely, holding Aona in his arms, feeling both amused and exasperated. Was this what they meant by becoming a father without pain?
Under normal circumstances, he might have agreed to it. But now he dared not, for Aona's real father was watching from above.
You've got the wrong person. Your father is. Before he could finish, buzz.
Above the blood pool, a palpable, tangible dragon's aura suddenly materialized. Light gathered and surged upward, revealing a majestic, towering yet gentle translucent figure at the center of the blood pool.
It was none other than Ao Tsungming's spectral form. His dragon eyes brimmed with boundless longing, fixed intently upon Aona in Ye Ming's embrace. Nah. Nah.
Ao Tsungming's voice resonated from the depths of the soul, echoing directly within Aona's heart.
Aona, who had been clinging to Ye Ming's neck in a playful embrace, stiffened abruptly. As if pulled by some invisible force, she whirled her head around.
Her golden dragon eyes stared straight at the utterly familiar figure at the center of the blood pool. Memories slumbering deep within her bloodline thawed abruptly, like glaciers melting. A call from the depths of her soul made her understand instantly.
That wasn't Daddy's aura, this was. Father!
Aona cried out, her childish voice filled with both sorrow and joy. She wrenched herself from Ye Ming's embrace, her small form transforming into a streak of light as she lunged recklessly toward the phantom. But she grasped at thin air. Her petite body passed straight through Ao Tsungming's ethereal form, tumbling to the edge of the blood pool.
Wah! Father! Aona lay sprawled by the pool, her small face turned upward as she wept.
Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls, brimming with sorrow.
Ao Tsungming's spectral form trembled violently, his eyes brimming with tenderness.
He slowly lowered his head, attempting to draw near his daughter.
He extended his forehead, gently touching Aona's forehead in an intangible kiss. Nana! Ao Tsungming's voice trembled slightly, yet it was filled with tenderness. Father will always be by your side.
At that moment, Ao Tsungming's apparition began to flicker, growing increasingly ethereal. His strength was nearly depleted.
But having seen Aona, he had no regrets.
Then, his gaze turned to Ye Ming, his eyes holding a hint of entrustment. I hope you will honor our agreement and take good care of Nar. When the time comes, there will be a surprise waiting for you.
I'm counting on you. As the words faded, Ao Tsungming's apparition began to dissolve. Even in his final moments, Ao Tsungming's gaze lingered on Aona, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Watching the phantom vanish, Aona's sobs grew even more uncontrollable.
Witnessing this scene, Ye Ming felt profound emotion welling up within him.
Even after his demise, Ao Tsungming continued to protect Aona.
He had waited all these years just to see her one last time.
Ye Ming sighed softly.
Only then did Ye Ming notice that Aona's sobs were gradually subsiding. Ye Ming approached her side. Only then did he see that Aona had curled her legs and fallen into a deep sleep.
Asleep? Ye Ming exclaimed in surprise. He quickly shook Aona, but she didn't stir.
Suddenly, Ye Ming noticed her breath growing faint.
No way. Just born and already about to croak?
Ye Ming felt a wave of panic wash over him. Her father had barely left when he managed to care for his daughter to death.
Ao Tsungming would surely rise again to beat him senseless.
Seeing this, Ye Ming quickly scooped Aona into his arms and leapt out of the blood pool.
Watching Aona's vitality gradually fade, Ye Ming felt a surge of panic. How can I save her? Ye Ming began attempting to channel energy into Aona.
His first attempt was with the power of light.
Ye Ming condensed brilliant light energy and channeled it into Aona's body.
Instantly, the rate at which Aona's vital energy was fading began to slow.
Is there hope?
However, the moment Ye Ming stopped the infusion, Aona's vitality began to wane once more.
No good. After that, Ye Ming tried various methods and energies.
None worked, at best only slowing the rate of decline. Seeing this, Ye Ming grew even more anxious.
What should I do? Chapter 69, Becoming a Nanny? Ye Ming raced through possible ways to save Aona in his mind.
His gaze darted around the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed the throne nearby.
The throne, formed from dragon crystals, radiated a dazzling glow. Could this be what's needed?
As an energy source, dragon crystals also held significant value for the dragon clan.
By consuming dragon crystals, dragons could accelerate their own power growth.
The thought struck him, and Ye Ming hurried to the throne. He intended to remove a piece of dragon crystal. However, even when Ye Ming channeled his energy into a light sword, he couldn't sever a single crystal. He could only leave shallow scratches on its surface. At this rate, before Ye Ming could take a single dragon crystal,
Aona would likely perish.
Suddenly, it occurred to him that after activating the Chaos Celestial Dragon Body, he could transform his palm into a dragon claw. Seeing this, Ye Ming immediately activated the Chaos Celestial Dragon Body. Instantly, a shadowy outline of dragon claws appeared on his palm, gradually solidifying.
Finally, Ye Ming's palm completely transformed into a dragon claw.
The dragon claws glowed with a purple gold light. Then, Ye Ming gently swept the dragon claw across the surface of the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal, once indestructible, was instantly chipped away. Just as I thought. The dragon crystal's unparalleled hardness proved no match for the dragon claw's sharpness. Ye Ming hurriedly brought the extracted dragon crystal to Aona's side. As soon as the crystal touched her side, a powerful suction force instantly emanated from her body. It drew out immense, pure energy from the dragon crystal. As this energy flowed into her body, Aona's fading vitality abruptly halted. Seeing the crystal's effectiveness, Ye Ming continued removing crystals from the throne to administer to Aona. Ultimately, Ye Ming used a full tenth of the dragon crystals from the throne to save Aona. Now, Aona's vitality no longer waned. Her breathing steadied, and she gradually drifted into a deep sleep. Seeing that Aona was no longer in danger, Ye Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the throne, now missing a large chunk. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This throne had originally been left for Aona by Ao Tsangming. The so-called gift to him was merely a temporary entrustment for safekeeping. Ao Tsangming trusted Ye Ming wouldn't stand by and watch her die. It's a code. I'd been tricked by that old dragon. Ye Ming had thought he'd stumbled upon a windfall, able to acquire vast quantities of dragon crystals for free. In the end, however, it all had to be used for Aona. And if Ye Ming hadn't possessed the Jade Emperor profession to forcibly transform the equal contract into a deification contract, thereby obtaining the Chaos Celestial Dragon body, then Ye Ming would truly become Aona's free babysitter. No way. Ye Ming's thoughts raced. I need to see if this little one is hiding any treasures. He extended the tip of his dragon claw, gently poking at Aona's tiny body, searching for anything Ao Tsangming might have left behind. Just then, the unconscious Su Zhiqing slowly stirred awake. The moment her eyes opened, her blurry vision instantly focused. Ye Ming was crouched before a silver-haired little girl, his hands seemingly searching her body. Boss? Su Zhiqing shot upright, her voice laced with disbelief. While she was unconscious, Ye Ming had been doing this? Zhiqing! You're awake! Startled by the cry, Ye Ming flinched and scrambled to his feet, turning abruptly. Boss, what are you doing? Su Zhiqing's eyes were filled with suspicion and a hint of accusation. Ye Ming followed her gaze to Aona on the floor and instantly understood. Don't misunderstand. Let me explain. He hurried towards Su Zhiqing. But in Su Zhiqing's eyes, combined with the earlier groping scene, Ye Ming now looked like a pervert with ulterior motives closing in on her. Could it be that the boss? The terrifying thought barely surfaced before she forced it back down. No, the boss isn't that kind of person. Ye Ming caught the flicker in her eyes and understood immediately. This is the Dragon Clan's sacred maiden. The daughter of the Dragon King, he hastily clarified, pointing at Aona. Su Zhiqing's pupils dilated in shock. How long was I unconscious that you managed to capture the Dragon Clan's sacred maiden? Ye Ming burst into laughter at Su Zhiqing's words. You're overthinking it. She's still just a child. If measured by birth, Aona might have been born only minutes ago. But if measured by her creation, Aona was already countless ages old. For Aona had been sealed away by Ao Tsangming immediately after her birth. Ye Ming then briefly recounted the events that had transpired earlier to Su Zhiqing. After hearing Ye Ming's explanation, Su Zhiqing finally understood. She walked over to Aona's side and looked down at her lying on the ground. At that moment, Aona was fast asleep. Her small body curled up naturally, a faint tear trail lingering at the corner of her eye, one hand unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. A nearly transparent layer of dragon aura enveloped her, rising and falling as naturally as her breath. Seeing Aona so small and adorable, a flicker of maternal affection surfaced in Su Zhiqing. Seeing this, Ye Ming said, Zhiqing, pick her up. We should prepare to leave. The throne had already been stowed away by Ye Ming using the spatial storage artifact gifted to him by Wei Wu. Apart from Ao Tsangming's colossal remains, there was nothing left worth searching for here. Su Zhiqing gently lifted Aona from the ground. As if sensing the warmth of the embrace, Aona snuggled against Su Zhiqing's chest. Su Zhiqing possessed the power of light, granting her an innate affinity with all living beings. Ye Ming then nodded toward Ao Tsangming's remains, signaling his promise to care for Aona well. Suddenly, Ao Tsangming's remains began to tremble violently. Two glowing orbs emerged from within, floating toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming looked at the orbs and discovered they contained an unidentified token and a dragon scale. He reached out and caught both items. Just as they prepared to examine the two items closely, a faint dragon's roar echoed faintly from the distance. Only then did he recall that two dragon skeletons still lurked within the ruins, hunting them down. With that thought, Ye Ming stowed away the token and dragon scale, intending to study them later. Then, carrying Aona in his arms, Ye Ming led Su Zhiqing back through the passage they had come. In another cavern, Elia swung her greatsword, clashing relentlessly with Krell. Though she could still hold her own against Krell, the others were unable to resist the other insectoid warriors. All the dragon crystals here had been collected.
The insectoid warriors originally tasked with gathering dragon crystals now joined the assault on Lu Xiahe and her companions. The group had barely been holding their own against the insectoid warriors. But with the new insectoid warriors joining the fray, they were instantly overwhelmed. Lu Xiahe, wearing the Prajna mask, fought fiercely against one insectoid warrior, while the Daji mask and the Sea Demon mask held off another. Wu Zhanqiu swung her long sword, desperately resisting the attacks of two insect warriors. But Wei Kai and Tang Yiru were struggling badly. Wei Kai was now covered in wounds, one arm hanging limply at his side. It seemed only a matter of time before he was defeated. Tang Yiru's situation was even more dire. She lay on the ground, her head pinned under the foot of an insectoid warrior, her fate unknown. Ha ha ha! Humans! Surrender now, or I'll kill your comrade. The insect stomping on Tang Yiru bellowed, while she let out agonized cries. Hearing Tang Yiru's agonized cries, Alia's mind instantly became unsettled. In that split second of distraction, a savage glint flared in Keelai's eyes. A blur of scythe blades struck mercilessly across Alia's chest. Splatter! Blood spurted as Elia grunted, staggering backward. A gruesome wound bloomed across his chest. Chapter 70, Death Strikes, Elia snaps. Elia looked down. His breastplate was torn open, revealing the snow-white flesh beneath. Overestimating yourself. Krell swung his gleaming scythe blade, sneering. Eliminate every last one of these lowly humans. At Krell's command, the insectoid warriors thrust their feet forward with sudden force. Snap! The sound of shattering bones mingled with the girl's piercing screams, echoing through the ruins. Wei Kai's eyes blazed with fury. Beasts! He charged like a madman at a massive-jawed insectoid warrior. Snap! Facing Wei Kai's charge, the giant-jawed warrior merely snapped open its terrifying maw, bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Like prey, Wei Kai was seized with precision and hoisted high above its head. Squish! Sharp, spear-like teeth tore through flesh without resistance, piercing deep into Wei Kai's body. Creak! The bone-chilling sound of crushed bones echoed. The immense crushing force ground relentlessly. Wei Kai's torso twisted and deformed within the massive jaws, as if being cleaved in two by a hydraulic guillotine wielding 10,000 tons of force. After a final agonized scream, Wei Kai fell utterly still. Seeing Tang Yiru and Wei Kai die one after another, Alia's eyes widened in fury. Originally dispatched by Han Jin Feng to protect several new recruits. Yet both had been brutally murdered by the insectoid creatures right before her eyes. Alia roared in fury. Dragon's boiling blood. In the next instant, crimson flames erupted from her body's surface. Simultaneously, her muscles swelled to several times their normal size, veins bulging on her neck. Red flames blazed in her eyes. Alia moved. Her speed increased several-fold. Like a cannonball fired from a barrel, she charged toward the giant-jawed warrior, trailing a whirlwind in her wake. Die! She raised her massive sword high and swung it down with brutal force. Empowered by her surging strength, the blade tore through the air with a dull roar, striking down with brutal force. The giant-jaw warrior violently flung Wei Kai, whose fate was unknown, aside. Then, raising its unstoppable giant jaws, it lunged to bite the falling greatsword. Clang! Yet, the scene he envisioned effortlessly clamping down on the greatsword did not unfold. The moment the greatsword collided with his massive jaws. His massive jaws shattered like fragile cardboard under the sword's crushing blow. Roar! His jaws severed, the jaw warrior let out a piercing wail. But in the next instant, his cry abruptly ceased. The giant sword continued its downward trajectory, plunging straight onward. In the blink of an eye, the towering jaw warrior's body was cleaved in two. One strike, one kill. At that moment, Elia was like a rampaging dragon, overwhelmingly powerful. Without pausing, Elia charged toward the insectoid warrior who had earlier killed Tang Yiru. Having learned from the giant-jawed warrior's fate, this insectoid warrior did not choose to confront Elia head-on. Instead, it abruptly spread its wings and fled in another direction. But there was no way Elia would let him escape so easily. Gripping her greatsword tightly with both hands, she channeled all her strength into hurling it at the fleeing insectoid warrior. Boom! The greatsword shot forth like a cannonball, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. In an instant, the blade caught up to the insectoid warrior at breakneck speed. Thud! At the moment of impact, the insectoid warrior dissolved into a shower of blood, vanishing without a trace. Boosted by its immense speed, the greatsword's destructive power was unmatched, instantly pulverizing the insectoid warrior into a mist of blood. At that moment, Krell reacted. At this moment, Elia had lost her greatsword, leaving her completely defenseless. You're asking for death, he roared. His speed was blindingly fast, matching even the frenzied Elia's agility. The razor-sharp scythe blade swung toward Elia. The scythe blade grew larger and larger in Elia's eyes, just as it was about to strike her. A figure suddenly flew in, colliding with Elia and sending him flying. Boom! Elia crashed into the wall before coming to a halt, sending a shower of debris cascading down. Simultaneously, a group of figures charged toward them, their footsteps echoing with the roar of dragons. Fortunately, Elia was in a frenzied state at that moment.
Though the scythe blades could wound her, the sheer force of the collision inflicted little damage. It was essentially a lifesaver. Elia scrambled to her feet from the rubble and turned to face the one who had collided with her. Only then did she realize it was the captain of the Eternal Night Squad. Her gaze shifted to the group now running toward them. It was the Demon Squad, the Eternal Night Squad, and a group of students fleeing for their lives. Behind them loomed two colossal dragon skeletons. Roar! One of the dragon skeletons swung its claws, lunging at the group. Demon Squad leader Fong Mo immediately stepped in to block the attack. But his figure was instantly knocked flying, sent hurtling backward. This was also why the Eternal Night Squad leader had knocked Elia away. Seeing this, Elia swiftly retrieved her greatsword and charged toward the dragon skeleton. He didn't even spare a glance for Krell and the other insectoids. When Krell beheld the two colossal dragon carcasses, his heart trembled with awe. Some members of his own race possessed towering, imposing figures, standing over 10 meters tall. Yet compared to these dragon carcasses, they were mere minnows beside a whale. Seeing this, Krell prepared to lead his men away from this trouble spot. After all, their mission was complete. They had harvested every last dragon crystal. If not now, then when? He shifted his stance, preparing to slip away unnoticed. Yet the dragon's remains seemed to sense his presence. The colossal dragon head abruptly swiveled. In its hollow eye sockets, pitch-black flames flickered, locking onto Kelly with deadly precision. Damn it! Krell cursed inwardly as his plan was foiled. She had thought that Elia and the others could distract the dragon skeleton, allowing them to escape. But now that things had come to this, Krell wanted to test the true power of the dragon skeleton. Among the myriad races, the insectoid and dragon clans stood as two of the most formidable. The insect clan was renowned for its sheer numbers, while the dragon clan was celebrated for its individual prowess. But Keeley believed the insect clan's individual combat prowess was no weaker than the dragon clan's. In the next instant, Krell raised his scythe blade high and swung it toward the dragon skeleton. His speed was blindingly fast, instantly placing him directly above Long High. Slash! He crossed his scythe blades, unleashing a sharp crosswind blade. Boom! Yet when the wind blade struck the dragon's carcass, they left only faint white marks. What the hell? Kree's sharpest wind blades were his greatest pride. This time, they could only leave a faint white mark on the dragon's carcass. Unwilling to accept defeat, Creel unleashed several more wind blades. But to no avail, they inflicted not a single scratch upon the dragon's remains. Just as he prepared to strike again, the thick dragon tail whipped through the air with a piercing whistle. Seeing this, Keeley scrambled to evade. The dragon's form shifted, charging toward him. Through their earlier clash, Keeley had already realized he was no match for Longhai. He wasn't a stubborn man. If he couldn't win, he'd run. But someone had to draw the dragon's attention. Just then, he suddenly noticed Wei Kai, who had seemed dead moments before, still struggling to his feet. Got it! Keeley instantly appeared beside Wei Kai. Useless fool, lend me your life. With a savage grin, he hurled two wind blades toward the dragon skeleton. Then he shoved Wei Kai forward violently, while he himself ducked behind a rock. The wind blade struck the dragon skeleton, causing it to turn its gaze toward the source of the attack. Its gaze instantly locked onto Wei Kai, who was struggling to stay upright. Roar! The dragon's form shifted, becoming a dark shadow as it charged savagely toward Wei Kai. Chapter 71, The Tide Turns. Boom! Longhai's speed was blinding, carrying an aura of utter destruction as he closed the distance in an instant. The gravely wounded Wei Kai was utterly unable to mount any resistance. He could only watch helplessly as Longhai closed in. In his field of vision, only a massive skull rapidly expanded before him. Crash! Wei Kai's battered body, which he had struggled to keep standing, was struck head-on as if by a runaway train. Put! Blood mixed with shattered entrails spurted from his mouth. It splattered onto the rocky ground, staining it crimson. Boom! Wei Kai's shattered body slammed violently into the rock wall. His body instantly became like a piece of rotten wood crushed by immense force, embedded in the rock face in an utterly twisted, inhuman posture. Silence fell. Only crimson blood trickled slowly down the rock face. Within the dragon's hollow eye sockets, pitch-black demonic flames flickered eerily, gazing coldly. It shook its head, as though it had merely crushed an annoying insect moments before. Meanwhile, Krell seized the moment while the dragon carcass focused its attention on Wei Kai, stealthily dashing toward the cave entrance. Keeley dashed into the passageway, glancing back over his shoulder. Humans do have some use after all. He let out a savage laugh, then prepared to leave. But the moment he turned his head, a fist the size of a clay pot rapidly expanded in his vision. Boom! Keeley's features caved in instantly. In an instant, his body flew backward like a thud. He rolled several times before finally landing beside the dragon skeleton. One of Clay's massive eyes had been shattered. Ah! Who was that? Keeley gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled to his feet. For a split second, he thought he'd met his maker. His remaining eye glared venomously down the passageway. Two figures emerged, breaking through the dust, walking slowly out. Leading the way was a youth with a strand of golden hair across his forehead, followed by a young woman cradling a silver-haired little girl. It was Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing. At that moment, Elia also noticed the situation unfolding. Seeing the arrivals, Elia's heart trembled violently. She was being fiercely entangled by another dragon skeleton, unable to save herself, and could only watch helplessly as Wei Kai. Witnessing Kaylee using his comrades as bait, she was overcome with fury. Ye Ming's appearance seemed like a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. But her pupils instantly contracted. No! This place was utterly perilous, insects ahead, dragon carcasses behind. It was a dead end. She absolutely couldn't let Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing get caught in the danger again. Ye Ming! Run, she screamed hoarsely. She had heard before that Han Jingfeng had a prized disciple who had perished along the way. And one of her missions this time was to protect her master's newly accepted disciple, Ye Ming. Han Jingfeng had been immensely kind to her, and she refused to let him endure the pain of losing another beloved disciple. Hearing Elia's cry, Ye Ming finally grasped the situation unfolding before him. Elia and the special task force were being savagely attacked by a dragon skeleton. Lu Xiahe and the others were locked in a fierce standoff with insectoid warriors. Against a rock wall and on the ground lay the silent corpses of Wei Kai and Tang Yiru. Witnessing this scene, Ye Ming's brows furrowed tightly as anger surged within him. The moment Kaylee recognized the newcomer, he immediately identified Ye Ming. After Kaylee returned, he had told Ye Ming about Ye Ming's situation, hoping to avenge her one day. He never imagined encountering Ye Ming here. Yet the moment they met, Ye Ming had shattered one of his eyes. His gaze blazed like torches, rage burning fiercely in his eyes. You lowly human, how dare you ambush me? I'll chop you into mincemeat. With that, he raised his razor-sharp scythe, poised to tear Ye Ming limb from limb. But suddenly, a fierce howling erupted behind him. A thick dragon tail swept across Kelly's back. Boom! Kelly was sent flying once more, hurtling straight toward Ye Ming. Yet mid-air, Kelly somehow managed to react. He raised his scythe blade, harnessing the momentum to slash fiercely at Ye Ming. Just as Ye Ming prepared to strike, Su Zhiqing beside her acted first. She set Aona aside. Brilliant light energy gathered upon the blade of Michael. Light slash! Holding the light sword, she struck at the incoming Krell. Clang! The clash produced a metallic clang. Krell was no ordinary insectoid warrior. Even when ambushed by Longhai's dragon tail, he turned the attack into an advantage and charged forward. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain tearing through his back, Krell swiftly swung his scythe blades, locking into combat with Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing blocked Kelly. By now, Kelly was gravely wounded and could not escape Su Zhiqing's grasp. Therefore, Ye Ming prepared to rescue Elia, Lu Xiahe, and the others first. His form flickered, instantly appearing behind a bug warrior currently engaged with Lu Xiahe. His fingers formed a claw as he lunged to grab the insect warrior's back. Sensing the killing intent, the insect warrior instinctively spun to block. This was a wasp warrior, wielding 2 venom-coated spikes. Not only were these stingers incredibly hard, but they also carried a deadly toxin. How dare you ambush me? The wasp warrior sneered, thrusting both stingers forward. Lu Xiahe urgently warned, watch out. His stingers are poisonous. But Ye Ming neither dodged nor retreated, charging straight ahead. You're courting death. Seeing Ye Ming's arrogance, the hornet warrior smiled. He seemed to already envision Ye Ming's palm pierced through, foaming at the mouth as the poison took its toll. Yet reality did not unfold as he wished. The hornet warrior's savage grin froze abruptly on his face. In his eyes, the outline of dragon claws materialized on Ye Ming's fingers, gradually solidifying. Finally, Ye Ming's fingers transformed into dragon claws. Then, under his stunned gaze, Ye Ming seized the spike and exerted force abruptly. Snap! The 2 poison-tipped spikes snapped like dry branches, twisted into worthless scrap metal. The dragon claws formed into fists. Boom! A solid punch slammed into the wasp warrior's chest. Put! The wasp warrior's chest caved in instantly, his body flying away like a torn sack. Instant death. Having landed the blow, Ye Ming's form showed no sign of stopping. At that moment, both his claws transformed into dragon-like forms. Like a ghostly apparition, he flashed behind another insectoid warrior attacking Lu Xiahe. His dragon claws clamped down like iron pincers, seizing the warrior's throat with pinpoint precision. Then he yanked it upward with brutal force. The insectoid warrior dangled in his grasp like an oversized toy. Snap! The sound of shattered vertebrae echoed. Within Lu Xiahe's suddenly constricted pupils, Ye Ming snapped the insectoid warrior's neck clean off. Within mere breaths, 2 elite insectoid warriors who had been giving Lu Xiahe a tough fight were both instantly killed by Ye Ming's single strike. Lu Xiahe froze in place, her mind reeling. He's grown stronger again. Lu Xiahe distinctly sensed the shift in Ye Ming's power. Ye Ming's movements didn't pause. In the moments that followed, Ye Ming instantly slaughtered the swarm of insectoid warriors attacking Wu Zhanxiu and the others. These insect warriors were no match for Ye Ming. His terrifying dragon claws ignored all attacks, sharp beyond measure.
They effortlessly carved horrific gashes into the bodies of the insectoid warriors. After swiftly dispatching the insectoid warriors, Ye Ming's gaze shifted to the two dragon skeletons attacking the group surrounding Elia and the others. I wonder if I can stand against them now. Chapter 72, The End? Ye Ming's gaze locked onto the two dragon skeletons furiously attacking Elia and the others. Each colossal bone-clad collision shook the earth, while pitch-black demonic flames danced within their hollow eye sockets. By now, Elia was nearing her limit. Her battle armor was torn and battered, a thin trail of blood staining the corner of her mouth. Fanyamo was exhausted, kneeling weakly on the ground. The other members of the special squad were also covered in wounds. Some could still assist Elia briefly, but most lay motionless on the ground. Their fate unknown. Seeing this scene, Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. Boom! Ye Ming moved. The ground beneath his feet cracked violently as his form blurred into a streak of motion, charging straight toward two dragon skeletons. His right claw clenched into a fist, smashing viciously toward the skull of one of the dragon skeletons. Thud! The skull, which had withstood sword slashes and skill attacks without a scratch. A crack instantly appeared. Roar! Sensing danger, the dragon skeleton lashed out with its thick tail. Wielding immense force, it tore through the air, sweeping toward its target. Ye Ming didn't flinch or dodge. His dragon claws met it head-on. Boom! To the stunned gazes of Elia and the others, the dragon's tail, as massive as a mountain range, was forcibly blocked by Ye Ming. Within Ye Ming's body, the celestial dragon bloodline roared incessantly. The muscles in his arms bulged prominently. Ah! Ye Ming gripped the dragon's tail with both hands and exerted all his strength. He gripped it, then yanked. The thick dragon tail was forcibly torn apart by Ye Ming. The dragon's carcass abruptly whipped its head around. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black dragon breath. Seeing this, Ye Ming had no choice but to channel the power of light onto his dragon claws. Then he clashed the dragon's breath head-on with the dragon claw. The dragon skeleton's assault grew even more ferocious. The massive bone claw swept toward Ye Ming. Meanwhile, the other dragon skeleton abandoned its pursuit of the others. Both charged at Ye Ming simultaneously. The two dragon skeletons moved with surprising agility and lightning-fast changes in tactics, not like lifeless corpses but as if possessed of intelligence. In an instant, Ye Ming found himself under siege by both dragon skeletons. Ye Ming had no choice but to shift from offense to defense. He frantically channeled the heavenly dragon power within his body while using his dragon claws to meet the attacks head-on. Ye Ming's fingers curled into hooks once more, clawing at the dragon skeletons' bodies. Sizzle! Sparks flew instantly. Though Ye Ming's attacks were effective, swiftly dispatching these two dragon skeletons would likely prove impossible in the immediate future. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing swung her lightsaber, repeatedly slashing at Kelii. Kelii fought back fiercely. Damn it! If I hadn't been ambushed and gravely wounded by that dragon skeleton, you'd never stand a chance against me. He was being relentlessly overwhelmed by Su Zhiqing. Kelii's heart burned with rage. He was the one who always dominated others, yet now he was being dominated. His injuries grew worse by the moment. If this continued, Su Zhiqing would inevitably slay him. Seeing this, his gaze suddenly turned vicious. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. He abandoned his fight with Su Zhiqing. Swiftly turning, he charged toward Ye Ming, who was locked in fierce combat with the dragon skeleton. Emerald light began to emanate from his entire body. It gradually condensed onto his twin scythe blades. Slash! Keilei's eyes flashed with resolve. He intended to severely wound Ye Ming before dying, allowing Long Hai to finish him off. Ye Ming sensed the killing intent and turned to face Keilei's attack. You're asking for death. Earlier, he had planned to deal with Kelly last, taking his time. But now this bastard dared to drag him down with him. Ye Ming intended to deal with Keilei first. Yet the moment he moved, the two dragon skeletons launched a fierce assault. As if coordinating with Krell. Both dragon skeletons simultaneously opened their massive jaws, lunging to tear at Ye Ming. Instantly, Ye Ming's arms were seized by the dragon skeletons, leaving him immobilized. Fortunately, his upper arms were protected by dragon scales, rendering the dragon skeletons unable to harm him. But now Kelly's attacks were also bearing down on him. He could only transform his arms into dragon form, leaving the rest of his body unprotected. The others were too slow to come to his aid. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Kelii raised his scythe blade, bringing it down toward his body. Seeing Ye Ming restrained, Krell's eyes brimmed with delight. He never imagined he could kill Ye Ming with his own hands. Die! He shouted, already envisioning Ye Ming as a fallen victim beneath his blade. At that very moment, Aona, who had been sleeping in the passageway, suddenly awoke. She looked up just in time to see Ye Ming about to be killed by Kelly. In an instant, golden light flared in her eyes. A colossal, majestic pressure erupted from her body, surging outward like a tidal wave. The moment the two dragon skeletons touched this oppressive force, they froze as if struck by lightning. The flickering demonic flames within their hollow eye sockets flickered out for a split second. The jaws clamped around Ye Ming's arms loosened slightly. Sensing the dragon skeleton's distraction, Ye Ming swiftly pulled his arms free. In a flash, he appeared before Kaylay. Kaylay's heart skipped a beat, puzzled as to why the dragon skeleton had suddenly released Ye Ming. But there was no time to dwell on it. His eyes blazed with ferocity as he swung his scythe blade. But in the next instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Ye Ming's gaze was icy cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. Then, before his stunned eyes, Ye Ming seized the scythe blade with one hand while the other lunged viciously toward his face. Purple gold dragon claws rapidly expanded before his eyes, like the claws of judgment. This was the last scene Kaylay witnessed. The next instant, Ye Ming's fingers clenched with force. Pop! Kaylay's head suddenly burst open like a watermelon. Ye Ming remained expressionless. He casually tossed Kelly's corpse aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. He then turned to face the two dragon skeletons. At that moment, the demonic flames within the dragon skeleton's eye sockets flickered wildly. They sought to regain control of the dragon skeletons, but under Aona's dragon's might, the demonic flames trembled violently, flickering like a dying candle in the wind. The light gradually shrank and dimmed. Finally, with a faint hiss, the demonic flame extinguished completely, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. As the flame vanished, the dragon skeleton shed its black taint, reverting to its original bone-white form. Slowly descending to the ground, it bowed its head toward Aona, as if paying homage to the new dragon queen. In the next instant, both dragon skeletons, drained of energy, disintegrated once more into countless scattered bones. With that, both the insectoid squad and the dragon skeletons were dealt with. Ye Ming surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the group. By now, Elia had emerged from her berserk state, collapsing into unconsciousness from exhaustion. Fang Mo and the members of the special squad lay scattered across the ground, their fates unknown. Wei Kai's spine was shattered, and Tang Yiru's skull was completely crushed. Even Lu Xia and Wu Zhanxiu were temporarily incapacitated by their injuries. Ye Ming's palms had returned to normal. He watched in silence. Then, a voice echoed through the air. Target lost, but sensing unusual activity this time, Ye Ming turned toward the sound. He saw Lu Yinchang arriving at the scene with a group of academy students. Instantly, the chaotic battlefield came into view. Elia lay unconscious, the entire special squad's fate unknown, and two comrades lay dead. They could all imagine the brutal battle that had just unfolded. Only Ye Ming stood alone, covered in blood. Then, a sharp, furious shout suddenly tore through the silence. Ye Ming! You have some nerve! A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Yinchang's eyes as he pointed at Ye Ming, his voice rising sharply, echoing through the cavern. Everyone witnessed it. This boy concealed his strength with sinister intent. It was he who summoned the dragon's remains, leading to the deaths of our comrades in the Elia special squad, and even our classmates Wei Kai and Tang Yiru. He drew a deep breath, each word like a blade, striking viciously at Ye Ming's heart, causing them to suffer such a fate. Chapter 73, Framing and Murderous Intent. He's the one who killed our classmates. Under Lu Yinchang's accusation, the other students stared at Ye Ming with suspicion. The scene before them left them no choice but to wonder. While others lay dead, injured, or unconscious, Ye Ming alone remained unscathed. Hearing Lu Yinchang's false accusation, Ye Ming's eyes suddenly sharpened like blades, fixing intently on Lu Yinchang. At that moment, Su Zhiqing rushed in, cradling Aona who had fallen back into unconsciousness. Lu Yinchang! You're spouting nonsense. It was clearly our leader who defeated the dragon skeleton and the insect clan, saving everyone. Su Zhiqing pointed at Lu Yinchang, her face flushed with anger as she shouted. Oomph! Just because you say so? Lu Yinchang sneered in rebuttal. Where's the proof? I think you're in cahoots with him. You! Su Zhiqing, overcome with fury, raised her lightsaber to strike at Lu Yinchang. What? Trying to silence me? Facing Su Zhiqing's lightsaber, Lu Yinchang showed no fear. All these people are watching, he said, gesturing toward the other students behind him. By now, suspicion had filled the eyes of the other students. Their gazes fixed on Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing, ready to intervene at any moment. Ye Ming stepped forward, halting Su Zhiqing's action. He glared coldly at Lu Yinchang. You say I'm the murderer? Produce the evidence. He couldn't fall into the trap of proving his own innocence. He hadn't done it, so why should he have to prove it? The moment his words fell, boom! A palpable, terrifying pressure erupted violently from Ye Ming's center. It was a terrifying pressure blending imperial might and dragon might. It felt as though an ancient dragon emperor had descended. Under this terrifying pressure, every student present including Lu Yinchang felt as though they stood before a supreme ancestral dragon. Some students trembled violently in fear. Lu Yinchang's expression also darkened. I am the captain of the Academy's enforcement squad. I now accuse you of framing your fellow disciples, he forced himself to say. Resistance is forbidden. Ye Ming could have easily taught Lu Yinchang a lesson. But with so many witnesses present, once he struck, he risked being framed for other crimes even if he hadn't framed his fellow student. Besides, once Alia and the others regained consciousness, wouldn't the truth come out? Oomph! Whether I did it or not, they'll know once they wake up. Ye Ming responded coldly, unwilling to argue further with Lu Yinchang. Hearing this, the other students agreed he had a point. Only then did they remember their comrades still lay unconscious on the ground. They hurried over to tend to the injured. Ye Ming shot Lu Yinchang a cold glance before turning away. He didn't know why Lu Yinchang had acted this way. Was it simply to frame him? Watching Ye Ming turn away to check on the others, a shadow of gloom flashed in Lu Yinchang's eyes. I didn't expect neither dragon skeleton to eliminate them. I should never have given the demon seed to Shin Tianyu. I should have dealt with them myself. It turned out Shin Tianyu and Lu Yinchang were both members of the Coexistence Society. They were two of those who had accepted the demon seeds earlier. Upon entering the ruins and seeing the scattered dragon bones everywhere, they had conceived the plan to use the dragon bones against the others. After all, dragon remains are inherently powerful, and when corrupted by magic, they become utterly ferocious. They believed it would be more than sufficient to deal with a group of students. Thus, Lu Yinchang gave his demon seed to Shin Tianyu, instructing him to control the two dragon skeletons to attack the group. This was why the dragon remains seemed to possess a semblance of sentience. After that, the two split up. Shin Tianyu was tasked with directing the dragon skeletons to pursue and hunt down the group, while Lu Yinchang pretended to guide them, luring them into the skeleton's path. It was only upon encountering the special squad and others that they were forced to halt their actions. Shin Tianyu then directed the dragon skeletons to pursue the special task force and others. Meanwhile, Lu Yinchang led the others on a wild goose chase, refusing to provide backup until the very last moment. After helping the wounded to their feet, the group began their return journey, leaving the ruins behind. Under Lu Yinchang's cover, Shin Tianyu slipped back as well. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the ruins, Wei Wu's gaze fixed intently on the giant scythe general. Han Jinfeng wore a look of worry as he watched the ruins' entrance. The tremendous commotion from the dragon skeleton earlier had been heard by all outside. Dean Han, rest assured. With my two special task forces on this mission, nothing unexpected will happen. And besides, Elia is here too. Shiliu stood beside Han Jinfeng, offering reassurance. Han Jinfeng's eyes flickered. He dreaded the thought of Ye Ming and the others encountering an insurmountable crisis within the ruins. Ye Ming was not only his last disciple but also the hope of China. That was why he had dispatched Elia specifically to protect Ye Ming. Even the special task force had received orders to protect Ye Ming at all costs. Yet once inside, none had found an opportunity. Just then, spatial fluctuations appeared at the entrance of the ruins. Han Jinfeng hurriedly looked over. One by one, the people who had entered the ruins began to emerge. Some were being supported, and their numbers were significantly reduced. Seeing this, Han Jinfeng's heart sank. His figure instantly materialized before Lu Yinchang, who had emerged first. What happened? What danger did you encounter in the ruins? Why are you all so badly injured, and why are some missing? Lu Yinchang immediately recounted the events to Han Jinfeng. Only, this account had been altered by him. Upon hearing Lu Yinchang's account, Han Jinfeng's hair stood on end with fury. Over a dozen students had sacrificed their lives on this mission. This was a major incident. At that moment, Ye Ming also emerged. Han Jinfeng's gaze darted over. Seeing Ye Ming unharmed, he felt a slight sense of relief. Lu Yinchang seized the moment to point at Ye Ming. Dean. I suspect Ye Ming is the black-robed figure who corrupted the dragon bones. He's the mastermind behind this. The primary reason for the severe casualties this time was that the cloaked figure had corrupted two dragon skeletons. However, Han Jinfeng merely waved his hand without turning his head. Ye Ming is not the cloaked figure. I trust him. Hearing this, Lu Yinchang froze. Although Han Jinfeng had taken Ye Ming as his disciple, it was only very recently. And now, after so many casualties on this mission, Han Jinfeng actually trusted Ye Ming, his new disciple? Dean. Lu Yinchang still clung to the hope of framing him further, but Han Jinfeng waved his hand, cutting him off. Elia and the others haven't regained consciousness yet. We should hear their accounts before jumping to conclusions. Seeing this, Lu Yinchang could only seethe with frustration. Just then, the shrill voice of the giant scythe suddenly echoed. Where are my men? The humans had already appeared, yet his insect warriors were nowhere to be seen. Hearing the giant general's voice, Lu Yinchang, standing nearby, instantly hatched a new plan. He smugly addressed the giant general of the shadow scythe. Oomph. Your insectoid forces are nothing special. All your so-called elite warriors have been slaughtered by Ye Ming. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom. A bone-chilling, terrifying killing intent erupted in an instant. The giant general of the ghost scythe fixed his gaze firmly on Ye Ming. Chapter 74, Illusion? Mutation. Ye Ming had already ruined his chance to seize the medium-sized secret realm. Now he had slaughtered every elite insectoid warrior the general had dispatched into the ruins. By repeatedly thwarting his plans, Ye Ming had earned a spot on the giant general's must-kill list. Boom! The shadow scythe general's massive wings spread wide. With a single gentle flap, his figure vanished instantly.
The next moment, it materialized before Ye Ming. The colossal blade, several times larger than the Nibiru scythe, loomed ever larger in Ye Ming's eyes. Ye Ming instinctively assumed a combat stance. Although his strength had now risen to a new level, there remained a significant gap between him and the Shadow Scythe general, a Bug Clan commander whose might rivaled that of Wei Wu. If struck by this blow, even if he survived, he would likely suffer severe injuries. Fortunately, Wei Wu and the others would never stand by and watch him be slain by the Shadow Scythe general. The moment the Shadow Scythe general moved, Wei Wu struck. Blindingly bright fist marks appeared on both of Wei Wu's fists as he slammed them toward the giant general of the Shadow Scythe's back. Meanwhile, Han Jinfeng instantly positioned himself in front of Ye Ming. SSS class profession, Unbreakable Warrior. The embodiment of unyielding will, possessing formidable damage reduction and near-death burst capabilities, growing stronger with every blow. Han Jinfeng likewise delivered a punch, smashing toward the charging Shadow Scythe general.
Caught between Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng's pincer attack. Boom!
The two warriors' fierce fist strikes simultaneously slammed into the Shadow Scythe general's body, instantly obliterating it into a mist of blood.
The terrifying entity that had radiated overwhelming ferocity just a second before.
The next moment, it lay convulsing on the ground as a pile of shattered flesh and bone.
Witnessing this scene, everyone's pupils contracted sharply, their minds going completely blank. Dead? Such a ferocious insectoid general was instantly annihilated?
A profound sense of absurdity and horror washed over them. Yet witnessing the scene of the Shadow Scythe general being obliterated, neither Wei Wu nor Han Jinfeng showed any sign of joy.
Especially Wei Wu.
The Shadow Scythe general had led the insectoid hordes in harassing the borders of the Jiangnan district for years. He had clashed with Wei Wu no fewer than 100 times. Yet their strengths were nearly equal, and neither had ever emerged victorious. Therefore, Wei Wu was well aware of the giant general's formidable strength. He couldn't possibly die so easily.
At that moment, Wei Wu's pupils suddenly contracted as a realization struck him. Protect Ye Ming, he bellowed at Han Jinfeng.
Though unsure of the situation, Han Jinfeng swiftly turned around upon hearing Wei Wu's shout.
Yet when he turned around,
he saw nothing unusual. Ye Ming still stood there quietly. The other students were the same, all standing motionless, as if they were mannequins. Meanwhile, in Ye Ming's eyes, Han Jinfeng and Wei Wu had simultaneously unleashed their powerful fist strikes, but they hadn't attacked the giant scythe general. Instead, they slammed into a massive boulder nearby. Thus, the Shadow Scythe giant's figure had already arrived before Ye Ming. Wielding his coldly gleaming scythe blade, he swung it fiercely toward Ye Ming.
But at that very moment,
a thick wall of ice abruptly materialized before Ye Ming. Simultaneously, a searing fireball shot toward the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. Seeing this, the giant scythe general retreated to evade the incoming fireball.
Have you forgotten about me?
Qi Liyue, clad in a crimson qipao, appeared before Ye Ming. A blazing flame appeared in her left hand, while an ice crystal hovered in her right.
SSS class profession, Frostfire Mage. Though she didn't know why Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng had acted that way, she remained highly vigilant, constantly monitoring Ye Ming's safety. After all, Ye Ming was the hope of China. The Shadow Scythe general let out a savage laugh and swung his scythe blade once more. Qi Liyue wasted no words, unleashing a fireball from her left hand and an ice spike from her right simultaneously. To ensure Ye Ming's safety, Qi Liyue deliberately drew the battle elsewhere. At that moment, Qi Liyue suddenly noticed a sly, triumphant grin flash across the Shadow Scythe general's face. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. In the next instant, it seemed she too had grasped something. No! She whirled to look at Ye Ming.
Behind Ye Ming stood a figure cloaked in pink. Ye Ming seemed to sense the movement behind him and turned to look. Before his eyes appeared pale skin, eyes with a compound pupil structure, outer layers swirling with color, inner pupils forming vortex patterns. Two translucent crystal antennae extended from her forehead, their tips suspended with faint blue points of light that emitted rippling waves.
She wore a pink nebula-like gown that seemed to float weightlessly. Spanning her back were two pairs of translucent butterfly wings, vast as cloaks. The insectoid general, Mist Shadow Dreamlord. Ha! You're not affected by my illusions?
A hint of surprise flickered through the dream mistress's enormous compound eyes. She wielded the power of illusions, emanating it through the crystal antennae on her forehead. She could pull others into her illusions. This explained why Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng had earlier attacked the boulder for no apparent reason. As for why Qi Liyue remained unaffected, it was because the dream mistress's illusions held greater sway over those of the opposite sex. The other students, however, were simply unable to resist due to the disparity in power. This was also why the illusion dream master was surprised that Ye Ming remained unaffected by her illusion. Despite the vast disparity in their power levels and Ye Ming being of the opposite sex, he remained unaffected by the illusion.
How interesting.
As she watched Ye Ming staring directly at her, the antennae on the dream mistress's forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling glow. Simultaneously, the enormous wings on her back began to flutter gently. Each flap scattered pink specks of light that drifted outward.
Gradually coalescing, they formed a pair of translucent butterfly wing illusions, each 100 meters in diameter, enveloping everyone within. 3,000 dream corridors. It created countless dream corridors, blurring the line between reality and illusion for her enemies. This strike even dragged Qi Liyue into the dreamscape. Qi Liyue felt the figure of the Shadow Scythe General multiply before her eyes, seemingly endless. Yet Ye Ming's eyes remained crystal clear, utterly unaffected by the illusion. Ha! How is this possible? Disbelief flared in the Dream Master's eyes. The 3,000 dream corridors was her signature technique. It was this very technique that had imprisoned and annihilated countless demonic beings in the past. She had even imprisoned a 4th-tier demon sovereign. Yet now, it couldn't even hold a mere 2nd-tier human. The Dream Mistress refused to accept this reality. She fluttered her butterfly wings violently, sending ripples of spatial energy surging outward. As her wings fluttered, layer upon layer of spatial ripples instantly appeared upon them. Fragmented dreams severing slash. The Dream Mistress's wings became blades, fluttering out spatial wing blades toward Ye Ming. Where the blades passed, they left behind threads of spatial fractures, accompanied by pink dream-like bubbles. This technique of the Dream Mistress unfolded in 2 distinct phases. The first phase dealt pure physical damage, while the second phase unleashed a dual assault on both body and mind. Countless spatial rips and dream bubbles made it impossible to resist. Even before the blades drew near, Ye Ming sensed their terrifying lethality. The spatial fluctuations stung his skin. He felt the overwhelming force of this unimaginable assault. Even Ye Ming, who usually remained calm in crises, felt a chill deep within his heart. Unstoppable. Chapter 75. Color-grade equipment appears. Winged blades swept in. The 3 high-tier professionals who could withstand this assault were all dragged into the illusion. No one had time to help Ye Ming block it. He had to rely on himself. 8-9 mystic arts. 3 heads, 8 arms. His hands transformed into dragon form once more, his arms covered in a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. PSSSH. PSSSH. The blades poured forth, instantly piercing through the dragon scale defense. Blood gushed from Ye Ming's arms. Even with every skill he possessed to enhance his physical prowess, he simply couldn't withstand the attacks of the Dream Lord of Illusions. Within a few breaths, the stark white bones of his arms became clearly visible. If this continued, Ye Ming would likely be utterly shattered by this dense spatial force. At that moment, a sense of helplessness surfaced in Ye Ming's heart. Am I going down here? Ye Ming roared in fury, even activating his heavenly eye. Silver beams shot forth, temporarily slowing the spatial force's relentless assault, yet this merely delayed his inevitable demise. But just as despair began to take root in Ye Ming's heart, a brilliant light suddenly flared from his chest. In the next instant, a dragon scale floated into view. Ye Ming looked and recognized it as the very dragon scale that had drifted from Aot Sangming's remains. The dragon scale slowly drifted upward, then settled precisely over Ye Ming's chest. Immediately afterward, the dragon scale slowly adhered to Ye Ming's chest. Buzz! The dragon scale suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple-gold radiance. Under Ye Ming's astonished gaze, the dragon scale gradually transformed. It adhered tightly to the skin on his chest, rapidly spreading upward to cover his shoulders and neck, then downward to envelop his waist and abdomen, forming a sleek, ancient-powered breastplate. Snap! 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 A series of dense, crisp snapping sounds echoed as the armor plates interlocked. The dragon scale began extending from the chest plate. Shoulder plates, arm guards, abdominal armor, leg plates, rapidly solidifying. Crack! Finally, a fearsome visor adorned with sharp dragon horns curled up from the back of his neck, fitting seamlessly over Ye Ming's face. In mere moments, a set of imposing, domineering, and immensely powerful armor materialized upon Ye Ming's body. The entire suit appeared as if forged from dragon scales. Embedded upon the chest was the very dragon scale, now shimmering with golden radiance. A fearsome dragon-headed visor crowned his head, with spiral dragon horns protruding from his forehead. The shoulder plates, shaped like dragon claws, were incredibly thick, bearing dragon scale-like patterns. The backs of his hands bore 5 clawed blades, pulsing with a violet gold glow. A faint purple-gold dragon aura swirled around Ye Ming, as if the Dragon King himself had returned. Ancient Dragon King Battle Armor. Equipment quality, chromatic. Armor skill, void-splitting dragon claw strike, swings dragon claws to tear open spatial fissures, strangling the target, triggers a finishing blow effect when the target's health falls below 10%. Armor trait I, Constitution Spirit plus 500%. Armor trait 2, Boss Resistance plus 90% immune to beast boss level intimidation. Armor trait 3, converts 60% of all damage taken into true damage reflected back at the attacker. Battle Armor trait 4, attacks deal 30% armor penetration and inflict bleed lasts 3 seconds. This was the surprise Aot Sangming had promised Ye Ming. Upon donning the primordial Dragon King battle armor, Ye Ming felt his power surge to unprecedented heights. It felt as though a single strike could shatter mountains and rivers. Clang! 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 The Shadow Dreamlord's attack slammed against the primordial Dragon King battle armor, producing a crisp ringing sound.
Attacks that could shatter anything else left only faint, barely perceptible white marks upon the armor.
Ha! What is this?
The moment the Dream Lord of Shadows saw the primordial Dragon King's battle armor appear, she sensed a colossal dragon's might. Though she was of the insectoid race, she too felt slightly affected by the dragon's might. At the same time, she found it unbelievable that it could withstand her killing blow. Refusing to accept defeat, she frantically fluttered her butterfly wings, unleashing a torrent of wing blades that surged toward Ye Ming. She detonated the dream bubbles, creating countless illusions. Combined with spatial forces, they converged to crush Ye Ming.
Ye Ming already possessed immunity to illusory effects.
After donning the primordial Dragon King armor, his physique and spirit had surged by another 500%.
Virtually no illusionary skill could affect him now. At least, no entity below the 4th tier could affect him.
Seeing that Ye Ming's attacks failed to inflict effective damage, Ye Ming decided to take the offensive.
Void-splitting Dragon Claw Strike.
Golden light surged from the vertical pupils in Ye Ming's eyes as dazzling purple gold radiance flickered from the claw blades on his arms.
He raised his right hand high and swung it fiercely toward Ye Ming.
Rip! Where the claw blades sliced through, space tore apart like fragile cloth, forming 5 jagged rifts. 5 hideous spatial fissures instantly materialized. Carrying an aura of annihilation and terror, they coalesced into a colossal death net, closing in to strangle the Dream Mistress. Seeing Ye Ming dare to attack her, a flicker of anger flared in the Dream Lord's heart.
She was one of the 10 great generals of the insect clan. How could she possibly fail to kill a mere human?
The enormous butterfly shadow enveloping everyone rapidly shrank.
It solidified continuously, ultimately forming an incredibly sharp butterfly blade.
Go! The Dream Mistress gripped the butterfly blade forged from the giant shadow and hurled it fiercely at Ye Ming.
Boom!
The butterfly blade streaked through the air like a speeding arrow, leaving a trail of pink in its wake as it tore through space, hurtling straight toward Ye Ming. Facing such a terrifying strike, Ye Ming dared not delay. But just as he prepared to unleash the Crackroot Void Dragon Claw Strike once more to block the attack, a figure appeared before him.
Did you really think we weren't here?
Wei Wu's form blocked Ye Ming's path. His right foot slammed into the ground, muscles coiling like twisted dragons along his arms.
A colossal and terrifying aura erupted from his body. A golden vortex of gale energy coalesced at the tip of his fist. With each rotation of the vortex, Wei Wu's aura seemed to intensify.
Kill!
Wei Wu roared with fury, thrusting his fist forward to collide with the onrushing butterfly blade. Boom!
The fist chi erupted like a roaring dragon. The air twisted in its wake, as if even space itself could not withstand this terrifying force. In an instant, the fist aura and butterfly blade collided violently. The fist aura was pure, raw force, while the butterfly blade was ethereal energy. Where the two forces met, a blinding golden-pink energy vortex erupted. The fist aura sought to crush the butterfly blade with raw force, while the blade continually dissolved the fist aura's energy. The two forces clashed violently. After a moment, the two terrifying energies gradually calmed, ultimately extinguishing simultaneously.
No victor!
Oomph! Seeing his attack blocked, the Shadow Dream Master gave a cold snort. Having retrieved the 3,000 dream corridors, everyone had now fully escaped the illusion. Han Jinfeng and Qi Liu hurried back, positioning themselves in front of Ye Ming and the students. Wei Wu's eyes blazed like fire as he glared at the giant Scythe General and the Dream Lord, bellowing angrily.
What do you insectoids think you're doing? Do you intend to ignite a war between our two races? Chapter 76, Is Roasted Mantis Delicious? Facing Wei Wu's accusatory question,
the giant general of the Shadow Scythe ignored him, instead brandishing his twin blades.
Still intent on forcibly eliminating Ye Ming.
But at this moment, things wouldn't go as he wished. Wei Wu's side had 3 men, while they only had 2. Moreover, he had forgotten one crucial thing. The contract they had signed. Before arriving, Wei Wu had used the forbidden artifact, Soul Imprint Contract, to sign an agreement with the giant general of the Ghost Scythe. It stipulated that he could not freely attack within the borders of Huaxia, nor could he harm the human race. Otherwise, it would constitute a breach of contract, subjecting them to punishment by the power of the rules.
Sure enough.
As the giant Scythe General moved to attack, a thundercloud suddenly coalesced in the sky.
Boom!
A thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. Sensing danger, the Shadow Scythe General had no choice but to abandon his attack on Ye Ming. He spun to brace against the thunderous punishment.
Boom!
The thunderous punishment's power was overwhelming. It struck the scythe blade of the Shadow Scythe General. It instantly gouged a gaping hole through the blade. Simultaneously, a surge of thunderous energy enveloped the giant Scythe General, inflicting a powerful paralysis effect. Ah! Though the giant Scythe General had blocked this strike of divine retribution, he himself had suffered considerable damage. Yet he refused to give up, determined to continue his brutal assault on Ye Ming. Boom! Seeing the giant Scythe General still violating the pact, the thunderclouds in the sky unleashed another bolt of lightning. This bolt was thicker than before, carrying a terrifying aura as it slammed toward the giant general.
Crackle!
Instantly, electric arcs surged across the giant general's entire body, as if he were seated on an electric chair, continuously zapped by shocks.
His body convulsed uncontrollably, emitting waves of roasted meat aroma.
Ye Ming caught the scent and teased with a chuckle.
I've tried fried grasshoppers before, pretty tasty. Wonder how roasted mantises taste.
Hearing Ye Ming's taunt, the giant general's eyes blazed with fury, as if he wanted to tear Ye Ming limb from limb.
Severely wounded and paralyzed, he couldn't move.
Yet he still tried to raise his scythe blade to strike at Ye Ming. Seeing this, the Shadow Dream Master swiftly halted the giant scythe general's actions.
Stop. Another bolt of lightning would likely end you right here.
The Shadow Scythe General looked over at the words, only to find Wei Wu and the other two glaring at him menacingly. They were already outnumbered, and now he was gravely wounded. If he didn't leave now, even if the lightning punishment didn't kill him, Wei Wu and the others would surely finish him off.
Damn it! Ye Ming! I won't let you off the hook. You keep ruining my plans. I'll make you pay.
I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. The giant general of the dark side roared repeatedly, his hatred for Ye Ming palpable. Facing the giant general's threats, Ye Ming remained unfazed. He raised his right hand high and swung it fiercely toward the giant general of the Shadow Scythe.
Shatter Void Dragon Claw Strike. 5 spatial blades streaked toward the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. Seeing this, the Shadow Dream Master fluttered its wings, releasing countless butterfly blades to block the strike. Haha, little one, I'll remember you too.
The Shadow Dream Lord's eyes gleamed with intent, ready to devour Ye Ming.
Ye Ming, thinking the Dream Lord was attacking him too, immediately assumed a defensive stance. But in the next instant,
a burst of pink scales erupted from the Dream Lord's body. It instantly obscured both her and the Shadow Scythe General's forms.
Wei Wu, suspecting the Dream Mistress was up to more tricks, unleashed a punch into the swirling mist.
The fierce fist aura carried a powerful gust of wind, scattering the mist. But the figures of the Dream Mistress and her companion had vanished.
Oomph! Let them escape!
Seeing the Shadow Dream Master and his companion escape, Wei Wu snorted coldly. The Shadow Reaper General lay gravely wounded, a prime opportunity to finish him off. Alas, the elusive and unpredictable Dream Lord of Shadows stood in the way. They were powerless against him, forced to watch helplessly as they slipped away. As the insectoid forces retreated, Han Jin Foam turned to the others. Seeing so many students lying unconscious, he urgently commanded,
"Return to the academy immediately." Within Yunha Academy,
the injured and unconscious students had all been transported to the academy infirmary for treatment. The others were temporarily confined to a designated area. Upon learning of the black-robed figures appearing in the ruins, Han Jin Foam immediately realized that members of the Coexistence Society were among the students on this expedition. Ever since the ruins emerged into the mortal realm, sentinels had been stationed to guard its entrance. Only their group had entered. Therefore, the black-robed figure could only be one of them. To avoid unnecessary trouble and idle talk among the others, even Ye Ming was temporarily confined. A decision would be made once the unconscious individuals regained consciousness. At that moment, inside the detention cell, Lu Yanchang gathered with several others, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Ye Ming, who sat cross-legged in the corner.
Moments later, one of them abruptly approached Ye Ming.
"Hey!" The man stood before Ye Ming and shouted loudly.
Hearing the shout, Ye Ming paid no attention. Instead, Su Zhiqing stepped forward. "What the hell do you mean, hey? Doesn't my boss have a name?" Su Zhiqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her boss had saved someone only to be falsely accused, which left Su Zhiqing feeling deeply dissatisfied. Now someone dared to address Ye Ming as hey without even using his name. Not a shred of respect. The man grinned wickedly, turning to Su Zhiqing. "What's up, little freshman? Is this guy your boyfriend? You're so protective of him? Wasn't it him who framed our classmates in the ruins? You didn't dare accuse him, did he threaten you? If that's the case, tell me, senior. I'll help you." The man patted his chest, acting extremely enthusiastic, as if he were a great benefactor. Seeing his disgusting display, anger surged within Su Zhiqing. Whoosh! A lightsaber materialized in her hand. Swish! Su Zhiqing pressed the lightsaber directly against the man's throat. The dean said we'll know what happened once the unconscious students wake up. Su Zhiqing's eyes were as cold as ice as she snapped. Now is not the time for you to make wild assumptions. The man hadn't expected Su Zhiqing's reaction to be so fierce. The blade was mere inches from his throat. He could already feel the icy intent radiating from the blade. Stop! At that moment, Lu Yanchang strode over. Su Zhiqing, are you attacking a fellow disciple? He demanded sharply. Though we are both temporarily confined here, I remain the captain of the Academy's enforcement squad, with the authority to deal with students who violate Academy regulations. With that, he signaled the others to subdue Su Zhiqing. Lu Yanchang reached out with both hands, grabbing for Su Zhiqing's shoulders. But just as his hands were about to touch her, a large hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. Lu Yanchang looked up and saw it was Ye Ming. "I know you're after me. Cut the nonsense. Just say what you want to do." Ye Ming's eyes were like swords, fixed intently on Lu Yinchang.
Simultaneously, his hand clamped down on Lu Yinchang's wrist, preventing even the slightest movement. Lu Yinchang's brow furrowed sharply as he suddenly exerted force, pressing down with his arm.
Not an inch. Ye Ming's hand was like a giant clamp, holding him firmly in place. After several futile struggles, Lu Yinchang angrily wrenched his hand free.
Humph, he forced himself to remain calm.
I'm merely doing my duty. I have no personal vendetta against anyone.
But a shadow of menace flickered in his eyes.
As for what I intend to do, Lu Yinchang took a step back and declared loudly to those around him. I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 77, The Bet. As Lu Yinchang's words fell, instantly, all eyes instantly turned toward the two of them. Senior Lu wants to challenge a freshman? Senior Lu is one of the 7 Star Pearls members. Isn't he just going to beat Ye Ming? But Ye Ming is a gold medal freshman. He might just be able to hold his own against Senior Lu. Instantly, murmurs erupted. Some believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion, Lu Yinchang would surely win.
Others believed Ye Ming was no slouch either, being a gold medal freshman after all.
Lu Yinchang fixed his gaze intently on Ye Ming.
He eagerly anticipated Ye Ming accepting the challenge, as this would give him the perfect opportunity to exact revenge. He was confident he could defeat Ye Ming. After all, he was a level 43 SS class professional, a master of 100 poisons.
Well, do you accept?
Lu Yinchang looked at Ye Ming, his tone tinged with provocation. Ye Ming looked at him and replied in a low voice.
Fine. Seeing Ye Ming's agreement, Lu Yinchang's eyes lit up with delight. But this space is too small.
I'm afraid I won't have room to maneuver.
How about we take it to the sparring platform?
Although the academy strictly forbade private duels among students, friction and conflicts inevitably arose between people. And in this world, strength reigns supreme. Thus, the academy established a combat platform.
Students with disputes could ascend the platform, place wagers, and settle matters through combat.
Spectators could wager academy points on the matches, and the victor would also receive a portion of academy points.
Lu Yinchang's brows immediately furrowed.
If they fought on the arena, some of his tactics would be rendered useless. Moreover, the primary reason for this contest was he intended to feign an accidental slip and kill Ye Ming, leaving no witnesses.
Seeing Lu Yinchang hesitate, Ye Ming sneered. What? Are you afraid of losing to me, Senior Lu?
At that, Lu Yinchang, who had been wavering, instantly resolved himself.
A duel it is. Do you think I'll lose to you? Lu Yinchang retorted instantly.
Just then, someone approached the detention room. The unconscious students have regained consciousness. It's confirmed that Ye Ming wasn't the one who framed the students. Hearing the visitor's words, Ye Ming felt a slight sense of relief. After all, no one could bear having a false accusation pinned on them. Seeing this, Ye Ming continued.
Senior Lu, since it's been confirmed I didn't frame anyone,
then you should apologize for falsely accusing me earlier.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yinchang merely chuckled. Fine. If I lose this duel, I'll apologize to the entire academy in front of everyone. And I'll even give you 1,000 academy points.
The words had barely left his mouth when gasps erupted from the crowd.
1,000 academy points can even buy orange gear. Red gear only costs 2,000 academy points. No wonder you're a 7-star Pearl student. I've been here 3 years and barely scraped together 300 points. Every resource within the academy required academy points.
Thus, many students spend their points as soon as they earn them.
Few ever have any left over.
These 1,000 academy points were painstakingly saved by Lu Yinchang over 3 years to purchase the red equipment. Red equipment is exceedingly rare, typically affordable only to high-tier practitioners. Relatively speaking, exchanging them for academy points was already a fairly good deal. Lu Yinchang then turned his gaze toward Ye Ming. So, Junior Yi, what will you wager? Only then did Ye Ming realize he had nothing worthwhile to offer. The gear he'd acquired earlier had been distributed among Yang Xiao and the others. After a moment's thought, he could only offer a portion of his dragon crystals. After all, they had just emerged from the ruins. Possessing dragon crystals made perfect sense. Ye Ming produced a fist-sized dragon crystal. I'll stake this as my wager. Instantly, the eyes of those around him lit up. Most of them hadn't obtained any dragon crystals during this expedition. Those who had lucked out only had pieces the size of a thumb. The only egg-sized dragon crystal was the one Su Zhiqing had discovered at the beginning. Aona, who had been cradled in Su Zhiqing's arms, suddenly awoke. Like a small beast, she violently broke free from Su Zhiqing's embrace and transformed into a silver streak of light, darting straight toward Ye Ming's palm. Woof! Under everyone's stunned gaze, Aona swallowed the fist-sized dragon crystal. Swallowed it whole. Instantly, everyone's eyes went wide in disbelief.
Swallow such a large dragon crystal whole? How is that possible? Won't the dragon energy burst her from the inside? Dragon crystals could also be used for cultivation. The concentrated dragon energy within could be channeled and absorbed to enhance a practitioner's physical prowess. But no one had ever dared to swallow a dragon crystal whole. All eyes turned to Aona, filled with disbelief and shock. Where did this kid come from? I remember there was no child when we entered the ruins. Could it be a dragon from the ruins? Just as the crowd murmured in curiosity about Aona's presence, a deep, commanding voice suddenly cut through the air. Enough! Cease your discussion. Dean Han Jin Feng had arrived at the scene unnoticed. Her status is special, she is an official agent. Her identity must not be disclosed. This matter is closed. It turned out Ye Ming had secretly contacted Wei Wu earlier, asking Han Jin Feng to help cover for Aona's identity. Otherwise, Aona's presence could not be explained. With Han Jinfeng's endorsement, Aona was now officially designated as a special government operative. Within Huaxia, besides special task forces, numerous distinct specialized departments exist, each with different responsibilities. Han Jinfeng's authority calmed the restless crowd slightly. Though filled with doubts, they dared not speak further about the mysterious little girl. Lu Yanchang also snapped out of his shock, staring at Ye Ming's empty palm. A hint of undisguised mockery curled his lips. Junior Yi, now that your wager is gone, what are you going to do? Ye Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Aona devouring the dragon crystal had indeed disrupted his plans. He glanced at Aona, who was being hastily shielded by Su Zhiqing. The little one seemed satisfied as she patted her tiny belly. The dragon crystal he'd produced earlier was already quite large. Taking out another would arouse suspicion. As he pondered, Han Jinfeng suddenly suggested, "Why don't I make the decision? The loser unconditionally grants the winner one request. How about it?" This wager involved a binding commitment to the future, a weighty proposition indeed. Lu Yinchan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. A chance to humiliate Ye Ming, even cripple him. He immediately turned to Ye Ming, his gaze unmistakably coercive. "Junior Yi, dare you accept? Or is it that? Have you lost even that much courage?" All eyes instantly refocused on Ye Ming. Ye Ming met Lu Yinchan's challenging gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Why wouldn't I?" Hearing Ye Ming's acceptance, Lu Yanchang burst into laughter. "Excellent. My previous wager stands unchanged. Besides the conditions Dean Han mentioned, my 1,000 academy points and apology still stand." Lu Yanchang believed he could never lose to a freshman. Thus, these conditions would never be fulfilled, allowing him to appear magnanimous. "In that case, I shall serve as the referee for this contest," Han Jinfeng murmured. Chapter 78, One-Sided Bets. News of Lu Yinchan's duel with Ye Ming spread rapidly throughout the academy. The news stirred up quite a commotion within the academy. Lu Yanchang was one of the 7 star pearls, albeit the weakest among them. Yet the 7 star pearls represented the 7 strongest students within Yunha Academy. Each possessed immense power. Given time and barring unforeseen circumstances, these students could all become high-tier professionals. Breaking through to the 4th tier was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, the 7 star pearls symbolize supreme strength. And now, one of the 7 star pearls is actually challenging a freshman to a duel. To the uninformed observer, this looked like outright bullying. As the news spread throughout the academy, many students began flocking toward the arena. They all wanted to witness the duel and place bets to earn some academy points. However, they all wanted to bet on the same person, Lu Yanchang. Although Ye Ming was this year's top freshman recruit, Lu Yanchang was also a top freshman in his year and had been studying at the academy for so long. Ye Ming had only just enrolled and hadn't even begun his studies yet. How could Ye Ming possibly defeat Lu Yanchang? The arena was set up in a plaza. Stepped spectator stands encircled the plaza. The arena itself was a massive circular platform, surrounded by 4 thick energy pillars. These pillars activated the arena's protective shield, preventing combatants' attacks from striking the surrounding stands. By now, the area around the arena was packed with people, the crowd buzzing with excitement. Beyond the fixed annual selection period for the 7 star pearls, at other times, ordinary students could also choose to challenge the 7 star bead. However, they must continuously compete to improve their combat strength ranking. The combat power ranking is a chart that tracks the combat strength of Yunha Academy's students. Students could earn combat points through specific tasks and arena matches, then be ranked based on these points. The 7 star pearl itself is not counted toward this ranking. Only students ranked within the top 10 qualify to challenge the 7 star pearl. Otherwise, if anyone could challenge it at will, how could the 7 star pearls be cultivated? Therefore, when the students heard that Lu Yanchang, one of the 7 star pearls, had voluntarily offered to spar with a freshman, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Moments later, the stands were already packed with a sea of people, the noise reaching a fever pitch. Energy pillars around the arena flickered faintly, signaling the protective shields would activate at any moment. Near the arena, several well-connected upperclassmen hastily set up makeshift betting stalls. Now, crowds surged before these stalls as students waved their ID cards, scrambling to place bets. Betting's open. Lu Yanchang versus Ye Ming. Place your bets now, the seniors shouted loudly. Lu Yanchang to win, odds 1 to 1.01. Ye Ming to win, 50 to 1 odds. Seeing this, other students scrambled to place their bets. Bet on Captain Lu. Bet on Captain Lu. I'm betting on Senior Lu too. Senior Lu is a sure win. Any amount you bet is a profit. Without exception, every single bet was placed on Lu Yanchang. 1 to 1.01 odds. Bet 100 points on Lu Yanchang, and you only get 1 point if you win. Yet even so, the line of bettors backing Lu Yanchang stretched on and on. The students wore relaxed smiles. Even a mosquito bite is still meat. They seemed to see free academic points coming their way. In contrast, the betting counter for Ye Ming was deserted. The glaring 150 odd sign hung forlornly, ignored by all. Occasionally, a freshman or a student hoping for an upset would approach to take a look, only to be mocked by those nearby. Hey, bro, you're really betting on Ye Ming? Think you've got too many academic points to spare? 50 to 1 might look tempting, but you still need a chance to win. Lu Yanchang was a gold medalist back in the day, and he's still a 7-star pearl now. How could that kid possibly win? Exactly. Don't be foolish. Come queue over here. A freshman who looked somewhat hesitant, flushed with embarrassment under the mocking stares, pulled out 10 points. I'll bet 10 points on Ye Ming. Whoa! What a brave soul. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. Buddy, consider those 10 points as buying us drinks. Hearing their laughter, the freshman who had intended to bet on Ye Ming suddenly had second thoughts. He turned and placed his 10 points on Lu Yanchang instead. Seeing the freshman come to his senses. Ha! That's more like it, the others laughed in unison. But amidst the laughter, a figure slowly approached. Look! It's the Goddess of Light. The Goddess of Light is placing a bet too. I wonder who she'll choose. She must be betting on Senior Lu. But she seems to be getting pretty close to that Ye Ming guy. Su Zhiqing walked slowly, holding Aona's small hand. Ever since awakening, Aona had stayed close to Su Zhiqing's side, blinking her eyes curiously as she surveyed her surroundings. Everything seemed utterly new and fascinating to her. Su Zhiqing approached Zhu Jia. What? Are you here to bet on Lu Yanchang too, Jr.? The bookmaker asked with a smile. However, Su Zhiqing slowly shook her head. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, she placed her identity token on Ye Ming's name. I'm betting 600 academy points on Ye Ming. Her voice sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. 600 academy points. Truly goddess like she already has 600 academy points just after enrollment. But she bet on the wrong person. Su Zhiqing earned 500 academy points after being named gold medal freshman. She then participated in a relic exploration mission, earning another 100 academy points. With her total of 600 academy points, Su Zhiqing bet them all on Ye Ming. In her heart, the boss could never lose. Seeing Su Zhiqing bet on Ye Ming, everyone kindly tried to dissuade her. Junior, you should bet on Lu Yanchang instead. Even the bookmaker tried to dissuade her. That way, you might still earn some academy points. If you bet on Ye Ming, those 600 academy points will likely go down the drain. At the exchange rate of 1 huaxia currency to 50,000 academy points. Those 600 academy points equaled 30 million huaxia currency. Others chimed in repeatedly, urging Su Zhiqing not to bet on Ye Ming. But Su Zhiqing paid them no mind. She resolutely chose to bet on Ye Ming. At the same time, she produced another ID card. This one belonged to Ye Ming. He had asked Su Zhiqing to place a bet for him as well. Another 600 academy points. The crowd gasped once more. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the dealer had no choice but to place the bet for him. The dealer glanced at the scoreboard. The final wager totals were: Lu Yanchang's total wager, 12,840 academy points. Ye Ming's total wager, 1,220 academy points. Besides their own bets, only 2 seasoned gamblers chose to take a chance, each betting 10 points. 10 points wasn't much. They wouldn't feel the pinch if they lost. But if Ye Ming won, they could get 50 academy points. 50 academy points under normal circumstances, that would require completing at least 1 or 2 tasks. Seeing the nearly tenfold disparity in stakes between the two sides, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Yet some, witnessing Su Zhiqing's resolute bet on Ye Ming, began to entertain other thoughts. What if Ye Ming won? That would mean 50 times the odds. 600 would become 3,000. That would be enough to buy a red-tier equipment piece worth 100 million huaxia currency outright. And still have 1,000 left over. At that moment, Ye Ming and Lu Yanchang had already stepped onto the stage. They stared at each other from across the ring, their eyes blazing with combat intent. The 4 energy pillars on the stage activated, unfurling a massive protective shield, slowly enveloping the entire arena. Chapter 79, The Serrated Golden Centipede. Once the protective shield activated, it signaled the official start of Ye Ming and Lu Yanchang's duel. The tiered stands were packed with spectators, including other 7-star bead cultivators who had rushed to witness the event. It's Su Haoan, ranked 6th among the 7-star pearls. And the 4th-ranked, Song Chang. Even Qi Xian is here. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Normally, not a single 7-star pearl could be seen, but today, including Lu Yanchang. 4 7-star pearls appeared in total. Among them, Qi Xian ranked first among the 7-star pearls. Senior Qi rose to the top of the 7-star pearls with his A-class profession. I heard Senior AI challenged him multiple times, only to suffer crushing defeats each time. So impressive. An A-class profession outshining numerous SSS-class professions. He's an idol. Qi Xian had regular features, yet nothing about him could be called handsome or striking. Placed in a crowd, he would instantly fade into the background. Only his eyes betrayed a sense of calm, composure, and an almost piercing insight into others' souls. Qi Xian's gaze swept across the stage, finally settling on Ye Ming. Intuition told Qi Xian that Ye Ming was extraordinary. Deep down, he believed Ye Ming would win this contest. On the stage, at Han Jinfeng's command, Lu Yanchang sprang into action. He extended his palm and pressed it toward the ground. A green glowing magic formation materialized. Within moments, a toxic swamp 7 or 8 meters in diameter materialized on the stage. The viscous venom within the swamp churned ceaselessly, spewing forth green bubbles. 10,000 poison swamp. This created a persistent toxic swamp that inflicted continuous poison damage and slowed anyone who touched it. Lu Yanchang knew Ye Ming possessed exceptional physical prowess and blazing speed. Therefore, he had no intention of engaging Ye Ming head-on. Instead, he sought to wear Ye Ming down with sustained ranged damage. Thus, Lu Yanchang laid the swamp around himself to prevent Ye Ming's surprise attacks. Once the toxic swamp was established, the venom churned violently. One by one, venomous insects began crawling out of the swamp. Its senior Lu sawtooth golden centipede bugs. These bugs possess not only incredibly hard exoskeletons but also immense lethality. Looks like Lu Yanchang isn't holding back at all. Seeing Lu Yanchang unleash the sawtooth golden centipede right off the bat, the students in the stands who knew him were stunned. These insects resembled centipedes, their segmented bodies covered in serrated armor plates as sharp as chainsaw blades. It was Lu Yanchang's signature move. Countless opponents had fallen to this technique. Against Ye Ming, he had essentially unveiled his ultimate weapon from the very start. The sawtooth golden centipede crawled straight toward Ye Ming the moment it emerged from the poisonous swamp. Facing the swarm of sawtooth golden centipedes, Ye Ming's expression remained unchanged. He extended a palm. Hum! A ball of flame appeared in his hand. It slowly coalesced into a flaming spear. In the next instant, the flaming spear shot straight toward the crawling sawtooth golden centipede. Boom! The flaming spear slammed into the center of the sawtooth golden centipede swarm. It burst open, transforming into an endless sea of flames. Though the serrated golden centipede's surface was incredibly hard, their carapaces proved utterly useless. The sawtooth golden centipede screeched, tumbled, and struggled within the flames. Yet moments later, all lay motionless, their 100 legs pointing skyward. Seeing Ye Ming dispose of the sawtooth golden centipedes with such ease, Lu Yanchang's expression darkened. Having immediately deployed the poisonous swamp and then unleashed his signature skill, he had already taken Ye Ming very seriously. Yet he never imagined that the sawtooth golden centipede, which had never failed him before, would be instantly eliminated by Ye Ming. Even the students watching from the stands hadn't anticipated the formidable sawtooth golden centipede being so easily dealt with by Ye Ming. Su Hanhai, who was on good terms with Lu Yanchang, frowned deeply upon witnessing this. He had bet 500 academy points on Lu Yanchang's victory. Now, Lu Yanchang had lost the first move. Qi Xian, however, showed no change in his expression, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. At that moment, the poisonous swamp erupted once more, spewing forth countless venomous insects. These insects were covered in dark red crystalline shells, their insides glowing with a blinding orange light. As some crawled onto the stage, they left thin black trails across the floor. These insects moved with astonishing speed, their tails spewing flames like bursting fireworks. In the blink of an eye, they reached Ye Ming. The next moment, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the insects. An orange glow erupted violently from within. Boom! The insects exploded one after another like miniature bombs, exploding all around Ye Ming. Boom! The deafening blast wave swept across half the arena. Searing flames surged and expanded, instantly engulfing Ye Ming's position. Explosive flame parasite. Propelled by flames erupting from its tail, it detonates its core upon reaching its target. A rapid-moving self-detonating bomb. The searing flames churned relentlessly, scorching the air into rippling waves. Seeing this, Lu Yanchang beamed with satisfaction. This move was his most powerful skill. Each exploding flame fire bug's detonation packs the punch of a grenade. And he could summon hundreds of them at once. When these bugs detonated simultaneously, the temperature at their epicenter could reach thousands of degrees. The blast's force was sufficient to flatten small clusters of buildings. The stands erupted in deafening screams as the explosion occurred. Holy, holy! One student jumped straight out of his seat in terror. This is a duel? This is ING artillery barrage.
Oh no, can Ye Ming even survive this? Someone gasped, covering their mouth in horror, eyes wide as saucers. While the arena matches were meant to resolve student conflicts and allowed the use of powerful skills to a certain extent, but they usually wouldn't use skills powerful enough to kill an opponent. After all, this was a contest, not a fight to the death. Killing an opponent would result in severe punishment. Shi Xian, who had remained as still as a frozen pond, finally showed the slightest flicker of change on his face. His gaze pierced through the raging inferno. He fixed his gaze on Ye Ming's position. Finally, his brow twitched almost imperceptibly before returning to stillness. Meanwhile, Han Jinfeng, suspended mid-air, witnessed this scene. His own brow also furrowed slightly without conscious thought. Such a devastatingly powerful skill Lu Yinchang had actually unleashed it during the trial. Had Lu Yinchang faced anyone else in combat, this move would likely have killed him, resulting in the loss of a talented individual. Fortunately, his opponent was Ye Ming. Han Jinfeng's gaze shifted toward the sea of flames. At that moment, the once raging inferno gradually subsided. Amidst the crimson flames, a sliver of golden light emerged. Enveloped within that light was a human figure. When this figure appeared, the spectators watching the match instantly stared wide-eyed. He stood silently within the searing inferno, enveloped by a shield that flowed with golden radiance. Thin as a cicada's wing, the shield seemed to block the terrifying explosive energy and scorching flames. Ye Ming. Not even the hem of his robe bore a scorch mark, his expression as calm as ever. In an instant, his icy gaze fixed upon Lu Yinchang, whose face twisted in shock. Chapter 80, Learn to bark like a dog. Not a scratch? Withstood over 100 exploding flame bugs detonating and not a scratch? Someone shouted in disbelief, their voice cracking. A flicker of tension crossed Su Hanhai's face as his eyes locked onto the golden shield swirling around Ye Ming. Lu Yinchang had hit a brick wall. Even Qi Xian, who remained unflappable, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had anticipated Ye Ming could withstand the attack, but never imagined it would be in such a completely unscathed manner. At this moment, the smugness on Lu Yinchang's face had vanished completely, replaced by a hint of sheer terror. This was his most powerful skill, yet it hadn't even scratched Ye Ming. Ye Ming's expression remained calm as he walked slowly toward Lu Yinchang. Simultaneously, a staggering aura of power surged forth from Ye Ming's body. Reverberating dragon roars echoed from within his body. The next instant, boom! Ye Ming's figure shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Lu Yinchang. The heavenly dragon power within him roared incessantly, while a purple-gold glow erupted from the tip of his fist. Stellar shift. Ye Ming's form flickered repeatedly as the distance between him and Lu Yinchang closed in an instant. Then he leapt high into the air, his fist enveloped in purple-gold light. Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. He unleashed a fierce fist strike, hurtling straight toward Lu Yinchang. The fist strike struck Lu Yinchang's chest with the force of a meteor. Ye Ming's speed was so blindingly fast that Lu Yinchang couldn't even react. Boom! The fist struck Lu Yinchang's chest with a solid thud. The strike was fierce and overpowering. Put! Blood spurted from Lu Yinchang's mouth as he flew backward uncontrollably. He slammed into the protective energy shield at the edge of the ring, sending out a violent ripple. He felt as though his internal organs had shifted out of place. With just one strike, Ye Ming had left him gravely injured. Cough, cough, cough. This can't be. Lu Yinchang collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with utter bewilderment and disbelief. He looked up, his pupils suddenly contracting. Ye Ming's figure had materialized right before him. He didn't even have time to react. Ye Ming had already reached out with his large hand and clamped it around his throat. Then, with a violent jerk, he was lifted off the ground. Witnessing this scene, the students in the stands collectively gasped in horror. Whoa! Instant kill? Lu Yinchang, a 7-star pearl cultivator, treated like a toy by Ye Ming? A flash of irritation crossed Su Hanhai's face. He had wagered 500 academy points on Lu Yinchang. Such a large sum of academy points even as a 7-star pearl, it had taken him considerable effort to accumulate them. When Qi Xian witnessed Ye Ming's lightning-fast movements, his body instinctively leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Ming. Finally, he murmured slowly. Impressive speed. Meanwhile, Han Jinfeng, suspended mid-air, observed the dragon's aura slowly emanating from Ye Ming's body. Looks like this kid had some extraordinary encounter in the ruins. At that moment, on the stage, Lu Yinchang's feet left the ground as he kicked wildly. His face gradually turned from pale to purple. Admit defeat? Ye Ming's voice was icy, carrying an inexplicable aura of authority. Lu Yinchang was still struggling desperately. But Ye Ming's hands were like iron clamps, gripping his neck with deadly force. He couldn't move at all. After futile attempts, his breathing grew increasingly labored. His face turned purplish red. Lu Yinchang had no choice but to nod his head in defeat. Seeing Lu Yinchang concede defeat, Ye Ming finally released his grip on Lu Yinchang's throat. He tossed Lu Yinchang onto the ring. Cough, cough, cough. Half kneeling on the ring, Lu Yinchang gasped for fresh air. Since you've conceded defeat, apologize. Lu Yinchang lifted his head and looked at Ye Ming.
At that moment, Ye Ming's pupils had transformed into vertical slits. They fixed intently on Lu Yanchang. Lu Yanchan's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally gritted his teeth and murmured, "I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Speak up." Ye Ming barked. At these words, Lu Yanchan's eyes widened in fury.
But when he saw Ye Ming's eyes, now transformed into dragon pupils, he forced himself to suppress his rage.
He shouted again, "I'm sorry." Lu Yanchan's voice was clearly amplified by the ring's sound system, echoing throughout the entire arena.
Instantly, the stands erupted in an uproar. A 7-star pearl had been defeated by a freshman.
This had never happened in the history of Yunha Academy.
A tidal wave of murmurs erupted, piercing through the protective barrier.
These voices reached Lu Yanchan's ears with crystal clarity.
Listening to the voices around him, Lu Yanchan's face darkened with fury. Yet Ye Ming had not spared him.
Ye Ming's icy voice rang out once more.
"Don't forget about the 1,000 academy points, and..."
Lu Yanchang forced himself to suppress his rage.
Those 1,000 academy points represented his entire fortune. He had painstakingly accumulated these academy points over such a long period, only to have them become Ye Ming's dowry.
But Ye Ming's next words sent his fury into a frenzy.
"And the losing side must unconditionally agree to one request from the winning side.
I've already thought of what that request will be. And that is,
bark like a dog 3 times. Ye Ming's voice wasn't loud, even carrying a hint of indifference.
Yet it thundered like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Lu Yanchan's ears. As Ye Ming's words fell, the once boisterous arena instantly plunged into deathly silence.
In the stands, countless students froze, their eyes widening to their limits, mouths instinctively gaping. Even Qi Xian, usually composed, showed a flicker of surprise. After a brief, frozen silence, the arena erupted with even louder voices.
Bark like a dog? Making the 7-star Pearl Enforcement Captain bark like a dog in public? Holy! That's just too cruel. Psychological torture.
This is pure psychological torture.
Shouts of shock, gasps of disbelief, and incredulous screams swept across the entire arena like a tsunami.
They had expected Ye Ming to demand resources, equipment, or skill manuals. But absolutely no one dared imagine Ye Ming would make such an utterly humiliating demand.
This was meant to nail Lu Yanchan to the pillar of shame in the Academy's history. To utterly crush every shred of his dignity, status, and pride. He's gone mad.
Ye Ming has truly lost his mind.
How could Lu Yanchang possibly agree to this?
This is worse than killing him. Everyone present was stunned, except for Han Jinfeng in the sky, whose expression remained utterly unchanged. As if Ye Ming hadn't made a single mistake. The moment Lu Yanchang heard the words bark like a dog 3 times, his mind went blank.
He even suspected he was hallucinating from suffocation.
Yet the deafening chorus of gasps echoed in his ears. Ye Ming actually told him to bark like a dog.
Ah!
A roar, choked with boundless humiliation and seething hatred, erupted from the depths of Lu Yanchang's throat. He, a proud member of the 7-star Pearls, a senior alumnus. Losing to a freshman was already a crushing humiliation. Now Ye Ming actually wanted him to bark like a dog 3 times in front of countless classmates.
Ha 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 ha.
Furious to the point of laughter, Lu Yanchang struggled to his feet. A dark glint flickered in his hate-filled eyes.
Ye Ming.
You forced my hand.
Chapter 81, You look like a dog to me. Lu Yanchan's face contorted into a hideous grimace.
A demon seed, radiating malevolent energy, materialized in his hand. As the demon seed appeared, the crowd that had been seated watching the match all stood up.
Demonic energy? Such terrifying demonic energy. A demon seed. That's a demon seed. Is Lu Yanchang a demonic spy?
One moment he was the captain of the law enforcement squad at one of China's 5 great universities. The next moment, he became a demonic being despised by all. Immediately afterward, under countless gazes filled with terror, horror, and rage, he actually swallowed the demon seed, which radiated overwhelming demonic energy, in one gulp.
Gulp! As Lu Yanchang swallowed the demon seed, a staggering surge of demonic energy erupted from his body.
2 short, sharp black horns suddenly pierced through the sides of his temples. His muscles began to swell like they were being inflated. They even tore his clothes to shreds.
His skin rapidly shed its human hue. Ultimately, it took on a sickly, sinister purplish-black hue.
Within mere moments, a 3-meter-tall, monstrous figure radiating demonic energy and bearing a hideous, snarling visage appeared on the stage. Lu Yanchan's eyes had turned bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Ye Ming. As if he wanted to charge forward immediately and tear Ye Ming to shreds.
Upon witnessing the demonically transformed Lu Yanchang,
the faces of the numerous students paled and twisted with horror. Some timid students even began to tremble slightly. But Qi Xian suddenly stood up. The calmness vanished from his eyes, replaced by an unprecedented intensity and battle intent. The intangible aura surrounding him instantly sharpened to an unparalleled edge.
Demonization. Tongtsuan society. He instantly recognized Lu Yanchan's identity.
A traitor among humanity, a member of the Coexistence Society. As a member of the 7 Star Beads, he had personally slain countless demons.
But that wasn't enough.
His family was not wealthy, and he had only awakened an A-rank profession. Such a rank was neither here nor there.
An S-rank profession would have earned him official subsidies.
If it were a C-rank profession, he wouldn't bother being a strong warrior and would just live as an ordinary person. But it just had to be an A-class profession stuck in the middle. Yet his parents sacrificed everything for his cultivation. They practically sold everything they owned to fund his studies. He diligently cleared dungeons to level up, took quests to earn money and academy points. After relentless effort, he finally became the top 7-star pearl holder with his Class A profession. He received the devastating news that his parents had been brutally murdered by demons during the demonic tide. His parents never witnessed his moment of glory. Thus, Shi Xian harbored an overwhelming hatred for the demon race. Just as he prepared to charge onto the arena stage, a sudden telepathic message echoed in his ears. After hearing the message, he ultimately suppressed his hatred and sat down. What a pity! At that moment, on the stage, Lu Yanchang's eyes were now filled with savage and frenzied killing intent. Ye Ming! Lu Yanchang's bloodshot eyes locked onto Ye Ming. In the next instant, his figure blurred into a trail of afterimages and vanished. Ye Ming's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Before he could react, a blood-curdling wind swept in from behind him. Boom! Lu Yanchang swung his monstrous claws, now several times larger than before, slamming them into Ye Ming's back. Ye Ming's body shot violently forward. Lu Yanchang's body swayed once more. He materialized directly in front of Ye Ming, raising his fist once more to smash into the flying figure. Ye Ming was repeatedly knocked flying by Lu Yanchang. Like a punching bag, he was sent flying back and forth. At that moment, Ye Ming felt as though his entire body had been struck by a 10,000-ton hammer, the pain excruciating. Ye Ming estimated that Lu Yanchang's current strength was no less than that of a level 60 professional. His physical stats must have reached at least 1,000 points. Consider this, Wei Wu, an SSS tier professional at level 79 with a physical combat style. His physical constitution was only around 2,000 points. Now, harnessing the power of the demon seed, Lu Yanchang's physical strength had surged from roughly 500 points to 1,000 points. This equates to possessing half of Wei Wu's strength. Such terrifying strength had already surpassed that of a bronze tier mentor. Most bronze tier mentors are S-class professions, around level 60. Boom! Ye Ming once again took Lu Yanchang's blow, getting blasted to the edge of the ring. Lu Yanchang's bloodshot eyes fixed on Ye Ming as he struggled to rise. He let out a shrill, piercing laugh. Ha 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 ha! Ye Ming, this day was bound to come for you. Aren't you so tough? How come you're getting beaten like a dog now? You'd be better off barking like one. Lu Yanchang transformed into a dark shadow and charged toward Ye Ming once more. But as he slammed into Ye Ming this time, he saw Ye Ming's pupils had completely transformed into dragon eyes. Plates of purple gold dragon scales now covered his arms. An astonishing dragon's might erupted. Yet even witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yanchang remained unconvinced. He had now obtained the power of the demon seed. With the formidable abilities of the demonic race, there was no way he couldn't defeat a mere brat. Black demonic flames erupted from the tips of Lu Yanchang's fists, transforming into a dark meteor hurtling straight toward Ye Ming's face. As Lu Yanchang closed in, Ye Ming's eyes narrowed. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and the purple gold dragon scales covering it suddenly blazed with light. His entire arm seemed to transform into a true dragon's claw. Instead of dodging, he let out a low growl and unleashed a brutal punch upward. Boom! The dragon claw and demon claw collided violently, a pure clash of raw power. A visible ring-shaped shockwave abruptly spread out, causing ripples to form on the protective shield at the edge of the arena. Lu Yanchang's towering frame was actually shaken slightly by Ye Ming's single punch. This can't be. A shockwave of disbelief surged through Lu Yanchang's mind. In this clash of power, he had actually been slightly outmatched. He refused to accept it. He raised his claw, now a purplish-black hue and engulfed in demonic flames, tearing through the air. With a deafening roar, it slammed down toward Ye Ming's head. Seeing this, Ye Ming extended his purple gold dragon claw to block. The claw, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was forcibly held mid-air, unable to descend even an inch. Seeing his attack blocked once more, the madness in Lu Yanchang's eyes intensified. He opened his massive jaws and lunged forward, snapping at Ye Ming. Ye Ming would never let him succeed. A hook landed squarely on Lu Yanchang's jaw, sending him flying backward. The blow was so powerful that even the demon-possessed Lu Yanchang felt waves of dizziness. Yet, thanks to his high physical constitution, he quickly recovered. Lu Yanchang was instantly consumed by fury. His gaping maw erupted in a torrent of viscous, foul-smelling purple-black demonic flames. But the demonic flames did not strike Ye Ming directly. Instead, it spread rapidly as if alive, instantly engulfing most of the arena and trapping Ye Ming within. Venomous swamp, demonized. After Lu Yanchang's demonic transformation, the power of his skills had amplified. Moreover, the demonic transformation imbued them with terrifying demonic energy. The demonic energy swirled violently within the swamp, billowing forth a purple-black toxic mist that was both poisonous and corrosive.
The toxic mist surged madly toward Ye Ming. Simultaneously, countless black maggots crawled out of the swamp. Demon flames scorched, demonic insects attacked, and toxic mist corroded. A triple-killing domain instantly took shape. A trace of demonic flame flickered at the corner of Lu Yinchan's mouth as he roared with laughter. Ye Ming, can you still block this move? Chapter 82, Overwhelming Victory.
Ye Ming stood atop the stage.
Beneath his feet, demonic flames swirled. A deadly poisonous mist slowly swirled around him. Countless venomous insects crawled toward him at breakneck speed.
Facing a triple assault, a fierce gleam flashed in Ye Ming's eyes.
Roar! A deep, majestic dragon's roar erupted from within him.
This dragon's roar was not deafening, yet it carried a soul-piercing pressure.
As the dragon's roar swept across the arena, the swarm of densely packed insects abruptly froze in their tracks.
The sheer might of the dragon clan. It held a certain deterrent power over all living things. But as pitch-black demonic flames rose from the insects' bodies, the insects resumed their rapid crawling, moving toward Ye Ming. The once crimson explosive flame bugs turned pitch black, their tails spewing demonic flames as they lunged toward Ye Ming. Seeing this, Ye Ming, he resolved to fight fire with fire. Boom! The crimson three-flame true fire instantly enveloped Ye Ming's entire body. It transformed him into a fiery god of war. The purple-gold dragon scales on his arms glowed even more brilliantly under the flames.
The next instant,
Ye Ming's figure blurred violently, darting forward like a bolt of lightning.
His movements traced an elusive path, like a celestial dragon gliding through the air. He weaved through the poisonous mist and swarming insects.
Protected by the three-flame true fire, any toxic mist that approached him was instantly scorched and vaporized.
It couldn't harm Ye Ming at all. As for the poisonous insects, while dodging, Ye Ming's palms flashed relentlessly. Each strike unleashed a surging fire dragon,
exploding within the swarm of poisonous insects.
Sizzle! Sizzle!
The hideous bugs, as if encountering their nemesis, emitted piercing shrieks before instantly burning away into wisps of black smoke. The exploding flame bugs didn't even have time to self-detonate before being incinerated to ashes by the three-flame true fire. Meanwhile, the three-flame true fire collided with the demonic flames. A violent reaction erupted, each consuming the other. But in the end, the three-flame true fire proved superior. Ye Ming forged a path through the swamp of demonic flames covering the ground.
His figure swiftly dealt with Lu Yinchan.
Watching his multiple lethal attacks deflected one by Ye Ming, the rationality in Lu Yinchan's eyes began to fade. He transformed completely into a demonic creature, plunging into a frenzied rage. Simultaneously, countless serrated golden centipedes crawled out of the swamp. They leapt upward, covering Lu Yinchan's right arm. Taste this! His voice roared like a wild beast. The saw-toothed centipede's sharp claws dug deep into his skin, as if seeking to fuse with it. A flicker of pain crossed Lu Yinchan's face, but madness dominated his expression. The bugs interlocked, piled upon each other, and embedded themselves. Their exoskeletons, hard as steel and sharp as blades, layered over one another like moving metal scales. Within mere breaths, Lu Yinchan's entire right forearm, palm included, was completely replaced by this insect arm formed by the sawtooth golden centipedes. It was no longer a human arm, but a terrifying, monstrous chainsaw blade. Die! Lu Yinchan roared. He swung the terrifying blade formed by countless saw-toothed golden centipedes, aiming straight for Ye Ming's head. The blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing, shrill sound like metal scraping against metal. Ye Ming stared at the arm blade vibrating at high speed. His face remained expressionless. Only the purple gold dragon scales on his arm glowed with an even more dazzling light. Clang! 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 The dragon claws collided with the golden centipede arm blades, producing a series of metallic clangs. Each collision erupted in blinding sparks. Simultaneously, the golden centipede arm blades continuously sprayed venom, corroding the dragon scales. Fortunately, the dragon scales were incredibly resilient, and the presence of the three-flame true fire protected him. The venom posed no threat to Ye Ming. Yet the golden centipede blade proved deceptively versatile. The saw-toothed golden centipede at the very front would occasionally open its mouth full of sharp teeth, biting at the dragon scales on Ye Ming's arm. It sought to tear them off. Seeing this, Ye Ming knew he couldn't prolong the battle. Though Lu Yinchan couldn't harm him for now. But its bizarrely mutating poisonous insects could cause trouble if he wasn't careful. Therefore, Ye Ming decided to take the offensive. Having been on the defensive, Ye Ming suddenly changed his stance. He seized the attacking golden centipede arm blade with both hands, gripping it firmly. Then, a blazing ball of three-flame true fire erupted. Boom! In an instant, it engulfed the entire golden centipede arm blade. Sizzle! Sizzle! The parasitic insects were instantly incinerated. Squeak! 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 Piercing insect cries erupted from every part of the arm blade. Clatter! Clatter! Countless corpses of sawtooth golden centipedes rained down from Lu Yinchan's arm. Without the sawtooth golden centipede's protection, Lu Yanchang's arm, gripped by Ye Ming, began to emit black smoke. This was the result of the demonic energy being utterly consumed by the three-flame true fire. The three-flame true fire possessed the power to incinerate all things, and it held immense destructive force against demonic energy.
Boom! The searing three-flame true fire engulfed Lu Yanchang's entire body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall flame giant. Ah! Lu Yanchang let out a wretched howl of agony.
He frantically channeled demonic energy, desperate to extinguish the three-flame true fire consuming him. But the more demonic energy he channeled, the more fiercely the three-flame true fire burned. The demonic energy acted like nourishment, fueling the three-flame true fire.
This must end. Ye Ming's eyes narrowed as he leapt lightly into the air.
Extending his dragon claw, covered in purple gold dragon scales, he once again slammed it down over Lu Yanchang's face.
Ye Ming's arm muscles bulged as he exerted immense force, slamming his arm down with overwhelming power. Boom! A terrifyingly deep, muffled explosion erupted.
Lu Yanchang's head, pinned down by Ye Ming, slammed violently against the stage.
The immense impact sent shockwaves rippling through the entire platform.
Spider-web-like cracks spread wildly outward from the point where Lu Yanchang's head struck.
Ye Ming's terrifying blow had shattered the incredibly sturdy platform.
Under this savage blow, Lu Yanchang, who had been struggling frantically moments before, suddenly fell silent.
The towering demonic flames began to gradually die down.
As the dust settled, deprived of demonic energy, the once corrupted Lu Yanchang slowly began to revert to his original form. His arms were mangled and charred black. Even in death, his bulging eyes remained filled with utter disbelief.
Why, even with the power of the demonic race, could he not defeat Ye Ming?
Ye Ming gazed at the dead Lu Yanchang, his eyes devoid of emotion.
At that moment, the entire arena fell into silence.
The crowd couldn't believe Ye Ming had disposed of the demon-possessed Lu Yanchang so swiftly. From the start of the match to its conclusion,
only a few minutes had passed.
After his demonic transformation, Lu Yanchang's power had reached at least the level of a demon lord. To defeat a demon lord, it would take at least several platinum tier students working together. It would take several minutes of fierce combat to defeat him.
Yet Ye Ming, acting alone, defeated him with ease. How terrifying! In the stands, after witnessing Ye Ming eliminate Lu Yanchang, Xi Xian immediately walked off the arena.
Han Jinfeng, the referee in the air, nodded with satisfaction.
He declared, "This match goes to Ye Ming." Chapter 83, The Contrasting Lolita's Senior Sister. Night fell. Ye Ming entered the residence assigned to him by the academy.
The dormitories at Yunha Academy were all small villas. Each villa housed 4 students, with each occupant having their own private room. This arrangement allowed students to study and interact together while still having their own private space. As a top-tier freshman, Ye Ming qualified for exclusive use of an entire villa. The villa wasn't large, spanning about 150 square meters over 2 floors. After a quick wash, Ye Ming collapsed onto his bed. The series of battles over the past few days had completely exhausted him. First came the Master Selection Tournament, then the exploration of the Celestial Dragon Ruins, and finally the battle against Lu Yanchang. Every battle had been brutal, one after another. But thankfully, high risk came with high reward. He had gained quite a lot. In the Mentor Selection Tournament, he earned a gold medal and 500 academy points. Plus another 100 points from the Relic Exploration Quest. A total of 600 points all staked by Su Zhiqing. In the end, he defeated Lu Yanchang and won 30,000 academy points, equivalent to 15 billion Huaxia currency. But the senior students who had placed the bets simply couldn't afford to pay up. Even if they scraped together enough points for Ye Ming, there was still Su Zhiqing's 30,000 to cover. In the end, Han Jinfeng stepped in to resolve the matter. Each contributed 5,000 academy points, with the remainder compensated through skill books, items, and other resources. Within the Celestial Dragon Ruins, Ye Ming obtained a set of colored equipment, the Primordial Dragon King Battle Armor along with a special physique. Chaos Celestial Dragon Physique. These 2 items could be said to have elevated Ye Ming's strength by several tiers. It was nothing short of a quantum leap. It gave him the capital to confront high-tier professionals. Simultaneously, the long-awaited incense offering settlement commenced. Honored members, Yang Xiao, Li Jia. Achievement, first clear of the Dark City Dungeon on hard difficulty. Reward, Spirit Power plus 10-3. Honored members, Yang Xiao, Li Jia. Achievement, first clear of the difficult difficulty dungeon Frozen Canyon. Reward, Spiritual Power plus 10-3. You have shared the level up experience gained by the honored ones. Level up, 3039. Over the past few days, Yang Xiao and his 2 companions not only cleared 10 hard difficulty dungeons for the first time but also slayed countless monsters, earning massive amounts of experience. As a result, Ye Ming received a total of 300 spirit power points. Ye Ming now possesses 405 spirit power points. He could once again promote one person and upgrade their profession. He just hasn't decided who to choose yet. So he decided to first observe his newly recruited subordinate Ao Na. Name, Ao Na.
Class, Dragon King titular. Quality, hidden. Level, unknown. Physical constitution, unknown. Spirit, unknown.
Exclusive class trait Dragon King possesses the primordial Dragonkin word spell power, ignores and suppresses all Dragonkin word spells, unconditionally casts word spells instantly.
Dragon Dominion authority unlocked.
Class skill, Word Spirit Judgment deploys the judgment domain to adjudicate sinners within its reach, doubling its effect against those bearing dragon blood.
Class skill, Word Spirit Divine Oracle possesses the ability to control those with dragon bloodlines.
Control diminishes against dragons of greater power or purer bloodlines.
Class skill, Word Spirit 10,000 selves replicates all abilities of dragon bloodline bearers and confuse these abilities. Any target possessing dragon bloodline can have their abilities replicated, following the rules of Oracle. After reading Ao Na's information, Ye Ming's eyes lit up.
With the divine decree of Word Spirit and the power of 10,000 selves, wouldn't he be able to possess the strength of all dragons? Originally, the Chaos Celestial Dragon body could only transform his physical form into that of a dragon, but it did not grant him the power of the dragon race. But after taking in Ao Na, he could now use Spell Spirit 10,000 selves to gain dragon abilities. He could even command the dragon race. As the pinnacle race, the dragon clan's power was beyond imagination. If Ye Ming could command the dragon race now, he would have driven the insectoid and demonic races from Blue Star long ago.
But alas, Ao Na is not yet the true Dragon King.
She possesses only the primal power of the Word Spirit, lacking the authority to command.
Even so, Ye Ming was already deeply satisfied. Acquired abilities, Dragon King Word Spirit Power, Word Spirit Judgment, Word Spirit Oracle, Word Spirit Omniscience. Acquire new ability, Fusion.
Allows merging of acquired abilities, passives, and skills. As Ye Ming's followers grew in number, the skills he possessed also multiplied. Yet many remained unusable. His mana pool was limited, making it impossible to unleash them all. Moreover, during combat, the sheer number of skills. It was difficult to execute them effectively in succession. But now, with the new skill, Fusion, he could merge all his skills together. This reduces redundant skills. New skill, Divine Might Celestial Form, upon activation, enters Divine Might form, enabling body size transformation. Clad in radiant armor, every movement radiates divine might, enhancing both physical and mental attributes. Spirit Radiance Battle Armor, 8-9 Mystic Arts, 3 heads and 8 arms, Gauchen's Wrath form. New skill, Celestial Retribution Blade, condenses weapons to unleash the Celestial Retribution Blade, dealing mixed damage and applying a day's effect to all targets along its path. Light Slash, Mountain Splitting Strike, Celestial Edge Decree, Fire Point Spear. New skill, Sacred Thunder Flame, releases flames imbued with light, fire, and thunder energies, which can attach to attacks and weapons. Light's power, threefold True Fire, Heavenly Command Lightning Strike. Ultimately, Ye Ming's original 20+ skills were fused into 8 new abilities. These skills cover attack, movement, defense, healing, support, and summoning. Ye Ming's skill efficiency has now been greatly enhanced. These past few days had been immensely rewarding, yet utterly exhausting. Before long, Ye Ming drifted off to sleep, his mind buzzing with excitement. The next day, at dawn, the sun had barely risen when Ye Ming rose early. For today he was to pay his respects to his mentor. It was also his first day of formal studies at the academy. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, Ye Ming had Han Jinfeng assign him a temporary mentor. If he needed to learn anything, he could always seek out Han Jinfeng or Wei Wu. These high-ranking professionals were all occupied with critical missions. Their mission was to monitor the high-tier combat forces of other alien races. The reason China had not been invaded by high-level combatants from other races was precisely because the surveillance of these high-level professionals prevented them from acting with impunity. The substitute mentor Han Jinfeng assigned was Fenglinger. Fenglinger was also Han Jinfeng's registered disciple, which is why he had her take charge of Ye Ming. Ye Ming hadn't expected to have a lowly senior sister. Following the information provided by Fenglinger, Ye Ming arrived at her residence. It was a structure woven from spiritual wood vines, resembling a giant bird's nest. Beside it stood a towering Polonia tree, radiating an aura of tranquility and peace. Ye Ming took a deep breath and gently knocked on the arched doorway formed naturally from Polonia wood. Creak! The door, unlocked, swung inward on its own. The scene that greeted Ye Ming's eyes caused him to pause in surprise. The interior was not the stern study or meditation chamber he had imagined for his mentor, but rather resembled a warm and whimsical nest. In the center of the room, Lu Shaha sat composedly on a small cushion. Today, Lu Shaha had her long hair pulled up high into a bun. She wore a black skirt and opaque black stockings on her legs. Her usual mature, elegant appearance had transformed into that of a young girl. In stark contrast, Fenglinger, whose physique resembled that of a loli. Today, she wore a vibrant plumage-adorned outfit. Her feathers stood bold and defiant. Her chin lifted slightly as she looked at Ye Ming with a proud and spoiled expression. Chapter 84, Ranked Match My Turn. Oh, the big stars here? A clear, lively voice rang out, childish yet oddly mature. Ye Ming had earned multiple titles since entering the academy. Most sought after by gold medal mentors, the dean's personal disciple, and the fastest to become a 7-star Pearl member. In just a few short days, Ye Ming had become a sensation within Yunha Academy. Hearing Foam Linger's teasing remark, Ye Ming gave an awkward smile and stepped forward. "Should I address you as mentor or senior sister?" Ye Ming asked softly. Foam Linger stood before Ye Ming with her hands on her hips, her height barely reaching his chest. Her lively eyes twinkled mischievously. "Just call me senior sister. I'm hardly worthy of being the mentor to a big star." Clearly, Foam Linger harbored a slight pang of resentment that Ye Ming hadn't chosen her as his mentor. "Senior sister." Ye Ming could only bow respectfully. Addressing a girl who looked like an elementary school student as senior sister felt decidedly novel. "Alright, sit down quickly." Foam Linger lightly leapt and sat cross-legged on a cushion. Ye Ming found a cushion beside Lu Shaha and sat down. He glanced at Lu Shaha beside him and asked softly, "How are you? Are you okay?" After receiving treatment, Alia, Lu Shaha, and the others had recovered. "I'm fine." Lu Shaha shook her head slightly, her voice tinged with apology. "Did my cousin hurt you?" Upon waking, she had learned about Lu Yanchang. She never imagined her cousin would be a member of the Tongsuan society. "No, he's not strong enough to hurt me." Lu Xiaohan was slightly startled. She only knew that Ye Ming had ultimately defeated the demon-possessed Lu Yanchang. But she hadn't realized it was a crushing victory. "Seems your trip to the ruins really boosted your strength." Lu Shaha stared intently at Ye Ming. She could clearly sense the aura emanating from Ye Ming. An aura of robust vitality, an aura of a true powerhouse. It held a certain allure for her. Ye Ming couldn't deny it. Afterward, Foam Linger briefly introduced Ye Ming and Lu Shaha to the situation at Yunha Academy. Though it was a school system, the constraints on students were not strict. Classes were scarce, generally determined by each student's mentor. Thus, most of the time, the academy students spent their days tackling dungeons, practicing skills, and enhancing their abilities. The graduation requirement was achieving the king tier in the ranked battles. Ranked matches allowed students to earn rank points through combat and dungeon runs. Accumulating a certain number of rank points allows advancement to different tiers. This is why they are referred to as students. All newcomers start as bronze students. Upon accumulating 100 rank points, they advance to silver student. This progression continues, culminating in the highest rank, champion student. Students who reach this rank can graduate. Currently, the highest ranked student is Qi Xian, a diamond 5-star. He needs only to complete one special task to advance to champion rank and graduate. Elia is a diamond 3 student, while Lu Yanchang holds diamond 1 rank. However, the ranking points reset annually, marking the start of a new competitive season. This is primarily to allow some students who are coasting through to graduate. If we don't reset, these students could drag things out for years just to graduate. That would only harm them when facing alien races in the future. Foam Linger seemed uncomfortable sitting still. After exchanging just a few words with the two, she leapt onto a Polonia branch hanging from the roof, dangling her 2 little stubby legs. Perched on the branch, Foam Linger looked down at Ye Ming. Tomorrow marks the opening day of the new competition year. Newcomers can participate in a placement match. Based on your performance in the placement match, your tier will be determined. However, newcomers can only be placed at the gold tier at the highest. Senior sister, I hope you perform well. Both Elia and I were placed directly in gold. Don't hold us back, okay? Foam Linger blinked her big eyes, as if warning Ye Ming. Then she leapt lightly down from the branch. Since this is our first day of formal training, by my rules, I must first gauge your abilities. She waved her small hand and walked toward an open space on one side of the room. She skipped and hopped to the center of the clearing. Then she turned to face the two of them. Come on, let me see what you're made of. Especially you, Ye Ming. Since you managed to defeat the demon-possessed Lu Yanchang, your strength must be formidable. Before they could react, a crisp phoenix cry erupted from Foam Linger's body. A presence as steady as a mountain yet radiating a restrained, intense heat quietly spread out, transforming her demeanor completely from her earlier lively self. SSS class profession, Phoenix Spirit Dancer. A fiery phoenix apparition materialized behind Foam Linger. It circled ceaselessly around her, as if dancing. Seeing this, Ye Ming and Lu Shaha exchanged glances before simultaneously summoning their power. Lu Shaha struck first. The sea demon's face instantly materialized above her head, its massive jaws gaping wide. A thick column of water erupted from its jaws. It shot toward Foam Linger. Sensing the attack, the fire phoenix, which had been gracefully dancing, suddenly flapped its wings. A fiery whirlwind erupted, crashing into the oncoming water column. Boom! Sizzle! Sizzle! The water overcomes fire. When the opposing forces are not on the same level, the outcome is entirely different. The thick water column instantly evaporated under the scorching heat of the fire tornado, dissipating into a mist. On this side, Ye Ming also made his move, adopting a bow drawing stance. Surge upon surge of energy gathered, coalescing in his hands into a longbow. Ye Ming drew the bowstring taut, revealing an arrow composed of 3 energies: fire, lightning, and light. He drew the bowstring to its absolute limit, then released it with a fierce jerk. Whoosh! The arrow shot forward with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Fenglinger's delicate eyebrows arched slightly, a spark of interest flashing in her large eyes. Interesting. Watching the 3-colored arrow whistle toward her, Fenglinger not only didn't dodge, but lightly tapped her toes, stepping forward to meet them head-on. The fiery phoenix silhouette behind her let out a sharper cry, then flapped its wings violently. Whoosh! This time, it wasn't a massive fiery whirlwind, but dozens of crimson gold flame feathers, solid as substance and sharp as blades. They arranged themselves precisely before her, instantly forming a solid shield of flaming feathers. Boom! The 3-colored arrows slammed into the feathered shield. Blinding light and deafening explosions erupted in an instant. The collision's turbulent shockwaves sent Fenglinger's twin ponytails flying wildly. Even the cushions on the ground were blown into a chaotic whirlwind. Yet the flame shield, seemingly composed of delicate feathers, remained as steady as a rock. It effortlessly blocked Ye Ming's arrows. Nice power. Fenglinger chuckled softly, appraising Ye Ming's strike. With a flick of her small hand, the feather shield instantly dispersed. It transformed back into a scattering of feathers glowing with firelight. But just taking hits without fighting back isn't your style, senior sister. My turn. Before the words had fully left her lips, a mischievous gleam flashed in Fenglinger's lively eyes. Her figure abruptly blurred. Chapter 85, Guidance from the Lowly Senior Sister. Watch my legs. Fenglinger's crisp, sharp command rang out. A whip shadow streaked like a meteor, tearing through the air with a whistling sound as it lashed viciously toward Ye Ming's right shoulder. Ye Ming's pupils contracted. Purple gold dragon scales instantly erupted across his arm. Ye Ming swiftly raised his arm to block. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Ye Ming felt immense force and searing heat surge through his arm. His entire body stumbled uncontrollably 3 steps to the left. He never imagined Fenglinger's petite frame could unleash such immense power. A searing, stinging pain shot through his right arm where he had blocked the blow. Fenglinger's strike had actually pierced through the protection of the dragon scales. Whoa! Little junior brother's pretty tough. Then how about this? Fenglinger chuckled softly as her petite frame used the recoil to land lightly. The moment her toes touched the ground. Boom! The ground seemed struck by an invisible fiery hammer, sending a ring of heat wave exploding outward in an instant. Fenglinger vanished once more, leaving only a crimson afterimage in her wake. Seeing this, Ye Ming focused intently, sensing the energy fluctuations around him. Just then, he felt a wave of heat wash over him from above. Ye Ming looked up to find Fenglinger had appeared above him at some unknown moment. Her legs were pressed together, resembling the sharp beak of a phoenix. Her bare feet were enveloped in crimson flames, resembling 2 fiery meteors. Vermilion flame stomp. Fenglinger cried out sharply, plunging like a falling meteor and stomping down toward Ye Ming's head. The speed was too fast to dodge. Seeing this, Ye Ming instinctively raised both arms to block the strike. Purple gold dragon scales continuously surfaced. Boom! This collision carried even greater force. Ye Ming grunted, feeling as though he'd been struck by a flaming mountain falling from the heavens. Burning hot and crushingly heavy. The energy generated by their collision shook the entire house. Even the branches and leaves of the nearby sycamore tree shook violently in the tremor. Ye Ming channeled every ounce of power within him, enduring the terrifying force and intense heat. Boom! A flame of red, light, and blue suddenly appeared. It enveloped the dragon scales, shielding them from Fengling's vermilion bird flames. Fenglinger clearly noticed this. To her astonishment, she discovered that her vermilion bird flames were being consumed by Ye Ming's flames. She looked down at Ye Ming, struggling desperately below. Interesting. No wonder the dean chose him as a personal disciple. Ye Ming's strength surpassed her expectations. Even someone as exceptional as herself had only been accepted as a nominal disciple by Han Jingfeng back then. Fenglinger stood barefoot, her weight steady upon Ye Ming's outstretched arms. Her large eyes fluttered, then she said with a hint of teasing. Not bad. Not bad at all. Your strength is sufficient, but your combat skills still fall short. So get down from there. Then her toes suddenly tensed. A more powerful force erupted suddenly. Ye Ming could no longer hold his ground, his entire body struck as if by a heavy hammer to the chest. He was sent flying backward like a cannonball. He slammed hard into the wall before coming to a halt. Ye Ming knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. This was the first time he had ever been bested. He had believed that with the Chaos Celestial Dragon physique, he could match high-tier practitioners solely through his supermodel physique. But Fenglinger had dealt him a crushing blow. High-tier professionals not only possessed formidable strength but also vast combat experience. Had Fenglinger not held back earlier, he would likely have suffered severe injuries. Ever since Ye Ming began assisting others with class transitions and gained the ability to share skills, he had become overly reliant on powerful abilities. This had left his own combat skills underdeveloped. Previous opponents were all low-tier, easily defeated by his class attributes. But upon reaching the high tier, everyone's professions and abilities became relatively comparable.
At the very least, absolute dominance was no longer possible.
Thus, combat technique became crucial.
Foamlinger's combat style was remarkably versatile.
She excels at ranged attacks, possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and is equally adept at close-quarters combat.
Her skill transitions are exceptionally fluid. This perfectly aligns with Ye Ming's current needs.
It allows him to adapt more quickly to the new skills gained through fusion. Meanwhile, Foamlinger had already used the momentum to her advantage. After executing a graceful backflip, she landed softly. Amidst the fierce collision, not even the hem of her skirt was disheveled. She clapped her hands lightly, tilted her head to look at the somewhat disheveled Ye Ming, and chuckled softly.
Little junior disciple.
You may possess great strength, but you've yet to master the art of redirecting force. Foamlinger strolled toward Ye Ming with her hands behind her back, continuing as she approached.
Do you think my crimson flame stomp is so easy to block? Power rises from the ground, flows through the feet, and penetrates the bones.
Yet you foolishly brace yourself with your arms?
Why not step half a pace to the side beforehand to redirect the force? You have 3 issues.
That's the first.
Second, you lack anticipation.
In combat, every second counts.
A split-second delay in your strike could mean defeat.
Therefore, you must learn to anticipate to predict the trajectory of your opponent's attacks.
But anticipating doesn't mean you can dodge. Footwork. Do you understand footwork? She mimicked Ye Ming's clumsy evasion from earlier.
She deliberately made a few stiff evasive movements, nearly making Lu Xiaohe laugh out loud beside her. Seeing this, Ye Ming could only offer an awkward smile. Ever since gaining his abilities, he had relied solely on brute force to overcome all challenges. He'd never given a thought to combat techniques or footwork.
Third, you've got a treasure trove but don't know how to use it. Foamlinger pointed at Ye Ming's arm, covered in purple gold dragon scales. Where's the dragon's might? Where's the dragon's momentum? All you know is brute force? Don't you know how to unleash dragon might to disrupt my attack rhythm?
She paused, observing Ye Ming's pensive expression, her tone softening ever so slightly.
To sum it up, you're all talk and no action. You possess immense power, yet you don't know how to use it wisely.
Therefore, I will focus on training your combat techniques from now on.
Ye Ming nodded earnestly.
The young master sister's critique was precise and ruthless. She had pinpointed every flaw in his current combat approach and every misconception in his thinking.
It gave him new insights. Foamlinger sat back down cross-legged on the cushion. Sit down.
Then, with a casual wave of her small hand, the teapot on the nearby table rose into the air, instantly enveloped by a swirling flame beneath it.
Sizzle!
A mist of steam rose as the pot released a refreshing tea aroma. Guided by an invisible force, the tea poured into a cup and instantly drifted toward Ye Ming. Watching the cup speed toward him, Ye Ming quickly reached out to catch it. But just as his palm was about to touch the cup, he recalled Foamlinger's recent warning. If he caught the cup directly like this, the fragile cup would inevitably shatter under the powerful impact. Absorb the force. With this thought, the instant he caught the rapidly spinning teacup, his palm instinctively pulled back, while a gentle force enveloped the cup. The cup seemed to sink into quicksand, its rotation gradually slowing. Finally, it came to a complete standstill. Ye Ming caught the cup steadily.
Foamlinger watched the scene unfold and nodded with satisfaction.
It seemed her junior disciple possessed quite good insight. She then turned to Ye Ming and Lu Xiaohe, smiling as she said, "Since we're practicing combat techniques, we'll need real combat experience.
The ranking tournament starting tomorrow will be an excellent opportunity."
Chapter 86, Who's More Attractive?
The next day,
a palpable buzz of excitement quietly spread throughout Yunha Academy. Ye Ming and Lu Xiaohe walked along the path, occasionally passing students rushing by. All were rushing toward the same destination. That's where the ranking matches take place.
What a lively scene! Ye Ming exclaimed.
It is the start of the season after all.
Many students want a match with strong teammates to climb the ranks.
Lu Xiaohe's red lips parted as she spoke, her style shifting back to that of a mature woman today.
Ranked matches were divided into 2 types. One is PvP combat matches, the other is PvE dungeon runs.
Both types of matches grant rank points. In PvP battles, you compete against other students. Defeating opponents earns you rank points. Dungeon matches, however, require continuously clearing dungeons, with rank points awarded based on the difficulty level of the dungeon cleared. Compared to battling other students in combat matches, dungeon runs are generally easier. Both competition types offer 3 modes: solo, duo, and team. Whether pursuing personal limits in solo speedruns, emphasizing teamwork in duos, or testing overall strength in team raids, students can freely choose any of these 3 modes. In team competitions, scores and points are calculated based on the entire team's performance. Therefore, weaker students often piggyback on stronger ones to gain rank points.
Foamlinger's task for the 2 today was to climb from bronze to platinum within a single day. But advancing from bronze to platinum requires at least 1,000 rank points.
Winning matches earns ranking points, but conversely, losing matches deducts ranking points. For most players, completing this task would take at least a month. Even for Ye Ming and his partner, it was still quite a challenge.
Just then, Su Zhiqing appeared behind Ye Ming and the others. She was holding the hand of Ao Na, who had been looking around restlessly. When Su Zhiqing saw Ye Ming and Lu Xiaohong walking side by side, a peculiar emotion surfaced in her heart. She immediately crouched down. Leaning close to Ao Na's ear, she whispered, "Nana, look. Your brother Ye Ming and that pretty sister are having such a great time chatting." Her original intention was to use Ao Na to subtly remind Ye Ming that they had arrived. And also, well, it really was just incidental to see Ye Ming's reaction. Little did she know, Ao Na's silver eyes suddenly lit up. Her focus, however, was utterly peculiar. Pretty sister? Ao Na's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Xiaohe. After scrutinizing Lu Xiaohe for 2 seconds, she pouted. Not as pretty as Sister Zhiqing. She then wriggled free from Su Zhiqing's grasp and dashed toward Ye Ming, shouting cheerfully as she ran. Brother Ye Ming. Sister Zhiqing is jealous. Hearing Ao Na's shouts, the gazes of many students nearby instantly turned toward them. Holy crap? Shocking revelation. The goddess of light, Su Zhiqing, is jealous over Ye Ming. Damn. The goddess of light chasing after him, with the demoness standing right beside him? What kind of divine treatment is this? Jealousy is killing me. Does being powerful mean you can do whatever you want? The surrounding murmurs washed over her, causing Su Zhiqing's face to flush red at a visible pace. Ao Na. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Zhiqing was both embarrassed and flustered, wishing she could cover Ao Na's mouth immediately. Hearing the commotion, Ye Ming turned around. Only then did he notice Su Zhiqing standing behind him. Seeing Ao Na running toward him, Ye Ming smiled and crouched down to embrace her. Due to the chaos celestial dragon physique, Ao Na felt a strong bond with Ye Ming. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Zhiqing usually took care of her. At that moment, Lu Xiaohe nearby also heard Ao Na's cries. Far from being annoyed, a playful gleam flashed in her alluring eyes. She asked Ao Na with a playful smile. Am I really not as pretty as Sister Zhiqing? As she spoke, she conjured a lollipop as if by magic and dangled it in front of Ao Na. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohe's words, Ao Na instantly lifted her head and stared at the swaying lollipop. Ao Na wanted to say yes, but the candy's temptation was too strong. Seeing Ao Na's hesitation, Lu Xiaohe smiled and leaned closer with the candy. Tell me the truth, and you get the candy. Ao Na glanced at the candy, then at Lu Xiaohong, and finally at Su Zhiqing, who was glaring at her with a flushed face. In the end, the candy won. She snatched the candy, lifted her chin, and declared. Fine. Since you gave me the lollipop, I'll say you're as pretty as Sister Su Su. Lu Xiaohe paused slightly at the words, surprised by how skillfully Ao Na had handled the situation. She smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on it. At that moment, Ye Ming noticed Su Zhiqing's predicament. He immediately radiated a hint of authority, dispersing the onlookers. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, shooting Ye Ming a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohe's beautiful eyes darted about as she studied Ye Ming with keen interest. Feeling their gazes, Ye Ming pretended not to notice. He urged them to hurry to the ranked matches. The ranking matches were held on the floating islands suspended above the academy. 12 islands floated in the sky above Yunha Academy, each bearing a statue. Each island served a distinct purpose, with one specifically designated for the ranked matches. The group then used the teleportation hall to travel to the island known as Continent of Professionals. As the light faded, a dense crowd came into view, along with a towering statue over 10 meters high at the island's center. It depicted a faceless giant clad in heavy armor and wielding a colossal hammer, symbolizing raw power. It was also the source of power that kept this island of combat suspended in the air. Above the island, numerous massive light screens hung in the sky. These screens broadcast live footage of students battling, alongside a blue glowing tier ranking board. It displayed the latest real-time rankings. The names of Qi Xian, Alia, Song Qing, and other 7-star Pearl members all ranked within the top 10. However, Su Haohan and the other 2 7-star Pearls members were not ranked in the top 10 because they were busy completing missions instead of participating in the rankings. At that moment, Ye Ming noticed a large crowd gathered in front of one of the light screens. He led his companions over. The light screen displayed the very match between Alia and Qi Xian. Alia swung her massive sword, relentlessly striking at Qi Xian. It seemed the injuries sustained in the ruins had long since healed. Moreover, judging by the force of his attacks, his strength had increased somewhat. Yet even so, Alia still couldn't defeat Qi Xian. Qi Xian moved with agile precision. He avoided clashing directly with Alia's blows. Instead, he repeatedly struck when Alia's attacks were weakest. This disrupted Alia's combat rhythm, preventing her from launching effective strikes. This reminded Ye Ming once more of Foamlinger's lesson. Finally, Qi Xian seized a moment of weakness in Alia's defense. A single palm strike defeated him. Alia versus Qi Xian victory. Qi Xian's name flashed on the rank leaderboard, displaying an increase of 15 rank points. However, Qi Xian had already reached the maximum rank points and needed to complete a special task to advance.
Ye Ming glanced at Qi Xian's top spot on the ranking board, a faint smile curling his lips.
That top spot will soon be mine. Chapter 87, let's snipe at the central gate.
Ye Ming and his two companions walked toward the placement match portal.
All three selected the solo combat match. Buzz.
A flash of light erupted before their eyes. Ye Ming found himself standing on a circular arena. Endless void stretched out around him, its edges invisible.
Opposite him stood a peculiar youth.
The youth was strikingly handsome, yet one eye and one arm were mechanical in construction. His mechanical right eye spun continuously, emitting a red glow. Ye Ming frowned slightly at the sight.
This was the first time he had ever seen a human with a mechanical body.
After all, in this extraordinary era, most illnesses could be cured.
Even severed limbs could be regenerated.
Only then did Ye Ming feel a sense of wonder at the youth's appearance.
Just then, an alert sounded in his ear. Legendary potential talent detected. Ye Ming's heart leapt with joy.
It had been ages since he last heard this alert. He had assumed that upon entering China's top academic institution, he would be able to recruit numerous talents.
But so far, none had been suitable.
Most were S-tier or SS-tier potential talents. Even when an SSS-tier potential talent appeared, they were already at that level, making a class change meaningless. Today, however, he finally encountered another legendary potential talent. With no one else present, Ye Ming could immediately confirm that the youth before him was indeed that potential talent. Looks like I'll have to give him a good talking to until he agrees willingly. Ye Ming thought to himself.
Ye Ming vs. Gong Shuwen. As both officially entered the arena, Ye Ming's first placement match commenced. If Ye Ming wanted to complete the task Fenglinger had assigned him for today, he must reach at least gold rank after completing the placement match. Only then would he have a chance to climb from bronze to platinum in a single day. The moment the system countdown ended, Gong Shuwen across from him made his move.
Ye Ming saw a blinding red light erupt from Gong Shuwen's right eye. This red light scanned him from head to toe. And in Gong Shuwen's eyes, after the red light scanned him, all of Ye Ming's information instantly appeared before him.
Ye Ming. Level 39. Class? Physical strength? Mental strength? Hint, possesses formidable physical prowess. Gong Shuwen stared at the analysis results before him.
He felt puzzled.
Why couldn't the analysis determine Ye Ming's profession, or his physical and mental stats?
He only obtained Ye Ming's level information and a hint stating he possessed formidable physical strength. This was the first time his skill had failed to produce an effect.
Gong Shuwen, SSS-rank, Master of Mechanical Spirits. The skill he had just used was Holographic Eye. By scanning the target with a red beam, it could analyze the opponent's information. This allowed him to understand his opponent's capabilities. Relying on this technique, he could employ the most effective combat strategy in every battle. But today, this technique backfired on him against Ye Ming. After all, Ye Ming was the Jade Emperor, not someone to be casually probed. He had no idea that Ye Ming had actually counter-scanned him instead. Nevertheless, Gong Shuwen refused to be disheartened. At the very least, he had gained intelligence about a formidable physique. With this knowledge, he could tailor his skills accordingly. Looks like another brute with high physical prowess. In that case, I'll finish you off with one strike. Gong Shuwen dismissed Ye Ming with disdain.
Then, he slowly raised his right arm. His right arm began to twist and morph, transforming in an instant into a particle cannon barrel. The muzzle flashed with a dangerous crimson glow.
Annihilation Sniper.
Ye Ming saw a red dot lock onto his chest. The next second, he felt a surge of danger. His gaze darted to Gong Shuwen's right arm.
Boom!
A crimson pulse, brimming with destructive energy, surged toward him. The pulse moved with blinding speed, reaching Ye Ming in the blink of an eye. Even before it struck him, Ye Ming sensed its terrifying destructive power. Celestial Barrier. A shroud of night quietly enveloped Ye Ming, concealing his form.
Boom!
The terrifying crimson pulse slammed fiercely into the darkness. But instead of the expected explosive roar, instead, it vanished without a trace. It vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple in its wake.
Gong Shuwen's heart sank at the sight. This devastation sniper was an exceptionally powerful single-target attack.
It possessed armor-piercing effects, proving highly effective against opponents with high defense and stamina. It was precisely why, upon learning of Ye Ming's enhancement, he had deemed it the most suitable skill.
Yet he never imagined Ye Ming would block it. In Ye Ming's eyes, the world around him transformed into night. When that terrifying crimson pulse surged into the darkness, its energy visibly dissipated at an astonishing rate, the flickering crimson light extinguishing rapidly. Watching this unfold, Ye Ming marveled inwardly. Truly a new skill born from the fusion of three abilities. Neither the light prism nor the golden body from before could have withstood this strike. Celestial Barrier deploys a star-like barrier around the user to defend against and nullify incoming damage. Seeing this, Ye Ming swiftly counterattacked. Had he not reacted swiftly to that earlier strike, this first ranked match would have ended in defeat. Heaven's Wrath Blade. Ye Ming clasped his hands together.
Immense energy surged forth, gradually coalescing in his palms until it crystallized into a sniper rifle.
You like playing sniper, don't you? Back in the day, I was known as the king of snipers at Zhongmen. Even the Soul Sniper would call me master.
As Ye Ming pulled the trigger.
Bang! A tricolor bullet instantly screamed out. Trailing a tail of flame, it hurtled straight for Gongshu Wen's forehead.
Seeing the incoming bullet, Gongshu Wen hurriedly raised his right arm again,
firing a red pulse to intercept Ye Ming's bullet. Boom!
A violent energy storm erupted suddenly. Within the storm, red, yellow, and blue energies clashed violently with crimson energy. But in an instant, it vanished.
Ye Ming didn't pause, continuing to pull the trigger. Jump shot. He leapt high into the air. Swing shot.
At other times, he whipped the muzzle around the moment he fired.
Blind shot.
At times, he fired without even aiming, relying solely on instinct.
Yet every attack was blocked by Gongshu Wen.
At that moment, Gongshu Wen realized he had met his match. He no longer regarded Ye Ming as merely a brute force fighter.
In that case, let's just clear the area with an AoE attack. Thousand Machinery Storm. He raised his right arm high.
A surge of energy erupted violently, causing 108 mechanical mirror shields to abruptly appear in the sky. Each shield was as large as a washbasin, its edges rippling with blue energy patterns. The shields aligned perfectly, all facing Ye Ming.
Buzz!
In the next instant, the shields began to flicker with a frenzied blue light.
Terrifying energy surged and gathered within them. Fire! With a thought from Gongshu Wen.
These mirror shields instantly fired terrifying blue particle beams in unison, crashing toward Ye Ming. The particle beams rained down like hail upon Ye Ming's location.
Chapter 88, You blow, I blow. Boom! A black whip kick suddenly sent a man flying. Then, several water arrows shot forth, defeating the man. Lu Xiahe Win vs Shuang Chen.
Lu Xiahe's perfectly straight legs landed softly in high heels. After teleporting away, she watched her win count in the placement matches increase by one more game, a faint smile curling her lips. In just a few minutes, she had already won 3 placement matches. 2 more victories would secure her placement in the gold tier.
Lu Xiahe's beautiful eyes shifted to the screens of Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing.
At that moment, Su Zhiqing had just defeated her third opponent, completing a 3-game winning streak. But Ye Ming was still locked in his first match. The screen was filled with the blinding glow of countless particle beams. It was impossible to discern the specifics of the battle.
Looks like Ye Ming has met his match, Lu Xiahe murmured softly.
She knew Ye Ming's strength well, especially since emerging from the ruins. His power had risen several levels. Su Zhiqing stared at the screen, now a sea of flashing lights, a hint of confusion in her eyes.
Aren't placement matches supposed to be between us freshmen?
At most, some silver rank students might have dropped back to bronze after their rank points reset.
But even so, none of these students should be able to exchange blows with the boss, right?
As far as Su Zhiqing understood, ranked matches were reasonably matched based on combat strength. Students of similar skill levels are matched together. Even in team modes, efforts are made to balance the strength of each squad. Among the freshmen, she knew all those who could stand against Ye Ming. Gongshu Wen in the scene before her clearly didn't belong in that category. Moreover, judging by his combat performance, he wasn't a weak student either.
Therefore, his rank shouldn't be this low.
That's why Su Zhiqing was surprised to see his battle progressing so fiercely.
Meanwhile, in the combat tournament, Gongshu Wen's expression was grave, a steady flicker of light dancing in his right eye.
He watched the center of the hail of particle beams pelting down like rain.
A figure stood unshaken amidst the terrifying barrage.
Seeing his attacks had no effect, Gongshu Wen was forced to halt his assault. With a flick of his right hand, the 108 mirror shields, which had been firing particle beams wildly, all ceased their assault simultaneously. Gongshu Wen never imagined that after merely stepping away for a short while, he had encountered such a formidable opponent in the ranking match.
Are you a freshman this year? Gongshu Wen asked Ye Ming.
His voice was devoid of emotion, sounding almost robotic. Seeing the attacks cease, Ye Ming slowly stepped out from behind the star mask.
Yes, he replied indifferently.
I didn't expect this year's newcomer to be so formidable, Gongshu Wen remarked coldly.
Looks like I'll have to bring out some real skills to win this placement match.
As his words fell,
Gongshu Wen suddenly reached out, wrenching his mechanical right eye from its socket. Then tossed it into the air.
The mechanical right eye began to expand in a blinding red glow. Metal fragments rapidly swirled and reassembled.
In the blink of an eye, the once tiny mechanical right eye transformed into a mechanical spider.
This mechanical spider stood 4 to 5 meters tall, possessing 8 legs. Its 8 legs resembled scythes, razor-sharp and deadly. Its head was covered in countless compound eyes that flashed with red light. From its abdomen protruded a thick cannon barrel, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen.
Gongshu Wen leapt forward, landing steadily on the mechanical spider's broad back.
Buzz! A circular energy shield materialized, enveloping Gongshu Wen in protection. His gaze locked onto Ye Ming.
The next instant,
the mechanical spider's massive body surged forward. Though immense in size, its speed was astonishingly swift. It swung its blade like mechanical legs, crawling toward Ye Ming. Several blades, accompanied by the tearing sound of air, descended toward Ye Ming's head. Even before the blade struck, Ye Ming felt their terrifying cutting force, scraping his face with a stinging pain. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened. His arms transformed into dragon-like limbs as he raised them to block. Clang! 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 The razor-sharp mechanical blade struck his dragon scales, producing a metallic clang. Though Ye Ming's dragon scales were incredibly sturdy, the immense impact force sent him staggering backward repeatedly. Multiple mechanical legs swung relentlessly toward him. Ye Ming scrambled to block with both hands. If he hesitates even a moment, he'll be pierced by the thick mechanical leg. Then he would inevitably lose this contest. Gong Shuwen was utterly astonished by Ye Ming's physical fortitude. He actually withstood my mechanical spider legs with his bare body. This mechanical spider was forged from several types of hardened metal. Other metals seemed as fragile as paper before it. Yet it couldn't break through Ye Ming's defenses. Seeing this, Gong Shuwen commanded the mechanical spider to change its attack pattern. The countless compound eyes on its head, flashing with dangerous red light, suddenly glowed brightly. The red light converged, instantly firing dozens of intensely hot laser beams. But these beams did not fire straight ahead. Instead, they interwove into a spider web. They completely sealed off Ye Ming's evasion space. Wherever the lasers passed, the air warped and vaporized. Seeing this, Ye Ming struck several palms in quick succession, unleashing fireballs to counter the terrifying web. Yet the moment the fireballs touched the web, they were instantly fragmented. Seeing his fireballs ineffective, Ye Ming had no choice but to summon the star veil once more. The star mask abruptly materialized, enveloping Ye Ming's surroundings in darkness, as if he had entered another world. The spider web moved with blinding speed, closing in on the star veil in an instant. Sizzle! Sizzle! The moment they touched, a terrifying sizzling sound filled the air. Though the spider web couldn't penetrate the darkness, it still managed to trap Ye Ming. Gong Shuwen saw Ye Ming trapped and unable to move. He immediately commanded the mechanical spider to attack again. The mechanical spider's massive body halted, its 8 legs piercing the ground to anchor itself firmly. The thick cannon barrel on its abdomen slowly rotated into position. Click! The pitch-black barrel aligned with Ye Ming's position. Buzz! A blinding white light suddenly flared. Terrifying energy gathered relentlessly within the barrel. 3 seconds later. Boom! A terrifying torrent of energy, thick as a millstone and searingly hot, roared from the muzzle. Wherever the beam passed, the air twisted and warped, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. Watching the attack hurtle toward him, Ye Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. If he couldn't withstand this strike, he would be defeated. Energy coalesced, and a slender cannon barrel materialized in his hand. You blast, I blast. Ye Ming declared in a deep voice. Tricolored flames erupted, coalescing at the barrel's muzzle. Boom! Without any build-up, a tricolor projectile blasted forth. Yet compared to Gong Shuwen's projectile, Ye Ming's shell was like an egg against a basketball. Boom! Ye Ming's tricolor projectile struck the terrifying beam, producing only a faint explosion. It couldn't even make the beam pause for a moment. But Ye Ming refused to give up. Because his firing speed was lightning fast. Boom! 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 Ye Ming unleashed a frenzied barrage, attempting to overwhelm it with sheer volume. Chapter 89, Mechanical Ascension. Countless multicolored shells poured forth. They slammed into the terrifying beam, relentlessly holding their ground. Ultimately, under Ye Ming's relentless bombardment, the beam's power steadily diminished. By the time it reached Ye Ming, only a fraction remained. Boom! The blindingly white beam slammed into the pitch-black stellar curtain. There was no violent explosion. Only white and black continued to entangle and devour each other. Yet Ye Ming's starlight screen held the upper hand. The beam pierced the darkness, only to vanish in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Gong Shuwen's eyes, once brimming with confidence, now held shock. This strike was arguably his most powerful single attack. Yet it still failed to defeat Ye Ming. Meanwhile, on the battle island, more and more people gathered before the battle scene between Ye Ming and Gong Shuwen. Isn't that Gong Shuwen, ranked 3rd among the 7 star pearls? Who is this kid who can actually withstand Gong Shuwen's attacks? A student who had just returned to the academy after completing an external task exclaimed in surprise. As his exclamation echoed, more and more people recognized Gong Shuwen, and the commotion spread like ripples across the crowd. It really is Gong Shuwen, the god of machinery. I heard he once single-handedly held back an insectide tens of thousands strong. He's known as a one-man army. Students gazed at the screen, where Gong Shuwen stood atop a mechanical spider, their voices tinged with reverence. And that's an understatement. Another well-informed student added with awe. My uncle works in the academic affairs office. He personally heard Dean Han Jinfeng praise him. Gong Shuwen is humanity's ace in the hole against the Zerg. The dean's tone was more solemn than ever when he said that. It's a shame he's obsessed with mechanical ascension, viewing flesh as a burden. He spends all day in the lab dissecting and modifying himself. Look at his right eye and right arm. I hear he's even planning to replace his spine and internal organs. He returned for this ranking tournament specifically to ascend to the king tier and graduate. Then he intends to explore a suspected mechanical race ruins site. Hearing the students' descriptions, the crowd gasped in unison.
Mechanical ascension? Who would have thought such worship still existed in this extraordinary era? Amidst the crowd, Lu Xiahe and Su Zhiqing overheard the discussions. Suddenly understood.
So it was the 7-star pearl. No wonder it could match Ye Ming's power.
Even so, both felt Ye Ming would undoubtedly win this contest. As the blazing white beam vanished into the night,
Ye Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze sharpened as he turned to look at Gongshu Wen.
Now it's my turn. His arms rapidly transformed into dragon form, dragon scales emerging. Boom! His figure shot forward like a cannonball.
His fingers curved like claws, striking directly at Gongshu Wen atop the mechanical spider.
Watching Ye Ming charge toward him with overwhelming force, Gongshu Wen remained unflinching.
He commanded the mechanical spider to swing its legs, stabbing toward the charging Ye Ming.
Stellar Flame Universe! Ye Ming let out a low growl.
Instantly, a ball of flame appeared beneath his feet. His movement speed surged several levels higher. He weaved and dodged through the dancing mechanical spider legs. As Ye Ming moved, he left trails of fire in his wake, scorching the mechanical spider legs. Ye Ming instantly appeared before Gongshu Wen. A dragon claw covered in purple gold scales shot out, reaching for Gongshu Wen.
Boom!
The moment the dragon claw touched the protective shield.
Crack! Crack!
The seemingly impenetrable protective barrier instantly cracked with countless fine fissures.
Gongshu Wen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated Ye Ming's dragon claw to be so powerful.
Just as he prepared to command the mechanical spider to counterattack.
Boom!
The protective shield exploded violently. Ye Ming swung his dragon claw toward Gongsun Wen's face. If Ye Ming caught him, defeat was certain. He refused to accept defeat. He hastily raised his mechanical right arm, attempting to block Ye Ming's attack.
Clank! Clank! Clank!
His mechanical arm rapidly transformed, the metal flipping to form a shield.
Thud!
The dragon claw slammed into the shield with terrifying force.
The shield instantly caved in, emitting a wailing groan under the overwhelming pressure. Sparks flew everywhere, illuminating Gongshu Wen's face.
Then Ye Ming clenched his fist and slammed it forward.
Bang! Gongshu Wen was sent flying off the mechanical spider's back.
Ye Ming stood atop the mechanical spider, gazing down at Gongshu Wen lying on the ground.
At that moment, Gongshu Wen's mind was filled with utter disbelief. He had actually lost to a freshman.
And knocked him off his pride and joy, the mechanical spider.
Even his supposedly invincible mechanical right arm couldn't withstand Ye Ming's dragon claw. Could it be that mechanical ascension truly pales in comparison to physical evolution?
Confusion clouded his eyes.
Gongshu Wen was born into a family of scientists.
A premature infant, he suffered from the rare condition known as brittle bone disease. His bones were incredibly fragile. The slightest force or bump could cause fractures. Thus, his world had always been confined to a specially designed anti-gravity suspension chair. The sight of children running and playing outside the window seemed like a projection from another universe to him. His only companion was the cold mechanical arm in his father's laboratory. He was fascinated by their precise, steady, and tireless movements. They symbolized a strength and freedom his frail body could never attain.
When he was 12, a small insectoid unit launched a surprise attack on the research outpost. A piercing alarm blared as flames shot skyward.
His nanny carried him toward the shelter, but they encountered acid sprayers along the way. The nanny was instantly reduced to white bones. The shockwave knocked Gongshu Wen's hoverchair over, and he crashed onto the cold floor like a fallen leaf. His fragile leg bones snapped. Agonizing pain choked him, leaving him helpless as the Zerg's monstrous mandibles closed in. But at the very last moment, an engineering mech detected the insectoid and automatically initiated its defense protocol. Mechanical arms swept like thunder, smashing the insectoid into pulp and saving Gongshu Wen. Then, cold metal fingers gently lifted him up. Lying in the metal palm, gazing up at the armor's cold, crimson glowing head, and contrasting it with the scattered human remains on the ground. How fragile flesh and blood are, how powerful machinery is. From that moment on, this thought was branded into the depths of his soul like a steel stamp. When he reached adulthood and transitioned into the role of the mechanical spirit master, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. After that, he replaced his right eye and right arm with mechanical parts. Machinery granted him the strength and freedom he had once yearned for. This only strengthened his yearning for mechanical ascension. At this thought, light returned to Gongshu Wen's eyes. It's not that machinery is inadequate, it's that my modifications aren't sufficient. Gongshu Wen slammed his palm onto the ground, his body springing back to its feet. His hollow right eye fixed on Ye Ming. Try this move again. He raised his right arm, aiming it at the mechanical spider. Buzz! A strange energy enveloped the mechanical spider. The mechanical spider began to violently tremble. Seeing this, Ye Ming leapt forward.
He stared intently as the massive mechanical spider began to shrink and transform. Chapter 90, Exploding Passion. Under Ye Ming's stunned gaze, the once colossal mechanical spider transformed into a human-sized mecha suit. Gong Shuwen leapt into midair. The mecha floated before him and merged with his body. In an instant, Gong Shuwen was clad in a suit featuring 8 menacing mechanical spider spears on its back, gleaming with a cold, icy light. Its head featured a mechanical vertical eye glowing red, radiating a menacing glare. The mecha's entire body pulsed with blue spider web energy patterns. At this moment, I am invincible. Let the world witness the might of machinery. Gong Shuwen roared, head thrown back. With that, his form tore through the air like a cannonball, blasting forward. A brilliant trail of flames erupted behind him. His right fist clenched like a titanic hammer, crashing down toward Ye Ming's head. Simultaneously, the 8 mechanical spider spears on his back instantly unfurled, piercing through the air. Like spearheads piercing the heavens. Watching the ferocious Gong Shuwen, Ye Ming merely smiled faintly. Divine might. Celestial guardian. Instantly, a dazzling suit of light armor materialized, enveloping his body. Ye Ming casually clenched his right fist. Twist. Hips. Punch. Boom. A fierce fist strike slammed viciously toward Gong Shuwen. Boom. Explosion, annihilation, destruction. The outcome was not what Gong Shuwen had hoped for. Struck by lightning, his mecha shattered piece by piece as he was hurled backward. Ye Ming win vs Gong Shuwen. The victory caption for Ye Ming appeared. The spectators outside stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Holy! One punch shattered it? Gong Shuwen, who unleashed his ultimate move, was defeated by Ye Ming in a single strike. Lu Xiahe thought to herself. It seems I'm no match for him anymore. Su Zhiqing's eyes reflected the final moment when Ye Ming obliterated Gong Shuwen. Her heart stirred with awe, admiration, and a hint of peculiar pride. Not far away, 2 figures watched the scene unfold. Ailia and Shi Xian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had both sparred with Gong Shuwen dozens of times. Yet the outcome had always been identical. That is, a draw. Yes, a draw. Even Ailia, renowned for her ferocious attacks, and Shi Xian, hailed as the foremost scholar of Yunha Academy. Neither of them had ever defeated Gong Shuwen. Every match ended in a draw. Thanks to Gong Shuwen's mechanical spider and his exceptional combat analysis support. Always kept Gong Shuwen undefeated. And the mechanical spider battle armor Gong Shuwen ultimately employed. Ailia and Shi Xian had never forced Gong Shuwen to resort to it. Yet Ye Ming could defeat him with a single strike. I must challenge him to a rematch. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Ailia. Even if he couldn't win. Even Shi Xian, usually composed, now held a glimmer of fighting spirit in his eyes. After the battle concluded, Ye Ming and Gong Shuwen were teleported out. Gong Shuwen stood frozen in place, his gaze vacant. Ye Ming approached him. He looked at the silent Gong Shuwen, whose information flashed before his eyes. After reviewing Gong Shuwen's data, Ye Ming spoke slowly. I understand you. It's not wrong to yearn to break free from the limitations of flesh and blood and pursue the power of machinery. Gong Shuwen, who had stood motionless like a statue, shifted slightly. But external forces remain external forces. Whether that external force is intricate mechanisms, powerful weapons, or the ultimate mechanical body you seek, they remain external entities. They can assist, they can enhance, they can even temporarily bear consciousness, but they themselves lack roots. Roots? Gong Shuwen sneered inwardly at Ye Ming's words, nearly blurting out a rebuttal. But he held back, letting only a cold snort escape. Seeing that Gong Shuwen had heard him, Ye Ming continued. Only true strength lies within oneself. When Gong Shuwen heard these words, his body suddenly tensed, as if a wound had been touched. But that doesn't mean your path of mechanics is wrong. It's like seeking an unparalleled divine weapon so desperately that you replace your own arm with steel. Though you may ultimately wield that divine weapon, you lose the hands that create all things. Your strength may grow, but the essence of humanity becomes incomplete, even extinguished. The correct path is to make external forces your allies. No matter how powerful or intricate the machinery, it should remain an extension of your own strength. Ye Ming's words pierced like needles. They pierced Gong Shuwen's heart. His right eye flashed wildly with crimson light as he glanced at his already mangled right arm. Brittle bone disease had fueled his obsession with machinery since childhood. Even now, after gaining immense supernatural power, he still depended on machinery, trusted machinery. As if he possessed no independent thought. In all his past battles, his right eye would analyze enemy data. He merely executed the combat suggestions provided. He never engaged in independent thought. But when he couldn't analyze Ye Ming's information this time, he suffered a crushing defeat. He began to ponder. Had he truly taken the wrong path in pursuing mechanical ascension? Seeing Gong Shuwen's wavering resolve, Ye Ming added. I have a solution that can resolve your current predicament. Are you willing? Before Ye Ming could finish speaking, Gong Shuwen abruptly lifted his head, fixing Ye Ming with a piercing gaze.
His eyes burned intensely, as if trying to see through Ye Ming's words. But Ye Ming's eyes were as calm as still water, revealing not the slightest hint of deception.
Really? Gongshu asked incredulously, testing him. Ye Ming gave a slight nod. If you're willing, come to the dean's office tonight. With that, Ye Ming turned and walked away without waiting for Gongshu's response. Gongshu's gaze fixed intently on Ye Ming's retreating figure. Should he trust him?
Meanwhile, Ye Ming, having departed, continued into the ranked matches. But so far, he had only won one game. If he didn't hurry up and play ranked matches, he wouldn't be able to complete the task Fenglinger had given him. From then on, Ye Ming advanced through the ranks, defeating opponent after opponent. Few students could last 10 moves against him. Thus, Ye Ming easily secured his rank in the gold tier. After that, he didn't stop, continuously participating in ranked matches.
Lu Xiaohe and Su Zhiqing did the same. Like three dark horses, they charged forward unstoppably, climbing from bronze to platinum in just a single day. For them,
this was nothing more than fishing for low-level players. After completing the task, Ye Ming headed to Han Jinfeng's office.
Tonight, 4 people were present in the dean's office. They were Han Jinfeng, Wei Wu, Qi Liyue, and Ye Ming. Upon hearing that a second legendary tier talent had emerged, Wei Wu and Qi Liyue rushed over immediately, eager to witness this extraordinary moment. Ye Ming sat in the main seat, while the others stood or sat. All were eager to witness the emergence of this legendary talent. Ye Ming's gaze, however, remained fixed on the office door. Truthfully, he didn't know if Gongshu would come.
After all, the concept of mechanical ascension had been Gongshu's lifelong conviction.
He wasn't confident that a few brief words could change Gongshu's mind. Chapter 91, Master Luban. A timed dungeon? Knock. 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 Amidst the anticipation of the group, the knocking sounded. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Was Gongshu here?
Han Jinfeng, hearing the sound, immediately walked to the door with a smile and opened it. The others gathered around as well. However, when Han Jinfeng recognized the visitor, he realized it was none other than his female secretary. Instantly, the smiles vanished from everyone's faces.
Didn't I tell you not to come see me unless it's urgent?
Han Jinfeng said to the secretary in a deep voice. The secretary, facing the 3 powerful figures before her, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Still, she stammered out, "Director, a timed instance has appeared on the high seas." Hearing this, Wei Wu and Qi Liyue, who had been walking away, turned back. Wei Wu's tone carried a hint of surprise.
A timed instance? Are you certain?
The secretary nodded firmly.
All right, I got it, Han Jinfeng acknowledged. He then waved the secretary away.
Ye Ming, seated on the sofa with his feet propped up on the table, had also overheard the secretary's words.
He immediately asked the others what a timed instance was.
After exchanging glances, Wei Wu and the others turned to Ye Ming.
Wei Wu sat beside Ye Ming and explained what a timed instance was.
A timed instance is a dungeon type that only opens during specific time periods.
These dungeons are typically very challenging to clear. However, the rewards obtained upon clearing them are correspondingly generous. Hearing this, Ye Ming's eyes lit up. There are benefits. What rewards can we get after clearing it? Ye Ming asked.
There are 3 types of rewards: a title, a set of gear, and a mount. Plus massive amounts of experience points. The first individual or team to clear it will receive a global broadcast announcement. Upon hearing the rewards for clearing the timed instance, Ye Ming sat up straight with a snap. The full set of prestige items. Completing different dungeons, finishing specific quests, or achieving certain milestones can earn corresponding titles. Equipping a title grants various bonuses, such as physical strength, mental fortitude, and even charisma. As for sets, they go without saying, they significantly boost a class's power. As for mounts, they're the ultimate show-off tools. They serve as everyday transportation and can even assist in combat. Ye Ming hummed thoughtfully. Knock. 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 Just then, the knocking sounded again. Han Jinfeng assumed it was his female secretary again. He opened the door, ready to scold her. Only to find Gongshu standing there. Seeing him, Han Jinfeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled him into the office. Everyone present rose to their feet as Gongshu entered. Gongshu was a bit bewildered. He hadn't expected to find so many people here. His surprise deepened when he saw Ye Ming sitting calmly on the sofa. He recognized all 3 others present. Wei Wu, Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan District; Qi Liyue, head of the sword base; and Han Jinfeng, the dean. Each of them was a heavyweight whose every move sent shockwaves through Blue Star. Yet Ye Ming sat there so brazenly, legs crossed on the sofa. He felt a twinge of unease. Greetings, Dean, Commander Wei, and Director Qi. The trio gave him slight nods. Just as Gongshu assumed Ye Ming was about to ask these heavyweights for assistance, Ye Ming suddenly spoke up. Since you chose to come, that means you agree to let me help you. Hearing this, Gongshu felt a twinge of confusion. But he nodded nonetheless. Ye Ming claimed to have a solution for his current predicament. After returning home, he pondered it for a long time before finally deciding to come.
He just didn't know what method Ye Ming had in mind. Could it be enlisting the help of these influential figures? At the same time, he was utterly astonished by Ye Ming's identity. To think he could have secured the support of 3 influential figures at once. Seeing Gong Shuwen nod in agreement, Ye Ming immediately stood up. In that case, let us begin. As his words fell, Wei Wu and the other 2 moved simultaneously, casting a barrier to seal off the area. Observing their solemn demeanor, Gong Shuwen's curiosity deepened. Ye Ming's gaze locked onto Gong Shuwen, and the information for his deification emerged. Divine Ascension target, Gong Shuwen. Available professions: Legendary Tier Profession Master Luban 300 Spiritual Power, SSS Tier Profession Mechanic 100 Spiritual Power. Choose Master Luban. As Ye Ming made his decision, a multicolored pillar of light suddenly erupted from Gong Shuwen's body. This time, with 3 high-tier practitioners' techniques in play, the multicolored beam couldn't break through the barrier. At the same time, Gong Shuwen's eyes widened in utter shock. He sensed his profession had been altered. Name: Gong Shuwen. Class: Master Luban Tier 2. Quality: Legendary. Level: 25. Physical Strength: 647. Spirit: 1379. Exclusive class trait: Master of Creation, possesses the ability to reconstruct material composition and molecular structure, along with profound knowledge of manufacturing principles. Class skill: Masterful craftsmanship, performs metal smelting and structural without precision instruments, possesses the ability to create complex machinery by hand. Class skill: Transformative mechanism, possesses a shape-shifting cube that instantly deconstructs and reconfigures into various weapons upon energy infusion. Class skill: Mechanical modules, deployed blueprints to fabricate mechanical constructs. I've reached Legendary Tier Profession. And that's not all. Gong Sunwen felt a strange energy surge into his body. A constant rumbling echoed within him, and his once fragile bones began to glow with a faint golden light. Though his right eye and right arm hadn't regrown, Gong Shuwen felt them move with unprecedented agility, as if they were his own arms. Nearby, witnessing the emergence of a second legendary tier profession, Wei Wu was filled with profound emotion. Han Jinfeng and Qi Liu stood with their mouths slightly agape. Even they, long accustomed to positions of power, wore expressions of utter disbelief. This was the first time they had witnessed Ye Ming assist someone in changing professions again, and for a legendary tier profession at that. After all, the entire Blue Star had only 3 legendary tier professions. And now, they were witnessing the emergence of a new legendary tier professional. Our nation finally has a second legendary tier class holder. Han Jinfeng exclaimed excitedly. But Wei Wu countered with a smile, not the second, the third. Han Jinfeng and Qi Liu were unaware of the existence of the achievement. Therefore, after Wei Wu briefly explained the situation to them, their gazes instantly locked onto Ye Ming. Such monstrous abilities. If they hadn't already cultivated for years, even they would have wanted to become Ye Ming's underlings. Fortunately, they didn't know Ye Ming also possessed the ability to promote others. If they did, they'd likely abandon all pride and beg Ye Ming to be their leader. Ye Ming looked at Gong Shuwen and nodded with satisfaction. With Gong Shuwen's abilities now his dream of piloting a Gundam mecha could finally come true. By now, Han Jinfeng had calmed his excitement. He turned to look at Ye Ming. By the way, since that's the case, Ye Ming, are you going to join the time dungeon run? Ye Ming nodded eagerly at the question. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? Then I'll build a mecha Gundam and punch one kid after another. Alright, then this time I'll let you lead a team into the time dungeon. At the same time, our sword base and the official organizers will also send teams. That way we'll have double insurance. Since the time dungeon is located in international waters, all nations can send teams to participate in the time dungeon. However, dungeons of this difficulty level are generally beyond the capabilities of smaller nations. The competition is primarily among major powers. For instance, the American Empire, the Russian Federation, and China. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ye Ming's eyes. Title: Mount Here I Come. Chapter 92, The United States and the Ghost Clan. Across the boundless ocean. Swish! A dark shadow streaked across the tranquil sea surface. Powerful air currents tore through the water. It was the Jiangnan District's aircraft. It was racing toward the location of the limited time instance. The timed instance appeared in the direction of the East China Sea. Ever since Blue Star connected with various other worlds and entered the age of the supernatural, the global landscape of Blue Star underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation. Demonic tribes and alien races relentlessly invade Blue Star's nations. As Blue Star's practitioners had trained for a shorter time than the demonic and alien races, their strength fell short. They have been utterly unable to resist these invasions. Many weaker nations vanished into the annals of history during this upheaval. These regions became lawless territories. These are what are known as international public zones. Only a handful of medium-sized nations, with the assistance of several major powers, managed to barely hold on to their homelands. Even if humanity could reclaim these territories, they would not choose to do so.
As the situation evolves, nations face mounting pressures, leaving them no capacity to pursue such endeavors.
Meanwhile, instances, secret realms, and ruins emerging within the international public zone. Any race, nation, or faction could compete for them. But the international public zone is extremely dangerous.
Only a handful of major powers dare venture there.
The current global landscape is a tripartite standoff between the American Empire, the Russian Federation, and China. The rivalry between the American Empire and China is the most intense.
When secret realms appear within the territories of many smaller nations, they lack the capability to conquer them. They can only seek assistance from the major powers. Thus, beyond conquering secret realms within their own borders, the American Empire and China also intervene to help smaller nations conquer secret realms. Of course, this assistance comes at a price. The ownership of conquered secret realms belongs entirely to them, with only scraps being shared with these smaller nations. Take the nations of Goryeo and Fusang, for example.
However, the Goryeo kingdom in this world had been annihilated just months prior by the Mela tribe, notorious for their raiding. Inside the aircraft. The aircraft, resembling a small boat on the outside, possessed an incredibly spacious interior. It possessed a space as large as a basketball court. Inside were a group of people. They were Ye Ming, Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chenghua, and Gongshuwen. Also present were Ao Na, Qi Liyue, and a special unit known as the Masked Squad. Li Zhao was absent this time, having enlisted to combat a demonic force. At that moment, Qi Liyu was briefing the group on the potential adversaries they might encounter. First are the professionals from the United States. The Empire has dispatched personnel from Delta Base once again. Delta Base is the United States Special Forces base. It fiercely competes with China's Arrowhead Base, frequently vying for secret realms in international public zones. Most encounters, however, ended with Delta Base emerging victorious. But most likely it's the SEAL Special Forces. The squad's leader is Jack Smith, an SSS tier professional, a superhuman. He possesses formidable physical prowess and immense strength. He is one of your formidable competitors this time. At this point, Shiliu turned to look at everyone. She wanted to gauge their reactions. However, the members of the masked squad all wore masks, concealing their expressions. Ye Ming's people, however, remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned about their opponent's strength. Some were deep in meditation, while others played games on consoles created by Gongshuwen. Only Ye Ming stood there, deep in thought. Ye Ming is so steady. Qi Liyue thought to herself, impressed by the scene. Yet, deep inside, Ye Ming was only thinking about how to show off after receiving the title and mount. How he would flaunt his new title and mount once he obtained them. Seeing this, Qi Liyu continued. Besides the United States, other foreign powers may also appear. A race called the Ghost Tribe is currently invading Fusang Kingdom, and they're very close to the timed instance. They're likely to send forces to compete for the timed instance. Afterward, Shiryu briefly shared some information about the Ghost Clan with everyone. This race bore some resemblance to the demonic tribes, equally wicked and malevolent. Green-faced with fangs, horns sprouting from their heads. They resemble the people of Fusang in appearance, but share their vile nature. The aircraft sped across the ocean surface. Before long, the group arrived at the location of the timed dungeon. Splash! Surging waves rose from the sea. Crashing into each other, the waves produced deafening roars. The sea exploded into a sky-filling mist of white spray and splashes. Whoosh! A hatch opened at the top of the aircraft, and Ye Ming and the others emerged from within. Only then did Ye Ming realize. Several factions had already arrived on the sea surface. As expected, the American Empire had arrived long ago. Wherever there was an opportunity for profit, the American Empire was never absent. Qi Liyue scanned the scene and recognized her old adversary, Oaks, leading the opposing group. She remarked, "This man is extremely cunning and treacherous, willing to resort to any means for profit." Ye Ming's gaze fell upon Oak's dark-skinned, with eyes that held a shadowed intensity. Immediately after, Shiliu turned her gaze toward another group. A dark aura shrouded the group, their hideous forms unmistakably those of the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Clan has indeed sent their forces. Upon seeing the Ghost Tribe members, Qi Liyue's expression grew solemn. Not long ago, after the Ghost Clan invaded Fusang Kingdom, they had sought assistance from their leader, the United States. But the United States had refused, citing insufficient manpower. So he turned to seek aid from China instead. China, of course, would not stand idly by. They proposed handing over Fusang's sole medium-sized secret realm in exchange for their aid. Fusang refused, and the matter was dropped. But now, the demonic tribes have surplus forces to seize the timed dungeon. Could it be that Fusang is on the verge of collapse? Though the Ghost Clan's strength pales beside the Demon Clan and Insect Clan, they remain formidable adversaries. Among the crowd of the American Empire, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses fixed his gaze upon Ye Ming and his companions. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces this time? Oak sneered coldly, "Humph. The sword base is going downhill. They don't even dare send proper people anymore." Hearing this, the American Empire members snorted in derision. Knowing they can't beat us, they just send random people to put on a show, ha.
In every confrontation with Sword Base, they had emerged victorious most of the time. Seeing only unfamiliar faces now, they looked down on China even more. Meanwhile, among the Ghost Clan, they gnashed their teeth and bared their fangs, watching Ye Ming and his group face off against the American Empire forces. Damn it! They're here too, one demon growled, his voice tinged with irritation. Oomph. Fear not. Once we've swallowed Japan whole, we'll take these two nations too. Then I'll turn their homelands into graves. Besides these three groups, there were also scattered bands. They were all survivors from nations that had been destroyed. After their nations fell, they had no choice but to band together for survival, scouring the international public zone for resources. Upon discovering this limited time instance, even with major factions present, they still wanted to give it a shot. Without a nation, they were a band of vagabonds, living each day in constant fear. Just as everyone was sizing up the other factions, the entrance to the timed instance suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The waves on the sea grew even more turbulent and fierce. Chapter 93, Atlantis. Buzz. The moment the timed instance portal opened, Ye Ming suddenly sensed an odd aura. He felt this aura was deeply familiar to him. Beside him, Aona felt the same, her large eyes blinking rapidly. But Ye Ming had no time to ponder. The moment the timed instance entrance opened, figures from other factions had already moved. The swiftest were the members of the American Empire. Jack Smith, captain of the SEAL team, charged ahead, leading his squad into the instance. The Ghost Clan was no slower. With fangs bared, they let out ghostly howls, their forms dissolving into black smoke as they drifted into the instance. The remaining wandering adventurers also began to move. Seeing this, Ye Ming and his companions prepared to enter. Each unleashed their unique abilities as they charged toward the dungeon entrance. Stellar Flame Universe. Ye Ming growled. Windfire wheels materialized beneath his feet, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. The dungeon had a party size restriction, forcing them to enter as a 5-member team. Therefore, Ye Ming left Aona behind, entrusting her care to Qi Liyue for the time being. Watching Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing depart into the instance, a hint of reluctance flickered in Aona's eyes. Ever since emerging from the celestial dragon ruins, she had remained by Ye Ming and Su Zhiqing's side. It was as if she couldn't bear to be apart from them. Qi Liyue, standing nearby, seemed to sense Aona's emotions. With a gentle smile, she crouched down and softly stroked Aona's head. Just as she was about to speak words of comfort, Aona suddenly pulled away from her hand. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of light and dashed toward the dungeon entrance. Aona! Seeing this, Shiliu gasped in shock. Instantly, an ice bridge materialized beneath her feet, carrying her in pursuit. But Aona's speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, she reached the dungeon entrance. Then, under Qi Liyue's stunned gaze, Aona charged straight into the entrance. This can't be possible. Shiliu's face was filled with disbelief. How could Aona enter a team-based dungeon alone? It was common knowledge that all dungeons, secret realms, and ruins were governed by the power of their rules. No one could defy these rules. Therefore, group dungeons could only be entered by team. Solo entry was impossible. To date, no one had ever broken this law. However, Shiliu witnessed it with her own eyes. Aona entered a party-only dungeon alone. As Ye Ming stepped into the instance, before he could open his eyes to survey the dungeon's surroundings, a deafening roar erupted around him. Boom! Gurgle! It was the sound of oceanic whirlpools. When Ye Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in a corridor. But this corridor was formed entirely of seawater. Large and small whirlpools roared on both sides, as if they were about to swallow every passerby. You have entered the timed instance Atlantis. Instance rules. Rule 1. Upon entering the instance, all participants will be afflicted with the corrupted dragon curse, causing continuous loss of health. Destroy the dragon crystal pillars scattered across the map to remove it. Rule 2. Periodically, tidal waves will surge. Contact will cause 50% HP loss. Enter the safe house to avoid it. Dungeon closure countdown 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. After reviewing the instance details, Ye Ming prepared to lead the group into the dungeon. Yang Xiao led the way, accompanied by his hound, Xiao Tian. The group moved cautiously forward, gazing at the vortexes on either side, resembling black holes. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. If monsters existed, they might actually be better off. After all, visible monsters didn't scare them. This corridor wasn't very long. Ye Ming estimated it to be about 100 meters. This distance was neither long nor short. Every timed instance dungeon was incredibly dangerous, with a difficulty surpassing even the hell mode of regular dungeons. The group advanced cautiously. Before long, they had already traversed half the corridor. So those whirlpools on both sides are just decorations. Changguo approached one of the whirlpools and examined it closely. They had assumed the whirlpools were some kind of trap. Yet they had reached this point without encountering any danger. Changguo reached out his palm and touched the vortex. Splash!
The vortex merely splashed up a few droplets of water, showing no other reaction. The seawater felt icy cold to the touch. Seeing no danger, Cheng Wei gradually submerged his hand deeper. Suddenly, the whirlpool erupted with a crimson glow. Roar! A powerful suction force erupted from the vortex. It tugged at Cheng Wei's arm, attempting to pull him into the vortex. Ah! Cheng Wei cried out in panic. The vortex's pull was absurdly strong. In the blink of an eye, half of Cheng Wei's body was already being pulled in. Seeing this, Ye Ming, who was closest to her, immediately acted. Ye Ming grabbed Cheng Wei's thigh, trying to pull her out. But just then, the whirlpools on both sides simultaneously erupted with crimson light. A powerful suction force emanated from them. Instantly, everyone's bodies were sucked toward the whirlpools. Fortunately, their reactions were lightning fast. Yang Xiao thrust his weapon into the ground to anchor himself. Simultaneously, he grabbed Su Zhiqing. Gong Shuwen, meanwhile, activated 8 mechanical spider spears that emerged from his back, jabbing out in all directions to anchor himself. Amidst the terrifying suction force, the surrounding walls cracked and shattered. At their starting point, seawater roared in. The water teemed with jellyfish. As these jellyfish swam, they emitted bursts of electric light. Touching them would induce paralysis, rendering one unable to move. Not to mention the risk of death. How could they possibly clear the dungeon if they couldn't move? Watching the seawater steadily encroach, Ye Ming mustered all his strength in his arms, violently yanking the group out of the whirlpool. Then he led the group forward at a rapid pace. But as they moved, they had to resist the suction of the whirlpools on both sides. Thus, their progress was slow. Countless jellyfish released arcs of electricity, bursting into dazzling light. Like death's glow, they pursued Ye Ming and his companions. The group had no choice but to sprint relentlessly. Fortunately, all possessed considerable strength and soon escaped the vortex corridor. Ye Ming glanced back. The corridor lay shattered now, filled with drifting jellyfish emitting electric arcs. That was close. Ye Ming sighed in relief. He could feel the heat of the electric light closing in from behind. Seeing that no one was injured, Ye Ming turned to look at the space before him. It was an underwater world, vast and boundless. Countless architectural ruins littered the ground. Ye Ming gazed into the distance. In the distance, he vaguely discerned a towering structure. That must be the boss's lair. Ye Ming murmured. Meanwhile, in another vortex corridor. Rumble. The sea roared like a scythe of death. Jack Smith carried one person on his back, gripped 2 others by the hands, and had 2 more dangling from his feet. He was flying at full speed. Swish! They had just encountered the vortex's suction. But thankfully, he reacted swiftly. He immediately used his laser eyes to break through it. But this only accelerated the surge of seawater. One of the team members fell into the water and was electrocuted by a jellyfish. In the end, he had no choice but to rescue him and carry him out on his back. Meanwhile, the ghost tribe elsewhere passed through the vortex corridor with remarkable ease. They transformed into a cloud of black smoke, passing through in the blink of an eye. As for some of the wandering adventurers, they weren't so fortunate. Of every 5-person team, at least 2 or 3 were left behind in the vortex corridor. And when they finally escaped the corridor and entered the underwater world, the real contest had only just begun. Chapter 94, Fish Sword People. The architectural ruins bore relief carvings. Had they not been destroyed, they might have been considered cultural relics. Stone columns stood scattered here and there, as if showcasing Atlantis' former glory. As Ye Ming and his companions navigated between these structures, they also searched for traces of the dragon crystal pillars. Though they had escaped the vortex corridor, Rule 1's corrupting dragon curse still lingered. It steadily drained the group's health points. Though the rate of depletion remained constant, Ye Ming noticed. As the dungeon's countdown progressed, the rate of life drain accelerated. If they didn't clear the dungeon quickly, the accumulated damage from the corrupting dragon curse would likely kill them. Therefore, the group was now desperate to find the dragon crystal pillar and lift the curse. They raced forward at full speed. Before long, they encountered the first wave of minor monsters. Sawtooth fish, fast-moving with high attack frequency. Low individual damage but appear in large numbers. They excel at swarming and tearing into their targets. The moment the sawtooth fish swarm spotted Ye Ming and his companions, they began swaying, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth and lunging forward to bite. But monsters of this level were mere roadkill to Ye Ming and his companions. Su Zhiqing simply swept a blade of light, annihilating them all. After dealing with the sawfish, the group pressed onward. Later, they encountered other monsters. Without exception, Ye Ming and his companions dealt with them effortlessly. As they pressed forward, the towering spire grew ever clearer. From afar, one could see the tower was built from countless stacked stones. It stood in a stepped formation, layer upon layer. At its very summit stood a stone statue over 10 meters tall. But due to the great distance, its features remained indistinct for the moment. Just as the group had swiftly defeated another swarm of sawtooth fish, the first boss-level creature appeared, the fish swordman. The fish swordman possessed a human upper body and a massive fish tail below. Its elongated head bore bulging eyes and a mouth filled with dense, sharp teeth. Its skin was covered in silver-blue scales that reflected light. In its arms were two bone blades, gleaming coldly. Upon spotting Ye Ming and his companions, its powerful fish tail leapt upward with a powerful thrust, shooting toward the group. Seeing this, Yang Xiao took the initiative. Wielding his three-phase mountain-splitting axe, he swung it down with all his might. Clang! 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 Instantly, the two locked in combat. However, through relentless grinding and leveling up, Yang Xiao had now reached level 35. His physical strength soared to 2,134 points. In just a few short exchanges, Yang Xiao severed one of the fish swordman's arms. Then, Yang Xiao leapt high into the air and delivered a vertical cleave down upon the fish swordman. Thud! The fish swordman's body split in two, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Ye Ming suddenly noticed a small knife embedded in the fish swordman's body. He walked over and retrieved the dagger. The knife was about 10 centimeters long, crafted from translucent bone material, and shaped like the sharp beak of a swordfish. After examining it for a while, Ye Ming couldn't discern its purpose. He casually tucked it away. Just then, the group faintly heard the roar of the tide. Ye Ming furrowed his brow. The tide is about to come in. Rule 2. Every so often, the tide would rise, creating a tidal surge. Being touched by the tide would deduct 50% of one's health. Seeing this, Ye Ming had no choice but to lead everyone to find a safe house first. After all, the curse only drained a small amount of health each time. Avoiding the tide was far more crucial. But the group had no idea what a safe house looked like. All the surrounding buildings lay in ruins. They offered no protection against the tide. The group had no choice but to keep moving forward, searching for the safe house. Meanwhile, Jack Smith and others from the United States also sensed the tide approaching. They too began searching for the safe house. Jack Smith moved the fastest. He walked alone, leading the group. Whoosh! His superhuman profession granted him the ability to fly. His gaze swept constantly over the surrounding buildings. By now, he had searched every inch within a 10-kilometer radius. But he found no safe house. Instead, he spotted a dragon crystal pillar. Upon seeing it, he immediately flew over. The dragon crystal pillar stood about 2 meters tall, its entire body resembling transparent blue crystal. A peculiar blue energy continuously seeped from it. So this is the dragon crystal pillar. Jack Smith stared at the pillar before him, reaching out to touch it. The surface felt cool to the touch. He also noticed a groove on the pillar. It seemed designed to hold something. But he didn't dwell on it. Because he felt the curse's damage stop instantly. He confirmed this was the dragon crystal pillar that would lift the corrupted dragon curse. Jack Smith immediately clenched his fist, gathering strength. Preparing to shatter it. He slammed his fist into the dragon crystal pillar. Boom! As expected, the dragon crystal pillar shattered effortlessly under Jack Smith's blow. Rich blue energy spilled out. But as it drifted, it gradually transformed into green. It then coiled around Jack Smith's body before slowly seeping into his system. Jack Smith could distinctly feel the energy entering his body. It flowed continuously within him, and his health points ceased to decrease. A look of relief spread across his face. Finally rid of this nuisance. Though the curse's damage wasn't high, it felt like a ticking time bomb on his body. With the curse lifted, Jack Smith prepared to continue searching for the safe house and the dragon crystal pillar. His left fist was slightly curved, held parallel to his shoulder, while his right arm was fully extended toward the sky. Whoosh! His form shot upward, soaring into the air. However, just as Jack Smith was still reveling in the thrill of touching the curse, his body abruptly halted mid-air. Then, in the next instant, he plummeted straight down like a bird with broken wings. Jack Smith's expression changed. Fuck! What the hell is going on? He could no longer sense his supernatural power. Swish! Thud! He crashed hard to the ground from midair. Instantly, it felt like half his bones had shattered. Fortunately, he hadn't been flying very high. He wasn't killed instantly by the fall. Jack gritted his teeth against the pain, desperately trying to summon his power. But nothing happened. Back to square one. From Superman back to an ordinary man. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a ghostly figure, its lower half a dark mist, floated mid-air. He wielded a great sword adorned with a skull. Slashed viciously at the dragon crystal pillar. Crack! Cracks instantly appeared on the dragon crystal pillar. The demonic clan then delivered a series of slashes, shattering it completely. Green energy surged into his body. The next moment. Ah! The lower half of this ghost clan member solidified once more, crashing onto the ground. Seeing his state, the other ghosts flew over. They examined his condition. They discovered the energy within his body seemed to have vanished. Meanwhile, Ye Ming approached a shell-shaped structure. The structure emitted a faint, ghostly white glow. This must be it. Ye Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the structure.
It was the only undamaged structure along the way, and it was glowing. Based on his experience, this must be the so-called safe house.
Chapter 95, The Sword of Extinction. Entering the shell safe house.
The interior was small and empty, with only a dragon-headed statue perched high above.
Ye Ming estimated the space could comfortably fit 5 people.
This must be the safe house.
Come on in.
After confirming it was safe, Ye Ming called out for the others to enter. However, just as Ye Ming was about to step inside the safe house, whoosh! Boom! An attack slammed into the spot where Ye Ming was about to land. Ye Ming spun around to see a group of wandering professionals.
About a dozen of them. Kid. We've got our eyes on this spot. You guys find somewhere else.
A figure of indeterminate gender stepped forward from the group of wandering adventurers, shouting at Ye Ming and his companions.
After their nation fell, some adventurers chose to join other nations in search of refuge.
But these adventurers were often dispatched to the front lines of war, fighting against alien races. Not only did they face the danger of falling, but their leveling speed was also greatly hindered.
Others chose to become wanderers.
While this path offers no national protection, it grants relative freedom. They can collaborate with other nations as mercenaries.
Simultaneously, they can gather resources in international public zones.
Generally, few nations send forces to occupy resources in international public zones.
After all, the risks outweigh the rewards.
Those who can survive in such hazardous zones
are exceptionally powerful entities driven solely by profit.
They couldn't care less about who their opponents are.
Even if they incur enmity, they can simply retreat to the international public zone.
No one would waste professional resources trying to apprehend them. The figure whose gender remained indistinguishable approached, accompanied by a dozen or so rogue mercenaries. Only when they drew near could Ye Ming barely discern that the figure was male.
Damn it! Did you hear me? You bunch of Chinese who can't even afford kimchi.
Kim Chul-Su pointed at Ye Ming with a raised pinky finger.
He mimicked a Chinese accent to mock Ye Ming, shrieking in a high-pitched voice.
The group of vagrant professionals behind him erupted in raucous laughter, their eyes brimming with mockery and greed. Their gazes roamed over Ye Ming and his companions without restraint. Especially Changguo and Su Zhiqing, their eyes betrayed no attempt to hide their wicked thoughts. Su Zhiqing and Changguo felt slightly uncomfortable under these stares. Kim Jeol-Su was originally from Korea.
After Korea's fall, he drifted through the international public zone. His profession was SSS tier, a super idol. He possessed extraordinary charisma.
This allowed him to carve out his own standing in the perilous international public zone.
However, his combat prowess was not particularly high. Because nomadic professionals often live in lawless territories year-round.
They rarely encounter female practitioners, let alone a girl as beautiful as Su Zhiqing. If the need arose, they could only resort to other means. Any semblance of legal consciousness had long faded from their minds.
You hear that, pretty boy? A burly man with a scar across his face bellowed, shouldering a heavy axe. Get your people out of here fast. We're taking this safe house.
Seeing this, Yang Xiao stepped forward, blocking their gaze from sweeping over the two girls.
He retorted, we found this safe house first. If you want one, go find it yourselves.
Hearing this, the scarred man's eyes widened in fury as he raised his heavy axe, aiming it at Yang Xiao.
You little punk. You talking to me? Oh dear, don't scare the poor thing.
Kim Jeol-Su stepped forward, pressing down on the burly man's arm. Then, twisting his waist with a flourish, he turned to Ye Ming with a smile.
What's yours is mine. Anything I lay eyes on is mine. So, kid, know your place.
Hand over the safe house now, and leave these two girls behind. The scarred burly man chuckled wickedly beside him. These girls have such delicate skin. After we've had our fun, we can sell them to the American imperialist labs as live specimens. Kim Chul-Su roared with laughter at the suggestion.
You hear that? In an instant.
Over a dozen murderous auras erupted from behind him, locking onto Ye Ming and his group.
However, since their arrival, Ye Ming and his companions showed no sign of panic.
This only fueled a surge of anger within Kim Chul-Su and his men. In their daily lives, they had grown accustomed to wielding power and seeing the weak beg for mercy before them. Yet today, Ye Ming and his companions' unwavering composure made them feel their authority had been challenged. Seeing Ye Ming and his group remain unmoved, Kim Jeol-Su sneered lightly, since that's the case, such disobedience. Then you shall remain here forever. His eyes suddenly turned cold and ruthless. As his words fell, the scarred, burly man wielding the heavy axe struck first. Boom! The terrifying axe descended from above, aiming straight for Yang Xiao's head. Yang Xiao, already seething with rage. He raised his three-phase mountain-splitting axe and met the blow head-on. Just as their weapons collided, the others also sprang into action. Su Zhiqing let out a fierce cry, unleashing a dazzling blade of light that sliced toward her opponent. Behind Chengguo, the wrathful visage of Go Chen materialized as he swung his golden whip, coiled with the power of heavenly thunder, smashing toward the enemy.
Gong Shuwen's hands danced with lightning speed.
One after another, self-detonating automatons materialized out of thin air and charged toward Kim Jeol-soo and his companions.
Ye Ming remained motionless.
He felt such opponents didn't warrant his personal intervention.
Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the heavy axe wielded by the scarred burly man was cleaved apart by Yang Xiao.
Each of Yang Xiao's axe swings carried immense force, as if capable of cleaving mountains. Among Ye Ming's group, Yang Xiao possessed the highest physical strength after Ye Ming himself. Ah! Having lost his weapon, the scarred brute took a full-force axe blow to the face. Thud! The burly man collapsed instantly, knocked out cold.
Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing's single strike with her light blade had defeated 2 opponents outright. Her delicate brows were furrowed with fury.
Recalling the looks those men had given her moments ago, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her.
A bunch of scum. Time to cleanse you properly. The light sword danced through the air, each strike targeting their lower body.
Seeing his side falling behind,
he immediately sprang into action.
His form danced as he sang aloud.
Countless melodies drifted forth, bestowing blessings upon the wandering professionals.
Kim Jeol-soo's combat prowess was modest, but his support abilities were formidable.
He could grant his allies a group-wide buff.
Even so, the battle remained one-sided. Kim Jeol-soo realized he'd hit a brick wall this time.
How could these people be this strong?
Having spent years roaming international public zones, they recognized the faces of the special squad from China's sword base. Seeing Ye Ming and the others as new faces this time.
Just like the Americans, they assumed China wouldn't dare send anyone. Instead, they'd sent some kids who hadn't even graduated yet to save face.
That's why he dared to pick a fight with Ye Ming and his group. Yet, to his shock, every single one of these students proved stronger than the special squad members. After all, his group was comprised of at least level 40 players, all holding S-rank professions. Yet they couldn't hold their own against a group of students.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Amidst the piercing screams, some of the wandering professionals collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Others clutched their groins, blood seeping through their clothes. Jin Zhishu witnessed this scene. A sudden chill spread between his legs, and he collapsed instantly. Seeing the situation settled, Ye Ming spoke.
3 seconds.
If you show your face before me again, you'll stay here.
3, 2. Ye Ming's icy countdown jolted Jin Zhishu awake.
He let out a shrill scream and scrambled away, rolling and crawling as he fled.
The surviving wandering professionals, supporting each other, limped away.
Beneath them, a thin trail of blood remained.
Swat away the annoying flies. Ye Ming turned and let everyone into the safe house.
For they could already hear the roar of the fierce waves approaching. Chapter 96, The Invincible Jack Falls Again. When Ye Ming and the others entered the safe house, they discovered there was another figure inside the safe house. It was a great white shark. Startled, they all assumed combat stances. Yet, after waiting for a long time, the great white shark showed no signs of movement.
It simply swam around in circles.
Skill breeds courage. Seeing this, Yang Xiao slowly approached the great white shark, axe in hand. Even when Yang Xiao stood directly before it, the shark showed no signs of aggression. A prompt appeared before Yang Xiao's eyes.
This place is absolutely safe, right? Reading the words before him, Yang Xiao looked utterly perplexed. Absolutely safe, but why at the end? He immediately called others over to examine it. Yet after reading it, each person remained utterly baffled by the meaning. Just as everyone was puzzled. They noticed that when Ye Ming stood before the great white shark NPC, the text suddenly began to flicker. Then it changed. There is no such thing as absolute safety.
The moment the group saw this text, their expressions changed abruptly.
Does this mean the safe house can't protect us from the tide?
Yang Xiao frowned in confusion.
Considering both hints together,
this so-called safe house wasn't safe at all.
Could there be some hidden danger? Ye Ming was equally perplexed. The safe house was completely empty, devoid of any hazardous items.
The only thing here was probably the great white shark right in front of him.
Could this great white shark be a boss? To test his theory, he launched an attack at it.
But the attack passed straight through the great white shark's body.
No effect?
Seeing he couldn't harm the great white shark, Ye Ming turned to inspect other areas. The others joined in the search for potential hazards. At that moment, Chengguo looked outward. He spotted seawater approaching from nearby, about to crash in.
Boss, what should we do? Should we leave? Chengguo urgently asked Ye Ming. Should they leave the safe house or stay put?
Ye Ming pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to stay in the safe house. After all, each encounter with the tide would cost them 50% of their health. And the so-called danger within the safe house was still unknown.
It might just be a minor threat. With Ye Ming's decision made, Chengguo hurried to the entrance and closed the door.
The shell slowly closed, finally sealing shut just before the seawater arrived.
Boom!
Violent waves crashed against the shell shelter, producing a deafening roar. The shelter hummed and vibrated under the relentless pounding.
Fortunately, the safe house held out against the seawater. Listening to the sounds outside,
Everyone felt that if they hadn't taken shelter in the safe house, they might have been swallowed by the raging waters. Meanwhile, the SEAL Special Forces team also located a safe house. Jack led the group inside. By now, Jack's strength had fully recovered. However, the damage from the corrupted dragon curse on his body had doubled. It turned out the dragon crystal pillars required a specific method to destroy. Attempting to destroy it by brute force would inflict double the curse damage and temporarily strip him of his abilities. Upon entering the safe house, he also discovered the Great White Shark NPC and received the first hint. But he paid it no mind. Who was he? Captain of the US Special Forces Squad, holder of the SSS tier superhuman profession. With overwhelming power, no one could stand against him. Especially in this empty room. Unless someone tried to pull a dirty trick like the Dragon Crystal Pillar did. Captain, what should we do next? A team member approached Jack and asked. None of them had broken the curse yet. Yet 1/3 of the dungeon time had already passed. Dungeon countdown, 2 hours 07 minutes 43 seconds. Fortunately, they were already very close to the tower where the final boss resided. Jack looked at his teammates. This special squad seemed formidable. Truthfully, it was all down to him. Apart from him, the other members were merely S-rank professionals. Compared to China's special squads, which typically fielded 1 SSS rank and 2 SS ranks, his team was relatively weak. And their past victories over China's special teams were entirely down to him. For instance, during one mission, a team member misidentified a warning symbol as a buff rune. This led to them being hunted down by over a dozen boss-level enemies. He'd be grateful to God if his teammates didn't slow him down. Therefore, he decided to take on the boss alone. Jack said in a low voice, "You guys go find the dragon crystal pillars and destroy them. I'll take on the boss solo." The team member could only nod in response. But just then, the teammate stumbled and collapsed. Ha! Jack's heart immediately grew wary at the sight. But in the next instant, he felt the scene before his eyes suddenly double. Then, he gradually lost consciousness. In his final moments, he saw only a wisp of smoke drifting down from the ceiling. In another safe house, the Ghost Clan possessed the ability to transform their bodies into ghostly energy. This ethereal form grants immunity to most physical damage. Therefore, for safety and mobility, the Ghost Clan typically preferred to transform their lower bodies into ghostly energy form. Just as the Ghost Tribe discussed their next move, they suddenly noticed their lower halves turning green. Immediately afterward, they lost consciousness. Ye Ming paced restlessly within the safe house, searching for potential hazards. But he had already searched along the perimeter 3 or 4 times and still found nothing amiss. "I've checked everywhere. Nothing unusual. Then where could the danger be?" Ye Ming fell deep in thought. Then, something suddenly occurred to him. "I haven't checked overhead yet." Just then, a sound came from above his head. SSSSHHH. Ye Ming looked up in the direction of the sound. He suddenly noticed that the dragon's head on the roof was quietly spewing white mist. Though he didn't know what effect this mist had. It definitely wasn't anything good. Seeing this, Ye Ming hurriedly instructed Gongshu Wen to craft an item to plug the dragon's mouth. Gongshu Wen's fingers danced as he crafted a dragon pearl. He leapt forward, slipping the dragon orb into the dragon's mouth. Only then did the white mist cease. Who'd have thought danger lurked overhead? Gongshu Wen sighed, gazing at the dragon's head on the ceiling. This dungeon is truly fraught with danger. After hiding in the safe room for over 10 minutes, the sounds of impact outside gradually faded. After waiting a moment longer, they opened the safe room. They discovered the tide had already receded, the seawater withdrawn. Seeing this, Ye Ming led the group forward. This time, they quickened their pace. As they drew closer to the boss's location, minor enemies grew increasingly dense. They unleashed their full power to instantly eliminate every minor enemy they encountered along the way. It must be said that the minions in timed dungeons were different. Not only were they tougher than those in regular instances, but they also yielded more experience points. The honored Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chunghua, and Gongshu Wen have slain the sawtooth fish. You have gained 50 EXP through your faith profession skill. Titulars Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chunghua, and Gongshu Wen have slain the mermaid demon. You have gained 55 EXP through your faith class skill. Ye Ming gained a large amount of experience through sharing. His level also rose from 39 to 43. These few levels boosted his physical and mental stats by at least several dozen points. He estimated that by the time he reached the boss's location, he could gain several more levels. Chapter 97, Perfect. He could even choose his opponents. Ye Ming and the others advanced toward the tower. Finally, they encountered a dragon crystal pillar. As they approached, they could sense the pure life energy emanating from it. Seeing this, Yang Xiao prepared to strike it down. But Ye Ming called out to halt his action. Hold on. Given the incident at the safe house earlier, Ye Ming exercised caution this time. He walked up to the dragon crystal pillar and examined it closely. He wanted to see if there were any changes or hidden mechanisms. The dragon crystal pillar had a smooth surface with rhombic crystal faces. Ye Ming discovered a small hole at its center, and the shape of this hole seemed somewhat familiar. He retrieved the small knife dropped by the fish swordman he had slain earlier. He found its size and shape were a perfect fit. Could it be that this is meant to destroy the dragon crystal pillar? Ye Ming hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he inserted the small knife into the hole in the dragon crystal pillar. As the knife went in, snap! A faint sound echoed, followed by the dragon crystal pillar shaking violently. Fine cracks began to appear on its surface. The energy within continuously merged and transformed, eventually surging out through the cracks. The energy, radiating a blue glow, drifted out and slowly seeped into Ye Ming's body. Instantly, Ye Ming felt a weight lift from his entire body. The damage inflicted by the corrupting dragon curse vanished from his body. Just as I suspected. They had found the correct approach to the curse. Next, the group set out to hunt the boss fish swordman and farm small knives. Thanks to the drones crafted by Gongshuwen, locating the fish swordman proved remarkably easy. Before long, the group had lifted the curse one by one. Now unburdened, they raced toward the tower where the boss resided. As they drew closer to the tower, they began to faintly sense an oppressive aura. This was not the pressure of raw power, but a pressure emanating from a higher plane of existence. It felt as though they were approaching a deity. Some speculated that when a professional reached level 100 and passed the trials, they could become a deity. Yet the strongest adventurer present was only level 79. The tower gradually came into clearer view before their eyes. All eyes looked upward. It featured hundreds of stone steps, forming a spire-like structure. The tower stood at least 400 meters tall, crowned by a colossal statue. It emitted a faint blue-gold glow. Though its features had blurred over time, an aura of solemn majesty still emanated from it. Its form was imposing and towering, with flowing robes rippling like water. Its right hand gripped a trident. The sea god. Upon seeing the statue, everyone except Ye Ming felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Ye Ming's gaze locked onto the statue. Looks like we'll have to go up to activate the boss. Seeing this, the group prepared to step onto the stairs. Just then, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air from behind them. Swish! Ye Ming spun around. He spotted a figure charging toward them at astonishing speed. Boom! The figure slammed heavily into the ground in front of Ye Ming and his companions, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a man in a tight high-tech combat suit with blonde hair and blue eyes emerged. It was Jack from the United States. Wow! Friends from the East, what a pleasure to meet you. His tone carried a hint of flippancy. What? Why didn't China send the demon squad this time? Instead, they sent you students? Are they afraid of us? Ha! Though Jack stood alone, he showed no fear facing Ye Ming and the others. He taunted them relentlessly, showing them no respect whatsoever. Oh, right, that masked squad of yours? I already eliminated them. Jack suddenly leaned in close to Yang Xiao, who stood at the front, grinning as he spoke. Next, I want to see what you're made of. Before his words had even finished echoing, Jack swung his fist with brutal force. Boom! A fist as big as a clay pot, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, slamming toward Yang Xiao's face. Fortunately, Yang Xiao reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow. Seeing his first strike miss its mark, Jack wildly swung his fists, pounding toward Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao clenched his fist to meet the onslaught. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. At that moment, Jack was utterly shocked. Damn it! This kid can actually block my attacks. I have a staggering 1577 points in physique. This physique stat equated to the SSS tier professions level 50 cap. Ever since his class change, Jack had been renowned for his supermodel level physique. His superhuman class not only boasts extraordinary physical stats but also grants him flight and laser vision abilities. Thus, he has virtually no weaknesses across all attributes. This has always made Jack dismiss opponents of equal rank. But today, he found himself unable to gain any advantage against Yang Xiao. Earlier, while searching for the fish swordman, they had slain numerous minor monsters along the way. Yang Xiao and his companions had already reached level 40. Upon reaching level 40, Yang Xiao's base physical stats had soared to 1261 points. But Yang Xiao possessed the enhancement of the 8-9 mystic arts. His physical strength had soared to 1891 points, far surpassing Jack's physical stats. As the fight progressed, Jack began to feel pain in his fists. Seizing an opening in Jack's defense, he unleashed a sudden, thunderous punch, striking Jack squarely in the chest. Boom! Jack couldn't dodge in time and was struck. Ugh! Jack quickly stumbled backward, clutching his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually lost. He refused to accept it. If I can't beat this guy, I'll just find another. Jack's gaze swept across the room. Su Zhiqing and Chang Wei were immediately ruled out. For someone who valued his pride as much as he did, defeating a woman was nothing to be proud of. His gaze shifted to Gongshuwen.
But Gong Shuwen's face was slightly pale and his build was frail. No good. Now only Ye Ming remained. Jack raised his hands high, signaling to stop. Ha ha. Friends. I was just messing with you guys. Honestly, I only wanted to spar with you all. Jack laughed heartily as he addressed Ye Ming and the others. I've already sparred with you, he said, shifting his gaze from Yang Xiao to Ye Ming. This time, I'd like to spar with that more refined-looking friend. He chose Ye Ming, who appeared neither overly strong nor frail. Yang Xiao heard Jack's words and chuckled. How delightful, he even gets to pick his opponent. Seeing this, Ye Ming could only shake his head and step forward. Looks like you think I'm an easy target. The next moment, Ye Ming struck suddenly. Boom! His form shot forward explosively. His fist, carrying unparalleled momentum, slammed viciously toward Jack. Jack let out a low growl. He swung his fist to meet the attack. But, boom! In the next instant, Jack's figure flew backward like a cannonball. Put! Jack spat out a mouthful of blood. He snapped his head up, pupils dilating in sheer terror. One strike. Just one strike. I'm defeated. How could this be possible? I'm the invincible Superman. How could I be defeated in a single blow? In past fights, it was always him knocking others out with a single punch. But today, I've suffered one setback after another. First, he couldn't defeat Yang Xiao, and now Ye Ming had knocked him out with a single punch. But there was no time for shock. Ye Ming's fierce fist, carrying a terrifying wind, was already bearing down on his face. Jack's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. Chapter 98, See God? Stop. Buzz. Ye Ming's fist, as big as a sandbag, halted an inch from Jack's face. Jack dropped to one knee, clasped his hands together, and spoke earnestly. I'm sorry, my friend. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Yang Xiao murmured, brilliant. He actually stopped. Ye Ming hadn't expected Jack to back down so quickly. Just as he was about to speak, Jack vanished in a flash. He charged toward the stone steps of the tower. Possessing the ability to fly, his speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended the tower's steps. Ha! Stupid Chinese. First place belongs to us, the American Empire. But the next instant, Jack's expression changed abruptly. The instant he stepped within the tower's boundaries, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, unbearably heavy. Fortunately, this level of gravity was still bearable. In an instant, he ascended dozens of steps. As he climbed higher, the oppressive force grew heavier and heavier. Finally, Jack could no longer maintain flight. He landed on the steps. Seeing Jack sneak ahead and climb the tower first, Ye Ming urgently called out to the others to climb the steps. The moment Ye Ming stepped onto the stairs, he too felt the terrifying pressure. It really wasn't that simple. Ye Ming had anticipated this. Climbing this tower wouldn't be straightforward. But this did not deter the group. With one burst of energy, they all climbed over 100 floors. And upon reaching this level, they too, like Jack, their pace slowed. At this point, Jack, leveraging his head start, had already reached the 193rd level. The tower contained a total of 400 steps. He had already passed the halfway point. But just then, Ye Ming suddenly heard wails and howls echoing from below. Swish! 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 Several swirling masses of black mist swept past Ye Ming. They surged toward the tower's summit. The black mist revealed its true form, transforming into a green-faced, fanged creature. They were members of the ghost tribe. Because they existed in ghostly mist form, the gravitational pull on them was far weaker than that affecting Ye Ming, his companions, and Jack. Their speed scarcely diminished. They surged past Jack, climbing all the way to the 275th floor before finally slowing down. Wah! The ghost tribe let out a piercing wail. This is bad. Yang Xiao cried out urgently upon seeing this. Boss! I'll go first. With that, he activated the 8-9 mystic arts. Instantly, Yang Xiao's speed increased further. The gap between him and Jack steadily closed. Moments later, the fastest ghost clan member had reached the 341st layer. Jack had reached the 293rd layer. Yang Xiao had already overtaken Jack, reaching the 307th layer. Su Zhiqing and the others had only just reached the 257th floor. At this level, the gravitational force they endured had multiplied several times over. Each step upward became an immense struggle. If this continued, the ghost clan would inevitably beat them to it. Yang Xiao was filled with urgency. Just then, Ye Ming's voice suddenly reached his ears. Don't panic, I'm here. Ye Ming, who had been on the 200-something floor moments ago, instantly appeared by his side. Not only that, but Su Zhiqing and the others had also caught up to him. Ha! Boss! Yang Xiao stared at Ye Ming beside him in astonishment. Just moments ago, they were nearly 50 floors apart. How had he caught up in the blink of an eye? But in the next instant, he understood. A colossal aura erupted from Ye Ming's body. It enveloped him. In an instant, all the gravitational pressure on his body vanished completely. What is this? Yang Xiao murmured in astonishment. Alright, follow me up. Ye Ming offered no explanation, merely continuing forward.
With this force protecting them, climbing the steps became effortless, as smooth as walking on level ground.
Before long, they caught up to Jack. Jack was now scrambling up the steps on all fours.
As Ye Ming and the others passed him,
his bloodshot eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side, the demonic tribe had already reached the summit. Wah-ya! The first clear of this dungeon is ours.
The Ghost Clan members raised their great swords, shrieking in triumph. The moment the Ghost Clan reached the summit, the towering statue of the sea god began to stir. Cracks appeared on its surface, and countless blue gold lights surged forth. Boom! In an instant, the once lifeless statue came to life. As the stones fell away, the true visage of the sea god was revealed. His eyes were as deep and vast as the ocean itself. Behind his head, flowing blue hair moved without a breeze. The instant the sea god laid eyes upon the ghost tribe, his eyes blazed with a piercing light. Impure race, you shall not enter. As the words fell, under the horrified gaze of the ghost tribe, the sea god raised his trident high and swept it down with a mighty swing. Whoosh boom! As the trident swung, illusory waves surged with the wind of the strike, bearing down on the ghost tribe. The ghost tribe screamed and tried to flee. They could clearly sense the terrifying power of the trident. Yet their bodies remained utterly immobilized, as if bound to the spot by some unseen force. Boom! The trident crashed down, shattering every last one of the ghost tribe. Waves washed over the scene, as if cleansing the filth. This scene was witnessed by Ye Ming and the others who had just climbed the tower. This boss is way too strong. Seeing the demon clan annihilated, the sea god's eyes returned to normal. He turned his gaze toward Ye Ming and the others. The moment he saw Ye Ming, his eyes once again blazed with an intense, dazzling light. Witnessing this, everyone immediately braced for battle. Just moments ago, the demon clan had been annihilated in an instant. Yet, the sea god made no move, merely staring intently at Ye Ming. Moments later, the light receded. At that very moment, Jack, after immense struggle, finally managed to climb up. Seeing the sea god standing motionless, his eyes lit up. Ha! The first kill on the boss is mine. Jack had no time to rest. He transformed into a meteor, hurtling toward the sea god. Two brilliant crimson beams erupted from his eyes. Zzzzzzz. The laser beams slammed into the sea god's body. But they had no effect. Seeing the laser eyes had no effect, Jack swung his fist at the sea god. At that moment, the sea god seemed to be provoked by Jack. His eyes locked onto Jack. He raised his massive palm, as vast as the sky itself. He lashed out with a thunderous slap toward Jack. Whoosh! In an instant, Jack was flung away like a fly, tumbling down the tower. At that moment, Ye Ming and the others feared the sea god might deliver a similar blow to them. Finally, those eyes, deep as the ocean, fixed once more upon Ye Ming. The air seemed to freeze. Beads of sweat formed on Changguo's palms. If the sea god were to attack them, they felt powerless to resist. Yet the dreaded attack they anticipated never came. The sea god's massive head bowed slightly. A figure suddenly emerged from its mind. Brother Ye Ming. Sister Zhiqing. Aona's clear, slightly excited voice rang out. Ye Ming looked closely and saw that Aona was actually riding atop the sea god's head. Aona? What are you doing? Su Zhiqing was the first to recover, her voice trembling with disbelief. Aona giggled. Uncle Sea God and Nana's father are good friends. Good friends? Ye Ming's heart jolted violently. Only he and Su Zhiqing knew Aona's true identity. An existence who could call the Dragon King his brother. Chapter 99, Fragments of Divinity. At that moment, the sea god's majestic and commanding voice resounded directly within Ye Ming's mind. The aura emanating from you. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming understood the sea god was referring to his Jade Emperor profession. The sea god's gaze lingered on Ye Ming for a long moment, as if trying to discern his true identity. But when his power probed into Ye Ming's body, an aura even more majestic than his own erupted, forcing him back. The sea god's expression abruptly changed, his heart jolted with alarm as he hastily withdrew his power. In that instant, he felt as though the gaze of a supreme sovereign was looking down upon him. Aona sensed the sea god's disturbance. Uncle Sea, what's wrong? The sea god shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Aona didn't dwell on it. Instead, she pouted and pleaded. Uncle Sea, brother Ye Ming and sister Zhiqing have been so kind to me. Please let them pass. Hearing this, the sea god turned his gaze toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming spoke slowly. It was Aona's father who entrusted her to my care. Oh? What proof do you have? The sea god's booming voice echoed. Ye Ming did not answer directly. The next instant, the primordial Dragon King armor suddenly materialized upon Ye Ming's body. This is the proof. The sea god had already believed Ye Ming, but when the ancient Dragon King armor appeared, a look of astonishment still flashed across his deep, piercing eyes. The ancient Dragon King set was forged from the primordial dragon scales of the Dragon Clan sovereign. The sea god recognized it at a glance. The fact that they possessed the primordial dragon scales of the Dragon Clan spoke volumes about their relationship. The sea god fell silent for a moment, his eyes swirling with the flow of the Milky Way. Very well, his voice sounded again. You are now the only group of challengers remaining. And you are Aona's friend. Both in reason and in sentiment, I can let you pass. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The colossal phantom of the sea god slowly raised his immense palm. Yet this time, the palm did not strike down. Instead, with solemn ritualistic grace, the palm turned upward, fingers slightly curled. From the center of the sea god's phantom palm, a brilliant azure divine light erupted, purer and more sacred than any radiance seen before. Within the light, something seemed to float, faintly visible. Whoosh! One of them drifted out first. It came to rest above Ye Ming's head. It was a title, radiating brilliant azure light. Lord of the Sea God. Equipping this title increases physical strength by 100 and mental strength by 100. Visible to all. P.S. Can be hidden manually. Immediately after, a deep blue armor set floated into view. Watery ripples shimmered across its surface, with a blue gemstone inlaid on the forehead of the helmet. Ye Ming donned the Sea God armor and instantly grasped all its details. Sea God armor set. Equipment quality, chromatic. Set skill, golden trident. First form, unsettling winds, forcibly immobilizes the opponent for 3 seconds. Second form, heaven-shattering tidal wave, summons a colossal wave from the sky, unleashing a wide area attack. Third form, rainbow piercing the sun, curls the sea god's trident at the target, dealing single target damage. Set trait I, granted dominion over the seas, enabling the summoning of oceanic power. Set trait 2, received the protection of the sea god, generating a shield that nullifies fatal damage. After reviewing the sea god set's effects, Ye Ming's face lit up with delight. Another colorful quality piece of gear. And a full set. It even included one more weapon than the Dragon King set. And all this stuff was voluntarily handed to him by the boss. But as this thought crossed his mind, Ye Ming suddenly realized something. This sea god boss seemed to possess its own consciousness. Bosses in dungeons are typically mindless, acting according to predefined programming. Even king tier bosses above lord tier lacked self-awareness. Just as Ye Ming was puzzled, a dark shadow leapt out of the light once more. The newcomer bore a lion's head, dragon's mouth, fish scales, ox's tail, tiger's claws, deer antlers, and a horse's body, all shimmering azure. Sea God's exclusive Mount Azure dragon scaled steed. The azure-scaled dragon horse rode the waves toward Ye Ming, approaching him slowly. It lowered its head, gesturing for Ye Ming to mount. Ye Ming smiled faintly, then without hesitation swung himself onto its back. The azure dragon-scaled steed galloped ceaselessly through the air, carrying Ye Ming. Contrary to expectations, there was no jolting motion or need to struggle for balance. Moreover, Ye Ming felt a profound connection with the azure dragon-scaled steed. He could control it effortlessly. Ye Ming didn't care about the mount's combat prowess. What he desired most was its speed. With that thought, Ye Ming murmured, "Test your speed." To that island. His mind locked onto a distant, isolated isle that appeared as little more than a dark speck. The azure dragon-scaled horse let out a deep, low snort. The next instant, Ye Ming felt the surrounding scenery blur and stretch, as if he had entered a tunnel of light and shadow formed by seawater. When the scene before his eyes sharpened once more, Ye Ming suddenly realized he had already arrived on the isolated island. A wave of shock washed over him. This wasn't merely a matter of speed, it involved a spatial leap. The azure water dragon scale horse possessed spatial power, bringing Ye Ming an unexpected delight. Returning to the tower, Ye Ming gently stroked the azure dragon-scaled horse's neck. Seeing Ye Ming's fondness for the azure dragon-scaled horse, the sea god smiled faintly. Then, the sea god's words snapped Ye Ming out of his joy at acquiring the azure dragon-scaled horse. "You've realized I possess my own consciousness, haven't you?" The sea god's deep voice echoed in Ye Ming's ears. Ye Ming could not deny it. The sea god slowly raised his head, gazing into the sky. "Do you believe in the existence of gods in this world?" In an instant, everyone instantly focused their attention. Ye Ming pondered, "I believe so-called gods are merely more powerful creatures." Indeed, you could interpret it that way. Because gods truly exist in this world. The sea god's words fell like stones into the sea, sending ripples across the surface. "And I once was a god." In that instant, shockwaves of disbelief surged through everyone present, including Ye Ming. Before them stood none other than a god. Some great sages of the human race had speculated that when a professional reached level 100, they could become a god. But whether these two gods were the same remained unknown. Then, the sea god shared information about the divine beings with everyone. Gods are beings of a higher plane of existence. They can also be simply understood as more powerful beings. But gods are unique. Each deity possesses its own divine essence. Divine essence is the embodiment of the power of rules, possessing immense strength. For instance, the sea god possesses the authority to command the oceans.
Upon the ocean, the sea god's power is greatly amplified.
In other words, only those possessing a divine essence can be called gods. Once a god loses their divine essence, they forfeit these powers.
At some unknown point in history, a terrifying divine war erupted across the world. In that war, countless deities fell.
Among them was the sea god. His divine essence was shattered into 5 fragments. One of these fragments created this limited time instance. The boss, the sea god, is formed from a fragment of the sea god's divine essence. This is why it possesses sentience. Once all fragments of the sea god's divine essence are gathered, his essence can be reconstituted. Then, one can become the sea god. The echoes of the sea god's words reverberated like ancient bells, striking fiercely within the depths of every soul.
Every face froze in utter shock.
Ye Ming murmured to himself, "Gather all fragments of the sea god's divine essence.
Recondense the divine essence. Ascend to godhood."
The sea god continued. "And since I am already dead, this sea god divinity is open for anyone to claim.
Since that is the case, I might as well bestow it upon you."
With that, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the colossal sea god transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring into Ye Ming's hand.
"May you one day bring the sea god back into this world."
Ye Ming gazed at the shard of divine essence glowing blue in his palm.
In the future, once he gathered all 5 fragments, he would become the sea god. Chapter 100, Sword pointed at Fusang, reclaiming what was lost. On the sea's surface, Commander Oaks of the United States was conversing with his subordinate beside him. "Captain Jack will definitely clear the dungeon."
Oaks beamed with confidence. In the past, it was always the Chinese demon squad competing against his SEAL team.
But this time, China had sent a team of complete strangers and students. This clearly signaled that China felt they couldn't compete with them anymore.
He was certain Jack would breeze through this time dungeon. The rewards for each time dungeon were exceptionally generous.
But the most crucial part was, it offered fragments of divine essence. That's right.
Oaks was also aware of the divine fragments. Because the Empire of Beauty has already conquered one timed instance. In that instance, they uncovered information about the divine essence.
And they also obtained a fragment of the sea god's divine essence.
Divine essence fragments are interconnected, allowing them to sense the location of other fragments. Therefore, upon learning of this timed instance, they rushed here without delay. If they conquered this timed instance, they could gather 2 fragments. The Huaxia people will never understand what true power is. They're only fit to till the soil on land. Once Jack emerges with the second fragment of the divine essence, we should rename the East China Sea the American backyard.
As for China? Ox slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Let them keep dreaming of being the Eastern overlords. After all, dreams can have anything, haha.
His subordinates joined in with mocking laughter.
Far away, Qi Liyue hadn't caught every word of Ox's speech.
She knew from the laughter that they were speaking ill of China.
The demonic tribe members' eyes glowed green, saliva dripping from their mouths.
They fixed their intensely predatory gaze upon Qi Liyue's long legs. Occasionally, they emitted a sinister chuckle. Qi Liyue's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her face etched with disgust.
If Ox was someone she disliked on an emotional level,
then her revulsion toward the ghost tribe was purely physical.
A filthy bunch. More revolting than the Fusang people. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the dungeon entrance with anticipation.
"I hope Ye Ming clears the instance quickly."
Just then, spatial ripples emanated from the entrance. Speak of the devil.
Ye Ming emerged, his head bearing the title Lord of the Ocean, clad in the sea god's armor. He rode a jade-scaled water dragon horse as he slowly emerged from the dungeon.
In an instant,
all eyes waiting outside turned toward him. The azure-scaled dragon horse raised its neck, letting out a dragon's roar that echoed across the sea and sky, announcing the birth of the new oceanic sovereign.
Some wandering adventurers who hadn't entered the dungeon witnessed this scene. Endless envy welled up in their hearts. Holy crap! That horse is so damn cool. If I got this set, I could rule these seas. Not just that. Becoming the Pirate King wouldn't be impossible either.
But when Commander Oaks of the United States saw this scene, the smile vanished from his face.
Impossible.
Oaks flicked his cigarette away. The moment he saw the sea god set on Ye Ming's body, he recognized it instantly. Jack didn't get the copy after all. The azure dragon scale horse galloped across the sea with Ye Ming aboard.
Waves crashed behind them.
Ye Ming rode the azure dragon scale horse past the crowd,
flaunting his sea god outfit to the fullest.
He then slowly returned to Qi Liyue's side. Qi Liyue's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment.
"You haven't disappointed me." Qi Liyu smiled at Ye Ming.
"Pure luck. Pure luck,"
Ye Ming replied modestly.
With Ye Ming and his team clearing the dungeon, Jack and the others were forcibly ejected from the instance. Oaks glared grimly at Jack and his group as they staggered toward him. After being struck by the sea god's palm, Jack had suffered severe injuries. He was also being consumed by the curse. If they hadn't been pulled out, he might have perished inside. What the hell happened here?
Oaks forced down his rage and demanded an explanation from Jack. The Chinese cheated. Jack pointed at Ye Ming, his voice filled with fury. He then recounted Ye Ming's defiance of gravity and his encounter with the sea god to Oaks. Upon hearing this, Oaks immediately stepped forward. He confronted Ye Ming and the others. Did you use forbidden artifacts to cheat? Oaks demanded, his voice thick with fury. Upon hearing his words, Shiliu frowned. Do you have any evidence? You just keep shouting cheating. Even if we did use forbidden artifacts, that's our skill. Then why did your people disregard the rules? Ye Ming stepped forward, riding his emerald dragon scale horse. Maybe because I'm stronger or favored by the sea god. Ye Ming replied with a smirk. Whereas you've made the sea god despise you. Oaks instantly flew into a rage. Power surged through his entire body as he lunged forward to strike Ye Ming. But in an instant, a figure rode the ice bridge, blocking the space between them. A fiery orb like a blazing sun appeared in Shiliu's hand as she glared menacingly at Oaks. Oaks was no match for Qi Liyue in combat. In their previous battle, he had been chased and beaten by Qi Liyue multiple times. Seeing this, he immediately reined in his momentum. He could only snort coldly in frustration. Meanwhile, the ghost tribe was wailing in panic. They realized everyone else had already exited the instance, yet they were still trapped inside. Where are our people? A taller ghost stepped forward, bellowing. His face was green, fangs protruding, eyes glowing red, a truly terrifying sight. At that moment, Jack's eyes darted around. Your people were killed by that group from Huaxia. I saw it with my own eyes. Instantly, the demon's bloodshot eyes locked onto Ye Ming. Roar! He didn't even give Ye Ming a chance to explain. With a flick of his body, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and charged forward. Qi Liyue, seeing this, prepared to intervene. But Ye Ming stepped in front of her. Leave it to me. As the words fell, ripples of blue light surged from within Ye Ming's body. In an instant, the once calm sea surface churned violently. Countless waves surged skyward. Ye Ming pointed his finger toward the ghost tribe. The churning seawater instantly coalesced into a rapidly spinning column of water, hurtling toward them. Boom! The ghost tribe was repelled. Qi Liyue witnessed this scene and was instantly startled. He actually managed to block the Ghost Lord. The Ghost Clan's hierarchy mirrored that of the Demon Clan, with a Ghost Lord equating to a professional of over 70 levels. The Ghost Lord, unwilling to accept defeat, wailed loudly. He tried to charge toward Ye Ming. But Ye Ming manipulated the seawater with effortless precision, trapping the Ghost Lord securely. No matter what techniques the Ghost Lord unleashed, he couldn't break through Ye Ming's defenses. At that very moment, Shiliu received a message. She pulled out her communicator and saw it was from Wei Wu. Opening it, she read. Fusang is about to fall. You must go there immediately and retrieve what rightfully belongs to us. After reading the message, Shiryu felt a slight shock. She hadn't expected Fusang to collapse so quickly under the Demon Clan's invasion. Fusang had been bragging daily about conquering Huaxia and occupying it. Yet now it couldn't even defeat the Ghost Clan, a race several times weaker than the Insect Clan. Useless. Qi Liyue muttered under her breath. With matters having reached this point, the fireball in Qi Liyue's hand suddenly swelled several times larger. Then it shot violently toward the Ghost Lord. Blazing Inferno. Sensing the killing intent, the Ghost Lord attempted to flee. Seeing this, Ye Ming immediately unleashed the first technique of the Golden Trident. Unsettling Winds. The sea water coalesced into a circle, trapping the Ghost Lord within. Boom! As expected, the fireball slammed directly into the Ghost Lord. Ah! Ghosts are immune to physical attacks, but they are extremely vulnerable to magical assaults. As the fireball struck the Ghost Lord, a towering flame erupted, engulfing him. In mere moments, the flames reduced him to nothingness. Without pause, Qi Liyue immediately relayed the news to everyone present. After hearing the news, Ye Ming grinned. Finally, I can have some fun with those Fusan folks living the good life. Chapter 101, The Eerie Museum. Fusang Kingdom. A blood moon hung high in the sky. Like a giant ghostly eye, it coldly gazed down upon the fallen land. The land once known as Fusang had now become a hellish realm overrun by specters. The entire land was shrouded in thick, dark mist. Splash! The sound of crashing waves echoed. Ye Ming rode his azure dragon scale horse into the sky. His gaze swept downward. No longer humans traversed the bustling city, but hideous-faced ghost tribes. Their forms varied wildly as they writhed and shrieked amidst the ruins. Tsk tisk. A bunch of even more disgusting people wiped out a bunch of disgusting people. Soon, a silver flying vessel arrived. Shiliu led the group out into the sky. Seeing the scene below, everyone wore expressions of disgust. The ghost tribe emitted an unbearably foul stench, like a summer outhouse. Even from high above, the faint stench was still detectable. Ye Mingqiao asked Qi Liyue, where is the treasure located? During a great war long ago, Fusang had seized a treasure belonging to Huaxia, the coiled dragon pattern tripod. The coiled dragon pattern tripod was not only a treasure but also a forbidden artifact. Now that Fusang was about to be destroyed, Huaxia should reclaim it. It's in Di Jing. The group then set off for Fusang's capital city. Along the way, numerous ghost tribes took to the skies, attacking Ye Ming and his companions. Yet these ghosts posed no threat whatsoever to them. Shi Li stomped barefoot. A ground explosion instantly annihilated a swarm of ghosts. Moments later, the group arrived at the D Capital Museum. The D Capital Museum was one of the largest museums in Fusang. It housed a vast collection of artifacts and treasures. Some of these treasures originated from Fusang itself, while others were plundered from other nations. Among them was a large collection from China. Yet upon arriving at the site, a look of utter astonishment spread across everyone's faces. For before them, the DQ Museum stood brightly lit. How is this possible? Shi Li Yue murmured in bewilderment. Could this be Fusang's last stronghold? Ye Ming looked equally puzzled. While the entire land of Fusang plunged into darkness, this place remained unchanged. This clearly wasn't a normal sign. Since we're already here, let's go inside and take a look. After a moment's thought, Shiryu decided to enter and investigate. Before arriving, Wei Wu had already provided her with the information. None of the Ghost Clan's Ghost Kings were present in Fusang. Therefore, with Qi Liyue's strength, she wouldn't encounter any danger. But for safety's sake, she only allowed Ye Ming to accompany her inside. The rest remained aboard the spacecraft, activating stealth mode to hide. Qi Liyue and Ye Ming then made their way toward the D Capital Museum. They entered the building. Inside, it was bustling with crowds of tourists. Ye Ming was utterly astonished. Fusang was now a land of devastation. How could there still be so many tourists here? Shi Liyu also sensed something was off. Be careful, she whispered as a warning. The two moved forward cautiously. Along the way, the tourists seemed perfectly normal. Just like any other day. But as they walked, Ye Ming grew increasingly uneasy. He suddenly whipped his head around. All the tourists were staring at them in unison. Yet when Ye Ming caught their gaze, they nonchalantly turned away and resumed their sightseeing. Let's head straight to the Panchi pattern tripod vessel storage area. Ye Ming called out decisively. They abandoned caution and sped off. Along the way, they saw many treasures, ink paintings of landscapes, various bronze artifacts, and yellowed books. Ye Ming desperately wanted to take them all. But their immediate priority was securing the coiled dragon pattern cauldron. Soon, they stood before the coiled dragon pattern tripod. The tripod cauldron stood on 3 legs with 2 handles, adorned with relief carvings of beast faces, standing about 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Is this the coiled dragon pattern tripod? Ye Ming stared at the tripod before him, surprised at how easily it had been found. After careful inspection, Shi Liyue confirmed, this is the one. She too was astonished that such a forbidden artifact would be displayed here, unguarded. Once confirmed, Shi Liyue prepared to take it away. But just then, a figure abruptly appeared beside them. You two fancy this cauldron too? The voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a Japanese accent. Whoosh! A ball of flame materialized in Shilyu's hand, directed at the newcomer. Ye Ming finally got a clear look at the man beside them, a slender figure dressed in a black suit. He wore a smile as he looked at Ye Ming and his companion. Ye Ming had initially assumed this man was a member of the Ghost Clan. But upon closer inspection, he realized this man was indeed human. But why could a human remain here unharmed? Could it be? Seeing that the man didn't confront him directly, Ye Ming let things proceed naturally. Yes. I do enjoy objects that carry ancient cultures, Ye Ming replied without a trace of emotion. Heh, indeed. Ancient things are fascinating, they let us glimpse the past. The thin man smiled, affirming Ye Ming's words. Then you should thank us, the thin man suddenly declared. Hearing this, Ye Ming was filled with confusion. What do you mean? What do you mean? The thin man chuckled. Because it's thanks to our protection from Fusang that you even have the chance to see such beautiful things now. Without Fusang, these things would have vanished long ago. So you should be grateful we brought these treasures to Fusang back then. The scrawny man beamed with pride, as if he'd accomplished some monumental feat. Ye Ming heard his words and sneered repeatedly. Typical bandits, utterly shameless. Their nation was destroyed, yet here he stands, still so proud. But Qi Liyue, standing beside him, wasn't about to indulge him. She shot back immediately. Nothing but a bunch of disgusting bandits. Now that the Ghost Clan has wiped you out, they've actually done us a favor. If it weren't for reclaiming what belongs to us, I wouldn't have bothered coming here at all. I'd have just blasted this place to smithereens with a fireball. As Qi Liyue's words fell, the gaunt man's expression suddenly twisted. He snarled, his teeth bared, roaring in fury. You uncivilized woman. I knew it. Humans shouldn't even exist. With that, his frail body began to swell. Within mere breaths, he transformed into a towering, 3-meter-tall, 2-faced, 4-armed muscular giant. Like a small mountain, he stood before Ye Ming. Without a word, the muscle-bound giant deliberately swung a crushing punch toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming, watch out! Qi Liyue cried out. The distance was too close for her to intervene in time. Fortunately, Ye Ming had already prepared his defense.
The instant the giant struck, Ye Ming vanished from the spot.
Boom!
The muscle-bound giant slammed the ground, leaving a deep crater.
Seeing Ye Ming unharmed, Qi Liyue finally relaxed. Ye Ming's safety was the key to whether China could rise to prominence.
If anything happened to him here, even sacrificing her life wouldn't be enough atonement.
The next moment, fury blazed in her beautiful eyes. You're asking for death.
A surge of frigid energy erupted, instantly freezing everything around them solid.
Fire fist.
Flames erupted from her fists as she slammed them toward the muscular giant.
The two collided, igniting a fierce battle. After dozens of exchanges, the muscle giant found himself at a disadvantage, roaring in fury. Damn it! You demons, come out and help. Chapter 102, Pink, the Lust Demon King. Hee, no need to rush.
The voice was both coquettish and languid.
Boom! A wave of pink mist instantly filled the museum. In an instant,
the eyes of the museum visitors turned fierce.
Roar!
They let out a growl as they lunged at Ye Ming, teeth bared. Ye Ming struck out, shattering the charging tourist with a single punch. The tourist instantly dissolved into a drifting black mist. But soon, the drifting mist gathered again not far away.
Ha! Physical attacks are ineffective?
Seeing this, Ye Ming confirmed these tourists were all members of the Ghost Clan.
He hesitated no longer. He crouched down and slammed his palm forcefully into the ground. Boom!
In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the surrounding area. Every tourist lunging toward him was instantly engulfed in flames.
Roar! Ah! Screams of agony echoed, some from the ghost tribe, others from the humans.
So not all of them are ghosts after all. Surviving Fusan people, of all things. Seeing others present, Ye Ming immediately intensified his firepower.
Boom!
This time, he didn't even give them a chance to scream. They were all incinerated into ashes.
All gone now. Ye Ming clapped his hands, surveying the now empty museum. Heh, the little guy really is ruthless. Killing even his own kind.
Suddenly, a puff of pink smoke appeared, then transformed into a young woman. She wore a crimson dress, and her features appeared remarkably innocent. Yet her beautiful eyes were filled with allure. 2 small horns adorned the top of her head. The lustful Ghost King. Equivalent to a human player above level 80 of 4th tier professional. The moment the Lust Demon King appeared, a surge of heat shot up from Ye Ming's lower abdomen. Primitive human desires surfaced in his mind. His gaze grew hazy.
No! But in the next instant,
Ye Ming snapped back to his senses.
Swish! The deep blue sea god outfit materialized. Cool seawater brushed against Ye Ming's face, bringing him back to his senses. Ha! Witnessing this scene, the Lust Demon King's crimson lips betrayed a hint of surprise. He actually resisted my pink temptation.
The Lust Demon King, one of the 3 great demon kings of the demon race. Possessing the power of lust, she could stir primal desires within living beings.
Boom!
At that moment, the muscular giant was sent flying by a single punch from Qi Liyue.
TSK, you're utterly useless. The Lust Demon King glared at the muscle giant, who was gasping for breath.
Then, she raised her jade-like hand. A cloud of pink mist drifted toward the muscle giant. As the muscle giant inhaled the mist,
his skin instantly turned a deep crimson. Roar!
The giant's gaze fixed on Qi Liyue, as if he'd spotted a delicious treat, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth.
Boom!
The muscle giant lunged toward Qi Liyue. This time, the collision ended in a stalemate. Seeing Qi Liyue entangled, the Lust Demon King smiled faintly, his eyes shifting to Ye Ming.
You must be the one mentioned by Tongsuan Club. Ye Ming's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected the Tongsuan Society to have a presence here.
Yes, he's the one from the Tongsuan Association.
The Lust Demon King's crimson lips curled in a nod toward the muscular giant. We owe the destruction of Fusan largely to their assistance.
He. So Fusan's collapse had been so swift because of an inside job.
There were members of the Tongsuan Society within Fusan. The Tongsuan Society promised to help the Demon Clan take down Fusan, while the Demon Clan needed to help them kill someone. That person was Ye Ming.
After Shin Tianyu relayed Ye Ming's information back,
the Tongsuan Society issued an order to eliminate Ye Ming. Ye Ming had already thwarted their plans twice in a row.
And Fusan was already powerless to resist the Ghost Clan.
In this way, the Tongsuan Society was merely using a favor to secure an opportunity for the Ghost Clan to act. They stood to gain without risk.
Since that's the case, come willingly into your sister's embrace.
The Lust Demon King spread her arms wide, her chest appearing like a forest from afar and peaks from the side. She parted her crimson lips slightly, blowing a wisp of pink mist toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming scrambled backward. He dared not let the pink mist touch him. Flames danced in Ye Ming's palm as a flaming fan materialized from thin air. He violently fanned the flames, unleashing a roaring gust of fire. It incinerated the drifting pink mist completely.
Interesting. The Lust Demon King flickered and appeared before Ye Ming in an instant.
She struck out with a palm toward Ye Ming's chest.
Boom! Ye Ming was sent flying backward instantly. He crashed into countless display glass cases, scattering the treasures inside everywhere. Ye Ming felt as though that single strike carried the weight of 1,000 tons. The seemingly delicate palm of the Lust Demon King possessed immense power. A single strike had left Ye Ming gravely injured. Is this the power of a fourth-tier expert? Ye Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He believed that with his current strength, even Wei Wu or the insectoid generals couldn't possibly wound him severely with a single strike. Yet the Lust Demon King had accomplished it with effortless ease. Meanwhile, Shi Liyue saw Ye Ming in danger. Her expression darkened instantly. She let out a low growl, and an icy cold aura erupted from her body. Crack! The terrifying icy aura instantly froze the muscular giant solid. But in the next instant, flames erupted from her entire body as she hurtled toward the Lust Demon King like a meteor. The Lust Demon King merely grinned as Crimson Moon approached. Then, with a series of rapid claps from both palms, several massive palms formed from pink mist roared toward her. Shi Liyue shattered only 2 palms before being trapped by the pink mist. Sizzle! Sizzle! The smoke and flames collided repeatedly, producing a crackling sound. Damn it! Shi Liyue tried to break free from the encirclement, but the smoke clung to her like a shadow, refusing to let go. Seeing Shi Liyue trapped, the Lust Demon King turned his gaze back to Ye Ming, who had already climbed to his feet. So strong. Sis really likes it. Hee hee. The Lust Demon King's voice was like a seductive melody, corroding Ye Ming's mind. Ye Ming continuously cast healing spells to mend his wounds while resisting the sound's influence. Pure World Nectar releases healing energy in a designated area, restoring health to allied units. Pure World Rain, Clear Spring Nectar. Swish. Ye Ming switched from the Sea God set to the Primordial Dragon King set. Compared to the Sea God set, the Ancient Dragon King set offered superior offensive power. Shatter Sky Dragon Claw Strike. Ye Ming unleashed 5 claw blades toward the Lust Demon King. Wherever the claw blades passed, space itself tore apart. Even the 4th-tier powerhouse of lust and desire paled at the sight of this assault. Daring not to meet it head-on, she transformed into a pink mist, attempting to evade the strike. But the suction emanating from the spatial rift threatened to pull her in. Terrified, she hastily solidified once more and hid behind the muscular giant's ice block. Boom! Countless ice shards scattered everywhere. 5 vicious claw marks suddenly appeared on the muscle giant's body. The ice block had blocked the attack, preventing its instant death. Roar! The muscle giant let out a pained roar. Of its original 4 arms, only 1 remained. Another claw strike had nearly severed him at the waist. Hee hee, why aren't you using the demon seed yet? The Lust Demon King chuckled, urging the muscle giant. The muscle giant's remaining hand frantically pulled out a magic seed and swallowed it whole. Boom! In an instant, a surge of demonic flames shot skyward, enveloping the muscle giant. Simultaneously, the gruesome wounds on his body began to rapidly heal. Within a few breaths, he had fully restored his original form, his aura even more formidable than before. His power was nearing the threshold of the 4th tier. He roared again, fixing his gaze on the trapped Shi Liyue. I want it! I want it! With that, he lunged at Shi Liyue, intent on tearing apart her crimson qipao. Chapter 103, The Dilemma. A flash of light. Ye Ming switched back into the Sea God armor. Unsettling winds. The surface of Ye Ming's trident rippled with azure wave energy. The trident traced a circle in the air. It shot toward the muscular giant. Forced immobilization for 3 seconds. Immediately after, Ye Ming unleashed his second technique, heaven-shattering tidal wave. A sky-filling tidal wave materialized out of thin air, washing away the pink mist surrounding Shi Liyue. Retreat! Ye Ming shouted to Shi Liyue. With the Lust Demon King present, the two were no match for it. As she retreated, Shi Liyue stowed away the coiled dragon-patterned cauldron. Ye Ming rode away on the emerald dragon scale horse. Shi Liyue, meanwhile, stood with flames at her feet, covering their retreat. Heh, trying to escape, the Lust Demon King chuckled lightly. Boundless lust flared in her eyes. At that moment, the blood moon suspended high in the sky began to tremble. Bloodlust. The blood moon suddenly blasted out blinding red light, enveloping the entire land of Fusan. From high above, it resembled a gigantic crimson canopy enveloping Fusan. Damn it! Ye Ming stared at the crimson barrier before him, his brows furrowed. Shi Liyue's fists were wrapped in flames as she attempted to shatter it. But after several attempts, she couldn't budge the membrane-like barrier. Just then, the muscle giant and the Lust Ghost King caught up. Hey, little brother, don't run away, the Lust Demon King said with a smile. The muscle giant wasted no words, swinging his fist at her. Seeing this, Shi Liyue turned to Ye Ming and said, you handle the giant. I'll take care of the Demon King. Ye Ming nodded. Rainbow piercing the sun. He raised the trident of the sea god high, then hurled it with all his might. Like a shooting star, it hurtled toward the muscle giant. The muscle giant raised his arm to block, but was instantly knocked flying. The trident weighed 8,000 jin, yet in Ye Ming's grasp, it felt as light as 18 jin. Instantly, Ye Ming and the muscle giant became locked in combat. Ye Ming seemed to be gaining the upper hand. However, Qi Liyue's situation was far from promising. The Lust Demon King was ever shifting and unpredictable. Qi Liyue was no match for it. Moreover, as time passed, Qi Liyue felt an unholy fire surging within her, disrupting her mind. Qi Liyue realized that if this continued, she would inevitably succumb, becoming a slave to desire. Her expression shifted constantly, then suddenly hardened. It seemed she had made a decision. Seizing an opening, she tossed the coiled dragon pattern cauldron to Ye Ming. Simultaneously, she shouted, "I'll create an opening for you to escape. Seize the moment and flee." Before Ye Ming could react, Qi Liyue suddenly spread her arms wide. From her left side, an icy mist surged forth, while from her right, countless streams of fire erupted. The two energies swirled and tangled before her, finally coalescing into a crimson and azure frostfire tornado. A terrifying energy gathered within it. Qi Liyue murmured, "Frostfire tornado." This technique possessed immense destructive power, but its side effects were equally terrifying. After unleashing it, one side of her meridians would freeze solid, while the other would burn daily like scorching sunlight, causing excruciating pain. But given the current situation, if she didn't unleash her ultimate move now, both she and Ye Ming would be trapped here. Therefore, she resolved to sacrifice herself to save Ye Ming. As the words fell, the terrifying dual-colored tornado roared toward the Lust Demon King. Even the Lust Demon King, a formidable fourth-tier powerhouse, wore a grave expression at the sight of this attack. A torrent of pink mist erupted from her body. She attempted to block the terrifying dual-colored tornado, but it proved futile. Finally, the dual-colored tornado slammed violently into the crimson barrier. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The crimson barrier shattered instantly. "Run!" Qi Liyue shouted at Ye Ming. Then, Qi Liyue lost consciousness and plummeted from the sky toward the ground. Ye Ming's expression darkened. But he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. If he hesitated, it would mean letting Qi Liyue's sacrifice be in vain. But the muscle-bound giant, ignoring his injuries, launched a frenzied attack, clinging to Ye Ming to prevent his escape. "Damn Japanese bastard!" Ye Ming cursed inwardly. At that moment, the Lust Demon King charged forward. Her palms struck out in rapid succession, pounding toward Ye Ming. At the critical moment, two powerful fists struck out, blocking the Lust Demon King's attack. After repelling the muscle giant with a single punch, Ye Ming quickly backed away. Swish! Two figures appeared beside him. Ye Ming looked over. It was Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng. Meanwhile, Qi Liyue was also caught by the spacecraft and rescued. Wei Wu had been monitoring the situation here all along. Later, when Su Zhiqing and the others saw Ye Ming and the others trapped inside the spacecraft, they immediately sought Wei Wu's assistance. At that moment, Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng's faces were twisted with fury. Without a word, they swung their fists and charged toward the Lust Demon King. Filthy abomination! Die! Both were melee specialists, formidable in combat. Initially, their combined efforts managed to suppress the Lust Demon King. But as the Lust Demon King assessed their strength, the situation abruptly shifted. Seeing this, Ye Ming entered the fray. Boom! Explosive booms reverberated across the skies above Fusang. The clouds in the sky were shattered by the shockwaves, revealing the blood moon. Only then did the three realize something was amiss. As the battle raged on, they felt an increasing heat within their bodies, a fire with nowhere to vent. He finally figured it out, huh? The Lust Demon King chuckled lightly. The blood moon in the sky was none other than the Lust Demon King's true form. The Fusang people were inherently wicked and utterly depraved. Under the blood moon's glow, their primal desires were fully unleashed. This drove them to slaughter one another. Thus, the demon clan conquered Fusang with ease. If one could pierce the darkness, they would see the land littered with Fusang people copulating. Even Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng began to lose their senses. "Become my slave, little one," the Lust Demon King laughed at the sight. Ye Ming barely maintained his sanity thanks to the protection of the sea god armor. "We can't keep being exposed to this blood moon, or I too will become her slave." Ye Ming shook his head frantically, even slashing wounds into his chest and arms to fight for his sanity. Blood dripped continuously, staining the fabric across his chest. But now, he couldn't fight his way out, nor could he escape. Just as despair consumed him, a sudden flash of light erupted from his chest. Then, before Ye Ming's astonished eyes, the coiled dragon pattern tripod flew out. Prohibited artifacts can freely alter their size. The coiled dragon pattern cauldron began to vibrate, releasing bronze-colored ring-shaped sound waves. A thin bronze-colored membrane formed over the surfaces of Ye Ming, Wei Wu, and Han Jinfeng's bodies. Instantly, the three felt the desires within them suppressed. The crimson glow of the blood moon was completely blocked by this membrane. It could no longer harm them. Their faces lit up with relief. Originally, even if they couldn't defeat the Lust Demon King, they could still flee. But under the blood moon's influence, they had been forced to fight the Lust Demon King while simultaneously diverting their attention to suppress the desires within their bodies. Now, free from that burden, they could strike freely. Chapter 104, The Flame-Bound Ice Marrow Ring.
With no worries about their backs, Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng unleashed their full power.
Ye Ming continued to harass them from the sidelines. Boom! The Lust Demon King once again withstood the combined assault of the three.
Though she was a fourth-tier powerhouse, Wei Wu and the others were formidable opponents. Working together, they couldn't gain much advantage over her. Yet Wei Wu and his companions couldn't break through her defenses either. With the muscle giant's assistance, they were actually gaining the upper hand. Wei Wu's expression grew grave. This situation was unfavorable for them. Now that the Ghost Clan had seized control of Fusang and the Lust Ghost King had emerged, this signaled that other powerful demonic beings could appear at any moment. When that happened, they would inevitably face crisis once more. Their visit this time had other reasons as well. Fusang lies in close proximity to Huaxia. If the ghost tribes were to fully occupy Fusang and establish a foothold there, it would spell trouble for Huaxia. At that point, Huaxia would have to contend with yet another foreign invasion. This was something Huaxia absolutely did not want to see. Therefore, Wei Wu has another mission. That is to destroy Fusang. Prevent the demonic tribes from establishing a foothold here. But with the Lust Demon King present, they had no chance to act. Wei Wu asked Ye Ming, "Is there any way to drive back the Lust Demon King?" Ye Ming pondered the question. With his current offensive skills, he couldn't truly harm the Lust Demon King for the time being. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze shifted to the coiled dragon-patterned cauldron hovering above his head. This forbidden artifact was currently emitting continuous sound waves. The forbidden artifact is immensely powerful, capable of withstanding the Lust Demon King's attacks. Could it also wound the Lust Demon King? Ye Ming attempted to communicate with the coiled dragon-patterned cauldron. His spiritual energy probed into the cauldron, and moments later, he grasped its capabilities. A faint smile touched Ye Ming's lips. "Dragon Breaker," he murmured. As he channeled energy into the coiled dragon-patterned tripod, the coiled dragon-patterned tripod suddenly emitted a crisp rumbling sound. Then, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, a jade-green glow emerged from the surface of the coiled dragon-patterned cauldron. The engraved relief suddenly came to life, transforming into 9 bronze-hued she-dragons. The 9 dragons coiled in the air, claws extended and fangs bared. They fiercely lunged toward the Lust Demon King. The Ghost King of Carnal Desire launched repeated attacks at these dragons. Yet his blows struck only the dragons' bodies, producing nothing but crisp, metallic clangs. Moreover, the power of desire could not affect these lifeless objects. "No," the Lust Demon King cried in alarm. 9 bronze dragons lunged at the Lust Demon King, tearing at him with frenzied bites. Unable to dodge in time, the Lust Demon King was bitten by one of the bronze dragons. She retreated in pain. But the bronze dragons pursued relentlessly, closing in to surround her. Wei Wu and Han Jinfeng seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied assault on the Lust Demon King. With the bronze dragon's assistance, before long, multiple wounds appeared on the Lust Demon King's body. Meanwhile, Ye Ming swung the trident of the sea god, smashing it into the muscle giant. The sheer force shattered all 4 of the muscle giant's arms. Unsettling winds. Ye Ming trapped the muscle giant. Then he hurled it suddenly. Rainbow piercing the sun. The trident of the sea god whistled through the air with a piercing screech, crashing toward the muscle giant's skull. Boom! Instantly, one of the muscle giant's heads exploded like a watermelon. Roar! The muscle giant let out an agonized howl. Ye Ming didn't pause his assault, continuing his frenzied attack. Meanwhile, the muscle giant's demonic seed power was nearly depleted. Moments later, Ye Ming unleashed another devastating strike. He hurled the trident of the sea god, striking the muscle giant squarely in the chest. Boom! The immense force drove the giant's chest deep into the ground. Ye Ming flicked his wrist, hurling a ball of flame. Boom! The searing flames engulfed the muscle giant, reducing it to ashes. After disposing of the muscle giant, Ye Ming rushed to assist. Several minutes later, 2 groups faced off against each other in the sky. Ye Ming and his 2 companions bore numerous wounds, all panting heavily. After all, the Lust Demon King was a 4th-tier powerhouse. A single tier difference represented a significant gap. Had they not attacked with frenzied ferocity, they would never have stood a chance against the Lust Demon King. Yet the Lust Demon King across from them was equally covered in wounds. His body was covered in wounds from the bronze dragon's bites. Seeing this, the Lust Demon King knew he could no longer defeat Ye Ming and his 2 companions. Continuing the fight would likely leave her gravely wounded as well. "Hee hee, you're lucky this time," the Lust Demon King chuckled. "When my true form finally descends, I'll turn all of you into my playthings. My darlings, wait for your sister." As her words faded, her form slowly dissolved into a wisp of pink mist and vanished. Only after confirming the Lust Demon King's departure did Ye Ming and the others breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were utterly shocked. They never imagined that the being they had fought so fiercely for half a day wasn't even the true form. Merely an avatar, yet it could hold its own against 3 peak 3rd-tier professionals. 4th-tier powerhouses were truly terrifying. Wei Wu also realized the critical importance of 4th-tier powerhouses.
A single 4th tier powerhouse required multiple peak 3rd tier practitioners to counter. And the Ghost Clan possessed 3 such 4th tier powerhouses. And what of the Insect Clan, even mightier than the Ghost Clan? The Insect Clan possessed at least 5 4th tier powerhouses, if not more. Moreover, according to Wei Wu's observations, the Insect Clan's forces have been stirring significantly lately.
Increasing numbers of insects have descended upon Blue Star. He surely remembered the grim warning issued by the Shadow Scythe General within the Celestial Dragon Ruins. The Shadow Scythe General's next move would undoubtedly be a major one. Wei Wu looked at Han Jinfeng and said, "It seems we must break through to the 4th tier as soon as possible. Currently, there isn't a single 4th tier professional on Blue Star." Ye Ming also recognized the critical importance of strength. High-tier powerhouses could wield the power of the rules. He couldn't rely solely on stacking stats. The trio then returned to the spaceship to assess Qi Liyue's injuries. At that moment, Qi Liyue's face was deathly pale, her body continuously emitting both frigid and scorching energies.
After examination, Wei Wu shook his head repeatedly.
Half her meridians are frozen solid, the other half severed.
She's currently in a state of suspended animation. Master Wei, is there any way to save Sister Liyue? Ye Ming urgently asked. After all, Qi Liyue had become like this while saving him. Wei Wu pondered for a moment before speaking, "Unless we obtain the Flaming Ice Marrow Ring." What is that? Where can we find it? The Flamebound Ice Marrow Ring is an artifact ring.
When worn, it can absorb the ice poison and fire poison within Qi Liyue's body and convert them into energy.
Ye Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Then hurry up and put it on Sister Liyue.
But Wei Wu looked helpless. This ring only has a chance to drop from bosses in the ultimate dungeon.
It's not currently available in the official treasure vault.
Ye Ming hadn't realized this item could only be obtained from the ultimate dungeon.
The so-called ultimate dungeon was simply the most challenging known instance.
Across the entire Blue Star, why were all peak level 79 professionals stuck at this level, unable to advance to tier 4?
Because they couldn't clear the ultimate dungeon. The ultimate dungeon's boss stood like an insurmountable barrier before them. But Ye Ming couldn't care less. If that's the case, then we'll break through the ultimate dungeon. Chapter 105, Bombing Fuson, Flooding Fuson. With their target confirmed, the group prepared to return.
But Ye Ming glanced down at the chaos below in Fusong.
I decided to give them a hand.
Ye Ming raised both hands high. A colossal force gathered above his head. Moments later, it transformed into a colossal fireball 5 meters in diameter. To spare you the torment of demonic corruption, I shall grant you merciful release.
Ascend to bliss now. Ye Ming murmured.
With that, Ye Ming hurled the massive fireball toward Fusong. The fireball streaked toward its target like a missile.
Boom! The instant the fireball struck the ground, it erupted with an excruciatingly bright, unimaginable light. It illuminated the pitch-black ghostly aura completely. After the flash, a massive, churning, searing fireball rapidly expanded and rose. This fireball reached temperatures of millions of degrees, resembling a furnace from hell. Immediately following, a devastating shockwave swept across the land, leveling the entire realm of Fusong to the ground. Every structure and every member of the ghost tribe above were instantly vaporized and destroyed, ultimately transforming into an endless sea of flames. Ye Ming silently watched the raging inferno below. Yet he felt something was still missing. He drew the trident of the sea god once more and swung it toward the ocean's surface. Crash! Towering waves surged from the sea, crashing into the inferno. Boom! The boundless waves instantly engulfed all of Fusong. Thus, Fusong vanished from the face of Blue Star. That's right. After all, arsonists aren't good kids. Ye Ming clapped his hands, and the group returned to China. Since Blue Star entered the age of the extraordinary, a total of 170 practitioners have reached level 79. Yet not a single one has broken through to level 80, becoming a 4th tier powerhouse. All of this was due to the existence of the ultimate dungeon. Only by clearing the ultimate dungeon can one fulfill the requirements for advancing to the 4th tier. Wei Wu's office. Inside were Ye Ming, Wei Wu, Han Jinfeng, and Qi Liyue, who was lying on the sofa. Ye Ming, are you certain you can clear the ultimate dungeon? Wei Wu's mouth hung slightly open, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ye Ming had just claimed he had a way to clear the ultimate dungeon. During their earlier discussion, Ye Ming had learned some details about the ultimate dungeon. It turned out that Wei Wu and the others had already attempted to pioneer the ultimate dungeon multiple times. But without exception, they had all failed. Because it contained an extremely twisted mechanism. It caused all attributes of the challengers to drop by 90%. What does that even mean? It's like going from level 80 to level 1. What kind of joke is this? This single mechanic alone was enough to make all level 79 peak tier players hesitate. They even came to believe this dungeon was fundamentally impossible to clear. But after hearing this, Ye Ming had an idea. He felt confident, which is why he proposed to Wei Wu that they attempt the ultimate dungeon again. Confirmed. Ye Ming nodded firmly. Seeing Ye Ming so certain, Wei Wu fell into deep thought.
Having gotten to know him over time, Wei Wu knew Ye Ming wasn't one to make empty boasts.
Though this matter sounded absurd, hadn't Ye Ming already done plenty of absurd things?
The first person on Blue Star capable of assisting others in their second job change and even letting them choose their profession.
Finally, Wei Wu murmured, "Alright. I believe you.
In that case, we'll tackle the ultimate dungeon tomorrow.
Night. Begin today's incense offering settlement."
Honored members Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chenghua, Gongshuwen cleared the time dungeon Atlantis. Reward, Spirit Power plus 54. Honored member Li Jia cleared the 4th layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial.
You have received the Faith Reward, Spirit Power plus 70. You have obtained the Immunity to Negative Mechanics buffer.
You share the level up experience gained by the honored ones.
Level increased, 4349.
Ye Ming glanced at the settlement information, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Jia to have already cleared the 4th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. And he even received rewards afterward. Immunity to Negative Mechanics buffer, immune to all negative mechanics and effects personal.
Just what the doctor ordered.
This buff couldn't have come at a better time for Ye Ming, who was about to tackle the ultimate dungeon tomorrow. With this, he wouldn't be affected by the 90% all-stat reduction debuff when entering the ultimate dungeon tomorrow. Though he had originally planned other solutions for this issue tomorrow. After that, Ye Ming went to bed early after all, a major battle awaited him tomorrow.
The next day, Ye Ming arrived at the meeting spot agreed upon with Wei Wu. He also spotted 2 unfamiliar faces. An elderly man in a blue robe and an ascetic monk.
The ultimate dungeon required a 5-person party, so Wei Wu had recruited 2 additional helpers.
Wei Wu introduced the 2 to Ye Ming. He first pointed to the monk. "This gentleman is the commander-in-chief of the Southwest region, Master Kuzu."
Then he gestured toward the elder in blue robes, "And this is Ling Su, Deanling of the Primordial Academy." The Taichu Academy, located in the East Sea District, was one of the 5 premier academies in Huaxia.
"Greetings, Master Kuzu." "Greetings, Dean Ling."
Ye Ming bowed respectfully to each of them in turn. Master Kuzu offered a Buddhist greeting, while Ling Shu responded with a nod and a smile.
Ling Su looked at Ye Ming and asked, "Are you the child old Wei spoke of? I hear you're confident you can clear the ultimate dungeon?"
Ye Ming's secret was known only to a select few high-ranking officials in China.
Even Ling Su had only recently learned of Ye Ming's secret through this operation. Ye Ming once again patted his chest emphatically to confirm.
Seeing this, Ling Su and Master Kuzu had no choice but to believe him. Whether it was true or not would be revealed once they entered the instance. The 5 then set off toward the entrance of the ultimate dungeon. Across the entire Blue Star, only 5 ultimate instances existed. They were situated in the United States, China, the Olesk Federation, the British Free Federation, and Fallujah.
The entrance to China's ultimate instance lay within the East Sea District.
This was precisely why Ling Shu had been specially invited to assist. All 4 were peak level 79 professionals, moving at incredible speeds. Ye Ming, however, rode his Azure Water Dragon scale horse, matching their speed without faltering.
Upon seeing Ye Ming's mount, Wei Wu and the others couldn't help but marvel. Even for them, it was their first time encountering a mount.
Their pace was blisteringly fast. A distance that would take others hours to cover by conventional means was traversed by them in just half an hour. The dungeon entrance glowed with a crimson light, as if warning of extreme danger. In past attempts to conquer the ultimate dungeon, several high-level adventurers had been gravely injured. One even met an unexpected demise there. Therefore, each expedition was an extremely dangerous mission. Wei Wu addressed the group, "Hold on. Old Han and I will lead the way. Please protect Ye Ming." The others nodded in agreement. Then, Wei Wu stepped into the dungeon entrance first. The other 4 followed one by one. Buzz! A flash of red light filled their vision. When the scene cleared, Ye Ming found himself in a ruined city. You have entered the ultimate dungeon city of ruin. Chapter 106, Crushing Through. Clear the dungeon? A city in utter ruin came into Ye Ming's view. Cars abandoned by the roadside, fallen streetlights, collapsed buildings. You are affected by the ultimate dungeon's negative effect, all attributes of dungeon challengers reduced by 90%. The moment Ye Ming took in the scene, an alert sounded in his ears. So this is the terror of the ultimate dungeon. Ye Ming sensed his own strength. It felt like he'd been reduced to the level he was at when he first awakened. Fortunately, the debuff vanished the very next instant. Thanks to Li Jia clearing the 4th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. As for Wei Wu and the others, their expressions grew even more grave. They couldn't recall the last time they'd felt this weak. Now, their attributes were only 1/10 of their original strength. At that moment, Master Kuzu suddenly began chanting sutras in a low voice. In the next instant, countless golden Buddhist characters surged forth from Master Kuzu's body, drifting toward the group. Formless lapis lazuli wall. A group buff skill, boosting all attributes by 20%. The negative effects on the group decreased from 90% to 70%. Instantly, the group felt their strength return somewhat. Though it was only a 20% difference, it still brought a measure of calm to their hearts. During the last attempt to conquer this ultimate dungeon in Huaxia, Master Kuzu's group of skill, they managed to defeat the final boss with only 30% of their original stats. Alright. Let's go, Wei Wu declared. Just as the group prepared to advance, Ye Ming suddenly called out, "Hold on. Didn't I mention I had a way to clear the dungeon? Now's the time to show it." Hearing Ye Ming's words, Wei Wu and the other three were taken aback. They had assumed Ye Ming possessed a high burst, high damage skill. When facing the boss, it could help him chip away at its health. But they never expected Ye Ming to reveal it now. "So what's your plan?" Wei Wu asked curiously. "This." Ye Ming didn't answer directly, instead pointing to his forehead. Han Jinfeng and the others still looked puzzled. But Wei Wu seemed to grasp something, his eyes widening. "Could it be?" Ye Ming nodded. Then he stopped beating around the bush. "Open," he commanded in a low voice. A silver light erupted from Ye Ming's forehead. Amidst the stunned gazes of Han Jinfeng and the others, a mysterious, ancient-looking vertical eye materialized on Ye Ming's forehead. The vertical eye abruptly opened, firing 4 silver beams toward Wei Wu and his 3 companions. Buzz! Wei Wu and his companions felt a sudden tremor throughout their bodies. Instantly, the negative effects on their bodies vanished completely. All their strength returned in full. This is the power of time. Han Jinfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Ming's method was to use the heavenly eye to reset and rewind everyone's status. Because the negative effects of this ultimate dungeon's boss were applied only once when the group entered, it wasn't a permanent effect. Ye Ming harnessed the power of time to reset everyone back to the moment before the negative effects were applied. The group was stunned. With only 30% of their attributes, they could already chip away half the boss's health bar. Now they possessed 100% of their attributes. Clearing the ultimate dungeon was now a breeze. At that moment, Master Kuzu once again cast Formless Crystal Wall. Everyone's stats instantly surged to 120%. Is China finally about to produce a 4th-tier practitioner? At that moment, Wei Wu and the other 3 were overcome with excitement. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's charge straight in. Ling Su extended his hand, and a jade-edged longsword materialized before him. He charged forward first. Kill! A terrifying torrent of sword energy erupted from his hand, sweeping toward the horde of monsters. In an instant, countless minor monsters fell like wheat, mercilessly reaped by Ling Su. The group advanced through the minions as if traversing level ground, cutting a path straight from the southern heavenly gate to the northern heavenly gate. Ye Ming trailed behind them, strolling with effortless ease. Watching his experience bar surge wildly, his face was filled with delight. Getting stronger while doing nothing. Awesome. The minor monsters that once demanded cautious preparation and full readiness were now being swept aside by Wei Wu and his 3 companions. Soon, the group arrived at the final boss's lair. But Ye Ming's expression turned uncertain. Before him lay nothing but an open field, surrounded by partially collapsed skyscrapers. Just as he was puzzled, a tremendous rumbling erupted beneath their feet. Pebbles on the ground were sent flying by the tremor, as if an earth dragon were thrashing about. The force was so intense it nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Boom! Then, before Ye Ming's stunned eyes, a colossal, sky-obscuring monster emerged from behind the skyscrapers. Its head resembled a lizard's, covered in dark green scales, with multiple energy tentacles protruding from its back. Its abyssal maw flickered with crimson light. Final boss Ancient Colossal Lizard. Roar! The ancient wyvern let out a deafening roar the moment it appeared. The force of its roar made everyone's robes flutter wildly. What's all the yelling about? Take this punch, Indian third sister-in-law. Wei Wu charged ahead, unleashing a fierce fist strike at the ancient giant lizard. In past encounters, Wei Wu had suffered greatly at the hands of this boss. This time, Wei Wu could finally repay it in full. Fierce fist shadows rained down upon the ancient giant lizard's massive body. The ancient giant lizard let out waves of agonized roars. Then, the ancient giant lizard began its counterattack. A frenzied red glow began to flicker within its abyssal maw. After a few breaths, boom! A blinding, searing white beam shot toward the group. Wherever the beam touched, the surrounding air violently distorted. Even with their attributes boosted to 120%, being struck by this beam would instantly inflict severe injuries. Fortunately, at that moment, Master Kuzu stepped forward. A series of crisp, resonant bell chimes suddenly emanated from within his body. In the next instant, a golden bell-like aura materialized around him, enveloping him in protection. Boom! The terrifying beam struck the golden bell-shaped aura. Instantly, a thunderous bell toll echoed throughout the entire instance. However, the terrifying beam was blocked. Seeing this, Han Jinfeng and Ling Su both struck out, charging toward the ancient giant lizard. Han Jinfeng unleashed a crushing punch, while Ling Su slashed with countless streaks of sword light. At 30% attribute boost, Wei Wu and the others could already chip away half the boss's health. Now at 120% stats, they were literally beating the ancient giant lizard like a punching bag. Yet the ancient giant lizard continued its desperate struggle. It periodically slammed its massive claws into the ground, hurling countless trucks and shipping containers toward the group. It also summoned wheel-like minions that spun wildly, harassing the group. Yet these attacks were insignificant to the group. A terrifying sword chi from Lingshu effortlessly obliterates these minions in an instant. As for the trucks and containers, they stood no chance of harming the group either. Soon, the ancient giant lizard's health bar was depleted. Then, Wei Wu slammed a fist into the ancient giant lizard's skull. The colossal creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Seeing this, the group's hearts swelled with joy. "We finally cleared the stage," Wei Wu shouted excitedly. However, after waiting for a long time, no victory announcement came through their ears. Could the boss still be alive? Ye Ming wondered. But the ancient giant lizard is already down, and its health bar is completely empty. The four of them were equally puzzled, as this was their first time defeating a final boss. Just then, the fallen ancient giant lizard suddenly erupted with a blinding red light. Its belly began to writhe violently, as if something was struggling to crawl out. Chapter 107, Defeating the Seraphim, Clearing the Ultimate Dungeon. The ancient giant lizard's belly swelled larger and larger. Its body cracked like porcelain, bursting with countless orange flashes of light. The next instant, boom! Ye Ming and the others heard a thunderous boom. A figure clad entirely in crimson-orange burst through the ancient giant lizard's belly and charged forth. Boom! The figure shot skyward like a meteor. Instantly, the sky erupted in blinding light. As the figure slowly descended from the blaze, the entire dungeon seemed to tremble. Only then did the group clearly see the figure's form. It was a humanoid creature, entirely crimson, with patterns resembling flowing lava across its body. 3 pairs of bat-like wings spread from its back. Ultimate Dungeon Boss Seraphim. Wei Wu and the others paled instantly. They never expected the Ultimate Dungeon to have a second boss. What do we do? Han Jinfeng stared intently at the Seraphim hovering midair. The oppressive aura emanating from this Seraphim felt even stronger than that of the colossal ancient lizard. The Seraph descended like a small emperor, landing before the group. What should we do? Keep fighting, of course. What else can we do? Ling Su's fighting spirit soared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged toward the Seraphim. Ling Su wielded his Qingfeng sword, unleashing a sword beam that pierced through heaven and earth toward the Seraphim. Facing this terrifying assault, the Seraphim remained utterly motionless. Seeing this, Ling Su's face lit up with joy. But just as the sword light was about to strike the Seraphim's form suddenly blurred. In an instant, boom! To Ling Su's stunned gaze, his sword light had actually passed right through the Seraphim's body. How is this possible? Ling Su's eyes widened in utter disbelief. His sword light was incredibly swift, few could evade it. From his perspective, the Seraphim had remained stationary, only blurring momentarily. Could this boss possess a phantom-like ability? Wei Wu was equally perplexed. Beside them, the third eye on Ye Ming's forehead flashed with silver light. He had witnessed what had just transpired. It's not phasing, it left its original position, then swiftly returned after the sword strike passed. Ye Ming explained to Wei Wu and the others how the Seraph had evaded the sword light. Hearing this, Wei Wu and the others were even more incredulous. Compared to the Seraph evading the sword light, they would have preferred it to possess the ability to become intangible. Ling Su's attacks were the fastest and most lethal among them. If even he couldn't hit the boss, how could they possibly clear the dungeon? Before they could devise a countermeasure, the Seraphim had already moved. It transformed into an orange afterimage, charging toward the group. In an instant, it appeared directly before Wei Wu at the front. Wei Wu instinctively swung his fist to strike. But the Seraph dodged it effortlessly. In that instant, Wei Wu found himself seized by the neck with one hand by the Seraph. The Seraph swiftly flew forward, slamming Wei Wu into the ground and dragging him along. The others rushed to intervene, desperate to save Wei Wu. But the Seraphim's speed was simply too great, their attacks couldn't even touch it. Wei Wu struggled desperately. Ignoring the suffocating pressure, he wildly pounded his fists against the arm gripping him. After his struggle, the Seraph finally released him. It hurled him violently against a building. Boom! In an instant, Wei Wu brought down an entire high-rise building. Fortunately, he only suffered minor scrapes. Following this, the Seraphim launched successive attacks against the others, causing everyone's health to drop by 30%. If this continued, their current attempt would inevitably fail again. Seeing this, Ye Ming had no choice but to intervene and assist them. Earlier, using the Heavenly Eye to dispel the negative effects had drained a significant amount of his mana. He had only just recovered. Clatter! A flash of blue light erupted from Ye Ming's body as the sea god armor instantly materialized upon him. Unsettling winds! He then raised the trident of the sea god high, tracing a circle in the air. A luminous ring materialized, drifting toward the Seraphim. The Seraph tried to evade the light circle, but it was futile. The circle clung to him like a stubborn plaster, finally striking its target. Instantly, the Seraph was immobilized in place. Unsettling winds forced immobilization for 3 seconds.
Seeing this, the others immediately launched their attacks. Countless terrifying attacks poured down upon the Seraph. Boom! 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 After the wave of attacks, the Seraphim's health plummeted by 40%. By then, the effect of unstable winds had ended. The Seraphim let out a piercing cry to the heavens and soared skyward. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, beams of light shot forth from the wings on its back, striking toward everyone. The group scrambled to dodge the incoming beams. Wherever the beams struck, skyscrapers collapsed and deep gullies tore through the ground. Seeing that the beams could not harm Ye Ming and the others, it immediately changed tactics. It reached into the void and pulled out a massive nuclear warhead. Then, clutching the massive nuclear warhead tightly, it charged straight toward the group. The group had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the Seraph slammed into the ground. The moment of impact expanded into a pure white sphere of light. It engulfed all surrounding objects, turning the entire instance completely white for 2 seconds. As the white light faded, a mushroom cloud shot skyward. The ground beneath melted into glassy crystals. After this strike, the surrounding skyscrapers had largely vanished. A 100-meter wide crater gouged into the earth. Within the crater, a fragment of the night sky remains. Golden light flickered within the darkness. Cough, cough. Within the darkness, Master Kuzu knelt on one knee, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. At the instant of the explosion, Ye Ming unleashed his skill, Celestial Barrier, shielding everyone. Master Kuzu served as the second line of defense, bearing the brunt of the blast head-on. Though he saved the others, the blow left him gravely wounded. The others, shielded by both defenses, sustained only minor injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Wei Wu's hair stood on end with rage. He transformed into a meteor and slammed toward the Seraphim once more. Han Jin Feng and Ling Su followed suit, launching their attacks. Ye Ming used his skill World Purifying Nectar to heal Master Kuzu. Seeing that Master Kuzu was unharmed, we need to finish this quickly. If we let it unleash that skill again, we're in trouble. In that terrifying explosion just now, even his celestial wall-star curtain had been shattered. Had Master Kuzu not shielded him from the front, he too would have suffered severe injuries. His hands moved swiftly, conjuring parts from thin air one after another. Within a few breaths, a pitch-black cannon platform materialized before Ye Ming. Doom Cannon! The trident swung through the air, trapping the Seraphim once more. Ye Ming then channeled his power into the cannon with frenzied intensity. A blinding light flared from the cannon's pitch-black barrel. The next instant, boom! The cannon instantly fired a terrifying beam of light, hurtling straight toward the Seraph. Without fail, the beam struck the Seraph squarely. A massive hole appeared in the Seraphim's abdomen. Its health plummeted from 53% to 0% in an instant. One-shot kill. Congratulations! Your squad has successfully cleared the ultimate dungeon city of ruin. You have obtained the item Awakening Essence 1. You have obtained the item Bound Flame Ice Marrow Ring 1. Chapter 108, Disturbances in the East Sea. Awakening Essence. This is precisely the essential material required for professionals to advance to the 4th tier. Without the Awakening Essence, advancement to Tier 4 is impossible. The only known method to obtain it is by defeating the ultimate boss for a drop. The only unknown is how many times a single boss can drop it. This is one of their objectives for this journey. The other objective is the Bound Flame Ice Marrow Ring, a crucial item for healing Qi Liyue. Though neither of these items was intended for Ye Ming's use, Ye Ming gained significant experience from the encounter. He delivered the final blow to the boss, combined with the first clear bonus for the ultimate dungeon. Ye Ming's level had now reached 50. And since he hadn't advanced yet, he still had a considerable amount of experience temporarily stored. Ye Ming finally reached his second advancement. He planned to advance immediately after rescuing Chilyu. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the ultimate dungeon, a group of people waited anxiously. Among them stood a woman in a blue gown, clutching a gourd flask. She kept gulping from it, seemingly to ease her nerves. Those beside her murmured words of comfort. Commander Bing, rest assured Commander Wei and the others will succeed this time. I heard they've prepared a major trump card this time. Rest assured. They'll definitely rescue Commander Qi. Bing Xiaoqiao offered no reply, merely continuing to drink. At that moment, spatial ripples appeared at the dungeon entrance. Bing Xiaoqiao's gaze immediately darted over, fixing it intently. The others followed suit. This attempt to conquer the ultimate dungeon was a monumental event for Huaxia. If Huaxia succeeded in conquering the ultimate dungeon, it would mean Huaxia would produce the first 4th tier professional on Blue Star. In future confrontations and competition with the American Empire, China will hold a tremendous advantage. It also signifies that the entire landscape of Blue Star will undergo profound transformation. Dungeon portals typically appear in 2 colors. One is red, signifying the instance remains uncompleted, the other is blue, indicating it has been cleared. At that moment, under the eager gazes of the crowd, the crimson glow at the entrance to the ultimate instance began to fade. In an instant, it turned blue. Cleared? Someone gasped, unable to believe their eyes.
Thinking they were seeing things, they rubbed their eyes only to realize the scene before them was real. A wave of astonished cheers erupted around them. Amidst the cheers, Ye Ming, Wei Wu, and the others slowly emerged from the dungeon. When the crowd saw the state of Ye Ming and his companions, their eyes widened with even greater astonishment. They were stunned to discover that Ye Ming and his companions had emerged completely unscathed. It was well known that in past attempts to conquer the ultimate dungeon, even those who managed to emerge were always covered in wounds. This time, however, Ye Ming and his 4 companions looked exactly as they had when they entered. Only Master Kuzu's robes showed slight fraying. Bing Xiaoqiao stowed away the large wine flask and hurried forward, exclaiming excitedly, "We really did it!" Wei Wu introduced Bing Xiaoqiao's identity to Ye Ming. "Ye Ming, this is Bing Xiaoqiao, Commander-in-Chief of the East Sea District. She is also the half-sister of Qi Li Yue." Upon hearing this, Ye Ming was first surprised, then slightly embarrassed. After all, Qi Li Yue had become this way to protect him. Upon learning of Qi Li Yue's condition, Bing Xiaoqiao had rushed back immediately. Had it not been for the recent border tensions in the East Sea District, she would have joined this raid operation long ago. However, since the dragon's remnant had surfaced, the Zhelong tribe within the East Sea District had been exhibiting frequent unusual movements. She needed to personally hold the fort. Once Qi Li Yue was rescued, she would return immediately. This raid is moving so fast? Although Bing Xiaoqiao felt anxious inside, she hadn't expected the raid to progress this swiftly. Wei Wu chuckled and gestured toward Ye Ming. Thanks to Ye Ming, this run was almost entirely his doing. He then briefly recounted the dungeon events to Bing Xiaoqiao. When Bing Xiaoqiao heard that Ye Ming had obtained the binding flame ice marrow ring, she immediately turned to look at him. Seeing this, Ye Ming promptly produced the flaming ice marrow ring, signaling that Qi Li Yue could be saved. The group then hurried back to the East Sea District Commander's office. Qi Li Yue had already been transported there in advance. Upon entering the office, Ye Ming approached Qi Li Yue alone. He slowly grasped her jade-like hand. Her left hand was bitterly cold, sending a shiver through Ye Ming. Seeing this, Ye Ming quickly retrieved the flaming ice marrow ring and slipped it onto her finger. Bing Xiaoqiao watched nervously. After all, no one knew for certain whether the binding flame ice marrow ring could truly heal Qi Li Yue. At that moment, the binding flame ice marrow ring emitted a dazzling red and blue glow. The light gradually enveloped Qi Li Yue's entire body. Ye Ming could clearly feel the warmth in Qi Li Yue's jade-like hand gradually returning to normal. After a moment, Qi Li Yue's tightly closed eyes fluttered slightly. Finally, they slowly opened. Seeing this, the tense expression on Bing Xiaoqiao's face vanished instantly, replaced by joy. Bing Xiaoqiao rushed forward, pushing Ye Ming aside as he still held Qi Li Yue's hand. Ye Ming looked slightly dejected, rubbing his fingers together as if savoring a memory. "Sis, are you okay?" Hearing Bing Xiaoqiao's words, Qi Li Yue reassured her, "Sis, it's okay now." Though Qi Li Yue and Bing Xiaoqiao shared the same mother but different fathers, they were exceptionally close. Since childhood, Qi Li Yue had always looked after Bing Xiaoqiao. Seeing that Qi Li Yue was unharmed, the others visibly relaxed. "Commander Qi, we owe you this time," Ye Ming said, his tone tinged with apology. Had Qi Li Yue not sacrificed herself to break the barrier of the Lust Demon King, even reinforcements would have been useless. Qi Li Yue sat up, shaking his head slightly. In that situation, it was better for one to die than two. Besides, I'm not dead yet. She then raised her hand, gazing at the ring on her finger. She instantly recognized the flaming ice marrow ring, her eyes lighting up as she looked up. "You cleared the ultimate dungeon?" She knew all too well about the ice marrow ring of bound flames, an item capable of curing the side effects of her skills. Wei Wu laughed heartily and walked over. "We did it. All thanks to Ye Ming." Later, when Qi Li Yue learned the details of this ultimate dungeon run, when she looked at Ye Ming again, her eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of admiration. At that moment, Ye Ming produced the awakening essence. The awakening essence was a square crystal stone pulsing with strange energy. "I have no use for this awakening essence, so I intend to present it to Commander Wei." With that, Ye Ming handed the awakening source to Commander Wei. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward them. None of them had expected Ye Ming to simply hand over the awakening essence to Wei Wu. After all, this was an essential material for advancing to the 4th tier. If it were on the market, peak-tier practitioners would pay any price to acquire it. Selling it for hundreds of billions of Huaxia currency wasn't out of the question. After all, this was the very first awakening essence on Blue Star. Yet Ye Ming had simply given it away. In that moment, Ye Ming's stature soared in the eyes of these Chinese powerhouses. Simultaneously, others cast envious glances toward Wei Wu. They envied that Ye Ming belonged to the Jiangnan district, not their own. They all sighed inwardly, if only Ye Ming were from our district. Meanwhile, deep beneath the East China Sea, a Zhelong clan member knelt before a projection. The projection revealed a pair of vertical pupils. "Investigate this matter immediately," commanded the voice from the projection. Yes, the Zhelong clan member responded in a low voice.
Then he let out a piercing dragon's roar, echoing across the heavens. Instantly, the once calm surface of the East Sea churned violently. Countless, swimming toward the East Sea region. Chapter 109, Great Transformation or Catastrophe? An inexplicable atmosphere began to envelop Blue Star. High-tier practitioners sensed something amiss, feeling a growing unease lately. Ye Ming returned to the Xuanwu Lake Villa district in Qianan City. He sat on the sofa. Ye Ming's level had reached 50, making him eligible for advancement once more. He was eager to see what abilities he might gain this time. But first, he had to complete the quest. He opened the interface to review the requirements for advancing to the third tier. Third tier advancement quest: deify one individual with exceptional potential, acquire 5 pieces of third tier alien origin essence. Progress 1-2. Special potential talent? Ye Ming was puzzled. However, judging by the situation, it seemed he had already fulfilled the first requirement. But he himself didn't know. He was certain he hadn't obtained the 5 alien primordial essences. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that the so-called special talent must be Aona. Aona's acceptance was purely accidental. Moreover, among all those he had elevated to godhood, only Aona possessed this special potential. Having completed that task, Ye Ming no longer focused on it. He turned his attention to the second conditional task. 5 pieces of third-tier alien origin essence. The previous task for advancing to the second tier required obtaining 1 alien essence. An alien essence is the energy core of an alien race, meaning he must defeat 5 third-tier aliens. If this task were given to someone else, it would be an extremely difficult task. How could someone who hadn't even reached Tier 3 defeat 5 Tier 3 alien beings? But for Ye Ming, it wasn't particularly difficult, just somewhat troublesome. He began pondering where to find 5 third-tier alien races. Just as he pondered, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Few knew Ye Ming's whereabouts, so he let the visitor in without hesitation. Ye Ming looked up. Sure enough, it was Wei Wu. As he entered, his face was filled with a warm smile, making him appear several years younger. Ye Ming felt a slight surprise. He could clearly sense that Wei Wu's strength had grown. Ye Ming stood up and smiled. Congratulations, Elder Wei, on advancing to the 4th tier. Ha ha. I owe it all to you. Wei Wu laughed heartily at the words. Indeed. Wei Wu had successfully advanced to the 4th tier by awakening his primordial essence. He had become the first 4th tier professional in all of China. He was also the first 4th tier practitioner in the entire history of Blue Star. Master Wei, how does it feel? Ye Ming asked with a smile. After advancing to Tier 4, my strength has at least doubled. At level 79, Wei Wu's physical constitution was over 2,000 points. But after advancing to the 4th tier and reaching level 80, his physical prowess soared to over 3,000 points. The gap between level 79 and 80 was equivalent to the difference between level 1 and level 40. Looks like the pressure on Huaxia to resist the alien races might ease up a bit from now on. Ye Ming remarked. Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Wei Wu didn't feel joy. Instead, his expression changed. His initial joy turned to worry. What's wrong? Ye Ming asked upon seeing this. A great catastrophe may be about to begin. Wei Wu declared solemnly. A great catastrophe? Yes. Recently, all the races have begun stirring restlessly. Wei Wu then briefed Ye Ming on the recent changes unfolding across Blue Star. First, around the borders of China. Ever since the Dragon's Nest ruins surfaced, the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan had frequently harassed the Eastern Sea District's defenses. While the insectoid forces harassing the Jiangnan region had decreased in frequency, Wei Wu felt this was not a good sign. Simultaneously, reconnaissance revealed a massive military buildup on the opposite side of the insectoid passageway. The giant Scythe general suffered heavy losses in the last Celestial Dragon Ruins conflict and issued a fierce warning before departing. Other nations faced similar situations. The Oresk Federation, for instance, now faced the threat of the mechanized race. Beyond that, 2 more small nations had been annihilated by alien races. Only a little over 20 nations now remained on Blue Star. Even the American Empire now faces simultaneous attacks from both the Vampire Clan and the Werewolf Clan. Both of these alien races possessed greater overall strength than the Ghost Clan. Weeks of continuous invasions inflicted heavy casualties on the American Empire's professional forces. Ultimately, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and request assistance from China. Upon receiving the distress call, China's leadership ultimately decided to dispatch reinforcements. Despite ongoing rivalry between the two nations, China understood the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Should the American Empire fall, China would inevitably face increased invasions from other alien races. By then, China might well follow in its footsteps. However, the roster of reinforcements remained undecided. After all, Huaxia was currently facing invasions from multiple foreign tribes and could not afford to deploy too many high-level professionals. Yet sending forces too weak would be futile, they'd merely become cannon fodder, serving no purpose. That is why Wei Wu sought out Ye Ming. After deliberation, I intend to send you on a mission to the United States. Rest assured, Shili, you will accompany the team to ensure your safety. After obtaining the flaming ice marrow ring, her strength has risen another tier, reaching level 79. What do you think? After hearing Wei Wu's words, Ye Ming fell deep in thought. He weighed the pros and cons. Purely from a personal standpoint, he certainly had no desire to expend effort supporting the United States. But for the greater good, he had no choice but to assist. Back in China, he could turn to Wei Wu and others for any need, and they would fulfill it. But in the American Empire, many things might not go as he wished. Nevertheless, the potential benefits were substantial. Coincidentally, he now needed 5 pieces of alien primordial essence to advance his cultivation. He could use this opportunity to complete his advancement task. Additionally, he could scout abroad for potential candidates worthy of deification and recruit them. Moments later, Ye Ming made his decision. Agreed. Ye Ming replied. Hearing Ye Ming's answer, Wei Wu instantly relaxed. After all, he couldn't be certain Ye Ming would agree. Oh, and bring along that coiled dragon pattern tripod you brought back from Fusang earlier. With that, Wei Wu retrieved the coiled dragon pattern tripod and handed it to Ye Ming. After returning last time, Ye Ming had already handed over the coiled dragon pattern tripod. Ye Ming accepted it without hesitation. One more forbidden artifact meant one more layer of protection. Besides that, I'd like to bring a few people along. Alright, just let me know once you've finalized it. Ye Ming had a premonition. Before long, a major upheaval would shake Blue Star. A great battle. He must plan ahead. First and foremost, he needed to enhance the strength of his subordinates. After all, their growth meant his own growth. For this trip to the United States, Ye Ming planned to bring along Su Zhiqing and the others. He intended to use the opportunity to train them. Night. Daily settlement begins. Honored members Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chunghua, Gongshuwan, Aona completed Hell Difficulty Dungeon C Clash First Clear. Reward, Spirit Power plus 15-5. In Theft, Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chunghua, Gongshuwan, Aona cleared Hell Difficulty Dungeon Time Vortex. Reward, Spirit Power plus 5-5. Honored members Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Chunghua, Gongshuwan, Aona cleared Hell Difficulty Dungeon Dark Fortress. Reward, Spirit Power plus 5-5. Ye Ming's Spirit Power points have now reached 450 points. He can now promote one person to a higher rank or deify one legendary tier talent. Recently, Su Zhiqing and the others have been frantically grinding dungeons to boost their strength. All of them have reached level 45. They're getting closer and closer to level 50. Before long, Ye Ming will have a group of powerful subordinates and a formidable team. This gives him an added layer of security amidst the great upheaval. Chapter 110, Journey to the United States. If one were to ask which nation is the strongest on Blue Star, that title likely belongs to the American Empire. After Blue Star entered the extraordinary era, they scrambled to seize resources everywhere, rapidly boosting their strength. Or by recruiting professionals from other nations to serve their cause. But now that Wei Wu has ascended to a 4th-tier professional, the title of Blue Star's strongest nation may well pass to China. Especially since they'd begun seeking aid from China. Calm, azure seas rippled with waves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spacecraft streaked across the sea surface at breakneck speed, bearing the red star emblem of China. It was Ye Ming and his team, heading to support the United States. This time, only Ye Ming's squad and Qi Liyue were present. China needed to preserve its strength for future crises. The spacecraft sped across the vast ocean, soon crossing its expanse and reaching the borders of the American Empire. United States, White Column Hall. Mr. President, 23 states have fallen completely. A golden-haired elder with a slicked-back hairstyle paled at his subordinate's report. Has China's reinforcements arrived? The elder inquired. They are en route and will arrive shortly. Hearing this, the wrinkled brow of the elderly man eased slightly before he waved him away. The old man was none other than the President of the United States, Turner. He turned and picked up the phone on the desk. Roberts, you'll be receiving the guests from China. After reaching the border of the United States, Ye Ming and his crew halted their spacecraft. The group disembarked. At that moment, a group of American officials and professionals were waiting. Among them was Ye Ming's old acquaintance, Captain Jack. Ye Ming smiled slightly upon seeing him. However, Jack's expression darkened when he recognized Ye Ming as the lead of the Chinese support team. The moment he saw Ye Ming, memories of their encounter in the Poseidon instance flooded back. Soon, everyone arrived at a conference room. The two groups sat facing each other. Presiding at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with short golden hair, a wheat-colored complexion, and a cigar dangling from his mouth. General Roberts, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Army. First, welcome our friends from China. It is gratifying that you have come to support us under these circumstances. Roberts smiled. It's only right. Resisting alien races is our shared goal as the human race. China won't stand by while fellow humans face alien invasion. After all, unlike certain nations, we don't abandon our own allies. Chile, you responded with a light chuckle. Robert's expression shifted slightly upon hearing her words. He understood she was referring to their failure to support Fu Song. But now that he needed their help, as the commander-in-chief, he couldn't afford to show his displeasure. But others weren't so restrained. Jack snorted coldly, "Save your fake compassion, you Chinese bastards. The eternal beacon of liberty needs saving by a yellow-skinned monkey?" Upon hearing Jack's words, Shi Liyue's delicate brows instantly furrowed. She abruptly raised her hand, unleashing a fiery orb that slammed toward Jack. Jack stood up, growled low, and punched the incoming fireball. But the blow left him wounded. Shi Liyu didn't stop, unleashing a barrage of fireballs while also sending out several ice spikes. Whoosh! 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 The fireballs and ice spikes instantly sealed off every possible escape route for Jack. Jack's pupils contracted sharply. If hit like this, he would suffer severe injuries. At the critical moment, Roberts let out a soft sigh. He took a deep drag on his cigar, then exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The mist instantly transformed into writhing white serpents that surged toward the fireballs and ice spikes, deflecting every single one. SSS class profession, Mist Hider. Jack! Enough! Roberts barked. Hearing Roberts' reprimand, Jack reluctantly sat down, clearly displeased. Roberts turned, offering a slightly apologetic look toward Shi Liyu. Shi Liyue, however, snorted coldly and waved her hand to cut Roberts off. No need for pleasantries. Just tell us where we're needed. Roberts could only offer an awkward smile. He then outlined the current situation in the United States. The American Empire, once comprising 50 states, had now seen 23 states completely overrun. Another 11 states were in a state of partial occupation. The American Empire was teetering on the brink of collapse. Two alien races were primarily responsible for this situation: the vampire race and the werewolf race. These two alien races are among the most powerful, and they have joined forces to attack the American Empire. The American Empire's professional forces are suffering defeat after defeat. Most terrifyingly, these two races can transform humans into their own kind. Those bitten by vampires or werewolves would transform into vampires or werewolves themselves. They then fall under the control of the higher-ranking members of these two clans, attacking humans. This is precisely why the American Empire cannot resist the invasion. Therefore, I request your assistance in Texas, Roberts stated solemnly. That region is a vital military stronghold for our nation, with ample weaponry and support available. Shi Liyu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After Ye Ming and the others left, Robert's eyes flashed with an unusual light. He hadn't shared all the information with Ye Ming and the others. Although Texas possessed numerous weapons, it was also a primary target for attacks by the two major alien races. Subsequently, Shi Liyu led Ye Ming and the others, following Oaks to Texas. Meanwhile, in Texas, inside a white church, vampire Count Edward bared his fangs and sank them into a professional's neck. The professional instantly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. But moments later, he grew still. His tightly closed eyes snapped open, glowing crimson, and two long fangs emerged from his mouth. He then turned and lunged at the other practitioners. Elsewhere, a werewolf let out a howl, clawing and tearing apart a professional. Rat-a-tat-tat. Human firearms unleashed a hail of machine gun fire toward the werewolf. Yet bullets that could easily pierce steel plates only inflicted superficial wounds on the werewolf. The werewolf roared, arching its back as it leaped. In a few bounds, it was before the machine gunner, claws sweeping out. Instantly, the machine gunner was killed. The number of professionals was no longer sufficient. Many civilian workers took up firearms and joined the battle. Yet even so, the American Empire was retreating steadily. On the battlefield, a warrior wielded a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, fiercely battling a werewolf. He seemed to have gone berserk, hacking wildly at the werewolf before him. Yet his blade only inflicted shallow wounds upon the creature's thick hide. Each blow from the werewolf's claws slammed into his shield, sending him reeling backward. "Mervius! Fall back," his comrade roared, trying to pull him away. By now, Mercius had broken away from the front lines and charged deep into the enemy ranks. "You won't avenge your adoptive parents like this." It turned out that Mercius had been an orphan since childhood, later raised by his adoptive parents. But not long ago, they had been brutally murdered by a werewolf that had snapped their necks with a single bite. This was why Maiasis was now attacking the werewolf with such fury. Yet his attacks inflicted little harm upon the werewolf. Roar! The werewolf let out a furious roar and lashed out with a claw. It sent Mercius flying backward. His shield and knife fell to the ground beside him. The werewolf pinned him to the ground. The werewolf's gaping maw rapidly loomed larger in Mercius's eyes. "Is this the end? I haven't avenged my parents yet. I haven't killed that Lord Werewolf." There was no fear in Mercius' eyes, only defiance. Just then, a spacecraft arrived at the battlefield. The moment it arrived, Ye Ming's expression changed. A notification alert sounded in his ear. Chapter 111, The Undead Scourge. Detected, legendary tier potential talent. Ye Ming hadn't expected to encounter a legendary tier potential talent so soon after arriving on the battlefield. He looked down. His gaze immediately fell upon Mercius, pinned down by the werewolf. Without hesitation, He opened the ship's hatch. Then, under the stunned gazes of Chiliu, Su Zhiqing, Jack, and the others, he leaped out. Keep in mind, the ship was currently hovering 3 to 4,000 meters above the ground. The gale tore at Ye Ming's clothes, making them flutter wildly. Boom! Ye Ming slammed into the ground, the impact erupting in a deafening roar. He smashed a huge crater into the ground. The werewolf heard the noise and snapped its head up. But what greeted him was a fist as big as a clay pot. Boom! The werewolf's head exploded like a watermelon. Scalding blood splattered across Mercius's face. He scrambled to his feet and looked toward the attacker. It was a Chinese man. The man shook his hand and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it off. Without a second thought, he hurriedly thanked the man. No need to thank me. I didn't help you for free, Ye Ming chuckled lightly. You want payment? I have it. Mervis assumed Ye Ming was demanding payment. He hastily pulled out several $100 he'd saved over the year's rewards earned from slaying alien creatures. Ye Ming waved his hand dismissively. Meyer's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Weishi. Class, Sword and Shield Warrior. Quality, B. Level, 31. Physical, 51. Spirit, 46. Background, orphan at a young age, later adopted by foster parents. A few days ago, his adoptive parents were torn apart and killed by werewolves, who devoured them as blood offerings. Thus, he vowed to exterminate all werewolves. Divine rank options: Legendary class Necromancer 300 Spirit Power, SSS class Crusader Knight 100 Spirit Power. A summoning-based legendary tier class. This type of class is somewhat rare. Ye Ming didn't waste words. He asked Mercius directly. Do you want revenge? Maris froze. The image of Ye Ming instantly killing the werewolf with a single punch still echoed in his mind. There was no doubt about it. The man before him was absurdly powerful. He didn't even pause to wonder how Ye Ming knew of his grudge. He simply nodded instinctively and replied. Yes. In that case, become my subordinate. I can grant you the power to exact your revenge. But you must obey my commands. Mervis glanced at the headless werewolf at his feet and the blood-stained floor. He replied, agreed. Ye Ming nodded with satisfaction. To prevent the Americans from detecting the commotion during his legendary class change, Ye Ming activated the celestial barrier. A veil of night quietly descended, enveloping both of them. He still felt uneasy. He retrieved the coiled dragon pattern tripod, suspending it above his head. Countless strands of black and yellow chi descended from the vessel, enveloping Wixie. Then he extended a finger and pointed at Mercius. Choose Necromancer. In the next instant, a dazzling rainbow-colored pillar of light erupted from within Mo's eyes. Fortunately, concealed by the celestial wall star curtain and the mystic yellow-black energy, there was no disturbance outside. Instantly, Merwis's interface information changed. Name, Myo shows. Class, Necromancer. Quality, Legendary. Level, 25. Physical strength, 647. Spirit, 1389. Exclusive class trait Blessing of the Undead, all necromancy skills are enhanced tenfold. Class skill, Soul Resonance absorbs the soul energy of nearby deceased units, converting a portion into spirit points. Class skill, Realm of the Fallen control all deceased creatures within the domain and convert them into undead beings. Number controlled determined by spirit. Class skill, Undead Summoning summon undead knights, undead archers, undead warriors, undead wizards, and bone dragons. Though there are only 3 skills. Each one is ridiculously powerful. Especially the class trait skills are boosted tenfold. Purely stat-based, no skill required. Any undead-related skill can be enhanced. Both creatures summoned by necromancy skills and converted undead creatures fall under this category. This means all undead creatures gain tenfold enhancement. Controlling and summoning undead creatures is limited by your spirit stat. However, you can absorb the soul power of other fallen units and convert it into mental energy. The more you slay, the stronger your spirit grows. The stronger your spirit, the more you can summon. The more you summon, the more you slay. Ye Ming dared not imagine the scene. One man becomes an army. That's insane. Ye Ming thought to himself. This class was practically made for war. At the same time, Mercius' eyes widened in utter disbelief. From an ordinary soldier to a legion commander? Alright, just call me boss. Now, I'm assigning your first mission. Exterminate every alien on the scene. Ye Ming issued his first command to Weishi. Hearing this, Merrick snapped back to reality. Yes, boss. His gaze first fell upon the headless werewolf corpse at his feet. With a wave of his hand, a translucent orb floated up from the corpse. In an instant, Niuei's mental stats shifted. Spirit, 1389. Plus 21. A third-tier werewolf could increase his spirit by 21 points. His eyes flashed with intensity as he abruptly looked up toward the fierce battlefield. The ground was littered with countless corpses, humans, vampires, and werewolves alike. Realm of the Fallen. A skull-headed staff materialized in Mercius's hand, which he then slammed forcefully into the ground. In an instant,
A gray aura radiated outward from Mercius at its center. Within mere breaths, a gray domain 20 meters in diameter materialized across the battlefield. Both combatants noticed the change. Yet none knew what purpose it served. But what followed left them utterly speechless. Within the gray zone, whether on the corpses of vampires, werewolves, or even humans, floated toward Vitus. Merces's mental energy surged wildly.
Moreover, the corpses began to take on a grayish hue, rapidly transforming into undead beings. In the blink of an eye,
all the corpses lying on the ground suddenly rose to their feet.
Even the headless werewolf at Maris's feet did the same.
Go! Merces pointed his staff at the alien coalition forces. Roar! Roar! Instantly, all the undead creatures roared and bellowed as they charged toward the alien coalition. An undead vampire leapt into a powerful lunge. It knocked a werewolf to the ground, then sank its sharp fangs into the creature's neck. The werewolf twitched a few times before going still. With his death, another soul orb drifted toward Vimix. The werewolf, too, had become undead. After rising, it lunged at its former kin. And so it was. The precarious situation facing the humans shifted abruptly. The tide turned in an instant. Even high above, Shi Liyue, Jack, and the others gaped in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Chapter 112, A Night of Tranquility? The situation shifted abruptly. The once routing human army stared blankly at the slaughter of undead creatures. All converted undead possessed 60% of their former strength. But with the presence of the undead blessing, the undead creatures were all tenfold enhanced, far surpassing their strength and life. Each possessed attributes equivalent to at least a level 30s rank professional. And so it was. The alien coalition forces were swiftly defeated by the undead creatures. Only a few faster vampires managed to escape. Texas Command Center. Ye Ming, Shi Liyue, and others sat around a round table. John, the Texas commander, was briefing them on the situation in Texas. 2 major alien races have formed an alliance to invade Texas. The coalition is led by Count Dracula and Lawrence the Warwolf. Both possess the strength of SSS tier professionals above level 70. Hearing John's explanation, Ye Ming felt a slight surprise. To invade a single province like Texas, the 2 alien races had dispatched 2 of their absolute elite combatants. As far as he knew, the 2 alien races collectively possessed only 12 such elite combatants. That is, the equivalent of human players above level 70. The entire American Empire has only 10 top-tier operatives, yet it has not deployed any of them in Texas. Ye Ming now understood Robert's reasoning. They were being sent to defend the homeland for the American Empire. They even claimed to have ample support from conventional weapons. But during the previous battle, it was clear that ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective against vampires and werewolves. John noticed the change in expression on Shilyu and Ye Ming's faces. He feared Shilyu might turn on him outright. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Continue, Shi Liyue said calmly. John immediately continued his explanation. Count Dracula recently declared that if they did not surrender within 3 days, he would annihilate all humanity. John paused. And today is the final day. Several days prior, John had led a team into battle against Count Dracula. But at only level 68, he was no match for the Count and was defeated in just 3 moves. Had others not desperately covered his retreat, he would likely have become a vampire himself. All vampires and werewolves who had reached 2nd stage power possessed the ability to convert others. If Ye Ming and the others hadn't arrived to provide support, Dazhou would have fallen completely tomorrow. I've got the gist of the situation, Shi Liyue said indifferently. Since we've come to assist, we won't let you down. Tomorrow, leave the top-tier fighters on the other side to us. John was genuinely delighted that Shi Liyue had come to assist. Yet, he also harbored concerns. The enemy had 2 elite fighters, while their side had only Shi Liyue. Moreover, Lawrence the Warwolf possessed even greater combat prowess in direct confrontation. John's gaze shifted to Ye Ming and the others. He could tell at a glance that they were still students. No matter how strong students could be, their power levels would barely exceed the 50s. Was he really going to send them to fight Lawrence? With the great battle tomorrow, could they truly withstand the invasion of the 2 allied alien races? Night fell. The air turned crisp along the Texas defense line. A group of American soldiers huddled around a campfire. The dancing flames drove away some of the chill and eased the soldiers' tension. Days of continuous combat had left everyone tense. They had witnessed countless comrades killed by vampires and werewolves, then transformed, becoming their enemies. Under the dual pressures of body and mind. Tonight, many soldiers gathered to drink, sing, and dance, trying to relax before tomorrow's great battle. It seemed like a final, frenzied celebration. For they held little hope of surviving the invasion by the allied foreign forces. Some blew on tattered harmonicas, others puffed on cigarettes, still others polished machine guns. Others bowed their heads, seemingly writing something on paper. Not far away, sentries huddled together, watching the distant movements. It's so quiet tonight, the sentry muttered under his breath. On other nights, he could often hear the howling of wolves. But tonight, it was unusually quiet. Voices came through his headset, confirming the situation.
All posts, report your status.
The sentry scanned the pitch-black distance and replied, all clear. Yet, the moment the sentry finished his report, he heard a series of rustling sounds. He immediately grew alert and pulled out his binoculars to observe.
Coo. An unidentified bird flapped its wings and flew out of the grass. Phew. Seeing this, the sentry exhaled in relief. Damn, that scared the hell out of me.
Realizing it wasn't an enemy, he immediately shifted his binoculars to another spot.
However, the moment his gaze shifted away,
a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the bushes where the bird had flown earlier.
Then 2 pairs, 3 pairs.
Before long, countless crimson eyes emerged from the darkness.
Dense and swarming. Even the sky was filled with them.
These crimson eyes moved toward the sentry. In mere moments, they were within striking distance. The sentry heard the commotion and assumed it was still the sound of birds. He casually shifted his gaze back that way.
Suddenly,
his mouth gaped open, his pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes filled with terror. Before his eyes, a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth lunged toward him.
Enemy detected.
The sentry's words were cut short. His throat was already torn open.
A tremor, a shudder. No sound followed.
His cry was drowned out by the singing and dancing of the soldiers.
No one noticed anything amiss. In a room,
Ye Ming, Qi Liyue, Su Zhiqing, and others gathered together. They were discussing how to confront the allied alien forces tomorrow.
Are you sure you can handle a top-tier combatant alone?
Qi Liyue asked Ye Ming.
Earlier,
Qi Liyue had voiced her opinion.
She planned to confront Count Dracula and the formidable Lawrence alone.
Ye Ming and the others only needed to provide support from the sidelines.
But Ye Ming countered that she only needed to deal with one of them.
The remaining one would be handled by him, leading Su Zhiqing and the others.
Qi Liyue felt uneasy. She doubted a group of second-tier practitioners, none even reaching level 50, could stand against a third-tier vampire count and a werewolf.
Qi Liyue, don't worry, Ye Ming reassured her with a smile. Having grown familiar with each other, Ye Ming had shifted from addressing her as Commander Qi to simply Sister Qi.
Seeing the confident expression on Ye Ming's face, Qi Liyue could only nod in agreement to Ye Ming's plan.
After all, Ye Ming wasn't one to make empty promises. Earlier that day on the battlefield, Ye Ming had jumped straight from an altitude of 3,000 meters. When he emerged unscathed,
Qi Liyue felt Ye Ming's strength was beyond ordinary comprehension.
Ye Ming had jumped from such a height and emerged unscathed.
Only 3 possibilities could explain this. The first possibility was that Ye Ming's profession granted him the ability to fly. Though his exact profession was unknown, it clearly did not involve flight. The second possibility was that Ye Ming's power had grown so immense he could manipulate energy to levitate his body. For instance, she can levitate without external support at level 79. But Ye Ming is only level 50.
The final possibility is that his physical constitution is exceptionally high, allowing him to ignore such fall damage. Therefore, Qi Liyue believed Ye Ming most likely fit the third scenario. Yet, as she pondered this, a shrill alarm pierced the air outside.
Enemy attack. Chapter 113, Werewolf regular updates will resume in 2 days.
Ye Ming and Qi Liyue exchanged a glance. They immediately rushed outside. Looking up, they saw the sky flashing with blinding red warning lights.
And a slightly round moon.
At that moment, Commander John of the Texas Command also burst out.
The alien coalition forces are attacking. John exclaimed frantically. Let's go. Qi Liyue leapt forward first upon hearing the command. Ye Ming summoned his Azure Water Dragon scale horse and gave chase. On the battlefield,
soldiers who had been singing and dancing moments ago now lay decapitated.
Others had been transformed into alien creatures.
By the light of the flames, countless crimson eyes could be faintly discerned in the darkness. Soon, the human defenses were breached. Screaming and panicking, the humans scattered in all directions. In the distance, 2 figures silently observed the scene. One was a wolf-headed humanoid, standing about 3 meters tall, covered in thick, deep gray fur. The other resembled a human, except for its deep red pupils and 2 sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth. Dressed in a formal evening gown, a cape draped over its shoulders.
None other than Count Dracula the vampire and Lawrence the werewolf.
Heh, these foolish humans. They'd never expect us to strike on the final night.
Lawrence's voice boomed. Remember to tell your men not to kill all the humans,
or we'll have no fresh blood left to drink.
Count Dracula beside Lawrence said coldly.
What vampires craved most was the fresh blood of humans. Originally, they planned to wait 3 days before formally invading Texas. But yesterday, one of their squads was wiped out by humans. Upon learning of a human capable of turning corpses into minions, they decided to play it safe. They decided to invade Texas tonight. Yet, just as they believed they were about to seize Texas, a blinding fireball suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, like a meteor, it slammed into the alien coalition forces.
Boom! A towering inferno erupted. Accompanied by a violent explosion, numerous vampires and werewolves were instantly hurled backward. Those near the impact site were reduced to ashes. What the hell? Dracula and Lawrence's expressions changed abruptly. Lawrence's crimson eyes scanned the direction from which the fireball had come. A woman clad in a red cheapo slowly walked across the ice bridge. A high-tier professional. Lawrence instantly recognized Chiyue's strength. It seems reinforcements from the humans have arrived. Count Dracula had already soared into the air. But she's alone. Does she think she can take us both on? Count Dracula's tone was icy. In that case, I shall turn her into my blood slave. And have her supply me with fresh, delicious blood every day. Count Dracula licked his lips, as if already tasting the flavor of Qi Liyue's blood. With that, he charged toward Qi Liyu first. Lawrence let out a piercing howl, dropped to all fours, and charged forward with blinding speed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qi Liyu reached down and swept her hand across the ground. Swish! A massive, 10-meter-tall ice wall shot up from the ground, blocking the advancing alien coalition forces. Her other hand formed the shape of a pistol. Countless fireballs, like marbles, shot from her fingertips toward the alien coalition forces. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs pierced the bodies of the invading forces. The fireballs exploded within them, killing every last one of the invading forces and reducing them to ashes. However, just as Qi Liyu prepared to continue slaughtering the invaders, several sharp claw shadows lunged toward her face. Qi Liyue's gaze sharpened. An ice shield materialized before her. SSSH. 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 The claw marks left deep gashes on the ice shield. Had this strike landed on Qi Liyue, she would likely have been torn apart. But before Qi Liyue could catch her breath, another sonic attack struck. The instant Qi Liyue heard the sound, she felt the blood within her body suddenly surge uncontrollably, rushing to burst forth. She hurriedly channeled her power to suppress it. Looking up toward the source of the attack, she saw a humanoid alien race. Dressed in formal attire, fangs protruding from his mouth, his cloak fluttering behind him. Count Dracula? Qi Liyu instantly recognized the figure. Who knew I was so famous? Count Dracula chuckled. His eyes locked onto the pale expanse of Qi Liyue's neck, as if he wanted to sink his teeth into it right then and there to taste the flavor. Qi Liyue offered no reply, only a cold snort. Her hands flashed in a whirlwind of motion. In an instant, countless ice spikes and fireballs shot toward Count Dracula. Count Dracula grinned, his figure blurring into countless afterimages as he evaded the incoming assault. At the same moment, a pair of enormous bat wings suddenly unfolded beneath his cloak. The wings flapped violently, and countless bats materialized out of thin air. Screeching, they flew toward Qi Liyu. Seeing this, Qi Liyue parted her crimson lips and blew softly. Boom! A fiery storm erupted from her mouth, incinerating the swarm of bats into ashes. Yet Count Dracula remained utterly unfazed. He continued flapping his bat wings, conjuring a swarm of tiny bats. The bats swarmed around Qi Liyue. Qi Liyu had no choice but to unleash fireballs, forcing them back. But just then, a deep gray figure suddenly materialized behind Qi Liyu. Silver claw blades flashed into existence, striking toward Qi Liyue's back. Sensing the danger behind her, Qi Liyue, seeing this, let out a low shout. The power of frigid ice erupted violently, condensing into a sphere of ice that enveloped her. However, this claw strike proved far more powerful. In an instant, it shattered the sphere, the silver claw continuing its assault toward Qi Liyue. Seeing this, Qi Liyue attempted to strike again. But Count Dracula would not give her the chance. He opened his mouth, and that sharp, piercing sound echoed once more. Instantly, Qi Liyue felt the blood within her body surge chaotically once more. This disruption halted her attack completely. The silver claw blades instantly appeared before Qi Liyue. At this critical moment, the sound of crashing waves echoed through the air. A sapphire blue trident materialized before the claw blades. Clang! 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 It blocked every strike of the silver claw blade. A figure instantly materialized beside Qi Liyu. It was Ye Ming. Sis Qi, are you okay? Ye Ming asked Qi Liyue. Qi Liyue parted her crimson lips once more, spewing flames that incinerated the swarm of bats into ashes. Ye Ming could have arrived much sooner. But midway, he suddenly remembered something. That's why he was delayed for a moment. Seeing that Qi Liyue was unharmed, Ye Ming turned his gaze toward the direction from which the silver claw blade had attacked. There stood a towering, fearsome werewolf, baring its teeth and glaring with bloodshot eyes. War Wolf Lawrence. Lawrence glared at Ye Ming, his eyes filled with savage intent. If it hadn't been for Ye Ming, he could have severely wounded Qi Liyu just now. The next instant, Lawrence's legs erupted with explosive force, launching him toward Ye Ming like a cannonball. Chapter 114, Full Moon, Utterly Mad. Boom! 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 The night sky erupted intermittently with dazzling bursts of skill light. Qi Liyu unleashed ice spikes in one hand and fireballs in the other, bombarding Count Dracula relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the ground,
Ye Ming swung his heavy Poseidon's trident, clashing fiercely with the warwolf, Lawrence.
Lawrence possessed formidable frontal combat strength.
His wolf claws were razor-sharp and possessed immense power.
Every strike forced Ye Ming to take him seriously. Only by leveraging the weight of Poseidon's trident could Ye Ming suppress Lawrence. But Lawrence was incredibly swift.
He moved swiftly on all fours.
He leapt into the air, unleashing the wolf howl. A whoa! The wolf howl boosted the werewolf's morale while simultaneously lowering his opponents.
Lawrence raised his sharp claws, tearing toward Ye Ming.
Divine Might Overlord. Without hesitation, Ye Ming fortified his physique.
He clenched his fist and charged forward.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The two engaged in close combat, their attacks ferocious.
Each strike could instantly kill a second-tier professional. As the battle progressed, Lawrence was stunned to discover his own close combat prowess couldn't match Ye Ming's. Simultaneously, flames flickering with electric light began to appear on Ye Ming's fists.
When they struck Lawrence's deep gray, steel needle-like fur, they singed it, releasing a foul odor. Before long, Lawrence's once proud, incredibly resilient dark gray fur became sparse and patchy. It looked like a dog had chewed on it, utterly unsightly. Lawrence snarled, his mouth emitting low growls. He tried to break free from Ye Ming's grip, but to no avail.
In the air.
Chili Yu, amplified by the binding flame ice marrow ring. Her ice and fire powers grew purer and more potent.
Count Dracula, held back, retreated step by step. Damn it! How can this woman be so strong? Count Dracula flapped his enormous bat wings, dodging Chi Liyue's attacks relentlessly.
Meanwhile, on the ground battlefield,
several figures charged into the fray.
A blade of light, strikingly vivid in the darkness, tore through the shadows, instantly slaying over a dozen vampires.
Su Zhiqing's entire body erupted with dazzling golden light.
In the pitch-black night, she resembled a sun. She raised her lightsaber high.
The blade erupted with blinding radiance, illuminating vast swaths of the battlefield. Every vampire touched by this light let out a wretched howl.
Their bodies, like hot irons pressed into butter,
instantly charred black.
They sizzled like cold water hitting hot oil. Wispy, foul-smelling smoke curled upward from the vampires' bodies.
Within moments,
these vampires had transformed into charred wooden sticks. They collapsed to the ground, shattering into fragments.
Vampires feared light, and Su Zhiqing possessed the very essence of pure light energy.
By herself, she held back countless vampires.
These vampires dared not approach Su Zhiqing, keeping their distance.
Seeing this, the commander of the Alien Alliance had no choice but to dispatch werewolves to kill Su Zhiqing. Others like Yang Xiao, Chenghua, and Vitus also cut a swath through the enemy.
Especially Mo Shisi.
He summoned dozens of undead warriors who charged at the alien coalition forces. Then he transformed all the corpses of the dead into undead creatures, forming an army of the dead. In mere moments, he raised an undead army numbering in the thousands. Under the command of several leaders, they swiftly drove the invading allied forces of foreign tribes into retreat. Meanwhile, Lawrence, who was engaged in combat with Ye Ming, also noticed this development. Originally, they had planned to launch a surprise attack on the humans under cover of night. They never expected the people of the United States to have such powerful reinforcements.
Witnessing this scene, Count Dracula screamed at Lawrence. "Lawrence! What are you waiting for? If you don't transform now, we'll be defeated." Hearing the Count's shout, Lawrence clapped his claws together, temporarily forcing Ye Ming back.
After scanning the battlefield, his eyes suddenly changed. He suddenly leapt to a high vantage point and let out a piercing howl.
Why-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah. The howl pierced the heavens.
In the sky, as if responding to his cry,
the scattered clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the moon. It was a full moon.
Countless rays of moonlight poured down from the full moon, like a silver river of light. Lawrence opened his blood-stained mouth and sucked in the silver river of light with a sudden gulp.
Countless rays of moonlight poured into Lawrence's body. In an instant,
Lawrence's fur, which had been a deep gray, began to shimmer with silver light. Each stiff hair stood on end, as if cloaking Lawrence in silver armor. His already massive frame swelled several times larger.
Silver Moon State.
Werewolves could harness the power of moonlight to enhance themselves. Lawrence suddenly lowered his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Ye Ming.
Ye Ming saw a hint of madness and animalistic ferocity flash in those eyes. The werewolves could harness the moon's power, their savagery was amplified as well. Roar! Lawrence threw his head back and let out a roar.
His thick legs surged forward with explosive force, claws like hooks, lunging toward Ye Ming.
Swish! 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 Empowered by the moonlight, Lawrence's strength surged dramatically.
His attacks were several times faster and several times more powerful than before. Ye Ming had to defend each strike with all his might. This time, Ye Ming found himself overwhelmed by Lawrence.
In midair, Count Dracula, witnessing this scene, let out a shriek.
He sneered at Chilyu.
"Ha! Once Lawrence takes care of that kid,
then I'll team up with him and take you down effortlessly. Then you'll have no choice but to become my exclusive blood slave."
Count Dracula was overjoyed. He had never tasted the blood of a high-tier professional before. If you surrender now, I might even consider taking you as my lady. His eyes roamed relentlessly over Chiyue's slender form. His desire was for her blood but also for her body. Shi Liyue ignored Count Dracula's provocation. Spreading her fingers, searing flames erupted from her palm. Simultaneously, she kept glancing toward Ye Ming. Her inner voice told her Ye Ming could handle this. Though currently suppressed by Lawrence, Ye Ming's expression remained serene. As if he couldn't care less about Lawrence's newfound strength. Beasts are beasts, all they know is brute force. Ye Ming sneered. Hearing this, Lawrence's eyes flashed with sudden intensity. He recalled a past incident. Once, he too had been human. But after being bitten by a werewolf, he had been transformed into one himself. After becoming a werewolf, he lost his rationality, his mind consumed solely by the urge to kill. When he unexpectedly regained his senses once more, he discovered his mother's corpse in his hands. His left hand held her upper body, his right hand held her lower body. Until the very last moment, his mother's eyes, filled with tenderness, remained fixed on his face. One hand stretched out desperately, as if seeking one last touch. Roar! Recalling this scene, the last shred of sanity vanished from Lawrence's eyes. He descended into utter madness. Yet Ye Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. He pulled out a communicator and whispered. Admiral Roberts, make your move. Chapter 115, using me as your free enforcer? As Ye Ming's words fell, the full moon, which had been radiating moonlight, vanished abruptly. Without the moonlight's power, Lawrence's strength rapidly declined. In an instant, he shed the silver moon state. Yet the savage glint in his eyes remained. Count Dracula, currently engaged in battle with Chilyu, noticed this development. What's going on? The full moon vanished so quickly? He looked up at the sky and only then realized that, at some unknown moment, a cloud of smoke had appeared in the air, completely obscuring the full moon. This was why Lawrence could no longer absorb the moon's power. At the same time, a figure with short golden hair and a cigar dangling from his mouth arrived on the battlefield. He took a deep drag on his cigar. Then, with his mouth slightly open, countless wisps of white smoke drifted into the sky. It was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, General Roberts. The reason Ye Ming had arrived a moment too late earlier was because he had witnessed the moon growing fuller and fuller. It reminded him of the tales about werewolves and the full moon. That's why he had returned once more, summoning Roberts to help obscure the full moon. Without the moon's power, you're nothing but a slightly stronger beast. Ye Ming coldly remarked, gazing at the crazed Lawrence. The next moment. Swish! A dragon's roar echoed through the air. Ye Ming switched his Sea God set to the primordial Dragon King set. Shatter Sky Dragon Claw Strike. Ye Ming raised his dragon claws and swung them fiercely toward Lawrence. Instantly, 5 claw strikes erupted, tearing through everything in their path. Wherever the claws passed, space itself was cleaved apart, forming countless spatial fissures. In an instant, Lawrence was torn apart by the claw strikes, utterly defenseless. 5 crimson gashes appeared across his body. The next moment, its body shattered into scattered blocks of wood. Instant kill. Count Dracula witnessed this scene, his pupils suddenly contracting. Lawrence, whose strength was comparable to his own, perhaps even greater, had been instantly killed. A chill instantly gripped his heart. This was bad. The urge to flee surged within him. His bat wings flapped violently, sending countless bats flying out to obscure his form. He wanted to flee. But how could Shi Liyue let him have his way? With a flash, Shi Liyue formed seals with both hands. Whoosh! A burst of frigid energy erupted, instantly forming a cage of ice that sealed off Count Dracula's escape route. Count Dracula lashed out with his claws, yet could not shatter the icy prison. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, realizing escape would require more than a simple maneuver. Squeak! A sonic wave erupted from his mouth, engulfing the entire battlefield. Anyone who heard it felt their blood surge uncontrollably, as if it were trying to burst from their veins. Life Siphon. The vampire emitted a special sonic wave that stirred the blood, which, once absorbed, would enhance his own power. Boom! Numerous professional warriors exploded into bursts of blood mist. Even the blood within the corpses began to seep out. These blood mists gathered continuously, then drifted toward Count Dracula's mouth. Chilyu could distinctly sense Count Dracula's power surging higher and higher. However, just as Count Dracula believed his power was about to surge dramatically, he suddenly realized he could no longer draw on the blood. He looked toward the battlefield in confusion, only to find a gray aura enveloping the battlefield, blocking his power. Simultaneously, the corpses began transforming into undead creatures, drained of blood. How is this possible? Count Dracula watched the scene unfold, his face drained of color. There was actually something faster than a vampire's transformation speed. You light-shunning creature. Die! Chilyu snorted coldly. The flaming ice marrow ring on her hand flashed with crimson light. Fireball! Her hands rapidly formed a series of seals.
Then, parting her crimson lips, she tilted her head back and unleashed a searing pillar of flame from her mouth. The terrifying pillar of fire hurtled straight toward Count Dracula within the ice prison. Count Dracula's face twisted in terror as he frantically attacked the ice prison, but it was all in vain. Boom! With a violent explosion, the pillar of fire pierced straight through Count Dracula's body. It left a gruesome, gaping hole in his flesh. Dracula lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. The grey realm of the dead instantly engulfed his corpse. In the blink of an eye, Count Dracula was transformed into an undead creature, becoming one of Mercius' undead generals. Mercius could choose to submerge the converted undead into the realm of the dead, turning them into nourishment, expanding the realm of the dead's reach. Or he could choose to retain them as combat forces. In future battles, he could summon them forth once more. Following the deaths of Count Dracula and the werewolf Lawrence, the remaining alien coalition forces posed no threat whatsoever. Su Zhiqing and her few companions could easily annihilate them. Moments later, every last member of the alien coalition was slain, their corpses converted and absorbed by Mercius. If one were to ask who gained the most from this ambush, it was undoubtedly Mercius. His spirit points had surged to 1893. Consider that he was only in his 20s. This equates to the stats of a level 70 SSS tier professional. Truly terrifying. Texas Command Center. John saluted Ye Ming and Shilyu repeatedly. This surprise attack by the alien coalition forces had torn apart the defenses of the American Empire's professional military forces. Had Ye Ming and his team not intervened, Texas would have fallen to the alien coalition forces. Enough with the thanks. After all, we didn't help you for nothing. Shilyu waved her hand dismissively and continued. Since we've helped you hold the line, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. China sent reinforcements to aid the American Empire this time. The requested compensation is allowing Ye Ming and his group to participate in the American Empire's medium-sized secret realm. This medium-sized secret realm had only recently appeared. Most importantly, it has yet to be conquered. Heh, of course. John nodded eagerly in agreement, but suddenly changed the subject. The thing is, this medium-sized secret realm is located near the front lines where we're fighting the allied alien forces. Because of this, there isn't much time left before the secret realm vanishes. Upon hearing John's words, both Shilyu and Ye Ming's brows furrowed with displeasure. They hadn't expected the secret realm to be near the front lines. Wasn't this blatantly asking them to serve as free mercenaries, helping to drive away the alien coalition forces? They had only agreed to help defend, not to assist in the offensive. John noticed the anger in Ye Ming and the others' expressions. He dared not say more. In the end, Shilyu agreed. How much time remains before the secret realm vanishes, she asked John. John glanced at his watch. About 5 hours. It was already 5 in the morning. Then we'll set out to conquer the secret realm at 8 tomorrow morning. Shilyu made the decision. And this time, Ye Ming would clearly be leading the team again. Ye Ming returned to his room. He retrieved 2 energy crystals emitting peculiar fluctuations. These were the alien essences of Count Dracula and the werewolf, Lawrence. Only 3 more to go. Ye Ming gazed at the alien primordial essence in his hand. Just 3 more, and he could complete the 3rd stage advancement quest. Chapter 116, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus? The War Front. Countless alien coalition forces clashed fiercely with the professional soldiers of the American Empire. Werewolf aliens clashed head-on with the mercenaries. Meanwhile, vampire alien forces relentlessly assaulted the mercenaries from the air. The 2 races coordinated their efforts, relentlessly suppressing the human mercenaries. An American Empire mercenary retreated step by step. Several werewolves were hot on his heels. The distance between them grew ever shorter. Just as the adventurer was about to be torn apart by the werewolves. Splash! The sound of crashing waves echoed. The next instant, a dark figure suddenly appeared, crashing into the wolves pursuing the professional. Boom! 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 Instantly, the werewolves exploded like fireworks. They became blossoms of blood. Ye Ming rode his azure water dragon scale horse as he approached at a leisurely pace. Do you know where the secret realm is? Ye Ming asked the panicked adventurer. The adventurer hastily replied, about 3 or 4 kilometers west. Hearing this, Ye Ming lifted his head to gaze into the distance. He could clearly see numerous adventurers engaged in battle with the alien race. This operation. Ye Ming intended to make short work of it, for this medium-sized secret realm lay on the front lines of the conflict. Otherwise, the slightest lapse in attention could lead to being trapped by the alien race. Ye Ming and his companions then confirmed their direction and raced toward the secret realm. Along the way, any alien race encountered was ruthlessly slain by Ye Ming's hand. This time, besides Ye Ming, Su Zhiqing, and the others, along with Qi Li Yue protecting him, the United States had also dispatched forces to conquer the secret realm. And leading the charge was none other than Superman Jack. Ever since his defeat at Ye Ming's hands last time, Jack had returned and frantically leveled up. He had now broken through to the 3rd tier.
Moreover, the teammates assigned to him this time were all elite professionals from the United States. Their pace was swift, and the alien races along the way couldn't hinder their advance. Before long, they reached the entrance to the medium-sized secret realm. However, the entrance was heavily guarded by troops. Neither the alien races nor the adventurers wanted the other to claim the secret realm. But the secret realm's disappearance time was fast approaching. Both sides finally agreed to send teams to conquer it. 4 teams in total: the Vampire Squad, the Werewolf Squad, the Jack Squad, and the Ye Ming Squad. The 2 alien faction teams had already arrived. The Vampire Squad was led by a man clad in a tailored black jacket and gold-rimmed glasses. He was Edward, the Vampire Squad's captain. "Heh, why won't you accept our conversion? You weak humans can only live a few decades, whereas we vampires can live for centuries. You're nothing but fleeting insects, while we are immortal works of art." As Edward spoke these words, his face brimmed with pride. As if they vampires were the perfect beings. Su Zhiqing reacted most strongly to his words. Possessing pure light energy, she despised these alien creatures known as vampires. What bull artworks! You're nothing but a bunch of shadowy vermin that can't stand the light. Su Zhiqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her face twisted with disgust. Edward's expression darkened at her words. He immediately bared his teeth and hissed at Su Zhiqing repeatedly. Ye Ming stepped in front of Su Zhiqing. "Enough talk. Let's settle this once and for all in the secret realm." At that moment, the secret realm had less than an hour left before it vanished. Seeing this, the others raised no objections. One by one, the 4 teams entered the secret realm. Ye Ming led Su Zhiqing and the others into the secret realm. A flash of light, and they found themselves in an opera house. "Welcome to the medium-sized secret realm Shadow Opera House. Defeat 100 monsters to clear the realm." The rules of this secret realm were extremely simple: defeat 100 monsters. Ye Ming surveyed his surroundings. The vast auditorium was breathtaking in scale. Intricate painted murals adorned the walls, depicting tales of heroes. Yet now, the colors had faded, and the figures' faces were blurred. The entire hall lay empty, its seats worn and covered in cobwebs. Not a single spectator remained. A faint musty odor hung in the air. "Where are the monsters here?" Su Zhiqing asked doubtfully. The opera house was so small you could see right to the end. The 4 teams were tackling the challenges independently. Outside the secret chamber, a light screen displayed each team's progress. To the onlookers outside, the monsters' positions were clearly visible. Those monsters sat upright in the rows of seats. As each team moved, the monsters turned their heads in unison, fixing their gaze upon them. Yet those within the secret realm remained oblivious to the monsters' presence. They continued searching relentlessly for the monsters' traces. At that moment, the Vampire Squad made the first attempt. Edward emitted a peculiar sonic wave from his mouth. The sound gradually echoed throughout the opera house. Finally, it returned to Edward's ears. "Found it!" Edward's eyes lit up upon hearing the echo. He elegantly raised his hand and pointed toward a seat. Whoosh! A blood-red arrow shot forth. Pop! The crimson arrow seemed to pierce empty space before exploding into a spray of blood. Blood slowly trickled down, gradually forming a human shape. Only then did the crowd realize that a wooden puppet sat upon the throne. It turned out that all the monsters in this dungeon were in a state of invisibility. They were invisible to the naked eye, requiring other means to detect their presence. Edward hadn't been certain either, he'd merely been testing. He hadn't expected it to work so immediately. He emitted a special sonic wave, using the echoes to pinpoint the monsters' locations. After discovering the pattern, the Vampire Squad sprang into action. They emitted a synchronized sonic pulse, pinpointing the locations of numerous monsters in moments. They then fired crimson arrows, striking them down. Meanwhile, the werewolves seemed somewhat dazed, wildly swinging their claws and wreaking havoc. As luck would have it, they managed to accidentally kill a few monsters. Meanwhile, Jack's squad also joined the fray. They searched for the monsters' tracks. This time, Jack's teammates were all high-caliber professionals. There was the Lightning Walker, faster than a missile, the Green Lantern, glowing emerald green, the Thunder Sanzan, and a Supergirl. Each was at least S rank or higher. When they failed to locate the monster, they began trying every possible method. The Lightning Runner darted through the entire opera house like a bolt of lightning. But he detected nothing unusual. It was the Green Lantern who illuminated the monster's silhouette with his green glow. Regardless, all 3 squads had found the monster's trail. Yet Ye Ming's team remained completely silent. Yang Xiao and the others stepped aside, their eyes fixed on Ye Ming. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from Ye Ming's hands. It was a 2-toned lotus. Electric arcs and flames flickered across its surface. This was a skill Ye Ming had recently created himself. Thunderclap Flame Lotus. Ye Ming thought to himself, since the secret realm's requirement was to slay all monsters, and no monsters could be found at present, he might as well plow through this opera house with his skill. Chapter 117, Full-Scale Invasion. The dual-colored lotus in Ye Ming's palm spun rapidly. He then looked toward the center of the opera house hall and opened his palm.
The Thunder Lotus automatically drifted toward it. Simultaneously, a shroud of night enveloped Ye Ming, Su Zhiqing, and the others.
Outside the secret realm,
Both sides watched the progress of the four teams' strategies.
yet among them, some rejoiced while others worried.
The vampire and alien factions were delighted. Among the four teams, Edward's vampire squad made the fastest progress.
Using their unique sonar-based tracking, they located and defeated numerous monsters.
Edward glanced at his team's progress.
Monsters defeated 97-100.
They were only 3 short of clearing the stage.
Following closely behind Edward's team was Jack's team from the United States.
Jack's team, aided by the green light of the Green Lantern, also located numerous monsters.
Monsters defeated 83-100.
Their progress was equally swift, though they still trailed the vampire squad by a margin. The werewolf squad was also nearing the halfway mark.
Yet Ye Ming's squad hadn't killed a single monster. Witnessing this, boos erupted from the alien faction.
Ha! We're the strongest here, this secret realm is ours.
Is that human squad here for comic relief?
A vampire elegantly swirled a crystal goblet filled with a dark red liquid. The crimson liquid inside, whether blood or wine, remained unclear. Pointing at the light screen displaying Ye Ming's team, he sneered. We're almost done clearing this place, and they haven't even defeated a single monster yet.
Or could it be? Did these idiots actually go to the opera?
As his words fell, waves of derisive laughter erupted from the alien crowd. Even the American team members looked grim. They had given up one of their secret realm guide slots for Ye Ming's team.
Yet Ye Ming's team was performing so poorly.
Fuck. I knew it, the Chinese are only good at farming, not tackling secret realms. Giving them that slot was a complete waste.
A professional from the American Empire muttered aloud, making no effort to conceal his voice. Others joined in the complaints, feeling the slot shouldn't have been given to Ye Ming and his crew. Upon hearing their murmurs,
she merely gave a cold snort.
Instantly, a bone-chilling coldness rose behind every person present.
Yet even so, some continued to mutter under their breath.
Just then, someone suddenly gasped in alarm.
Look! The person pointed at Ye Ming's team's light screen.
All eyes turned in that direction.
What met their eyes was a screen filled with blazing fire and crackling lightning.
3 seconds later, the display finally stabilized. The once dimly lit opera house was now engulfed in flames.
The densely packed seats had vanished, and the murals on the surrounding walls were charred black.
Arcs of electricity still danced across the floor. At the same time, the light screen displayed Team Ye Ming's secret realm progress. Monsters defeated 100-100. Are you kidding me?
The vampire clutching the crystal goblet suddenly crushed it in his hand. The liquid inside splashed onto the floor. His gaze fixed intently on the numbers tracking Ye Ming's team's progress through the secret realm. The werewolf growled repeatedly under his breath.
Meanwhile, the American professional who had earlier complained about Ye Ming's secret realm quota being wasted.
His pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief. But then, his expression shifted. A smirk spread across his lips, his face now brimming with flattery.
Oh, my dear Eastern friend, I knew you were the strongest.
Earlier, I was merely toying with those foolish outsiders.
Within the secret chamber, Edward watched the crimson arrow pierce the final monster.
His face was filled with a smile, as if he could already hear the sound of victory. But before the arrow could strike the final monster, a notification chimed in his ear.
Medium-sized secret realm Shadow Opera House has been cleared. You will be forcibly logged out in 3 seconds.
The smile froze on his face.
Meanwhile, Ye Ming also heard the victory announcement. Congratulations!
Your party has successfully cleared the secret realm Shadow Opera House.
Beginning reward distribution. For clearing the medium-sized secret realm Shadow Opera House, all members of the clearing party receive plus 3,000 EXP.
As the first team to clear this medium-sized secret realm, your team gains ownership rights. According to the team contribution distribution rules, as the team leader, you will receive 90% of the dungeon ownership. Each member of the successful team receives 2.5% of the dungeon ownership.
Incense offerings are also settled simultaneously.
Honored members Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Changgui, and Wei Xiu achieved the first clear of a medium-sized secret realm.
Reward, spiritual power plus 54, red quality equipment chest 4. A flash of light.
Ye Ming and the others exited the secret realm.
After the secret realm was cleared, other teams were forcibly expelled.
Edward's face still bore disbelief. Their squad was just one monster away from clearing it. Edward was furious.
He let out a shriek and lunged at Ye Ming.
But Ye Ming didn't even turn his head.
With a backfist, he sent Edward flying. Ye Ming's strength was now beyond what any ordinary person could withstand.
Jack watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless. Edward had just broken through to the 3rd tier like him, yet Ye Ming had instantly defeated him with a single punch. With the ownership of the secret realm settled,
the next instant, fierce combat erupted between the two sides once more.
But all this no longer concerned Ye Ming and his companions. Ye Ming and Qi Liyue returned to the command center in Dezhou. They needed to discuss the ownership rights of the Phantom Opera's secret realm with John. This secret realm was located within the United States. Holding on to it served no purpose for Ye Ming. It would be better to trade it with the United States for resources. If you wish to trade for this secret realm, then hand over 3 sets of golden gear and some third-tier alien origin essence. Ye Ming laid out his terms. A single piece of golden equipment was worth roughly 300 million huaxia currency, while a full set commanded about 15 billion huaxia currency. 3 sets would amount to 45 billion yuan. This was an astronomical sum. But compared to a mid-sized secret realm, it was already quite cheap. In the end, John agreed. After all, what the United States lacked most right now was resources. Acquiring a medium-sized secret realm would greatly alleviate their pressure. Soon after, Ye Ming received 3 sets of golden equipment and 3 alien primordial essences. With these 3 alien essences, Ye Ming could finally advance to the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, at the border of the Jiangnan district, the ground trembled incessantly, stones bouncing across the surface. Accompanying the tremors was a piercing, shrill cry that pierced the heavens. Looking out, several black rivers appeared on the ground, slowly moving. Looking up, not a single speck of light could be seen, only pitch-black darkness. An earthquake? A soldier on the border city wall gripped the ramparts, his voice filled with confusion. He looked toward the distance. The next second, he knew the answer. At the edge of his vision, the earth was completely engulfed in a writhing black mass. A swarm of insects. A true, all-consuming swarm. Chapter 118, and King Maruam. Above the swarm, 3 figures stood in a triangular formation. The 2 figures behind. One stood 3 meters tall, with side blades protruding from its arms. The other was shrouded in pink mist, bearing a pair of dazzling wings upon its back. None other than the Shadow Scythe General and the Dream Mist Master. Your Majesty, the Ant King, the border of the Jiangnan district of Huaxia lies ahead. One of the esteemed 10 great generals of the insect clan, a peak 3rd-tier powerhouse. The Shadow Scythe General bowed low and introduced the Jiangnan region to the figure ahead in a hushed voice. The figure before him seemed to command such awe that he dared not speak aloud. Compared to the giant general of the Shadow Scythe, that figure was remarkably small. Estimated at just 1.6 meters tall. Yet, the aura radiating from his small frame caused both the giant general of the Shadow Scythe and the Dream Lord of the Mystic Shadows to tense up. The vast swarm of insects passing by dared not emit a single loud chirp. This figure's skin was a deep green, its head resembling a cap, its pupils blood red, and its tail resembling a giant syringe. This being was one of the 3 great rulers of the insectoid race. A 4th-tier insectoid powerhouse, the Ant King, Maruam. With the shifting tides of war, the insectoid race could no longer wait for the fertile lands of Blue Star. They had dispatched one of their own kings to personally lead the invasion. Maruam gazed upon the distant city walls of the Jiangnan district. A flicker of excitement, cruelty, and maniacal killing intent flared in his eyes. Even the Shadow Scythe General behind him felt this killing intent and couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. If the Shadow Scythe General was a cruel man, then Maruam was a murderous demon who knew nothing but slaughter. The numbers of the insectoid race were incalculable, and every powerful insectoid had climbed to their position by trampling over countless corpses of their own kind. And the very first person Maruam killed was his own mother. His mother had exhausted her life to bear him, yet he rejected her with utter indifference. He even declared, "The death of the weak is a natural law." Maruam's lips curled slightly as he issued his first command. "Go! Exterminate every last human being, leave not a single one alive." He spoke with a smile, yet his words echoed like a demon's whisper. "Yes, Ant King," the giant Reaper General responded in a low voice. Soaring above the insectoid hordes, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe bellowed in his piercing voice. "Attack! Take the humans!" In an instant, the earth rumbled like a dragon turning over, thundering with a deafening roar. Endless hordes of insects surged forward. Dense swarms of insects surged toward the border walls of the Jiangnan district. At that very moment, on the border walls of the Jiangnan district, several figures stood vigilant. At the forefront stood Han Jin Feng, the dean of Yunha Academy. Behind him followed several legion commanders. Each of these legion commanders was at least a level 60 S-rank high-tier professional. Under normal circumstances, each of them was a figure whose every move sent tremors through the entire Jiangnan district. Yet now, as they watched the endless tide of insects surge toward them, each wore a grim expression. Their expressions were filled with unease. They had witnessed countless insect swarms, large and small, throughout their careers. But the scale of today's swarm was unprecedented. They had urgently summoned the top professionals of the Jiangnan district to take command. However, due to the recent lull in insect activity, all high-level professionals had been temporarily deployed to assist other regions. Even Wei Wu had been dispatched to the East Sea region to aid in repelling the Zhelong clan. And Shi Liyue had accompanied Ye Ming to the United States. Thus, the Jiangnan division now has only Han Jin Feng as its sole top-tier professional. At this moment, Han Jin Feng's brow was deeply furrowed. He gazed at Maruam towering above the swarm of insects.
Even from a great distance, he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Maruam's body. He instantly realized this was an existence surpassing his own strength. A fourth-tier powerhouse. The insect swarm had arrived. He must hold off Maruam before Wei Wu returned. Yet despite being only one tier apart, their power levels were worlds apart. He didn't know how many rounds he could hold off Maruam. Then, he exhaled deeply and declared, "All units, enter combat readiness. Prepare to withstand the insect swarm's onslaught." Upon receiving the order, the Legion commanders hurried back to their posts. A cascade of orders echoed through the ranks. Boom! A gaping hole split open in the city wall, revealing a blackened cannon barrel protruding through it. This was the heavy weapon deployed to resist alien invasions, the railgun. Buzz buzz buzz. Hundreds of fighter jets roared past the city walls in the sky. Under normal circumstances, such a fleet could defeat a small nation. At the same time, the mercenary army scaled the city walls. Each soldier was tense, yet their eyes held an unwavering resolve. In an instant, the swarm of insects reached the base of the walls, and the dark mass of insectoid creatures began their assault. The foremost insects were massive in size. Resembling giant tortoises, they stood several meters tall, their backs covered in hard carapaces that shielded the rest of the swarm from attacks. These were the tanks of the insectoid horde, the shield turtle insects. Other insects advanced beneath their bellies. Leading the charge were giant pincers, creatures with a single horn protruding from their heads and massive pincers for mouthparts. Further back, a swarm of centipede-like creatures followed, their backs lined with rows of inflatable acid sacs, the acid eaters. They could launch acid missiles from these sacs to attack. Countless skills poured down from the city walls. They slammed into the backs of the shield beetle insects. Yet they failed to inflict significant damage, leaving only faint white marks. Witnessing this, Han Jinfeng reacted swiftly. He ordered the troops to mobilize the railguns and eliminate these shield turtle insects first. Boom! Boom! The railguns on the city wall shifted into action, their barrels locking onto the shield turtle insectoids. Buzz! Blinding light erupted from the muzzles as terrifying energy gathered relentlessly. The next instant. Boom! A white orb of light streaked toward the shielded turtle insect clan. Boom! The white orb pierced straight through the shield turtle insect tribe's defenses and detonated. In an instant, blinding white light erupted. The terrifying force of the explosion swept outward in all directions. A large swath of the insectoid horde was hurled away by the blast wave. A gruesome, gaping hole appeared at the center of the massive shield turtle insect swarm. Nearby insects were instantly vaporized, vanishing without a trace. This railgun was a weapon of extraordinary destructive power developed by China. Specifically designed to target large alien creatures and those with high defensive capabilities. Even a peak third-tier powerhouse would not wish to endure a single hit. Boom! 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 White energy spheres blasted toward the insectoid horde, instantly annihilating countless creatures at the forefront. Beneath the city walls, a vast clearing was instantly carved out. However, while the railgun possessed immense destructive power, it also consumed an enormous amount of energy. Such railguns could only be deployed at critical moments. Therefore, after eliminating the shield turtle Zerg, it was not deployed again. The newly cleared space was instantly filled with a dark, swarming mass of insects. Giant pincers and acid-eating bugs launched their assaults. Giant claw beetles scaled the city walls, engaging the professional defenders in combat. The acid blasters unleashed a hail of corrosive projectiles, pelting the ramparts like rain. The professionals hastily raised protective shields to defend themselves. But the acid shells possessed extreme penetrating power, swiftly corroding and shattering the shields. Ah! An acid corroding shell struck a professional. Sizzle! The professional's skin rapidly corroded, their entire body beginning to melt like a candle. Within a few breaths, a person who had been lively moments before became a pool of liquid. Meanwhile, giant pincers had scaled the city walls, snapping a professional in half with a single bite. Such scenes unfolded relentlessly across the battlefield. If this continued, defeat would undoubtedly be the professional's fate. Chapter 119, Take This Punch. Boom! A section of the city wall was breached by the insectoid horde. Endless hordes poured through the breach. The army was utterly helpless. Ah! No! Shrieks erupted from within the city walls. The swarm of insects, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaped the lives of the professionals. At that very moment. Thud! A figure plummeted from the sky. A massive shockwave erupted, sending the foremost insects flying. Pure fist. The next instant, a terrifying fist aura abruptly materialized, crashing into the swarm of insects. Where the fist aura passed, space itself cracked under the unbearable strain. The air compressed to its limit, transforming into shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Boom! It tore straight through the swarm, carving a vacuum path through the dense swarm. Tens of thousands of insects were blown apart into misty clouds of blood. Even a shield turtle blocking the path was instantly blasted clean in two. Simultaneously, the gale force energy spun wildly, like a meat grinder, shredding the insectoid hordes. The figure retracted its fist and stood poised. It was Han Jinfeng, Dean of Yunha Academy. With the defense line breached, he had no choice but to intervene personally. However, a third-tier P powerhouse on the battlefield is like a nuclear bomb. Once one side strikes first, the other will inevitably retaliate. Above the swarm of insects, upon witnessing Han Jinfeng's attack, "Go! Bring me the head of that human!" Ant King Meruem commanded the Scythe General. "Yes." The giant general of the Shadow Scythe promptly acknowledged the order. In a flash, his figure vanished and reappeared outside the city walls. "Why are you here?" "Where is Wei Wu?" the giant general of the Shadow Scythe demanded coldly. "Has he gone and hidden like a cowardly turtle?" Swish! Han Jinfeng rode his gale energy to confront the giant general of the Shadow Scythe. "Yo Lien! By invading Huaxia today, you have chosen your own path to death. Withdraw now, and you may yet escape. Otherwise, you shall perish here today." Gale force surged around Han Jinfeng's fists as he barked the warning. The giant general of the Shadow Scythe heard Han Jinfeng's words but dismissed them, instead letting out a cold laugh. "Very well then, let's settle this with our blades." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe had already slashed a cold gleam toward Han Jinfeng. Han Jinfeng was prepared. Gale energy enveloped his fist as he countered the incoming strike. "Return the favor." Pure fist. With that, Han Jinfeng countered the Shadow Scythe general's strike. The giant general of the Shadow Scythe raised his arm to block the attack, then charged forward. Instantly, the two stood face to face. Their strengths were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand for the moment. But for Han Jinfeng, this was no good. Below, an endless tide of insects continued to assault the defenses. The longer he engaged the giant general of the Shadow Scythe, the more disadvantageous it became. Yet his class was the unbreakable fighter, whose abilities grew stronger the longer the battle raged. Defeating the Shadow Scythe general would require time. This left him in a bind. Meanwhile, in the distance, upon witnessing the Scythe giant general locked in combat with Han Jinfeng, Meruem ordered the Shadow Dream Master to intervene. With the Dreamweaver, Han Jinfeng instantly found himself at a disadvantage. Not only that, but the Dreamweaver's attacks had an immense range. With a slight flutter of her wings, countless pink crystalline dust particles drifted out, floating toward the city walls. In an instant, many warriors were ensnared within illusions, only to be slaughtered by the insectoid forces. Damn it! Han Jinfeng, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage, intensifying his attacks even further. The human defense line teetered on the brink of collapse. At this critical moment, roar! A deafening tiger's roar erupted. A colossal tiger, 3 zhang in length and formed from gale energy, leapt out of the void. The gale-formed tiger lunged fiercely at the swarm of insects. It swung its massive claws, striking a shield turtle insectoid. Boom! In an instant, the shield turtle insect was smashed into a mist of blood. Then, the gale chi tiger charged through the swarm like a wolf among sheep. Each swing of its massive claws crushed entire swaths of the insectoid horde. Its tail lashed out like a steel whip, exploding the swarm with each strike. The Gangchi giant tiger fought like a war god, a single tiger holding back 10,000 insects. But it wasn't over yet. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed as a 100 zhang gale force dragon burst forth from the clouds. The gale force dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of gale energy toward the swarming horde below. Countless insects were swept away by the torrent, falling like wheat cut by a scythe. The illusory form of the divine mountain appeared above the swarm. Then it plunged downward with tremendous force. Boom! A sky-filling mist of blood erupted. These formations of gale energy arrived and instantly stabilized the defensive line. And all of this stemmed from one person. 2 figures stood facing each other in the sky. A terrifying aura erupted from both of them. It even drowned out the sounds of battle below. One was Meruem. The other was the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district, Wei Wu. In this critical moment, Wei Wu finally rushed back from the East Sea district. The earlier manifestations of gale energy were skills he had acquired after breaking through to the 4th tier. Formation of Qi allowed him to shape his Qi into any form to aid in battle. Wei Wu watched the fierce battle below, his brows tightly furrowed. He hadn't expected that in just a few days of his absence, the insectoid race would launch a large-scale invasion. Then, his expression turned solemn as he turned to face the person opposite him. For he sensed the power emanating from Meruem, a 4th-tier powerhouse. This was the first time he had encountered another 4th-tier powerhouse besides himself. "You must be the Ant King, one of the 3 great rulers of the insect race," Wei Wu said in a solemn voice. Though Wei Wu was meeting Meruem for the first time, intelligence reports had allowed him to deduce the Ant King's identity. He deduced Meruem's identity. Above the 10 great generals of the insect clan stood the 3 great kings. Each was a 4th-tier powerhouse. They were Ant King Meruem, Bee Queen Terraria, and Spider Queen Isabella. "Ha, so you're the so-called commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan district, Wei Wu?" Meruem scrutinized Wei Wu from head to toe, his eyes brimming with contempt. Even though Wei Wu was his equal in tier, he held him in no regard. For the number of 4th-tier powerhouses who had fallen by his hand had already reached double digits. He wouldn't mind adding another to the list. If you surrender now, I can take you as my servant and spare your life. Otherwise, once I breach your defenses, I will slaughter every last one of you lowly creatures. I'll herd every last one of you like cattle and turn you into my livestock. Maruam coldly declared to Wei Wu. Servant? Wei Wu suppressed his rage. Maruam smiled and continued. What? Do you think being my servant is beneath you? You should know that when I subjugated other clans, those 4th-tier powerhouses begged for their lives. They scrambled to pledge allegiance to me, begging to serve me as oxen and horses. Now I'm offering you this chance, and you still aren't satisfied? Wei Wu scoffed at his words. Meyer's expression darkened instantly at the sound of that laughter. What's so funny? Is what I said that funny? Wei Wu ignored Maruam. Instead, he stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura from within his body. The wind made his robes flutter wildly. Surrender is not in my vocabulary. I will not surrender, nor will my comrades ever do so. If you wish to conquer China, you'll have to step over my dead body first. And mark my words, your invasion of China today will cost you dearly. With that, Wei Wu took a sudden step forward. An invisible surge of martial energy erupted around him. Take this punch. Chapter 120, The Immortals Return to Their Places. Wei Wu twisted his waist and shifted his hips, channeling every ounce of his strength into this single punch. Boom! A fist aura condensed to its absolute limit erupted violently. The sonic boom reverberated, unleashing a furious whirlwind. Facing Wei Wu's full power strike, Maruam remained unflinching, a cold smile curling his lips. Swish! His figure vanished instantly, leaving his original position. He dodged Wei Wu's terrifying fist blast. Seeing this, Wei Wu's heart tightened. He thought to himself, this is bad. The next instant, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. It was Maruam. Maruam clenched his fists tightly and slammed them into Wei Wu's back. Ha! With no time to turn and block, Wei Wu could only roar in defiance. A whirlwind of gale energy swirled and churned, coalescing behind Wei Wu into a colossal gale energy turtle. Boom! Maruam's fist slammed into the giant tortoise, shattering it. But that split-second pause bought Wei Wu a crucial second to react. Wei Wu spun around and unleashed a thunderous punch. Boom! 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 Instantly, deafening explosions erupted continuously in the sky, as if missiles were detonating one after another in the air. Wei Wu and Maruam clashed fiercely. Their fists met flesh with brutal force, each strike fierce and relentless. Each strike could shatter a mountain or sever a river. As their clash intensified, Wei Wu grew increasingly astonished. His profession was renowned for its fists, excelling in close combat. Yet Maruam effortlessly parried his attacks. Over time, Wei Wu realized something astonishing. Maruam was actually learning his techniques. He compressed the air to its limit, forming a powerful blast that slammed toward Wei Wu. Moreover, Maruam had begun anticipating his next strike. If this continued, he would inevitably be defeated by Maruam. Wei Wu unleashed another punch, creating distance between himself and Maruam. Maruam stared at Wei Wu and roared with laughter. You're nothing special. Give me a little more time, and I too can master the Gangchi to defend myself. Wei Wu's expression grew grave, offering no reply. His hands swiftly formed seals, gathering gale energy and shaping it into form. Roar! Before Wei Wu, a colossal gale chi tiger leapt from thin air, lunging toward Meluwei Ai. Behind him, a colossal gale dragon roared, spiraling upward as it unleashed a torrent of gale energy that washed over Meruem. Above Meruem's head, the shadowy form of a divine mountain abruptly materialized and crashed down. 3 ferocious attacks converged simultaneously. Yet Maruam remained utterly unperturbed, seemingly dismissing these assaults. He raised both hands high, suddenly catching the descending mountain's phantom. Maruam's diminutive frame steadied the towering mountain's shadow, preventing it from descending even an inch. His arms bulged with coiled muscles as he hurled the mountain toward the colossal gale tiger charging at him. When the torrent of gale force energy spewed from the dragon's mouth reached Maruam's front, it halted abruptly. As if an invisible wall stood before Maruam, blocking its advance. Psychic power. This was a skill Maruam acquired after devouring a psychic alien race. Maruam hailed from the ant tribe, the weakest among the insect races. Ants were diminutive in stature, and individually possessed very little strength. But Maruam was different from other ants. Upon his birth, his first act was to devour his own mother. It seemed to herald the birth of absolute power. The ultimate limit of an ant's power is the second tier. But Maruam was different. He was born at the peak of the second tier. This defied all natural laws. This was because he possessed the ability to devour. After devouring others, he could seize their abilities and skills. This granted him an extraordinary rate of growth. By the time he reached the third tier, he was already leading armies on campaigns to invade other alien races. Every opponent he defeated was devoured, their abilities seized. From the peak of the second tier to his current strength, he ascended in a mere 2 or 3 years.
Treading upon countless corpses, he rose above the multitudes of the insectoid race. He became the third king of the insect race. He believed the weak deserved no existence, but only as stepping stones for the strong. Wherever he passed, corpses littered the land. In a single day, he had slaughtered an entire minor tribe to the last. If he breached their defenses, the people of the Jiangnan district might well become the next small tribe. Nothing special. Maruam sneered coldly. In the next instant, he transformed into a hurtling cannonball, crashing toward Wei Wu. Wei Wu roared in fury and braced himself to block the attack. Boom! This collision sent Wei Wu flying hundreds of meters away. Maruam, relentless in his advantage, instantly flashed behind Wei Wu. He lashed out with a fierce roundhouse kick, aiming for Wei Wu. Wei Wu spun around, raising both arms to block. Boom! Wei Wu was sent flying once more. And so it went. Wei Wu was tossed around in the air like a punching bag by Maruam. If this continues, Wei Wu is bound to lose. Ha! Why doesn't Wei Wu surrender yet? Maruam sent Wei Wu flying once more with a punch, roaring with laughter. My earlier offer still stands. Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. Wei Wu struggled to control his chi, stabilizing his body. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Oof. I don't consider myself defeated yet, Wei Wu replied calmly, wiping the blood from his lips. Oh? Is that so? Maruam tilted his head with a smile. He clenched his fist once more, preparing to strike Wei Wu. But at that very moment, a golden ring suddenly appeared above his head, then descended toward him. Maruam tried to dodge the golden ring. But it was useless. The golden ring clung to him like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off. In the end, Maruam was captured by the golden ring. What the hell is this? Maruam roared in fury. He strained every muscle, trying to break free from the golden ring that held him captive. But even with the power to shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch, he couldn't break free from the seemingly delicate golden ring. At that moment, a blinding golden light erupted from the distance. Whoosh! A path formed from dazzling golden light stretched out from the horizon. Maruam looked up. A figure rode a horse, approaching at a leisurely pace. With each step of the horse came the rhythmic, crashing sound of waves. When Wei Wu saw that figure, his heart relaxed involuntarily. Ye Ming, you finally arrived. The figure on horseback was none other than Ye Ming. And with Ye Ming's arrival, buzz! A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from every warrior's body. In an instant, everyone felt their wounds completely heal. Their condition instantly returned to its peak state. This was precisely the new ability Ye Ming had gained after breaking through to the third tier, Return of the Immortals. Divine Restoration temporarily deifies all within range. Effect: sealed individuals fully restore their stats and gain a 10% boost to all attributes. This was an incredibly powerful area of effect buff skill. With this skill, Ye Ming could instantly forge his own army of celestial soldiers and generals. Chapter 121, Third Tier. The Turning Point. The warriors received the boost. Instantly revitalized, they resumed their fierce battle against the insectoid hordes. This time, they slaughtered the insectoid hordes with far greater ease. Because All Immortals Return also possessed a passive effect. Within a 10-meter radius, for every additional ally present, all attributes increased by 1%. A 1% boost might seem insignificant. But imagine having a dozen, 20, or even 100 allies nearby. On a densely packed battlefield, every warrior has at least a dozen allies within their 10-meter radius. Therefore, each person receives over 10 percentage points of all attribute boosts. Combined with the previous 10% boost, Ye Ming's single skill could grant a group at least a 20% boost to all attributes. This dramatically boosted the combat effectiveness of the warriors. The warriors receiving these boosts charged like starving wolves. They unleashed their skills with frenzied intensity, pounding the swarm of insects. This actually forced the insect swarm to retreat several meters. The pressure on the defensive line eased. Accompanying Ye Ming back were Qi Liyue, Su Zhiqing, and others. Upon arrival, Qi Liyue immediately flew to assist Han Jinfeng. Su Zhiqing, Meishi, and the others joined the fray below. To the insectoid hordes, these few were like Lu Bu reborn. Su Zhiqing's slash of a light blade could instantly slaughter hundreds of insectoids. Yang Xiao activated the 8-9 mystic arts, wielding his triple-bladed axe to mow down the insectoid hordes. The others followed suit. Especially Mu Weishi, his profession seemed born for warfare. Countless insectoid corpses were transformed into undead creatures, turning to attack their own kind. Ye Ming, mounted on his azure dragon scale steed, hurled the trident of the sea god with fierce force. Rainbow piercing the sun. The trident streaked like a meteor toward Maruam. Watching the spear hurtle toward him, Maruam struggled frantically. Just before impact, he broke free from the golden ring of the unstable wind wave, evading Ye Ming's attack. Maruam looked up at Ye Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that a human who had only just reached the third tier could briefly control him. Ye Ming approached Wei Wu. Old Wei, are you alright? You've broken through to the third tier? Wei Wu shook his head slightly, then spoke with a hint of surprise. After all, it had been less than a year since Ye Ming had changed professions. Hadn't even been a year, yet he had already reached level 50. Others would need 2 or 3 years to reach this level. Seeing that Wei Wu was unharmed, Ye Ming finally relaxed. He caught the flying trident of Poseidon as it returned to his hand and turned his gaze toward Maruam across from him. The golden circle of unstable winds he had just unleashed could normally control a target for 3 seconds. Yet it only restrained Maruam for a single second. This was a stark contrast to his earlier battle against the Lust Demon King. This proved that Maruam was several degrees more powerful than the Lust Demon King. This was a tough nut to crack. Fortunately, after Ye Ming broke through to the 3rd tier, he acquired new class-specific skills. Alongside Return of the Immortals, he also gained other abilities. Divine Descent temporarily lends power to another, stacking all attributes of both parties can also directly possess and control another. Simply put, it allows the combat power of 2 individuals to be combined. However, the target must be an anointed individual. Wei Wu had not been consecrated by Ye Ming. But that's okay. He can exploit a loophole. All immortals returned to their places can temporarily deify individuals within a certain range. He could use all immortals returned to their places to temporarily deify Wei Wu. Then, using Divine Descent, he could lend his own power to Wei Wu. As for why he doesn't simply possess Wei Wu and control him in battle? Because a great era is about to dawn. The world is unpredictable, and Ye Ming doesn't want to be the first to stick his neck out. It's not because coasting to victory feels better. With this thought, Ye Ming let out a low shout, Divine Descent. A golden light erupted from above his head, bathing Wei Wu in its radiance. The instant the golden light touched Wei Wu felt his strength surge dramatically. His physical prowess now reached 5,113 points. This equated to the stats of a legendary tier profession at level 90. It represented the pinnacle achievable by a 4th tier being. Meanwhile, Maruam's strength was only on par with a legendary tier class at around level 80 or above. Empowered, Wei Wu roared and charged straight at Maruam. Boom! His fist erupted with a series of sonic booms. Maruam blocked with a counterpunch. Up until now, Wei Wu had been the one on the defensive. But this time, it was Maruam who was sent flying. Wei Wu was exhilarated, while Maruam's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't comprehend why Wei Wu's strength had suddenly surged so dramatically. Before he could ponder the reason, Wei Wu's fist shadows rained down on his face like a storm. Maruam fought back desperately, yet he was still forced into retreat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qili Yu and Han Jinfeng joined forces against the Shadow Scythe Giant Sword and the Dream Lord of Illusions. Both Qili Yu and Han Jinfeng were frontline combat classes, while the 2 opponents were the Shadow Scythe General and the Dream Lord. Only the Shadow Scythe General was a frontline combatant, while the Dream Lord specialized more in support and control. This allowed the 2 of them to consistently suppress the Shadow Reaper and Dream Lord. Moreover, both Qili Yu and Han Jinpeng wielded weapons. Qili Yu wields the forbidden artifact Panchi pattern tripod, while Han Jinpeng wields a massive hammer. This hammer was obtained by Ye Ming from a red equipment chest after clearing a medium-sized secret realm in the American Empire. Its name, the Haotian Hammer. Most crucially, the heaven-shattering hammer came with an inherent attribute description. Haotian Hammer, the legendary hammer said to shake mountains and shatter peaks. Passive effect, every 3rd strike triggers an explosive effect, dealing physical damage. Han Jinfeng wielded the Hammer of Heaven, driving the Shadow Scythe General into a panic-stricken retreat. The terrifying explosive force shattered multiple notches into the giant Scythe General's twin blades. Boom! Another hammer blow sent the giant Reaper flying, spitting blood. The Shadow Dream Master was also sent crashing back by the Crimson Moon's control over the coiled dragon pattern cauldron. Oomph! Your defeat is certain. Surrender now! Han Jinfeng declared coldly. The giant general wiped the blood from his mouth and scanned the other battlefields. On the lower battlefield, Su Zhiqing and her companions advanced like a drill, piercing through the swarm of insects. Meanwhile, Vicious was even more terrifying. He had entered a positive feedback loop. He commanded undead creatures to defeat opponents, absorbing their mental energy. The domain of the dead expanded relentlessly, allowing him to command ever more undead creatures. Then, more insects were converted into undead creatures. The cycle repeats. In mere moments, Vimix had already subjugated a quarter of the insectoid forces present. Moreover, the mixes summoned other undead creatures, such as undead knights and bone dragons. Each charge by the undead knights claimed the lives of hundreds of Zerg. The 100-meter-tall bone dragons could wipe out thousands of insects with a single sweeping tail. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the endless swarm was utterly annihilated. On another battlefield, Maruam was being thoroughly suppressed by Wei Wu. With a gap of over 1,000 in stats, Maruam had no means to resist. The scales of victory began to tilt in humanity's favor. Chapter 122, One Piece? Straw Hat Guy? Boom! Maruam was once again blasted away by Wei Wu. His expression darkened. At this moment, the insect swarm had already suffered over half its losses. He, along with the giant scythe general and the dream shadow master, were all being suppressed by Wei Wu and his companions. This undoubtedly signaled the failure of their invasion. Better safe than sorry. If they persisted, defeat was certain and they might even lose their lives. The Shadow Scythe General was already being beaten into a bloody pulp by Han Jin Feng wielding the Heavenly Hammer. Realizing this, Mei Luai made a decisive call and ordered a retreat. Upon receiving his command, only half the original swarm began a slow retreat. Seeing this, the giant general of the Shadow Scythe and the Dream Master of the Illusory Shadows also prepared to retreat. The Dream Lord of Illusions flapped its wings, transforming into a swirling cloud of pink crystal and dust as it vanished from the battlefield. But the giant general of the Shadow Scythe lacked such ability. Han Jin Feng clung to him relentlessly, while Qi Liyue manipulated the coiled dragon pattern cauldron to pin him down. The giant general of the Shadow Scythe had no choice but to endure Han Jinfeng's hammer blow. Using the force of the blow, he fled. Put! The giant general of the Shadow Scythe violently spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails. His expression twisted in agony, his demeanor utterly defeated. Before departing, Maruam delivered a parting threat. I'll be back. I will slaughter every single male Huaxia man alive, and turn the women into livestock to be raised. As the insectoid horde departed, the border fell silent once more. Only a vast expanse of red earth remained. Wei Wu's office. The global situation is now in turmoil. I never imagined that just as I helped the East Sea District repel the Zhelong clan, the insectoid race would launch their invasion. Wei Wu's expression was grave as he stared at the map of Blue Star on the wall. Circles and crosses marked the map. Surrounding the map of China were several red markers. Each red marker represented an alien race currently invading China. Great changes are unfolding across Blue Star, Qi Liyue concurred. It seems China will face even more numerous and powerful enemies in the future. After Qi Liyue finished speaking, Han Jin Feng and Wei Wu also wore solemn expressions. Only Ye Ming appeared relatively relaxed. At that moment, Wei Wu turned to Ye Ming. Ye Ming, will likely need your help in discovering more talent to navigate this major upheaval. Hearing this, Ye Ming, who had been sitting with his legs crossed, began to ponder. Now, he was not only a Chinese citizen but also bound to China like grasshoppers tied to the same string. With the great upheaval underway, to protect China and his friends from harm, he must accelerate his search for capable individuals. As his brothers grew stronger, so would he. Only then could he secure his footing in the upheaval and become someone who sat at the table to eat, rather than becoming the dish served at the table. Ye Ming nodded in agreement with Wei Wu, promising to help him find more promising talent going forward. At that moment, Wei Wu spoke again. During my recent trip to the East Sea District, I obtained information about another ancient site. Oh? Another new ruin has appeared? Qi Liyue exclaimed in surprise. Having taken control of the sword base, she was highly attuned to intelligence regarding secret realms and ruins. Not long ago, she learned that several more ruins had surfaced on Blue Star. Wei Wu continued, this ruin is located in international waters and is named One Piece. Hearing that name, Ye Ming thought to himself. How is it named after the treasure from that anime I watched in my past life? But its exact location remains unknown for now. We need to search that area for information to pinpoint the exact location. So, Ye Ming, why don't you? Ruins situated in international public zones have no owners. Any nation or faction may enter. In this era of great upheaval, every resource is invaluable. China will undoubtedly send personnel to explore this ruin. And Ye Ming is the most suitable candidate. Ye Ming possesses the sea god armor, granting him immense advantage at sea. In a dimly lit chamber somewhere, several figures cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured. They listened intently to their superior's orders. A new relic has appeared in international waters. This time, you must secure it. The voice betrayed no hint of gender. Yes. The cloaked figures responded in unison. In the depths of the ocean, a magnificent palace stood here, its plaque engraved with the characters Dragon Palace. This ancient site appearing in our waters means it belongs to our Zhelong clan. Third brother. Take your men and seize this ruin. Whoosh. A spacecraft bearing the emblem of the 5 stars of China streaked across the ocean surface. For this operation, Ye Ming brought Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Wei Xiuxi, and Li Jia. After this period of training, Li Jia had risen to become a battalion commander. He commanded over 100 men. As a reward, his brigade commander granted him a week's leave. Li Jia was thrilled he had never been to the sea before. Soon, the ship arrived at the location where the ruins might appear. Puff whoosh! The top of the ship opened and a platform slowly rose, carrying everyone aboard. Before their eyes stretched an endless expanse of azure sea. There was no sign of the ruins anywhere. Just then, Yang Xiao suddenly shouted. Look over there! Hearing his cry, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. In the distance, a massive dark silhouette slowly materialized. Within a few breaths, a colossal ship came into view. Its prow was crowned by a colossal golden lion's head, its mane blazing like solar flames, resembling a miniature sun.
The flags atop its towering masts fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze.
As the colossal vessel drew nearer, the crowd spotted several figures standing on deck. At the forefront stood a man wearing a straw hat and cloaked in a cape. Behind him stood a group of people. Some wore sunglasses, one had short auburn hair, and another had a bandage on his nose. At that moment, the people on the ship also spotted Ye Ming and his companions.
Looks like they're here searching for clues about the ruins too. The man behind the straw-hatted figure asked him, "Boss, should we turn the ship around?" "You idiot! Do you think I'm afraid of them? Who do you think I am? Get the ship over here."
As the massive vessel approached, Su Zhiqing and her companions immediately entered combat readiness.
After all, those who operate in international public waters are no pushovers.
Ye Ming watched the approaching vessel with a calm expression. At that moment, the man in the straw hat slowly removed his hat and pulled back his cloak. His true appearance was revealed. White hair, a deep frown between his brows, clad in a form-fitting green suit.
Monkey D. Ivaron. Su Zhiqing had recently been studying information about the major factions and key figures on Blue Star. She recognized the man at a glance.
Ye Ming's expression darkened upon seeing him.
Detected, legendary tier potential talent.
He hadn't expected to encounter a legendary tier potential talent here. At the same time, Monkey D. Ivaron across the way also got a clear look at Ye Ming and his group.
Boom!
The instant Monkey D. Ivaron recognized Ye Ming and his companions,
it felt like thunderclaps exploded in his ears. Chapter 123, New Recruit, Ah Fu. Having spent years navigating international public zones,
he was well versed in any information occurring within his sphere of influence. He also possessed partial intelligence on the strongest fighters and masters from various nations,
especially regarding the nearest nation, China.
Last time, during the mysterious realm in the Atlantis Sea, he was busy conquering a smaller secret realm and couldn't make it.
Yet he still grasped fragments of its events. Among them, the details about the ultimate victor, Ye Ming, were etched into his memory.
In fact, when Ye Ming bombed and flooded Fusan, he happened to be nearby. He witnessed the entire scene. Therefore, he held Ye Ming in great apprehension. But he never imagined he would encounter Ye Ming here today. And he had even ordered his men to bring the ship closer. Ye Ming watched the trembling Monkey D. Ivaron, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet in Monkey D. Ivaron's eyes, that smile seemed as dangerous as a demon's.
Turn around! Turn around!
Quickly turn the ship around and get away from that spaceship. Monkey D. Ivaron was in a panic, shouting frantically.
He turned to hide. But then, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder.
He slowly turned his head and saw Ye Ming's face.
Ghost!
He stumbled backward, desperate to put distance between himself and Ye Ming. Just then, several of his henchmen stepped in front of him.
If you want to hurt our boss, you'll have to get past us three first. Reizu! A Fen! Zhou! Monkey D. Ivaron watched the three step forward, tears streaming down his face. These three brothers were so loyal. Boss! You run first, we'll hold him off. Reizu shouted. Got it!
Monkey D. Ivaron responded decisively, then ran off without looking back. The three watched as Monkey D. Ivaron fled so decisively, their heads filled with, "All right." At that moment, a colossal aura of pressure erupted suddenly, bearing down on everyone present. Monkey D. Ivaron felt his legs tremble uncontrollably under the terrifying pressure. He froze in place. Ye Ming glanced at the information about Monkey D. Ivaron.
Name, Monkey D. Ivaron. Occupation, Black Hand. Quality, A. Level, 43. Physical strength, 121. Mental strength, 153.
History, former leader of the international criminal organization Black Hand Gang, now captain of the Black Hand Pirates. Known for his flamboyant style, driven by the pursuit of wealth and power, yet fundamentally kind-hearted. Primarily operates in international public zones, working as a mercenary for various factions. Divine titles available: Legendary Class Master of All Arts 300 Spirit Power, SSS Class Commander of Blackwater's 100 Spirit Power.
After reviewing Valon's information, Ye Ming addressed him. I'm giving you a chance now. How about becoming my subordinate? Hearing Ye Ming's words, Warlong couldn't believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. He wasn't furious that Ye Ming wanted to recruit him as a subordinate.
Rather, he was astonished that Ye Ming would want him as his subordinate. Over the years, he'd endured countless hardships while navigating the international public sector. Not a single member of their group possessed S-rank or higher professional status.
They simply couldn't compete with other organizations.
He longed for a stable place to belong.
And now Ye Ming was willing to take him as a subordinate. Didn't that mean he could finally go to China? I'm in. I'm in. Valong blurted out, fearing Ye Ming might change his mind. Seeing Warlong's agreement, Ye Ming's thoughts stirred. Golden characters slowly materialized on the shimmering divine list. Monkey D. Warlock. Name, Monkey D. Warlong. Occupation, Master of All Arts. Quality, Legendary. Level, 50. Physical Constitution 2871. Spirit 1378.
Exclusive class trait self-taught mastery can comprehend any martial arts or combat techniques, increasing hybrid damage by 200%. Passive, Martial Zeal. Each successful dodge or block stacks 1 layer of Battle Zeal max 10 layers, increasing critical hit rate by 2% and attack speed by 1% per layer. Class skill, Crow takes flight leaps toward target, dealing 180% physical attack damage. Landing triggers a grab effect controlling a single target for 2 seconds. Class skill, Tornado devastates parking lot, summons a high-speed cyclone, dealing 90% physical attack damage per second to surrounding enemies. The final strike deals knockback. Class skill, Gorilla snapping branches deals single target damage, ignoring defense to inflict 250% physical attack as true damage. Damage doubles if target is under control effects. Valong stared at his new class information, thrilled beyond belief. He was only level 43 before, but after class change, he instantly reached level 50. He had leaped directly from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Acquired targets. Current attributes: Constitution plus 2871, Spirit plus 1378. Acquired passive skills: Self-taught, Martial Fervor, Crow's Flight, Tornado Parking Lot Devastation, Gorilla Snapping Branches. Ye Ming had assumed Master of All Arts was a ranged class, but it turned out to be a melee class. Walong, I have a mission for you. Lead your men to purge any organizations or forces detrimental to China from the international public sector. Ye Ming conveyed his orders to Warlong. Yes, boss. Actually, I have a nickname, Afu, Walong chimed in. Just call me Afu from now on. Walong felt that calling him Afu made things feel more intimate. At that moment, Ye Ming suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a sapphire blue fragment. It was the fragment of the sea god's divine essence. Staring at the faintly warm fragment in his hand, Ye Ming was utterly astonished. Could it be that this ruin also contains fragments of the sea god's divine essence? If such fragments truly existed in one piece, this would be the second fragment Ye Ming had encountered, and the third known fragment. For another fragment was in the hands of the United States. Ye Ming then returned to the spaceship and, guided by the fragment, began searching for the entrance to the One Piece ruins. Before long, the group arrived at an island called La Hodel. This small island already had quite a few people on it. They were mercenaries roaming the international public zone. In the center of the island stood a group of figures with blue skin and a pair of dragon horns. These figures were none other than the Zhelong tribe. On the open seas, the true rulers were the Zhelong tribe. Naturally adept in water, they possessed formidable combat prowess at sea. At this moment, they firmly held the foremost position at the entrance to the ruins. Ye Ming hadn't expected the others to arrive so quickly. It was only through the fragment of the sea god's divine essence that he had located the ruins' entrance. If the Sea Dragon clan knew the ocean like the back of their hands, how did this group of mercenaries find it? With Ye Ming and his group's arrival, the gazes of the others turned toward Ye Ming and his companions. Among them, quite a few mercenaries recognized Ye Ming's identity. They had all met during the previous expedition to the Atlantis secret realm. When the Zhelong tribe looked at Ye Ming, a flicker of confusion and astonishment crossed their eyes. For they sensed a faint, almost imperceptible aura of pressure and fear emanating from Ye Ming. It was a bloodline-based suppression. Who exactly was this man? How could he make the Zhelong clan feel bloodline suppression? Chapter 124, Not the First Civilization? Waves crested across the sea. On Lahadar, the atmosphere grew tense. The entrance to the ruins slowly began to open. Moments later, a flash of white light revealed a vortex-shaped entrance. In an instant, everyone moved. The swiftest were the Zhelong tribe members, who were closest to the entrance. Next came the scattered mercenaries. Ye Ming and his group were the last to enter. Before entering, Ye Ming instructed Valong to temporarily seal off the area with his men. A flash of white light erupted before their eyes. The group arrived within the ruins. A thick, grayish-white fog filled their vision. Visibility was extremely low, even a hand stretched into it vanished from view. Beneath their feet lay damp, moss-covered black reefs. Glowing fungi in the crevices provided faint illumination. How are we supposed to explore the ruins when we can't even see the path? Li Jia muttered, pushing the thick fog aside with his hand. He blew hard into the fog, trying to disperse it. But it had no effect. At that moment, Yang Xiao stepped forward and said, "It's fine. I'll lead the way for you." With that, he formed hand seals and summoned the Heaven Howling Dog. Go! With a scout leading the way, the group finally relaxed. They began their journey through the mist. Along the way, they saw many collapsed stone pillars engraved with dark golden patterns. However, they hadn't gone far. The scouting Xiao Tian dog began barking frantically ahead. Looks like we've encountered a monster. Yang Xiao immediately grasped the situation. He drew his three-phase great axe and headed toward the hound's position. But upon drawing near, he saw no monster in sight. No monsters? Yang Xiao was puzzled. The howling heaven dog kept barking furiously at a patch of thick fog.
Yao Xiao looked again, and to his astonishment, within the thick fog, the faint outline of a human face was vaguely discernible. The moment the face realized it had been spotted, it let out a silent roar and charged toward Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao swung his axe in a backhand strike. Congratulations on defeating the Mist Shadow. You have gained 30 EXP. Seems the monsters in this ruin are mist-based. Armed with this knowledge about the monsters, the group's pace quickened. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the ruins, a group of Zhelong tribe members were swiftly heading toward a location indicated on a map. We must get there before the others and claim that thing. Elsewhere, 5 figures cloaked in black robes also held a map in their hands. After learning the monster's information, Ye Ming and his companions soon cut through the thick fog. They arrived at an open clearing. Here, the mist miraculously parted to reveal a relatively open platform. Upon the platform stood 2 stone gates constructed from solid rock. One gate shimmered with a golden glow, its stones resembling liquid gold. Engraved upon it were patterns of diamonds in money bags, with pearls inlaid around the edges. The other gate was formed from grayish-black rock overgrown with withered vines. A faint blue glow seeped through the cracks. Between the 2 stone gates stood a small stone stele. It bore inscriptions of incomprehensible characters or symbols. Upon seeing this, Ye Ming immediately activated his skill, Celestial Evolution Wisdom Body. Fused from the following skills: Carefree Wisdom Body, 10,000 volumes of true understanding, Passing the Torch, Evolution of all things, and Talent. Instantly, the inscriptions on the stele were deciphered. The treasure lies within the gates. Ye Ming stared at the deciphered message, then shifted his gaze to the 2 doors before him, lost in thought. The 2 doors were strikingly different in style. One shimmered with iridescent hues, radiating the aura of treasure. The other was covered in withered vines, emitting an eerie blue glow that looked dangerously ominous. Following the pattern, one door should lead directly to the treasure, while the other was likely booby-trapped. Boss, which door should we take? Li Jia asked. But now, Ye Ming wasn't sure. Could these doors be designed to deceive them? After a moment's deliberation, Ye Ming ultimately chose to enter the stone door that appeared more perilous. With his mind made up, Ye Ming pushed open the stone door covered in withered vines. Creak! One by one, the group entered. Beyond the threshold lay a vast, expansive circular stone chamber. The chamber soared to an immense height, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into the darkness as if it had no end. Surrounding them were smooth, mirror-like walls of deep blue stone. And right in the center of this immense chamber stood a stone monument nearly 10 meters tall. It was not a square stele, but rather resembled a broken obelisk. At its base, a cluster of sharp-edged giant crystals gathered around it. Inscriptions covered the steel's surface. The characters pulsed and shifted like a flowing screen of light and shadow. Countless golden, silver, and dark red characters flashed rapidly across its surface. Ye Ming activated Celestial Evolution Wisdom Body once more. The mysterious characters instantly revealed their meaning. The current civilization is not the first to exist on Blue Star. In the distant past, a highly advanced civilization once existed on Blue Star. It reached level 4 civilization. They revered individual will and racial symbiosis, achieving a profound fusion of technology and psychic abilities even capable of creating miniature worlds. However, this civilization vanished after encountering some cosmic-level catastrophe. As this civilization neared its end, a group of individuals stepped forward. They preserved the power of all living beings within a legendary world tree. Subsequently, the world tree bore fruit imbued with superhuman abilities. They hoped these fruits would empower future humanity to reclaim extraordinary abilities, to establish a new, brilliant human civilization. But, after reading the analysis results, Ye Ming was utterly stunned. He never imagined that another civilization had existed on Blue Star before this one. From the descriptions, that civilization was even more powerful and brilliant. It could even create miniature worlds. Yet, despite its immense power, this civilization ultimately vanished. Ye Ming continued reading. The following text seemed like a warning. But before reaching level 1 civilization, never reveal your coordinates. Other civilizations will come to occupy Blue Star and destroy you. Reading this, Ye Ming's mind was in turmoil. He felt that obtaining this information was a bit too late. Blue Star had already become a transit point for various races. However, this also gave Ye Ming a rough idea. Why other alien worlds would all converge on Blue Star, seeking to occupy it. It seems the other alien races know some secrets about Blue Star. They had all come to seize the final fruits of this civilization. The crystallization of a civilization this alone was enough to drive all races mad. Level 1 civilization? Then what level is the current civilization at? At that moment, a question surfaced in Ye Ming's mind. He didn't know what level Blue Star's current civilization belonged to. Nor did he know what level other alien civilizations were at. Meanwhile, when this secret knowledge resurfaced once more, a voice echoed in the ears of every Blue Star inhabitant. Chapter 125, Devil Fruit? The age of interstellar conquest is upon us. Elevate your civilization to level 1 immediately.
Ye Ming also heard the voice in his ear.
It seems Blue Star civilization hasn't reached level 1 yet. How does one elevate a civilization's level?
The information on this stone tablet was overwhelming. For a moment, Ye Ming and the others were plunged into utter shock.
Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, beneath their feet lay a vast chamber.
At this moment, two groups had already gathered within. One group comprised members of the Zilong clan, while the other consisted of 5 figures cloaked in black robes.
Who are you? How did you even know about this secret chamber?
The leader of the Zilong tribe roared at the black-robed figures.
Faced with the Zilong's interrogation, the robed figures merely sneered coldly without reply. Seeing such blatant disregard for their authority, Hera was furious.
His hands surged with power, instantly unleashing a barrage of water bullets toward the cloaked figure. Yet the cloaked figure merely shook his robes.
A demon seed fell from his cloak. Upon touching the ground, it instantly transformed into a demon soldier.
This demon soldier stood tall and imposing, possessing the strength of a third-tier being.
Wielding a black blade, it effortlessly parried every incoming water projectile. When Hera saw the demon soldier, his expression changed abruptly.
Though the various races were constantly invading one another,
most conflicts remained within manageable limits, allowing for communication. But with the demon race? Communication was utterly impossible. It could be said that the demon race was the common mortal enemy of all races.
You are of the demon race?
Hera's voice rang with shock and fury. He never imagined demons would know of this place.
The information about this secret chamber had been left by his ancestors. It spoke of a precious treasure hidden within. Across the entire Blue Star, it could be said that only they possessed this knowledge.
Not even the native humans of Blue Star were aware of it.
Ha ha ha.
Don't concern yourself with how we know. All you need to know is that what lies here belongs to us.
One of the cloaked figures stepped forward, sneering coldly. We're giving you one chance, leave this place immediately.
We can let you off this once.
There were 5 black-robed figures, while the Zilong tribe numbered over a dozen.
Hearing this, Hera's anger flared even more.
He extended his hand, and a spear materialized in his grasp. Kill!
Hera charged toward the black-robed figures first. Instantly, the two groups clashed in fierce combat. Though outnumbered, the black-robed men could each summon demonic weapons.
Their battle raged with tremendous force. Ye Ming and the others felt the ground tremble beneath their feet.
What's going on? Why is the ground shaking?
Li Jia quickly crouched down, leaning forward to listen.
Boss, it sounds like someone's fighting underground.
After listening carefully, Ye Ming also detected the commotion.
Looks like there's more space down there, he speculated.
At that moment, the text on the stone tablet shifted once more. Below lies a secret chamber.
Within that chamber rests the extraordinary fruit from that civilization's experiments.
The stone tablet suddenly began to vibrate, slowly shifting to reveal a downward entrance.
Instantly,
the sounds of combat grew clearer.
Go!
Seeing this, Ye Ming led the way down.
The moment he entered,
Ye Ming saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. When Ye Ming and the others arrived shortly after,
Hera and the cloaked figure immediately separated. Upon realizing the newcomers were humans, Hera immediately called out. Humans, shall we cooperate first and drive away the demonic forces?
Hera reasoned that since Ye Ming and his companions had managed to reach this place, they must already know the secret.
The treasure must not fall into the hands of the demonic tribe. Ye Ming never imagined encountering demonic beings here.
But upon seeing their attire, he instantly deduced that these 5 were not demons, but members of the Coexistence Society.
For demons never conceal their features or appearance. There was nothing more to say.
Ye Ming immediately ordered his men to deal with the cloaked figures. Swish! A dazzling blade of light erupted first as Su Zhiqing struck fiercely at the black-robed figure. The cloaked figure hastily commanded his demonic soldiers to block the strike.
Boom! The third-tier demonic weapon was instantly slain. Are you kidding me?
Even though the demon soldier was only a low-tier third tier, it wasn't that fragile.
To be instantly killed by a human. At the same moment, Yang Xiao let out a low growl, wielding his triple-bladed axe to cleave a demon soldier clean in two.
Li Jia swung his flaming spear, impaling a demon soldier with a single thrust.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
A figure clad in heavy armor, its eye sockets pulsing with ghostly blue flames. The undead knight, mounted on a similarly armored warhorse, slowly materialized before the crowd. With a single charge, he instantly slew 2 demon soldiers.
Hera never imagined these humans could be so powerful and monstrous.
The demon soldiers who had fought them for half an hour earlier were now instantly annihilated.
With the demon soldiers neutralized,
the 5 cloaked figures could no longer withstand the combined assault of Su Zhiqing's group and Hera's forces.
They were eliminated one by one. As one of the robed figures lay dying, he roared. The era of conquest has arrived. Joining the demon race is humanity's future.
Ye Ming frowned slightly upon hearing this. It seemed the Coexistence Council possessed information unknown to him. Just as Ye Ming pondered this, Hera suddenly dashed toward a spot.
A wooden treasure chest sat there, emanating an inexplicable force. Ha! Trying to snatch it. Li Jia reacted fastest. A pair of wind fire wheels appeared beneath his feet, propelling him instantly before the chest. He swung his spear in a sweeping motion, forcing Hera back. That's ours. Hera shouted. Ye Ming sensed the power within the treasure chest as the fragment of Poseidon's divine essence glowed. Looks like the fragment is inside the chest. Ye Ming approached the chest and addressed Hera. This belongs to the ruins. It is ownerless. How could it possibly belong to you? Among the Zhilong tribe, there is a legend. Long ago, their ancestors ruled these seas. Among them, the four most powerful were known as Dragon Kings. Each Dragon King held a fragment of the sea god's divine essence. Thus, the Sea Dragon clan sought to seize the fragment from its treasure chest and reclaim dominion over the seas. The previous fragments have already been seized by others. This time, they could not afford to lose. Kill! Hera raised her spear, intent on seizing the treasure chest. But he was no match for Ye Ming. Ye Ming summoned a long sword and growled. Divine evasion. A single strike sent Hera flying backward. This was Ye Ming's technique of infusing the majesty of the Jade Emperor into his attacks. Before the Jade Emperor, even gods must yield. Simultaneously, he unleashed Tornado Destroys Parking Lot, sending the other Zhilong warriors flying. Hera crashed to the ground, utterly stunned. Terrifying. He hurriedly led his men away. For he sensed the vast, unbridgeable gap between himself and Ye Ming. Only after the Zhilong tribe departed did the others finally have the chance to open the treasure chest. Ye Ming shattered the lock with a single stroke of his blade, then lifted the lid. Inside, there was no gold, silver, or jewels. Only 5 peculiar fruits lay within. Each fruit bore spiral patterns on its surface and a twisted stem at its apex. Each fruit was a different color. Ugly fruits, like something from a demon's realm. Chapter 126, Warning. World boss approaching. Ye Ming picked up one of them. This fruit was translucent and dark green, shaped like a gourd. Ye Ming's eyes lit up. For within this fruit, he sensed the fluctuations of spatial power. When time falters, space reigns supreme. Spatial abilities rank second only to temporal ones. Having already mastered temporal power, acquiring spatial power now, his strength would ascend to an entirely new level. Without hesitation, Ye Ming began refining it immediately. After assimilation, Ye Ming also learned the fruit's function. It could create a portal on any medium, allowing passage into an alternate dimension. This alternate space could fold real-world distances and bypass spatial barriers. Simply put, it was a powerful spatial traversal skill. This ability is truly remarkable. From now on, he could go wherever he wanted. Meanwhile, outside the island, countless members of the Zhilong tribe had gathered here. They had completely surrounded the island. Valon led the Black Hand pirates in a standoff against them. This place has been requisitioned by my captain. You are not permitted to enter. Wolong barked at the Sea Dragon tribe. Humph. We sea dragons are the masters of the ocean. Everything within the ocean belongs to the Zhilong clan. Hera, who had fled earlier, sneered coldly, brandishing her spear. She aimed to force Wolong back. Before entering the ruins, Ye Ming had ordered Wolong to seal off this area. Therefore, when the Zhilong tribe ignored warnings and prepared to force their way in, he struck first. Watch this. Ape snaps a branch. With a single strike, Wolong snapped Hera's spear clean in two. Hera's heart skipped a beat. This spear was a red quality weapon. And it was snapped in two with a single blow. You! Hera's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. Valon paid him no mind and continued his attack. Raven takes flight. He appeared before Hera in an instant, unleashing double dragons playing with a pearl. He launched a frenzied assault on Hera's chest. Hera was beaten into a state of helplessness. Finally, Wolong unleashed an elephant kick, sending Hera flying through the air. Seeing Hera beaten so badly, the other Zhilong tribe members swarmed forward, charging at Wolong. Wolong transformed all the techniques he used to discipline his subordinates into combat skills. He met the charging Zhilong tribe members head-on. Raging dragon soars. Antelope leap. The cunning hare kicks the eagle. One tiger slays 2 sheep. Hit. In an instant, the Zhilong tribe was thrown into utter disarray by Wolong's single-handed assault. Within mere moments, over 100 Zhilong tribe members were defeated one by one. Seeing that she couldn't subdue Wolong, Hera had no choice but to retreat in disarray once more. In the past, the Sea Dragon clan had reigned supreme across the oceans. Wolong had suffered no end of bullying at their hands. They had extorted countless tolls from him. The Sea Dragons had the audacity to declare, "This tree is mine, this road is mine. If you wish to pass, leave your toll." But where on the vast ocean could there be trees? Where could there be roads? This time, Wolong finally got his revenge. But just then, a colossal wave suddenly erupted from the sea, as if the entire earth had trembled. Holy, don't tell me we've provoked the big boss? Wolong's heart sank at the sight. After transforming into their true forms, the Zhilong tribe could reach up to 100 meters in length.
For amusement, they often stirred up massive waves in the ocean, causing great distress to many ships. A massive red screen suddenly appeared in the sky. It displayed, "Warning! World boss approaching. All warriors capable of combat, assemble immediately. Defeating the world boss will elevate Blue Star Civilization to level 1. Level 1 Civilization. What is that?" Wolong stared at the massive red screen in the sky with a hint of panic, feeling utterly baffled. A level 1 civilization? Simply put, it's a level 1 civilization. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. He turned his head and discovered a door had materialized beside him. Ye Ming was slowly stepping out from within it. The Great Gate. Ye Ming looked up at the red screen in the sky. So defeating the world boss is the key to reaching level 1 civilization? He hadn't expected to discover the method for reaching level 1 civilization so quickly. Ye Ming then instructed Wolong to continue establishing a faction within the international public zone. A great era was dawning, and every professional was a force to be reckoned with. If these mercenaries could be united, they would form a force not to be underestimated. Therefore, Ye Ming intended to bring them under his banner. After giving his instructions, Ye Ming reached forward and made a grasping motion. Snap! A door materialized out of thin air. Ye Ming led Su Zhiqing and the others through the doorway. They entered an alternate dimension. This alternate space seemed boundless, and time flowed 100 times slower here than in the outside world. When Ye Ming and the others reappeared, they found themselves back in the Xuanwu Lake Villa district of Qianan City. Ye Ming activated his class-exclusive skill, Ruler of the Three Realms, summoning all his subordinates. Within the 33 layers of celestial illusions, Ye Ming sat in the seat of honor. Seated below him were Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia, Chengguai, Aona, Gongshuwen, Wei Xiuxi, and Wolong. Except for Zihui Lin, who was currently on an inspection mission. All the subordinates Ye Ming had deified were present. He had summoned them all this time because Ye Ming was preparing to assign them divine positions. After Ye Ming broke through to the 3rd tier, he gained not only the abilities Return of the Immortals and Divine Descent, but also 2 additional skills. These were Immortal Rank Assignment and Peach Banquet. Ye Ming first activated Immortal Position Assignment. Immortal Position Assignment: assign each immortal to their respective duties. Properly organizing positions enhances the efficiency of the appointed individuals. Effect: form a department with up to 5 infect beings. When members of the same department act together, they gain various buffs based on the members' composition. Peach Banquet: usable when any department reaches full complement. Forming departments with different occupational types yields distinct effects, enhancing everyone's capabilities. For example, support roles gain buffs for healing, scouting, and other auxiliary functions. Conveniently, as more individuals were in theft. To maximize benefits, Ye Ming had already planned to form squads and let them develop freely. Ye Ming opened the Divine Enfeoffment Register. The department creation interface appeared. After establishing a department, infect individuals could be dragged and dropped to join it. Seeing this, Ye Ming established his first department. First department: Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, Li Jia, Chenghua, Gongshuwen. All 5 were combat-oriented professions, so Ye Ming placed them in one department. Moreover, they had fought together most frequently, their coordination already well honed. After creating a department, its name could be modified. Ye Ming renamed First Department to Breaking Army Division. The Breaker Division focused on combat, serving as Ye Ming's elite strike force. Subsequently, Ye Ming established another division called the Support Division and recruited Zihulin into it. This unit comprised support-type roles. 3 members remained: Aona, Wei Xiuxi, and Wolong. Ye Ming then formed the Omnipresence Division, recruiting Wei Xiuxi and Wolong. The Omnipresence Division primarily handled battlefield support and mobile coordination. Finally, only Aona remained. Which department should she be assigned to? Chapter 127: Execute the World Boss? After much deliberation, Ye Ming made his decision. He assigned Aona to a separate department. Sky Patrol Division. As the granddaughter of the Dragon King, Aona's abilities were bound to be extraordinary. After assigning everyone to their respective departments, with a fully staffed department now in place, the Peach Banquet event was unlocked. Peach Banquet: order a department to randomly travel to another world for trials. Any rewards or items obtained during the trial may be brought back. Rewards vary based on the alternate world's conditions. Death results in immediate resurrection. An alternate world trial? Doesn't this mean we can obtain treasures from other worlds? Each alternate world possesses its own unique specialties. That is, unique equipment, items, and such. For instance, in the insectoid realm, there's the Fertility Jade Pendant, which enhances the user's reproductive capacity. Or in the technological world, where one can find numerous technological items far surpassing Blue Star's technology. They can even grant life and intelligence to machines. Seems pretty decent. Under normal circumstances, there'd be no chance of obtaining items from other worlds. All power is concentrated in the hands of the higher-ups. Additionally, Ye Ming's promotion skill has undergone changes.
Promotion elevates the rank of the designated individual, granting another special deification opportunity. Current promotion slots available: Earth Immortal 3, Human Immortal 1. One Earth Immortal slot and one Human Immortal slot have been added. So far, only Su Zhiqing had been promoted. Ye Ming now possesses 400 spirit power, allowing him to promote one more individual. Ultimately, he decided to promote Yang Xiao. Promote Su Yang Xiao. Instantly, Yang Xiao's profile information changed. Earth Immortal Yang Xiao. Earth Immortal Deification Opportunity. 1. Profession Upgrade. Elevate SSS tier profession to legendary tier profession. 300 spirit power. 2. Exclusive growth equipment. Obtain weapon Trident Blade 50 spirit power. 3. Promotion only, no deification. Without hesitation, Ye Ming chose the first option. As the second person to be in theft, he couldn't let Yang Xiao fall behind the team. Just then, a golden light suddenly erupted from Yang Xiao, who was conversing with Li Jia. A voice echoed in Yang Xiao's ears. You have been promoted to Earth Immortal. Your current profession has been upgraded from Manifested True Lord to Legendary Tier True Lord of the Mysterious Way of Purity. You have acquired the Legendary Tier class skill Divine Might Execution Platform. Yang Xiao's previously gaunt face transformed into one of striking handsomeness, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a complexion like carved jade. The third eye on his forehead turned golden. Everyone cast envious glances at Yang Xiao. Especially Li Jia. Holy crap, Yang Xiao, did you get promoted? Li Jia stared at the Yang Xiao before him, whose aura had grown even more imposing, his eyes brimming with envy. Come to think of it, he was the only one still at SSS rank. Everyone else had already reached legendary rank. Li Jia thought to himself, looks like I need to work even harder. After this promotion, Ye Ming's spiritual energy points were nearly depleted again. Next, he must acquire more spiritual energy to strengthen his subordinates. With the department established and promotions finalized, it was the perfect opportunity to test the effects on a world boss. At the ruins of a fallen nation somewhere on Blue Star, hordes of alien races roamed these ruins. But at that very moment, a colossal void fissure suddenly ripped open in the sky. A world-shattering pressure descended abruptly. All the demonic soldiers below instantly exploded into oblivion, their malevolent energies utterly annihilated. Then, a terrifying head, large enough to obscure the sky, slowly emerged from the void rift. Its eyes blazed like the sun itself. Boom! As this terrifying creature descended from the void rift, every being on Blue Star received a message. World boss has arrived. Defeat it immediately to advance your civilization level. If not slain by Blue Star's humans, Blue Star's civilization will forever remain stuck at level 1. Instantly, Blue Star erupted in chaos. Major nations convened emergency meetings, dispatching elite warriors to confront the world boss. China was no exception. Wei Wu immediately prepared to depart. But when he received a phone call, he halted his movements. That kid. Creak. Not far from the world boss, a door materialized out of thin air. Ye Ming arrived at this location with his men. He looked up at the world boss, towering like a mountain. World boss, Lord of the Void. The Void Lord stood like a colossus, clad in dark purple armor. In each hand, he gripped a void hammer, its entire surface coiled with purple energy. This void boss was even larger than the ancient giant lizard he had encountered in the ultimate dungeon. Boom! Every movement of the Void Lord sent violent tremors rippling through the air. Swish! 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 Before long, adventurers from other factions arrived at the scene. Roar! Sensing the killing intent radiating from the crowd, the Void Lord roared furiously, suddenly raising his mountain-sized hammer to smash down upon the crowd. Everyone scrambled to dodge. Boom! A crater several meters deep gouged into the ground. Act now! The aliens have arrived! Roberts of the United States shouted to the others. In that moment, they were no longer rivals but allies on the same front. They needed to defeat this world boss before the aliens did. Roberts took a deep drag on his cigar, then exhaled a cloud of smoke, blinding the Void Lord's vision. Seizing the opportunity, the Oresk Federation's professional wielded a massive axe, slashing a blade of light that pierced the heavens and split the earth toward the Void Lord. As the Void Lord swept the smoke aside, the blade of light struck his body. Boom! The Void Lord's health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Could the world boss be this weak? However, after this health bar vanished, another one appeared. World boss Void Lord 437-436. Holy! Over 400 health bars? Didn't that mean they'd have to unleash over 400 full power attacks on the Void Lord boss? But the group had no time to dwell on it. They frantically unleashed a barrage of skills upon the Void Lord. The Void Lord's health bars began plummeting rapidly. Yet after fighting for ages, they'd only managed to chip away at 40-odd health bars. It took the combined efforts of Blue Star's strongest warriors to chip away at just 1/10 of its health. At this rate, the risk would skyrocket once the alien race arrived. Ye Ming also recognized this problem. He had initially believed that the combined efforts of all the elite fighters should easily handle the world boss. But for the future of China, and indeed all humanity on Blue Star, Ye Ming had no choice but to step in. He took a slow, deep breath. He took a step forward. Swish! His figure instantly materialized before the Void Lord. Divine Might Overlord form. Ye Ming instantly entered the Divine Might form, boosting all attributes by 500%. He then unleashed the Divine Might Execution Platform, recently shared by Yang Xiao. Divine Might Execution Platform. Execute the will of the mortal realm. Summon the Divine Might Execution Platform to execute the target with a chance for instant kill. With a thunderous roar, a colossal execution platform, radiating an ancient and irresistible aura, crashed down. A gleaming guillotine blade hung high above the Void Lord's head. Execute! Ye Ming roared. The executioner's blade, seemingly capable of ending all life, plunged downward. Chapter 128, The Stellar Era. The Rankings of All Races. Swish! A crimson gash appeared on the Void Lord's thick, massive neck. The next second, its mountain-like head crashed to the ground. Boom! World Boss Void Lord 3680. Instant kill. The instant the world boss fell, a message flashed across the profession panels of every person on Blue Star. Congratulations to the Blue Star human race for defeating the world boss. Congratulations on Blue Star civilization advancing to level 1. Congratulations to Blue Star civilization for entering the Star Wars era. The multiracial civilization monument system is now active. It will conduct real-time rankings based on total combat strength, technological advancement, strongest individual power, all resources, and civilization development potential. Higher-ranked civilizations and races will gain greater opportunities to attain godhood. Interstellar instances like Star Battlegrounds and relics of the multiracial conquest will randomly appear on Blue Star. Defeating opponents grants massive experience and rewards. Top 100 civilizations qualify for the Interstellar Championship Tournament, where they may advance their species tier. Races may initiate interspecies wars, competing for the survival and evolution of their civilizations. The vanquished become sacrifices, while victors ascend the divine ladder. Tread the path of the gods. Become the rulers. After Ye Ming finished reading the message that popped up on his profession panel, his heart remained unsettled for a long time. The Star Wars era. He murmured to himself. His tone carried traces of bewilderment, contemplation, and doubt. But above all, it was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The thrill of being able to deify other alien races. After advancing to the 3rd tier, he gained the ability to deify other races. Originally, he could only discover human talents, but now he could uncover talents from alien races too. At the same time, Ye Ming was eagerly anticipating the new dungeons, interstellar battlefield, and relics of the 10,000 races struggle. These instances would inevitably pit him against alien races in direct combat. Through them, he could gain massive amounts of experience. Beyond that, Ye Ming was also deeply curious about the multiracial civilization monument system. He immediately opened the monument of 10,000 races to see where Blue Star civilization currently ranked. The monument bore the names of countless races, but only the top 10,000 were displayed. Insufficient strength meant not even qualifying for the list. Ye Ming scrolled down relentlessly, searching for Blue Star's civilization. Finally, he found it at the very bottom of the monument. Blue Star Human Race Rank, 9527, Civilization Points, 404. Civilization points are calculated based on total combat strength, technological advancement, peak individual power, all resources, and developmental potential. 9,527? Not bad. The Blue Star civilization had just reached level 1. It had already surpassed hundreds of other civilizations at the same tier. Ye Ming began scrolling up and spotted an old acquaintance, the insectoid race. Zerg rank, 8848, civilization points, 982. It seems the Bug Clan's strength is even greater than I imagined. Ye Ming stared at the Zerg's ranking, lost in thought. The Bug Clan civilization points were more than double those of the Blue Star human race. Was it because the Zerg's strongest units were of a higher tier? Or was it due to their sheer numbers? With these questions in mind, Ye Ming continued flipping through the rankings. He encountered several familiar races, the Ghost Clan, the Zhelong Clan, the Vampire Clan, and the Werewolf Clan. Except for the Water Dragons, who ranked within the top 9,000, all other races were beyond the 9,000th position. As he kept scrolling, Ye Ming grew increasingly curious about the Demon Clan's ranking. The demon race was despised and loathed by all other races. Yet one could not deny their formidable strength. A single race invaded multiple races simultaneously, and in every case, they held the upper hand. Soon, to Ye Ming's astonished gaze, the name of the Demon Clan appeared in the 2nd position. 2nd place. Ye Ming had expected the Demon Clan to rank around the 100th position, but never imagined they could reach 2nd place. Terrifying indeed. Ye Ming's heart remained unsettled for a long time. It seems I underestimated the Demon Clan after all.
At the same time, Ye Ming was not only stunned by the demon clan's high ranking but also discovered information about other human clans amidst his shock. As he scrolled through the data, he saw entries for the Spirit Realm human race, the Demon Realm human race, the Great Thousand human race, and more. It turned out that beyond Blue Star, human tribes existed in other worlds as well. And these human races held respectable rankings, all within the top 5,000. At this point, Ye Ming discovered he could also view the rankings of various factions within civilizations. He first searched for Huaxia. Blue Star human race Huaxia rank 1, civilization points 211. This ranking reflects the standings among Blue Star's factions. Not bad. Seeing the number 1, Ye Ming's lips curved into a smile. Next, he searched for the rankings of several American Empire factions. Blue Star human race American Empire rank 2, civilization points 166. The American Empire, once slightly stronger than China, had now been surpassed by China. After letting the American Empire hold the top spot for 100 or 200 years, it was time to return that position to China. Meanwhile, every nation, faction, and professional on Blue Star was checking the rankings. Roberts, in particular, could only silently watch Ye Ming nearby, puffing on his cigarette in deep, drawn-out puffs. Ye Ming once again activated the door fruit, returning to the Xuanwu Lake Villa. With the interstellar era's clash of civilizations approaching, he needed to bolster his strength further. At the Xuanwu Lake Villa, Ye Ming summoned everyone for a gathering and a meal. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. After all, Ye Ming would need his subordinates to level up and grow stronger to enhance his own power. Moreover, with the era of conquest approaching, conflict was inevitable. This gathering served as a pre-battle relaxation for everyone. That night, they raised cups and toasted until they were all thoroughly drunk. While Ye Ming slept soundly, the incense offerings were tallied. The Infeft Zihulin has unlocked information about a ruin, gaining 5 points of spiritual power. The Infeft 1, Walong, occupies 10% of the international public area, gaining 10 points of spiritual power. In the southwest of China, in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, crisscrossed by underground rivers and densely forested, Zihulin was accompanying Chinese researchers as they explored a ruin known as the Enchanted Forest Insect Valley. This was the very site where her younger brother had vanished. The cave she was traversing was pitch black, its walls covered in repulsive insect eggs. The group advanced cautiously, torches held aloft. Weilin, walk in the middle. That way, if we encounter another insect attack, Wang Teng can protect you. Dr. Wang from the Huaxia Research Institute, leading the way, instructed. Ever since Zihulin joined them, she had helped decipher information from several ruins. Thus, they all regarded her as precious. Had Zihuelin not insisted on coming this time, he would never have allowed her to join the expedition. For Zihuelin's safety, Dr. Wang even summoned his nephew, Wang Teng, a professional adventurer. His sole purpose was to protect Zihulin. Understood, Dr. Wang. The group pressed forward through the winding caverns. They finally reached a massive natural cavern. Upon seeing the scene within the cavern, Zihuelin gasped in horror, covering her mouth. The cave floor was covered in a dense carpet of insect eggs. And in the very center of the cavern stood an insect egg as tall as a person. Chapter 129, Insect Valley? Love the Bug Immortal. Above the cave, water droplets kept falling onto the insect eggs. As if sensing the intruders, the scattered insect eggs began to rustle and tremble. The next second, boom! The eggs exploded one after another. Countless bee-like insects surged forth. Buzz! 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 Swarming everywhere. Water-dwelling bees. Run! Dr. Wang instantly recognized the insect species. As the sole professional, Wang Teng covered the retreat for the others. The group immediately turned and fled back the way they came. Wang Teng wielded a long sword, relentlessly slashing down the attacking water-dwelling bees. But the swarm was too vast, and the insects were too small. Wang Teng struggled to land hits on them. Soon, someone was caught by the water bees. The water-dwelling bee stung the person's neck. In an instant, the person collapsed to the ground. Countless water bees began gnawing at the man's neck. Then they burrowed into his body. Within a few breaths, only a skeleton remained. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was overcome with terror. They began frantically running outward. Despite their frantic flight, more and more fell victim to the water bees. The swarm was simply too vast. Wang Teng could only protect Zihuelin, his uncle, and those closest to him. The next morning, Ye Ming awoke from a comfortable bed. But he wasn't fully awake yet. A series of alert tones sounded in his ears. Warning, the chosen one, Zihuelin, has suffered excessive blood loss and is now in critical condition. What the hell? Ye Ming snapped awake. He quickly opened the interface. He discovered Zihuelin's health had plummeted to just 20%. If it were anyone else, Ye Ming would have assumed they were just grinding through a dungeon. A misstep, losing health. But Zihuelin had been at the research institute the entire time, and her profession didn't boost combat effectiveness. How could she be taking damage? Ye Ming had no choice but to call Zihui Lin.
At that moment, Zihui Lin was being supported by Wang Tang, hiding in a corner.
Despite Wang Tang's best efforts to protect her, she had sustained significant injuries. Several horrific bite wounds were visible on her calf.
Blood kept oozing out. Zihui Lin felt the phone in her embrace vibrating. She pulled it out, intending to hang up.
But when she saw Ye Ming's name on the caller ID,
she answered immediately. "Boss."
Her voice trembled slightly. Wang Tang heard her voice and hurriedly signaled for her to hang up.
"Hang up quickly, or you'll attract trouble." Upon hearing Wang Tang's words, Zihui Lin also realized the danger. Not long ago, when one of their companions had fled, the sound of their fall had attracted the water bees, leading to their deaths.
"Boss, I gotta go, I'm in trouble here." But Ye Ming cut her off, demanding to know what kind of danger she was in.
Zihui Lin quickly gave a brief explanation. A monster was hunting her down. Upon hearing it was merely monsters, Ye Ming instantly relaxed. "Don't be afraid, I'll come rescue you right away."
Zihui Lin felt immense joy upon hearing Ye Ming would come to her rescue. At that moment, Wang Tang, who was nearby, also heard Ye Ming's words.
"Come save you right away?" In this situation, when would he possibly have time?
Wang Tang dismissed Ye Ming's words with disbelief. He had heard that Zihui Lin had a boss. But he believed Ye Ming was just making empty promises.
Never mind where Ye Ming was coming from. Just getting from outside the valley to here would take hours.
If he can get here that fast, I'll eat 10 pounds of meat,
Wang Tang declared emphatically. Yet the very next moment,
a voice came from behind him.
"You really will?"
Hearing this, both men turned to look in the direction of the voice. A door appeared in the air. Ye Ming stepped out from within it at a leisurely pace.
"Boss."
Zihui Lin covered her mouth, utterly astonished. How did you get here?"
Wang Tang's eyes widened as he stammered.
At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of the water-dwelling bees. Seeing this, Ye Ming understood the situation. He raised his hand and swung it.
Boom!
Searing flames erupted,
instantly incinerating every attacking water pig bee.
Witnessing this, Zihui Lin cast an admiring glance at Ye Ming.
Wang Tang's eyes were filled with shock.
The water bees he had struggled to deal with were instantly annihilated by Ye Ming. At that moment, Zihui Lin suddenly remembered something. "Boss, Dr. Wang and the others are still trapped in a cave."
Ye Ming nodded upon hearing this.
He then raised his hand towards Zihui Lin.
"World purifying dew." Hum.
A flash of green light flickered over the injured calf of Zihui Lin.
In an instant, the wound vanished completely. Zihui Lin's calf became even more fair and smooth. Ye Ming then turned and walked ahead, saying, "From here on, I'll handle these monsters. You two just lead the way." After that, guided by the two, Ye Ming,
and instantly healed all of Dr. Wang and the others' injuries.
"Thank you, young man." Dr. Wang grasped Ye Ming's hand, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. With safety no longer a concern, the group discussed and decided to continue exploring the ruins. With Ye Ming's assistance,
no monsters could stand in their way this time. Before long, they returned to the vast natural cavern. Now, most of the densely packed insect eggs on the ground had hatched. Ye Ming felt nauseated at the sight.
Boom!
He raised his hand once more, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated every last insect egg. Just as he was about to strike again to incinerate the massive central egg, legendary talent potential detected. The alert startled Ye Ming. Everyone was already here. Yet when he had encountered them earlier, no alert had appeared. Could there be others here? Ye Ming walked along the edge of the cave. He listened intently to the subtle changes in the volume of the beeping sound. Finally, Ye Ming stopped before the enormous insect egg at the center.
Could someone be inside?
Ye Ming examined the enormous insect egg closely.
He discerned a faint, human-like form within its depths.
He materialized a long sword.
Swish! He cleaved the egg in two. After the egg was split open, a young boy came into view. There really is someone? Meanwhile, when Zihui Lin spotted the youth from afar,
her pupils suddenly contracted. "Little brother." She rushed over immediately.
"Brother?" Ye Ming looked at Zihui Lin, who was visibly agitated.
He hadn't expected this youth to be her brother. Seeing this, Ye Ming swiftly rescued the boy.
"Pure world dew."
Ye Ming pointed at the boy lying on the ground.
A dazzling array of light appeared.
Emitting a green glow, it continuously healed the youth.
Moments later, the youth awoke. "Feng Yuan, you're awake." Zihui Lin excitedly embraced the revived Feng Yuan. Seeing his sister, Feng Yuan was equally astonished. In his memory,
after stepping into this ruin, he had only seen a giant insect. Then he had lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in this very scene. And when Ye Ming discovered this new legendary tier talent, a smile spread across his lips.
Both siblings possessed legendary potential.
A single lineage producing two supreme talents. Seeing that Feng Yuan was unharmed,
He immediately extended an invitation to him. This time, with Zi Huilin present, there were no surprises. Zi Fengyuan accepted without hesitation. Name, Zi Fengyuan. Available divine titles: Legendary Class Great Love Bug Immortal 300 Spirit Power SSS Class Celestial Messenger 100 Spirit Power. Chapter 130, The Insect Clan Declares War. When the golden glowing divine ascension tablet, the characters Zi Fengyuan appeared. Boom! A burst of multicolored light erupted from Zi Fengyuan's body. Name, Zi Fengyuan. Occupation, Great Love Bug Immortal. Quality, Legendary. Level, 50. Physical Constitution, 1935. Spirit, 2011. Exclusive class trait Supreme Bug Body, increases all bug effects by 300%. Passive ability, Countercurrent Protection Seal automatically forms a countercurrent seal around the user, reflecting incoming attacks. Class skill, 10,000 bugs refining pool infuse resources, power, or items to forge specific bugs based on the strength channeled. Class skill, Metamorphosis combine different bugs to form varied attacks, abilities, and effects. Refining bugs? Ye Ming examined his newly acquired abilities. By infusing resources, energy, and more, one could create bug creatures. What about deploying the insectoid forces directly? Different insect races possess different abilities. Couldn't that mean converting the insect race into allies? After rescuing Zi Fengyuan, Ye Ming led everyone away from the ruins. When Ye Ming returned to the villa, he found the villa completely deserted. Did everyone go out to grind dungeons and level up? Ye Ming wondered. But then, his phone rang. It was Wei Wu calling. Ye Ming, the bugs are back. Outside Tianan City, countless insects poured forth from the interdimensional portal to the insect realm. 3 led the charge. One of them was none other than the Ant King, Maruam. Beside him stood 2 other figures. They were the other 2 rulers of the insect race, the Queen Bee and the Spider Queen. The Queen Bee stood tall and agile, her jawline sharp and angular, the corners of her mouth naturally curving into a cold, almost cruel smile. The Spider Queen was tall and slender, clad in a form-fitting black gown, holding a long-handled scepter crafted from blackwood. 2 more 4th-tier powerhouses. This time, all 3 great rulers of the insect race had mobilized. Determined to conquer China, Ant King Meruane charged ahead. His figure instantly materialized at the city walls. Boom! A single punch erupted, shattering a gaping hole through the thick fortress wall. But just as he was about to unleash another punch, Wei Wu had already arrived. He blocked Ant King Maruam's second strike. Ant King! Haven't you had enough of my fists last time? Wei Wu roared furiously. Maruam remained unconcerned. Oomph! Last time was just your luck. This time, with all 3 of our insectoid kings united, defeat is impossible. Ant King Maruam flashed back to stand beside the other 2 kings. After exchanging glances, Meruane suddenly declared in a loud voice. Today, on behalf of the insect race, I challenge the human race of Blue Star to a race supremacy tournament. His voice instantly echoed across the entire battlefield. As his words fell silent, the heavens and earth trembled faintly, as if responding to Maruam's declaration of war. At that moment, a notification sounded in the ears of every person in Huaxia. Ant King Meruam of the insectoid race challenges the Blue Star's Huaxia for supremacy. Contending factions, Insectoid Race Number 3 versus Blue Star's Human Race, China. Rules of the Species Supremacy Tournament, choose between team battles or one-on-one duels. Conditions for team victory. Be the first to occupy half of the opponent's territory. Be the first to occupy half of the opponent's resource points. Be the first to eliminate 2/3 of the opponent's population. Achieving any one condition results in victory. Single combat victory conditions. Each side fields 5 contestants who battle one-on-one. The first to win 3 matches claims victory. The same player may fight consecutively. Victory reward: the defeated party's world territory becomes a vassal state of the victor, who may impose arbitrary rules upon the defeated party. Fight for the survival of your civilization. The war of races is brutal. Defeat means becoming another's prisoner, at the mercy of others. A vassal, sweetly called a subordinate, harshly called a slave. Whether in group battles or one-on-one duels, victory is exceedingly difficult. Especially in one-on-one duels, one decisive blow settles it. In team battles, a single mistake can be compensated for. But in a one-on-one duel, one mistake means total defeat. At this moment, the faces of China's high-ranking officials were grim. The commanders of the 5 major war zones and other high-ranking officials convened an emergency meeting. They debated which method to choose for the championship. Most favored the team battle format, because the opposing side possessed 3 4th-tier powerhouses. China, however, had only Wei Wu at the 4th tier. If they chose one-on-one duels, China would undoubtedly lose. Suddenly, a door materialized beside Wei Wu. He instantly went on high alert. But when he saw Ye Ming emerge from it, he relaxed. When did you gain this ability? Wei Wu stared at the door in astonishment. Ye Ming gave a brief explanation. Then he asked Wei Wu. Senior Wei, how does the Huaxia leadership plan to conduct the race championship?
Wei Wu relayed the leadership's plans.
After listening, Ye Ming remarked. I believe we could opt for one-on-one duels.
After declaring war, Maruam's lips curved into a faint smile. He seemed to already envision the fate of the Huaxia human race under his enslavement. Regardless of which battle method the Chinese chose, he believed they could never defeat the insect race.
First, in one-on-one combat.
The insect race possessed 3 fourth-tier powerhouses, while the Chinese had only one. Regardless of their battle order, victory was assured. Therefore, Maruam believed Huaxia would never choose one-on-one combat. At the same time, he was eagerly anticipating China choosing the team battle. In that case, he would set the victory condition as eliminating 2/3 of their population.
A bloodbath. Yet, just as he was lost in his fantasies, Huaxia had already made their choice. Huaxia will definitely choose team battles. Maruam roared with laughter. The next moment, Maruam's laughter abruptly ceased. Human race of Blue Star, Huaxia's chosen method of competition, single combat. What? Meru's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the prompt in utter disbelief. How could it be a one-on-one duel? Are they trying to lose faster? Meruem was utterly astonished. But at this point, it didn't matter. They were going to win anyway.
Both sides then began discussing their roster selections. Before the championship tournament commenced, both sides had to finalize their roster.
Once confirmed, no changes were permitted.
Otherwise, they would face punishment from the rules themselves.
After a brief consultation among Huaxia's leadership,
the Huaxia team roster was finalized.
They are Wei Wu, Qi Liyue, Master Ku Zhu, Li Jun, and Ye Ming. Li Jun hails from the Jinghua district. Simultaneously, the insect clan finalized their combatants. As expected, all 3 overlords would participate.
The insectoid faction's roster comprises Ant King Meruem, Bee Queen Terraria, Spider Queen Elizabeth, Shadow Scythe General, and Dream Lord of the Mists.
Once both sides finalized their rosters, a dazzling arena materialized in the sky. This was the arena for their duel.
The celestial arena ensured neither side could cheat or be disrupted by outsiders. Then, accompanied by a resounding bell, the brutal race championship tournament
officially commenced. Chapter 131, A Winning Start, Ghostfire Li Jun. Swish.
10 figures were teleported onto the Heaven and Earth arena. The real-time broadcast of this race championship would be aired across the entire Blue Star. In an instant, all of Blue Star's inhabitants paused to watch the spectacle. After all, this marked the first time the human race had engaged in a race championship tournament with alien races. On the arena stage, the Ant King sneered coldly at the Chinese group across from him.
Only Wei Wu posed a threat to them. He considered them utterly insignificant in this championship. But when his gaze swept over Ye Ming,
his brow furrowed slightly.
Last time, it was precisely because of this kid's appearance
that had turned the tide of battle from an advantageous position.
Yet the Ant King's frown quickly smoothed out. Ye Ming had only demonstrated support skills thus far.
Therefore, in the Ant King's mind, Ye Ming should be a class specializing in powerful support abilities.
Moreover, the duel was a best-of-5 series. He refused to believe this kid could defeat all 3 of their 4th-tier powerhouses consecutively.
As both sides assembled their combatants, amidst the resounding toll of a great bell, the first battle commenced.
Swish.
The first to step forward for the insectoid faction was the Shadow Scythe General.
The Huaxia faction sent forth Qi Liyu.
The two had crossed paths numerous times before. Thus, the moment they entered the arena, there was no time for pleasantries. They charged straight at each other. In their past encounters, both sides had always held back, never unleashing their full power. But this time was different. This was a championship tournament concerning the supremacy of all races and civilizations. They must give it their all.
Boom!
Qi Liyu's hands flicked rapidly, unleashing a torrent of fireballs and ice spikes that rained down upon the Shadow Scythe General like a storm. The Shadow Scythe General swung his blade, parrying relentlessly. Qi Liyu now possessed the flame-binding ice marrow ring, greatly enhancing her power. She pinned the giant Reaper General down completely. Witnessing this, a flicker of anger crossed the Ant King's face. No wonder the Scythe Giant hadn't conquered Huaxia yet. Such a useless piece of trash.
Yuan Lian.
If you cannot defeat her, then bring your head to me, the Ant King coldly commanded. On the arena platform, the Shadow Scythe General shuddered upon hearing the Ant King's words.
Damn it!
His face darkened. The Ant King had issued him a death sentence. I'll fight to the death, he snarled through gritted teeth.
3,000 death slashes.
The Shadow Scythe General raised his twin blades, crossing them high.
Buzz. The blades began to vibrate at a high frequency.
Swish.
Countless blades poured forth like a storm of steel,
facing the Shadow Scythe General's killing move.
Qi Liyu dared not delay. And Burning Frost.
This skill was refined from the former Frostfire Tornado. It possessed the same power but without the side effects. A tornado of crimson and azure erupted from the void.
In an instant, two terrifying whirlwinds collide violently. In an instant, blades, ice shards, and flames flew wildly across the arena. After a few breaths, the raging energy gradually subsided. All eyes immediately turned toward the center of the arena. Spectators watching from Blue Star stared intently at the screen. They all wanted to know the outcome. As the energy subsided, two figures emerged before the crowd. Yu's heaving chest rose and fell violently. She gasped for breath. This skill had drained most of his mana. Across from her, the Shadow Scythe General stood rigidly upright. Could they have fought to a draw? Wei Wu exclaimed in surprise. But the next second, boom! The Shadow Scythe General crashed to the ground, unconscious. Race Championship Single Combat, first match, Blue Star Human Race Huaxia, victory. After a brief silence, the Huaxia crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. A winning start. They never expected to win the very first match. In an instant, the morale of the Huaxia crowd soared. Meanwhile, the insectoid faction wore grim expressions across the board. The Ant King's face was flushed with rage. Useless. He flashed to the side of the giant Scythe General. Gripping his throat, he yanked him upright. Since you've lost, you have no reason to exist. With that, the Ant King suddenly lunged, biting down on the giant general's neck. Ah! The immense pain jolted the giant general of the Shadow Scythe awake from his unconscious state. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the Ant King's grip. But the Ant King clearly had no intention of letting him escape. Snap! In the next instant, the Ant King snapped his neck clean off, ending his life. Then, before the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Ant King devoured the Shadow Scythe Giant. At that moment, arm blades resembling those of the Shadow Scythe Giant grew from the Ant King's forearms. After devouring others, the Ant King could absorb their abilities. This undoubtedly elevated the Ant King's power once more. At the same time, everyone was deeply shocked by the Ant King's brutal actions. To actually devour one of its own kind. Oomph. Begin the second round. The Ant King returned to his position and urged the crowd onward. Yu, with her mana nearly depleted, had no choice but to withdraw. This time, Li Jun from the Jinghua district took the stage. Li Jun was a professional tasked with protecting China's high-ranking officials, rarely seen in public. He wore a military uniform, but his complexion was somewhat pale. The insectoid faction's second contestant was the queen bee, Terraria. Terraria was clad in amber-colored armor. The second match of the species championship begins. Boom! The moment the bell rang, Terraria vanished in an instant. Li Jun's gaze sharpened at the sight. Boom! A surge of green flame erupted from Li Jun's body. In an instant, a green flame domain materialized on the stage. Li Jun, SSS tier profession, level 79, Yellow Springs Ferryman. The green flames he unleashed were none other than the legendary Ghost Flames. With the Ghostfire domain's aid, Li Jun detected Terraria's movements. Above his head, one of Terraria's arms had transformed into a bee stinger, streaking toward his head. But within the Will-O-the-Wisp domain, Li Jun could teleport instantly. Seeing his attack dodged, Terraria swept his hand. Countless bees materialized out of thin air, stinging toward Li Jun. Li Jun had no choice but to unleash Ghostfire, incinerating them. For a moment, the two traded blows back and forth. Amidst the Ghostfire domain's enhancement, Li Jun was actually holding his own against a fourth-tier powerhouse. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Terraria found himself bogged down in a stalemate by a mere third-tier human. He instantly felt his face burn with shame. You lowly human, all you know is running. Then let's see how you dodge this move. Terraria roared in fury. Swarm of stings. Buzz. 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 Countless bees swarmed onto the arena, thick as a dark cloud. The next moment, it seemed as though rain was falling from the sky. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't rain, it was a torrent of bee stingers. Their sheer number blanketed the entire arena. Let's see where you hide this time. Terraria sneered coldly. Facing the swarm of stingers filling the sky, Li Jun knew there was no escaping this time. He had no choice but to endure the onslaught. Iron Blood Barrier. Ghostly flames formed a layer of spectral crystals on his surface. Clang! 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 Li Jun once again withstood Terraria's assault. However, his complexion grew even paler. Seeing this, Wei Wu sighed. It seems that even if Li Jun wins this time, he likely won't survive much longer. Chapter 132, Signs of Defeat for Huaxia? Why do you say that, Elder Wei? Ye Ming asked. Wei Wu then explained Li Jun's situation. Born into a military family, Li Jun currently serves as the commander-in-chief of the National Defense Department. He had repeatedly thwarted assassination attempts by foreign factions and criminal forces targeting China's high-ranking officials. He possessed formidable strength, yet harbored one fatal flaw. His professional skills do not consume mana. Instead, they consume his own health points. Thus, Li Jun fights each battle with his own life. While health can be restored with items, the damage to his very essence is irreversible.
After years of combat, Li Jun, barely in his 30s, likely has only a few years left to live. On the other side, after Li Jun braced the attack from the Queen Bee Terraria, his ghost fire barrier could no longer hold. It retreated to a 3-meter radius around him.
Cough, cough. Li Jun coughed incessantly. Terraria noticed his weakened state.
A cold smile spread across her lips.
Looks like you're nearly done for. Then stop struggling. Let me put you out of your misery. With that, Terraria lunged at Li Jun once more.
His arms shot out like needles, thrusting forward violently.
Li Jun scrambled to dodge.
But by now, his condition had deteriorated. Even his movements slowed considerably, leaving him open to multiple strikes from Terraria.
Li Jun's health bar plummeted rapidly.
At that moment, Li Jun was filled with panic. If this continued,
China's first defeat would likely fall upon him. Absolutely not. A soldier's conviction forbade Li Jun from accepting defeat. Moments later, he made up his mind.
His gaze gradually hardened. He turned to Wei Wu and the others, smiling as he said,
"Gentlemen, I shall proceed ahead."
Hearing his words, the faces of the Huaxia group instantly paled.
Li Jun, what are you doing? Li Jun offered no reply.
He cast one last glance at the scenery of Huaxia below. Then, he looked at Terraria, who was lunging at him. This time, he offered no resistance or defense.
PSSST.
The sharp stinger pierced straight into Li Jun's body.
Ha! So you know you can't win and don't want to struggle anymore? Terraria sneered at the blood-soaked Li Jun.
Yet, there was no trace of pain on Li Jun's face. He merely smiled faintly.
Seeing that smile, Terraria frowned. He sensed something ominous was about to happen. At that moment, Li Jun didn't retreat, he advanced instead.
His hands clamped down on Terraria's arms with deadly grip, preventing him from leaving.
This body may burn, but my fighting spirit shall never die. Li Jun roared with fury, unleashing his ultimate move. To the underworld together.
With that, a crackling sound erupted from his body.
A torrent of green ghostly flames erupted from his body.
This ghostly flame pierced through flesh and bone, striking directly at the soul. Instantly, it ignited both combatants' health bars. Once ignited by the ghostly flames, the life force could not be extinguished.
Ah! The Queen Bee Terraria tried to break free.
But Li Jun held him fast. Simultaneously, countless chains extended from the swirling ghost flames.
They bound the Queen Bee Terraria. Unless Li Jun died, these chains could not be broken. Ultimately, both the Queen Bee Terraria and Li Jun exhausted their life force.
They perished together.
Race Championship Single Combat, second match, draw. Regarding the outcome of this contest,
both sides remained silent. The insectoid race seethed with rage that a mighty 4th-tier sovereign had been dragged down by a lowly 3rd-tier human in a mutual destruction. The Huaxia side mourned the loss of Li Jun. This marked the first comrade to fall in the tournament. They did not know if more lives would be lost in the upcoming matches.
Would the race championship be lost? What fate awaited the human race if they did?
At the same time, all the Huaxia people were also plunged into a state of grief. Though the Huaxia currently held the upper hand, the insect race still possessed 2 4th-tier powerhouses.
Moving forward, luring them into mutual destruction would no longer be so straightforward.
Yet there was no time for reflection. The third match commenced immediately. For the third match, Huaxia fielded the commander-in-chief of the southwest region,
Master Ku Zhu. China now held a record of 1 win and 1 draw. If the next matches all ended in draws,
then Huaxia would win this race championship. Therefore, they deployed Master Ku Zhu, China's highest defense player. Once, 3 level 70 professionals joined forces to attack Master Ku Zhu. They attacked relentlessly for 3 days and 3 nights. Yet they failed to even scratch Master Ku Zhu. His defenses remained utterly impenetrable. Beyond this reason, Huaxia had also prepared for a potential loss in the 3rd round.
Even if they lost this round, Master Ku Zhu could wear down the opponent's condition.
This would increase Huaxia's chances of winning the 4th match. On the Zerg side, after consecutive defeats, Ant King Meruem could no longer sit idly by. For the 3rd match, he resolved to take the field personally. The Ant King strode out slowly, standing face to face with Master Ku Zhu. The moment the bell tolled, the Ant King's eyes turned cold.
The next moment,
swish! His figure vanished. Faced with this situation, Master Bamboo remained unflustered.
He murmured softly, Amat Ba Buddha.
A golden light began to flicker across his body, gradually coalescing into the outline of a massive bell.
Golden Bell Shield. The Ant King's figure appeared behind Master Ku Zhu.
A fist erupted with tremendous force.
Thud. The bell rang loudly, its surface cracking slightly. But Master Ku Zhu blocked the Ant King's strike.
Failing to land a decisive blow, the Ant King did not pause, continuing to unleash a frenzied barrage of punches.
Thud. 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 For a moment, the ring echoed with a continuous tolling of the bell.
Amidst the clamor, Master Ku Zhu once again unleashed the formless glass wall, boosting all his attributes by 20%.
But even so, Under the Ant King's relentless bombardment, countless cracks began to appear on the golden bell shield. Boom!
The Ant King delivered another fierce punch. The golden bell shield could no longer hold, shattering into pieces.
Put! With the defense shattered, Master Kuzhu spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Kuzhu's expression grew grim.
He had believed he could endure the Ant King's assault for much longer. But the third round had only lasted a few breaths. His defenses had already been shattered by the Ant King. He refused to accept defeat. He unleashed the golden bell shield once more. Simultaneously, he activated other skills that boosted attributes or enhanced defense.
In response to his actions, the Ant King nearly grinned. All in vain. With that, the Ant King charged toward Master Kuzhu once more.
His hands trembled.
Snap!
After devouring the Shadow Scythe General, the blade that had grown from his arm suddenly sprang forth.
Clang!
The Ant King swung his blade.
Boom!
The golden bell shield shattered violently once more.
This is bad. Master Kuzhu thought to himself.
Swish! A cold gleam streaked toward him.
Master Kuzhu swiftly sidestepped to evade it. Clunk!
Master Kuzhu's arm fell to the ground.
Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the Huaxia group tightened. Especially Wei Wu.
He could tell the Ant King's strength had increased once more. If it were him, he would never have broken through Master Kuzhu's defenses so swiftly. The Ant King, having gained the upper hand, showed no mercy. It attacked with frenzied ferocity. Instantly, countless wounds erupted across Master Kuzhu's body. Blood drenched him, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Final strike, the Ant King roared. He crossed his blades and swung with all his might. Chapter 133, Ye Ming strikes, severing the head with a single blade. ZZZZZ. The razor-sharp cross-slash sliced through Master Kuzhu's body. Race Championship Single Combat, Round 3, Insect Realm Insect Clan Number 3, Victory. This match had lasted barely a dozen breaths. Master Bamboo, renowned for his defense, was instantly slain. Gazing at Master Bamboo, scraps scattered across the ground. The Huaxia crowd's eyes burned crimson, fists clenched tight, breaths coming in gasps. The Ant King clearly didn't regard the human race as worthy opponents, possessing the power to defeat Master Bamboo with a single strike. Yet had deliberately toyed with him. He hacked Master Kuzhu into a bloody mess, flesh torn and skin peeled back. And in the end, he treated him like nothing more than prey. Sure enough, after the Ant King killed Master Bamboo, it approached his corpse, intending to devour him and seize his defensive abilities. But at that very moment, boom! A fist as large as a clay pot suddenly appeared before the Ant King. The Ant King's expression changed drastically. Despite his peak 4th tier strength, he had failed to sense this attack in advance. Thud! The Ant King's face took the full brunt of the punch. His nose was knocked crooked. Damn it! Who is it? The Ant King clutched his nose and scrambled backward. His gaze locked onto the blonde youth. Ye Ming. Originally, Wei Wu was scheduled to enter the next round for Huaxia. But Ye Ming suggested he go first. He didn't want to see any more casualties on the Huaxia side. Ye Ming looked at Master Kuzhu's body and raised his hand, releasing flames. Cremating it. Under the searing flames, Master Kuzhu's body burst forth with golden light and vanished. The golden light coalesced into a single relic. Ye Ming stepped forward and picked up the relic. Master, I will avenge you. Ye Ming murmured softly. He then tucked the relic away and turned his gaze toward the Ant King. Now, it's your time to die. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ye Ming struck first. Boom! Ye Ming's fist slammed straight toward the Ant King's face. The Ant King raised his arm to block. Boom! The Ant King was instantly sent flying by Ye Ming's punch. Blood spurted wildly. The scene stunned everyone. Are you kidding me? The insectoid crowd gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Especially Spider Queen Elizabeth. As fellow 4th tier beings, she knew the Ant King's power well. Among the 3 great rulers, the Ant Queen was the strongest. She and the Queen Bee were merely early stage 4, while the Ant King was mid stage 4. But after devouring the Shadow Scythe General, his power had surged to late stage 4. The Ant King could even take on both her and the Bee Queen alone. And now he'd been punched until he coughed up blood by some 3rd tier human brat? The Chinese crowd was utterly stunned. After Wei Wu broke through to the 4th tier, he understood the gap between tier 3 and tier 4 all too well. Though only one level separated them, the difference in power was like night and day. Without exaggeration, a 4th tier cultivator could simultaneously take on 10 3rd tier P cultivators, without being at a disadvantage. Yet Ye Ming, wielding only 3rd tier strength, had wounded the 4th tier Ant King with a single punch. Could this be Ye Ming's true strength? Wei Wu murmured to himself, struggling to believe it. At that moment, the Chinese spectators erupted in deafening cheers. None of them had anticipated Ye Ming had a chance to defeat the Ant King. And judging by the situation, Ye Ming's strength far surpassed the Ant King's. From the joy of victory in the first round to the sorrow of Li Jun sacrificing himself to force a draw in the second round. Then to the fury of just moments ago when Master Kuzu was torn apart by the Ant King. Their emotions had been through a roller coaster of twists and turns. With each match, their tension was no less than that of the contestants themselves. For if they failed, they would become vassals of the insect race or worse, slaves. It's impossible to imagine that scene. They all shouted in unison, cheering Ye Ming on. Meanwhile, the other factions watching from Blue Star were gripped with tension. This was their first time witnessing the race championship tournament. They never imagined the race championship would be so brutal. The contest had barely begun. And already 4 lives had been lost on both sides. One of them was even a 4th-tier powerhouse. It must be understood that every 3rd-tier powerhouse is the pillar of their respective nations and factions. Cultivating a 3rd-tier powerhouse demands immense resources and time. Yet in this tournament, they could barely last a few breaths. Not to mention 4th-tier powerhouses. A single 4th-tier powerhouse solidified Huaxia's position as the undisputed leader on Blue Star. At the same time, some of the spectating alien races began to temper their contempt for the human race. On the arena stage, the Ant King's eyes bulged with rage, his expression twisted. Fierce flames of rage blazed in his eyes. "You're asking for death," the Ant King roared in fury. Boom! His figure shot forward in an instant. His fingers clenched into a fist, slamming violently toward Ye Ming. Facing the charging Ant King, Ye Ming remained unflinching. Divine might, heavenly guardian. Ye Ming's all attributes instantly surged by 500%. In response, he too clenched his fist and unleashed a strike. Boom! In an instant, their fists collided. A terrifying burst of energy erupted. Ah! The crowd heard the Ant King's agonized cry. The next moment, the Ant King flew backward like a kite, sent hurtling away. Ye Ming didn't stop. He reached out, his hand grasping at thin air. A long blade materialized before him. It was coiled with 3 terrifying energies, light, fire, and lightning. Divine evasion. Ye Ming crouched low, gathering power, as crimson-black lightning pierced the heavens and earth. The Ant King recoiled in terror. In Ye Ming's strike, he sensed the threat of death. If struck, he would surely perish. The Ant King's eyes widened in fury. He summoned his psychic powers, attempting to control the crimson-black energy blade hurtling toward him. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. Refusing to accept defeat, he tried other methods. He raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and devoured the energy of heaven and earth. After successive battles and devouring, at this moment, the energy within the Ant King's body had reached its peak. It touched the threshold of the 5th tier. Once he broke through to the 5th tier, the outcome of this race championship would be decided without a doubt. But the situation wouldn't unfold as he wished. The black-red light blade had already arrived before him. With matters having come to this, the Ant King had no choice but to unleash all his power. He concentrated it at the peak of his fist. Yet at that very moment, Ye Ming had already sheathed his blade and turned to walk back. As if he had already seen the outcome. Witnessing Ye Ming's contemptuous gesture, the Ant King's rage boiled over. He roared and unleashed a thunderous punch. Put! The Ant King's roar abruptly ceased. Boom! The black-red blade sliced through the tip of the Ant King's fist with silky precision. Then sliced across the Ant King's neck. One stroke decapitated him. Thud! The Ant King's corpse crashed to the ground. Its rolling head stared back with eyes filled with utter disbelief. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. They couldn't believe what their eyes were witnessing. Some rubbed their eyes, others slapped their companions. Only to realize it was no illusion. Ye Ming had instantly killed the Ant King. Boom! China erupted once more in a deafening roar of celebration. Wei Wu was filled with astonishment and delight. For the first time, a hint of panic flickered across the faces of the insectoid forces. They had lost 2 matches already. If they lost one more game, they would lose this entire race championship. Then they would become the humans' vassals, their slaves. But even their strongest Ant King had been instantly killed by Ye Ming. Who among the insectoid race could possibly defeat Ye Ming? The Spider King? Or the weaker Shadow Dream Lord? Chapter 134, Take It Head to the Insect Realm. Boom! On the arena stage, a figure flew backward. Ye Ming stood with hands behind his back, while Spider Queen Elizabeth rolled across the ring floor. Her form-fitting black gown lay in tatters, exposing her snow-white skin. Wait! Just spare my life. I'll do whatever you want. Anything you want. The Spider Queen cried out urgently, begging Ye Ming for mercy. She adopted a look of deep grievance. I never wanted to invade China, the Ant King forced me. The Spider Queen wept bitterly, as if she too were a victim. Ye Ming looked down at the Spider Queen lying on the ground. Though a transformed insectoid, she possessed a flawless oval face and cascading silver-white hair. Her legs were straight and slender, clad in stockings woven from spider silk. Her waist was slender, delicate enough to be grasped in one hand. Ye Ming didn't respond. Instead, he slowly walked toward the Spider Queen while picking up her walking stick. Witnessing this, the Spider Queen thought Ye Ming had spared her. She hurriedly crawled over, her voice trembling with gratitude. Ye Ming crouched down, cupping the Spider Queen's delicate face in his hands.
Is that so? I can do whatever you want me to do?
The Spider King's eyes lit up at this, and he hurriedly replied, Really?
Really? I'll be your ox or horse, ready for you to ride. Ye Ming smiled and nodded. In that case, I want you dead.
Hearing this, the Spider King's face turned pale. She opened her mouth to speak. Thud! The cane plunged viciously into her abdomen.
Guh? Guh?
The Spider Queen tried to speak. But Ye Ming's hand clamped down on her throat with deadly force, while the other gripped the cane tightly. He leaned close to the Spider Queen's ear and whispered softly.
You said it yourself you'd do anything for me.
Ye Ming then stood up, pressing one hand down on the Spider Queen's head.
10,000 bugs penance pool.
Ye Ming unleashed the skill he had shared with Zi Fangyuan. By absorbing specific energies, one could create corresponding poisonous insects. A flash of light erupted, instantly refining the Spider King. In its place emerged a spider-like bug, entirely dark blue-black with spiral silver patterns on its abdomen. Drunken entangling silk bug, upon use, fires a web with a paralyzing effect usable 3 times. With the Spider King's demise,
the outcome of the race supremacy tournament was decided. Race championship results. Blue Star Huaxia Human Race, 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. Insectoid Race number 3, 1 win, 1 draw, 3 losses.
Congratulations to the Blue Star Huaxia Human Race for winning the race championship.
As the results appeared on the giant sky screen,
the Huaxia crowd erupted in ecstatic joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces.
They had won.
The human race had defeated the insect race, which boasted 3 4th-tier powerhouses.
Spectators from all nations and races were utterly stunned.
Before the match began, not a single person had favored China, believing them incapable of victory. After all, the insect race ranked a full 600 places higher than the entire Blue Star civilization.
The gap between them was immense.
It was like comparing a civilization in the Bronze Age, capable of mass-producing weapons, while the other remained in the Primitive Age, wielding only clubs and stones as weapons. Yet Huaxia still prevailed. Even Wei Wu, who had participated in the battle, now stood with his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Ye Ming had overwhelmingly crushed 2 4th-tier powerhouses. Simultaneously, the tournament began distributing victory rewards. Congratulations to the Huaxia human race of Blue Star for acquiring the subordinate world, Insect Realm number 3. All resource points within Insect Realm number 3 will be transferred to Huaxia territory. China may establish world rules within Insect Realm 3, such as permissible movement ranges, prohibitions against disobeying Chinese commands, etc. The decision-making authority for establishing rules is held by the top contributor at 60%, with the remaining 10% distributed among others. Reward: double experience for the Blue Star Huaxia human race over the next 10 years. Award the MVP of this tournament, Ye Ming, the title, Chosen One Jr. With Huaxia's victory in the race championship, the world underwent tremendous changes. First, the interdimensional passage became a one-way portal. Only Huaxia could travel to the insect realm, while the insect realm could not reach Huaxia. Across the land of Huaxia, countless points of light began to flicker. As the lights faded, numerous resource points of various types emerged. These included specialized instances like equipment dungeons, experience dungeons, material dungeons, and more. Additionally, over 100 secret realms appeared. Among them were 27 medium-sized secret realms, and even one large-scale secret realm. Consider that all of China only has 13 medium-sized secret realms. The insect realm possessed twice as many medium-sized secret realms as all of China. And there isn't a single large-scale secret realm on the entire Blue Star. Such an abundance of resource points and secret realms. This will significantly boost China's overall strength. Moreover, they have gained a 10-year experience doubling buff. This means that within this decade, all experience gained by the people of China will be doubled. For example, defeating a boss that normally yields 1,000 experience points. But with the bonus, they can now gain 2,000 experience points. This dramatically accelerates the leveling speed of the Huaxia people. The probability of high-tier professionals emerging will also grow substantially. It can be said that due to this victory in the championship tournament, Huaxia's future strength will inevitably ascend to a higher level. Simultaneously, Huaxia can establish the world rules for the insect realm. For instance, restricting insectoid factions to specific territories. All insectoid beings would then be relocated to that designated area. Without China's permission, they would never be able to leave this area. Otherwise, they would face the punishment of the cosmic laws and be utterly annihilated. Once confined to a remote, resource-deprived region, they would never have a chance to recover. And Ye Ming holds 80% of the decision-making power over this rule. Since both Li Jun and Master Kuzu have passed away, their combined authority has been transferred to Ye Ming. In a sense, Ye Ming has already become the master of the insect race, the ruler of the insect realm.
Not only that, Ye Ming has also earned the title of Chosen One of Destiny. This fate could be simply understood as the favor of the world's rules. With the blessing of destiny, everything he did would yield twice the results with half the effort, and he would encounter opportunities more easily. Awesome! Ye Ming stared at the Chosen One of Destiny title floating above his head. He never imagined that one day, he too would become the Chosen One of Fortune from the novels he read in his previous life. Meanwhile, the insectoid hordes fled in panic back to their insect realm. But they discovered they couldn't enter the passage at all. Seeing this, Ye Ming turned to Wei Wu. Old Wei, fancy a stroll through the insect realm? Wei Wu looked down at the teeming swarm of insects below. Why not? I've never seen what other worlds are like. Thanks to you, I'll get to broaden my horizons today. No one on Blue Star had ever ventured to another world. Ye Ming then activated the portal's access, driving the insectoid hordes back through it. Simultaneously, he and Wei Wu traversed the passageway into the insect realm. At that moment, a palpable sense of dread permeated the insect realm. In a certain place, 8 figures gathered together. Judging by the aura they emitted, each was a peak 3rd-tier powerhouse. One of them spoke up, urging them on. Make a decision quickly. Or it will be too late. The army has been driven back by Huaxia, and the human race has likely arrived as well. Once they establish their rules, it'll be too late to escape. Chapter 135, played? Divine Beast Invitation. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear a shortage of firewood. My suggestion is to leave. This figure voiced their thoughts first. The other figures pondered for a moment before exchanging glances. A massive figure spoke up. In that case, we shall heed the Heavenly Master's command. These 8 figures were none other than the 10 great generals of the insectoid race. Originally commanding separate armies to invade other worlds, they had rushed back upon learning of the insect realm's defeat. They were all aware of the war against Huaxia. But they believed that with all 3 great kings of the race mobilized, there was no way they could lose. They had even begun fantasizing about the riches they would plunder from China after their inevitable victory. Yet barely had the war begun, they received news of their defeat. Now gathered together, they debated whether to abandon this world. Seeing unanimous agreement. Alright, then let's head to Bug Realm 5. That's my brother's territory. Tianyan Yuzhu suggested. It turned out that the insect realm they were currently in was merely a minor realm subordinate to the true insect realm. The insect race reproduced at an astonishing rate, boasting an immense variety of species. The insect realm simply couldn't sustain such a vast population. Therefore, the insect race was constantly searching for habitable worlds to colonize. There were hundreds of such subsidiary worlds like this one. For them, although Insect Realm 3 had been defeated, their high-ranking beings could escape before Ye Ming established his rules. Immediately afterward, the Tianyan masters and their companions departed Insect Realm 3. The moment they departed, Ye Ming and Wei Wu materialized within Insect Realm 3. What met their eyes was a world of endless mountain ranges, towering trees reaching for the sky. The sky was not blue, but an eerie green. A foul stench permeated the air. Ye Ming couldn't help but frown deeply. He had imagined the insect realm to be a vibrant, beautiful world. But this was not what he had expected. It was utterly unsuitable for human habitation. Because he now possessed the authority to establish the rules of this realm, Ye Ming instantly grasped the insect realm's situation. The insect realm spans several times the size of Blue Star. Countless insect races dwelled within. Yet 90% were low-tier insectoids with limited intelligence. Many possessed strength inferior even to a level 10A rank professional. Where are the other insectoid generals? Ye Ming sensed around but detected no traces of other commanders. Could they all still be out on campaigns? After continuing his search without success, he temporarily set it aside. He'd interrogate the Dream Lord of Illusion upon returning. The air here was unbearably foul. Like the stench of a summer outhouse, it assaulted his nostrils. Since we found nothing, let's leave this place for now. I'll send men to investigate thoroughly later. Wei Wu pinched his nose in disgust. Ye Ming nodded in agreement. Then he established the first rule for the insect realm. No one may leave this realm without my permission. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth, as if responding to Ye Ming. In an instant, a luminous membrane emerged over every spatial passage in the insect realm, sealing them completely. Only the passage connecting to Blue Star remained open. The moment Ye Ming returned to Blue Star, he received updates on the ranking changes for Blue Star Civilization and Huaxia. Blue Star Human Race Rank 8013, Civilization Points 1257. Blue Star Human Race Huaxia Rank 1, Civilization Points 1064. Civilization points are not directly added. 3 kings perished, 8 generals departed. The Blue Star human race's ranking now surpassed that of the former insect race. Even Huaxia alone has surpassed them. Moreover, their civilization points have surpassed 1,000. A single Huaxia now surpasses the entire Blue Star. Civilization rankings and points have skyrocketed. Such a massive increase has drawn the attention of other alien races. Every single civilization point earned required immense effort. After entering the rankings, each alien race employed various methods to increase their civilization points. Yet without exception, the process proved exceedingly arduous. This stability has kept the rankings largely unchanged. Even when civilizations do rise or fall in rank, the shifts are minor. It is impossible for a civilization to jump thousands of places in a single fluctuation. Therefore, when the Blue Star human race surged over 1,500 places in a single leap, all races were utterly shocked. Especially the alien races on Blue Star, they all raised their estimation of China's importance by several notches in their minds. The most evident reaction came from the alien races that had persistently invaded China's borders. They all fell silent for a moment, hastily withdrawing their troops. Wei Wu's office. Ah! The Dream Lord of Illusion was bound hand and foot, suspended mid-air. Ye Ming wielded a flaming whip, lashing out at the Dream Lord relentlessly. Talk now? Upon returning, Ye Ming immediately interrogated her. He demanded she reveal the locations of the other insectoid generals. With the three great kings dead, the insectoid realm's strongest combatants were now the insectoid generals. Failing to control them would pose a major threat. But the Dream Mistress claimed ignorance. So Ye Ming had no choice but to give her a proper lesson. Swish! 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 Ye Ming continued to whip the Dream Lord. Finally, the Dream Lord collapsed, revealing the possible whereabouts of the other insectoid generals. They may have fled to other insect realms. What? Ye Ming was utterly shocked by the revelation. The Dream Lord then shared information about the insect realms with Ye Ming. After hearing it all, Ye Ming's brows furrowed deeply. Many worlds? Did I get played? He never imagined that after all his hardships, he'd only obtain a minor world. The insect race possessed hundreds of such minor worlds. And the insect race dared to use it to challenge the Chinese race in a species championship tournament. At the same time, however, his regard for the insect race had grown significantly. Just one of over 100 minor worlds surpassed the entire Blue Star in power. How formidable must the true insect realm be? Who knows if other insect realms might also descend upon Blue Star in the future? It seems I must grow even stronger. Ye Ming realized his current strength was far from sufficient. Across the myriad realms, formidable beings were countless. He must continue striving. Oomph! Ye Ming snorted coldly, continuing to lash out at the Dream Mistress with his fiery whip. He vented all his rage at being toyed with upon her. For a moment, the office echoed with a continuous stream of delicate cries. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over with curious expressions. However, before Ye Ming could finish venting his rage, the office door swung open. It was Wei Wu. Ye Ming, someone wants to invite you to a gathering. Ye Ming stowed his fire whip and asked in confusion, a gathering? Who invited me? The Divine Beast. Wei Wu declared in a deep voice. The Divine Beast? In the legends of Huaxia, there exist many divine beasts. These divine beasts possess the power to summon winds and rains, to ride clouds and mist. After the dawn of the extraordinary era, rumors of their existence began to surface. Yet despite their immense power, they remained hidden from the world. The last time one was seen in the mortal realm was over a decade ago. Ye Ming never imagined the divine beast would invite him to a gathering. Where is this gathering? Tushan. Chapter 136, Lu Xiaha's distress call? Tushan? Yes, it's within the Jiangnan district. Ye Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to accept the invitation. The divine beast's power was unfathomable. Since it had extended the invitation, he couldn't refuse the divine beast's face. Moreover, perhaps he could secure a divine beast ally for Huaxia. After confirming his decision, Ye Ming prepared to head to Tushan. But at that very moment, he received a distress text message. It was from Lu Xiaha. Ye Ming, come save me. I'm trapped in the Fox Spirit Ruins. Fox Spirit Ruins? Since the Great Transformation era began, numerous ruins have gradually emerged across Blue Star. And the Fox Spirit Ruins happen to be located in Tushan. Looks like Mount 2 is a must-visit. He raised his hand to open the door. Creak! An air door materialized out of thin air, and Ye Ming stepped through. Meanwhile, within the Fox Spirit Ruins, Lu Xiaha and several Yunha Academy students were frantically fleeing for their lives. Behind them, several white-furred fox men wielding bronze Swona horns gave chase. Oh no! My left leg is turning bronze. One student stared at his left leg in horror. Hang on a little longer. We're almost at the exit. Lu Xiaha encouraged them. Bronze corrosion was also appearing on her body. Of her 3 masks, the Prajna mask had been frozen solid by the bronze transformation, rendering it unusable. This drastically weakened her combat effectiveness. The white-furred fox people behind them could cause opponents to bronze and lose their combat ability by blowing bronze Swona horns. When they encountered the white-haired fox people, Lu Xiaha shielded the other trainees. This is why her mask became bronze-hardened. Their presence here stemmed from accepting an exploration mission for the Fox Spirit ruins within the academy. As more and more ruins, secret realms, and other resource points emerged, the official personnel of Huaxia became insufficient. They had no choice but to assign certain ruins and secret realms with temporarily low risk assessments to the 5 major academies. However, shortly after entering the Fox Spirit ruins, they encountered the white-haired fox people. At that moment, the white-furred fox people began blowing their bronze Suona horns. The sham's notes echoed relentlessly through the vast, empty space. The rate at which the group's bodies were turning bronze accelerated rapidly. At this rate, they would likely all turn into bronze statues before reaching the exit. Seeing this, Lu Xiaohe gritted her teeth and resolved to hold the rear alone. You go ahead. I'll cover your retreat. With that, Lu Xiaohe halted, turned, and summoned 2 additional masks. Using the dodgy mask to resist the bronze transformation, she simultaneously activated the Sea Demon mask. She unleashed a torrent of water arrows at the white-haired foxmen pursuing them. But the sound of the white-haired foxman's bronze Suona was too loud, its notes continuous and unrelenting. Every water arrow Lu Xiaohe fired was instantly bronze-hardened, transforming into bronze swords. Then, controlled by the white-haired foxman, they turned and shot back at her. Lu Xiaohe scrambled to dodge. But caught off guard, she was struck by one arrow. Thud! The arrow pierced her thigh. In such a critical situation, a leg injury was a major setback. Lu Xiaohe frantically activated the Sea Demon mask, attempting to block the attack. But it was useless. Several bronze arrows flew swiftly toward her. Her thigh injury hampered her movement. Meanwhile, the Sea Demon mask had already transformed into bronze. The dodgy mask also gradually lost its ability to resist the bronze transformation effect. Now, half of her face had turned bronze. A wave of despair washed over Lu Xiaohe's heart. But at this critical moment, a door suddenly materialized before her. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure stepped out. Ye Ming watched the bronze arrows flying toward him, casually raising his hand to block them all. He then turned and looked down at Lu Xiaohe. Though half of Lu Xiaohe's face had now turned bronze, her otherworldly beauty remained undiminished, even gaining a peculiar allure. His gaze drifted downward, where the contours beneath her plain robes undulated like distant mountains with each gentle rise and fall of her breath. Ye Ming. Lu Xiaohe lifted her head to gaze at the familiar figure, her voice trembling with emotion. She had sent Ye Ming a distress text earlier. She hadn't expected him to arrive so swiftly. Ye Ming snapped back to reality. What are you doing here? Afterward, Lu Xiaohe briefly recounted the sequence of events. With the dawn of a new era, she refused to fall behind. Lu Xiaohe frantically took on tasks to boost her strength. I see. Then let me lend you a hand. Ye Ming turned his gaze toward the white-furred fox people and casually unleashed a fireball. To his surprise, the white-furred fox man effortlessly blocked it, turning the fireball into bronze. Seeing this, Ye Ming unleashed his ultimate move, defeating them outright. A dual-colored lotus radiating terrifying energy materialized in his hand. Just as he prepared to project the dual-colored lotus, buzz! A powerful aura and overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. In an instant, everyone froze in place, panic rising within them. But one person was an exception. That was Ye Ming. Golden light shimmered around his body. It held back that terrifying pressure. Who? Ye Ming demanded in a deep voice. This pressure was utterly terrifying. Even the 3/4 tier powerhouses of the insect clan had never possessed such intensity. It was a pressure he had only encountered before in the Dragon King within the Dragon Ruins. Though slightly inferior to the Dragon King, it was still utterly terrifying. Remember, the Dragon King was at least a 100-level being. Attacking my people on my turf? Don't you know who I am? The voice was ethereal and faint, yet carried a hint of seductive allure. A white mist suddenly rose ahead. As the mist dispersed, a crimson-eyed white fox with 9 tails leapt out. Witnessing this scene, Ye Ming suddenly recalled the legend of Tushan. The ruler of Mount Tushan was a fox spirit. And this place was also the fox spirit's ruins. Could the 9-tailed white fox before him be the ruler of Mount Tushan? Noticing the change in Ye Ming's expression, the 9-tailed white fox leapt onto a massive boulder. Instantly, a hurricane erupted. The 9-tailed white fox suddenly exploded into countless white specks filling the sky. The specks shifted and transformed. A woman's phantom emerged, gradually solidifying. Her flowing silver hair, crimson gold vertical pupils, and 3 crimson lines across her forehead. The original 9 tails transformed into snowy silk veils, draping around her slender waist. The woman sat barefoot beside a boulder, her legs dangling lightly in the air. Silver bells tinkled softly from her ankles. The sovereign of Tushan, the divine beast 9-tailed white fox by Qian. Ye Ming murmured in admiration, how beautiful. Among all the beauties he had ever seen, Bai Qian would definitely rank in the top 3. He secretly checked Bai Qian's profile. Name, Bai Qian. Details, divine beast, female 9-tailed white fox, 679 years old. Level, 99. History, originally an ordinary white fox.
Ancestors ascended to immortality through tribulation, evolving her bloodline into a divine beast, the nine-tailed white fox.
Later became the ruler of Tushan. Potential, mythical. Divine ascension classes, none. Level 99? This was the highest level Ye Ming had ever encountered. Just one level away from breaking through to the 5th tier and reaching level 100. Not only that, Ye Ming also noticed Bai Qian's potential. Mythical. A rank beyond legendary. Ye Ming later learned this information from Wei Wu. Yet since the dawn of the supernatural era, not a single mythical tier profession had ever emerged on Blue Star. And today, he actually witnessed one. Truly a legendary divine beast. Chapter 137, The Sovereign of Tushan, Bai Qian.
Bai Qian braced herself against the boulder with both hands, her slender white legs dangling freely. Ye Ming couldn't tear his eyes away.
Bai Qian chuckled softly, "What are you staring at?"
Hearing this, Ye Ming quickly averted his gaze, embarrassed.
"Kid, you trespassed on my territory and tried to attack my people. You'd better give me an explanation." Bai Qian rose and leapt down, approaching Ye Ming barefoot.
"Otherwise, I might just turn you into my bronze plaything." A terrifying aura erupted from her petite frame. Only then did Ye Ming realize this was a level 99 divine beast. "My apologies, my friend stumbled into this place by mistake." Seeing someone attack her, I had no choice but to intervene, Ye Ming replied. "Since you don't welcome us, we'll leave immediately."
With that, Ye Ming prepared to lead Lu Shaha and the others away.
But Bai Qian wasn't about to let Ye Ming have his way. She extended her pale palm and struck out violently toward Ye Ming. Seeing this, Ye Ming had no choice but to clench his fist to block the blow.
Boom! The two were evenly matched.
Bai Qian was startled. Though she hadn't unleashed her full power. This strike should have been more than sufficient to instantly kill a third-tier being. Yet here was a human who appeared to have only just reached the 3rd tier, managing to block her strike. Moreover, she could sense that Ye Ming hadn't exerted his full strength either.
Who is this kid? Bai Qian wondered inwardly. How could he be this powerful?
On the other side, Ye Ming was also somewhat shocked.
He looked at his fist. A faint bronze mark was slowly fading from its surface.
At the very moment of impact, a powerful and strange force had attempted to invade his body.
Fortunately, he possessed the Chaos Celestial Dragon physique.
His physique was incredibly robust, capable of repelling external forces. Thus, he avoided being transformed into bronze.
He realized Bai Qian's strength was likely no less than his own.
Though he could force his way out, it would be far more difficult to take Lu Shaha and the others with him.
Moreover, half of Lu Shaha's body was now bronze corroded. If not resolved promptly, it could cause irreversible damage, leaving her power irretrievably lost. With this thought, Ye Ming resolved to borrow someone else's authority. Truth be told, I was invited here by a divine beast.
He intended to leverage his connection with another divine beast to escape.
Oh?
Bai Qian responded with a hint of surprise. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired.
Was it an invitation to a gathering?
Yes.
Could it be? Upon hearing Bai Qian's response, Ye Ming suddenly realized something.
Bai Qian was the ruler of Tushan, and the one who had invited him was also from Tushan.
Could Bai Qian be the divine beast who had invited him? Sure enough.
Bai Qian's previously stern expression abruptly softened into a kind smile. She walked elegantly toward Ye Ming, scanning him with her gaze.
Hee, so you are Ye Ming.
Bai Qian leaned close to Ye Ming, her breath fragrant as orchids.
A peculiar fragrance drifted into Ye Ming's nostrils.
His eyes began to glaze over.
But in the next instant,
a sharp gleam flashed in Ye Ming's eyes, and he snapped back to normal. Bai Qian watched this unfold, slightly surprised. She hadn't expected this young man to possess not only formidable strength but also such unwavering resolve. She chuckled softly, "That's right, I invited you to this gathering.
I just didn't expect to run into you here." Beneath the towering ancient tree,
several figures radiating terrifying auras sat in a circle. Ye Ming was among them.
This was the Tushan conference hosted by Bai Qian.
Besides Ye Ming, 2 divine beasts had also been invited to attend the assembly. One wore robes in the style of the Western region's divine beast, the sand fox. The other radiated golden light, obscuring its true features. Beyond these, various other races were present, such as the Golden Clan, composed entirely of gold, the Earth Spirit Clan, masters of Earth elemental power, and the Horned Clan, whose members resembled rhinoceroses.
Not all alien races sought to invade Blue Star.
Upon arriving on Blue Star, many non-human races confined their activities to specific regions. They engage in trade and cultural exchange with the nations of Blue Star. These races are neutral. And all these beings now turned their curious gazes toward Ye Ming. Those present were either powerful divine beasts or formidable races.
None had anticipated that Bai Qian would invite a human. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to ask for your assistance. That favor is to heal the marriage tree.
The nine-tailed fox clan's power growth relied not only on their own cultivation but also on another crucial source.
That was the marriage tree.
The towering tree standing beside them was the very marriage tree. Its trunk was so massive it took several people to encircle it, and its canopy stretched skyward, shading the entire main peak of Tushan Mountain. From afar, it resembled a vast sea of pink. The so-called marriage tree is a treasure that helps lovers find their other halves. It also serves as a life-saving treasure. By harnessing its power, one could sense their destined partner. But this is not absolute. As circumstances change, one's destined partner may shift. Yet lovers who find their way to each other can harness the power of the marriage tree. Revive once after death. But upon revival, they will lose all their cultivation. Moreover, when signing a marital contract, one must surrender a portion of their power to infuse into the marriage tree. Therefore, many lovers choose to sign the marriage contract. Yet at this very moment, the leaves of the marriage tree began to wither and fall. Bai Qian continued. Not long ago, I noticed the leaves of the marriage tree gradually withering. I tried many methods, but none worked. That is why I have come to ask for your assistance in finding a solution. If we can heal the marriage tree, I am willing to strike it 3 times. 3 moves? This reward may seem modest, but it depends on who made the promise. Bai Qian is a level 99 divine beast. A being standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Normally, securing her assistance would cost a fortune beyond measure. Hearing this, everyone looked up at the towering marriage tree. Ye Ming had never seen such a towering tree before. Upon hearing Bai Qian's plea, the sandfox who admired Bai Qian stepped forward first. I'll give it a shot. He pulled out a blue bead. This is a water-controlling bead, possessing purifying properties. The marriage tree must have withered due to prolonged lack of water. The sandfox declared confidently, then activated the water-controlling pearl. The water-controlling bead emitted a dazzling radiance. Splash! A stream of water emerged from the bead, cascading down upon the marriage tree. The water continuously washed over the withered leaves. Yet it had no effect. Refusing to believe it was futile, the sandfox continued washing for a moment longer, yet still found nothing. Seeing this, the other tribes joined in. The Earth Spirit tribe activated their innate abilities, enriching the nutrients beneath the marriage tree. The Golden Clan employed their methods to solidify the withered leaves, preventing them from scattering. But none of it worked. None of you can do it. Let me handle this. At that moment, the divine beast radiating golden light suddenly spoke. Oh? Third young master is willing to intervene? Bai Qian exclaimed in surprise. The third young master soared into the air, raising his hand to scatter countless golden dust particles. The golden dust settled upon the withered leaves. Instantly, a hint of green emerged on the once withered leaves, spreading and multiplying. Witnessing this scene, Bai Qian's heart filled with joy. Only the third young master could do this. Bai Qian praised. A portion of her power stemmed from the marriage tree. If the tree of destiny underwent any changes, her strength would be significantly diminished. In the midst of such great upheaval, that would be far from ideal. That was precisely why she sought a way to heal the marriage tree. Seeing that he had healed the marriage tree, the third young master grew exceedingly pleased with himself. It had to be me. But before his words had fully faded, the leaves that had begun to turn green started withering once more. Chapter 138, World Artifact? The green leaves gradually withered. The withering even seemed to be spreading. How is this possible? The third young master exclaimed in shock. He immediately scattered the golden dust once more. But this time, it had no effect. Not only that, it actually accelerated the leaves withering. This is bad. Bai Qian's face paled at the sight. Originally, only a small portion of the marriage tree's leaves had withered. But now, 1/10 of its leaves had turned yellowish-brown. Bai Qian scanned the area and realized. At this moment, everyone except Ye Ming had already intervened. Though Ye Ming possessed formidable combat prowess, Bai Qian couldn't be certain if he had the ability to heal the marriage tree. But at this moment, she had no choice but to try anything. Ye Ming, if you can heal the marriage tree, I'll give you a bloodline evolution pill. Bai Qian pleaded urgently. Bloodline evolution pill. Hearing Bai Qian's offer, even the divine beasts Sha Hu and the third young master showed signs of astonishment. The bloodline evolution pill was an artifact that could purge impurities, refine bloodlines, and catalyze their evolution. For instance, the Zhelong clan, possessing a trace of dragon bloodline, were called sub-dragons. Pure-blooded dragon clans were called true dragons. If a Zhelong clan member consumed the bloodline evolution pill, they would have the chance to evolve into a true dragon. Countless worlds, countless races. Some races are inherently powerful. Take the Titans, ranked among the top 100 races. Each newborn Titan possesses third-tier strength. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the power and potential ceiling. However, bloodline evolution pills require a drop of essence blood from a high-tier being, supplemented by various precious materials to refine. For high-tier beings, even the smallest drop of essence blood is invaluable. Thus, the value of bloodline evolution pills is almost beyond monetary measure. Bai Qian's bloodline evolution pill was obtained purely by chance. Ye Ming, though unaware of the pill's true worth, he could tell from others' reactions that it must be worth a fortune.
Without hesitation, he stepped forward and declared, agreed. It's settled. Prior to this, Ye Ming had already observed the changes in the withering leaves. He had detected a trace of temporal energy within it. Having identified the cause, the solution was straightforward. He possessed the power of time too. Open. Turn the tide. Ye Ming roared softly, mystical eye patterns emerging on his forehead before suddenly opening wide. Silver light cascaded over the withering leaves. In an instant, the withering halted and the leaves regained their vibrant green hue. It worked. Bai Qian's eyes lit up. Pfft, it's probably just temporary, like mine, the third young master scoffed. They'll turn yellow again soon enough. But the outcome defied his expectations. The withered area gradually shrank, and within moments, only a single leaf remained unrecovered. Bai Qian was utterly astonished by this outcome. She had thought it would be impressive enough if Ye Ming could halt the withering process. Instead, he had actually healed the already withered leaves. Ye Ming continuously channeled the power of time, striving to restore the final leaf. But despite his efforts, he ultimately failed to remove it. What's going on? He sensed another force of time within that leaf. It was resisting relentlessly. Ye Ming leapt forward to the leaf. Suddenly, an information panel popped up. Name, Time Chicken. Information, Divine Beast? Years old. Level? History, a chicken capable of time travel. Potential, mythical. Divine occupations available, none. Oh no, I've been spotted. The time chicken looked up and saw Ye Ming staring at it. It flapped its stubby wings and flew off the leaf. As the time chicken departed, the last leaf returned to normal. The time machine, now free from the leaf, instantly transformed into a chicken of normal size. Outwardly, it bore no difference from an ordinary chicken. If there was any difference at all, it was the knife scar on its left eye. The moment the time chicken appeared, everyone was utterly speechless. They never could have imagined a chicken emerging from a single leaf. Upon seeing the culprit, Bai Qian instantly furrowed her delicate brows. Is this your doing, the withering of the marriage tree? With that, Bai Qian extended her jade-like hand, intending to smash the time chicken to death with a single palm strike. But the time chicken was incredibly swift, dodging Bai Qian's attack. It flew behind Ye Ming and hid. Young man, seeing we share a karmic bond, help me stop this fox, and I'll grant you a stroke of fortune. At the word opportunity, Ye Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He was not one to rise early without a reward. Seeing this, Ye Ming quickly intercepted Bai Qian. Sir, since the marriage tree is unharmed, please spare it for my sake. Seeing Ye Ming plead, Bai Qian had no choice but to stop. After all, Ye Ming had played a part in restoring the marriage tree to health. Inside the Grand Hall of Tushan, having failed to cure the marriage tree, the two divine beasts and the other alien races had all departed. Only Ye Ming and the others were kept behind by Bai Qian. Bai Qian took out a box. As the box opened, a peculiar medicinal fragrance wafted out. Upon smelling it, Ye Ming felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire body. Inside the box lay a pill the size of a longan. This is the bloodline evolution pill, Bai Qian said, examining the pill. Ye Ming took it out and examined it closely. The pill was translucent, jade white in color, with liquid swirling inside. But who should receive this bloodline evolution pill? Most of the people around him were of the human race, and the bloodline evolution pill held little benefit for them. The only non-human present was Aona. But Aona was already a pure-blooded dragon. She had no need for this pill. It seemed the only option was to barter it with others later. But just then, Bai Qian suddenly spoke up. Do you have anyone suitable for it? If not, you could give it to that girl. Bai Qian said, gesturing toward Lu Xia. By then, Lu Xia's bronze transformation had been resolved by Bai Qian. While helping her, Bai Qian sensed the aura of a nine-tailed fox within Lu Xia. Thus, an idea formed in her mind. Since the elixir had already been given, why not let her create another clan member? Give it to her? Why? Ye Ming asked. She carries a trace of the nine-tailed fox's bloodline. Bai Qian replied. Hearing Bai Qian's words, Lu Xia, the person directly involved, felt a jolt of shock. I'm human, aren't I? How could I have the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox? Could it be that my ancestors? If that were the case, it would explain her otherworldly beauty. A flicker of joy passed through Lu Xia's eyes. If she could purify her bloodline with the bloodline evolution pill, her power would surge dramatically. Since the great upheaval began, she increasingly felt her power lagging behind. That was why she took on missions everywhere, seeking to strengthen herself. But would Ye Ming be willing to use such a precious item on her? Lu Xia looked at Ye Ming and found him staring back at her. Suddenly, Ye Ming abruptly walked toward her. Do you want it? Ye Ming asked. Lu Xia was taken aback. Could Ye Ming truly be willing to give her the bloodline evolution pill? She nodded quickly. I can give it to you, but you must become mine. Become yours? Chapter 139, Tushan. I've got your back. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia tightened her clothes and stared at Ye Ming warily. As if reading her thoughts, Ye Ming smiled faintly. Exactly. If you refuse to be mine, then I can't give it to you. With that, Ye Ming turned to leave.
Seeing this, Lu Xiahe hurriedly called out. Her expression shifted constantly as an intense internal struggle raged within her.
Was she about to become the very person she despised most?
But the bloodline evolution pill could greatly enhance her strength.
Moments later, Lu Xiahe seemed to have made up her mind.
Her red lips parted as she spoke slowly, "I accept."
Before she could finish, Ye Ming cut in. Great. Just be my little brother. Underling? Lu Xiahe looked utterly bewildered. She had thought Ye Ming was after her body, but instead he wanted her to become his underling?
A mix of surprise and delight stirred within Lu Xiahe, yet a hint of disappointment lingered.
Did Ye Ming look down on her?
Seeing Lu Xiahe agree, Ye Ming checked her information.
Name, Lu Xiahe.
Available divine titles: Legendary Class 9-Tailed Sacred Fox 300 Spirit Power, SSS Class Illusory Heart Demoness 100 Spirit Power. Ye Ming hadn't expected Lu Xiahe to actually be able to change her class to 9-Tailed Holy Fox. But it wasn't convenient to assist her with the job change here. Therefore, Ye Ming requested a room from Bai Qian.
Follow me to the room. Ye Ming instructed Lu Xiahe.
Upon entering the room, Ye Ming cast several protective barriers. He then sealed Lu Xiahe's divine transformation.
Name, Lu Xiahe. Occupation, 9-Tailed Sacred Fox Tier 3. Quality, Legendary. Level, 50. Physical Constitution, 2050. Spirit, 2377.
Exclusive class trait: Demon Emperor's Might, suppresses all attributes of all demonic beings humans within range by 30%.
Class skill, Insulated Claws.
Ignores defense to strike directly at the target's core, effective against pure energy forms. Class skill, Phantom Moonstreak Strike dash forward, tearing 3 Fox Claw light trails that deal mixed damage.
The final strike triggers Lunar Eclipse Domain, traps enemies within range for 1 second. Class skill, Thousand Face Disguise, alter appearance to confuse enemies. Increases visual appeal and charm.
The multicolored glow gradually faded. Lu Xiahe remained immersed in shock. Meanwhile, after reviewing the skills, Ye Ming, he found Insulated Claws and Thousand Faces most intriguing. One was an unstoppable offensive technique, the other granted the ability to alter one's appearance.
Not bad.
Especially the thousand-faced visage, which could enhance one's appearance. Though his looks already put Peng Yuyan in the dust and left Wu Yanzu in the dust,
he didn't mind elevating it a notch further.
Alright, since you're already mine, this bloodline evolution pill is yours.
Ye Ming tossed the pill to Lu Xiahe. If you manage to evolve into a 9-Tailed Sacred Fox, remember to let me ride you.
He still didn't know what it felt like to ride a divine beast. Next, Ye Ming turned his gaze to the time chicken that had just slipped in.
Little chicken, didn't you say you had an opportunity for me? My name is Time Chicken. The Time Chicken instantly bristled at being called Chick. Not every chicken is called Time Chicken.
Ye Ming hadn't expected such a strong reaction and quickly corrected himself.
Alright, Time Chicken. What opportunity do you have for me? The Time Chicken snorted coldly. Then it produced an item. It was a prop fragment. Time Chicken stood tall and proud, introducing the object in its hand.
This is one of the fragments of the God Scepter of Creation. If you can gather all 3 fragments of the Creation Staff, you will obtain the Creation Staff itself.
It's a world artifact. A world artifact is forged from the concentrated power of an entire world.
Only one exists per world, and it can only be born within a major world. A minor world like the Insect Realm number 3 we previously conquered is utterly incapable of forging such a weapon. World-class artifacts possess the power of an entire great world, making them immensely formidable.
It is the treasured heirloom of every race, even entire civilizations.
Had Ye Ming obtained the Creation God Staff, the previous race supremacy tournament would have been far less troublesome.
He could have simply used the Creation God Staff to eradicate all insect races outright. Even obliterating the entire insect realm outright wouldn't be impossible. So formidable.
Only such a formidable weapon is worthy of my esteemed Jade Emperor profession. Ye Ming had never possessed a suitable weapon before. Today, he finally encountered a weapon that truly captivated him.
I must have it.
But just as he was lost in his joy,
boom!
A tremendous noise suddenly erupted from outside.
Could we be under attack here too? Am I cursed with a Conan-like constitution? He never imagined anyone would dare cause trouble on the sacred beast's territory.
At that moment, Lu Xiahe radiated a dazzling glow. Above her head, a branch from the marriage tree continuously channeled energy into her body, aiding her evolution.
Her clothes were soaked through with fragrant sweat.
Simultaneously, numerous pitch-black impurities were expelled from her body. This was a sign of her bloodline evolving. Lu Xiahe's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she too heard the commotion outside. "Don't worry, I'll protect you," Ye Ming reassured her. Then he stepped outside.
He couldn't let Lu Xiahe's evolution be disrupted. Otherwise, how would he ride the white fox? Outside Tushan,
Bai Qian floated barefoot in the air. Opposite her stood a figure. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Qian, as if they were sisters.
Bai Shi, you actually want to destroy the marriage tree? Bai Qian shouted angrily at the figure across from her.
Oomph. This worthless tree is nothing but a deception, it has no reason to exist. Bai Qian scoffed, her voice dripping with contempt.
My dear sister, you've been deceived by this worthless tree. It turned out the two were indeed biological sisters.
Long ago, their mother had died from severe injuries sustained while saving someone. Bai Shi sought to use the marriage tree to revive her mother. But the tree refused, declaring, only those who truly love each other can be revived. From that day on, Bai Shi believed the marriage tree only lured people with false promises to sacrifice themselves.
My mother died for it, how dare it dictate fate? She renounced Tushan, fell into darkness, and allied with the demonic tribes.
Today, Bai Shi came to destroy the marriage tree.
It seems you're the one stubbornly clinging to delusion. Bai Qian retorted.
Words are useless. Bai Shi refused to waste any more breath. She raised her hand and attacked Bai Qian.
Illusory dream realm. A vast black mist surged forth, enveloping Mount Tu. In an instant, every living soul on Mount Tushan fell into a deep slumber. Only two remained awake, Bai Qian and Ye Ming.
At that moment, Ye Ming arrived beside Bai Qian.
What's happening?
Bai Qian briefly explained the situation to Ye Ming. At that moment, Bai Shi also spotted Ye Ming.
Bai Qian, when did you sink so low as to associate with humans?
Bai Shi sneered.
You're a divine beast.
At the same time, Bai Shi was deeply surprised that Ye Ming hadn't fallen into her illusory dream.
But it didn't matter. She didn't believe Ye Ming possessed any significant strength.
At best, he was a slightly stronger insect.
Human boy, leave now and I'll let you go. Otherwise.
Black mist surged from Bai Shi's hands, corroding the surrounding space with a hissing sound.
Upon grasping the situation, Ye Ming realized he must stop Bai Shi. Otherwise, it would interfere with Lu Xiaohai's evolution, and he wouldn't be able to ride the divine beast. He fixed Bai Shi with a gaze radiating the heavenly emperor's authority and declared in a deep voice. Tushan. I'm protecting it. If you want to destroy Tushan, you'll have to get past my fists first. Chapter 140, New Fragment? Master, please stay. Humph. A weakling human dares speak to me thus.
Bai Shi's anger flared at Ye Ming's insolent words. She raised her hand and unleashed several black energy spheres, hurling them toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming materialized his long blade, casually parrying the incoming assault.
Ha! Our divine beast attacks this week?
As he parried the strikes, Ye Ming realized Bai Shi's damage output wasn't particularly high. He estimated it to be on par with a legendary tier profession at level 80. That was roughly equivalent to the strength of the Ant King he had encountered the first time. Seeing Ye Ming effortlessly block her attack, Bai Shi was slightly surprised. But she didn't hesitate, continuing her assault. Suddenly, Bai Shi began chanting a series of obscure incantations.
As the incantation's vibrations rippled through the air,
in an instant, all the people of Tushan who had been slumbering
awoke all at once.
Black light radiated from their bodies, with several black tentacles trailing behind them.
The next moment, under Bai Shi's control,
these beings charged violently toward Bai Qian and Ye Ming. Seeing this, Ye Ming raised his hand to strike.
Since these were all people from Tushan, he couldn't simply kill them outright. He could only temporarily restrain them. Ye Ming retrieved an object from his backpack.
It was a dark green, spider-shaped insect. It was the drunken entangling silkbug he had obtained after refining the Spider King. The drunken entangling silkbug could release webs with a paralyzing effect, immobilizing enemies. Ye Ming channeled his power into the drunken entangling silk parasite. The drunken silk parasite emitted a dark green glow, whizzing through the air. A massive spider web shot forth. It ensnared everyone charging toward him, and under its paralyzing effect, they all fell asleep once more.
The drunken silk wrapping parasite could only be used 3 times.
Now, only 2 uses remained.
Meanwhile,
Bai Qian had already engaged Bai Shi in combat.
In terms of momentum, Bai Qian was overwhelming Bai Shi. Gradually, Bai Qian noticed something amiss. Bai Shi's strength felt off.
Bai Qian delivered another fierce palm strike, sending Bai Shi reeling backward.
You're not your true form, are you? Bai Qian suddenly declared, staring at Bai Shi.
Bai Shi offered no reply, merely grinning. He continued his assault.
Within Mount Tushan, Bai Qian's power was greatly amplified. She could also draw upon the power of the marriage tree. Bai Qian formed a seal, manipulating the marriage tree. A thick branch descended from the sky, coiling toward Bai Shi.
Bai Shi struggled desperately to evade it. But it was futile. As more and more branches descended, Bai Shi was finally ensnared, wrapped up like a sweet rice dumpling.
Bai Qian approached the trapped Bai Shi. What exactly is your purpose?
Bai Qian asked, puzzled. But Bai Shi didn't answer her directly.
My purpose?
My goal has always been to revive my mother. Since the marriage tree couldn't save mother, I had no choice but to seek other means. Before Bai Qian could ask further, Bai Shi, trapped in his form, suddenly exploded into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. Ye Ming, standing nearby, had also heard Bai Shi's words.
Another way to resurrect someone? Based on what he knew so far, aside from a specific instance or secret realm with a resurrection mechanism,
he had yet to witness anyone return from the dead. That involved the power of the rules themselves. Dungeons and such could revive players because they were manifestations of the rules themselves.
That's why they possess resurrection mechanisms.
However, as things stand, even a level 99 divine beast lacks the means to resurrect. In truth, the marriage tree lacks resurrection capabilities as well. What is termed resurrection is merely the replay of preserved memories from the time of the contract. Just then, Ye Ming's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Vise.
"Boss, I've sensed the power of the divine fragment." Seeing the message, Ye Ming's eyes lit up. Could this be the final fragment of the sea god's essence? After resolving the insectoid crisis, following the demise of Master Kozu, the commander-in-chief of the Southwest District, Ye Ming dispatched the repair squad. But then, Ye Ming paused to reconsider, sensing something amiss. All fragments of the sea god he had encountered thus far appeared in maritime regions. Could it be that a new divine fragment has emerged? During their previous gathering, Ye Ming had learned from Bai Qian about the tiers beyond the 100th level. That was the god tier. Upon reaching level 99, one could comprehend the power of the rules and condense a divine essence. Achieve godhood. As Bai Qian had stated, truly powerful races or civilizations must have divine tier powerhouses presiding over them. If a race lacks such deities, it becomes nothing more than a stepping stone, a source of experience, and a resource bank for other races. Therefore, if Huaxia wishes to secure its footing among the myriad races in the future, it must possess its own gods. Yet forging a divine essence is exceedingly difficult. But if one could acquire an existing one, that would be another matter entirely. Only then did Ye Ming grasp the critical importance of divine essence fragments. Though he now possessed the sea god fragment, more of the good stuff was always welcome. Moreover, he felt the sea god was somewhat beneath him. So he gave the sea god fragment to Warlong. Once a divine position was chosen, it could not be altered. To change it, one must forfeit their divine status, a process that inflicts immense harm and could even lead to death. Ye Ming had no need for another's divine seat. In the future, he could forge his own divine status. At that moment, Lu Xiaohao was still in the midst of her evolution. Ye Ming asked Bai Qian to temporarily look after her. He then opened the door and hurried to Merci's side. Southwest region, Huaxia. Near the border with the country of Barodo. A pitch-black, semicircular barrier lay inverted like an inverted bowl. Within the barrier lay a city. Hundreds of ghosts roamed the city, seemingly searching for something. Merci's hides behind a massive boulder, silently observing. Not long ago, a voice suddenly emerged within his mind, guiding him to this place. There he discovered the traces of the ghost tribe. Within that barrier, he sensed a divine power akin to the fragment of the sea god. At that moment, snap! The sound of a door opening suddenly echoed beside him. Ye Ming emerged from within. "Boss!" Nuis exclaimed in surprise. What's going on?" Ye Ming inquired. Then, guided by Weishi, Ye Ming looked toward the ghost realm. The so-called ghost realm was a technique employed by the ghost race, releasing dense ghostly energy to form a barrier. Ever since the rankings of all races were established, Ye Ming had also learned of the ghost clan's strength. Ghost clan rank, 5173, civilization points, 2367. Their ranking surpassed Blue Star, which had swallowed the insect realm by over 2,000 places. Their civilization points are double. These ghosts had been holding back all along. They instantly became one of Blue Star's greatest threats. Especially Ye Ming. Last time, Ye Ming disrupted the Ghost Clan's descent plan. This has caused the Ghost Clan to harbor deep resentment toward China. They captured the souls of many Japanese citizens, refining them into puppets. They constantly harassed the borders of China. Therefore, Ye Ming absolutely cannot allow the Ghost Clan to obtain the divine fragment. With this in mind, Ye Ming prepared to lead Vitus into the ghost realm. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded behind him. "Kind sir, please wait." Ye Ming turned to see a fair-skinned monk. Chapter 141, Tang Monk? Great Heavenly Dragon. This monk possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. His features were well-proportioned and delicate, his skin fair, and he wore a crown monk's hat. He wore a jet-black kasaya robe and carried a staff adorned with 9 iron rings. This attire reminded Ye Ming of someone. Tang Sanzang? Ye Ming blurted out instinctively. "Oh? How does the layman know this monk's name? This monk is indeed called Tang Sen." Tang Sen exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a notification sounded in Ye Ming's ear. Detected, legendary potential talent. Who would have thought Tang Sen was also a legendary tier potential talent? Name, Tang Sen. Occupation, none. Physical constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Biography, born into a Confucian scholarly family, his parents passed away early. He entered monastic life at Pure Land Temple under Master Kuzu, receiving the Dharma name Xuanzang, yet never changed professions. Later dispatched to India to seek Buddhist teachings, he ultimately mastered countless sacred scriptures. Divine titles available: Legendary Class Golden Cicada Enlightened King Buddha 300 Spiritual Power SSS Class Master Jingxin 100 Spiritual Power. He didn't change professions? This was the first time Ye Ming had encountered someone who hadn't changed professions. At the same time, Ye Ming was astonished to encounter a legendary talent here. And a disciple of Master Kuzu, no less. Greetings, Master. Ye Ming smiled. Where might the Master be headed? Tang Xin gazed toward the distant ghost realm. This humble monk sees 100 ghosts rampaging in the distance and wishes to go and save them. Tang Xin pressed his palms together and murmured, "Amat Buddha." Those aren't ordinary ghosts ahead, they're powerful ghost tribes, Ye Ming kindly warned Tang Xin. You haven't changed professions and possess no power, how can you save them? Tang Xin nodded, acknowledging he knew the beings ahead were ghost tribes. This monk knows, but the one foretold by my master has yet to arrive. Even without power, I will not tolerate ghostly entities running rampant. Tang Xin's words reached Ye Ming's ears, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. Your master is Master Kuzu, correct? Ye Ming examined the information from Tang Xin's life. Oh? Do you know my master? Tang Xin was taken aback, but then seemed to recall something. Just days ago, his master had represented China in the race championship tournament, only to fall in battle on the arena. Now, who in China wouldn't recognize Master Kuzu? He himself had been deep in the mountains at the time and hadn't witnessed it. But how did this man know he was Master Bamboo's disciple? After confirming his identity, Ye Ming spoke. My name is Ye Ming. I may be the prophesied one your master spoke of. Upon hearing this, Tang Xin's eyes widened in shock. Ever since his master had journeyed to the Jiangnan region, in his correspondence with Tang Xin, the name Ye Ming had frequently surfaced. From now on, you'll be with me. Ye Ming extended the invitation to Tang Senator. He still felt a pang of regret for not saving Master Kuzu on the arena stage. If only he had acted sooner back then. Tang Xin gazed at Ye Ming for several seconds before murmuring a Buddhist chant. Goodness. Goodness. Ye Ming glanced at his spiritual energy points, 315. Ever since winning the race championship and acquiring resources like the insect realm secret domain, he had dispatched all his subordinates to conquer and farm dungeons. His spiritual power points surged rapidly. Deification. Behind Tang Xin, a massive golden cicada apparition materialized. Name, Tang Xin. Class, Golden Cicada Buddha King LV.3. Quality, Legendary. Level, 50. Physical Constitution, 2478. Spirit, 2971. Exclusive class trait 10 lifetimes of Buddha's origin. Boundless Buddha nature grants the ability to unleash Buddhist skills without consuming mana. Class passive, Formless Robe. The robe billows like a waterfall, blocking the next attack including true damage. Converts the damage into Zen Fury energy. Class skill, Demon Subduing Staff. An exclusive, upgradable weapon of rare quality. Inflicts massive damage bonuses against all demons and monsters, with additional purification capabilities. Class skill, Great Celestial Dragon. Summon 8 Celestial Dragon Spirits to coil around your arms, then unleash them. Damage scales with accumulated Zen Fury. Class skill, Wrathful Gaze of the Wisdom King. Enters Vidra Wisdom King state for 10 minutes, boosting all attributes by 500%. Class skill, Tightening Mantra. Chant Buddhist scriptures to purify demons and monsters. The more purified, the more Zen Fury gained. Ye Ming examined Tang Xin's class skills. He exclaimed, holy crap. It felt like every skill was specifically designed for the Ghost Clan. The most insane part? Buddhist skills don't consume mana. And every single one of Tang Xin's skills was Buddhist. Ye Ming stared at the mild-mannered Tang Xin. It was hard to imagine him chanting Amatba Buddha while unleashing the great might of the celestial dragon upon his enemies. Especially with that exclusive, multicolored quality skill weapon. What a contrast! And now, with the demon subduing staff, Ye Ming possessed 3 colored quality pieces of equipment. One was the primordial Dragon King set and another was the Trident of the Sea God. While others barely have a few red quality items, he already possesses 3 colored quality pieces. Truly, comparing people is enough to drive you mad. Meanwhile, in the Jinghua district, the Multiverse Ranking Monitoring Office. This department was established specifically to monitor changes in the 10,000 clans ranking after its emergence. Its primary mission was to monitor shifts in the 10,000 clans rankings. At that moment, monitoring personnel detected another fluctuation in the Huaxia civilization's points. It's rising. It's rising. Blue Star Human Race Huaxia rank 1, civilization points 1064 plus 10. Ye Ming was unaware that by switching to a third-tier legendary profession, he had directly added 10 civilization points to Huaxia. It was no small feat. The Huaxia leadership had been tirelessly improving infrastructure, enhancing military capabilities, and had exhausted every possible method, yet hadn't gained a single civilization point. Yet Ye Ming casually changed one person's class and gained 10 points. Meanwhile, Tang Xin, after his class change, recovered from his brief astonishment and regained his composure. As if it were no big deal. After recruiting Tang Xin, Ye Ming led both him and Meishi into the Ghost Realm. The ghost realm could block anyone from entering. But for Ye Ming, this was no difficult task. He extended his hand, grasping at the barrier as if opening a door. Snap! A door materialized in the ghost realm. The three stepped inside. The instant they stepped into the ghost realm, the air ceased to be air, it became icy, decaying, and foul-smelling ghostly energy. As far as Ye Ming could see, wriggling, leaping, crawling countless little ghosts. Their forms varied, each hideously ugly. Some were as short as dwarves, others crawled along the ground with bodies arched backward. Others resembled skinned monkeys, their bodies a blood-red hue, emitting shrill, piercing screams. The moment Ye Ming and his companions entered, all the little demons sensed the disturbance and turned their gaze toward Ye Ming and his companions in unison. They emitted shrill squeaks and swarmed toward them. Witnessing this scene, Mercius prepared to intervene. But Tang Sen beat him to it. Leave it to this monk. He addressed the little ghosts, let all grievances and grudges be laid to rest. It is best for you all to reincarnate and be reborn as humans as soon as possible. This monk shall now perform the rites to liberate your souls. With that, Tang Sen spread his legs wide and assumed a horse stance. In the next instant, celestial dragons coiled around his arms. Then he unleashed a fierce attack toward the little ghost. Mighty Celestial Dragon. Chapter 142, The Peculiar Ghost Clan. Another talent? Boom! The celestial dragon roared forth, shattering all the attacking little demons. These lowly ghosts, possessing only 10th level professional strength, were no match for Tang Sen. After dealing with the troublesome little demons, Ye Ming and his two companions pressed onward. This city had been abandoned long ago. Thus, no humans remained within its walls. Ancient vines, old trees, and crows coexisted within its walls, now overrun by rampaging imps. It resembled a ghost town. At the city's center, the ghostly aura here was even denser, with dozens of ghosts dwelling within. Lord Pajuna, it seems someone has intruded, a ghost general reported to the leader of the ghost tribe. Take your men and deal with them. Don't disturb me while I decipher this secret realm. Bojun didn't even turn his head, waving his hand dismissively as he gave the order. Before him lay the entrance to a secret realm. However, this secret realm entrance had restrictions only those recognized could enter. Soon, Ye Ming and his two companions encountered the ghost tribe sent to block their path. Leading them was a ghost general of formidable strength, a level 45 SSS tier professional. Ha ha ha! Weak humans, daring to trespass into our ghost clan's barrier. I shall devour your heart and swallow your soul. He led over a dozen ghost soldiers, charging toward Ye Ming and his companions. Ye Ming remained composed, while Tang Sen stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, summoning the demon-subduing mace. This weapon matched his own height of 1.8 meters. Forged entirely from an unknown dark old metal, its shaft was engraved with numerous Sanskrit characters. Its three-edged, pointed form cast a faint shadow of the swastika symbol when swung. Tang Sen wielded the demon-subduing mace, smashing it down upon the charging ghost soldiers. As the demon-subduing mace swung, the chanting of Sanskrit echoed ceaselessly. After shattering all the ghost soldiers, it proceeded to purify them effortlessly. It possessed a significant damage multiplier against demons and monsters, and the ghost tribe fell within this category. Even the ghost general was utterly helpless against this strike. His health bar vanished instantly, leaving him with negative health. Ye Ming watched the scene unfold and nodded with satisfaction. Even ghosts of comparable strength were no match for Tang Sen. After dealing with the threat, the group followed the voice in Vessa's mind. They pressed onward. Before long, they reached the city center. Ye Ming immediately spotted Bo Sun, who was busy breaking through the restrictions at the secret realm's entrance. At that moment, an alert sounded abruptly. Legendary tier potential talent detected. Another legendary talent? Ye Ming scanned his surroundings but saw no obvious target. He only sensed a pair of eyes watching him from above. Over here, Bo Sun sensed the newcomer. He turned his head to look. To his surprise, it was a group of humans. So these were the intruders. But hadn't he already sent men to deal with them? These useless fools couldn't even handle a few humans. Bo Sun cursed silently under his breath. Then he turned his gaze to Ye Ming. Since those useless fools failed to deal with you, I'll take care of it myself. He was in a hurry to break through the restrictions at the secret realm's entrance and seize the divine fragment. He was at the peak of the 3rd tier. Below 4th tier, who could possibly stand against him? Seeing only 3 weak humans, he immediately moved to deal with them personally. With that, he transformed into a swirling black mist and charged toward Ye Ming and his companions. Soul-shattering claws of the nether. Sharp claw strikes shot out from within the black mist. Tang Sen swiftly positioned himself in front of Ye Ming. Formless robe. A robe embroidered with Sanskrit script materialized over Tang Sen's body. Hum. The claw strike slammed into the robe, producing a resonant hum like a great bell. Gained 100 Zen Fury. Great Heavenly Dragon. Empowered by the Zen Rage Roar, Tang Sen immediately unleashed his attack. Empowered by 100 points of Zen Fury, the celestial dragon he unleashed this time was even more ferocious. The dragon's phantom form charged like a locomotive, roaring as it collided with the incoming wave of attacks. Boom! At the moment of impact, Bosun spat blood and flew backward. How is this possible? Incredulity filled his eyes. He was at the peak of the 3rd tier. Though Tang Xin was only level 50, having just reached the 3rd tier. But with his bonus damage against demons and monsters, no ghost or monster below the 4th tier stood a chance against him. At that moment, the remaining ghost soldiers and generals swarmed forward. They tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Tang Xin remained unflustered. He let out a low growl. The enraged king. Golden flames erupted from his eyes, reflecting the swirling swastika symbol within. A dazzling golden light radiated from his entire body, while behind him emerged a wrathful Vajrapani. In that instant, Tang Xin resembled a Buddha manifesting in the mortal realm to subdue demons. Wielding his demon-subduing mace, he swept it horizontally. Like reaping wheat, he crushed the charging ghost soldiers and generals one by one. Ye Ming watched this scene silently, occasionally nodding his head. How dare you? Bosun scrambled to his feet, roaring with fury. Those who dare oppose the Ghost Clan meet no good end. He suddenly raised his head and shouted. Fei Mola! Why haven't you made your move yet? Tang Xin ignored him, continuing to swing his demon-subduing staff toward Bosun. Finding Bosun's clamor irritating, he aimed the blow directly at Bosun's mouth. Strike the mouth first. Ye Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked up into the sky. Is it about to emerge? Swish! A Ghost Clan member clad in black, form-fitting battle armor appeared. What surprised Ye Ming was that this ghost was somewhat different from the others. It was his appearance. Every ghost Ye Ming had encountered so far was hideously ugly except for Bosun. Bosun belonged to the royal clan of the ghost tribe, the Yaksha tribe. As Yakshas grew in power, their appearance gradually became indistinguishable from humans. Yet Bosun's appearance only reached the standard range. This particular ghost, however, was exceptionally beautiful. She possessed skin as cold and white as jade, an otherworldly face, and a tall, slender figure. Black battle armor hugged her form tightly, and she gripped 2 triple-bladed swords in her hands. Based on the records, Ye Ming recognized that this individual was not of the Yaksha royal lineage among the ghost tribes. Could she be an ordinary ghost? But why was she so strikingly beautiful? Ye Ming activated his heavenly eye, attempting to access the Crimson Mara's information. Target possesses concealment abilities. Information cannot be accessed. Ye Ming was utterly astonished. This was the first time he'd been unable to access another person's information. Hiding ability. After appearing, Faima Luo first glanced at Bosun, who was cowering and fleeing while being beaten by Tang Xin. Then his piercing gaze turned to Ye Ming. Within his perception range. Even with his ability to suppress the Ghost Clan, Tang Xin posed nowhere near the same level of danger as the man before him. Meanwhile, Bosun lay beaten and bruised. He stared at the motionless Himuro and shouted furiously. Fei Moluo! Are you just watching this play out? Why aren't you doing anything? Himuro remained unmoved. Seeing this, Bosun threatened, don't forget, your family is still in our hands. If you don't act now, you'll never see your family again. Hearing this, Himala finally reacted. She glared at Bosun with vicious hatred, her heart boiling with rage. She wanted to kill him on the spot. But now was not the time. Her family was still in their hands. If she killed Bosun, her family would surely suffer as well. With this thought, Himuro turned her gaze back to Ye Ming. She raised the triple-bladed dagger in her hand. Chapter 143, Fragments of the Nether God. Swish! Himuro's figure blurred into an afterimage and vanished. Ye Ming sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Yet he still did not move. Beside him, Mercedes thrust his staff into the ground. A grayish-white domain 10 meters in diameter abruptly materialized. Realm of the Dead. Immediately, an undead warrior materialized out of thin air. The moment the undead warrior materialized, it raised its heavy sword and swung it at a point in space. Clang! A pair of blades extended from the void, parrying the heavy sword. The next instant. A flash of steel. The towering undead warrior crashed to the ground. The undead warrior's death left Mercedes unmoved. He continued summoning undead creatures. As undead warriors and knights materialized, fiery Mara was gradually forced out of the void, compelled to reveal itself. Within the realm of the dead, Meritus reigned supreme, perceiving all. Boom! At that moment, Bosun once again kissed the demon-subduing staff with his face, sending him flying backward to crash into a house. Panic flashed in Bosun's eyes as he sensed the scent of death. He never imagined that the once weak humans could be so powerful. Attacking Fusong hadn't been this difficult before. Bosun also noticed that Tang Xin and Weishi were both protecting Ye Ming. Therefore, he concluded Ye Ming must not be particularly strong. Famara, go kill that brat hiding in the back. Bosun shouted. However, upon hearing his command, Himuro not only refused to act but cursed him instead. Fool! You can't even gauge another's strength, yet you dare call yourself royalty. Fei Moluo spat contemptuously. She then struck again, forcing the undead creature back before swiftly retreating from the realm of the dead.
She understood she had no chance of killing Ye Ming. Seeing him all retreat, Bosun seethed with rage, cursing furiously. "You'll pay for this when we get back. I'll have your parents skinned alive and boiled in oil. And I'll make you." Before Bosun could finish his threat, the golden glowing demon-subduing mace swung toward him once more. This time, Tang Sen's demon-subduing mace struck directly at his kidneys, shattering every vertebra in Pajuna's spine. Fiery Mara retreated to a corner, arms crossed as she watched Pajuna. She sneered coldly, "I don't think you'll be getting back." Then, she glanced at Ye Ming. She noticed Ye Ming was looking right at her too. A pang of fear struck Himala. Now, only one thought occupied her mind. Run! With that thought, she vanished into the void without looking back, leaving this place behind. As Bosun watched Fei Mao flee. "You worthless piece of trash! You left me behind and ran away!" His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, face flushed crimson. The next instant. Whoosh! A sharp blade suddenly shot out of thin air. It pierced through Bosun's mouth, silencing him. Having suffered consecutive heavy blows, Bosun could no longer withstand Tang Sen's assault. Boom! Finally, Bosun's head was shattered by Tang Sen's demon-subduing staff. Ye Ming gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Faimoluo had departed. After disposing of Bosun, the group surveyed the area. Confirming no ghosts remained, Ye Ming approached the secret realm's entrance. Typically, secret realm entrances had no restrictions. But this one was sealed shut by a gray chain. After examining it, Ye Ming tried various methods to break the seal. None of them worked. Interesting. Ye Ming sensed a trace of divine essence emanating from it. Just then, Marisi stepped forward. "Boss, let me give it a shot?" Ye Ming turned his head at the request. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. They had found this place entirely through the voice in Meishi's mind. Perhaps he held some key insight. Moxie approached the gray chain and swept his hand across it. The once indestructible gray chain vanished abruptly. This scene astonished Ye Ming. With the restriction gone, the three entered the secret realm. It was a world of gray. Not far ahead, a palace floated in midair. "Boss, it's right there." After sensing the area, Mercius pointed toward the palace. But before they could proceed, they had to deal with the monsters first. The monsters in this secret realm were a group of sirens. They possessed the ability to temporarily cloak themselves, making them difficult to guard against. But for Ye Ming and his two companions, this was child's play. Tang Sen clapped his palms together, unleashing a roaring celestial dragon illusion. As for Vicious, he seemed to be guided by divine intervention. Within this secret realm, he sensed his abilities had grown even stronger. The undead creatures he summoned grew more formidable. With the two of them working together, Ye Ming and his companions swiftly defeated the monsters blocking their path. They entered the palace. The palace was strewn with gray chains, and at its center sat a stone statue. A fragment floated in the statue's hand. When Mercius commanded the undead warriors to retrieve the fragment, he instantly understood the situation. This was a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. Gather all five, and one could condense the divine essence, attaining the title of Lord of the Underworld. This came as a bit of a surprise to Ye Ming. He hadn't expected to unexpectedly obtain another fragment of the divine essence here. At the same time, he felt a tinge of curiosity about the divine war that had occurred earlier. Why had so many gods fallen? After achieving their goal, the group departed the secret realm. Upon exiting, they casually destroyed the ghost realm, purifying the city in the process. Meanwhile, in a world shrouded in perpetual darkness, Humph! A figure that had been half reclining on the throne suddenly sat upright. "Bosun is dead," the figure exclaimed in shock and fury. "Someone present." A ghost clan member clad in black armor knelt halfway on the ground. "Investigate the cause of Bosun's death immediately." "Yes, sir." The ghost in black armor saluted and departed. A ghostly flame flickered in the figure's eyes. Could someone be competing with me for the shards of the Nether God? Subsequently, Ye Ming and Tang Sen returned to the Jiangnan district. Mervin remained to temporarily guard the southwest district. Upon returning to the villa, Ye Ming intended to introduce Tang Sen to the others so they could get acquainted. But he found no one at the villa. "Where is everyone?" Ye Ming wondered aloud. He pulled out his phone to inquire, only to find a message from Wei Wu. "Interstellar battlefield activated. Rush over immediately." The message was brief, just a few words. Yet Ye Ming's eyes lit up. After advancing to level 1 civilization, Blue Star had gained eligibility to enter the star battlefield. He hadn't expected it to appear so soon. Following the information left by Wei Wu, he rushed to the location. In a remote area of the Jiangnan district, a massive instance portal stood there. Through the portal, one could glimpse twinkling starlight within, accompanied by waves of roaring screams and explosions. At that moment, Su Zhiqing and the others were fighting fiercely. Su Zhiqing wielded the Dawnbreaker blade, slicing down a towering alien creature with a single stroke. Beside her stood Yang Xiao, Zhengguo, Gongshuwen, and Zifang Yuan. The five of them formed a squad and entered the starfield battlefield.
Countless races converged on the starfield battlefield, locked in fierce combat. There were the mountain-like titans, the jade-shaped emerald clan, and the savage orcs. Within the starfield battlefield, defeating opponents and seizing territory earned battle merits. These merits could be exchanged for items at the Star Shop. The Interstellar Store offers unique items from countless worlds and races. If you can dream it, you can buy it. Su Zhiqing and her companions were currently fending off the alien race seeking to defeat them. Chapter 144, Interstellar Battlefield, or Clan. Ye Ming arrived at the entrance according to the information. The next moment, Ye Ming was teleported to a spawn point on the interstellar battlefield. You have entered the star battlefield. As your civilization lacks a base, you will spawn at a random location. Meet up with your teammates as soon as possible and establish a base. Establish a base and bind your civilization to transfer rewards from the star battlefield to your affiliated civilization. In the starfield battlefield. Without a base, all entrants will be randomly teleported to a spawn point on the battlefield. Only after binding to a civilization outpost will players spawn within that outpost. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Ye Ming surveyed his surroundings, taking in the situation. At that moment, only one word echoed in Ye Ming's mind: devastating. Thick smoke and dazzling skill effects shrouded the sky, obscuring the blood moon above. Not far away, a battle flag belonging to some unknown race flapped fiercely in the wind. What once represented a race's banner now lay in tatters, mere rags of cloth. Beneath it, corpses lay strewn across the field, piled layer upon layer. In the distance, the outline of a city could be faintly discerned. The once imposing stone walls now bore shocking gashes and cracks. The interstellar battlefield, truly terrifying. Ye Ming sighed, then began sensing the locations of Su Zhiqing and the others. Su Zhiqing and her 4 companions were fortunate, having entered together. Their spawn points were relatively close, allowing them to gather together. And all 5 of them were Ye Ming's consecrated followers. Therefore, Ye Ming could sense their locations with remarkable clarity. Once he determined the direction, Ye Ming immediately set off toward them. Along the way, he encountered a collapsed city. He walked past it. Outpost discovered collapsed city. To rebuild the city, the following materials are required: any rock 0500, any iron block 0300, city core 01. Any rock and iron ingots. The requirements for building a city don't seem too difficult. Ye Ming hadn't expected to encounter a buildable stronghold so quickly. He marked the location. Once he reunited with Su Zhiqing and the others, construction could begin. Ye Ming pressed onward, keeping an eye out for materials suitable for city construction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Zhiqing, sword in hand, struck down another alien creature. After gathering together, they intended to find a suitable location to establish a base. Instead, they encountered a band of war troops along the way. On the interstellar battlefield, all alien races were enemies. There were no allies to be found. But within this orc force was a 4th-tier powerhouse. At that moment, Yang Xiao was fighting alongside Gongshu 1. Even with their combined efforts, they could barely hold their ground. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. And in the interstellar battlefield, there was no resurrection system. Once you die, it's truly over. Su Zhiqing fought fiercely, desperate to reach them. But the surrounding orcs were simply too numerous. They swarmed like a dense cloud, utterly fearless of death. Orcs typically stood over 2 meters tall, their muscles knotted like rock, skin mostly green, fangs bared, utterly terrifying. They bellowed in unison, for the horde. This horde was led by an orc named Gree. His stature was even more imposing, standing a full 3 meters tall. Clad in armor, he wielded a man-sized flail with fierce, whirling force. Gree had originally been leading his men to take over an occupied stronghold. Unexpectedly, they encountered Su Zhiqing and her companions along the way. The moment he saw Su Zhiqing and Changhua, a sinister thought flashed through his mind. Ordinary beastmen were pure killing machines. But as a 4th tier, he possessed exceptional intelligence. He had long since grown bored with the ugly female beasts within his own tribe. So he turned his attention to females from other races. After conquering each city, he would violate women from other races. Thus, he earned the moniker the Lust Demon throughout this region. Yet his formidable strength left others powerless to stop him. Gregor raised his wolf tooth club high and struck Yang Xiao back with a single blow. Watching Yang Xiao scramble to his feet, he felt a twinge of surprise. He never expected the once weak human race to be able to exchange blows with him. Among the myriad races, the humans were considered a major tribe. But the truly powerful human tribes resided at the heart of the interstellar battlefields. Those like them, on the fringes of the Star Wars, were merely newcomers, weak and insignificant. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. Gree snarled through gritted teeth. After so long without subduing his opponent, a hint of anger surfaced in Gree's heart. The orc race revered strength above all else. His failure to defeat his opponent for so long risked earning him the scorn of his fellow orcs. With that, he raised his wolf tooth club once more, intent on finishing Yang Xiao. At that moment, Su Zhiqing and the others were firmly entangled by other orcs, unable to break free. They could only watch helplessly as the Wolf Tooth Club descended toward Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao refused to give up. Roaring with fury, he activated the 8-9 mystic arts. He raised his 3-phase giant axe to meet the Wolf Tooth Club. Boom! But the vast disparity in their levels proved decisive, and Yang Xiao was sent flying by Gri's blow. Gri, seeing this, sought to press his advantage and finish Yang Xiao off completely. Yang Xiao lay on the ground as the Wolf Tooth Club whistled through the air, rapidly growing larger in his eyes. He closed his eyes. Has my journey truly ended here? But moments later, the expected pain did not come. Yang Xiao opened his eyes. He found a figure standing before him. The man had caught the Wolf Tooth Club barehanded. He slowly turned his head. Are you okay? The voice was warm and familiar. Boss! Yang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. It was Ye Ming. Guided by his senses, Ye Ming had finally located Su Zhiqing and the others. But what he saw was Yang Xiao about to be crushed. Gri's eyes narrowed sharply upon witnessing someone block his attack barehanded. Who are you? Do you dare oppose the mighty beastman? Ye Ming ignored Gri. He tightened his grip slightly. Crack! The man-sized Wolf Tooth Club instantly cracked. The next moment, it exploded apart. Then another heavy punch slammed out. Boom! Gri, over 3 meters tall, was sent flying, knocking down several orcs. Realm of the Fallen. Suddenly, a gray aura spread out. Undead warriors and knights materialized, charging at the surrounding orcs. Gri's eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. But Ye Ming wouldn't let him go. Cut the grass at its roots. Crack! A lightning spear coalesced in Ye Ming's hand. He hurled it fiercely at the fleeing Gri. The lightning spear shot forth like a meteor. With a piercing whistle, it struck Gri's back with pinpoint accuracy, then emerged through his chest. Ah! Gri screamed in agony. But in the next instant, the scream abruptly ceased. Terrifying lightning power erupted violently, enveloping Gri's entire body. Crackle! Gri was instantly obliterated. By then, the other beasts had already been dealt with. Ye Ming unleashed world-purifying nectar, healing the wounded. Let's go! The boss will lead you to establish a stronghold for Huaxia. Chapter 145, The City's Core. A familiar face? Soon. Ye Ming led the group back to the stronghold he had discovered earlier. In that case, let's split up and search for building materials, Yang Xiao suggested. But Ye Ming stopped him. The interstellar battlefield is extremely dangerous. It's best we don't split up. Otherwise, we might run into another alien horde like earlier. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Then how are we supposed to gather the materials needed to build a city? Yang Xiao asked doubtfully. Ye Ming didn't answer directly, but smiled faintly. Realm of the Fallen. The Grey Domain unfolded once more, from which thousands of undead warriors emerged. These undead warriors scattered in all directions, beginning to sweep the surrounding area for materials. Finding materials? That task didn't require their hands at all. Undead creatures sufficed. They were free laborers who never complained of hardship or fatigue. They were perfectly suited for gathering materials. The efficiency of thousands of undead warriors searching simultaneously was indeed remarkable. Before long, one of the undead warriors discovered a lapis lazuli deposit. Lapis lazuli is uniformly dark blue in color and possesses a hard texture. It was an excellent material for constructing cities. Ye Ming immediately shared the undead warrior's vision. It was a mountain of rock glowing with a blue light. Judging by its scale, mining it would yield well over 500 pieces. A faint smile touched Ye Ming's lips. What incredible luck! But then he noticed a group of monsters surrounding the lapis lazuli mountain. These creatures were composed of gray-green blocks. They possessed no arms, nor did they have noses or ears. Battlefield Monster Kalipa level 40. Only level 40? Piece of cake. Ye Ming immediately summoned nearby undead creatures to the lapis lazuli mountain. Roar! The moment they spotted the intruders, the Kalipa leapt forward. But these slow-moving Kalipa were no match for the undead warriors and undead knights. The undead warriors raised their heavy swords, cleaving them in two with a single blow. The undead knights were even more brutal. Riding their warhorses, they charged forward, knocking several Kalipa flying with a single collision. But just as Ye Ming thought he could easily take them down, he noticed many Kalipa suddenly freeze in place. A white light began to radiate from their bodies. The next instant, boom! The Kalipa exploded. Ye Ming was only slightly startled by this. Even their explosions couldn't harm the undead creatures. Soon, the entire lapis lazuli mountain was under Ye Ming's control. Ye Ming ordered the mining to begin. He dispatched undead archers to guard the mountain. While the undead creatures mined the rock mountain, the others weren't idle either, preparing to form teams to search for the city's core. To build a stronghold city belonging to Huaxia as soon as possible. Once a city on the interstellar battlefield becomes bound to a nation or world, the rise and fall of these cities will also impact Huaxia. Cities can be upgraded, with each upgrade expanding their footprint. Simultaneously, its fortune would rise. China already possesses a 10-year experience doubling bonus.
Under the blessing of this fortune, within mere days,
China produced over a dozen high-tier practitioners above level 70.
Under normal circumstances, producing 3 or 4 such individuals in a year would be considered quite impressive.
Add to that the fortune of the city itself.
It's hard to imagine how many talents and high-tier practitioners China will produce in the future. The most tangible manifestation of this fortune lies in the drop rates for high-quality rewards, such as drop rates for opening boxes or gacha draws. This also includes, but is not limited to, weapon forging, weapon enhancement, and the probability of high-level secret realms appearing. These rewards also significantly aid in boosting civilization points. Therefore, Ye Ming took the city matter very seriously. He left Gongshu Wen to guard the stronghold.
Gongshu Wen's profession was that of a Luban master, inherently skilled in architecture. He could assist in rationally planning the city's layout. Under Ye Ming's leadership,
the group advanced swiftly.
They arrived at the entrance of a cave.
For safety's sake, Ye Ming instructed Zi Fangyuan to use his insect puppet to scout ahead.
Yes, boss.
Zi Fangyuan stepped forward. A flash of light erupted from his hand and a bug emerged. This bug was relatively small, entirely gray in color, with no eyes on its head but a pair of antennae.
Scouting bug. Zi Fangyuan placed it on the ground. At Zi Fangyuan's signal, the scout bug crawled into the cave. Boss.
There seems to be a barrier.
Before long, Zi Fangyuan received the feedback from the probing bug. A barrier? Ye Ming raised an eyebrow. Secret realms also existed within the interstellar battlefield. But here, secret realms typically fell into 2 categories. One type was artificially released, usually for combat.
The other type was barriers inherent to the Starfield battlefield itself. As mentioned in the interstellar battlefield announcements, there are numerous special zones within the battlefield.
These special zones impose various restrictions and dangers.
Yet they also offer substantial rewards.
It is a unique zone where peril and opportunity coexist.
Regardless of the type, Ye Ming was determined to explore them.
With that thought, Ye Ming made his decision. Let's go. We'll take a look inside. Boss, I'll lead the way. Zi Fangyuan volunteered.
Armed with the information from the probing bug, the group soon reached the depths of the cave.
Here, giant mushrooms grew in abundance, their surfaces dotted with star-like glows. Beneath one of the giant mushrooms lay a treasure chest. Ye Ming stepped forward and opened it. To his astonishment, it contained a city core. Ye Ming was overjoyed. Being the chosen one sure has its perks.
Ye Ming took the city core out and examined it in his hand. It was a cube-shaped object with gears spinning along its edges.
But just then,
a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind the giant mushroom.
It charged straight for the city core in Ye Ming's hand.
This time, however, several people were present on Ye Ming's side.
Su Zhiqing, closest to Ye Ming, struck decisively.
Swish! Su Zhiqing swung her sword, striking at the figure's back. Seeing this, the figure had no choice but to abandon the attempt to seize it. It spun around to defend against the attack. Only then did Ye Ming get a clear look at the intruder's face. It was the Crimson Mara he had encountered in the Ghost Realm.
"It's you!" Ye Ming exclaimed in surprise. Having failed to seize the item, Faimoluo turned to leave. But this time, escape wouldn't be so easy. Su Zhiqing and the others had blocked her escape route.
Faimoluo scanned the group, realizing their strength was no weaker than hers.
Seeing this scene, Ye Ming smiled, first stowing away the city's core. Then he addressed Faimoluo, "Don't be afraid. Let's talk."
Ye Ming held great regard for a legendary tier talent with such potential.
Talk? What could humans and ghosts possibly discuss? Faimoluo sneered coldly.
Her voice was eerily cold, radiating an aura that kept others at arm's length. There are no permanent friends, nor permanent enemies. Besides, we have no grudges between us, Ye Ming replied with a faint smile.
Faimoluo's eyes locked onto Ye Ming's.
She sought to discern something within them. Seeing no rebuttal from Faimoluo, Ye Ming continued.
"Judging by what happened last time, you are not cut from the same cloth as those ghost tribes." Faimoluo offered no reply, only a cold snort. Seeing this reaction, Ye Ming understood. "Seems I was right. In that case, would you be willing to share your needs? Perhaps I can assist you." Chapter 146, Establishing a City Chang'an. Faimoluo remained silent.
Ye Ming knew that Faimoluo didn't trust him. "If you need strength, I can help you," Ye Ming continued patiently. Because Ye Ming wanted Faimoluo to become his inside man among the Ghost Clan. That was why he remained so patient. Then, Ye Ming pointed toward Su Zhiqing and the others.
"They're all my men.
If my words are false,
then why would so many legendary tier practitioners follow me?"
Upon hearing this, Faimoluo's resolve began to waver slightly. Every single person before her was a legendary tier professional. As far as she knew, legendary tier professions were extremely rare in human civilization. They were the equivalent of royalty among the demon clans.
If the man before her possessed no genuine ability, these individuals would never follow him. After a moment of silence, Himuro spoke slowly. I do need power. I need power to kill the Lust Demon King. His teeth clenched as he spoke these words. She then briefly recounted her origins. She had once been the most brilliant prodigy among the demon clans, born into the royal lineage of the Rakshasa. Throughout the long ages of the demon race, the name Rakshasa struck fear into all demons, making them the undisputed supreme royal clan. Their palace once stood atop the 9 netherworlds, overlooking all demons and spirits, including the Yakshas. Yet all this splendor collapsed in an instant during a cataclysmic upheaval. Yaksha. Those vile creatures who once crawled beneath the Rakshasa throne used treacherous schemes to overthrow the royal court. She watched helplessly. Her parents were seized by the Lust Demon King, who delighted in torment, pierced through the scapula with soul-binding chains and dragged away like beasts of burden. They were cast into the pitch-black abyss of bliss, becoming playthings for the Lust Demon King's twisted desires, neither able to live nor die. And her most beloved younger brother. Right before her eyes, he was brutally murdered by the Lust Demon King's own hands. From that day forward, Himuro endured the humiliation, secretly vowing to restore the glory of the Rakshasa clan. One day, she would make the entire Yaksha clan pay for her brother's death. She would make the Lust Demon King taste 1,000-fold the humiliation and agony her parents had endured. Ye Ming never imagined the demon clan harbored such a history. But this greatly increased the chances of subduing Himala. Then it's settled. We can make a deal. I'll grant you power, you slay the Lust Demon King. Back in Fusang Kingdom, Ye Ming had already crossed paths with the Lust Demon King. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Really? Himuro was astonished. A human would actually aid the demon clan? But then she remembered something. So what are your terms? Himuro was a clever man. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ye Ming helping her meant he must want something in return. The condition is that you become my person and relay information about the Ghost Clan to me, Ye Ming replied with a smile. Fei Maluo raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding. So Ye Ming wanted her to be his mole. Yet compared to the power he offered her, this condition was insignificant. Ye Ming sought a lasting return. The Ghost Clan possessed formidable strength. Should Fei Maluo seize power in the future? Then Huaxia would gain a formidable ally. Very well. Your silence is your consent. I shall now bestow power upon you. With that, Ye Ming summoned the divine list. Fei Maluo approached the divine sealing tablet with curiosity and inscribed his name upon it. If the target voluntarily enters the contract, information can be probed. Name, Fei Maluo. Available divine rank, Lord of the 9 Hells, 300 spirit power. A dazzling rainbow pillar of light shot up from Fei Maluo's body. Name, Fei Maluo. Ability, Lord of the Netherworld. Level, 50. Physical constitution, 2110. Spirit, 2436. Ability, Nether Sovereignty inflicts persistent mental suppression on all nether-aligned creatures, generating innate dominion. The greater the power disparity, the more pronounced the effect. Ability, Nether Grasp extends a ghostly claw from the spectral river Styx, dealing heavy damage to a single target and immobilizing it for 1 second. Ability, Abyssal Portal opens a temporary rift to the abyss, summoning malevolent spirits. Upon hitting a target, gains 1 layer of 9 Netherworld mark, each layer increasing damage by 1%. Ability, 9 Netherworld Annihilation communicates with the true will of the 9 Netherworlds, unleashing a cataclysmic annihilation across an enormous area. Damage scales with the number of 9 Netherworld marks. After reviewing the information on the Crimson Demon, Ye Ming was overjoyed. Another demonic foe. Ghosts belong to the Netherworld species. Combined with the effective Gate of the Abyss, it can continuously stack 100% damage. In the late game, paired with the wide area attack skill 9 Netherworld Silence, it becomes utterly devastating nuclear bomb level power. Unstoppable. After witnessing her new abilities, Faimala gasped in astonishment. A glimmer of hope flared in her eyes. Finally, she had the chance to take revenge on the Lust Demon King. I hope you don't disappoint me. Ye Ming chuckled, patting Himuro on the shoulder. After that, Himuro parted ways with the others. Ye Ming and the others carried the city heart back to the collapsed ruins of the city. As they located the city's core, the undead creatures had also located the Iron Block Mountains, mined the ore, and brought it back. Now, the rocks, iron ore, and city core required for construction were all gathered. Build! As Ye Ming pressed the build button, the city core in his hand flew over the ruins. Golden light poured forth, sweeping up lapis lazuli and iron ore from the ground. The lapis lazuli stones rose one by one, stacking themselves like living creatures to repair the collapsed city. The iron fragments transformed into turrets and various weapons, becoming formidable defensive tools. In mere moments, a compact yet sturdy city rose from the ground amidst the interstellar battlefield. You have successfully constructed a city belonging to the Huaxia civilization. As its builder, you possess the right to name it. Ye Ming gazed at the scene before him. After a moment's hesitation, an idea formed. Then I shall name the city Chang'an. Chang signifies longevity, eternity, and enduring continuity, while N represents stability and fortitude.
Ye Ming hoped the city would stand forever, unshaken by monster assaults or hostile invasions.
In the future, he would forge it into an immortal legendary city. It would become the safest haven for practitioners across Huaxia. Moreover, lasting peace and stability has been the highest aspiration of China for millennia. It is also the first step in China's conquest of the cosmos. Congratulations! Naming successful. Level 1 city Chang'an established.
It will be bound to your Huaxia civilization. All future Huaxia beings entering the interstellar battlefield will spawn here. Resources obtained in the interstellar battlefield can now be transported back to Huaxia via Chang'an. However, should your city be destroyed, all acquired resources will be lost, and the fortune of the Huaxia civilization will suffer damage. Therefore, strive to develop and upgrade your city level while strengthening its defenses.
Chapter 147, City Upgrade Requirements. Swish! A banner stood atop the highest point of Chang'an City.
Embroidered in gold thread upon it were the characters Chang'an. At that moment, a light array materialized within the city walls, the spawn point. It signified that the city had now been bound to Huaxia. Following the establishment of the Huaxia city, all Huaxia civilization professions on the interstellar battlefield received a boost.
Citywide attribute boost, 100% level 1 city.
Ye Ming also received an exclusive reward. Congratulations on establishing the first Huaxia civilization city on the Starfield battlefield.
Reward, StarCraft Key 1.
Use it to enter the StarCraft instance.
StarCraft is a unique instance within the Starfield battlefield. Upon entry, you may represent your civilization in the conquest tournament.
Victory yields abundant resources.
Even a level 1 city grants a 100% boost to all attributes. How powerful must the higher tiers be?
In the Star Wars battlefield, higher level cities become more fortified. The greater the buffs granted to its members. Therefore, beyond defeating enemies to earn military merits, players must also strive to build and upgrade their cities.
Ye Ming immediately checked the city upgrade requirements. Required materials for level 2 upgrade, epic grade or higher rock x1000, epic grade or higher iron or x600, magic rune x10, city core x2. Holy crap, the upgrade materials have doubled. Plus, there's an additional material, city runes. These so-called magical runes were materials engraved onto city walls to enhance special effects. For example, defense runes increase the sturdiness of city walls, attack runes boost the damage dealt by professionals within the city. Cube runes, however, can only be exchanged at the interstellar store. One magic cube rune requires 50 battle merit points. Each enemy killed yields 1 point of war merit. To gather 10 magic cube runes, one must defeat 500 enemies for exchange. But what troubles Ye Ming most isn't this. It was the city core. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 2 city cores. City cores could only be obtained by opening treasure chests in the star battlefield. Last time, he got one on his first try, pure luck. But he had no idea how long that streak of luck would last. However, there is a more direct way to seize a city core. That is to destroy another player's city and directly seize their city core. This is the simplest and most brutal method. Seems like upgrading your own city requires stepping on the ruins of others' cities. Ye Ming mused thoughtfully. The clash of civilizations is brutal, it's either you die or I perish. In the next instant, Ye Ming made a decision. Seize the core of the beastman's city. The orcs had attacked Su Zhiqing and the others, this debt must be repaid. On such a brutal battlefield, ruthlessness was essential. If they struck without retaliation, they would inevitably be looked down upon by other races and civilizations. Immediately, Ye Ming summoned his undead army once more. Searching for the orcs' trail. The orcs were towering figures, easily distinguishable even across the vast expanse of the Starfield battlefield. Before long, the undead creatures relayed intelligence. A dozen kilometers away, a small orc squad was detected. Led by a third-tier peak orc. This time, Ye Ming did not intervene personally. He dispatched Su Zhiqing and the others instead, choosing to remain in Chang'an to defend the city. He would decide whether to intervene once he obtained intelligence on the orc stronghold. Soon, Su Zhiqing and her 4 companions set off toward the orc squad. On the battlefield stained with dried blood, a group of orcs dragged their spoils toward their own city. Among them was a captive. Hurry up! The beastman raised his whip and lashed it viciously across the prisoner's body. Gritting his teeth, the prisoner trembled violently, struggling to stifle his cries. Any cry would invite further brutal beatings. Her skin, as translucent as glass, was covered in wounds. We've captured someone from the Rainbow Stone clan this time. The boss will definitely reward us. 2 orcs walked together, gazing at the prisoner bound by chains. The Rainbow Stone clan originated from crystals awakening sentience. They typically took human form, their skin possessing a natural mineral sheen, often reddish in hue. The Rainbow Stone clan possessed another unique function. They can be shattered and used as energy sources for cities. Hongqi had only recently taken human form a few days prior. Little did she know that before she could even glimpse the outside world, she would be shattered by orcs to become an energy source. The beastmen, watching the hesitant Hanchi, immediately raised their whips again, ready to strike. At that very moment, a beam of light shot forth, severing the raised whip. Immediately after, several skill beams fired with pinpoint accuracy at the orcs. Enemy attack. The orcs scrambled to defend against the incoming attacks. But the attacks were devastatingly powerful, piercing straight through the beasts' massive bodies. Only the third-tier beastman at the front remained unharmed. He focused his gaze. 5 human figures were charging toward him from the distance. Recognizing them as weak humans, he was overcome with rage. Roar! The beastman roared in fury, raising his wolf tooth club to strike. Su Zhiqing charged ahead. She commanded in a low voice, "Sphere of light." Countless swords formed from the power of light instantly appeared in the air. In the next instant, they descended in unison. Swish! 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 The other beasts were instantly slaughtered, even the third-tier beasts were wounded. How could this be? A human who didn't even possess third-tier strength had instantly slaughtered so many of his men? And he even wounded him. Orcs possess not only immense strength but also incredibly tough skin, granting them formidable defense. Ordinary attacks couldn't even scratch them. Yet Su Zhiqing had instantly killed several with a single move. But it wasn't over. Su Zhiqing raised her hand and fired a beam of light. It struck down a third-tier beastman. As he struggled to rise, a sharp blade pressed against his throat. "Where is your city?" Su Zhiqing asked without further ado. Roar! The third-tier beastman didn't answer, instead roaring as he raised his hand to grab at Su Zhiqing. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing prepared to strike him down with her sword. But Zi Fangyuan suddenly spoke up to stop her. "Sister Su! Don't kill him, I have a plan." Su Zhiqing kicked him down with her leg. Zi Fangyuan stepped forward slowly, pressing one hand against the beastman's skull. Soul-searching immortal parasite. In an instant, a faint blue light erupted from Zi Fangyuan's palm, then transformed into tentacles that burrowed into the beastman's brain. The beastman began trembling, rolling his eyes back. Moments later, Zi Fangyuan's eyes lit up. Found it! Zi Fangyuan lightly tapped the beastman's forehead with his finger. The beastman foamed at the mouth and died. 30 kilometers southeast lies a beastman stronghold. Hearing Zi Fangyuan's words, the group's faces lit up with joy. Wonderful! Let's hurry there! Su Zhiqing exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Chenghua, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. What about this foreigner? Only then did everyone remember Hanchi was still there. They tried to communicate with Hanchi, but he remained silent. With no other choice, Su Zhiqing pondered for a moment before deciding. Here's what we'll do. Chenghua, you take the foreigner back to Chang'an. The rest of us will destroy the beastman's city. With the plan settled, the group split up. Chenghua led Hanchi back to Chang'an, while the rest hurried toward the beastman's stronghold. Chapter 148, The Pursuer Black Little Tiger? The interstellar battlefield echoed with relentless artillery fire. Terrifying explosions echoed constantly. Su Zhiqing and her companions darted across the battlefield, racing toward the orc stronghold. Soon, a fortress loomed before them. A banner stood tall above the city walls. Embroidered upon it was a large, savage-looking character, Beast. This was one of the many cities belonging to the Beastmen tribe. Once a main city reached level 3, it could add a subsidiary city. Thereafter, each level upgrade of the main city unlocks the ability to construct one additional subsidiary city. Satellite cities share the same enhancement effects as the main city, and their destruction has a lesser impact on the civilization they belong to. Therefore, once their main city reaches level 3, some races choose to build satellite cities. However, the materials required to construct these subsidiary cities are doubled. For example, upgrading a level 1 main city requires 500 of any foundation stone. Requires 500 of any type of foundation stone, a subsidiary city requires 1000. Similarly, upgrading these subsidiary cities to level 2 also requires double the materials. The resource demands are staggering, making this feasible only for major clans. This allows them to build subsidiary cities near the main city, thus fortifying and safeguarding the main city. What you see now is one such Orcish subsidiary city. Upon arrival, the group did not launch a direct assault. Gongshu activated his skill to create a drone. He piloted it, slowly ascending above the orc stronghold. He observed the situation within the city. Through the drone's surveillance, Gongshu discovered only 7 or 8 orcs remained within the fortress. The strongest among them appeared to be around mid-tier 3rd rank. The rest were all 2nd tier in strength. Such defensive arrangements posed no threat to them. The group swiftly finalized their assault plan. Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, and Chenghua served as the main attackers. Zi Fangyuan would provide support, while Gongshu utilized drones for reconnaissance. This was to guard against attacks from other beastmen or alien races. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the air. The dozing orcs jolted awake instantly. He looked toward the sound and saw a massive breach torn through the once impenetrable city wall. Standing at the breach were 3 humans. Without hesitation, the beastman grabbed the wolf tooth club nearby and charged at the enemy with a growl. In his eyes, humans were synonymous with weakness. He believed he could single-handedly slay these 3 intruders. But what met him was a massive blade of light. PSSSH. The blade instantly pierced through his massive frame. His charging posture halted abruptly, his expression hardening. The next moment. Boom! The towering beastman's body split cleanly in 2 and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Changguo and Yang Xiao struck simultaneously. Yang Xiao leapt high into the air, wielding his triple-bladed war axe. With a single swing, he severed an orc's head from its body. Changguo summoned the hooked dragon's wrathful form, smashing the beastman to pieces with a single golden whip. Roar! The remaining orcs snapped to attention. They sought to kill the intruders. But none of them could stand against Su Zhiqing and her companions. Even the third-tier beastman fell within mere moments under the combined assault of the trio. Meanwhile, Zifang employed a type of bug called the Mighty Strength Bug, temporarily boosting his strength several-fold. Then, clenching his fist, he slammed it against the thick city wall. Boom! Instantly, fragments of stone flew everywhere as he smashed a gap in the city wall. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After a dozen strikes, the orc city was utterly demolished by Zifang Yuan's fists. As he seized the floating core of the city, Su Zhiqing and the others had already defeated the remaining orcs. Mission accomplished. Su Zhiqing exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the city core in Zifang Yuan's hand. But just then, Gong Shuwen, who was on lookout duty, suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted, "Something's happening!" Everyone gathered around him and looked in the direction he was pointing. Not far away, 2 groups of people were moving one after the other, seemingly engaged in a chase. The 2 familiar figures were in front, while a pack of black strange tigers pursued them from behind. As the distance between them closed, the group finally made out the faces of the 2 figures ahead. It was none other than Qi Liyue and Bing Xiaoqiao. One was Qi Liyue, head of the sword base responsible for training the Huaxia Special Forces. The other was Bing Xiaoqiao, commander-in-chief of the East Sea District. They had entered the interstellar battlefield as part of the official vanguard force alongside Su Zhiqing and the others. But their luck was exceptionally poor. Their spawn points were near alien strongholds, the very black alien tigers hunting them down. At the same time, they also spotted Su Zhiqing and the others. To prevent Su Zhiqing and the others from being implicated, Qi Liyu whispered to her younger sister, Bing Xiaoqiao, "We need to change direction." Bing Xiaoqiao glanced at the situation and silently nodded. Su Zhiqing and the others represented the future of Huaxia. They couldn't risk any mishap because of them. They immediately prepared to change course. But just then, Su Zhiqing shouted loudly, "Sister Liyue, our leader is here too." Hearing her call, Qi Liyue's face lit up with joy. The pursuers behind them were a foreign tribe known as the Black Slaughter Tigers. The Black Slaughter Tigers possessed wings, jet black fur, and a golden king character pattern on their foreheads. They ranked as high as 4,756th in the 10,000 tribes. They were even stronger than the Ghost Clan. Leading them was a Black Slaughter Tiger named Black Xiaohu, whose power reached the 4th tier. "Where do you think you're going?" He Xiaohu roared, unleashing his signature technique, treading snow without a trace. Using his hind legs to tread the snow without leaving a trace, he greatly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between himself and Qi Liyue. He immediately unleashed another technique, Black Slaughter Heart Devour. The tiger claws contained deadly venom, causing the victim's heart meridians to gradually turn black. Swish! Black little tiger's claw struck fiercely toward Qi Liyue's back at blinding speed. Seeing this, Bing Xiaoqiao had no choice but to sacrifice herself to block the attack. Thud! The black cub's strike connected with Bing Xiaoqiao, instantly turning her face a shade of black and turning her lips purple. Black little tiger's power was formidable. Earlier, even when Crimson Moon and Ice Xiaoqiao had teamed up, they had only managed to fight him to a standstill. With Black Tiger having backup, they had no choice but to flee. Now that Bing Xiaoqiao was injured, the situation had turned unfavorable. Because of this brief pause, they were instantly surrounded by the Black Shade Tiger clan. They had no choice but to fight back. Boom! Qi Liyu raised both hands. Fireballs and ice shards shot forth, striking toward the Black Tiger cub. The Black cub merely swatted them away with a casual flick of its paw, shattering them all. He glanced at Bing Xiaoqiao, then turned to Qi Liyue and said, "Leave her behind, and I'll let you off." When Black Xiaohu saw that Bing Xiaoqiao was an ice type, an idea formed in his mind. That was to use the energy absorption technique to extract Bing Xiaoqiao's power, then present it as a gift to the one he cherished. The Blue Rabbit of the Ice Rabbit clan. Perhaps then, Blue Rabbit would accept his date request. At this thought, a faint smile curved the corners of Black Xiaohu's mouth. Chapter 149, The Irresistible Black Slaughter Venom? What do you think? Upon hearing He Xiaohu's words, Qi Liyue's face flushed with fury as she coldly retorted, "Impossible." Faced with Qi Liyue's response, He Xiaohu's expression abruptly changed. You don't know what's good for you. He immediately ordered his men to seize Qi Liyue and her companion. He Xiaohu struck first. Chaotic dance of the heavenly fiend. Countless razor-sharp black energy blades coalesced around his body. They surged toward Qi Liyue and the others like a raging storm. Qi Liyue raised her hand, conjuring an ice wall. The black energy struck the wall, causing it to crackle instantly. Moments later, the wall shattered. He Xiaohu formed his fingers into claws and lunged at Qi Liyue. Instantly, the two were locked in combat. Seeing this, Bing Xiaoqiao suppressed her injuries and joined the fray. At the same time, Su Zhiqing and the others arrived. They intervened, holding off the other black slaughter tigers. Each strike from the black tiger cub carried immense force. He forced Qi Liyue and Bing Xiaoqiao to retreat repeatedly. Boom! Bing Xiaoqiao's injuries slowed her reactions. She was struck again by black tiger cub. Put! Bing Xiaoqiao violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ha ha! You've been hit twice in a row by my black slaughter heart devouring technique. The black poison has already seeped deep into your body. Unless I step in to neutralize it, you'll die from the poison within 3 days. He Xiaohu looked down at Bing Xiaoqiao lying on the ground, his expression smug with triumph. Damn it! Shi Liyu gritted her teeth and charged at He Xiaohu once more. But with one at 3rd tier and the other at 4th tier, the gap in power was undeniable. You're asking for death. Seeing Qi Liyue still daring to charge forward, Black Xiaohu's heart instantly filled with murderous intent. Chaotic dance of the heavenly fiend. Black energy surged forth once more, shooting out with blinding speed. In an instant, it shattered all of Qi Liyue's defenses. A rapidly spinning black energy force grew larger and larger in Qi Liyue's eyes. If struck, Qi Liyue would be gravely injured. At this critical moment, a palm suddenly extended from the void before Qi Liyue. That hand directly crushed the black energy blast to pieces. Ha! Who's there? Witnessing this scene, He Xiaohu's expression instantly turned grim. Each of his black energy blasts contained deadly poison. Even the slightest contact would inflict severe damage. Yet this palm treated it as nothing, crushing his black energy force outright. At that moment, the owner of the palm revealed their true form. Ye Ming! Qi Liyue exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the arrival. Sister Liyue, are you alright? Ye Ming stepped out of the void at a leisurely pace, smiling faintly. Shi Liyu shook her head slightly. Why did you come? Shi Liyu hadn't expected Ye Ming to arrive. By then, Su Zhiqing and the others had already dealt with the remaining black slaughter tigers. Before we rushed over, we had Gongshu and dispatched drones to request reinforcements from the boss. Su Zhiqing explained the reason. It turned out that as soon as Su Zhiqing discovered Qi Liyue and the others being pursued, she immediately had Gongshu and fly the drone back to Chang'an to send a distress signal to Ye Ming. That was why Ye Ming had arrived in time. He Xiaohu watched Ye Ming emerge from the void, his expression grave. He knew that those who wielded spatial power were not to be trifled with. There were only 2 ways to master spatial power. One was that their profession inherently possessed spatial power. The other was that one could master spatial power upon reaching a certain realm of strength. Who are you? Mind your own business. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. He Xiaohu's words dripped with menace. He paused, then added, otherwise, you'll face the wrath of the Black Slaughter Tiger clan. Ye Ming merely smiled at Black Xiaohu's threat. The next moment, swish! Ye Ming's figure vanished instantly. Seeing this, Black Tiger Jr. inwardly cursed his misfortune. The next instant, a palm materialized before his eyes. Seeing this, He Xiaohu immediately countered with his Black Heart Slaughter palm. Black energy surged around He Xiaohu's palm, colliding fiercely with the opposing hand. Seeing Ye Ming neither dodge nor retreat, a cold smile touched the corner of his mouth. Arrogant! The Black Heart Slaughter palm was a skill he had created by combining the Black Slaughter devouring heart with the heavenly demon chaos dance. Its power was greater, its poison more potent. Even a peak 4th tier powerhouse would suffer severe injuries from a direct hit. And in his eyes, Ye Ming was merely a 3rd tier cultivator. Insulated Claw. However, Ye Ming didn't get overconfident. He unleashed the insulating claws he had learned from Lu Xia, a technique capable of nullifying any attack, including He Xiaohu's Black Slaughter Venom. Boom! Ye Ming's palm sent He Xiaohu flying. He flew backward over 10 meters before barely regaining his footing. He snapped his head up, his eyes widening in disbelief. A 3rd tier human could actually knock a 4th tier opponent like him flying with a single palm strike? Are you kidding me? But before the shock could fully register, Ye Ming's second attack arrived. Clenching his fist, he slammed it toward He Xiaohu's face. He Xiaohu's expression shifted rapidly before he executed a somersault, transforming into his Black Slaughter Tiger form. You're lucky this time. Next time we meet, I'll take your heads. Then, flapping his enormous wings, he swiftly departed. Ye Ming was about to give chase, but Qi Liyue suddenly called out to him. Don't chase him. There's a Black Slaughter Tiger clan city over there. Hearing this, Ye Ming abandoned his pursuit of Black Little Tiger. Ye Ming, is there any way you can heal Xiao Xiao? Shi Liyue cradled the unconscious Bing Xiao Xiao in her arms. At that moment, Bing Xiao Xiao's lips had turned dark purple, and beneath her fair skin, black vein-like patterns spread across her body. It was utterly terrifying. Ye Ming released the world-purifying nectar, but it had little effect. Let's take her back to Chang'an first. Chang'an, the capital city of Huaxia. After examining Bing Xiao Xiao's injuries, the group found no solution. Must we truly seek out the Black Slaughter Tiger clan? Shi Liyue frowned deeply. Ye Ming was equally helpless, having exhausted all his healing skills. None could purge the Black Slaughter poison from Bing Xiao Xiao's body. Yet, just as everyone felt utterly helpless, a timid voice suddenly piped up. I have a way. Everyone turned to see who had spoken, only to discover it was Hongqi, the one they had rescued from the beastmen earlier. After Hongqi returned to Chang'an with Chenghua, her injuries had been fully healed by Ye Ming, so she harbored a deep gratitude toward this group of humans. Hearing they needed help, she immediately stepped forward to assist. Really? Upon hearing there might be a solution, Shi Liyue was the most excited. She hurried to Hongqi's side. If you can cure Xiao Xiao, I'll personally escort you back to your people. Hongqi replied, in my birthplace, there exists a crystal called blood marrow crystal. It contains the purest essence of earth fire, capable of burning away toxins within the meridians. Wonderful. Then take me there at once. Ye Ming, seeing a solution, immediately made arrangements. Here's the plan. Sister Liyue, you stay in Chang'an to look after Commander Bing. Have Zhiqing and the others search for the blood marrow crystal. Then I'll go fetch the others to Chang'an. Joining Ye Ming and Shi Liyue were Zhuo Wan from North China, Qin Jia from Jinghua District, and Enshirlu. They were still scattered across the star battlefield, in grave danger. Chapter 150, Strange Sword? Fine Sword. Interstellar Battlefield. Su Zhiqing, Yang Xiao, and Zi Fengyuan, accompanied by Hongqi. They were heading toward the Rainbow Stone Canyon. The so-called Rainbow Stone Canyon was Hongqi's birthplace, a gorge formed by vibrant rainbow stones. Soon, they reached their destination. We're here. Hongqi pointed ahead. Bathed in light, Rainbow Stone Canyon resembled solidified flames. Countless rainbow stone peaks towered overhead, while a torrent of molten fire flowed through the valley. Soon after, Su Zhiqing and the others followed Hongqi to a cave. They stepped inside. The glow emanating from the rainbow stones illuminated the entire cavern. The blood marrow crystal lies deep within the cave. Follow me. Soon, they arrived at a pile of rainbow stones. This pile, however, did not emit a dazzling glow, it was dim and lackluster. At the center of the pile lay a crystal stone resembling blood. That was the blood marrow crystal. Blood marrow crystals can occasionally appear within the rainbow stones. Blood marrow crystals absorb the energy of surrounding rainbow stones, transforming them into ordinary ore. Therefore, once a blood marrow crystal appears, the surrounding rainbow stones lose their chance to transform. With no further hesitation, Su Zhiqing immediately drew her sword, carefully slicing through the rainbow stone encasing the blood marrow crystal. Clatter! Countless fragments scattered in all directions. The blood marrow crystal gradually separated. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing's face lit up with joy as she used her sword to pry it free. The blood marrow crystal felt slightly warm in her hand. Mission accomplished. Su Zhiqing smiled as she gazed at the blood marrow crystal in her hand. She hadn't expected this operation to go so smoothly. She then turned to look at Hongqi. Since that's the case, we should part ways here. Until we meet again. This operation had yielded the blood marrow crystal and safely returned Hongqi. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, after obtaining the blood marrow crystal, she prepared to bid Hongqi farewell. Yet Hongqi suddenly spoke timidly. Can I come with you? Su Zhiqing was taken aback by the question. Don't you have any kin? This Rainbow Stone Canyon was vast in scale. Logically, it should have produced many Rainbow Stone clan members. But Hongqi shook her head. No. Once our kin take human form, they're captured by other races, used as energy sources or turned into materials. Hongqi spoke with a tremor in her voice, revealing the plight of her kind. After transforming, the Rainbow Stone clan awakened spiritual intelligence, becoming more sentient than ordinary rainbow stones. Using them as forging materials enhances the quality and grade of weapons and equipment. Thus, the Rainbow Stone clan became a prized material for forging. Many alien races would specifically come to Rainbow Stone Canyon to capture Rainbow Stone tribe members. This was why Hongqi had been captured by beastmen immediately after her transformation. After hearing about Hongqi's ordeal, she ultimately decided to bring Hongqi back to Chang'an. However, just as everyone was preparing to return, a roar erupted from the direction they had come, accompanied by the ground trembling. Several towering figures slowly emerged. Orcs. Not long ago, other orc cities received word that a dispatched force had been destroyed, along with another city. They immediately dispatched men to investigate. Their first stop was Rainbow Stone Canyon. Unexpectedly, they encountered Su Zhiqing and her companions. Without a word of exchange, the orcs charged forward.
This time, all the sent beasts possessed third-tier strength.
And there were over a dozen of them. For a moment, Su Zhiqing and her companions couldn't overpower them. Boom! The battle erupted.
Amidst the back-and-forth exchanges, one beastman swung a massive wolf tooth club, smashing it down on the pile of rainbow stones from earlier.
The next instant. Rumble! The ground split open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Get inside! Spotting the opening, Su Zhiqing immediately shouted to the others. The beast's massive form could squeeze through the narrow opening to take cover. Roar! With the beastman hot on their heels, Su Zhiqing and the others quickly squeezed through the narrow opening. To their astonishment, they found themselves in an underground cavern.
Within the cavern stood a mountain of swords. A mountain formed entirely of broken, chipped, and rusted swords.
So many sword people.
Yang Xiao stared at the mountain of swords in awe. For suspended above the mountain were numerous sword spirits. These so-called sword spirits were manifestations of sword essences. Among the myriad races, sword spirits belonged to the clan of artifact spirits. They were formed by the essence of weapon spirits and metallic minerals, condensed under extreme conditions and saturated with spiritual energy. Their bodies were not entirely physical, but rather a structure that was half spirit, half metal. At this moment, over a dozen sword spirits drifted atop Sword Mountain. Yet these sword spirits possessed lifeless eyes, vacant expressions, drifting aimlessly. It seems the damage was too severe, causing the spiritual intelligence of these sword spirits to dissipate. Su Zhiqing reached this conclusion based on information obtained from the Encyclopedia of 10,000 Races. After taking physical form, if a sword spirit's body was damaged, it could be restored by continuously nourishing it with spiritual energy. This allows them to recover their condition. Yet the swords within this mountain were all shattered beyond repair, unable to retain spiritual energy. Su Zhiqing walked to the edge of the sword mountain and casually drew a crimson blade. Boom! The moment the sword touched her hand, a colossal wave of heat surged forth. It scorched Su Zhiqing's fair complexion crimson. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing quickly thrust the sword back into the mountain. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. They turned to look in the direction of the sound. They discovered a sword embedded in the wall not far away. Su Zhiqing walked over, intending to pull it from the wall. But no matter how hard she pulled, it wouldn't budge. Is it stuck that deep? Su Zhiqing assumed the sword had penetrated deep into the wall, making it impossible to remove. But even after exerting more force, she still couldn't pull it out. Yang Xiao, who had been watching nearby, stepped forward. Let me try. Yang Xiao gripped the hilt, yet he too failed to draw it. Even after activating the 8-9 mystic arts, it remained stuck. Others tried their turn, but the result was the same. Just as the group pondered how to draw the sword, the beastmen tribe closed in. They had no choice but to abandon the sword for the moment and turn to engage the orcs in battle. 3 against 15 gave them a slight advantage. But they couldn't overcome the orcs, and the group found themselves in a stalemate. Fortunately, a figure materialized out of thin air, breaking the deadlock. It was Ye Ming. After retrieving the others, he discovered Su Zhiqing and the others had yet to return. Fearing for their safety, he sensed their presence and came to this location. Upon arrival, he witnessed Chang Wei attacking Lai Fu. He immediately intervened. Hippo sneeze. Whale's tail. Truck ram's antlers. In no time at all, he defeated all the beastmen. After dealing with the beasts, Su Zhiqing mentioned the sword to Ye Ming. Oh? A strange sword, huh? Ye Ming walked over to the sword, grasped the hilt, and pulled with all his might. PSSSH. The sword, which others had strained to move without success, was effortlessly drawn from its sheath by Ye Ming with just one hand. The force of the pull made Ye Ming stagger slightly. He examined the sword. It was a simple, unadorned longsword. Its blade bore no intricate patterns or jewel inlays. Yet Ye Ming sensed, faintly, that this was a fine sword. Chapter 151, The Emergence of a Colossal Secret Realm. But just as Ye Ming was marveling at it, the next instant, the once plain sword erupted with dazzling light in Ye Ming's grasp. 9 Heavens Mystic Fetus Sword. Quality, white. Description, formed from a strand of primordial chi enveloping fragments of the Tao during the dawn of creation. After 12,960 years of refinement by the Earth's veins, it solidified into a sword embryo. Growth-type weapon. 9 Heavens Mystic Fetus Sword. Ye Ming never imagined this unassuming sword would possess such origins. Forged from primordial essence and fragments of the Tao itself, wasn't this a divine blade crafted by heaven and earth? Though currently only the lowest tier white quality, it was an upgradable weapon. In the future, it might very well be enhanced into a colored weapon. Or even a weapon of higher tiers. Moreover, Ye Ming could sense the 9 Heavens Mystic Blade's extraordinary sharpness. A light swipe across his finger drew blood. Consider that his current physical toughness surpasses that of many golden grade weapons. But this white quality 9 Heavens Mystic Fetus sword could effortlessly slice through his skin. What a sword! What a sword! After praising it once more, Ye Ming sheathed the blade. The group then returned to Chang'an together. Upon their return to Chang'an, they immediately administered the blood marrow crystal to Bing Xiaoqiao. After taking the blood marrow crystal, Bing Xiaoqiao's complexion quickly returned to normal, becoming rosy and healthy. The dark patterns beneath her skin gradually faded away. However, due to the blood marrow crystal's potent fire element energy clashing with Bing Xiaoqiao's ice element nature, ultimately, Bing Xiaoqia still sustained some damage. She withdrew from the star battlefield. Meanwhile, Xin Jia and Ensure Lu from the Jinghua district also withdrew together. They returned to report on the interstellar battlefield situation. At this point, aside from Ye Ming's squad, only Qi Liyue, Zhuowan, and Hong Qi remained in Chang'an. The task of building the city now fell upon their shoulders. Fortunately, after landing on the battlefield, Qi Liyue unexpectedly obtained a city core as well. Therefore, upgrading the city now only required epic tier or higher cornerstones, iron ingots, and magic cube runes. The group prepared to split up. But just then, a figure suddenly teleported into Chang'an. It was Wei Wu. Without any preamble, he rushed straight to Ye Ming. Great news! A super-sized secret realm has appeared. Wei Wu's tone carried a hint of excitement. According to intelligence, this super-sized secret realm has descended upon the territory of the Olisk Federation, China's northern neighbor. Both the American Empire and the Olisk Federation are already preparing to pioneer this super-sized secret realm. Ye Ming was taken aback. A super-sized secret realm? Since winning the race championship, the probability of secret realms, ruins, and other resource points appearing within China's borders had greatly increased. However, most were small or medium-sized secret realms, with only 3 or 4 large ones appearing. Unexpectedly, a super-large secret realm had emerged in the Olisk Federation. The entrance to this secret realm was several times larger than those of large-scale realms. The size of a secret realm is determined by the size of its entrance. The more entrances a secret realm possesses, the higher its tier. If a large secret realm's entrance is about 10 meters in diameter, then a super-large secret realm's entrance is at least 20 meters. Each tier increase in a secret realm's level significantly expands the variety of resources, materials, and equipment it yields. Large-scale secret realms can yield gold-quality resources. What quality resources might a super-large secret realm yield? Perhaps even multicolored quality resources. Consider this, even among high-tier practitioners on Blue Star, most weapons in use are merely red grade. Only a handful of practitioners possess the capability to wield gold-tier weapons. According to known information, only the Commander-in-Chief of the Huaxia Jinghua District and the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Navy wield gold-quality weapons. All other high-tier professionals can only wield red-quality weapons. And the emergence of a super-sized secret realm. It is bound to unleash a wave of bloodshed and carnage. Every profession across Blue Star awaits the emergence of high-grade resources. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Ye Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing Wei Wu's news. Though he currently lacked nothing essential, his subordinates did. As everyone's strength grew and the enemies they faced became increasingly formidable, the weapons he'd given his men earlier were no longer up to par. This time, Ye Ming planned to raid a super-sized secret realm. He intends to properly equip his subordinates. After making this decision, Ye Ming and Wei Wu immediately returned to China. The task of upgrading Chang'an was entrusted to others. The moment they arrived back in China, the pair headed straight for the Orsec Federation. Southern Olisk Federation, Amur Oblast. This normally desolate and remote region was unusually bustling today. Numerous professionals were converging here from all corners of Blue Star. The reason? The emergence of a super-sized secret realm. On a plain swept by biting winds, a towering colossal gate rose from the earth. This colossal gate, soaring nearly 100 meters high, was formed by 2 embracing angels. Before the angelic gate, 100 jade-like steps extended outward from its structure. The entrance to the angelic gate was heavily guarded by the Oresk Federation's military forces. Many professionals could only observe from the outside, lacking the qualifications to enter. Only adventurers from the United States and the Oresk Federation were permitted entry. This colossal secret realm's exploration phase was open only to the Olisk Federation, the American Empire, and China. At this moment, they were waiting for the Chinese. Where are those Chinese? Making us all wait for them. Commander Oaks of the American Empire said impatiently. Hearing his words, Alexander, a professional from the Olisk Federation standing nearby, also frowned. But he remained silent. Fortunately, Ye Ming and Wei Wu moved swiftly. They arrived at the location shortly thereafter. When Ye Ming saw the colossal angelic gate, he couldn't help but utter a sigh of awe. His arrival stirred up quite a commotion. The vivid memory of Ye Ming defying authority and decisively slaying 2 fourth-tier powerhouses during the last race championship still lingered in everyone's minds. Everyone's here. Let's prepare to enter. Alexander, seeing Ye Ming and the others arrive, produced a key. This was the key to unlocking the colossal secret realm. Alexander had earned it by passing the trial before the angelic gate. Indeed. The 100-step white jade staircase was also one of the secret realm's trials.
Alexander had secured the key first by leveraging his geographical advantage. However, this key holds little practical value, granting only the authority to unlock the colossal secret realm and a 5% boost to all attributes. Alexander ascended the steps, key in hand. Then the key slowly floated upward, merging into the vortex of the angelic gate. Rumble. Two towering angels slowly pushed the massive gate open. Go! Alexander, closest to the entrance, gave the command and charged in first. The American forces followed closely behind. Ye Ming, however, showed no sign of haste. He made a call, summoning Lu Shahe and Tang Sing to join them in the secret realm. After all, he hadn't had a chance to build rapport with them since recruiting them. Only after the two arrived did Ye Ming enter the secret realm. Welcome to the secret realm, the White Sanctuary. Chapter 152, The Terrifying Battle Angel. The moment Ye Ming stepped into the secret realm, the scene before his eyes abruptly transformed. Before him stood a white sanctuary nestled amidst the clouds and mist. White walls and arches adorned with exquisite relief carvings created a breathtaking visual spectacle. Light streamed down from the sky like divine radiance descending. Ye Ming scanned the area with his mental energy, estimating the white sanctuary to be roughly half the size of a small city. Truly a colossal secret realm. Just as Ye Ming was marveling at the sight, professional adventurers from the United States and the Olesk Federation had already rushed toward the first stage boss. This secret realm contained no minor monsters, only boss-level foes. Their first confrontation was with the Battle Angel. 10 stone pillars stood along the path to the final boss. Each pillar bears a white statue. These white statues are the Battle Angels. However, before defeating a Battle Angel, the corresponding stone pillar must be destroyed. As the adventurers arrived, the Battle Angels, dormant for an unknown duration, suddenly came to life. The gender of the Battle Angels was indistinguishable, yet each bore an expression of unwavering resolve and intense focus. Their expressions carried either wrath or the stern authority of judgment, their gazes sharp as torches. A pair of pure white, broad wings spread behind them. Each angel wielded a unique weapon. Swords, spears, bows. But each is a king-tier boss. If they were to evolve one more step, they would become world-class bosses. Boom! The moment the adventurers arrived, the Battle Angels' attacks had already arrived. The fastest to strike were the Battle Angels wielding longbows, their arrows whistling through the air as they fired. One of the third-tier professionals was utterly confident in his abilities. He intended to block the arrow head-on. Yet he remained vigilant. He immediately activated his strongest defensive skill. Meanwhile, the others watched intently. They were all eager to see the show-off get his comeuppance. Because doing so would help them gauge the boss's damage output. They could gauge the Battle Angel's attack power to better prepare for the fight. The arrows flew at blinding speed, instantly closing in on the warrior. Boom! The arrows collided with the professional's defensive skill. In everyone's minds, the professional should be able to withstand this strike. After all, this arrow seemed like a casual strike from the Battle Angel. At worst, the professional might not fully block it and suffer a minor injury. The next moment, the collision ended. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the empty sanctuary. The arrow fired by the Battle Angel instantly shattered the professional's defenses. It then pierced clean through his body. His entire body flew backward with the arrow, crashing to the ground far away. Boom! The arrow detonated with a terrifying explosion. The professional turned into a cloud of blood mist, staining the pristine sanctuary crimson. Whoosh! Instantly, everyone within the white sanctuary sucked in a sharp breath. Instantly killed with a single strike. Though that professional wasn't the strongest among them, he was still a third-tier professional. Could he really not withstand even a casual strike from the boss? The bosses in super-large secret realms were truly terrifying. Upon witnessing the professional's gruesome fate, the others instinctively retreated. They moved out of the Battle Angel's attack range. What do we do now? The boss deals such devastating damage, one wrong move could be fatal. Some wore grave expressions, their eyes flickering with fear. Now that the Great Transformation era had arrived, the upper limits of the future had been raised. And adventurers grew increasingly protective of their own lives. After a moment's hesitation, several of them tried again. They needed to confirm whether the first death was an accident. Perhaps that arrow had been the boss's ultimate attack? All four entered the Battle Angel's attack range once more. The result? 1 wounded, 3 dead. The moment they entered, they were surrounded by several Battle Angels. They were defeated in mere moments. The sole survivor only made it out alive because he ran fast. That barely saved his life, and even then, his entire lower body was severed by a single strike from the Battle Angels. Only thanks to the healing skills unleashed by the others did he manage to survive. Witnessing this scene, the group dared not advance another step. Looks like we won't get the first kill after all. A professional from the United States looked grim. Most of those who had just died were their own men. His gaze then fell upon Ye Ming, who had remained motionless. He immediately barked. "You Chinese bastard!
We're all risking our lives to conquer this secret realm, yet you stand by watching the show without lifting a finger. Were you waiting for us to cripple the boss just so you could steal the kill? As his words fell, the gazes of numerous adventurers turned toward Ye Ming and his two companions. Their eyes held a hint of suspicion. Upon hearing his words, Ye Ming slowly turned his head to face him. He knew this man was waiting for the Huaxia team to suffer casualties, and wanted them to take the lead.
Trying to rile us up?
Ye Ming scoffed coldly before adding, but since you're such useless trash who can't even clear the first gate,
then just sit back and watch our show. Infuriated by Ye Ming's taunt, the American professional instantly boiled over with rage. What do you mean? Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you have a little skill. I'm a 4-star general of the United States. How dare you speak to me like that?
Then Ye Ming turned away, refusing to look at him.
You're not worthy. Send Peter Griffin.
Peter Griffin was the first practitioner in the United States to reach the 4th tier not long ago. He was once an ordinary professional living in Round Clam Town, United States, but after an accident, he obtained an artifact.
He successfully ascended to the 4th tier. After that, Ye Ming paid no attention to anyone else. You two go ahead.
He instructed Lu Shiha and Tang Xin to deal with the 10 battle angels.
Yes, boss. Tang Xin responded before taking the lead. Wrathful gaze of the Bright King.
Without hesitation, Tang Xin activated the Wrathful Gaze of the Bright King, boosting all his attributes by 500%. He then assumed a horse stance, and the illusory form of a celestial dragon appeared on his arms.
Great might celestial dragon.
His palms struck out, unleashing several roaring illusory dragons that lunged toward the battle angel.
Boom!
With a single strike, he repelled several battle angels. When the other practitioners witnessed this scene, they were all left speechless. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief.
Several of them combined couldn't defeat a single battle angel.
Yet Tang Xin was holding his own against 10 of them. Their levels were practically the same.
Why was the gap in strength so immense? Meanwhile,
Lu Shiha activated her skill Mask of 1,000 Faces, transforming into the likeness of a battle angel. She crept up to the stone pillar.
Insulated claws.
Her fingers curled into a claw as she lunged at the stone pillar.
Boom! Crash!
A stone pillar shattered instantly.
As it collapsed, the corresponding battle angel vanished. Working in tandem, one drew attention while the other destroyed the pillars.
Within moments, all 10 pillars lay shattered. Ye Ming and his two companions advanced to the second stage under the astonished gazes of the other practitioners. But just as the others attempted to follow, the stone pillars, which had crumbled into rubble scattered across the ground, instantly restored themselves to their original state.
Damn it! Chapter 153, Conquering the Secret Realm. Ultra high drop rate. Soon,
Ye Ming and his two companions arrived at a grand hall.
Is this where the final boss resides?
Lu Shiha gazed curiously at the pristine white hall before them.
Boom! No sooner had Lu Shiha spoken than the entire hall began to shake violently.
A circular hole abruptly split open in the ceiling. Immediately, a pure white beam of light shot forth from the opening. It pierced through the entire hall, forming a circular pillar of light. Ye Ming gazed curiously at the pillar of light.
The next moment,
a figure descended slowly along the pillar of light.
It was another angel. Only, this angel was even more beautiful than the warrior angel from before.
Four pairs of wings, pure and radiant as light, spread behind it, while a circular halo of light crowned its head. Clad in form-fitting armor of gold and white, it descended.
Sacred music filled the grand hall. How beautiful!
Lu Shiha gazed at the descending angel and murmured in awe.
White Sanctuary Boss Holy Angel Level 100.
You are affected by the divine aura, all attributes match those of the Holy Angel, but damage dealt is reduced by 70%.
Boss Holy Angel. Level 100. Stamina 4000. Spirit 5000. A level 100 powerhouse is equivalent to a world boss.
This was the first time Ye Ming had ever encountered a level 100 being. Even the divine beast Bai Qian before had only reached level 99. Of course, Bai Qian's level was simply lower than that of the sacred angel. In reality, her combat prowess far surpassed that of the sacred angel. There was also the effect of the sacred halo.
All attributes match those of the sacred angel. For anyone else, this would be an amplifying buff.
It enhances the challenger's strength. After all, no one currently possesses attributes at this level.
But for Ye Ming, it was a debuff.
He shares attributes from multiple legendary tier professions, and his true attributes have long surpassed those of the sacred angel.
Being reduced to the same level is a pure nerf.
And his damage against the boss has been reduced by 70%.
This is outrageous.
Tang Xin and Lu Shahan also received notifications.
They wanted to strike first and help chip away at the Holy Angel's health. But Ye Ming waved them off. No need. Let me handle this. With that, Ye Ming strolled toward the Holy Angel. Divine Might Overlord. Mingwang's Wrathful Gaze. Ancient Dragon King Set. Ye Ming activated every skill and piece of equipment that could enhance his attributes.
The sacred angel held aloft its holy sword, glaring down at Ye Ming with contempt. As a level 100 boss, he could look down on everyone.
But in the next instant, a fist the size of a clay pot rapidly expanded before his eyes. Boom! Before he could react, Ye Ming's fist sent him flying. The sacred angel in midair frantically flapped its 4 pairs of pure white wings, desperately trying to steady itself. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Despite having his damage reduced by 70%, Ye Ming's single punch had still taken away a third of his health. The holy angel's eyes instantly blazed with furious fire. He raised his holy sword, a blinding light gathering at its tip, then swung it toward Ye Ming. Ye Ming neither dodged nor retreated, unleashing another punch. This time, the holy angel's sacred sword snapped clean in two under Ye Ming's blow. With no other choice, the holy angel held his palm upward, drawing countless particles of light from the air. Like fireflies, they coalesced into a spinning sphere of pure white light. Then it slammed violently toward Ye Ming. Boom! Yet Ye Ming paid it no mind whatsoever. A single punch shattered the light sphere. The sacred angel attempted to attack again. Ye Ming flickered forward, appearing before the sacred angel. A super-sized secret realm boss? Nothing special. Boom! Ye Ming raised his fist and slammed it into the sacred angel's face. The sacred angel instantly felt as if struck by a speeding train, spewing blood violently. At that moment, the sacred angel's health had plummeted to just 1/10 of its original amount. Time to end this. Ye Ming smiled faintly. But just as he prepared to strike again, beneath the flawless skin of the holy angel, who had radiated pure white light, faint spiderweb-like black patterns began to emerge. At the base of the wings on its back, several grayish-white feathers appeared. They then drifted away on their own, igniting into black flames midair. In the next instant, like a spark igniting a prairie fire, all 4 pairs of pure white wings were engulfed in black flames. The black patterns beneath his skin also burst into light. Within mere breaths, the once radiant, sacred angel transformed into a dark angel. White Sanctuary Boss Phase 2 Fallen Angel, Level 101. Are you kidding me? Ye Ming stared in astonishment at the boss transformed into a fallen angel. Not only had its health fully recovered, but its level had also increased by 1. The difference between the fallen angel and the holy angel wasn't significant. It had merely shifted from pure white to pitch black, with spiral bone spikes emerging from its forehead. The holy sword in its hand had transformed into a bone blade. The next instant, a piercing whistle cut through the air. The fallen angel was more aggressive than the holy angel. It launched the first strike, one hand gathering a black hole-like orb of light while the other slashed out a black beam of light. Although the boss's health had fully recovered and it had leveled up once more. But in Ye Ming's eyes, it was still no match. He kicked the incoming dark orb away with 1 foot, then caught the slashing blade barehanded. He tightened his grip slightly. Crack! The black blade shattered into fragments. Seeing his attack had no effect, the fallen angel raised his bone sword and charged at Ye Ming. Want to duel swords? Ye Ming recalled the 9 Heavens mystic sword he had just obtained. Perfect opportunity to test my new weapon. With that, he formed a seal with one hand, summoning the 9 Heavens mystic fetus sword. Go! Under Ye Ming's command, the 9 Heavens mystic fetus sword shot forward. The fallen angel, however, paid little heed to the plain-looking blade. From its energy fluctuations, he discerned that the 9 Heavens mystic fetus sword was merely a white-quality weapon. Not only could it not surpass his own multicolored bone sword, but it might not even scratch his skin. Thus, he flickered his bone sword, intending to casually deflect the 9 Heavens mystic fetus sword away. However, at the instant the 2 blades collided. Clang! Snap! A metallic cracking sound echoed. Immediately after, before the fallen angel's stunned gaze, his multicolored bone sword snapped clean in 2, while the 9 Heavens mystic fetus sword continued its unabated momentum. Plunged straight toward his chest. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, the 9 Heavens mystic fetus sword instantly pierced the fallen angel's chest. It drove the fallen angel's body into the wall. Congratulations on defeating the White Sanctuary boss Fallen Angel. Obtained colored equipment, Angel Wings. Obtained colored weapon, Covenant Sword. Congratulations on gaining full ownership of the super large secret realm. 2 colored items? Truly befitting a super large secret realm, dropping 2 colored quality items at once. Ye Ming examined the functions of these 2 items. Sword of the Covenant. Quality, colored. Description: basic attacks deal 5% of maximum HP as damage. Also summons the Scales of Judgment, swapping both parties' HP and stats for 5 minutes. A whopping 5% true damage per basic attack. That's insane. The ability to swap health and stats is even more powerful. If your opponent is stronger, you can use the Scales of Judgment to swap health and stats. It's practically cheating. However, Ye Ming had no intention of using this weapon himself. Instead, he intended to give it to Su Zhiqing. Next, Ye Ming examined the effects of the Angel Wings. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.